Chapter 1. The Emergence. Beneath a cloudless sky, a radiant sun illuminated the descent of a celestial phenomenon. Oh no, it was not a meteor, it was a resplendent, silvery, giant egg. The colossal egg plummeted from the heavens, crashing through 3 rows of towering trees, startling the avian inhabitants of the forest and creating a deep crater upon impact. Before it finally settled, inside the egg, a figure lay upside down, feebly pressing its soft, fleshy appendages against the membrane above, only to relax once it touched solid ground. Phew, it's finally over. The fall lasted 3 days and nights. It was terrifying, thought Mo11. Her large, bright eyes peered through the shell, catching a glimpse of the outside world. A primordial forest? As she surveyed the landscape, she noted not only the ancient trees, but also layers upon layers of bizarre vegetation. However, the tumult of the egg's descent had been so forceful that it sank deeper into the mire, settling a further 10 meters before finally becoming still. Mo11's previously calm heart was jolted by this sudden descent. I could see that moment. A lost child wandering through the forest, drawn by the thunderous sound, stumbled upon the giant egg. The egg, pristine white in color, was adorned with sharp, intricate scales that shimmered in the sunlight, presenting an appearance that seemed innocuous. Yet, the child, well aware of the forest's dangers, dared not approach, but merely gaze from a distance, silently noting the geographical location before turning to continue his search for home. Once the child departed, a reedy gray bear cautiously approached the base of the egg, drooling with curiosity. Uncertain of the egg's edibility, it gingerly prodded with its paw, only to be met with a swift retaliation from the egg's sharp scales, which drew blood. Remarkably, the scales had reacted before the bear even touched the surface. With a ferocious roar, the gray bear fled in haste. One awoke 3 days later, roused by an unbearable thirst. The cacophony of summer insects and birds filled the air, while the sun mercilessly drained the moisture around her, leaving her throat parched and uncomfortable. How on earth did I end up in this wretched place? How did I get here? Who would do this to me? I have neither money nor a home, surely. I shouldn't have been discarded in such a desolate wilderness. Mo11 cursed the pitiful locale in her mind, utterly enveloped by a profound sense of helplessness, trapped within the giant egg with no means of escape. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm her, a small boy, no taller than an adult male's waist, hobbled toward her, carrying a clay bowl. The bowl held refreshing river water, which the child offered to her, pouring it down the egg's scales. Instantly, Mo11 felt revitalized. The boy had visited the egg earlier that morning and, noticing steam rising from it and the shell's heat surpassing that of 2 days prior, had decided to fetch some water from a nearby river. Believing the egg to be parched, in a manner almost mystical, he felt a connection with the egg. As if it could communicate its thirst on his way, he had to return home to retrieve a vessel for carrying water, only to suffer a beating. Leaving him limping as he approached, he reached out to touch the colossal egg. And strangely, the scales that should have fiercely defended their master gently receded at his contact. Noticing that the heat emanating from the egg had diminished significantly, a smile crept upon his cracked lips, curling upwards in a delicate arc, while the sweetness of blood lingered in his throat the moment he smiled. That sweetness surged once more. Mo11 observed him turning away, and after a while, the earlier scene unfolded again. Streams of refreshing river water cascaded down in waves after several exchanges. The child ceased to wander, settling beside her on a patch of bare earth, leaning wearily against. The giant Agg. Mo11 posed numerous questions to him, such as where he hailed from, why he was dressed so lightly, the origin of his wounds, where they were, and whether he could enlighten her on the nature of the monster she had become. Regrettably, the child heard not a word, and Mo11 continued to voice her inquiries, undeterred by the silence, persistently seeking answers. It was only when doubt crept into her mind regarding the possibility of a language barrier that the child finally mustered the courage to speak, ready to engage in the ritual he had adhered to for the past 3 days, confiding in her. Today, Fatty Air lay in ambush in front of my house, and I got into a scuffle with him. Ever since my mother was taken away by a strange man, she has not returned. I clean the house daily, waiting for her, but the once pristine hut has been sullied by Fatty Air and his gang, who even shattered my mother's cherished mirror. With his head bowed, he spoke, his vacant gaze fixated on a tender green sprout that had just emerged from the earth. He should have been flourishing like this sprout, yet it seemed he bore the weight of trials too burdensome for one so young, recounting his tragic experiences in a flat tone, as if no one would cared. Mo11 was enveloped by an overwhelming sorrow. She listened intently as the child shared his tales, some steeped in sadness, others reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze amidst the frigid winter, occasionally tinged with the beauty of youthful innocence. For instance, he crafted a rudimentary bow and arrow, mastering it faster than others to catch a small bird, and he ventured into the river to catch fish, as well as secretly attending classes at the school. Yet, these fleeting moments of joy were graced solely by his solitary presence, devoid of a father, a mother, or any peers, let alone childhood companions. Alone and forlorn, he traversed the world by himself. This solitude rendered the child's fleeting joys even more poignant and tragic in Mo Wanwan's heart. His willingness to share his thoughts with her suggested that he regarded her as a friend. Could she possibly be his only and first friend? As these thoughts swirled, fatigue overtook her. She longed to hear more of the child's stories. Yet her mind urged her towards slumber as if under the influence of a soporific. As time passed, her periods of sleep grew longer, while the moments spent listening to the child diminished, and there were instances when he approached her, only to find her already asleep. Half a month elapsed. Upon awakening, Mo Wanwan no longer felt the discomfort of feverish heat. Instead, she required a child to bring her bowl after bowl of water each morning. This time, she felt rejuvenated and was seized by an impulse to engage in physical exercise. As she stretched her stiff limbs, a delicate fissure began to form on the surface of the colossal white egg. After loosening her rigid muscles, she was overtaken by a desire to punch, striking forward at the imaginary air before her. In truth, her claws were merely tapping against the inner shell of the egg. The outer shell soon split open with a resounding crack, revealing the complete visage within. A child, drawing water by the riverbank, was startled by the strange sound of shattering, his heart racing as he hurried toward the giant egg, oblivious to the spilled water in his bowl. Upon arrival, he beheld the massive eggshell split in two, with fragments scattered about, leaving the interior empty and desolate. His eyes, once bright, were now clouded with despair, for he realized his only friend had vanished. Lost in thought, Mo Wanwan reached out, scratching at the ragged hem of the child's trousers. How peculiar! She mused. Despite her efforts to reach, she could only just graze the fabric. Chapter 2. The Ramshackle Hut. Part 1. The child looked down to see a naked, unsightly bird, and tears streamed down his face as if the heavens themselves had opened. How wonderful! His friend had not disappeared or abandoned him. Rather, she had transformed into a true companion who could be with him at any time. Overwhelmed with joy, the child wept, while Mo Wanwan disdainfully wiped the mud from her claws, realizing only then that she had grown a pair of bizarre beastly talons. The silvery claws bore sharp, arrogant nails, however. Unrefined, they resembled a dull kitchen knife. She then sensed a heaviness upon her back, akin to the weight of a backpack, and upon turning, she discovered a pair of wings. Tentatively, she attempted to flap them, only to find them difficult to control. Her arms and thighs were coated in smooth scales, and reverse contact with them resulted in painful pricks. Save for her abdomen and tail, her entire body was adorned with silvery scales, while her tail lay languidly on the ground like soft cotton. How lazy her tail was! As she lamented this, she seemed to accept her new form, but the next moment, Mo Wanwan was seized by a fit of despair. Oh heavens! Had she truly become some non-human creature? What species was she now? A lizard? Was she truly a lizard? She could not fathom the divine jest that had befallen her and contemplated the necessity of self-termination to undergo rebirth yet again. The notion of traversing realms paled in comparison to the horror of transforming into a lizard. Through the child's tales over the past few days, she had come to understand that she had indeed crossed over. It appeared she had arrived in a place called Yunshi Continent, in a remote little town known as Huazhou. The specific dynasty remains unclear, yet based on certain descriptions of daily life, the place she currently inhabits bears a resemblance to the ancient era of the Flower Kingdom. Although she yearns to avenge the injury inflicted upon the child, her current reptilian form compels her to accept her impotence and seek atonement through self-sacrifice. Determined to find a suitable location for contemplation, Mo Wanwan had scarcely taken a few steps when a large hand seized her. She was thrust before the child's nose, compelled to meet his gaze, which sparkled like stars in the night sky. This child will likely grow into a striking figure with captivating single eyelids. Even at such a tender age, his charm is undeniable. In maturity, he is destined to be a source of trouble. Little rascal, put me down. Such impertinence could lead to a thorough thrashing from your aunt. Mo Wanwan exclaimed, baring her sharp teeth in a display intended to intimidate. The child, upon hearing the grotesque bird speak, displayed no surprise whatsoever. Instead, he exclaimed with delight, "You must be a spirit beast. I've heard that spirit beasts can speak." I've never seen such an ugly bird. You must be exceptionally powerful. Perhaps you could help me drive away those wicked scoundrels. Mo Wanwan was at a loss for words. The notion that an animal could speak failed to frighten him. Yet, this child was indeed pitiable. Casting a glance at the enormous shards of eggshell behind her, she began to grasp certain truths. It seemed she was the offspring of a monstrous creature, now emerging from a bizarre egno, a fledgling monster. Before her emergence from shell, she had silently vowed to assist him in seeking vengeance. Hence, she resolved to lend this child a helping hand before orchestrating her own vendetta. Clearing her throat, Mo Wanwan declared, I possess the means to help you fend off those vile ruffians. Seeing your urgent need, I shall accept you as my little brother. She had an abundance of methods to manage mischievous children with her presence. Even the most unruly would have no choice but to behave. Despite her firm declaration, the child appeared unimpressed. Then I shall consider you my spirit pet. However, you are far too small and undernourished. You must gain some weight and enhance your spiritual power. I will take you home and feed you. Initially prepared to retort angrily at the first part of his statement, Mo Wanwan experienced a shift in sentiment upon hearing the latter. Indeed, she was quite hungry. The my name is Shungrong. Given your entirely white form, albeit somewhat unappealing, you may struggle to blend in with birds. Henceforth, I shall call you by K. It is said that the peacock's feathers are noble and beautiful. I have heard that spirit beasts become stunning as they mature. You too shall transform into a magnificent bird, akin to a peacock displaying its plumage. Did this child possess no discerning eye? How could he perceive her as resembling a bird? Birds have feathers unlike her current state, which is rather devoid of them. It was clear she would not sprout feathers even after several centuries. Nevertheless, she was reluctant to admit her likeness to a lizard. Perhaps the inhabitants of this realm had never encountered one. My original name is Mo Wanwan. While the meaning of this name is commendable, she still possessed an identity of her own. Thank you for thoughtfully bestowing upon me a new name, but I intend to continue using my original name. Mo Wanwan is unappealing. Let us simply call you by Quebec, who knows? Shung Rong smiled and shook his head, as if a profound wisdom dismissed Mo Wanwan's suggestion. No, it was not her suggestion. Rather, he had directly disregarded her feelings. Mo Wanwan felt a flush of embarrassment. Whatever he chose to call her was inconsequential, for she had already resolved to find closure for herself. Let us return home. Shung Rong gently placed Mo Wanwan on his shoulder, treating her as if she were a fragile artifact, his movements exceedingly tender. Mo Wanwan was momentarily taken aback by his gentleness, but soon understood that he was genuinely afraid of losing something precious once more. She decided not to be reserved any longer, allowing herself to relax. Her entire lizard form sprawled languidly. Yet, the softness beneath her seemed uncomfortable. The bony protrusions pressed against her abdomen, causing her to abandon her desire for indulgence. This child was rather pitiable. How many meals must one forego to become so emaciated? At that moment, she truly grasped the meaning of being skin and bones due to hunger. Shung Rong ambled in the direction of home, carrying Mo Wanwan. As she reflected, her round, adorable eyes inadvertently gazed up at the brilliantly azure sky. The home she once knew on Earth was irretrievably lost. Having been an orphan since childhood, the concept of home had always been nebulous to her. She understood the philosophy of accepting one's circumstances, and familiarity with the unfamiliar made it easier to navigate through the unknown. Lost in thought, her eyelids began to droop, as if she had never truly experienced restful slumber. Just as she relaxed her spirit, her half-closed eyes caught sight of a mutated wolf, its hunger driving it to pounce upon a grazing rabbit. Within mere seconds, the gruesome spectacle of skin being torn and flesh being devoured sent a wave of terror through her. Mo Wanwan recoiled instinctively, her gaze fixated on the remnants of the rabbit, which had been swiftly consumed, leaving only scattered bones behind. The drowsiness evaporated instantly. She hurriedly tapped Shung Rong's shoulder, cautioning, "This place is far too perilous. We must leave at once." She could scarcely fathom how she had survived in this primal forest as an egg, but the recent scene had utterly extinguished any fondness she might have harbored for this place. It felt as though her life was precariously held in another's grasp. Unbeknownst to her, while she had been enveloped within the protective amniotic fluid of her egg, numerous valiant forest beasts had attempted to challenge her, only to be thwarted by her sharp shell. After days of relentless defeat, those beasts had long since lost their will to fight. Chapter 3. The Ramshackle Hut Part 2. Mo Wanwan pondered that although she did not wish to endure life as a lizard, she also did not desire a grim demise at the very least. She wished to retain her entire form. She felt no discernible increase in Shung Rong's pace instead. He ambled along the forest path with an unexpected calmness. Mo11 suspected that she had previously been too gentle, and thus she clawed at his thin skin with renewed vigor, causing Sheng Rong to emit a pained yelp. "What are you doing?" "They are not going to attack me," Mo11, satisfied that he had not lost consciousness, regarded him with suspicion. "Why would they not attack you?" In the midst of their conversation, a colossal python descended from the treetops, seizing the head of a wolf that was indulging in its meal. Its sharp fangs severed the neck, causing a gory spray of blood to splatter upon the grass, an utterly gruesome sight. Unable to acclimate to the harsh conditions of the wild, Mo11 felt a tumultuous churn in her stomach. Had she not been fasting, she might have succumbed to nausea at the very moment the blood erupted. "That I am not quite sure. Over the past fortnight, I have sought you out daily and witnessed far more gruesome spectacles, yet they seemed disinterested in feasting upon me." When he mentioned such spectacles, his tone was tinged with pride, leaving Mo11 at a loss for words. "Isn't this somewhat peculiar?" Sheng Rong paused momentarily before swiftly responding. "Indeed, it is rather strange. However, the oddities of Huazhou town extend far beyond this incident. In other words, he often encounters strange occurrences, and these strange events cannot be traced back to their causes. There are so many oddities that he no longer thinks too much about them." Mo11 felt embarrassed. This child was too lacking in crisis awareness. It seemed she couldn't let him be unattended. Their meeting was a stroke of fate, and neglecting him would be morally wrong. Knowing that she was temporarily safe, Mo11 began to think calmly. The color pattern of that wolf she had just seen was something she had never encountered before. Perhaps the creatures on this continent had diverged from her understanding. "I noticed that the wolf emitted a strange aura. Could it be very powerful? On Earth, wolves are quite weak and cannot display such ferocity as what she just witnessed. The townspeople of Huazhou generally do not dare to enter this beastly forest, as the animals inside are very dangerous. Even the rabbit that was eaten first could easily devour 2 adults in 1 bite." Sheng Rong described without changing his expression. Mo11's throat slid up and down. Just imagining that scene made her pale tail stiffen. She was also more curious about why these beasts did not attack Sheng Rong. Returning to the home that Sheng Rong spoke of, Mo11 felt her eyelids twitching uncontrollably. Sheng Rong's concept of home was much more vague than hers. The damp, withered grass barely covered the roof of the house. Today the sunlight poured in, but tomorrow it might be a heavy rain. The house, filled with a sense of decay, was so unwelcoming that even mice avoided it, making it less hospitable than the temples where protagonists in novels had at least found shelter even in their worst times. However, it was worth noting the shabby utensils piled up in the corner and the clean, dust-free furniture pressed against the wall, as if someone had diligently wiped them down. Mo11 looked at Sheng Rong, who had placed her on the damp bedding, with a pained expression. The strong smell of mildew filled her nose, making her heart ache. The sky was almost dark. What do you want to eat? She wanted to make a delicious meal to dispel the gloom brought by the environment. After all, people tend to feel happy when they eat well. Speaking of food, Sheng Rong suddenly remembered something he had hidden very secretly in the backyard. He turned and ran to get it for Mo11, awkwardly handing her the radish in his hand, and said somewhat embarrassedly, "Just make do with this for now. I'll sneak some buns for you at the market tomorrow." He had been frequently troubled by fat air and his lackeys these past few days. Old injuries had barely healed when new ones came. It was temporarily difficult to catch fish by the river, so he could only resort to stealing. Mo11 looked down at the half-carrot that had been pushed in front of her, with clear bite marks left by a rabbit. At this moment, even this leftover half of a carrot had become exceptionally precious. She didn't want to reject Sheng Rong's good intentions, so she lifted the carrot with her paw and took a reluctant bite. The bitter taste of the carrot clung to her teeth and mixed with her saliva in her mouth. Mo11 really didn't have the appetite to eat a whole carrot, so after taking 2 bites, she pushed the precious food toward Sheng Rong. "You eat it. This way, you'll have strength to steal buns tomorrow." Sheng Rong noticed the slight disdain in her eyes, but in the end, he couldn't resist the hunger that had plagued him for 2 days. He took the carrot with his dirty hands and started eating. After finishing, he even reluctantly licked his fingers. Mo11 took 2 steps forward and looked up at Sheng Rong's youthful face. She promised, "In the future, let's not eat leftover carrots anymore. We'll do business, make a lot of money, and buy better ingredients. I'll teach you how to cook, and we can eat our fill at every meal." As soon as she finished speaking, the boy was first shocked, but slowly, a glimmer of hope shone in his eyes. After a moment, the brightness was replaced by a calm indifference. He said in a steady tone, "My mother said the same thing before she was targeted by bad people and never came home again. I know spirit beasts aren't interested in vegetables, and meat is hard to steal now. I haven't eaten meat in a long time either. Just hold on for a while. And when I grow up, we can leave Huazhou town and go buy good food. Mo11 could see that his eyes were not as calm as his tone suggested. Instead, they carried a loneliness that was far too heavy for his age. On Earth, even middle-aged people with families might not be able to experience half of what this child felt. She understood all too well that kind of solitude that felt like 10 years in one day. Looking at Sheng Rong, who was gradually losing focus, Mo11 snapped back to reality, only to find that Sheng Rong was no longer in sight. She carefully slid off the bed and walked out of the thatched cottage, gazing far away to see a thin little figure picking up branches in the woods. Sheng Rong repeatedly placed the branches he was holding into a metal bucket propped up by wooden supports, then started boiling water. The fiery clouds in the sky blended with the flames burning at the bottom of the bucket. After the water was boiled, Sheng Rong poured the hot water into a wooden tub that was about his size, and Mo11 had already guessed what he was planning to do. Each time he boiled a bucket of water, the previous hot water would cool down, and through this repetitive action, Sheng Rong adjusted the water temperature. He took off his oversized and ill-fitting clothes, and his thin, bamboo-like body dove into the water in one breath, shivering slightly from the cold wind as night fell. This child must really love cleanliness, Mo11 thought to herself. The boy playing in the water wiped himself down briefly, turned his head, and called out to Mo11, "You should come in and wash with me. You just hatched from an egg today, and you smell all sticky and foul. Not even the wind can blow it away." On top of that, he had a particularly sharp tongue. MWNWN struggled to run with her small, clumsy steps. She was too small and hadn't learned to fly yet. This distance was exhausting. By the time she reached the wooden tub, Sh was almost done washing. She walked closer and saw a stone next to the bathing tub, on which lay a finely polished wooden comb. "Whose comb is this?" she asked. As soon as she mentioned the comb, he knew she was talking about the wooden one on the stone. "It was made by my father for my mother." A moment of depth flickered in his eyes. If it weren't for him, her father wouldn't have gotten into trouble. Knowing it was something personal belonging to Sh's mother, one could imagine how much of a beauty she must have been, being so particular about her appearance while bathing. Just then, Sh scooped her up from the ground and into the water. She looked at Sh, whose features were still those of an 8-year-old child, not yet fully developed. But she could already envision how handsome he would be when he grew up. To have given birth to such a good-looking child, his mother must have been an extraordinary beauty. The two of them splashed around playfully in the water under the starlit night, becoming much closer to each other. As night fell, MWNWN was held in Sh's arms, listening to the sweet sounds of his peaceful sleep by her side, and she drifted off to dreamland. Chapter 4. An unusual lizard. The next day, the rooster crowed loudly, and the sunlight rose like a lantern. When MWNWN got up, Sh was already gone from the thatched cottage. She noticed a basin of water placed under the bed and smiled slightly. He was indeed thoughtful. After sliding down and washing up simply, she remembered the business deal she had promised him yesterday. She thought she should first investigate the market to see what was popular and what was lacking in this town. With her identity as a time traveler, she should be able to make a small profit. Just as she finished pondering her preliminary business plan, she heard a mixed sound of fighting and shouting outside the door. Mo11 stepped out with her claws and immediately encountered a chubby young man bullying her child, looking utterly unrepentant. Glancing at Sheng Rong, whose body and face were covered in dirt and wounds, she felt a surge of anger ignite deep within her, pushing against some mysterious force hidden in her body. She stomped her feet in fury, ready to charge in and fight. That chubby kid must be the bully fat heir that Sheng Rong often mentioned. Ani is going to teach you a lesson on how to be a decent person. Fat heir and his two lackeys were beating the thin bamboo curled up on the ground, shouting, "This is for stealing bun from my aunt's house. I warned you not to come to the market again, but you didn't listen. We're here to be heroes and punish you." The villain, the chubby boy, looking all flesh and no muscle, was hitting harder and harder, targeting the most painful spots. Sheng Rong stifled a groan, stubbornly refusing to beg for mercy. "I'll make sure to break both your legs for stealing. You won't be able to steal anywhere. Hey, you two, put some effort into it." The chubby boy grew angrier, urging his lackeys not to slack off, when suddenly he heard footsteps nearby. Rather than footsteps, it sounded more like the rumble of a giant. "What's going on?" The chubby boy thought there might be a wild beast nearby, freezing with one foot lifted in the air. Then, a furious voice shouted from not far away, "What a vicious fatso!" Fat heir and his companions looked around, but saw no one, their faces going pale with fear. They heard a deafening roar filled with hot air that passed through their bodies. All three of them fell to the ground, especially Fat Air, who was so scared he wet his pants. Shung Rong finally had a moment to catch his breath. Struggling to get up, his first reaction was not to flee, but to pat his belly and point at the wetness between Fat Air's legs, laughing. "Huh, you peed your pants. Look who's having a bad day now." Fat Air initially wanted to glare at Shung Rong, but seeing that he was protected by a mysterious beast, he didn't dare act up anymore. By the time he realized it, he was already rolling and scrambling away with his two lackeys. How could Mo11 let them leave so easily? Look at what they did to Shung Rong. Her beast claw touched the nearby tree, and she didn't know when it had grown suction cups, simply sticking to the tree. She felt her arm exert a little force, and the entire trunk was uprooted and smashed towards Pang Air and the others. The tree fell horizontally in front of Pang Air, blocking their way. Mo11 was also startled by her own brute strength, but she hadn't eaten properly in the past 2 days. After using her strength, her stomach began to cramp painfully, making an unpleasant gurgling sound from hunger. Hearing that the beast was hungry, Fat Air rolled his eyes and fainted, and the two little friends followed suit without exception. This was a huge mess. If she had known that these three little rascals would be so scared, she should have stopped earlier. Shung Rong, seeing Fat Air in their embarrassing state, felt a sense of satisfaction and excitedly jumped up from the ground, completely forgetting the pain in his body. Mo11 smiled bitterly at Shung Rong, but Shung Rong felt there was nothing wrong with what she did and casually said, "They deserve it. I hope they get scared silly." As she spoke, Shung Rong had already come to Mo11's side, lifted her up with both hands, and excitedly kissed her on the fair forehead. "Baike, you are really amazing." Mo11's cheeks flushed red, and she paused for half a second in slight discomfort before pretending that a small kiss was not enough to shake her. Suddenly, her stomach began to grumble insistently. Shung Rong stared thoughtfully at Mo11's flat stomach and glanced at the squash buns not far away. "Baike, the buns have been trampled by Fat Air and the others. They're not clean and can't be eaten. You might have to stay hungry for a while longer." As he spoke, he prepared to sneak back to the market to steal some food, but was stopped by Mo11. Stealing is never a long-term solution. "We can find something to eat in the forest." Shung Rong frowned, and his gaze towards Mo11 shifted from admiration to one resembling that of looking at someone with a mental disability. "The beasts in there are beyond our ability to catch." Mo11 ignored the fact that she was looked down upon by the little boy, smiled proudly at him, and said confidently, "Don't worry, human hunting has never relied on brute force." Shung Rong suddenly realized, "You plan to set traps, but will it work?" He then questioned again. "The beasts in the beast forest are not ordinary beasts. Moreover, in the Yunshi continent, hunting is the best way to prove one's strength, and making traps indicates that your strength is so weak that you can only rely on external forces to solve problems." Mo11 glanced sideways at the kid and then looked at the three little rascals who had fainted. She decided to leave once they woke up and not to worry about them. Just as she was about to see if there was anything to help make a trap, she turned around and noticed several deep pits along the path she had taken when she scared Fatty Air. Each pit was deep enough to hold half a radish she had eaten yesterday. Mo11 felt a bit embarrassed. She seemed to be anything but an ordinary lizard, ready with tools that were better than nothing. Mo11 set off with Shung Rong towards the direction of the beast forest. Once they entered the forest, Shung Rong watched as Mo11, who was about the size of his palm, busied herself in the grass, tossing the cut grass for him to catch. In just a short while, his arms were already full. Weighing the load in his arms, Shung Rong frowned and asked, "What are these?" In addition to some dirty radishes that Mo11 had dug up from the ground, there were many unfamiliar plants that seemed useless and inedible. "You have bruises all over. Should I find some herbs for you to apply?" he said. "I don't know how your wounds heal before." Mo11 was multitasking, setting traps while distractedly responding. "The wounds will heal by themselves overnight." Shung Rong's tone was flat, as if he didn't find his words strange at all. Mo11 was taken aback. Could so many wounds heal overnight? She continued with her work and said, "Maybe you have some special constitution, but you have to endure the pain until the wounds heal. Applying medicine can at least alleviate the pain. Otherwise, it's easy to have a bad night's sleep." After this remark, Shung Rong lowered his head and fell silent. Who would care whether he could sleep well or not? Even after this question arose, more questions emerged but were suppressed by him. Baike was the only friend who spoke to him now. What if she was deceiving him as well? What should he do then? After finishing the trap, Mo11 stood up and brushed off the dirt from her hands, pulling Shung Rong to squat in a hidden corner and signaling for silence. In the quiet wait for their prey to take the bait, Sheng Rong watched Mo11's serious demeanor as she focused on the trap. The greenery around him began to blur, and only the image of Baikei, the ugly bird, became clearer. He gradually started to feel that he might not be a disaster after all. He wasn't the jinx that caused his father's death, nor was he the calamity that made Huazhou Town unable to connect with the outside world. He wasn't even the unfortunate one who lived in misery and poverty. He could have friends, could be cared for, and could be looked after by luck. He was not a child abandoned by the gods. But did he deserve it? Chapter 5. The taste of being cared for. He didn't know how far his thoughts had drifted until a two-headed chicken with a purple crown fell into the trap, letting out a dying squawk that snapped Sheng Rong back to reality. Although he couldn't see what the prey was, Mo11 proved her wisdom. The white tail swayed back and forth behind her as she wiped her nose and said proudly, "See, I'm not bragging. Want to make a move? There's nothing I can't accomplish. From now on, I'll take care of your stomach." Saying this, she patted her chest, effectively making Sheng Rong her little brother. Sheng Rong found it hard to believe that the crude trap she had made actually caught food, and he looked down on using such methods. It was nothing. It was just taking shortcuts. The Yunchi continent relied on personal strength and physique. Just like sometimes when he couldn't find food, he would go to the river to catch fish. Catching fish depended on his own skills. But the fish in the river were so hard to catch that he often spent a whole day without any success, while Baikei succeeded with just one try right in front of him. Mo11 rolled her eyes. Only this foolish kid could boast so shamelessly. Didn't he realize how his words had nothing to do with him? He was so thin that his limbs looked like they were just skin and bones. Where'd he get the strength to catch animals barehanded? Who said that intelligence wasn't a form of strength? Besides, before speaking, one should consider their own resources. Just look at you, all skin and bones like dried tofu. If it weren't for me, you might not even have anything to eat. We're both in the same boat. So let's just make do. After saying that, Mo11 pushed aside the weeds that were about her height, approached the edge of the trap, and poked the dead mutated two-headed chicken with a beast's claw, muttering, "Can this chicken be eaten? Well, having something is better than nothing." After thinking for a while, she decided to take it back to solve her hunger. Mo11 knew that Sheng Rong could no longer carry anything else in his arms. She carefully slid into the trap, lifting the two-headed chicken above her head to lighten Sheng Rong's burden. She climbed out of the trap and stood firmly on the ground, her voice filled with clear excitement because of the food. "Let's go home." Although Sheng Rong was sulking, hearing her call to go home almost brought him to tears. He turned around, facing away from Mo11, and started to walk ahead. In the past, he would always be the one searching for food outside, then return home with his stomach full. In fact, he didn't really understand why he had just looked down on the clever tactics of the white bird with such a thick skin. It was almost instinctive for him to prefer capturing prey through brute force. Mo11 didn't notice the awkward attitude of the boy and unhappily followed him, saying, "Wait for me. My claws can't run fast." Sheng Rong caught a glimpse of Mo11's clumsy running posture with her raw claws and couldn't help but burst into laughter, causing Mo11's fair head to instantly turn as red as a chili pepper. "Don't laugh." The sun began to withdraw its strong light and spread the evening glow. Soon, the Moon Sister would come out to guard the night. As they walked along the road, they exchanged banter and tripped each other, hindering one another's progress. While they were noisily making their way out of the forest, they encountered a half-dead, convulsing bird on their way home. Sheng Rong almost stepped on the strange bird when Mo11 shouted to stop him. The strange bird was about the size of her head, and its pitiful eyes were filled with a desperate will to survive, continuously sending out signals for help to Mo11 and the others. Mo11 softened her heart and stepped forward to pick it up with her mouth. Sheng Rong disdainfully said, "This bird is too thin, there's no meat. And I've eaten it before. The meat is too tough and tastes terrible. It's not just the taste of the meat that's bad. The meat of this bird is like eating rotten fruit, and it also emits an indescribable sour smell." Mo11 felt embarrassed. "We don't want to eat it. We want to take it back to save it." Sheng Rong's expression was even more disdainful. "If it's not for eating, what are you bringing it back for? Animals have value beyond just being eaten. They're also lives. Just like on Earth, we can have pets too." Sheng Rong frowned, completely unable to understand Mo11's words. "You're being contradictory. Since you think animals are living beings, why hunt them? Aren't the prey that get killed also lives?" Mo11 understood his meaning. "We hunt wild beasts in the forest because we need food to survive, but now that we have the two-headed chicken, we no longer need to kill, at least not for now. Saving this little bird was merely because it encountered us. which means it is lucky and not yet time for it to die. Shung Rong remained silent. For survival, sometimes we have no other choice, but many times, we can choose for ourselves. This is the lesson Mo Wanwan wanted to convey to him. Returning to the dilapidated thatched cottage, the sun gradually set. Montak Van Van, with the cooperation of Shung Rong, plucked the feathers and bled the two-headed chicken, then skewered it on a branch and roasted it over the fire. Each of them held a lizard in hand, burning their fingers as they devoured half of the roasted chicken, and a warmth surged from their stomachs to their hearts. It was truly a rare and delightful feast. Shung Rong devoured most of the roasted chicken at a wolfish pace, while Mo Wanwan focused on her meal, and neither of them paid attention to chatting. Apart from the sounds of chewing and the crackling of the fire, there were occasional chirps of insects, and the surroundings were extremely quiet. After swallowing the last piece of chicken leg, Shung Rong licked the fragrant oil off his lips, and a sourness welled up in the corners of his eyes. A wet streak slid down the side of his face that was not illuminated by the firelight. It was worth noting that he had never had such a good dinner when his mother was around. However, no matter how she scolded him, he still hoped she would come home and live with him. So he believed she had been taken away, but in truth, no one knew whether that woman left willingly or unintentionally. The people in the town said his mother no longer dared to raise him. Although the tears in Shung Rong's eyes were quickly stifled by his thoughts, Mo Wanwan still caught a glimpse of his profile illuminated by the firelight, where the crystalline tears almost fell but were caught by his lower eyelashes and wiped away by his hand. She secretly observed him. The wet, red rims of his eyes seemed to reflect the boy's years of bravado, all crumbling at the moment he tasted this delicious food, gradually revealing a softer side. She slightly parted her lips, then closed them again without speaking, while she listened to Shung Rong say something true and false. That's the smell of smoke. After all, her gaze was quite obvious. She smiled awkwardly at his words and didn't pursue the matter further. Even if one had endured a lot of hardship in the past, as long as that hardship could be shared a little, beauty could be built up bit by bit, because she understood clearly, more than anyone else, Shung Rong's feelings. Once, she had hoped someone would share her pain and despair. She hadn't waited for anyone, but she could personally soothe this child's wounds. After enjoying a quiet campfire dinner together, Mo Wanwan put the prepared medicine into a ceramic bowl, the boiling liquid exuding a rich green color, steaming with a uniquely bitter herbal scent. Once the medicine cooled, she would use washed leaves to prepare a poultice for Shung Rong's wounds. Shung Rong was much taller than her, and while she could easily tend to the wounds on his legs, the injuries on his body and face required him to lift her closer to the wounds. Under the flickering firelight, neither of them spoke, simply enjoying the moment's comfort. Shung Rong discovered that he really liked watching Bai Kei's serious demeanor, perhaps because her seriousness made him feel cared for. This feeling brought unprecedented ease to his heart, as if gently blown by a spring breeze, healing the rough years he had once spent alone and soothing the scars deep within. After tending to the wounds, the night grew deep. Mo Wanwan yawned and asked Shung Rong to help her to bed. As soon as her head hit the pillow, she fell into a deep sleep. It had been a long time since she felt this tired, but there was still more to do ahead. Chapter 6. Transforming into human form after a night of good sleep. She got up the next day at noon. This time, Shung Rong did not wake up earlier than her, but instead slept soundly. Seeing his defenseless sleeping posture, Mo Wanwan chuckled softly, realizing that he must not have relaxed and had a good sleep in a long time. Mo Wanwan sat up to brush her teeth and wash her face. She rubbed her eyes and filled a basin with water. After washing her face, she leaned closer to the clear surface of the water and finally saw that she was no longer in the form of a lizard, but a little girl with disheveled hair. She pinched her chubby cheeks hard, unable to believe that she had turned into a human. Could it be because she had eaten a two-headed chicken yesterday? She quickly accepted the reality, as being human was certainly better than living as a lizard for a lifetime. Knowing she could live without the appearance of a lizard, Mo Wanwan felt incredibly lighthearted as she went about her tasks. After she checked the wounds of the strange bird she had picked up yesterday, Shung Rong slowly crawled out of bed, having had enough sleep. He yawned comfortably, looking rather lazy. Hearing the yawn, Mo Wanwan filled a new basin of water and brought it to Shung Rong's bedside, saying, "Today, we will plant the vegetables we picked yesterday into the ground, and then take a walk at the market." She had specifically chosen easy-to-cultivate vegetables that were also convenient to grow, and she had just taken the time to look around. The soil here was quite moist. Shung Rong sleepily got out of bed and washed his face. The cool water splashed on his face, dispelling the remaining drowsiness. When he looked up again, he saw a girl. The colorful expression on his face was fully captured by Mo11. You don't need to guess. It's me, she said, reaching out to flick his forehead with her finger to let him know this wasn't a dream. Shengrong gently touched a small swollen bump on his forehead with both hands. Mo11 hadn't yet learned to control the strength of her lizard spirit beast form, so she had flicked a bit too hard. He squatted on the ground, looking up at her with starry eyes that sparkled. By K, you are so beautiful. Really? Mo11 touched her face. She could only see a rough outline in the water, but it couldn't compare to seeing it with the naked eye. Shengrong nodded vigorously, standing up and seriously telling Mo11 word by word. Yes. Your eyes are very big, your eyelashes are long, and your hair is also shiny and black. I've never seen such a beautiful person. Mo11 blinked, feeling sweet in her heart, a smile appearing on her face as she playfully teased. Shengrong is praising me so much. Could it be that you want to marry me? If the two of them grew up together like this, perhaps there would be such a day. But what would it matter if I married you? One day, I will leave Huazhou town. Originally, I was alone, but now we are together. He placed his hands on her shoulders, and his serious expression made Mo11 take him seriously. Mo11 felt a pang in her nose, and the last half of his sentence truly touched her. If there is someone to accompany her in this life, then the splendor of the past life is nothing more than the trivial matters weighing on her heart. This is enough for now. She took Shengrong's small hand resting on her shoulder and walked outside. She thought it was just a child's joke and said, hurry up and prepare lunch. We need to eat to have the energy to work. We're both growing, so we need to eat more. Shengrong's lips curled up slightly, and in his starry eyes, he seemed to think of many things, even those from a long time ago. What he said just now came from the bottom of his heart. Marrying her was only a matter of time. Mo11 skillfully stir-fried some lotus root slices and prepared a few light and delicious dishes. In no time, the food was ready and placed on the table. The aroma of the dishes satisfied Shengrong's sense of smell first. He curiously examined the glossy dishes on the table, then glanced at Mo11, and a question crossed his mind. By K, you not only know how to hunt, but also how to cook. And you've suggested business and farming to me. Who exactly are you? Is it possible that spirit beast cubs are born knowing how to make a living? Mo11 smiled without speaking, taking a bite of the crispy radish. There was little salt at home, so the taste was a bit bland but still quite sweet, which was acceptable. Shengrong wasn't afraid of the identity of the white sparrow spirit beast. He was just afraid that the feeling the white sparrow gave him was as unreal as the entire Huazhou town felt to him. Seeing that Mo11 was not speaking, he had no choice but to focus on eating. After washing the dishes, the two of them got busy in the backyard soil, following the steps taught by Mo11. Shengrong went through a series of procedures like turning the soil and planting vegetables. By the time they finished, it was almost time for the next meal. Mo11 and Shengrong arrived at the market just in time, where the atmosphere was bustling with the sound of vendors calling out. However, it seemed that this market did not welcome them. Shengrong's presence was like a glaring spotlight, causing the vendors to frown. Time seemed to pause for a few seconds as everyone stopped what they were doing, and even the ordinary townsfolk looked at them with unusual gazes, their eyes clearly filled with disdain. After a few seconds, people resumed their busyness, but the strange tension in the air did not dissipate, revealing the underlying hostility. Mo11 took Shengrong's hand, her pretty face showing anger as she frowned and said, since we're here, we should have a good time. Her voice was not soft, and the people in the market visibly frowned deeper. She wanted to infuriate this group of people. The more uncomfortable they were, the more pleased she felt. A flash of surprise crossed Shengrong's eyes, which quickly turned gentle, simply because Mo11 was the only one who did not ask him what mistake he had made. Generally, when people see him being ostracized, they would surely ask, what did you do to make them hate you so much? And he might answer in his heart, I don't know. As long as I live one more day in this world, I will have one more reason to be disliked. The laughter of two children echoed through the street as they held hands, living in their own little world, especially the girl, whose joyful expression perfectly embodied the phrase two-person world. It was called a two-person world because no one dared to approach them. Most people, regardless of gender or age, kept their distance, fearing they would attract bad luck, with some even waving their hands as if to shoo away dirty air. Yet despite this, they cleared a wide path for Mo11 and allowed them to play and frolic freely. Mo11 blocked out the idle chatter of the surrounding women. She knew these people did not welcome Shengrong, so she used her own voice to cover up the malicious accusations. As she walked, she noticed an old man selling candied hawthorns not far away, surrounded by several children who crowded around him tightly, with only the tall candied hawthorns glistening red and appetizing in the sunlight. The children begged the old man to give them a few, some jumping up to reach the candied hawthorns, while others clung to the old man's clothes, saying something with their mouths. They had tried every sweet talk imaginable, but the old man was out to make money, so how could he easily give away the candied hawthorns for free? Mak Wanwan's eyes darted around, and her bright gaze seemed to lock onto the old man, who was cornered and nearly invisible. She quickly dragged Shung Rong over to the candied hawthorn stand, and as soon as they appeared, the group of children dispersed. The old man was about to make a run for it, but he was no match for the speed of those kids, and was caught by Mak Wanwan by the sleeve. Chapter 7. Sweet candied hawthorn. The old man trembled as he faced Mak Wanwan's bright eyes. Her pure, flawless childish face remained silent, only amplifying the pleading look in her expression. The old man tugged at his sleeve, but the little girl's hand clung to it without moving. He sighed softly and took out a string of candied hawthorn, handing it to Mak Wanwan. Mo Wanwan shook her head, her hair swaying along with it. She intensified her charm, her big, watery, adorable eyes sparkling with electricity, making her intentions clear. The old man let out a long sigh, his face turning pale as he took another of candied hawthorn and, turning his head away, reluctantly handed the candied hawthorn to them. Mo Wanwan achieved her goal and naturally let go of the old man's sleeve. The old man raised the stick embedded with candied hawthorn and quickly fled. Shung Rong stared at her in shock. Mo Wanwan didn't say a word and obtained 2 strings of candied hawthorn from the old man, while the group of children, despite their sweet talk, couldn't get anything good from him. How did Bai Kane manage to do that? Seeing Mo Wanwan and Shung Rong each holding a string of candied hawthorn, envious glances arose from the surrounding children. Mo Wanwan smiled brightly, took a bite first, puffed up one cheek, and happily urged Shung Rong, "Hurry up and eat, it's so delicious." Shung Rong incredulously shifted his gaze from her face to the candied hawthorn skewers in her hand. These were the candied hawthorns that several kids had wanted but couldn't get their hands on, and he had obtained them so easily. He took a bite with a slightly absent-minded expression, and the feeling of skepticism was instantly replaced by surprise. It was so delicious. Shung Rong immediately fell in love with the taste of the candied hawthorn, just like every child cannot resist sweetness, and after finishing the candy on the skewer, he found it hard to part with it. Mo Wanwan saw him staring blankly at the bamboo skewer and smiled sweetly. "Let's save them up. We might be able to collect a lot more." The meaning was that since they enjoyed eating them, they should have a few more in the future. Shung Rong lowered his head and collected the bamboo skewer, feeling a warm current swell in his chest. It was really nice to be with Bai Kei, like a big sister. Next, at the market, Mo Wanwan was explaining the business strategies to Shung Rong while glancing at the jewelry shops set up along the street. The jewelry in these shops was too rough. If she were to make them, they would definitely be 10 times more exquisite, but unfortunately, the current conditions didn't allow for that. Shung Rong had already noticed that her sidelong glances had darted to the shops where women often frequented at least 5 times. "We don't have any silver on us. If you want to buy something, there will be better options after we leave." Mo Wanwan retracted her scrutinizing gaze and asked Shung Rong, "You seem eager to leave Huazhou town. Do you really dislike it here?" The way the townspeople behaved made it clear how much they despised Shung Rong. Their looks were as if they were viewing a pest. But this child was considerate and attentive. So what was the reason? Seeing that Shung Rong merely looked at her calmly, with no waves in her eyes and seemingly no intention to respond, Mo Wanwan realized she might have asked a rather dull question. She shook her head and continued with his words, "I didn't intend to buy anything. I just think these accessories are not exquisite enough, but..." Mo Wanwan rested her chin in thought and came up with a feasible plan. "We can make rouge." According to the plot of the novel she had read in her previous life, it was generally easiest to make money from women's purses. Unlike making clothes, which required raising silkworms to produce silk, the principles of rouge production were simple and the materials were everywhere. Shung Rong agreed with Mo Wanwan's proposal. Rouge was indeed very deadly to a woman's wallet. In the past, her mother could spend months of saved silver just to buy a box of ordinary rouge, even if it meant going hungry for a meal. The quality of the rouge was essential. The better the quality, the more it could enhance one's complexion. As long as they met this requirement, they would surely make a lot of money. She smiled brightly at him. Shung Rong was lost in thought as he looked at her. This was the only smile he could hold on to, and this time, he absolutely would not let go of it. With the plan settled, Mo Wanwan quickly put it on the agenda. In the blink of an eye, several days passed. After the sick bird recovered, it flew back to its nest and the vegetable sprouts in the field had grown significantly over time. These are all good signs, meaning they would be able to be self-sufficient in the future. In the yard, several grass pots were stacked on a shelf, neatly holding the dried safflower juice. By adding a bit of osmanthus oil to the solidified safflower juice, they would create fragrant rouge. The rouge boxes were crafted by their hands over several days and nights. They were somewhat rough, but that did not matter. Everything was ready, just waiting to be sold at a good price. Sheng Rong looked at Mo Wan, counting the rouge, and finally couldn't help but ask, Bai Ke, are you sure we can sell the rouge? The last time they went to the market, Bai Ke must have noticed how everyone treated him, and the townspeople also recognized her, knowing about her association with him. Could she really not see such an obvious outcome? Mo Wan was silent for a moment. She had thought about this question before, but quickly dismissed it. She noted down the number of rouge on the paper beside her and asked Sheng Rong in return, how did you sneak into the market to steal food before? Sheng Rong replied very quickly, of course I disguised myself and sneaked in. Mo Wan clasped her hands together, a glimmer of cleverness in her eyes. Yes, we need to disguise ourselves. Understanding her plan, Sheng Rong dragged out the pot that had been hidden in the backyard under weeds, wiped her sweat, and said, then let's hurry up and apply it. Mo Wan peered into the basin, which was filled with wet mud, feeling insulted by the low intelligence. Did you used to just smear mud on your face and go steal things? How could Fat Air and the others recognize you? Sheng Rong pulled out a necklace with a jade pendant from the collar of her clothes. The translucent jade pendant displayed a charming blue lotus color, appearing bluish-purple under the light, but looking dark purple in normal view. The pendant was shaped like a crescent moon, about the size of half a man's palm. With intricate patterns, and through the light, one could see a faint dark red swirling within. They recognized this jade pendant. There were several dirty orphans hiding in the alleys of the market, and when the vendors saw the mud smeared on my face, they would directly classify me as one of them. Mo Wan noticed the jade pendant early on. She touched it secretly. Its icy feel was like it had just been taken out of a freezer. Both its color and the aura it gave off were filled with a sinister energy that was intimidating. You should quickly put this jade pendant away. Besides Fat Air and the others, who else has seen it? Do you know the origin of this jade pendant? Mo Wan asked 2 questions in a row. Her intuition told her that this jade pendant symbolized Sheng Rong's identity and hinted at his extraordinary background. Sheng Rong shook his head. Fat Air and the others saw it by chance. I've never shown it to anyone. I also asked my mother about its origin, but she doesn't know either. Not even your own mother knows. Could it be something you found? Thinking of this, Mo Wan looked at Sheng Rong with a heart full of pity. No wonder his mother didn't want him. During the last trip to the market, she had heard some gossip about him. Then who is your father? When his father was mentioned, Sheng Rong's body visibly stiffened. He didn't answer. Mo Wan withdrew her curiosity, realizing that she had indeed pried too much today. She sincerely apologized, saying, I'm sorry, if you don't want to talk, I won't press you. But in the future, feel free to tell me anything you want. I will be here for you. She smiled, and her words made Sheng Rong feel even more guilty about the tight knot in his heart. Bai Ke, I won't hide anything from you, except for you. I will never deceive you in my lifetime, but some things are not suitable to discuss right now. He was afraid that if he spoke, she would leave him just like his mother did, abandoning him. He lowered his head, unable to look at her as he said this. After meeting Mo Wan, the brightness he had finally revealed faded away, and the past flashed back, leaving only desolation in his heart. How could he not make Mo Wan feel pity for him? I believe you. There was no point in saying more. He could only prove it by his actions. Sheng Rong looked at her gratefully, but deep in his eyes, he was lost in thought. Chapter 8. Selling rouge with that topic included. Mo Wan shifted her focus to criticizing Sheng Rong's bad ideas about disguises. Who would come to buy our rouge with mud smeared on their faces? Plus, this mud smells so bad that customers can smell it from far away. So they won't come near our stall. She went on to rattle off a long list of complaints, while Sheng Rong simply nodded in acknowledgement of his mistakes. Yet a smile remained on his face. He had heard countless criticisms and understood those 2 words better than anyone else. But Mo Wan's teasing was the most pleasant reprimand he had ever heard. Her voice surpassed the self-talk of a yellow oriole beneath the leaves. Mo Wan felt dry-mouthed and increasingly irritated as she watched Sheng Rong's seemingly accepting demeanor. She truly doubted if this guy had any brains. To her surprise, Sheng Rong switched to flirtation mode, speaking without reservation. Bai Ke, you have such a nice voice. He consciously brought her a bowl of water, reminding her not to just talk, but also take care of her health. Then he revealed a refreshing smile. Even if you scold me, Mo11 raised an eyebrow. Is this really the 8-year-old child she knows? She took the bowl and drank heartily, actually to hide the blush that quietly crept up in the corner of her eyes. She was actually flirted with by an 8-year-old child. After finishing the water in one go, she wiped her mouth with her sleeve and pulled out a wooden box from the very bottom of the shelf. Inside were all the makeup tools she had prepared over the past few days. Besides simple face powder and eyebrow pencil, there were also modern lipsticks, contour palettes, and various brushes of different sizes and thicknesses. The materials for making these items could not possibly be found in their current resource-scarce area. And it was precisely because Sheng Rong understood this that he was curious about where Bai Ke got these things. It's known that an ordinary family would spend a considerable amount of silver to buy rouge powder, let alone face powder and eyebrow pencil. Not to mention where these strange and unseen items came from. Bai Ke, how did you get all these things? Mo11 scratched her head in embarrassment. Her voice is soft as a mosquito's buzz. I discovered that I can freely change between human and beast forms. I secretly took these things from the county magistrate's wife's room. Sheng Rong was somewhat surprised. She actually stole these things from the county magistrate's wife's room? That was quite bold. However, this only explained half of it. He pointed at the strange lipsticks and contour palettes and asked, "Are these things also from the county magistrate's wife's residence?" Every time he went to the market to steal food, he had browsed all the shops and had never seen these items. Meeting Sheng Rong's piercing gaze, Mo11 felt even more embarrassed. I took everything from the county magistrate's wife's makeup box, then left the face powder and eyebrow dye, and took everything else apart to make new ones myself. This time, she felt that saying stealing seemed a bit too shameless, so she cleverly changed it to took. You took everything and even took it apart. Sheng Rong held his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. What do you do with these? At this point, Mo11 became more confident. Wasn't she doing all this for their livelihood plan? It was much better than someone who wanted to smear mud on their face, waiting for the day to be exposed while hoping to get away with it. She defended herself. Disguise technique. Sheng Rong had never heard of such a thing as a disguise technique, but he was ready to hear the explanation. Mo11 deliberately waited for a while, and, seeing that someone did not ask a question, curiously said, "Why don't you ask what it is?" Sheng Rong calmly looked at her and replied, "You will tell me in due time." Mo11 awkwardly raised her hand to her lips and coughed twice. "Actually, even if I explain it, you might not understand, so it's more practical to just get started." With that, she began to work quickly on Sheng Rong's face. Her hands moved as if they were enchanted, skillfully using each tool in turn, her fingertips dancing gracefully. In just a short quarter of an hour, their appearances underwent a dramatic transformation. The so-called disguise technique involves changing a person's facial features, and it can also alter one's age. Through the reflection in the water basin, Sheng Rong could vaguely see an aging face, so unfamiliar that he couldn't even recognize himself. Is this the art of disguise? At this moment, he genuinely admired Bai Ke. She truly was one of a kind, the most unique woman in the world. Mo11 showed a proud expression. It wasn't self-promotion, as even in modern times. Few possess her extraordinary skills. So what are we waiting for? Let's set up our stall now. She confidently pushed a homemade cart, already filled with neatly arranged rouge boxes, and walked towards a market with Sheng Rong. They chose a bustling spot at the market, a thoroughfare frequented by many, and began to set up their stall. The two deliberately hunched over, slowing their movements to appear quite convincing. Before long, the rouge boxes were displayed on the ground, and at first passers-by merely walked by, but they all turned back to take a glance. Mo11 saw a girl approaching and wanted to test their rouge. She caught the girl and started to praise her. "Oh my, you are so lovely, even without any makeup. You are a beauty. If you use our rouge, it will be even more stunning." The girl, hearing this, was moved and walked over excitedly to take a rouge box, asking, "Old lady, is this rouge easy to use?" Mo11 smiled like a wrinkled flower, leisurely bringing over a box and recommending, "This box is for trial use. Why not give it a try, young lady?" The young lady smiled charmingly. "You're so straightforward, old lady. This business is sure to succeed." She then used her fingertip to scoop a small piece of the rouge from Mo11's hand and slowly blended it on the area between her thumb and index finger. Looking at the color, it was indeed quite good. Seeing that this sale was nearly secured, Mo11 didn't feel the need to overdo it. She knew the young lady would likely want to buy it, especially since it's rare for a merchant to offer free product trials. "Old lady, I'll buy it." In no time, the young lady reached into her purse. A box of rouge cost 1 tael of silver. Mo11 handed a box of rouge to the girl, while Sheng Rong took the money from her hand. He felt that these few words had decisively influenced the girl's decision, and he couldn't see the hidden intricacies behind it. He watched as the passers-by calmly walked past their stall, feeling a bit out of place. This was his first time being so openly present at the market. This time, he didn't receive disdainful looks or verbal abuse. Everything felt very natural, almost unreal. Once the first sale was confirmed, the subsequent business began to flow much more smoothly. Sheng Rong had never seen business go so well on the first try. Especially memorable was the first girl who came to buy the rouge. She didn't even ask the price before deciding to buy it. But he didn't have time to ponder, as he became busy right away. He was responsible for giving change, while Mo Wanwan handled the sales pitch. Their cooperation was seamless, and the business became increasingly lively. "Oh, this delicate girl is so beautiful, with smooth and flawless skin. Why not try our box of rouge?" At first, Mo Wanwan had to put in some effort to attract customers, but after a morning, she hardly had to say a word, as women passing by would flock to them. Chapter 9. The Disaster Star. Going home, they only took a break to drink some water after selling out all the rouge at their stall. The sky was ablaze with the colors of sunset. Sheng Rong counted the silver coins in his hand and cheerfully asked, "How did you make these women go so crazy?" He had never seen women behave so wildly before, and it had already frightened him quite a bit. Mo Wanwan drank 3 bowls of water before she had the time to respond. Customers are the best marketing channel. At first, no one dared to come because no one had used our blush, so they didn't know how good it was. Once 1 or 2 people come by, they will think our blush must be excellent, and they won't hesitate so much. Speaking of which, women's purchasing desire is truly crazy no matter the era or place. However, it's not just their efforts that make the business so hot. It's also related to the location they chose. This place is perfect, and she doesn't understand why. Among so many stalls in the morning, this spot is the only one without a vendor. As Mo Wanwan pondered this question, a group of thugs approached from not far away. These thugs had initially assumed that the 2 elderly people wouldn't cause any trouble, but to their surprise, business was booming, and the once full stalls were now completely empty. "Hey, hand over the protection fee." One of the punks walked up to the stall, extending a hand and making a casual gesture, clearly asking for money. "How much do you want to collect?" Mo Wanwan didn't forget that she was currently pretending to be an old lady. Her voice was hoarse and slow, and her performance was convincing. But this only made the group of robbers more arrogant. The punk arrogantly asked, "How much?" Whatever you earn, we want 90%. He thought leaving 1% was a show of conscience, not realizing that giving only 1% of the money to the hardworking old lady was more insulting than taking everything. "You are robbing." Sheng Rong couldn't care less about maintaining the old man image at that moment. He straightened up and confronted them, no longer hunching his back, glaring fiercely at the punk. If looks could kill, the punk would have died 1,000 times under that gaze. Those eyes were as cold as if they could freeze icicles. Just a glance seemed capable of freezing someone to death. If it weren't for the fact that he looked like an old man, the punk might have fled in panic with his men. "Old man, this is the rule, do you understand?" After saying that, the punk kicked Sheng Rong aside and picked up the fallen money pouch, intending to leave. Sheng Rong was kicked back half a meter and felt that the kick was very light, posing no real threat. It might be related to the fact that they had been eating the meat of forest beasts for the past few days, which had increased their strength considerably. Mo Wanwan couldn't stand anyone laying a hand on her child, and was furiously imagining how to twist the head off the punk. She scanned the area, and everyone around her fell silent, immediately turning their heads away to pretend nothing was happening when they met her gaze. She couldn't rely on calling for help. She had to take action herself. Mo Wanwan rolled up her sleeves and prepared to intervene, but Sheng Rong beat her to it. She felt a gust of wind rush past her, fast enough to seem like it could slice through the air. A fleeting, petite black shadow darted into the group of thugs, and Sheng Rong's movements were like a giant snake slithering through them. By the time everyone reacted, the punk and the other thugs were all down, lying on their backs, frothing at the mouth, with no survivors. The crowd was terrified, their breaths caught in their throats, until a shrill scream from an unknown woman shattered the eerie silence, and people finally realized what had happened. Sheng Rong quickly came to his senses. His disguise had melted away the moment he made his move. When the crowd recognized him, they wasted no time in hurling insults and blame at him, like a torrential downpour of sharp knives stabbing him. Boom! Even the heavens showed no mercy. The rain came pouring down, each drop hitting the ground heavily, mixed with various accusations that were as harsh and venomous as they could be, wishing for his death, wishing he had never existed. "Murderer! You caused your mother to be captured by villains. You caused your father to fall off a cliff. And now you want to harm us too." The day you spent in Huazhou town made us all restless. Just leave. You disaster bringer. Yes. We all fear that one day you'll turn into a monster and eat everyone. These hurtful voices seemed eager to pierce the thin frame of this child like a sieve. Sheng Rong stood there with his fists clenched, trying to defend himself, but the bodies on the ground wouldn't allow it. His eyes were filled with sorrow. It was these people who had wounded him day after day, year after year, and he was already too exhausted to argue. Is this the dark world where he hides like a rat? Mo Wanwan watched the person trembling in the rain, standing at the center of everyone's accusations, becoming a glaring target. She couldn't bear it. Mo Wanwan's heart twisted tightly, filled with not only heartache but also anger. Tears streamed down her face as she couldn't bear to see him so hurt. Ignoring the pouring rain, she rushed forward and hugged him. Her disguise was washed away by the rain, and she held him tightly, wanting to share his pain. The boy looked down and saw the girl, crying intensely. His nose tinged with bitterness as he trembled and reached out a hand to gently touch her back. Gradually, he also embraced her tightly and began to cry uncontrollably. Thunder rolled in the clouds, almost wanting to descend and play. The rain grew heavier, and the remaining people on the street hurriedly sought shelter, leaving only the two of them to weep in place. After their tears had flowed, the rain continued to fall softly. Mo Wanwan took Sheng Rong's hand and forced a smile, saying, "Let's go home." Sheng Rong sniffled and softly replied with an silently following Mo Wanwan back home. The long journey home felt like the sudden downpour of rain, slowly washing away the scars that the long years had left in his heart. He had long forgotten when he began to accept this blame, as if he had been deprived of all possibilities related to luck since the day he was born. He was just an unfortunate disaster, a killer who could devour people. His existence might simply be a mistake. Sheng Rong had gotten used to the thoughts repeating in his mind, constantly denying himself as if that would make him numb to the harm others inflicted on him. But now he realized that he could also be willful, just like at this moment when he wanted to stubbornly hold on to Bai Kei's hand. If possible, he hoped to never let go for a lifetime, because she did not stand with that group of people to blame him, because she did not ask him why everyone hated him, because she said, "Let's go home." At that time, he cried while holding her, like a child who fell and hurt himself, like a child punished by parents for making a mistake. He was just a fragile child who needed care and love, who needed a real home. The rain gradually lessened, and the sunlight, obscured by clouds, slowly began to shine on the road ahead. The tranquil sound of a stream could be heard from the passing forest, blending with the unique sound of the gentle spring rain, instantly making one feel relaxed. They walked slowly, not in a hurry to get home. Sheng Rong held Mo Wanwan's hand tightly, letting her lead the way, softly saying from behind, "Bai Kei, wherever you are, that is our home." The tender voice carried a hint of caution, carefully expressing feelings, as if speaking to the world after the rain had cleared. She smiled without looking back, simply saying, "Okay." It turned out that a true home is not defined by the house one lives in, but by who one is with, forming a family together. Chapter 10. She can speak bird language when they returned home. The rain had stopped, and the sky revealed a peaceful appearance. They stopped in the backyard, and Mo Wanwan felt uncomfortable with her wet clothes clinging to her body. She wanted to go inside and change into a dry outfit, but was stopped by Sheng Rong. He gazed into her beautiful eyes, his thoughts stuck in his throat, unable to be voiced. In fact, he wanted to ask, "Why didn't you ask me that day at the market why everyone avoided me? Why didn't you ask me how I just killed someone? Why do you want to help me find a way to make a living? Why don't you avoid me like those kids buying candied hawthorn? Why are you willing to stay at my home and live with me?" Initially, he had prepared himself for her to leave him just like everyone else, but she didn't. All these questions turned into a blank stare, unable to be spoken. Mo Wanwan felt goosebumps under his intense gaze and broke the silence, saying, "Are you standing here to catch a cold? Hurry back to the thatched cottage and change your clothes. There are only 2 spare sets of clothes left at home, and the ones you took off need to be washed and hung out to dry quickly." Sheng Rong watched her walk into the house, picked up a coarse linen outfit, and went to a corner covered with cloth, standing there in silence. Mo Wanwan changed out of her wet clothes while speaking to the person outside. After a busy day, "I earned quite a bit of money. If it weren't for that troublemaker, today would have been much smoother." She spoke as if everything that happened today was just a frustrating day, which made Sheng Rong feel that there was nothing that couldn't be overcome. After her one-sided chatting, the continent of Yunxi welcomed the night. The candlelight flickered as they hastily finished dinner. Mo Wanwan sat at the table counting coins, indignantly complaining, "It's all that shameless person's fault. I need to change my look next time." Most of the old man and old woman appearance she put on this morning had likely been remembered by the townspeople. and it wasn't wise to reuse it. She had chosen to disguise herself as an old lady because they were all children, short and not tall, which was the most convenient. Sheng Rong deceived Mo Wanwan by saying he wanted to sleep early, and at that moment, he was facing away from the candlelight, curled up and pretending to be asleep. He heard all her complaints, but was puzzled about what shameless meant. She seemed to often say things that were hard to understand, and he just felt that she was still so cute when she was complaining. That night, Mo Wanwan slept like a pig, snoring loudly. She even kicked the blanket off. Sheng Rong repeatedly covered her with the blanket, afraid she would catch a cold from being exposed all night. He smiled with his eyes. By night, she seemed like his little sister again. Her sleeping posture was quite worrying. The next day, when he opened the window, it was accompanied by the dawn of a new beginning. Everything looked vibrant, and the wind carried the refreshing scent of rain and dew. Mo Wanwan leaned half of her body out of the window and took a deep breath of fresh air, truly loving the unpolluted nature. She closed her eyes to enjoy the tranquility when suddenly she heard a bird call that sounded somewhat familiar. Opening her eyes, she discovered it was the strange bird they had saved earlier that had come back to find them. After recovering from its illness, the strange bird had changed from its previous disheveled state, standing proudly on the windowsill with its head held high, indicating its nobility. Mo Wanwan was filled with surprise as she ran out of the thatched cottage, ready to tell Sheng Rong. When she arrived at the backyard and saw Sheng Rong, she found the yard filled with strange birds. If one didn't know better, they might think this was a nest of bizarre birds. What was going on? Rather than feeling confused, she began to cast questioning glances at the strange birds perched on the windowsill. Could it be that this little guy was causing trouble? Sheng Rong also wanted to ask what was happening. He wasn't so easygoing as to agree to let these unpalatable strange birds stay in their home. Without any value as food, these birds were becoming more and more of a nuisance in his eyes. At that moment, one of the strange birds flew from the windowsill to Mo Wanwan's hand, chirping excitedly. Mo Wanwan glanced at the strange bird, showing a look of shock, then translated. "Hello. My benefactor, I am the chief of the Pugula bird tribe. We have decided to temporarily stay here with you. A strange door has appeared in the forest, and we do not know what it is, but all the animals that approach the strange door have died. For the survival and reproduction of my tribe, I have brought them to your home." Sheng Rong looked at Mo Wanwan with a strange expression. When did she learn to talk to birds? All right, the white sparrow is a spirit beast of the bird tribe. Mo Wanwan was puzzled by her ability to talk to animals, but the strange bird spoke urgently. So she had no choice but to keep chattering and translating. "My benefactors, I believe you must be generous and forgiving. Please allow us to stay here for a few days. By the way, my people are hungry. Please prepare some food for us." The more Mo Wanwan translated, the more her voice trembled with anger. She raised an eyebrow, wondering how she hadn't realized this bird was so thick-skinned. When Sheng Rong heard the strange bird mention food, he quickly turned his head to look at the fields in the yard, where the group of birds had already pulled out the not fully grown radishes from the ground and started to eat them, chattering among themselves. Mo Wanwan's gaze shifted to the fields, and she was immediately infuriated, jumping up and down. "Do you really think this is your home? I haven't agreed to let you ruin my fields." As she spoke, she unceremoniously tossed aside the strange bird on her hand and rushed into the backyard to chase away the group of thieving Pugula birds. Sheng Rong raised his eyebrows as he looked at the Pugula tribe leader that had fallen to the ground, and a thought came to his mind. Where is the strange door you mentioned? The Pugula tribe leader, injured from the fall, had just recovered from old wounds only to sustain new ones. It shook its feathers and said irritably, "You barbaric humans. The strange door is not a place you can easily approach. Even the powerful beasts of the forest cannot get close." Sheng Rong heard the noisy chirping, and he guessed that only Mo Wanwan could understand what the bird was saying. He hadn't planned to communicate with this bird. His earlier question was a demand, and the bird had long lost the opportunity to refuse. He grabbed one of the Pugula tribe leader's wings and headed to find Mo Wanwan. "It will take us to see the strange door in the forest. Let's go take a look." The Pugula tribe leader could understand what he was saying. Its pupils dilated, and it began to twist and struggle wildly, protesting, "You barbarian, let go of your tribe leader." The tribe leader didn't say it wanted to go. Mo Wanwan was first puzzled, and then realized what was happening. So she began to pretend to be deaf and mute. "Since Chief Pugulu is so enthusiastic, let's go take a look at that strange door." The two hit it off immediately, not giving Chief Pugulu a chance to escape, and they lifted his wings to the beast forest. When they reached a fork in the road, Sheng Rong held Chief Pugulu up to eye level and asked, which direction? One of Chief Pugulu's wings was being held up, while the other quickly pointed in a direction, making chirping sounds. "Humph, I want to take you to the strange door. Do you think I'm stupid? Mo11 glanced at the foolish leader of the Pugula tribe. Don't forget there's someone here who can understand you. Isn't it silly to spill your heart out? No one is more foolish than that. Okay? Sheng Rong did not immediately head in the direction pointed by the wings. He had already chosen the opposite path without Mo11's reminder. Mo11 couldn't help but laugh and said, "How do you know this path is the right one and that you haven't been fooled by that bird?" Sheng Rong gripped the wing of the Pugula tribe leader tightly, causing the leader to chirp in pain. He calmly analyzed. Given its timid and fearful demeanor, it's easy to guess that it would definitely lead us down a false path. Chapter 11. The forest monster gate having figured out the trick, the Pugula tribe leader, being pulled along by Sheng Rong, became increasingly terrified as they ventured deeper into the forest, his entire body trembling along with his feathers. Mo11 sensed the tension in the body of the Pugula chief. Its bird claws were no longer frantically waving as if trying to escape, but instead were stiff and motionless, making it clear how nervous it was. "Are you very scared?" The Pugula chief seemed to swallow hard, its eyes darting around, and its chattering was much lighter than before. "Last time I passed by that strange door, many animals were gnawed on, leaving only bones. It was truly terrifying, and I don't want to become a pile of bones too." Mo11 paused for a moment, but didn't feel afraid upon hearing those words. After all, if something really happened, she could secretly glance at Sheng Rong. With this powerful weapon around, she felt completely unafraid. She was certain that her time spent with Sheng Rong these days, along with some evidence, indicated that Sheng Rong was not an ordinary child. So if something terrifying were to happen later, staying close to Sheng Rong would ensure her safety. Sheng Rong clearly sensed the change in Mo11's aura. Her initial fearlessness shifted to a slightly serious expression as she became vigilant of her surroundings. What did it say? Sheng Rong's demeanor was calm, even more composed than that of an average adult. Mo11 shrugged to ease the tense atmosphere. "It's nothing, just that the strange door eats flesh and blood, and many beasts have been gnawed down to just bones." While speaking, her gaze flicked toward Sheng Rong, hoping to find a trace of panic on his face, but she was unsuccessful. Sheng Rong indeed had life experience typical for his age, but his intellect far surpassed his appearance. He asked with a meticulous mind, "I am very familiar with this forest. When did the strange door appear?" Familiar, in this case, meant that he had essentially roamed the beast forest during the days when he often came to look for the giant egg. "Chirp, chirp. It said it appeared a week ago. How many dead animals are there?" "Chirp, chirp. It said there were hundreds." Chief Pugula watched these two tiny kids exchange words, their steps still light and agile, unlike the heavy steps of someone afraid. They were not at all afraid of the strange door. They only found these two too terrifying. But no matter how terrifying, they would ultimately become the strange door's meal, and it did not want to seek death. Sheng Rong noticed that the bird in his hand was struggling fiercely to survive, its posture awkward as it pecked sharply at his palm, until a bit of red oozed out. He cried out in pain, his grip loosening slightly, giving Chief Pugula the chance to slip away and flap its wings to escape. Mo11 gently grabbed Sheng Rong's injured hand and blew on the wound. "Does it hurt?" Sheng Rong smiled slightly. "It doesn't hurt, but you can blow on it a little more." Montak Van was speechless. What time was it? He could still tease her. Now she could feel that they were very close to the strange door. It wasn't hard to notice because ever since they stepped in here, the noisy sounds of the forest had suddenly vanished, leaving an eerie silence. From a distance, a faint scent of blood, seemingly intentionally masked, wafted over. Presumably, this strange door was also a skilled hunter. "In a moment, we must stick closely to each other and not separate." Mo11 timidly spoke, inching closer to the person beside her. She simply couldn't maintain her composure like Sheng Rong for so long. Sheng Rong sensed her dependence and felt good, becoming a bit nonsensical in his speech. "Then hold my hand tightly. If you're really scared, just rush over and hug me. Just listen. Is this something an 8-year-old would say?" Mo11 shot him a glare. "I would do this even without your reminder." As she spoke, her little hand took the initiative to hold his. If Chief Galu of the Ropa tribe were still around, he would probably be overwhelmed by the display of affection from the two 8-year-old kids. Mo11's face turned red as she hurriedly said, trying to cover up her quickening heartbeat, "Then let's hurry up. I'm worried the vegetables in the backyard will be eaten up." Oh heavens, when did she, Mo11, an adult soul, start to blush and have a racing heart for an 8-year-old child? Could she have a pedophilic tendency? Then I should leave. His tone was gentle as he looked at the shy girl with her head down, his eyes filled with affection. Mo11 didn't dare to raise her head to look around, keeping her gaze fixed on Sheng Rong's footsteps. After an unknown amount of time, the footsteps in front suddenly stopped, and she instinctively bumped into his thin back. Sheng Rong ignored her carelessness and instead stared at the strange door ahead, remaining silent. As he got a clearer view, his brows furrowed tightly and his deep black eyes darkened. Mo Yuan knew that they had arrived at their destination, her heart racing with anxiety. So nervous that she forgot to breathe. She looked up and turned her gaze away from Sheng Rong, focusing on what lay ahead. In her line of sight was a sinister door emanating an eerie dark purple glow, like a leaking source of magic. This glow seemed to form tendrils that captured nearby living prey. The tendrils, which had been quietly hunting, stopped their movements the moment they saw them. The dark purple hands sinisterly retreating back into the door. The entire frame of the strange door was as translucent as jade, while inside was boundless darkness, housing a pulsating crimson heart, surrounded by countless specks of dust. These specks occasionally formed strands of dark red that circled the heart, seemingly supplying it with blood, giving off an enchanting yet ominous feeling. This sensation was like Mo Wanwan shifted her gaze from the strange door to Sheng Rong's back. From the delicate nape of his neck, she could still see part of a hanging rope made of hemp. His crescent-shaped jade pendant also displayed an enchanting dark purple color. Now that she thought about it, the dark red streak inside the pendant looked even more like a blood-like crimson. Mo Wanwan had previously wondered whether Sheng Rong's identity was good or evil, and now she had the answer. Sheng Rong stood frozen in place, his mind drawn to the crimson heart within the strange door, unable to look away. The heart of the strange door beat more vigorously with each moment after seeing him, as if it were trying to communicate with him. He tried to empty his thoughts to listen, and a familiar yet unidentifiable voice repeatedly said to him, "Master, wake up quickly." Mo Wanwan looked at the strange scene in front of her and thought to herself, "Oh no, Sheng Rong has resonated with this door. Could it be that the demonic heart within him has risen and he is going to become a demon king?" Thinking back to a few days ago, when she witnessed Sheng Rong's pitiful childhood, isn't this just the standard plot for a demon king? She held her head in her hands, wondering if a single MMP could express her current state of collapse, and with the sparks and ambiguity of the past few days. Has she hooked up with a mini version of a demon lord? Mo Wanwan felt that the only thing she could be sure of was that the strange door wouldn't attack them. But it was best to leave this place before figuring out the situation. She, bold and small, grabbed Sheng Rong's hand and sprinted in the opposite direction. The strange door was unwilling to let them go, extending its dark purple, ghostly hands to claw at them. One of the magical hands lunged toward them, and Mo Wanwan barely dodged it, causing the hand to stab into the ground where they had just been, creating a hole and illustrating the danger of being hit by it. Chapter 12. The county chief wants you to go there. The magical hand pulled itself out of the ground and quickly followed in the direction they were escaping. The noise from the hand's destruction was so loud that it finally pulled Sheng Rong back from his reverie. By the time he reacted, Mo Wanwan had already entered full sprint mode, effortlessly dodging however many dark purple hands tried to ambush them. Her speed was astonishing, almost like a racing cheetah. Even more than that, Sheng Rong felt the fierce wind howling past his ears, and he finally had a thought that belonged to a child his age. What exactly is Bai Ke? Truly worthy of being a spirit beast. At that moment, a bird was leisurely flying in the sky, interpreting its behavior as fleeing, looking down to see the astonishing scene unfolding in the forest. So shocked that it couldn't close its beak. In the forest, Sheng Rong was lifted by the wind due to his incredible speed, his feet off the ground as he was dragged along by Mo Wanwan in a horizontal position. Mo Wanwan's calves visibly bulged more than usual, with veins popping out, demonstrating her explosive power. But that wasn't the scariest part. Behind them were a dozen robust, deadly magical hands that followed closely, each one deadly in its approach. Yet Mo Wanwan deftly dodged them with her agile form. From a distance, it looked like there was a massive storm in the middle of the forest, threatening to tear it apart. If it weren't for the exceptional eyesight of Chief Pugulu, one might think the terrain of Huazhou Town was about to change. Chief Pugulu put away its relaxed attitude, quickly flapping its wings to enter true escape mode, chattering nonstop. "Oh my, this is terrifying." It was still quite frightened, nearly losing its balance several times and almost falling from the sky. It needed to hurry back to warn its tribe. They couldn't stay there any longer and had to evacuate quickly. Mo Wanwan still couldn't use her wings. After all, she didn't know what species she was. She always thought her original form was just a powerful lizard. She ran for about half an hour, taking several wrong turns, wasting half her time just going the wrong way. It wasn't until she completely escaped the beast forest, where the dark purple magic hand could temporarily not reach anything outside the forest, that Mo Wanwan wiped her sweat and stopped. However, Sheng Rong was not in good condition. As soon as Mo Wanwan stopped, he stumbled to a nearby bush and began to dry heave. If she remembered correctly, they hadn't had breakfast that morning. He would rather vomit something out than continue dry heaving. Once he felt better, they continued on their way home. Upon returning home, Chief Pugulu had already taken the bird flock away before them, but the vegetables in the field had long been ravaged, and there was nothing intact to be found. For Chief Pugulu, the danger posed by these two children was no less than the sudden appearance of a devouring monster in the depths of the forest. That girl possessed enough power to rival the entire forest of beasts, and he dared not provoke her. Mo Wanwan heartily picked up the leftover vegetables on the ground, her pitiful little face almost convincing people that she was innocent and harmless. Sheng Rong rubbed his slightly sour stomach, recalling previous experiences, and felt nauseous again. He stepped forward to help Mo Wanwan tidy up the backyard. Mo Wanwan discovered that besides the vegetable scraps in the backyard, there were also several dirt mounds. Hey, what is this? When she dug in to take a closer look, she realized it was bird droppings hidden away by the civilized-looking strange birds. So these Pugula birds eat and then just poop. They turned the carefully maintained backyard into a toilet. Mo Wanwan's face was hidden in the shadows where the light could not reach. Her hand, halfway through digging, shook violently as anger surged from her forehead when she discovered that there was not just one of these mounds, but that they were everywhere in the backyard. Noticing the smoke rising from Baikei's head, Sheng Rong, who was squatting nearby picking vegetable leaves, instinctively moved away, afraid of being caught in the fallout. Mo Wanwan was just filled with rage when Aunt Li, known for her gossip, stealthily approached the thatched cottage where Sheng Rong lived in Huazhou Town. She saw a girl in the backyard shaking with anger, her trembling foot hesitating to step out, as if she had struggled for a long time before finally taking that step. Sheng Rong. Aunt Li had always been most afraid of ghostly beliefs. Everyone in town called Sheng Rong a harbinger of disaster, and just getting close to that cottage made her face turn pale, let alone shouting the name of the disaster from her pale lips while her teeth chattered. The county chief called for that girl to come over. After delivering the message, Aunt Li quickly slipped away. Mo Wanwan suspected that she had misheard, confirming that the county magistrate was calling her, whom he had never met, instead of Sheng Rong. Could it be that her act of stealing the county magistrate's wife's cosmetics had been discovered? She looked at Sheng Rong in confusion, who was also clearly contemplating the county magistrate's intentions. He stood up and said to Mo Wanwan, "I'll go with you." He was afraid that the townspeople would cause her trouble, and he didn't want to drag her down because of his own issues. As the two held hands on their way to the county magistrate's residence, every street was closed off, and not a single person could be seen on the cold stone road, as if they had already been notified that they would pass through this place. Mo Wanwan couldn't guess the reason, but Sheng Rong could. It must be that Aunt Li spreading the word from house to house. The young servant guarding the county magistrate's residence opened the door wide, bending his body to hide behind the door, and upon seeing the two figures, he turned to report, not daring to linger for a moment, afraid of being spoken to. To be honest, Mo Wanwan found it a bit absurd. Was it really necessary for the entire town to be so afraid of an 8-year-old child? It seemed that the county magistrate's household had no money to spare for servants, sending out a pet cat to receive them and leading them all the way to the front hall, not to mention the hospitality. It was impossible for anyone to bring tea. Unlike Sheng Rong, who remained calm and composed, Mo Wanwan sat in the intricately carved circle chair, tapping her knuckles against the armrest, each sound striking the heart of the county magistrate's wife hiding behind the screen, making her jump with fear. If it weren't for the maid steadying her beside her, she would have been so scared that her legs went weak and she sat down on the spot. Originally, Huazhou Town did not fear Sheng Rong to such an extent. At most, there was disdain, dislike, and blame. However, the incident at the market was the fuse that ignited the darker side of human nature. The current development of the situation was merely a matter of time. When the county magistrate finally appeared, Mo Wanwan regarded him with an eye that could not be underestimated. Her eyesight was good, and she had already noticed the lady behind the screen. To her surprise, the county magistrate was a man in his 60s, while his wife was in the prime of her youth. Such is the greed of humanity. She shook her head and clicked her tongue in lament, causing the county magistrate's brows to twitch. This wild girl dared to challenge his authority. The county magistrate glared at her, but was immediately pierced back by Sheng Rong's cold gaze. He paused in his breath, and the scene fell into a stalemate, unsure of how to begin. They had been summoned by the county magistrate, so naturally they could wait. One played with her nails, while the other focused on admiring the one playing with her nails. They could wait as long as it took. Finally, the county magistrate could no longer maintain his composure, cleared his throat twice to break the stalemate, picked up the teacup, took a sip of the lukewarm tea, and said slowly, "Wan, please go back where you came from." What surprised her was that the county magistrate got straight to the point, showing no intention of small talk, which only intensified Wan's suspicions these past few days. Chapter 13. The true face of the county magistrate. Wan's long lashes quivered slightly, and her sharp gaze fixed on the county head. "How do you know my name is Wan?" She questioned him in a tone that was more of a statement. Only Sheng Rong in the entire Huazhou town knew her real name, and Sheng Rong only called her by Quebec. Not to mention that no one in town would be willing to speak to them. So how did the county head come to know her name? The county head assumed a mysterious demeanor, unwilling to explain too much to her, and his tone was very unfriendly. "I knew your surname and name the very first day you arrived here. I advise you to leave Huazhou town. This place cannot accommodate you." He thought to himself that the wild girl should understand his meaning and know to be sensible. Wan sneered. "Oh, how strange. Have you sent someone to secretly observe me? But I don't think you have that capability. You advise me to leave, but don't tell me why. My legs are mine, and I can stay as long as I want, depending on my mood." After saying this, she straightened her back, her demeanor clearly saying, "What can you do to me?" The county magistrate squinted his eyes and threw the teacup to the ground, speaking with undeniable authority. "Because you have disrupted the fortune of Huazhou town." The county magistrate was known for his quick temper, and the sudden sound of the porcelain bowl shattering made the county magistrate's wife behind the screen scream in fright. The scream angered the county magistrate, and he shot a fierce glance in her direction. Although the county magistrate's wife was hiding behind the screen, she could still sense his anger and trembled, not daring to utter another word. Hearing the county magistrate's urgent tone to drive Wan away, she retorted, "I haven't interacted with anyone in the town. How do you know I've disrupted the fortune here?" The county magistrate struggled to control his emotions and impatiently replied, "You don't need to know so much. I'm ordering you to leave. I'm not here to chat with you." His words were simply unbearable. Sheng Rong suddenly stood up, pulled Wan aside, and was about to leave, completely ignoring the arrogant county magistrate. "Let's go." At this point, he didn't want to listen to them continue this topic. In his view, such a dialogue was meaningless. No one cared for him before, and now they couldn't control him either. Sheng Rong directly led Wan away, ignoring the county magistrate, striding out of the front hall. Wan could sense Sheng Rong's anger. It was the first time she had seen him so upset. Ignored and repeatedly confronted, the county magistrate's face turned purple with anger. "You can't leave. She must go." The county magistrate's wife, hiding in the shadows, noticed the increasingly unnatural expression on her husband's face, her cheeks turning pale. She pushed aside her maid and shouted, "He's going to explode. You must leave. Get everyone out of here." She knew that the county magistrate was not human. She was aware of it. The maid hesitated at first, as she was not supposed to leave her mistress alone, but seeing the haggard face of her mistress, so different from usual, she had a bad premonition. "Madam, could it be that the screams at midnight are not from a ghost?" As she spoke, she wanted to pull her mistress away, as the madam had always treated her well. The madam's eyes glistened with tears, but the two of them kept pushing each other, repeating, "Leave quickly." She knew very well that she couldn't escape herself, so she couldn't drag others down with her. Suddenly, this scene of master and servant friendship unfolded in the hall, and Wan turned back with suspicion. She saw the once human-looking old man, now with a face bursting with thick liquid, which, when dissolved, revealed a black snake head. His body then grew smooth scales, his skin completely covered by these scales, transforming into a black snake body and tail. The black snake twisted its body, as thick as a tree trunk, stretching its clothes and straightening its head almost to break through the eaves. "Shut up." The black snake flicked its tongue, its bloodshot, dark green eyes locking onto the alluring woman with some beauty. Wan immediately understood that the entire Huazhou town was secretly controlled by this ugly black snake monster. No wonder this monster was so aware of her existence. Given its ability to control the entire town, the strength of the black snake should not be underestimated. When the county magistrate's wife faced those bloodthirsty snake eyes, her delicate features twisted in horror, and the instinct to survive urged her to turn and flee. The lady's precious figure was delicate. She usually only strolled through the garden, and she couldn't outrun the black snake. By chance, she lost her balance and fell to the ground, narrowly avoiding the black snake's attack. A piece of her clothing on her back was torn off, revealing her fair skin. But her back was already a horrific sight, covered in the marks of whiplashes that were hard to look at. This reminded Mo11 of what the maid had said. The maids thought the midnight screams in the mansion were ghostly cries, but in reality, they were the anguished screams of the county magistrate's wife being whipped by the magistrate. For years, the county magistrate's wife had been getting ready alone every morning, using powder and rouge to cover her haggard appearance, applying several layers of makeup just to achieve a slightly rosy glow. However, today, all the cosmetics in her room were missing. She had not dressed up, and her face looked terrifyingly pale. Mo11 did not know the county magistrate's wife, but before her brain could process the situation, her body had already rushed over to help the woman who was struggling on the ground. "Madam, are you okay? Can you still walk?" The surrounding buildings had been smashed to pieces by the black serpent, and the entire front hall had collapsed. Mo11 helped the lady brush off the falling tiles and stones, then turned to look at the black serpent, calculating the time needed to escape. She had previously braved the rain of debris to rush over and had already dodged several attacks. Those were just the black serpent testing her. The next attacks would be more ferocious, and one slow move could cost her life. She had to get the lady out at the very moment the black serpent made its attacking move. Not good. In the blink of an eye, Sheng noticed that the person beside him was missing and quickly scanned the chaotic scene of the collapsed buildings for Mo11's figure. When he saw her supporting the county magistrate's wife, the black serpent had already bent down. He furrowed his brows and quickly moved in front of Mo11, picking her up and dragging the other woman along as they fled the residence. The black serpent's attack had failed this time, completely enraging him. "I will kill you all." Sheng swiftly carried Mo11 and the county magistrate's wife, dashing toward the empty farmland outside the residence. They dodged several of the black serpent's surprise attacks and arrived in the golden fields of crops. He set them down, intending to use himself as bait to draw the black serpent away. He seriously told Mo11, "You two stay hidden here and don't come out." Mo11 firmly grabbed his hand as he turned away. "No, that black snake is too powerful. You definitely can't defeat it alone. Don't you remember who scared away the bullies that were bothering you before?" Sheng looked at her determined eyes, knowing her temperament, and sighed as he reminded her, "If you're hurt by the black snake, you must hide." Montak Vanvan nodded hiavidi. She knew that from their escape from the county chief's residence just now, Sheng had already awakened a part of his power and had learned how to use it. However, if she were to hide, she would only grow more anxious, and she didn't want to be frightened in a place where she couldn't see him. She wanted to face the dangers together with him. Chapter 14. Insignificant compensation. The county chief's wife was panting heavily, her face devoid of color, unable to withstand a second wave of turmoil. She noticed that they were in a field and realized that Sheng did not escape towards a market to use the people's panic and chaos to block the pursuit of the black snake, but instead led the black snake to this field where no one would appear at this time. Her expression was not good. In addition to being in a difficult situation, she also felt ashamed. Even though the townspeople had held a grudge against him for so many years, causing countless harm, he did not seek revenge and even saved her. It was too late to say sorry now. The reason Sheng did this was simply because he knew that Bai Ke would not want such things to happen. The weakness of the black snake was the area between its eyes. Just as they were about to divert the black snake, the county chief's wife pressed her lips together and said, after the first sentence was spoken, she no longer held back. "You will see a diamond-shaped silver crystal in the sunlight. This crystal is the magic core connecting to his heart pulse. It will only lose its defensive capability at dusk. That is the best time to attack. Before dusk arrives, we must not alert the snake. There is still half an hour until dusk, so we must be careful." The last sentence was indistinguishable as to whether she was praying for herself or for Sheng and Mo11. She could only take a gamble. If these two children did not survive, the next one to die would be her, because only she knew this secret of the black snake. But if they survived, at least it would be a small, insignificant compensation for this town and for this child. "Why should we trust you?" The boy looked down at the woman kneeling on the ground, his eyes filled with detachment and coldness. Sheng was not grateful for the information she provided. He would rather believe that these people wished for his death than that they would want him to live. Did they think of giving him hope even at this moment, only to shatter that hope later? Wasn't that what they were best at? With death at hand, do you think I would still deceive you? The woman forced a bitter smile, choosing not to defend herself. The county chief's wife was not surprised by Sheng reaction. On the contrary, she felt that his wariness towards her was justified. If he were not a bit cautious, Facing people like them who harbored prejudice and malice even towards children, he would have long been consumed by the darkness of human hearts. She gave a self-deprecating smile. By this comparison, they might not be much better than that ugly black snake, and perhaps even worse. Mo11 took Sheng Rong's hand, hoping to convey warmth through the residual heat in her palm, and said, "Sheng Rong, I believe her." It wasn't hard to speculate how the county magistrate's wife learned about the black snake's weakness. A woman like her, with beauty and a certain family background, must have a proud heart. How could she be content to live in humiliation under the black snake's oppression? She must have attempted to escape, but was discovered by the black snake, who deliberately revealed the weakness to her, intending to use her vulnerability to torment her. Even if she knew how to kill him, she would have no strength to do so, ultimately left in despair, barely surviving beside the black snake. Before leaving, Mo11 glanced at the county magistrate's wife and said, "Take care of yourself." She didn't apologize because she believed that the people of Huazhou town didn't deserve thanks. They owed Sheng Rong too much, and even a life in atonement wouldn't be enough to make up for their sins. As they left the fields, Sheng Rong hadn't devised a strategy to deal with the black snake. During their aimless escape, Mo11 thought of an idea. Let's lure the black snake to the strange door. Sheng Groinoded, understanding BQ Esplan. The two of them took a wide turn from the northwest towards the eastern beast forest. Meanwhile, the black snake followed their scent to the fields. With a keen sense of smell, he knew the two kids had already left the fields but didn't rush through. Instead, he leisurely searched for another scent in the sea of rice. Before long, his snake eyes found the lady hiding among the rice stalks. "Madam," he called subtly. The county magistrate's wife stared in terror, her eyes wide as she faced the black snake's massive head, her throat hoarse and unable to make a sound. She had no strength to escape, nor time for despair. She closed her eyes and let the black snake handle her. Over the years, the self-esteem and pride cultivated in her as a young lady had been completely destroyed. She realized she was just a weak woman. The black snake's bloodshot eyes narrowed, revealing a bloodthirsty desire, and in one gulp, he swallowed her whole. He let his stomach churn for a while, digesting the bones completely with gastric juices before continuing to track Sheng Rong and Mo11's scent. Sheng Rong and Mo11 moved lightly like swallows into the dense woods, but stopped at that moment, both balancing on a thick branch, waiting for the black snake to appear. The black snake left the devastated fields behind, not taking the long way around like Sheng Rong and the others, but instead taking a shortcut, his agile body following the scent. His snake eyes narrowed and widened. Having just devoured a piece of flesh, the blood in his veins surged, and he darkly vowed, he must kill these two kids. Seeing the black tail sweeping through the dust from a distance, Mo11 and Sheng Rong exchanged glances, deliberately raising their voices to provoke him. "Ugly snake, we're right here. Why did it take you so long to catch up? Haven't you been exercising enough? With such a big body, it must be exhausting. You should lose some weight." The black snake narrowed his eyes, displaying his snake's malice. He sneered, flicking his bright red tongue. "Ha, what a joke." To him, these two kids were like rabbits waiting to be eaten. What benefit did it bring to provoke him? He had no intention of delving into the prey's motives. Indeed, predators never consider the feelings and thoughts of their prey. To him, their resistance and efforts were futile. The black snake's fierce eyes fixed on Mo11 and the others, as if his gaze was sketching a cage around them. With every second, the blood within him surged, craving and clamoring for slaughter and blood. He wanted to eat flesh. The black snake rampaged across the ground, and Mo11 smirked, saying, "Good, he's taking the bait." After saying that, the two quickly darted deeper into the forest. But Mo11 did not let her guard down just because she successfully lured the black snake. The current situation was like a wolf in front and a tiger behind. They still had to face another potential danger. How could the black snake allow them to roam freely in the forest, going wherever they pleased? With a swing of his massive tail, he knocked down a row of green trees in their direction, and with double the force, the trees sank rapidly, leaving Mo11 and the others no time to react. Mo11 looked in Sheng Rong's direction. A green tree was falling directly towards him. In a split second, she leaped on her toes, forcefully pushed Sheng Rong away, and her left leg was severely injured by the impact of the falling tree. In a moment of urgency, she performed a graceful turn, using the wind to kick the trunk several meters away, completing a series of cool moves. Chapter 15. The death of the black snake finally having a moment of respite, her left leg began to ache faintly, and Mo11 winced in pain. Crouching down and hugging her leg, Sheng Rong, who had been pushed away, rushed to her side, anxiously examining her wound. The collision had struck her left leg bone, and there were obvious bruises on her skin. "Can you still walk?" His worried gaze seemed to drown her. Under his gaze, Mo11 felt her throat itch. She awkwardly shook her head, two blushes creeping up her cheeks, looking extremely cute. Sheng Rong's throat moved slightly, suppressing the impulse to kiss her. Before Mo11 could get up, he decisively and effortlessly picked her up in his arms. With a surprised exclamation, she found herself in his embrace. Mo11 wrapped her arms around his neck, not refusing but instead resting her head against his chest, allowing him to hold her like this. Sheng Rong gritted his teeth, making a note of the black snake, planning to settle the score later. In fact, he could have easily dodged the crisis just now. But he didn't expect that this silly girl would rush over to push him away, only to get seriously hurt herself. He looked helpless, zigzagging through the forest, and softly cursed, "Idiot." Mo11 randomly pinched someone's neck flesh, feeling unhappy. Why did she save him only to be scolded? What kind of logic is that? Sheng Rong's running method exhausted the black snake, and he was glad that the black snake had little brains, looking like a silly girl. At the same time, he slowed down, using his peripheral vision to look around for a place to hide. The path was lined with the same kind of weeds and trees, making it hard for Mo11 to distinguish any differences at her flying speed. The swaying tree shadows gave her a headache. She raised her head and noticed signs of a change in the sky. The fish belly white gradually turning pale yellow. Dusk was approaching. And only then did she realize that Sheng Rong was not running in the direction she had imagined. According to the plan, they should have already reached the strange door by now. "What are you doing?" As she spoke, Mo11 tried to push Sheng Rong away, wanting to get down from his arms, but he wouldn't allow it, tightening his grip. Sheng Rong felt like he was holding a little cat, which was still wriggling and fussing to get down. With no choice, he increased his strength to keep the little cat still and firmly stated, "You forgot you promised me that when you're hurt, you would hide." Mo11's eyes flashed with surprise. So he cared for her this much? Her heart raced, and Mo11 admitted that this Sheng Rong was indeed very charming. The black snake finally turned a corner and realized that it could catch that little ghost by swimming in a straight line, so it swam vigorously in that direction. This was exactly what Sheng Rong wanted to achieve. No matter how far he had to go around before, he would always return to the road closest to the strange door. After going back and forth a few times, even the dumbest fool would know which way to go. Sheng Rong stopped in front of the cave some distance from the center of the forest, placed Mo11 inside the cave, and left her with just one sentence: "Be good and wait for me to come back." Mo11 sat on the cold ground of the cave, anxiously watching him, but could not hold back the figure that went out alone. Sheng Rong jumped among the branches of the green trees, leaving the cave at the fastest speed, drawing the battlefield in the opposite direction. It took a lot of time to settle Mo11 in a hidden place, and the black snake caught up with Sheng Rong, biting off the next target that he had locked onto while jumping in the air, causing Sheng Rong to fall to the ground and be captured. The black snake pressed Sheng Rong under its tail, looking down at him with a smug smile. Is it fun? Are you tired from running? Don't worry. Soon you'll be sleeping in my belly, and you'll never have to worry about being chased by me again." He was not in a hurry to eat Sheng Rong, but wanted to enjoy the sight of his prey resisting and struggling at the last moment, standing in the sunlight. The black snake, which had just eaten, felt hunger again after some movement. It opened its huge mouth, revealing its fangs, ready to dine, and a strong stench wafted over, making Sheng Rong almost gag. Just as he was about to be swallowed, leaves suddenly flew into the air, and a dark purple, ghostly hand appeared in time to swat the black snake away, causing it to suffer internal injuries from the force. The black snake, which had fallen against the mountain wall, spat out a mouthful of blood instead of getting its meal. Sheng Rong looked at the ghostly hand with a somewhat disheveled expression and forced a smile. "Finally here, old friend." The dark purple hand, not bothering to greet Sheng Rong, began to fight with the enraged black snake. The two sides fought fiercely, and the dark purple hand sent in two waves of companions, with intertwining fluid tentacles attacking the black snake's soft spots, each strike deadly. As the sun set on the horizon, dusk arrived. Sheng Rong first took a running start and then leaped from the ground, landing on the black snake's forehead. Under the sunlight, a silver diamond crystal appeared on the black snake's forehead, about the size of Sheng Rong's palm. Originally, there was a faint layer of white light enveloping this crystal, which was the crystal's defensive membrane, but as the rays of the setting sun shone upon it, the white light gradually faded. The black snake was busy dealing with the dark purple hand. Even though it sensed that Sheng Rong was coming for its crystal, it had no time to care, only shouting, "Little brat, come down. Do you believe I'll eat you?" The more nervous the black snake became, the harder Sheng Rong tried to climb towards the crystal. Upon reaching the crystal, he decisively struck it with his bare hands. However, even without its protective membrane, the crystal was still not something a child could break with bare fists. Not even a crack appeared on it. Seeing this, the black snake became happy and tried to make him give up. Stupid little brat, do you think that just because the crystal lost its defense, you can control it? Ha ha ha, you can't break it, and your end will be me digesting you in my belly. Sheng Rong wouldn't fall for its trick. The first failed attempt did not dampen his fighting spirit. Since one try didn't work, he would come back for dozens more, hundreds more, until the crystal was completely shattered. The black snake howled in pain, its eyes bulging, its body suddenly stiffening. It was beaten mercilessly by the dark purple hand, ultimately collapsing to the ground. Meeting the king of hell. Hearing a howl that broke through the heavens, Mo Wan, who was in the cave trying to calm herself in the dark, trembled. This beastly, desperate wail was most likely the voice of the black snake, and it felt as though the sound was right next to her, making it particularly terrifying in the pitch-black cave. But after defeating the black snake, could Sheng Rong handle that strange door? Although she knew the strange door might not attack Sheng Rong, Mo Wan still stood up uneasily, enduring the pain as she hurried towards the direction of the wailing. At this moment, in the center of the forest, confirming that the black snake was dead, Sheng Rong lay on top of the black snake's head, his clenched fists relaxed, with flesh and blood bursting from his knuckles. As if knowing that the dark purple hand would not attack him, he felt a great sense of relief. He closed his eyes, wanted to rest a bit before going to the cave to find Bai Quebec. However, the moment he closed his eyes, it was destined that he would never open them again in this world. Chapter 16. The demon lord slept for 600 years. The silver crystal on the black snake's head turned into fine silver sand, wrapping him within it, while the dark purple hand dove down to the black snake's head and swiftly rolled up the sleeping Sheng Rong, bringing him quickly to the strange door. The crimson heart inside the strange door beat with a rhythm of eagerness, urging the hand not to hesitate. Obediently, the dark purple hand delivered Sheng Rong into the strange door. Sheng Rong's weary brows relaxed after absorbing the black snake's crystal. His body felt increasingly comfortable, and he was transcending to another level. Entering the infinite darkness of the strange door, the dust floating in the dark transformed into bubbles of memory, allowing Sheng Rong to recall countless fragments. Those true past belonging to him were transported into the core of his brain, everything becoming clear and distinct. It turned out he was not an unknown person at all. Mo Wan rushed to the place of the black snake's corpse, but there was no sign of Sheng Rong. At that moment, she had never felt so anxious. She felt that if she didn't see him now, she might never see him again and would lose him. Ignoring the pain in her left leg, she ran quickly, but by the time she found the strange door, it was too late. Sheng Rong was swallowed by the crimson heart of the strange door right before her eyes. The strange door's swallowing speed was too fast. Mo Wan tried to reach out to grab his hand, just a second short, and she might have been able to pull him out from the door, but in the end, her hand grasped nothing. A buzzing sound echoed in her ears, and her mind went blank. She collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, tears welling up in her eyes, but unable to fall. She didn't even know how to cry anymore. She thought they would be together for a long time. Whether it was 10 years or 20 years, they would accompany each other, just as they had promised. She thought this time she would definitely grasp happiness. But people always encounter mistakes when they are happy. She witnessed his death with her own eyes. The white clouds in the sky scattered, leaving a clear blue sky like a bright mirror. At that moment, unexpected beams of light suddenly descended, penetrating Mo Wan's body. She was enveloped in the light, becoming a thin and light soul, taken into a world filled with countless particles of dust. Mo Wan's feet hung in the air as she walked through the dust-filled clouds. Up close, the dust appeared to be bubbles, each containing all the memories of a man. Among these memories, many complex, dark aspects intertwined. But there was one bubble that floated cleanly away from the others, waiting for Mo Wan to uncover its secret. In this bubble's memory, there was no trace of a man. Instead, all the images revolved around a little girl with long, flowing hair. The girl's delicate face transformed into a variety of delightful expressions, each one captivating. Tears, previously overlooked in her eyes, suddenly fell, and soon, streams of water cascaded down Mo Wan's cheeks, uncontrollable. She bit her lip and tried to hold back, but eventually she broke down in tears, heartbroken like a girl who had lost her toy. Suddenly, a hand emerged from the air, slowly reaching out to Mo Wan. as if exploring something. The surrounding bubbles and memory images shattered abruptly. In a fleeting moment, it felt as though Mo had plunged into the deep sea, swallowing the salty seawater in her illusion. She awkwardly grasped that long, pale hand with distinct joints. However, it radiated an unfathomable depth and coldness, starkly contrasting the warmth she had expected. Everything felt like a dream, and when she opened her eyes again, she only remembered the touch of her fingertips and palm with the unfamiliar man. Before her, there was no longer Huazhou Town or the Beast Forest, but rather a grand waterfall, where a man gazed at her with a cold stare. The man sat directly beneath the waterfall, yet not a drop of water touched him, and his features bore a striking resemblance to Sheng Rong. Mo was firmly holding onto the man's hand. She gave a sheepish smile, suddenly letting go and instinctively looking around in the unfamiliar environment. Two other unfamiliar individuals stood nearby, dressed neatly and with upright postures, their appearances also quite remarkable. But they couldn't compare to the man before her in the slightest. The man's deep, chiseled features seemed as if they had been meticulously sculpted. His handsome, sword-like eyebrows slanted into his temples, and a pair of icy eyes contained the vastness of the stars, exuding a dark and charming allure. His long black hair fell casually over a luxurious robe adorned with golden edges and dark red dragon patterns, giving him a slightly languid appearance. However, the wild and fierce aura emanating from him was impossible to ignore. From head to toe, the person before her could only be described as wickedly captivating. Upon further inspection, Mo noticed that directly behind her was the shattered giant egg shell she had seen when she first officially encountered Sheng Rong. It was hard not to say that the scene was somewhat reminiscent, as if she had been hatched anew. She felt a bit dazed, realizing that everything that had happened before was merely an illusion, and the deep sensation she had just experienced, the illusion of being in the sea, was just part of her process of breaking free from the egg slime. Then who was the Sheng Rong she knew? Who was this breathtakingly handsome man before her? Surrounded by questions, Mo decided that since she couldn't make sense of it all, she would simply not try to sort these questions out. Mo raised her eyes to meet the man's frosty gaze, remaining silent as she waited for him to explain what had happened. After all, who couldn't be aloof? With her arms crossed, she truly looked like someone waiting for the person in front of her to report back. The man's deep ice blue eyes seemed lost in thought, and his tightly pressed lips, combined with his indifferent expression, cast this sudden gloom over the surrounding silence. 3 days ago, Lan Yu, accompanied by Ziying, had braved the treacherous mountains, charging into the hellish forest shrouded in dark clouds. Unlike Lan Yu, who had a keen perception of the master's aura, Ziying followed closely behind after Lan Yu carved a path with a windbreaker blade, repeatedly asking, "Lan Yu, are you sure the master has awakened?" Lan Yu responded affirmatively. "Although the fluctuations in the master's aura are not obvious, I can sense it. The master is about to awaken." Their brief exchange revealed an unusual excitement. The master had been in slumber for 600 years, punished by heavenly retribution with an eternal dream, and they had thought the demon race would never rise again. Who would have thought the master could break through the punishment of the eternal dream? Lan Yu had never dared to doubt the master's strength. The master had only revealed a glimpse of his true power to him, yet that was enough to secure his place at the pinnacle 600 years ago. Now, the situation in Yunchi continent was no longer what it once was. Judging by strength, even if the three supreme powers united, they wouldn't be able to harm the master in the slightest. For the awakened master, there were merely new young challengers. Unifying the continent was just a matter of time. Chapter 17. I am the demon lord. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Death Valley, Lan Yu and Ziying were covered in wounds. The danger level of this Death Valley was indeed as notorious as rumored. Once they entered the valley, the temperature plummeted. The barren valley was filled with a deathly aura, swirling with eerie purple mists that seemed to demand lives. The spiritual energy leaked from the purple mist was familiar to them. The master had long resided in the Death Valley, and the vast area was infused with his spiritual energy, posing a threat to any intruders. They felt their way along the cold, dark walls of the valley and found a deep cavern. As they ventured deeper, the cave widened until, at the end of the darkness, they unexpectedly emerged into a bright and beautiful paradise, hidden in the secluded part of the Death Valley. This small realm was independent of the outside world, filled with vibrant colors and picturesque scenery. However, it remained eerily quiet, with only the sound of the waterfall breaking the silence. No chirping of insects or birds to be heard. Sitting amidst the mist of the waterfall was a man. exuding an aura that warned others to stay away. His cold, chiseled face was in deep slumber, showing no signs of waking. Zi-ing glanced at Lan Yu, her eyes subtly questioning him. But Lan Yu was different. He disregarded his appearance and approached the sleeping master. Zi-ing stopped him, unable to help but lower her voice. "What are you going to do?" Lan Yu shrugged off her hand and replied softly, "I'm going to wake the master." "Aren't you afraid the master will kill you when he wakes up?" "Maybe I should go instead," Zi-ing said, tidying her appearance as she prepared to approach the waterfall. She didn't want the master to awaken after 600 years only to find someone other than her. But the master's aura was overwhelming. As Zi-ing approached the waterfall, she found herself unable to step onto the water surface. Lan Yu chuckled and covered his mouth. "Your strength is inferior to mine, so I'll go." He wasn't intentionally trying to make her look foolish. Zi-ing shot him a glare, and her body instinctively retreated. The priority was to wake the master. Lan Yu, not daring to approach carelessly, stood under the waterfall, the rushing water making him look miserable, yet the water flowed around the master, not touching him at all. The master's pressure prevented him from using his spiritual power to shield himself from the water's force. With a forlorn expression, Lan Yu endured the impact of the water and called out near the master's ear, "Master, wake up, please wake up. We still need you, without you. The entire demon race is like a scattered sand." Taking advantage of the moment, he lamented to the master about the past 600 years. How he had struggled to hold the demon race together during the master's absence, preventing them from being too badly bullied by other nations. Zi-ing could not see the actions of the two beneath the waterfall, so she waited anxiously outside. Time passed quickly, and Lan Yu still did not come out, but she couldn't go in and was left waiting. Lan Yu's mouth was parched. He cupped his hands to catch the waterfall's water, wanting to recount the details of the past 400 years. At that moment, Sheng Rong, who had been regaining his energy in the memory bubble, finally exploded with a murmur. "Lan Yu, are you trying to get yourself killed?" He then opened his cold, icy eyes, shooting a glare at the person clearing their throat beside him, his murderous intent evident, startling Lan Yu so much that he choked on his own saliva. The magnetic voice penetrated through the waterfall, and upon hearing it, Zi-ing stood frozen, tears streaming down her face in excitement. As Sheng Rong awoke, the entire waterfall seemed to be held back by an invisible cover. With the water pressure gone, Lan Yu breathed a sigh of relief, looking like a drenched chicken. Without the waterfall blocking his view, Sheng Rong immediately spotted the large white egg floating in the lake, with a stone cave above it that allowed sunlight to stream down. A barely perceptible smile graced his lips, and his gaze softened. Zi-ing stared in surprise at the master's expression, a look she had never seen since serving him. Lan Yu was different. Having served the master the longest, he had witnessed the master's gentle side, but that was when the master's father was still alive. Now, the master's demeanor had subdued his murderous aura, leaving him momentarily stunned. "Master, what is this giant egg?" Zi-ing asked, looking at the egg. "Benefactor," Sheng Rong replied, not elaborating much, his tone calm. Lan Yu was puzzled. "This giant egg is the one that rescued the master from the eternal dream? What merits does it have?" He looked at the egg with disdain, as if trying to discern something with his eyes. Sheng Rong merely sneered and slightly raised his chin towards the giant egg. "Why don't you go take a look?" Implicitly indicating that Lan Yu was talking too much. Lan Yu, disbelieving, approached the giant egg and touched its surface. The sharp scales covering the egg left deep gashes on his hand. Reacting instinctively, Lan Yu stepped back several meters, staring unblinkingly at his injured hand. How is this possible? Lan Yu's strength is second only to the master. Unless it's a vicious beast, how could it draw blood? Zi-ing exclaimed, equally shocked by the giant egg. Lan Yu looked at the giant egg again, his expression shifting from disdain to hostility. However, he didn't seem to waste time worrying about it. He remembered the purpose of their journey. He urged the master, "It's been 600 years. The demon race needs you. Let us hurry and set off." Sheng Rong showed displeasure at Lan Yu's urgency. No rush. His tone remained calm and unruffled, making it impossible to discern his thoughts. Lan Yu and Zi-ing lowered their heads. Since the master had spoken, they no longer requested to leave. They sat on a clean patch of ground, each swallowing a medicinal pill to adjust their spiritual energy and accelerate their wound healing. In the past few days, they had ventured into the Hell Forest and arrived at the Valley of Death, where the fierce and brutal beasts had inflicted serious injuries upon them. If the master weren't in such a hurry to continue their journey, they wouldn't have to endure their injuries in silence. After observing what Lan Yu and the others were doing, Sheng Rong directed his gaze toward the giant egg. his deep ice blue eyes yearning to penetrate the shell to see the person inside. He was waiting for her to hatch, and then to say the words he had never spoken. Once he said them, they could part ways without any lingering ties. This wait lasted 3 days. Mo11 was still that beautiful little girl, wearing a clean, floral dress transformed from scales, her playful and adorable demeanor just like in a dream. Still the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. The girl coldly crossed her arms over her chest, and both Lan Yu and Ziying felt a surge of anger at her disrespect towards the Lord. But since the Lord didn't speak, they couldn't take action. Meeting her bright, starry eyes, his gaze softened again. This is the Dead Valley, the other half of the Valley of Life and Death, and also the place where I have endured 600 years of divine punishment. 600 years? Divine punishment? What was he punished for? To experience such a lonely life over and over again? Before she could throw her questions at him, Sheng Rong interrupted. I am the demon lord of the demon race, and you and I also met in the eternal dream. Chapter 18, Eating Up the Dead Valley. Everything was explained clearly by him, and Mo11 understood. She lowered her eyes in thought, her expression somewhat melancholic. She was thinking about the little boy she had met for so many days, who would be gone when the dream ended. The noble demon lord in front of her was no longer that caring and lovely boy. Seeing her disappointment, Sheng Rong felt a moment of sadness in his heart, but it was quickly smoothed over by himself. Thank you. Mo11 looked up at him in astonishment. His beautiful phoenix eyes were calm and unruffled, making it impossible to discern any thoughts. He simply stated this sentence in a manner. Ziying and Lan Yu were even more shocked, their jaws nearly dropping. This was probably the only time the master had ever said thank you in his life. And it was to a girl. What made her deserving of such treatment? Their gazes directed at Mo11 were filled with increasing resentment and jealousy. Sheng Rong slowly stood up. The turmoil in the demon clan has not yet settled. I will come to find you once I have reorganized the demon palace. Lan Yu, Ziying, let's set off. He wanted to say something very simple to her. Thank you. And also, wait for me to come find you. Once he had said what needed to be said, he left only a tall, cold back for the dazed Mo11. As she regained her senses, she quickly asked before he disappeared into the darkness, is the eternal dream meant to imprison you in a lifetime of lonely reincarnation? She only hoped that the answer was not like that. Otherwise, the little Sheng Rong in her dreams would be too pitiful. How had little Sheng Rong lived through each of his lifetimes before meeting her? In this lifetime, he was only 8 years old and had already experienced the early death of his father, abandonment by his mother, disdain from the townspeople, and a childhood of being all alone. If this was just the beginning of his life, loneliness would become a black hole that devoured the heart. Such torment made her feel heartache for him, and he had endured 600 years of such reincarnation. Sheng Rong turned to look at her, and she caught her breath at his appearance, but her heart was pricked by his cold gaze. Yes, and so what? After saying this, he no longer gave Mo11 a chance to ask further questions and strode out of the cave. Lan Yu and Ziying followed closely behind. In contrast to the disdain that Ziying showed, Lan Yu cast an incredibly curious look at Mo11 just before leaving. But within that curiosity was also an undercurrent of hostility. Lan Yu felt that this girl was very strong enough that if she ever fully harnessed her own power, she could pose a significant threat to the demon lord. If she were not the benefactor who rescued the demon lord from the eternal dream, he might have dealt with this potential threat right here. The final glance Sheng Rong left her was filled with strangeness and detachment. She realized that the Sheng Rong she knew had already disappeared, so even if she chased after him to ask for clarity, it would be meaningless. Her expression gradually darkened, and then she slapped her cheeks with her small hands to regain her spirits. After that, she actually felt extremely hungry. This hunger was different from the usual kind. It felt as though the rumbling in her stomach could give her the appetite to devour an entire city. This feeling of hunger that drove one to destruction was something Mo11 had never experienced before. Gurgle, gurgle, I'm so hungry. She began to rummage through the cave for anything edible. Fortunately, this cave was full of treasures to eat, and if an ordinary person fell into this cavern, even eating a single herb would greatly enhance their spiritual power. Mo11 found a patch of mushrooms by the lake. The blue mushrooms, with their brain-freezing effect, emitted an enticing aroma, and the mushrooms, no bigger than a fist, resembled clumps of ice on the grass. She grabbed a handful and stuffed them in her mouth, chewing to reveal the elasticity of the jelly-like texture, and they were truly delicious. After finishing the blue mushrooms, she noticed egg-shaped fruits. held by the tree roots and topped with plump green leaves on a towering rubber tree. She licked her lips, quickly climbed up the tree, and knocked on these sturdy fruits that were larger than her head when seen up close. The entire tree bore fruits of various colors, greatly whetting her appetite. The flesh of the fruit resembled coconut meat. After eating it, she was left with a glossy, red seed that was as chewy as glutinous rice. The entire cave had more than just this rubber tree, and she was extremely happy as she embarked on a culinary journey within the cave. After 2 full days, Mo11 finally patted her flat belly and burped at the blue sky at the mouth of the cave. The once colorful and picturesque cave had now become barren, with even the flowers and grass having found their way into her stomach. Whenever her mouth felt dry, she drank from the lake, only to find that the lake water tasted sweet like aloe vera juice. She even slurped the waterfall like noodles, leaving the entire cave completely dried up and lifeless. During these 2 days, she was so hungry that she lost her judgment about the food. As long as she could grab it and fit it in her mouth, she stuffed it in without regard for the consequences, regardless of whether it might be poisonous or not. After eating so much, she still had no idea where the food had gone, as her belly remained flat. While digesting, she gazed at the blue sky at the cave entrance, deep in thought. She felt like a frog at the bottom of a well, seeing only this small patch of sky. This was a strange world, a continent she did not know, filled with the unknown. She could only infer from Shun's identity that this was not a technologically advanced place, but one that relied on more mystical elements for survival. Words like demon lord, heavenly punishment, and eternal dreamland made it clear that this Yunshi continent was not peaceful. With a headache, Mo11 began to think randomly about Shun again. The demon lord had endured 600 years of heavenly punishment, which forced him to endlessly repeat a lonely life filled with cold gazes and accusations in the eternal dreamland, where no one would help or love him. If her speculation was correct, it was her intrusion that broke the rules of the eternal dreamland, causing a flaw to appear, which is why the county magistrate transformed from a black snake was so eager to chase her away. This eternal dreamland was truly impressive. Every detail and character within was so lifelike. That strange door in the forest was likely the heart's door of Shun. This punishment was terrifying. What had the demon lord done to incur the heavenly punishment? Heavenly punishment. Wow, this world even as gods. How cool. However, she just wanted to farm and live a comfortable and carefree life, with no concern for any supernatural beings. As she pondered, Mo11, who always felt sleepy after a meal, lay down and fell asleep. In this sleep, something magical happened. Her bones transformed overnight into those of 17 or 18-year-old, changing from a pure and cute little girl into a beautiful young woman in just a breath's time. When she woke up and sat up, it was already dark outside. After eating and sleeping well, she stretched lazily, and when she lowered her arms, she inadvertently noticed that her arms had become longer and more slender. Shocked, she quickly jumped up to examine herself from head to toe. She had grown up, and her body was filled with strength, an indescribable sense of ease. Chapter 19. The future of the predictive fruit. She jumped around in joy for a while before realizing she needed to leave this cave that had run out of food. She pulled out a piece of luminous stone that she had found in the cave while being greedy. These luminous stones were the reason the cave remained bright even at night. Holding the luminous stone, she searched for an exit, and when she finally emerged from the cave, she was amazed by the valley outside. The entire valley was surrounded by purple mist, and through the luminous stone, she saw a small patch of amethyst intricately embedded in the cold, dark rock face, suggesting that the entire valley was filled with these amethysts. Mo11 did not know that these amethyst crystals were actually formed from the spiritual energy leaked by Shun over the past 600 years. Due to the torment he endured in the eternal dream, his control over spiritual energy became abnormal, remaining in a state of turmoil day and night, which created such an eerie phenomenon. These amethyst crystals were naturally formed, their colors transparent, resembling extraordinary stones from the mineral world, with their cores radiating a brilliant light, containing vast and bizarre spiritual power. As a treasure appraisal expert, she decisively knocked 2 pieces of amethyst and stuffed them into her sleeve, then continued to explore the Death Valley in search of an escape route. Eventually, she shone her light stone on a crevice in the mountain wall, revealing a slightly wide opening that led to a narrow path requiring her to turn sideways to pass. However, her slender figure allowed her to slip through easily without needing to turn. Outside was the perilous mountainous terrain, with the area surrounding Death Valley called the Hell Forest. Mo11 had not been outside long before she was targeted by a pack of wild beasts. In the dense forest, the number of pursuers behind her escalated from solitary beasts to packs, and there was not a single one that intended to let her go. At first, she could handle a few with ease, but as their numbers grew, she had no choice but to run. She fled in a panic, feeling like crying. "Please stop chasing me. Lizards are tough-skinned and taste bad." The sounds of their pursuit echoed throughout the hell forest, and she could not shake off these beasts. They seemed to have some kind of obsession, relentlessly chasing her. It was not until she accidentally stumbled into a valley that these beasts finally stopped, unwilling to approach even a single step closer to the valley. She squeezed through a gap into the valley, where large branches climbed up the walls on both sides, moving from the darkness to the light. Mo11 turned around to find that the beasts lingering at the entrance dared not force their way in. They still bared their teeth and looked fierce, but their halted limbs showed signs of fear and timidity, prompting her to take a closer look around. This valley exuded peace, starkly contrasting with the oppressive atmosphere of Death Valley. Surrounded by brown cliffs, the natural entrance in front of her seemed to have been opened by a giant tree. Though she did not understand what the beasts feared, she felt a growing fondness for this place after just leaving Death Valley. In the distance, the sound of flowing streams could be heard, and gentle birds and beasts were drinking water by the river. Her intrusion did not disturb this tranquility at all. At that moment, a voice slowly drifted into her ears. "Child, come over here." The gentle female voice carried a hint of wistfulness, making Mo11 imagine an elderly grandmother. Before she could actively seek out the source of the voice, a thick, old, flexible branch crawled to her feet and poked her. She froze, thinking, could it be that these beasts are afraid of this tree spirit? Following the guidance of the branch, she arrived at the roots of a colossal tree. Underfoot, she stepped on scattered fallen leaves and the huge shadows of the tree, while above her head, twisted branches spiraled. The imposing branches that blocked her view were tall and grand, supporting a unique sky above. Looking up, the endless canopy of green leaves seemed to descend from the heavens, gently brushed by the wind, falling like a shower, symbolizing ancient and mysterious colors. Hanging from the tree was a cluster of bright red grapes, swaying on the branches with a tendency to fall. Just as Mo11 approached the giant tree, this cluster of grapes began to release an irresistible allure, enticing the hunger in her stomach. Mo11 swallowed hard, resisting the temptation. Who knows, this might be the tree spirit's trick. It was already a blessing from the heavens that she had not gotten into trouble for being greedy in the Dead Valley, and she could not make the same mistake again, facing this ancient and venerable tree spirit. Mo11's tone naturally carried a hint of respect. Are the beasts outside the valley afraid of you? Her eyes remained fixated on the red grapes, completely oblivious to the fact that the giant tree before her had sprouted the face of an old woman. The tree spirit spoke with a blurred mouth. "Child, this is the living valley, coexisting with the dead valley since ancient times. As the guardian of the living valley, I have been waiting for you for 600 years. You were waiting for me? You know me?" she asked, somewhat surprised. "Indeed, I not only know your identity, but also your future. For I am the wisest plant in this world, known as the long wisdom tree." The tree spirit knew her identity. Wasn't she a lizard? "Can you tell me my identity?" She retracted her thoughts from the red grapes, her tone filled with anticipation. Glancing down at her hands, she recalled the lizard hands covered in snow-white scales she had seen earlier, sending chills down her spine. Those hands were so slippery. The long wisdom tree gently shook its branches, as if shaking its head. "Your identity is still a taboo. Before that continent and that kingdom manifest again, all I can tell you is your future. Child, eat this fruit." The long wisdom tree extended a branch with bright red grapes right in front of Mo11. The deliciousness so close it was almost tempting her to commit a crime. Mo11 wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth with her sleeve. Feeling half in doubt, politely, she asked, "Can I eat this? What variety of grape is this?" But she overestimated her self-control. Her hand had already, almost unconsciously, plucked a plump grape and put it in her mouth as she spoke. This was the foresight fruit. The moment she bit into it, Shu said slowly, after picking the first grape, "The rest of the bunch seems to have completely lost its vitality, no longer plump and shiny, instead turning into 6 red raisins." The delicious juice of the grape spread over her tongue, exuding a rare flavor in the world, which would be said to be the best fruit Mo11 had ever eaten in her life. As the taste slid down her throat, she found herself in another place. And this was what the foresight fruit wanted her to see, her future. It was a magnificent and extravagant palace, every brick and tile obtained through the oppression of the people. Before her stood a tall and long-bodied man. She was kneeling on the marble-paved floor, her water-powder dress flowing like a daffodil, creating ripples on the ground that seemed almost imperceptible. Her chin involuntarily lifted, and when she touched the wickedly handsome face of Shang Rong, her chest was left with only a burning heat. He pointed a cold sword at her, and at the moment their eyes met, he unceremoniously placed the blade an inch away from her neck. Her breath sprayed onto the sword blade, and the reflective cold sword revealed its deadly capability to sever. Her trembling red lips were manipulated by her future self. "Are you going to kill me?" Chapter 20. She will defy fate at a diagonal angle. There was a smoothly polished bronze mirror reflecting her meticulously adorned face, her alluring red lips constantly captivating people's minds. Her future self must have liked Shang Rong very much. Knowing he was coming, she dressed herself carefully, yet the man before her did not care for her stunning beauty. He remained silent, his tightly pressed thin lips and cold gaze drove her heart into hell. She was still waiting for his response. In an instant, he applied a little force on the sword hilt and, without hesitation, grazed her snow-white skin. With her eyes closed, in the end, Mo Wanwan only remembered the warmth of blood flowing from her neck to her collarbone, and that face which her future self both adored and loathed to the extreme. The shocking death instilled fear in her towards Shang Rong. With a shift of the scene, she was still in that magnificent palace, sitting majestically on the throne. She wore a phoenix crown and a purple-red cross-collar dress, commanding her subordinates with an air of superiority. Outside the palace, there were farmers rising up in rebellion. They all shouted in unison with righteous anger, "Kill the witch! Kill this cold-blooded woman guilty of 10 heinous crimes." Everywhere were voices condemning her to death, all proving to Mo Wanwan that she was a devil who killed without blinking. Outside the city walls, solemn iron cavalry were galloping towards this side, and the person sitting upright on the blood-soaked horse at the front was Shang Rong, coming under the pretext of a campaign to kill her. And Mo Wanwan suddenly felt a fire burning in her stomach, and her heart felt heavy as if it were filled with lead. She rolled on the ground in discomfort until she completely digested the foresight fruit, and only then did she weakly get up, her face pale and haggard. She gave a cold smile, fully aware of the mockery of fate. She had personally experienced death. In the future, she would be an evil witch, while Shang Rong would be the savior who killed her. How klitsch! What was she, a malicious female supporting character, or a stepping stone for the male protagonist to achieve greatness? He had quickly transformed from a demon lord into a savior, while she pitifully played the role of a shameless sycophant, ultimately discarded by him with disdain. Why was she gradually becoming a witch, waiting for others to kill her? Was her future self a fool? The rebellious farmers saw her as a bloodthirsty witch, indicating that her future self was covered in countless bloodstains. But why did she have to do this? It was unreasonable, completely contrary to her original intentions. Mo Wanwan looked up in confusion at Chang Huishu, her tone questioning as if she had survived a disaster. Did I take the wrong script? The person inside can't be me. Chang Huishu still wore a kind expression. This is the future shown to you by the foresight fruit, and it is also the original owner's future. The future you is you, but also not you. The original owner's future? So she is a soul who has crossed over. And she can even cross over before the original owner was born. Impressive. That's right. Now your soul resides in this body, in the countless parallel timelines. She would not have eaten the foresight fruit, but in this timeline, you are my destined person, able to consume the foresight fruit that took me 1,000 years to bear. The future indicated by the foresight fruit is not necessarily fixed, but if you do nothing, the future will certainly repeat itself. Hearing that there was still a way out facing a future of demise, Mo Wanwan breathed a little easier. After all, it was hard to live a second life. Who would want to live in fear? The thought that Shang Rong would be the one who caused her to die at the tender age of 20 made Mo Wanwan wish never to see him again, even though they had spent several months together. But she valued her life. You in the future shown by the foresight fruit is 4 years from now. 4 years? That's so soon? Mo Wanwan's heart tightened. It seemed that she could only live for 4 years in this lifetime. What a joke. She lowered her eyes in deep thought. How could she avoid the fate of being killed within 4 years? How could she change the predicted future with her own hands? She currently knew nothing and could do nothing. 4 years was simply not enough. Mo Wanwan stared at her hands in a daze, as if they were stained with the fresh blood of an uncertain future. She looked up at the Changwei tree and, standing before it, suddenly felt enlightened and came up with an idea. She knelt on the ground, clasped her hands together, and pleaded, "Grandma Changhui, I do not believe in so-called predetermined fate. This body belongs to me, and I will control my own destiny. Aren't you the wisest plant in the world? Look at your majestic stature. I believe you must know many secrets to becoming stronger. Could you bear to see someone like me, your destined one, walk down a path of no return? Please help me. I will make you many delicious foods. As long as you agree, I will prepare a variety of tasty dishes for you every day." She earnestly displayed her sincerity. Her eyes filled with a stubbornness that seemed to want to take root from the darkness and fight against fate. Even though the Changhui tree understood the complexities of a human world, it had never truly experienced the warmth and coldness of human life. Lacking practical experience, it found itself unprepared for the first encounter with someone in need, especially with those eyes shining like diamonds, making it reluctant to bring harm. Seeing Mo Wanwan's determined expression as she was about to continue speaking, the Changhui tree, feeling somewhat overwhelmed, interrupted, "All right, I will agree to you. But if you ever utter a word of suffering, I will send you out of the valley." Mo Wanwan felt a surge of joy in her heart and stood up, saying, "Thank you, Grandma Tree. I will make delicious food for you every day." At that time, Mo Wanwan did not understand the meaning behind Chang Huishu's words. She continued to praise Chang Huishu profusely with her small mouth, fearing that Chang Huishu would regret it with her next sentence. Chang Huishu had no way to deal with this quirky child. She herself was quite bored in the Spirit Valley and hadn't tasted human delicacies in a long time. Time flowed leisurely, but Mo Wanwan's initial determination to grow stronger was scattered in disarray. Chang Huishu was far too strict and terrifying. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. On this day, Mo Wanwan, dressed in a light blue shirt made from silk she had spun herself, wandered through the forest outside the Spirit Valley. This shirt was crafted by her own hands. Since a certain day, 2 years ago, her scales had suddenly vanished, and she could no longer transform into clothes. She skillfully leaned forward, searching for something. After a couple of tries, she grew a bit bored and resumed her proud posture from when she first entered the Health Forest that morning, no longer the helpless girl chased by beasts. "Xuanhu, Mountain Leopard, Kuei-xiong, where have you all hidden? Come out." She called out a string of beast names, but there was not a single sound in the forest. After taking a few more steps, she heard a slight rustle from the tall grass beside her. She was delighted and swiftly parted the grass, catching the fleeing Xuanhu. Chapter 21. Little Ancestor Xuanhu, where a mountain leopard and Kuei-xiong. "Why is it just you? I can't play with you again today." Montag van smilet berichtli. Playing with them was her only easy task over the past 2 years. Looking at the girl's radiant smile, the black-furred tiger that resembled a saber-toothed cat slowly moved its left hind foot back. Even though it had been caught, it showed no intention of giving up on escaping. The fact was that this beast had been defeated daily by this woman declaring war on them, and they had long given up on saving face. Although she wouldn't kill them, she would injure them, and once injured, they would be unable to hunt for food. Several companions had starved to death this way. Since they were all going to die anyway, they might as well take a chance. Escaping was much better than being beaten unilaterally. Xuanhu smiled innocently. "I don't know where they are, Mississippi. You come out here every day to fight with us, but there isn't a single beast here that can defeat you. Please, have mercy and let us adorable animals go." Mo Wanwan looked at its pleading and affectionate eyes, and she really couldn't adapt to it. She recalled that when Grandma Chang Huishu introduced her to the Valley of Life and Death, she had said, "The Valley of Life and Death is surrounded by continuous mountains, and the perilous forests are like an iron gate protecting the valley. Once outsiders enter, they can never leave, unless their bodies are carried out by the river." The forests of the Valley of Life and Death are also known as the Hell Forest, because the beasts living here possess strength comparable to the spirit beasts worshipped by any nation in the outside world. Except for the unknown demon lord who can leave the Hell Forest unscathed, no one can survive and exit. However, even if there would be names forgotten for hundreds of years. The beasts residing in the Hell Forest are seen by outsiders as having the power to destroy the world. A mere roar could shatter a city. Yet, no matter how she looked at it, Mo Wanwan did not see them as formidable beings. The Xuanhu was waiting for the moment when Mo Wanwan was distracted. It turned around and ran with all its might, but unexpectedly, Mo Wanwan caught it back in just a few moves. "Brother Tiger, you might as well stop running. Last time your hushy tiger roar was so impressive. I think it would help me with my new breakthrough. How about we have another competition?" Since there was the He Dong lion roar, Mo Wanwan simply gave Xuanhu's roar a catchy and memorable name. Xuanhu, wanting to cry but having no tears, pleaded, "Little ancestor, please don't break through anymore. In all my years, I have never seen anyone with such a rapid increase in spiritual power as you." That was not the hushy tiger roar. It was more like a cat scream. Mo11 consumed the Dead Valley treasures, and even while sleeping, her spiritual power was increasing. Spiritual power is the strength contained within all species on the Yunshi continent, and is also the standard that determines the strength of an individual's abilities. The stronger the spiritual power, the stronger the ability. The Xuanhu, disregarding the dignity of being the leader of the Hell Forest Xuanhu tribe, was willing to do anything to escape the clutches of this woman. "How about today? You let me go. There are children at home waiting for their father." "No way." Mo11 shook her head resolutely, determined to force Xuanhu into a corner. Suddenly, she had a whimsical idea. "Why don't you try my newly developed poison today? Don't worry. I'll develop the antidote right after you swallow it." Chong Hui had issued the training requirements for today, and if there were no results, how would she explain it when she returned? At this moment, Xuanhu truly shed 2 lines of tiger tears. "You want me to take the poison without even having developed the antidote? What if the antidote can't be made? Wouldn't I die for nothing?" Mo11 said with righteous indignation. "How could it be a wrongful death? It's impossible that there wouldn't be an antidote. I have already obtained a qualification certificate as a poison master from Changhuishu, and I can definitely create an antidote for the poison I made. Even if the poison is too potent and you die before I can prepare the antidote, it would still be a death worthy of your spirit of taking risks. I will mark your grave to commend your brave spirit." Xuanhu was almost infuriated by her words and asked with a breath, "Then why don't you try it yourself? Why do you have to use this little white tigers?" The more it spoke, the more it felt that being in this woman's hands was truly pitiful. Mo11 blinked twice. "You're not a white tiger, and besides, a healer shouldn't heal themselves." Xuanhu rolled his eyes. This woman was unreasonable, so he simply decided to play dead. If he took her poison, it would mean certain death, even worse than being beaten to a pulp. Mo11 saw Xuanhu lying motionless on the ground and kicked him twice, feeling a bit regretful. How could he be scared to death? But it's no big deal. Xuanhu's ears twitched, sensing something ominous. Suddenly, Mo11 made a rustling sound. "This is Ma Fei-san. This is Chuan Chong Yao. This is by Chengdu. Ah. Found it. This is the poison I just formulated yesterday. Although he's dead, the body can still reflect the effects of the poison." Just as she was about to stuff the poison into Xuanhu's mouth without his consent, a medium-sized Xuanhu rushed over from a distance. This Xuanhu was much smaller and less robust than the one lying on the ground. It came to inform the boss. "Boss, a group of people has trespassed in a hell forest. They have been subdued and locked in the water cave, and my sister-in-law asked you to come deal with it." But upon seeing the deceased boss Xuanhu, it abruptly turned sorrowful. "Boss. Woo, how could you be dead?" Tears streamed down its face. Hearing this mournful sob, the boss Xuanhu miraculously bounced back up from the ground. It first shouted angrily at its subordinate. "Who died? You are the one who is dead." While giving a meaningful glance to the other, it thought, "Why didn't you come earlier? I'm heading out to take a look now." Then, it turned to Mo11 with a sheepish smile and said, "I have family matters to attend to," and before it could finish saying goodbye, it darted back towards its lair. Mo11 glanced at the tiger minion who was frightened by the resurrected leader Xuanhu and curiously asked, "What do those people you mentioned look like?" Although the tiger minion had never seen Mo11, it had long heard of her renowned reputation throughout the Hell Forest. It trembled, crouching on the ground, and weakly replied, "They are dressed like merchants, and among them is a handsome one with decent strength who even injured one of our companions." Upon hearing the word merchant, Mo11 decided she wanted to take a look. After all, she hadn't left the valley for the past 2 years and was completely unaware of the happenings outside. Now that a merchant caravan had entered the Hell Forest, although she didn't know what they were after, she could go gather some information. This sounded interesting. She maliciously asked, "Where was your companion injured?" The tiger minion was puzzled by her schadenfreude. Did she enjoy seeing blood? Its voice trembled even more as it replied. His eyes were gouged out by a bone knife. A bone knife? Yes, the capable man was indeed wielding a bone knife. Chapter 22. A merchant caravan intrudes. The bone knife was not sharp at all, and only those from a bygone era would choose such a weapon for self-defense. Could it be that he was very strong and confident in himself? This time, the tiger minion shook its head and said, "His bone knife is engraved with ancient patterns. It must be his sacred weapon." Mo11 was even more excited. "Then hurry up and take me to see." The tiger's sidekick was scared out of its wits when it heard this. Taking this little ancestor to the lair meant that the boss would want to skin it and chop it up to eat. right? Its tiger head shook like a rattle, but its mouth surrendered under the pressure of Mo Wanwan's sharp gaze. I will take you there right now. It took Mo Wanwan to the Shunned tribe. The beasts living around the Valley of Life and Death were all highly intelligent, although they weren't named spiritual beasts. Their living conditions were enough to be described as a tribe. The Shunned weren't solitary tigers. Here, they valued family and tribe more. As soon as the tiger's sidekick brought Mo Wanwan to the tribe, it slipped away, fearing that others would see it had brought this calamity. Mo Wanwan originally wanted to thank him, but when she didn't see the shadow of the tiger's lackey, she let it go and walked into the tribe with an open mind. The Shunned tribe is located at the foot of a cliff, where the cave at the top is the residence of the leader, Shunned, and his family, while the ordinary Shunned live in the caves at the bottom of the cliff. Because they can make fire, traces of fire can be seen at the cave entrance. Mo Wanwan smelled a strong odor of meat and couldn't help but complain about Shunned's heavy taste. She looked around, hoping to find a tiger to ask for directions. She approached a Shunned basking in the sun and leisurely eating. "Hello, do you know where the water cave is?" The Shunned was a pregnant female, so she didn't go out to hunt and had never seen Mo Wanwan before. It glanced at her lazily, having just eaten its fill, and didn't think much of it, wanting only to send her on her way. "The water cave is behind the cliff. You just need to find a way down from the cliff." Mo Wanwan followed the path indicated by the female Shunned tiger and found the water cave. She saw that the elder Shunned was already above the water cave, admiring its prey, so she hid behind a nearby boulder, holding her breath and quietly observing the situation. The elder Shunned moved gracefully, its dark fur ruffled by the wind, and its two saber teeth protruding over its jaw, giving it an imposing presence. The water cave was specifically dug out by the Shunned tribe to confine prisoners. They covered the entrance with a grid made of the unique iron grass from the hell forest. This iron grass becomes incredibly tough after being processed by rainwater, impervious even to Shunned's sharp teeth. Only by applying another procedure from the outside can the prisoners inside be released. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the iron grass and fell into the water cave, where the accumulated rainwater barely reached the prisoners' waists. The elder Shunned seemed quite pleased that it could once again strike fear into others. It had almost forgotten the thrill of being feared over the past 2 years. It let out a powerful tiger roar towards the water cave, and a sound of something moving rapidly echoed from within. Seeing the prisoner heighten his vigilance, it felt an unprecedented joy. Its copper bell-like eyes scanned the cave and focused on a man, observing his calm demeanor for a moment. It disdainfully asked, "Is that bone knife yours?" It had seen them confiscate the bone knife earlier. It was quite a good item, and possessing such a weapon suggested an unusual identity. A calm voice from inside replied, "That's right." The elder Shunned paced around the entrance of the water cave, its sharp eyes fixated on the man's expression. Noting that the man, protected by his companions, still had his eyes closed and didn't bother to look at the situation outside, as if he didn't care that danger could befall him. The elder Shunned stopped at one spot, casually stretched, and lazily lay down, seemingly prepared for a protracted battle. People come to the Hell Forest because only by passing through here can they reach the Valley of Life and Death. Compared to the unknown of the Death Valley, the rare and exotic plants of the Valley of Life are world-renowned. "What do you seek in the Valley of Life?" The man replied calmly. "It is said that the vast majority of spirit beasts on the continent originate from the Hell Forest. Besides their striking appearance and strength, each possesses extraordinary abilities. The wisdom of spirit beasts far exceeds their own lifespan. The reason behind this, people speculate, is that you live in the Hell Forest adjacent to the Valley of Life, constantly nourished by the valley's spiritual energy, which grants you strength comparable to spirit beasts. However, since you never leave the Hell Forest, your appearance and abilities remain unknown to the world, preventing you from being recognized as true spirit beasts." The elder Shunned perked up its ears and listened intently to his narrative. This kid knows quite a bit, even if he claims to be a merchant. He must be an extraordinary one. Ordinary merchants wouldn't know this much. After summarizing the world's admiration and longing for spirit beasts, the man smiled clearly and continued to analyze for the suspicious elder Shunned. "We are merely an ordinary merchant convoy. The bone knife was obtained during an accidental underground transaction. Every merchant has a curious heart. It is rumored that the Valley of Life hides 100 herbs, where any spirit herb has extraordinary effects and can grow densely, ignoring their usual habits. We just wanted to try our luck." To most people, his words would seem reasonable, but the elder Shunned was a severe case of paranoia. It wouldn't believe that this fellow would risk his life to sneak into the legendary treasure land just to take a look. It huffed in displeasure. Humph. Don't try to fool me with your petty tricks. I've lived for 300 years and seen countless people. Ordinary greedy villains wouldn't have the guts to enter the hell forest. In 300 years, there have been plenty of fools seeking death. Unless they desperately want a certain sacred item, they wouldn't risk their lives to obtain it. You might as well tell me what that item is. Perhaps I can help you. The elder shunned squinted its tiger eyes meaningfully at the man. The man merely smiled back at it, not taking its words seriously. Mo11 silently gave the boss, shunned, a middle finger behind the giant rock. This stinky tiger was starting to play mind games again. She was really curious about the man locked in the water cave. Just now, he had briefly summarized the world's understanding of the valley of life and death in a few words, speaking quite convincingly. He must know quite a bit about many strange tales. If she could pry some information about the Yunshi continent from him, it would help fill the empty database she had. Sigh, if it weren't for the fact that the longweed tree knew too much, which led to memory confusion, she wouldn't have to work so hard. She felt it was necessary to join the fun now. Otherwise, what if a rare outsider came? And that silly tiger boss, shunned, killed him? Wouldn't she still be an ignorant child? What Mo11 didn't know was that boss shunned was wary of that bone knife and wouldn't easily kill these people. He wanted to extract what they wanted before making a decision. Mo11 walked out from the shadow of the boulder. The leader, shunned, turned his head to see her at the reminder of his subordinates, almost losing his balance as he tried to stand up. If he fell, it would ruin all the authority he had carefully established in front of the prisoners, and that would be too embarrassing for a tiger. Chapter 23. The ecological environment of the Birth Valley. His tiger face stiffened as he forced out a terrifying smile and welcomed her. Miss, you're here. Ever since all the beasts in the Hell Forest began to avoid Mo11, they had secretly united to give her a title, in order to ingratiate themselves with her when they saw her, hoping to appease her before finding an opportunity to escape. Mo11 squatted next to the leader shunned, peering down towards the water cave with a face that sparkled with curiosity as if she were seeing people for the first time. Her tone was excited. Tiger brother, I think they are unwilling to speak because they have their own difficulties. How about you hand them over to me to deal with? In the past, when Mo11 made such a statement, it was certain that it would be done without fail. However, today's situation was different from the past. He absolutely could not let this group of people be handed over to her to mess around with. Otherwise, the one who would execute them would not be Mo11, but rather the lord.Viewed, who was 1,000 times more terrifying than this little ancestor in front of him, despite lord.Viewed usually being amiable and approachable. If he were to change his demeanor, the shunned race would likely face extinction. This was inappropriate. The shunned tribe resided in the Hell Forest, and for generations they had sworn to protect the safety of the Valley of Life, not allowing anyone with ill intentions to pollute this sacred land. I cannot hand these prisoners over to you. Spiritual beasts possess high intelligence, and historically significant groups establish tribes. But their only weakness is that they cannot transform into human forms. Regarding the serious attitude of the leader shunned, Mo11 expressed her confusion. The Valley of Life only grows spiritual mushrooms and fairy herbs, most of which are used to save people. Moreover, the spiritual mushrooms and fairy herbs must be properly utilized to have miraculous effects. Otherwise, they are no different from ordinary herbs. Since that is the case, even if these people go in and steal the fairy herbs, they can't do any harm. Why be so cautious? Leader shunned simply shook his head. You underestimate this matter. Although most of the spiritual mushrooms and fairy herbs in the Valley of Life are used to save people, there are a few poisonous herbs and toxic insects and scorpions. If they fall into the hands of someone with ulterior motives and are carefully cultivated outside, the consequences would be unimaginable. Mo11, however, did not think so. Poisonous plants require special cultivation methods, and poisonous insects and scorpions also need to be raised with care. Each condition is more difficult than ascending to the heavens. Ordinary people cannot achieve the so-called meticulous cultivation, and brother who is being overly cautious. The boss, shunned, realized he could not easily persuade the young lady with superficial reasons, so he had to speak the truth. Indeed, ordinary people cannot take the plant species from the Valley of Life to cultivate them in the outside world due to the unique environment of the Valley of Life. The valley naturally grows strange flowers and herbs, which create a wonderful environment where many medicinal herbs and various species and insects can coexist and reproduce harmoniously. But what if these people enter and destroy the growth environment of the Valley of Life? Mo11 had not considered this point. If what boss shunned said was true, Letting them in would disrupt the internal system of Xingu, which is the so-called ecological environment. Then the matter must be taken seriously. Otherwise, Grandma Changhuishu would ruthlessly erase her. From her observations over the past 2 years, it was clear that Changhuishu truly cherished everything in this valley, from the rivers and mountains down to the ants and mayflies. The ecological operation of Xingu could be said to be entirely credited to this careful garter tree. Seeing that the young lady was beginning to ponder deeply, Boss Xuanhu felt that his persuasion was making some progress, and continued, Xingu is like spring all year round. Even the extreme heat and extreme cold can coexist and thrive in the same valley bottom because of Xingu's unique growth environment. This environment is a paradise with clean air for the Lingji fairy grass, while greedy people only bring pollution. The unauthorized intrusion of dirty air would ruin the clean atmosphere of Xingu. His words were profound, yet Mo Wanwan knew that Boss Xuanhu was not lying, as she had heard Grandma Changhuishu joyfully mention the clean atmosphere of Xingu. Grandma Changhuishu often said that if this clean atmosphere became flawed, the harmonious vitality of Xingu would turn into a wasteland filled with withered grass and rotten wood. She had thought that Grandma Changhuishu was merely comparing Xingu with a dead valley, but now it seemed that the story behind it was so complex. Understanding the reason, Mo Wanwan had no choice but to abandon the idea of secretly taking the prisoners away to deal with them. She said to Boss Xuanhu, "Then I will join you in interrogating them. After you have finished and obtained the answers you want, please set aside some time for me to ask a few questions." Initially, she felt a bit embarrassed to ask such trivial matters in front of so many Xuanhu, as it would make her seem quite ignorant. However, these trivial matters were very important to her, so she had to tolerate the limited conditions. Boss Xuanhu asked suspiciously, "What do you think Grandma Changhuishu can answer for you? What can you learn from these guys?" His words carried a deep contempt, clearly looking down on these weaklings. Mo Wanwan looked gloomy. Grandma Changhuishu indeed knows everything in the world, but she knows too much, so she often answers the wrong questions. If I ask about the West, she might talk about the East. If I want to know about the North, she might come up with the South. For matters concerning the current situation, as well as interests in gossip, I still need to ask reliable people. Her words are not meant to imply that Changhuishu is unreliable. She just wants to illustrate a misunderstanding she has held for many years. She always thought that knowing all the knowledge about this world would allow her to answer all questions. However, the more intelligent a person is, the more their answers are only understandable to other intelligent people. She is not a key member of a think tank, nor does she have 2 brains to tackle a metaphysical issue, so ordinary people can only rely on the support of other ordinary people. This may be due to the limitations of not being on the same knowledge platform, being crushed by intelligence. Haha. The big guy, Xuanhu, was curious. What question did you ask? What answer did you get from Grandma Changhuishu? Its mind couldn't even imagine how magical it would be for such a situation of answering the wrong question to occur with Changhuishu. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. Mo Wanwan was too lazy to explain to it. If she had to make an analogy, she could only compare the textbooks used by students on Earth with the answers from the Changhuishu. Just the professional terms alone could overwhelm you. And one question could trap you in a loop of answers. After chatting so much, every word they spoke shocked the prisoners in the water cave, their faces displaying one surprise after another. A man, who was in a defensive posture with his hands, whispered to the handsome man behind him, "Bai Hung, the rumors only say that Xingu has the spirit herb, but never mention any poisonous plants or insects. If this trip goes smoothly, perhaps we can strengthen our bargaining chips." This man was named Wan Shi, and the woman beside him was called Hu Xiang. Hu Xiang nodded in agreement. Bai Heng's status was currently unstable in the Moon Entropy Kingdom, so having more bargaining chips was naturally better. She then questioned, "Does Changhuishu really exist? Wasn't it said that it disappeared from the extreme north of the Yunshi continent 600 years ago? How could it appear in Xingu?" Chapter 24. Bai Hung. Upon hearing this, Bai Hung was equally perplexed. It seemed he still knew too little information. His expression remained calm, unlike the surrounding merchants who were in a state of panic. Given the current situation, it was entirely normal for anything that could overturn their understanding to happen. What he was more concerned about now was the woman talking to Xianhu. She might be their only chance to escape. For their leader, Xianhu, as long as the power of disposal was still in its claws, it could rest easy. It stopped talking to Mo Wanwan and shifted its focus to the prisoners. Since you don't want to reveal your purpose, you could just soak in a water cave for a night. It was confident that after this night, the other party would honestly confess. Mo Wanwan whispered with concern in its plump ear, "Is that it? Aren't you going to ask a few more questions?" The leader, Xuanhu, first sent guards to watch over the prisoners near the water cave, instructing them to call for him in the tribe if there was any movement from them, and then gestured to Mo Wanwan to proceed. Once they had moved some distance away from the water cave, it spoke kindly. Miss, you see that their wounds could already dye the water in the cave red. Except for that man, named Bai Hung, who seems to have some skills and is injured the least. The others have all been seriously hurt by us. Xuanhu had excellent hearing, and it clearly heard the whispers of the prisoners below. The only useful information it gathered was the name of that man, Bai Hung. One night could cost several lives. If Bai Hung didn't want to see his companions die, he would certainly beg for mercy from us. At that point, there would be no need for many questions. They would all confess. Mo11 didn't really support this approach. Isn't what you're doing too cruel? The leader, Xuanhu, just chuckled foolishly and said, I have experience in this area. But in his heart, he was cursing fiercely. Since you think they're being hurt and tortured so badly, why have you been forcing us onto the path of starvation for the past 2 years? Is it not cruel to cripple them? Whoa, it was suffering he couldn't express. The cold night wind howled, the sound above the water cave resembling ghostly wails, sounding desolate and chilling. The climate in the hell forest was harsh, with the night wind carrying a bone-chilling cold that froze the surface of the water in the cave. Hu Xiang struggled in the cold and pain. She had to keep standing. If she fell, she would drown in her own blood. Wancher was Hu Xiang's partner, and the two of them had been particularly favored by Bai Hung, sent out together to complete a task. He had promised Hu Xiang that if they succeeded in this mission, he would take her to live a pastoral life, free from strife. He held Hu Xiang tightly, worried, Xiang, lean on me for a bit. If we get through this night, we'll find a way. But he was also afraid they wouldn't make it through this night. Hu Xiang's abdomen had been bitten off a chunk of flesh by Xuanhu's sharp teeth. Wancher had simply bandaged her waist with torn bits of cloth, which was already the worst it could be. He never expected they would now have to endure this water cave's torment. The wound was continuously worsening and oozing pus. It was likely Hu Xiang would lose her life soon. Looking at his own condition, it wasn't any better. His arm, holding Hu Xiang, had been bitten and exposed the white bones, which was heart-wrenching to see. Hu Xiang's voice was faint. Your arm is still injured. Does it hurt to hold me? Wancher gritted his teeth and comforted her. It doesn't matter if I'm in pain. As long as you're a bit better, I can hold on. The more he spoke, the more he felt it was despicable. These vicious beasts were using this kind of vile torture to drive them to their deaths. If he could, he wished he could use his other arm to hold Hu Xiang, but he didn't know how much longer this nearly useless arm could hold her. They couldn't move once they shifted positions or made any movements. The water in the cave would create a chilling wave that would affect all the dozens of companions inside. Most of Bai Heng's injuries were to protect others, with only a few external bruises, but the internal injuries were precisely the ones that couldn't be delayed. He adjusted his internal energy, standing tall like an unmoving ice pillar. Before entering the Hell Forest, they had already swallowed medicinal pills, with Bai Heng taking the only one with the strongest healing effect, a golden grade pill. Now he just needed to activate his spiritual power to absorb the pill's effects, and his internal injuries would heal. Weak wails sounded around them. Many people were on the verge of collapse, but they were still waiting for Bai Heng's orders. Hu Xiang had used her last bit of strength to speak with Wancher, and the pain in her stomach began to peak. She could no longer hold on and fainted from the pain. Wancher felt the violent reaction from the woman in his arms, his face showing urgent concern. When she quickly fell silent again, he could no longer hide the anxiety on his face. He anxiously said, Hu Xiang, are you okay? Don't scare me. He gently patted her small face while looking at Bai Heng with pleading eyes. Bai Heng was still closing his eyes, seemingly completely isolated from the outside world. Wancher gritted his teeth. He had already determined that Hu Xiang was his only true love. If she died in his arms, he would follow her to the end. He tightened his hold on Hu Xiang and was about to crash his head against the dirt wall of the water cave when Bai Heng could no longer sit idly by and interrupted. Hu Xiang won't di. Wancher trusted Bai Heng immensely. He had always believed what Bai Heng said. Hearing that Hu Xiang wouldn't die, he stopped his action and looked at Bai Heng. What do you want to do? Then he calmed down. His father had instructed him to protect Bai Heng and return. So how could he have thought of seeking death just now? Bai Heng opened his beautiful eyes, his long eyelashes casting a shadow, still calm as he said, Beg for mercy. Wancher lowered his head, somewhat unwilling, but this might be the only way. To save the woman he loved, he had no complaints. Soon, the leader Xuanhu received news. It hurriedly came to the water cave, and Mo Wanwan followed it. The leader Xuanhu immediately recognized that the woman couldn't hold on any longer. Indeed, a group of weak novices. It mocked. What's wrong? Can't hold on anymore? I see that if this one woman falls, you won't be able to hold out either. I thought your endurance was strong. Turns out it's just like this. The weak are just weak. Saying this made it feel so good. After being suppressed by Mo Wan for the past 2 years, a stone in its heart finally fell. One word. Wanshi cursed angrily at the top. You bunch of savage beasts. If Huxiang dies, I'll die with you. The leader Xuanhu's eyes were full of disdain. Humph. You think you deserve to die with us? Go play with monkeys instead. Wanshi was truly infuriated, but since they needed this beast now, he could only swallow his anger and endure the humiliation. Mo Wan felt embarrassed by the childishness of the boss, Xuanhu, as she was only concerned about what Bai Heng would say to save his companions. Chapter 25. Their goal is the Frost Seven Flower. She approached the iron grass net, pulling the hole a bit wider, revealing a pair of lively eyes looking down, and asked inside, Bai Heng, what is your purpose for coming to the Hell Forest? Boss Xuanhu widened his tiger eyes to see her movements clearly. The iron grass net was indestructible, yet she easily tore the hole open, which required tremendous strength. Bai Heng looked up, following the sweet voice, and was momentarily captivated by those eyes. He had never seen such soul-stirring eyes. They seemed to embody all the beauty in the world, making one reluctant to look away. Coming back to his senses, he revealed an amazed smile and said, My mother is sick at home, and I came here to obtain the Frost Seven Flower from the Life Valley. With the sparse moonlight, Mo Wan caught a glimpse of Bai Heng's appearance and took a deep breath. She thought the most handsome man she had ever seen was Sheng Rong, but unexpectedly, this one was not bad either. Bai Heng did not possess the wicked and sharp beauty of Sheng Rong. Instead, he leaned more towards a gentle and warm spring breeze. His elegant demeanor and looks making one feel comfortable at first sight, perfectly matching the moonlight. However, there was a layer of murkiness over his eyes, not reflecting the purity that his appearance and temperament suggested. The golden pupils, sparkling with dim light, seemed more like hidden arrows waiting to strike when one was unprepared. Hearing the name Frost Seven Flower, Boss Xuanhu roared angrily into the waterhole. You dare to covet the Frost Seven Flower. The Life Valley was home to a vast ocean of spiritual herbs, but only 3 precious varieties produced 2 or 3 specimens every few decades or even centuries, making them extremely valuable. Hence their effects could be imagined. The Frost Seven Flower was one of these 3, although it was not as rare as the other 2. Its rarity was still significant. The Frost Seven Flower grew at the spring of an ice spring, and the bone-chilling cold gave it a delicate survival ability, while its effect was to break all curses. Bai Heng curled his lips and added quietly, Months ago, a book on spiritual herbs suddenly appeared in the Yunshi continent, detailing the effects of all herbs in the world and their locations. His words were to strengthen his bargaining chips. He hesitated to reveal that their purpose for infiltrating the Hell Forest was the Frost Seven Flower, because he understood its rarity and preciousness. He feared that if he told Xuanhu, it would be even less likely for them to obtain it, and they might even be silenced before reaching the Life Valley. His gamble was the woman before him. He bet that her curiosity about the outside world was far greater than he imagined, and he wagered that saying this would make her unable to stand by and watch them perish. He was right. As soon as Mo Wan heard about the emergence of the spiritual herb collection, she no longer hesitated about whether to step in and save them. It was clear that the sudden appearance of the spiritual herb collection was a conspiracy. Boss Xuanhu had just mentioned the ecological environment of the Life Valley, and greedy people entering would lead to the extinction of the spiritual herbs. The emergence of the spiritual herb collection would redirect outsiders' attention to the Life Valley. As long as there were more treasure seekers, there would always be a few reckless ones willing to break in. Who wrote the spiritual herb collection? What was the purpose? Her time was limited to 2 years, and opportunities were rare. Mo Wan was well aware of the preciousness of Frost Seven Flowers. She asked in confusion, Your mother is cursed? A curse is no small matter. The ability to curse others requires 100 years of hard training at the cost of both mental and physical sacrifices. The person who is cursed is essentially beyond salvation. TSK, how tragic. Generally, those who are cursed live a life worse than death. No wonder Bai Heng and the others recklessly rushed into the Hell Forest. That's right, my mother is cursed with the 10,000 ants devouring curse. Ever since she fell under the curse, she developed dementia. Every day and night, when the sun rises, is when she is most clear-headed. She has to endure the excruciating pain of 10,000 ants gnawing at her bones until dawn, when she turns back into the senile old woman with white hair, exhibiting shameful behaviors that leave one incredulous due to her mental trauma. Mo Wan and the leader Xuanhu felt a pang in their chests. This curse is truly malicious. It really underestimates the wickedness of human hearts. Bai Heng's words also shocked everyone in the water cave. They had followed Bai Heng to venture out, and they naturally knew about his mother's illness. But they didn't realize that this illness was actually a curse, and such a horrifying one at that. Leader Xuanhu furrowed his brows and said, "Since you've suffered so much, why not just end it all? Dying is certainly better than living like this." Mo Wanwan struck the head of the leader Xuanhu forcefully. Only an unfilial child would make their mother understand through death. Since you don't understand human emotions, you shouldn't talk nonsense. Your mother is already in such a tragic state, and you still say such heart-wrenching and ungrateful words. I think you don't want your tiger head anymore. Leader Xuanhu was in pain. That hit was no joke. The skin of the beasts in the hell forest was thicker than diamond, and her head had developed a bump from that blow. It hurt so much, and her head was still dizzy. But there were only a few frost 7 flowers left, and the Changhui tree also needed them. What would happen to the Changhui tree if they took away the frost 7 flowers? Facing Leader Xuanhu's question, Mo Wanwan sat up and slapped her forehead. Right. How could I forget? Although Grandma Changhui was not cursed, she falls into a long sleep from time to time to maintain balance, because she carries too many memories. To avoid falling into a long sleep, she needs the frost 7 flowers to stay awake. Thinking about it this way, the frost 7 flowers really couldn't be given away. Mo Wanwan rested her chin on her hand and pondered for a while, suddenly bouncing up with an idea that startled everyone. I have a way to lift the curse. The leader, Xuanhu, thought she was about to take action and quickly retreated several miles before realizing she was talking about this matter. It moved back cautiously and asked, "Miss, do you really intend to help them?" Mo Wanwan nodded without hesitation. "Yes, since they can't enter the valley of life and death, but I can. I will help them get the herbs needed to lift the curse. As long as they take me to find Bai Heng's mother, I can cure the curse." Hearing Mo Wanwan say she would go find Bai Heng's mother meant she would be leaving the valley of life and death and the hell forest. The leader, Xuanhu, rolled his eyes. If helping Bai Heng could get rid of this little ancestor, they wouldn't have to suffer her torment anymore. Wouldn't that be wonderful? He didn't think for long before he clapped his paws in agreement. Good. Then what are we waiting for? You guys quickly remove the iron grass. While speaking, he directed his subordinates to take action. Mo Wanwan thought she would have to spend some effort to persuade the leader Xuanhu, but to her surprise, it agreed so quickly. However, she didn't want to dwell on the reason for its agreement. As long as her goal was achieved, that was enough. Now she wouldn't have to wander around like a headless fly, not knowing where to go after leaving the hell forest. With a guide, things would be much easier for her. She saw Xuanhu find 4 support points around the iron grass net covering the water hole, using their teeth to secrete saliva and smear it on the 4 corners of the iron grass. Soon, the corners softened, and they easily lifted it up with their mouths. The people inside the cave, including Wanshi, turned pale when they saw how they did it. They hadn't expected that the saliva in the Xuanhu's teeth was the most lethal. Fortunately, they hadn't used this trick on them, or they wouldn't have survived to this day. Chapter 26. Healing them if you want to come out. Think of a way to get up yourself. Don't expect us to provide full service. Bai Heng was the only one among them who still had strength left. The leader Xuanhu expressed that it didn't want to waste its subordinates' energy to rescue the weak. Bai Heng didn't expect this sly Xuanhu to kindly save them. He relied on his own strength to shuttle back and forth between the ground and the water hole, only stopping to catch his breath after carrying everyone out. Now, seeing his tall and straight posture, dressed in a moon-white brocade robe, he looked enchanting under the bright moonlight. The soft moonlight illuminated his golden, waist-length hair, giving it a silvery white sheen. In Bai Heng's eyes, the woman before him was also stunningly beautiful. The beautiful eyes he had previously admired were merely a fraction of her beauty, upon seeing her in full, with her celestial demeanor and jade-like complexion. His heart felt like it was rippling like waves in a spring lake stirred by willow leaves, creating circles of ripples. Her beauty could be described in 1,000 ways, but every description undoubtedly represented the most coveted appearance in everyone's heart. The gazes of the two met in the air, then hastily averted. Mo Wanwan thought to herself, why is it that upon arriving in this world, all I see are extraordinary beings? The more than a dozen people saved by Bai Heng, upon realizing they were free, relaxed their tense hearts and fainted. Bai Heng first asked, where can we settle them? Mo Wanwan has a bamboo house outside of Xingu, and said, you can stay in the bamboo house I built. This bamboo house was not entirely built by her. It also received help from other beasts in the hell forest. Originally, she intended to offer this bamboo house to the elder tree before leaving. She heard that the elder would soon be able to transform into human form. It is known that for a super existence like her, transforming into human form is extremely difficult. Spirit beasts cannot transform into human forms, and for tree spirits like the Changhui tree to become human, they must endure for thousands of years. Mo Wanwan ordered the leader of the Xuanhu tribe to send a few Xuanhu subordinates to carry the sick person to her bamboo house. The leader of the Xuanhu had no choice but to agree reluctantly. As a powerful being, it was revered by everyone in the outside world. But here it was used as a means of transportation, which infuriated the tiger. When the group arrived at the bamboo house, the leader of the Xuanhu completed its task and took the remaining Xuanhu back to the tribe. Before leaving, it pretended to say a few words of reluctance and to take care, but secretly, it was rejoicing and wishing that this would be the last time it saw Mo Wanwan. Mo Wanwan, grateful for his kindness, agreed to visit the tribe before leaving. The leader, Xuanhu, smiled foolishly, but deep down he was 100% unwilling. Mo Wanwan lit a candle in the bamboo house, and the dim space suddenly became bright. Time was urgent, so she first focused on giving a full body checkup to the severely injured individuals. The ones in the worst condition were Hu Xiang and Wan Shi. Wan Shi had taken too many attacks for Bai Hong, and, despite not knowing where he found the strength to hold on until now, he was now on the brink of death. Even the best shaman in Yunshi continent might not be able to save him. Bai Hong stayed by Wan Shi's side, lowering his gaze and speaking softly. "Good brother, you've worked hard." Wan Shi was his most loyal subordinate, and losing such a capable ally would be hard for him, too. Mo Wanwan brought over the medical kit, and, hearing Bai Heng's words, glanced at the pile of stones on the ground. "Don't worry, this little injury won't be fatal." Bai Heng stared at her in shock. "What did she just say? She knows medicine? Could it be?" Mo Wanwan smiled gently. "If you need help, don't just stand there in a daze." In the early stages, Bai Heng could still lend a hand next to her, like fetching water or passing tools. From the middle to the later stages, it was a test of the healer's medical skills, and Bai Heng was left on the sidelines, having to sit down and watch. Mo Wanwan was busy from dawn until the evening of the next day, finally bringing Bai Heng's merchant companion back from the brink of death. Bai Heng watched this unfold, and his admiration for Mo Wanwan changed with every passing moment. Every medical tool she used was something he had never seen before. The best witch doctors in the Yunshi continent were in the Moon Shuang kingdom, and she had never used any of the tools Mo Wanwan had in her hands. Her medical skills were far inferior to hers. Bai Heng elegantly sipped his tea, fully focused on watching Mo Wanwan hold her breath and perform surgery on the ground. After she finally set down the small knife and the needle and thread she had been using to stitch, he managed to ask gently, "Do you know anyone from the Wuxiao tribe?" Mo Wanwan wiped the sweat from her forehead, confirmed that the wound was stitched up, and casually said, "I've never heard of it." Bai Heng continued to ponder Mo Wanwan's identity. "Your medical skills are comparable to the legendary witch Wuxiao, and to this day, there may not be anyone outside the continent who can surpass your medical skills." Mo Wanwan thought to herself that she originally only knew how to do some basic wound treatment, and all these medical skills were learned from Changhui Shu. Then she combined the ideas of modern medical practices from Earth to create modern medical tools that only existed in their place. Bai Heng saw that Mo Wanwan looked pitifully tired, stood up from the bamboo chair, took a sweat towel from the table, and handed it to her face. Then refilled the only teacup in the room with water and brought it to her. Mo Wanwan thanked him and then asked Bai Heng, "Can you tell me about the outside world?" She asked very naturally, lowering her head to blow on her tea, her eyes slightly raised to look at him. Bai Heng noticed that she had been tense while treating others, so telling her a story would help her relax. He walked over and sat down beside her, gently responding, "Sure, what do you want to know?" Mo Wanwan had already drafted many questions in her mind. She put down her teacup, took a big step toward Bai Heng, sat down, and pretended to be ready to start. She rapidly asked a series of questions. What is the current situation outside the continent? Which factions are dominant? Do you know what the demon lord is doing right now? Oh, and also, her speech was quick, and her curious expression was playful and cute, as her fair little face leaned close to Bai Heng, staring at him intently, making him feel a slight tingling sensation in his heart. No woman had ever approached him so actively before. He smiled gently, his lips moist from the water, glistening like they were touched by moonlight, adding a touch of softness to his appearance. "What do you want to know?" "I will tell you everything, but we need to take it step by step." Mo Wanwan nodded obediently. "Then let's talk about the current situation on the continent." Bai Heng smiled at her and let out a light sigh. "All right." Mo Wanwan propped her small face on her hands, lying on the ground as she listened to Bai Hung recount various stories about the Yunshi continent. She swung her petite, snow-white feet back and forth, and Bai Hung didn't mind her like this, sitting cross-legged in the bamboo house with great interest, slowly sharing tales with her. In this way, the two enjoyed a rare, peaceful night without disturbances, easing their guard against each other and relaxing their bodies and minds. The Yunshi continent, a civilization of beastmen with a long history. The beastmen here had established a nation, opened trade routes, developed a hereditary system, and the nobility would tame slaves. As they chatted, Mo11 eventually fell asleep. Her energy was depleted, and no matter how curious she was about the stories Bai Hung told, she couldn't withstand the invasion of drowsiness. Bai Hung, fearing she would catch a chill sleeping on the ground, picked her up and placed her on the bamboo bed, gently covering her with a quilt before quietly leaving the bamboo house. Chapter 27. Only to look, not to eat in the latter half of the night. Bai Hung was absent from the bamboo house until the next day, just as dawn broke and the blue sky still held remnants of stars. He returned with a bone knife in hand. Seeing that Mo11 was still sound asleep, he felt relieved. Hearing the sound of powerful footsteps in the room, Wancher was the first to sit up from the pile of patients, cautiously looking towards the center of the bamboo house at the screen in front of the bedroom. When he saw Bai Hung walking from behind the screen, he gently patted his chest and let out a deep breath. He was scared to death. He had felt very insecure since his injury. Wancher was big and looked very honest. Noticing that Hu Xiang's complexion was good, he got up, stepping over the still unconscious patients at his feet, and sat beside Bai Hung on the bamboo chair, quietly asking, "Who saved us?" Bai Hung glanced towards the screen and told Wancher, "The person inside has already gone to sleep. You took a nap and don't remember what happened the night before yesterday." Wancher then realized, "Oh, I remember now. Look at me, I slept so confusedly. That girl said she would help us make the antidote, but I don't know if it's true. She's just a little girl. How could she have such great abilities? The antidote is a golden grade elixir, and even the national teacher of the Yushang kingdom couldn't manage it. Can she really make it?" The Yunshi continent categorizes all resources into 4 grades. The lowest is green grade, followed by blue grade, red grade, and the highest is golden grade. Just remember that the first 3 are the primary colors of light, and the last one is gold, and it's simple and easy to remember. Bai Hung touched the bone knife in his hand, which was engraved with intricate ancient patterns. Up close, it looked like script, but no one could understand it today. The everyday pots and pans, as well as ordinary clothing and food, are all green grade. Weapons like swords and hammers are blue grade, and healing herbs are red grade. Only the limited and precious treasures belong to the golden grade. The bone knife in my hand is a sacred artifact and also a golden grade item. She can casually claim that she can produce a golden grade antidote and is closely related to the Chonghui tree. I want to make her one of us. Wancher swallowed hard. In his life, he only admired his father and Bai Hung. Bai Hung was skilled in planning and scheming, and everything he did had a clear purpose. He was like a cunning and sophisticated snow fox. Anyone and anything could be calculated by him. Although she promised to make us the antidote, once she saves everyone, she might leave. How can we make her one of us? Bai Hang's sharp eyes looked toward the pale blue sky outside the bamboo house. Like an arrow shot through the clouds. He subtly wiped his lips with his hand and said in a deep tone, "Then, make her mine." Wancher shivered. Being targeted by Bai Hung seemed too pitiful. How could one directly snatch someone from another? Wasn't that shameless? A few days later, after Wancher, others gradually woke up one after another. They were all wrapped in thick layers of gauze by Mo11, especially Hu Xiang, whose waist had become as thick as a barrel, making it very inconvenient to move. Wancher, on the other hand, had only one arm that was inconvenient to use, making him the person with the widest range of motion among them. He bragged to others about his ability to move freely, often showing off how convenient it was to eat and use the toilet with one hand in front of those who couldn't use both hands, resulting in Hu Xiang ignoring him for several days. Wancher ran to Bai Hung to complain, but Bai Hung was only focused on how to flirt with Mo11 and showed him disdain, saying, "That's what you deserve." Wancher sighed. Why was there no one who felt sorry for him? He looked again at his arm wrapped in gauze and genuinely admired Mo11. He had never seen anything like gauze. For someone with his condition, the best outcome would have been amputation. At that time, the infection had already spread to his chest. Yet, Mo11 managed to heal him without losing an arm. Everyone in the merchant team was also perfectly fine. It was truly miraculous. Mo11 is preparing sweet and sour fish in a barbecue platter. She sprinkles some spices on the big fish and pours on the sauce. And the delicious aroma wafts through the empty bamboo forest, attracting everyone's attention. The sweet and sour fish is simmering in a cast iron pot made of bamboo, and the tangy sauce is appetizing. Next to it, hot oil is sizzling on a volcanic rock, grilling the meat slices which are sprinkled with cumin and flipped over, releasing an enticing fragrance. Whether it's the sweet and sour fish or the grilled meat slices, they are all large portions. Wanshi is drooling next to Bai Hong, rubbing his hands in anticipation and asking, "Is this for us to eat?" The special spices and seasonings in Mo Wanwan's hands are something even the royal family of Yunshi continent cannot enjoy. She quickly dismissed the idea. Dream on. This is for Grandma Changhuishu. You haven't fully recovered yet, so you can only eat light food. Don't even think about this kind of food. Wanshi, whether because of the bitterness in his heart or the influence of the smoke, had tears streaming down his face. It's too cruel, too much. Then why don't you cook somewhere else? This is just making us drool. Hu Xiang couldn't help but swallow his saliva. We've crossed the desert to come to the hell forest, and we haven't had any good food for several months. Now that we finally see delicious food, we can only look but not eat. It's too painful. Mo Wanwan shot a glare at Wanshi, lifting her chin towards a large pot of boiling soup that was steaming. Aren't we supposed to make porridge for you? I'll go cook elsewhere. What will you do if the porridge burns? It's inconvenient for Hu Xiang to move around, and I'm in a tough spot too. Upon hearing the word porridge, several onlookers looked like they were about to cry. They had been eating vegetable porridge for a whole week, and just the thought of porridge made them feel a bit nauseous. Soon, the sound of someone actually vomiting could be heard. They really hated vegetable porridge that much. Wanshi nodded. Orcs eat meat. Vegetable porridge is not unacceptable. It's just that it has no flavor. But in Mo Wanwan, you add all sorts of random herbs to it. And every meal is this disgusting yellow vegetable porridge with no meat or smell of meat. The more I eat, the more it feels like I'm eating someone else's vomit. Hu Xiang hit him hard, while also covering her mouth with her hand. She was starting to feel uncomfortable in her stomach too. Mo Wanwan said angrily, "You heartless bunch. If you end up with a chronic illness because you can't control your diet, how can you justify the effort I've put into taking care of you these days? And don't even mention meat to me. All these medicinal herbs are benefits I've added for you. Don't be ungrateful while you're in a position of privilege. The truth is, I just find it troublesome to cook the porridge and medicine separately. Since it all has to go into your stomach anyway, why not stew it together?" Once she said this, no one dared to speak up. They had all seen how attentive Mo Wanwan had been to them over the past few days. The entire caravan had followed Bai Hong to this place, encountering numerous dangers along the way, and the survivors were mostly rough men. They only knew how to fight and kill, and rarely met kind-hearted people willing to treat their injuries, especially someone who asked for nothing in return, simply hoping they would recover quickly. Their appreciation for Mo Wanwan had skyrocketed over these few days, and they felt deeply grateful to her. Moreover, Mo Wanwan was approachable and easy to get along with, so their fondness for her only grew. Chapter 28. Farewell, Part 1. Suddenly someone said, "Indeed, the vegetable porridge made from these medicinal herbs has helped my injuries heal quickly. I thought I was on the brink of death." The somewhat serious atmosphere transformed into one of laughter and conversation. Bai Hong used his sleeve to wipe the sweat that had formed from the steam off Mo Wanwan's brow, saying, "You bring such delicious food to Changhuishu every day. Your relationship with him is really good." Mo Wanwan smiled brightly, with two little dimples forming on her cheeks, exuding a hint of pride as she said, "Grandma Changhuishu is my mentor. She is the person I respect the most in this world, and also my family. If I don't treat her well, who will?" As she spoke, she lifted the lid of the pot where the sweet and sour fish was simmering, and a delicious aroma wafted into the air. She picked up a piece of fish with her bamboo chopsticks, dipped it into the bubbling sauce, tasted it, and exclaimed in delight, so delicious." She smacked her lips a couple of times, truly captivated by her own cooking skills. Seeing her enjoy the meal so much, Wanshi and the others couldn't help but drool with envy. Bai Hong leaned down with a smile, getting closer to Mo Wanwan, and softly pleaded, "Wanwan, I also want to taste it." The way he called her was so intimate. "The pot you helped to make definitely won't let you down." Mo Wanwan then picked up a piece of fish, dipped it in the steaming sauce, blew on it until it was cool, and brought it to Bai Hong's lips, saying, "Be careful, it's hot." Just as the sauce was about to drip, Bai Hong took a bite. His thin lips wrapped around the bamboo chopsticks, savoring the taste, though it was unclear whether he was enjoying the deliciousness of the fish or the act of her serving him. People around them seemed to be watching a pair of lovebirds showing off their affection. Seeing Bai Hong being fed so openly by Mo Wanwan, several burly men nearby began to cheer. "Sister-in-law is feeding brother Bai. Ha ha." Mo Wanwan put down her bamboo chopsticks and said angrily, "No cheering. Our relationship is not like that. Then she turned to Bai Heng and urged, Bai Heng, you quickly tell them. Why do these people always think that we have that kind of relationship? She looked angrily at those who were cheering, stomping her feet as she spoke. Her angry demeanor was cute and charming. Bai Heng was indifferent. Instead, he was pleased that this group was causing a stir. The more they cheered, the more shy she became, which would make their feelings better. He gave a glance at the ringleader, Wan Shi, who caught his eye and intensified the cheering, which made Mo Wanwan so angry she seemed ready to dig a hole in the ground. She angrily took the sweet and sour fish and the grilled meat platter to Shenggu, delivering the delicious food right in front of Chang Huishu. Chang Huishu was using branches to scrape the food into his ethereal mouth while stealing glances at Mo Wanwan with his half-closed eyes. Mo Wanwan sat down on the empty ground in front of Chang Huishu, crossing her arms in a sulky manner. Did those kids make you angry again? Chang Huishu asked with a kind smile. Mo Wanwan likes to share interesting things with her whenever something fun happens, and she also chats with her about these amusing stories. Over time, Chang Huishu has become Mo Wanwan's confidant and a family-like presence in her life. Mo Wanwan moved closer to Chang Huishu, wrapping her arms around the tree trunk and playfully said, Grandma Tree, I don't actually like Bai Heng in my heart. Why do they always insist on saying we are a pair? I only like you. Chang Huishu gently stroked Mo Wanwan's hair with a branch and affectionately replied, You, always trying to flatter this old lady. You don't just like me. You don't like Bai Heng simply because your heart is already occupied by someone else. He just met you a bit too late and doesn't have the fortune to claim your heart. Mo Wanwan lowered her eyes and pondered over Chang Huishu's words, a faint sadness rising in her heart. But there is absolutely no possibility between him and me. He would kill me. Chang Huishu paused his comforting gesture, sensing the sadness of the person before him, and slowly said, You have tried your best. Perhaps the appearance of Bai Heng is another option. Mo Wanwan shook her head and after a while said, I don't know. If I like someone, I will be completely devoted. Maybe when I see him again, I will be able to confirm whether I like him or not. But I both look forward to meeting him and hope to never see him again. She raised her small palm-sized face, her eyes misty, and her tone was like a spoiled child speaking to someone close. Grandma Tree, my heart is so conflicted. The Longwei Tree, the wisest being in this world, at this moment didn't he know how to comfort Mo Wanwan. If matters of the heart could be resolved by the intervention of others, then why would so many people still ask what love is? ISNT loves something that makes people reluctant to let go, something that brings both frustration and longing? Silly child, I believe you are someone who dares to love and hate. You must listen to your heart and never compromise yourself. At this moment, the Longwei Tree truly wished it could transform into human form sooner, so it could hold this child and give her the warmth of a human body instead of the coldness of its branches. Mo Wanwan released her hands from the tree trunk and looked at the Changwei Tree, her eyes widening slightly in surprise as she exclaimed, So Grandma Tree has such profound insights about love as well. She was just feeling sad a moment ago, and now she seemed to be playful. The Changwei Tree gently swatted her with a branch and said, You naughty girl, are you looking down on me? Mo Wanwan smiled brightly, regrouped her spirits, and began to search for things in the wilderness, bustling about until it was evening. The merchants had been eating plain porridge for 2 consecutive days, and their injuries had finally improved significantly. Mo Wanwan could tell from Bai Heng's demeanor that they were preparing to set off. She understood that time was of the essence. Her seriously ill mother was waiting for her to heal her. That day, she brought delicious food to Chang Huishu. After handing the food to Chang Huishu, she quietly watched her eat, rare and quiet like a well-behaved little chick, drooping her head and saying nothing. After Chang Huishu finished eating, she praised the meal, and upon hearing her voice, Mo Wanwan's tears streamed down her face. She bit her lip, stopped being pretentious, and rushed to hug the sturdy trunk of Chang Huishu, burying her small head in the shadow. Chang Huishu felt something damp in the folds of the trunk and nervously coaxed, What's wrong, Wanwan? You can tell Grandma Tree anything, and Grandma Tree will help you solve it. Seeing her still crying hard, Chang Huishu half guessed and half suspected. Did someone bully you? It's okay. Grandma Tree will stand up for you. Mo Wanwan wiped her tears and choked out. Who can still bully me now? It's just that this time I've found the opportunity and decided to leave, but now I can't bear to part with you. In her previous life, she was an orphan and had never experienced the companionship of family. The only warmth she felt from family was when Sheng Rong gave it to her in a dream. Over the past 2 years, Granny Chang Huishu had been like her own grandmother, and she regarded her as a close relative. Granny Chang Huishu had recently sensed that she was going to leave, but when she found out, She was still surprised that it was happening so soon. She also felt a bit reluctant and said, "In these 2 years, I've watched you grow. When you first came to me, you were just a little girl who didn't know anything, and now you've become even more beautiful. Don't cry easily, be strong. There is no feast that does not end." Chapter 29. Farewell, Part 2. Granny Chang Huishu tried to comfort Emo Wanwan, gently patting her back with her branches, like a caring mother. "You now have enough strength to protect yourself, but danger still won't let you go. You must know the cause of becoming a witch." Granny Chang Huishu extended a branch, which was the remaining predictive fruit, and said, "Gather the special herbs to awaken them." Emo Wanwan stretched out her palm below, listening to her continue. "There are a total of 6 clues regarding the remaining precognitive fruits, and they will help you navigate the ups and downs of fate." The crumpled tree bark curled open, revealing the 6 crimson raisins that Emo Wanwan had left over from last time, scattering them in the palm of her hand. Emo Wanwan exclaimed in surprise. "So these remaining 6 grapes are still edible?" Chang Huishu said angrily, "What grapes? These are foresight fruits. Do they look like grapes to you?" Emo Wanwan chuckled and said, "These dry ones look just like raisins. When they're plump, aren't they just grapes?" She then picked up one of the 6 foresight fruits and placed it in front of the Changhui tree, saying, "Look, doesn't it look a lot like a raisin? And this red color is just like the color of red wine. Truly disrespectful. If the Changhui tree were personified, it would surely have a flushed face right now." The Changhui tree had no way to deal with her and could only continue with the serious matter. "I am now only afraid that your fate won't be that simple. I have calculated for you. Crises will only follow one after another, becoming increasingly difficult to handle. You must be careful everywhere, and you need to think thrice before trusting anyone." Emo Wanwan nodded in agreement, tears starting to well up in her eyes again. She immediately kissed the aged face of Grandma Chang Huishu. "Grandma, you are my family for life, and I will think of you." After saying goodbye, she reluctantly left the Xingu. The branches of the Chang Huishu swayed in the wind, and the leaves rustled, as if trying to conceal her sadness and reluctance, or perhaps bidding farewell to Emo Wanwan. Bai Heng and the others were waiting at the entrance of Xingu. When they saw Emo Wanwan come out, they swiftly shouldered their bags and prepared to set off. Each of them had a bundle of luggage, and in the middle of the group, they were pushing 2 carts of goods, just like an ordinary merchant convoy. Before leaving, Emo Wanwan went to the Xuanhu tribe to say goodbye. The leader, Xuanhu, gave her a farewell gift and had the entire tribe send her off. To be honest, she was quite touched. She didn't expect the leader to be so loyal, and she would remember this. Bai Heng walked in front with Emo Wanwan. Emo Wanwan was familiar with the terrain of the Hell Forest, so she took the lead while Bai Heng kept watch. On the way, Bai Heng seemingly casually asked, "You said you would prepare the herbs to lift the curse. Could you tell me what you have prepared?" Emo Wanwan pulled out a dried flower from her crossbody bag and said, "You are very lucky. Last year was the blooming season for frost 7 flowers, and 3 of them bloomed at the same time. This is one of the dried flowers." Bai Heng picked up the lifeless frost 7 flower from her hand and examined it closely. As the name suggests, the frost 7 flower has 7 snow-white petals. He felt that the frost 7 flower was so rare, yet it looked so ordinary, and he seemed disappointed, saying, "There's nothing special about it. It looks just like the illustrations in the Immortal Herb collection." Emo Wanwan does not bother to argue with such a blind person. Identifying the spiritual mushroom requires insight into its spiritual power level, along with many intricate details. Anyway, even if she explained it, others wouldn't understand. It's her special skill. This frost 7 flower withered prematurely because it was deprived of nutrients by 2 other plants before it could bloom, so I use it to make dried flowers. Although the effect will be somewhat inferior, as long as it's paired with my specially crafted formula, it can produce a curse-breaking potion. My curse-breaking potion cannot dispel every curse. I simply gathered the required herbs based on your description of your mother being consumed by 10,000 ants, making it targeted and more effective. Hearing Emo Wanwan's confident tone, he felt reassured. After a while, Bai Heng's expression darkened slightly, and he said solemnly, "Last year was precisely when the spiritual herbs were exposed to the world." He curved his lips in a cryptic smile. What a coincidence. This timing coincides with the blooming of the frost 7 flower. Emo Wanwan was startled by his words, and after thinking it over, she felt a chill run down her spine. She suddenly wrapped her arms around herself and rubbed the goosebumps on her arms. How did the author of the herb collection know the blooming time of frost 7 flowers? Even I can't figure it out. Hey, she turned to look at Bai Heng, thoughtfully probing. Is this herb collection the only one in your hands? If you find some time, I'd like to take a look. Bai Heng smiled gently and said, "Sure, I'll study this herb collection with you then." He didn't mention whether there was only one herb collection, as he was uncertain if others also had the collection he planned to obtain. But it wasn't hard to imagine that the herb collection wouldn't be limited to just one. With Mo11, this great Buddha, leading the way, they safely passed through the most dangerous mountains and forests, and Bai Heng called Shi and the others to be astify and hurry on their way. Mo11 and Bai Heng sat on the back of Xiang, a brown wolf, who was running ahead to clear the path. Shi and the others bit onto the ropes of the cart, dragging it behind them. The group safely left the hell forest. Crossing 100 miles of mountains was no simple task, especially since only a few of them could quickly travel in their beast forms. As they walked down from the hillside to the flat ground, they were greeted by an endless expanse of desert. Montag van was Stund. It turned out that the hell forest was an oasis. But wait, wasn't the wise tree saying that between the mountains of the valley of life and death, there was a river leading to the outside world, which indicated that this should have been a plain or something similar? And not far away, there should still be places with human habitation? Her fantasies were completely shattered when she saw the desert. The desert was not only hot and stuffy, but there were also many bad things hidden beneath the sand. How could it be a desert? As soon as her question was raised, someone answered immediately. Shi transformed from the black wolf beast back into human form, changing his clothes in the process. He boasted about his online IQ. 600 years ago. This was indeed a vast plain, but for some unknown reason, one day the sky was filled with thunder and lightning, burning away all the vitality of the entire plain. And over time, it became the desert it is now. Mo11's eyes widened in surprise. Are you sure it was 600 years ago? Shi replied, unhappily, absolutely sure. Don't you believe what I'm saying? This desert is also known as the Desert of Divine Punishment. The legend of the Desert of Divine Punishment has made waves throughout the Yunshi continent, and generations have told this story to their children. I've been hearing it since I was little, so I remember it very clearly and won't get the timing wrong. He nodded proudly as he spoke, looking as if knowing this matter was quite impressive. In fact, everyone in the caravan knew this story because it was simply too famous. Mo11 took a deep breath. This name and this time point clearly were not a coincidence. Wasn't it 600 years ago that Sheng Rong received divine punishment? Could it be that the divine punishment burned this plain? Chapter 30. The insect repellent bag can save lives. Bai Heng noticed that it was already evening, and the desert's climate was beginning to cool down. We should quickly find a place to rest. Nightfall is approaching, and traveling at night is unsafe. This place was not like an ordinary desert. Many wild animals in the divine punishment desert were quite powerful, and continuing to linger would be dangerous. Shi and the others also felt they should quicken their pace to continue on, but the group was still somewhat hesitant. In particular, Shi stared into the desert for a long time, and the burly man suddenly became shy and said, "Let me take a moment to prepare mentally." Remembering the torment he had endured while crossing the divine punishment desert to reach hell forest earlier. He had witnessed the dangers of this desert and didn't dare to step in unprepared again. Bai Heng rubbed his forehead, sounding quite disdainful. You're afraid of some bugs and scorpions living in the desert, and how are we supposed to cross it? Mo11 thought it was not a big deal, but it turned out to be just a fear of desert bugs and scorpions. Shi showed a look of disbelief at Bai Heng's words, shaking his head furiously and indicating, "What do you mean just a few? These bugs and scorpions in the desert are very treacherous. They like to sneak up on people from the sand and bite, and their bites hurt a lot. They are afraid of you, but not of us." His voice rose and fell dramatically, resembling a wronged little wife. Bai Heng's beautiful face darkened with several lines of disdain. His eyes filled with all kinds of contempt. Shi, you don't have any shame, but I do. Once we're out of the desert. Don't say you know me. Shi took this as a compliment, scratching his head with a grin, and continued to explain. In the desert, we can't transform into beasts, otherwise we would die from the heat. It's not like when we are transformed, we have a layer of fur for protection. Just one bite would be excruciating pain. What he said echoed everyone's thoughts, and they nodded in agreement, showing troubled expressions. We don't have to worry about the bugs and scorpions anymore on this trip. You have a way, right, 11? Bai Heng smiled gently at Mo11, his reassuring gaze making her feel a bit uncomfortable. After spending a few days with Bai Heng, she realized that he was a shrewd and cunning fox, and nothing could escape his eyes. Mo11 lowered her head to pick up her crossbody bag, reaching inside to take something out. Her small face showed a look of effort as she searched, giving the impression that her hand was reaching into the not-so-large bag, as if trying to fish for cow hair in a sea of clouds. Shi and the others did not understand the silent riddle between Bai Heng and Mo11, but they all shifted their gaze to her, curious about what she was doing. After a while, Mo11 pulled out a dozen medicine pouches and evenly distributed them. These pouches contained ingredients that most insects and scorpions disliked. Their smell would repel them, so as long as they wore the pouches, they wouldn't have to fear attacks from desert insects and scorpions. Upon hearing this, everyone was overjoyed. What did they have to fear from desert insects and scorpions now? They looked at Mo11 with utmost admiration, firmly believing that with this great Buddha protecting them, their return journey would be smooth sailing. Xiang brought the pouch close to her nose and sniffed. The smell was somewhat pungent up close, but if one didn't deliberately try to smell it, it was hardly noticeable. How amazing! The insect repellent powder sold outside had a strong scent that could be detected from 10 steps away. Shi also followed Xiang to smell the pouch and exclaimed in surprise, "It really is. My Xiang is so attentive." He didn't forget to praise his wife. Xiang blushed and playfully scolded Shi. "There are so many people here. You could just call me that in private." The members of the merchant team were already disgusted by Shi, and upon hearing Xiang's response, it felt as if they had been drenched in sour vinegar. Bai Heng felt the weight of numerous resentful gazes directed at him, mostly complaining about why he had to bring his partner along. He smiled wryly and shrugged. He couldn't be blamed for this. With the medicine pouches, the merchant team felt that the sandy terrain was more even and harmless than ever before. The last time they attempted to cross the desert, they were terrified at the sight of every small sand dune, fearing that something might emerge from it, which left them anxious and increasingly dispirited. These insects and scorpions living in the desert were also hard to deal with. No amount of blood could satisfy them. One wave of trouble would not settle before another arose, which made them fearful. Now, with Mo11's life-saving medicine pouches, they often felt the need to touch the pouches along the way, afraid that they might accidentally drop them and be left behind to suffer the bites of insects and scorpions. Meanwhile, in the Hell Forest, the Xuanhu tribe's chief, Xuanhu, had just sent off the great Buddha, Mo11, and was happily playing with his little Xuanhu when suddenly a shocking report came in. "Boss, the bone knife has been stolen." "What?" The chief Xuanhu widened his tiger eyes, instantly losing the mood to continue playing with his little Xuanhu, and angrily scolded the Xuanhu who delivered the message. "A bunch of useless fools. You let a sick person steal something right under your noses. Why do you have to call yourself Xuanhu? You've brought shame to the tiger name." He was furious with his incompetent subordinates, thinking that without the bone knife, Bai Heng would be fearless, but if he had the bone knife, Bai Heng's strength would be unfathomable. Wait, was he actually worried about Mo11's safety? Mo11, that terrifying woman who feared nothing? The chief Xuanhu rolled his eyes. Such concern was indeed unnecessary. The Xuanhu subordinates were scolded thoroughly and stood frozen, waiting for their boss's verdict. After a while, when no punishment came, one of them quietly glanced up and saw that the chief Xuanhu was once again playing with his little Xuanhu as if nothing had happened. Could it be that the chief had other plans? The Xuanhu subordinate thought to himself and quietly withdrew. In the Tianfa Desert, Bai Heng referred to a safe resting spot, which meant a place in the desert that was less likely to be attacked by wild beasts and could respond quickly to natural disasters. The merchant team stopped at a certain point in the desert, dividing into 2 groups to begin their tasks. One group stayed to build a fire and set up tents while preparing food. The other group went to clear out threatening creatures in the vicinity and hunt. Besides the insects and scorpions hidden in the sand, there were also wild animals living in the desert. Bai Heng and Shi were responsible for planning the next route for the team. They took out a scroll with a map and adjusted the route based on the previous lesson to save time and avoid unnecessary trouble. Since there was a distinct yellow-green vegetation nearby, the hunting team could expand their range. As long as they caught a glimpse of the green head of the vegetation from afar, they would be able to find their way back. Mo11 squatted on the sandy ground next to the vegetation, her sensitive nose catching a whiff of moisture in the air. She stared thoughtfully at the plants for a while, then lowered her head idly and began to draw in the sand with her fingers. She had intended to help, but the enthusiastic crowd insisted on not letting her work, wanting to spare her from these trivial tasks. She thought it was because she had saved them in the Hell Forest, and they wanted to express their gratitude by having her do less. The real reason, however, was that everyone in the caravan had come to see her as a sister-in-law. After all, who would make their sister-in-law do work? Chapter 31. The bucket was knocked over just then. Mo11 could take advantage of the break to sort through what Bai Heng had told her that night. As she traced the outline of the cloud dawn continent in her mind with her fingertips, she divided it into several sections. The country they were heading to now, the Moon Entropy Kingdom, was one of the 3 great powers of the cloud dawn continent. While the demon palace ruled by Shungrong was located in the western section of the continent and was said to be quite large, occupying the entire west. The Cloud Dawn continent has been roughly divided into two races since ancient times, the human race and the beast race. The beast race is the strong, while the human race is the weak, according to the natural law of the survival of the fittest. It is undeniable that the human race is dominated by the beast race. Two-thirds of the human population has become slaves struggling to survive under the rule of the beast race, living without any freedom. The only strongest faction among humans, the Wuhua tribe, which was famous for its medical skills, has been buried in the annals of history. And no one has discovered the existence of the descendants of the Wuhua tribe. The figure of two-thirds made Mo Wanwan's scalp tingle. The fate of the human race was precarious. But what made her feel even more nauseated was the reason the beast race allowed the human race to survive in misery. Human women have a very high reproductive capacity, and as long as the beast race mates with human females, their offspring will definitely inherit the beast race's bloodline. Thus, two-thirds of the human slaves are women, and they live in inhumane conditions. Bai Hung's description, as simplified by Mo Wanwan, was that these women were no different from goods and merchandise. Bai Hung and the people in the caravan all believed Mo Wanwan was also human, even thinking she was an orphan of the Wuhua tribe. Only Mo Wanwan herself was clear that she was a sleek white lizard. The beast race could distinguish their kind by scent, while the human scent was almost non-existent. Since they could not perceive what kind of aura Mo Wanwan had, they presumptively categorized her. This made Mo Wanwan very dissatisfied, but there was nothing she could do about it. As night fell, a red star in the vast desert glimmered with an eerie light. With no more worries about being disturbed by insects or scorpions, Hu Xiang changed her previous fear of the Judgment Desert and gazed at the starry sky and the desert horizon with an appreciative eye, feeling that this scene had a special charm. She and Mo Wanwan sat close together, eating flatbread, drinking cool tea, and chatting. Perhaps because the caravan was filled with men, Hu Xiang liked to stick to Mo Wanwan and often preferred to do things with her, leaving Wanshi behind. Every time Wanshi caught Hu Xiang running to find Mo Wanwan, he would glare at her with hatred, as if he wanted to ignite a fire in her and turn her into ashes that could never approach Hu Xiang again, treating her as a formidable rival. However, Mo Wanwan only felt that if she didn't know Wanshi was a straightforward man, she might have misunderstood. Yet, it wasn't until she learned about the news that day, not long after, that she realized Wanshi was a truly formidable man. At night, Hu Xiang and Mo Wanwan gossiped in a separate tent, their two beautiful figures casting shadows on the tent, swaying in the night breeze. Hu Xiang recounted Wanshi's embarrassing moments from childhood, using her fingers to keep track, and the girl's melodious laughter echoed in the desert, which was otherwise filled only with howling winds. The men in the other tents, who were still on guard, relaxed at once. Bringing girls on a long trip turned out to be a good choice. Being with Hu Xiang reminded Mo Wanwan of her college friend back on Earth, who also liked to chat about their crushes during outdoor camping trips. A warm feeling enveloped her entire body. That night, she slept soundly, dreaming that she had returned to the past, living an ordinary college life. The sound insulation of the tent was as expected. The next day, the group teased Wanshi about his past embarrassing moments, making him regret being completely honest with Hu Xiang for the first time. Some people went too far, provoking Wanshi, and the two of them ended up fighting. After a few rolls on the sand slope, they accidentally knocked over a water bucket on the truck. The bucket contained drinking water for the people, and there were only two such buckets on the truck. The one they knocked over was full and had not been touched yet. The decision to bring 2 buckets of water was based on precise calculations, and knocking one over meant they would face thirst for the latter half of their journey across the desert. As they watched the water bucket break on the sand, all the water was quickly absorbed by the sand and simultaneously evaporated by the heat, creating a brief puff of white smoke that reminded everyone how real the recent events were. Around them, the sound of synchronized swallowing echoed. They had to conserve water. Wanshi and the small boy who had fought with him, Xiao Fei, realized they had caused a disaster, their legs weak, and they both fell onto the sand. They nervously shifted their gaze in the same direction, only to see Bai Hung approaching them with a fist full of veins, his expression extremely grim. Oh my! The two who had been at odds a second ago now trembled together, crying out for mercy. They had underestimated the trouble they had caused. Ahead was Bai Hung, transformed into a demon, and behind them were the furious caravan companions ready to take their lives. They were caught between a rock and a hard place. Xiao Fei felt a strong will to survive at that moment and quickly released his hold on Wanshi, bending down to frantically dig in the sand. Shi looked at him in astonishment. What are you doing? We're all going to die, and you still have the time to dig in the sand? You're a wolf tribe, not a dog tribe. Xiao Fei rolled his eyes at him. I'm using the sand for protection. I don't want to get beaten to death. Shi thought about it and found it reasonable, so he quickly joined Xiao Fei's plan, increasing their digging speed twofold. But how could their digging speed compete with the speed of Bai Heng's approaching legs? Just as their protective mound was about to be completed, it was mercilessly stomped flat by Bai Heng's swift foot. Shi looked up at Bai Heng, feeling hopeless, and quickly changed his strategy. Hugging Bai Heng's long leg and pleading for mercy, Bai Heng, I was wrong. Just beat me up, but please don't hurt my roots, otherwise. I want to be able to explain to Hu Xiang. Bai Heng revealed a signature smile, but Shi only felt the endless killing intent in his eyes. The scene was too tragic. Mo Wan and Hu Xiang turned their backs. She thought for a moment and decided to advise Hu Xiang. For your happiness in the second half of your life, I suggest you find another good husband. Hu Xiang was already so embarrassed she wished she could bury her entire head in her clothes. Shi was truly too much. In the end, Shi and Xiao Fei were beaten half to death and were not allowed to drink a drop of water for the next 2 days. Their water bags were confiscated by Bai Heng, making them look miserable. 2 flowers bloom, each showing their own branch. In a bustling market on the Cloud Dawn continent, Yu stood in front of a stall selling candied hawthorns, pulling out money to buy 3 skewers. As he walked, he muttered, the master never eats sweets. Why did he order me to buy candied hawthorns today? Ever since the master woke up from the eternal dream, it was as if he had become a different person, and his taste had changed. Yu held 3 skewers of candied hawthorn and approached Xing and the others, handing 1 skewer to Xing and another to the Lord. He chewed on the candied hawthorn in his mouth, his gaze fixed on the Lord. He watched as Sheng Rong, without hesitation, took a bite of the candied hawthorn, showing no signs of anger or joy, and said, go buy another skewer. Yu was stunned by this scene, his eyes wide open and his mouth agape. Unable to believe, he was looking at the Lord, trying to discern if it was real. But the Lord before him was unmistakably genuine. What on earth happened? In the past, whenever sweet food was placed in front of the Lord, he would turn red with anger. Chapter 32. The demon lord loves candied hawthorn. Yu was ordered to go back to the vendor selling candied hawthorn. The owner recognized his face because it was simply too pleasing to the eye. Fortunately, the owner did not encounter Sheng Rong, otherwise, he would probably never forget what true handsomeness looked like. The owner cheerfully asked, why are you back again, young man? Does your wife love to eat them? If she does, buy a few more skewers. Without thinking, Yu lowered his head to count the coins and replied, she really loves them. Boss, buy another skewer. All right. The owner took the coins and retrieved a skewer of candied hawthorn from the vendor's stand. When Yu returned, the skewer of candied hawthorn in the Lord's hand was already finished. Having never seen the Lord show interest in any delicacy, Yu quietly noted in his heart, the Lord really loves candied hawthorn. They sat on the second floor of the tea house, where Xing instructed the waiter to bring out all the best dishes from the restaurant. She sat opposite Sheng Rong, who was gazing at a certain spot on the street below, his finely chiseled features always exuding a cold detachment. She found her heart racing as she admired the Lord's profile, and intentionally sipped her tea to clear her throat before softly saying, the spies report that the Yaojin lion family is hiding in the Tianfa desert, hoping that the seal is still in their hands. Yu was still analyzing the newly transformed Lord before him when Xing's sudden words made him shiver. He couldn't withstand the unexpected tenderness released by Xing, which was completely unlike her usual fierce demeanor. Xing shot him a glare and continued to look at Sheng Rong, saying, the Yaojin lion family was a prestigious family 600 years ago, but now they have become an ancient family that no longer concerns themselves with the world. I wonder if they still remember their responsibilities. Sheng Rong continued to gaze at the spot below for a long time, not retracting his gaze. The waiter hurriedly brought out beautifully presented dishes, but he hadn't touched his chopsticks for quite a while. Xing had noticed this absent-mindedness in the Lord more than once over the past 2 years, as if he were thinking about a woman. As a woman, her sixth sense told her that the Lord must be thinking about someone. If she found out who that woman was, she would make her pay. How could the Lord, who was supposed to be so dignified, be so shameless? Sheng Rong returned his gaze, indifferent, and said, I will remind them of their responsibilities, even if it means using force. Xing looked in the direction where the Lord had been staring earlier, but there was only the vendor selling candied hawthorn, and the children who had been surrounding him had already dispersed. Was the Lord really so concerned about candied hawthorn? Lord, let me throw this away for you. Yu half sat up, intending to take the leftover skewer from the Lord's table, but was stopped by a cold voice. No need. Lan Yu's hand hung in the air. Puzzled. Are you planning to throw it away yourself? Sheng Rong silently tucked one of the bamboo skewers into his clothes and said, throw it away. Lan Yu was taken aback, but complied. Sheng Rong glanced at the skewer that Lan Yu had thrown away, recalling the radiant smile he had dreamt of frequently over the past 2 years. He wondered how she had fared in the valley of life and death these past 2 years. After Lan Yu returned from disposing of the skewer, they prepared to leave the tea house. Just as they stood up, a group of masked men in black suddenly burst in, attempting to assassinate them. Lan Yu and Xing were about to fight back when they realized that the demon lord was in a bad mood today. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed a wind palm attack towards the group, and the black-clad men fell down in less than half a second. All of them had their heart veins severed, leaving no survivors. Lan Yu quickly glanced at the weapons of these black-clad men, realizing they were from the Brown Wind Nation. Had the National Master finally lost patience? This wind palm attack seemed not too powerful, only harming the group of black-clad men, while the furniture around the tea house remained intact. However, Lan Yu still handed a bag of silver to the waiter, saying sympathetically, go ahead and reopen the place. The waiter weighed the silver bag and realized it was more than enough to reopen a shop. Although he was happy to receive such generous compensation, he was puzzled by the meaning behind it. As Sheng Rong and the others left the tea house, in just a breath's time, the entire tea house collapsed, leaving not a single intact tile behind, reduced to rubble. The waiter finally understood the meaning of that bag of silver, collapsing onto the ruins. Still shaken as he watched the 3 Azuras leave. 10 days later, in the Tianfa Desert, the caravan continued to move forward. Soon, their water ran out, and they had traversed more than half of the desert. The blazing sun shone down, and the hot desert climate felt like walking inside a steaming pot, causing the lips of one Sure and the others to crack and peel. Despite their discomfort, they couldn't stick out their tongues to lick their lips. Doing so would only lead to endless thirst. Everyone walked with their heads down to avoid the sunlight, taking turns pushing and pulling the carts. Their heavy footsteps felt as if they were laden with lead, and the speed of the caravan slowed increasingly as they feared for their lives. At this moment, someone in the caravan who lacked perseverance collapsed in the sand, the hot ground capable of burning off a layer of skin, and he no longer had the strength to stand up. This area rarely had desert animals, and, aside from the lack of water, he had been in a constant state of hunger. He struggled to open his eyes, hope suddenly igniting within them as he pointed to a spot ahead. Look, there's a lake. Everyone looked in the direction he pointed, and indeed, there was a lake. There was water. The fallen man stumbled to run towards it for a much-needed drink, and the others hurriedly followed behind. Mo Wanwan twitched her nostrils, not detecting the expected scent of moisture. So this lake was likely fake. They chased for a while and found that the lake was getting further away. Xiao Fei wondered aloud, strange. Why can't I catch up to it? The lake was right in front of them, its surface shimmering, making them eager to drink. It was truly frustrating that they couldn't reach the lake. No one wanted to waste their efforts. Wansher stopped and said gloomily, can this lake grow legs or something? Mo Wanwan sighed and thought, it's really pitiful for a bunch of fools to have such expectations. Because there are no lakes here at all. It's just a mirage deceiving your eyes, and you will never be able to chase it down. Mo Wanwan clarified the confusion, and everyone understood. Oh, so this lake never existed. Some were curious about how much Mo Wanwan understood, but their mood was extremely bad, and they had no time to delve into their curiosity. The hope that had been kindled was shattered again, and everyone was both angry and resentful, frustrated with Xiao Fei and Wansher for knocking over the water bucket. Now you two are happy, but we're all going to die of thirst. If it weren't for your lack of brains, would the water bucket have been knocked over like this? Damn it, it's better not to mention it. As soon as someone buzzes like a fly every day, a wave of nameless anger surged to Xiao Fei's forehead. He grabbed the person who blamed them by their clothes and made a gesture as if to throw a punch, saying in a muffled voice, who are you calling brainless? You've been blaming us all this time. The bucket is already spilled. What's the use of saying more, right? The bucket is already spilled. But if they don't say it, where can this anger go? That person wasn't too afraid of him and lifted their chin to retort. Then what do you suggest we do? We're about to die of thirst. Can we say a couple of words? Xiao Fei was so angry that a wolf tail appeared behind him. In the dry desert environment, the wolf tail was bristled, matching Xiao Fei's mood of wanting to hit someone. Just as Xiao Fei was about to land a punch on that person's face, one sure intervened. Xiao Fei, stop making a scene. He then turned to that person and took on the responsibility. You want to die of thirst, you could drink my blood. I'm big enough. It should last you for several days. After that, just take good care of Wuxiang and ensure Bai Heng arrives safely in the Moon Entropy Kingdom. Chapter 33. Water source. These two were the ones he cared about the most. One was his beloved, and the other was the prince he had known since childhood. If he had any regrets before dying, it would only be about Hu Xiong and Bai Heng. Wan Shi reached out his hand to Hu Xiong. Give me the knife. Hu Xiong refused. I don't want to, even if this is the only way you can think of, I don't want to drink your blood. I can't swallow it. He heard the crying tone in her voice, looked down and avoided her gaze, gritting his teeth and shouting at her. Give it to me. Hu Xiong trembled at a shout, tears streaming down. You've never shouted at me before. She was really about to soften him up. Wan Shi remained unmoved. Xiang, this is my fault. I can't let everyone die because of me. Have you forgotten the purpose of this trip? It doesn't matter if I die, as long as Bai Heng can live to the Moon Entropy Kingdom. He didn't continue, because Hu Xiong was already sobbing uncontrollably, on the verge of collapse. She couldn't bear to hear him say that it didn't matter if he died. If he died, what would she do? Mo Wanwan looked at one person about to die and another crying. It's true that when people are filled with passion, it's easy to lose their heads. No one is asking you to donate blood. You might as well save it for yourself, she said. Then her gaze swept over the group of people who felt that the situation was not right. Since you're thirsty, it's better to stop complaining and save your energy for finding water. Her latter remark was directed at those who were being unreasonable. The reason she hadn't spoken earlier was that those people wouldn't give up until they saw Wan Shi feeling this guilty. After witnessing this scene, would they still be able to blame others in the heat of the moment? People always like to make a lot of noise, but deliver little. What's the use of complaints? It would be better to focus on finding a water source and saving some saliva. Her words made those people feel so ashamed that they couldn't lift their heads. However, no matter how bad everyone's mood was, the team still needed to move forward. The top priority now was to find a water source. Mo Wanwan and Bai Heng, at the front of the line, urged the team not to slow down. While there was still a bit of strength left, they should push on. Perhaps there was still hope of finding water, otherwise they would easily fall into a deadlock. Mo Wanwan's calmness stems from her knowledge of where to find water sources in the desert, while Bai Heng's composure comes from the fact that since Mo Wanwan is not panicking, there is no need for him to panic either. He is constantly observing this woman, not missing any details. As he expected, Mo Wanwan soon led them to a water source. There were no oases or lakes here, just 3 half-person high plants with a mix of yellow and green. Such vegetation is common in the desert and is nothing unusual. Wanwan, do you think there's water in these plants? It's not that, Bai Heng doubts her. It's just that they had considered this possibility during their last crossing of the desert, but unfortunately, there was no water among these plants. These plants resemble cacti, covered in sharp spines and adorned with numerous bumps of varying sizes. Mo Wanwan did not answer, but directly took out a dagger and stabbed it into one of the bulging bags. As soon as the skin was pierced, juice flowed down the back of the knife. This surprised Bai Heng. They had only checked for moisture in the vegetation and had not examined these bulging bags. Mo Wanwan used a water pouch to catch the flowing juice. This plant was very cunning, fearing that its internal moisture would be stolen. It transported all its water into these pouches. To extract water from them, one could only burst these pouches one by one. The dagger in her hand glimmered with a crystalline sheen washed by the juice, as the juice flowed into the pouch through its opening. And the reinflated pouch looked as if it was filled with gold and silver treasures, making it very tempting. One after another, people came to burst the plant's pouches, not waiting to fill up their water before drinking. They directly drank the juice to moisten their parched throats. Refreshing. Xiao Fei felt rejuvenated, wiped his mouth with his arm, and came back to life once more. How had they not thought of the fact that water could be in the plant's pouches before? They had seen many such plants along the way, and now they no longer had to worry about dying of thirst in the desert. But there was one thing he couldn't understand. Why hadn't anyone told him the method earlier, despite seeing so many of these plants on their way here? If Mo Wanwan had spoken up sooner, he wouldn't have had to endure the blameful gazes along the journey. Mo Wanwan took a few big gulps of the water from the pouch before saying, telling you the method earlier was just a waste of energy. This place recently had a rain, and the pouches are noticeably swollen, so there's more juice to extract. There are 3 of them here, enough to fill a barrel with water, and we have to waste our time searching for such vegetation elsewhere. Xiao Fei then asked, but you've never left the Hell Forest. How do you recognize this plant? How do you know there's water in its pouch? Mo Wanwan felt a bit embarrassed about this, because her ability was quite extraordinary. If I said I have a magical ability to identify plants, would you believe me? This ability was also related to her love for food. According to Changhui Tree, it was because she had consumed the treasures of the Dead Valley completely, which not only greatly increased her spiritual power, but also transformed her body, giving her immunity to toxins and the ability to identify plants. On the very first day she arrived in the heavenly punishment desert, she could smell the moisture from this type of plant. Many plants had very little moisture, and it was not worth the effort to extract just a little water. It was better to endure and wait for a more substantial reward. This ability to identify plants seemed ordinary, but could be life-saving at critical moments, just like today. Therefore, her ability was so extraordinary that it might make ordinary people feel that it was unfair, and they would probably be enraged. Having witnessed Mo Wanwan's extraordinary abilities in taking care of them, everyone really believed in her plant identification skills. They did not feel it was unfair. On the contrary, they had 100% recognition of her. Skills equate to strength, and those with strong abilities are liked by everyone in the Yunshi continent. Wansher said, having such a skill is like being cared for by the beast god in nature. Xiao Fei admired Mo Wanwan even more in his heart. I've never heard of the ability to identify plants before. This ability is incredible. He had been abandoned by his parents as a child and raised by his master in the martial world, never having heard of anyone with such a capability. With this ability, wouldn't T1 be able to survive anywhere, avoiding death? Mo Wanwan smiled at Xiao Fei and said, the world is so big. How can you be sure that you can know all abilities? Xiao Fei was stunned by Mo Wanwan's smile. It was truly beautiful. Anyone would risk everything to protect such a lovely smile. No wonder Bai Heng liked her. If Mo Wanwan really became everyone's sister-in-law, that would be even better. Bai Heng gazed at Mo Wanwan's heavenly beauty, a hint of possessiveness flashing in his golden eyes. This woman was even more precious than that Xingu, one of a kind in the world. If she could help the Moon Entropy Kingdom and assist him, he would be delighted. He smiled gently and said, this ability really complements your medical skills. Mo Wanwan felt pleased to think, so after hearing Bai Heng's words, yes, thanks to it, I can guarantee that I will cure your mother's curse. It is precisely because she has this unique ability that Chang Huishu focused on teaching her medicine. Naturally, learning medicine is also her own wish. As for the reason, she hopes to do exactly the opposite of what the future evil witch would do during these 4 years. At this moment, she was completely unaware of Bai Heng's feelings for her. Chapter 34. Don't call me sister-in-law after a long and dusty journey. They finally found a water source. It was now noon, the sun was high, and the sand was hot enough to burn the skin. Not dying of thirst. This feeling of surviving a great disaster made everyone talk more than in the past few days, with continuous chatter. Bai Heng sensed a change in the wind direction. His ears twitched as if listening to something, and suddenly said, there is a sandstorm in the distance. Wansher tiptoed, raised his hand to shield his eyes from the glaring light, squinted, and turned around to look, but saw no sign of the sandstorm. Where is it? Bai Heng's tone was serious. It will come soon. Indeed, Bai Heng was not one to joke. Since he said a sandstorm was coming, Wansher and Xiao Fei and the others turned to look in the direction Bai Heng was facing. A few minutes later, behind the undulating sand dunes, they saw a swirling column of sand rising into the sky, advancing rapidly. The surrounding sand particles flew about, resembling a murky yellow haze that tainted the originally clear sky. The sandstorm blocked their path ahead. Wansher and Xiao Fei sighed in relief, glad they had listened to Bai Heng and waited patiently. Otherwise, their team would have run straight into it. Bai Heng decided to rest here, eat something, and continue their journey once the sandstorm subsided. Speaking of food, Wansher rubbed his hands together, eagerly calling a few people to go hunt animals in the desert. Where there is a water source, there are animals. Before long, they returned from hunting, having caught a few desert mongooses, along with a desert lizard that Wansher was holding. Mo Wanwan looked sorrowfully at the dying desert lizard, not really wanting to eat one of her kind. Wansher ran over to Mo Wanwan excitedly, holding the lizard. Sister-in-law, do you know how to eat lizards? I've never eaten lizard in my life, and I'm a bit curious about what it tastes like. Mo Wanwan was about to swing her knife to deal with the desert meerkat, when suddenly a lizard lay dead on the stone slab, its long tongue sticking out, and its neck cruelly twisted. With a swift motion, she split the skinned desert meerkat in two. Don't call me sister-in-law. All right, sister-in-law. Wansher squatted in front of the stone slab and chuckled. So, when do you plan to deal with this lizard? How about making it a dessert after the meal? Mo Wanwan looked at Wansher with a smile that didn't reach her eyes and said, you really want to eat the lizard that much? Wansher nodded firmly, insisting. I must eat it today. Mo Wanwan frowned. You really want to eat it today, right? Wansher inexplicably felt the murderous aura from Mo Wanwan and had a bad premonition. He took a step back and weakly asked sister-in-law, do you have a grudge against lizards? Their wolf clan's strength lies in their extraordinary sensitivity to changes in human emotions. So he couldn't help but glance over at Hu Xiang for help. Did I offend sister-in-law? Hu Xiang turned her face away and ignored him. She had just yelled at him today and didn't want to pay him any attention. It wouldn't do to let this big fool get away without facing some consequences. Mo Wanwan smiled mischievously, appearing innocent and harmless. But in fact, she had already devised a cunning plan for Wanshi. Wanshi, you are not allowed to eat today. Wanshi felt as if he had been struck by lightning, not knowing what he had done wrong. He fell to his knees, repeatedly begging for mercy. Sister-in-law, I know I was wrong. I didn't know you had a grudge against lizards. If I had known, I wouldn't have thought of using it as a dessert after a meal, and I would never have foolishly imagined watching the lizard being skinned, pan-fried, or deep-fried. He even went on to describe it in detail. Mo Wanwan's brow twitched violently. Wanshi, I've read your fortune, and you'll eventually die because of that mouth of yours. Wanshi looked bewildered and asked earnestly, Is that true? What should I do? He then glanced at Hu Xiang, wondering what would happen to her if he died. He couldn't let Hu Xiang be a widow. That would be too unmanly. Hu Xiang felt a bit embarrassed under Wanshi's gaze and silently continued to process the ingredients in front of her. Mo Wanwan was almost about to crush the hilt of the knife in her hand, praying in her heart for someone to come and take this idiot away. Otherwise, she would start a massacre. Unexpectedly, her thoughts were truly transmitted. Bai Heng approached, carrying Wanshi, and intended to throw him away, saying, You don't need to do anything. Just keep your mouth shut. Feeling Bai Heng's voice ominously coming from behind and a cold hand touching her nape, Wanshi shuddered and quickly made a gesture to indicate he would keep quiet, signaling that he would definitely not cause any more trouble. Only then did Bai Heng retract his hand. After explaining the important matters to the caravan, he immediately walked over to Mo Wanwan. Mo Wanwan smiled faintly at him. How did you come? Are everything arranged? Bai Heng fiddled with the bags of spices prepared by Mo Wanwan beside the stone slab, contemplating in his heart that bringing these spices to the auction in the Moon Entropy Kingdom would secure the money in hand, and the rest could be dealt with slowly. No need to mention it further. Spices are extremely precious, even in great nations. He said, Everything is arranged. The sandstorm won't last long. We can set off as soon as we finish eating, and the route remains unchanged. That's best. If we take a detour because of the sandstorm and delay a few days, your mother will have to endure the curse and suffer for a few days. She bowed her head to fry the fatty parts of the cut meat, then began to stir-fry quickly. She asked him, I plan to make a teppanyaki. Do you eat spicy food? Watching her skillful cooking movements, Bai Heng couldn't help but smile. The wolf tribe can't live without spice. Mo Wanwan stirred the ingredients and said, You must have really suffered eating vegetable porridge every day these past few days. She took a pinch of various spices from the spice bag and sprinkled them evenly, then flipped everything over and repeated the process. She added a lot of chili powder, and the spicy aroma immediately spread far and wide. She smiled and said, Next time, I'll invent a hot pot for you. Wanshi, who was quietly waiting, suddenly heard the word hot pot. It sounded like food, and he couldn't help but ask, What is a hot pot? It sounds really exciting. Bai Heng shot him a deep glance, and Wanshi took a step back in fear. He was genuinely curious. Mo Wanwan didn't blame Wanshi for speaking up this time. She had intended to explain anyway. Hot pot is when a group of people gathers together and puts various favorite foods into a big pot of boiling water, filled with lots of chili peppers, making it more and more delicious as they eat. It sounded like a big pot stew. Based on Mo Wanwan's description, Wanshi imagined a scene, and his appetite was quickly ignited. He couldn't help but speak again. This way of eating is very suitable for us wolf tribe people. How about we do this for our next meal? She shook her head. No, we don't have a pot. And we don't have enough chili peppers and Sichuan peppercorns. Plus our food is limited. We can wait until we get to the town to eat it. Wanshi glanced at Bai Heng, and seeing that Bai Heng didn't react, he patted his chest confidently and said, All right, I'll take care of the hot pot arrangements when the time comes. Brothers can follow my sister-in-law's orders. He immediately found himself an important task. Hu Xiang served the prepared iron plate-fried desert mongoose in wooden bowls to everyone. With Mo Wanwan around, everyone had something to eat during this time, and Hu Xiang learned quite a few cooking skills from her. The members of the caravan tasted the first bite and exclaimed in surprise, Sister-in-law's cooking skills are truly amazing. I say this dish is second to none. No one dares to claim it first. Someone added, If anyone does, just break their legs. Ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter. Xiao Fei was also eating with greasy hands, his face full of happiness at having food. If I find a single girl in the future with half of sister-in-law's cooking skills, I will marry her as my Xiao Fei's wife. Mo11 rubbed her temples and sighed. Ever since Shi called her sister-in-law, no has let go of that title. Chapter 35. The army escorting slaves after having their fill. The sandstorm ceased its relentless fury. The merchant caravan headed towards the sand dunes, and a group of people walked to aid digestion. It had been a long time since they had eaten so well, and with no worries about water sources, they chatted more than usual, enjoying their time. They talked about whose daughter-in-law gave birth, discussed introducing a girlfriend to Xiao Fei, and some even asked Hu Xiang how she fell for that big fool Shi. No matter how Shi felt, he had to see how Hu Xiang would explain it. Mo11's cheeks formed two shallow dimples, making even the hottest desert feel a bit more pleasant. She smiled warmly and said, "Have you all always been so lively and adorable? It would be great if it could stay this way." It was like when a group of university students went hiking together. It was tiring, but with so many people, it felt like there was an endless supply of energy. Her smile was so infectious that Bai Heng lost his train of thought, falling silent for a moment, not knowing what to think. He slowed his pace and said softly, "This is still thanks to you. With you here, they don't have to worry about whether they can survive and leave the desert, and instead, they feel much more relaxed." On their first crossing of the punishment desert, without her accompanying them, the caravan suffered many losses, and everyone felt despondent, only thinking about getting Bai Heng to the Moon Entropy Kingdom and fulfilling their mission. This time, they crossed almost half of the desert without anyone getting hurt or starving, and certainly without any deaths. All of this is due to her efforts, and anyone with eyes can see it. This is all your charm. Bai Heng's gentle and warm face was most captivating with his perfectly timed smile. It wasn't overly deliberate, nor did it seem cold. A slight smile could captivate anyone. Meeting you in the Hell Forest is not only their fortune, but also my blessing. He gazed intently at Mo11, his eyes filled with tender affection, and the truth in his words was difficult to discern. Right now, he only wanted to win some of her favor, and every word he spoke to get closer to her was still driven by self-interest. Mo11 bit her lip and fell silent. She turned her face away, no longer under his spell, which was her subtle rejection. Bai Heng seemed to smile awkwardly, but did not give up. "It's okay, I can wait." The two were playing a game of unspoken hints, with only themselves aware of each other's intentions, just not openly stating them. The desert sand was like snow. Under the scorching sun, it was a blazing golden yellow. The clear and solid footprints left behind were buried by the new wind and sand. Having been in the scenery for almost half a month, any sense of admiration should have worn off by now. A large convoy approached from a distance, led by a man riding a fine horse, clad in bulky iron armor, swaying as he rode, with a whip elegantly tucked into his belt. The crowd behind the horseman was ragged, barefoot, and shackled by chains. The oppressive heat pressing down on their bones made them unable to stand upright, moving forward like puppets strung together, numbly bowing their heads. The merchant convoy collided with them, the other side intentionally trying to approach. A long line of figures reflected in Mo11's eyes. She frowned uncomfortably and turned to ask the nearest Shi, "Are these people slaves?" Shi, accustomed to this sight, replied, "Strong countries regularly send troops to escort slaves to transfer points, but they would never venture into the Tiansha desert. They must have gotten lost." Mo11's beautiful eyes were deep and mysterious, as if the heat of the desert had scorched her pupils. This world is unfair. The capable rise while the weak are bullied. If she had not encountered Chong Huishu, had no medical skills, could not be Astify, and had mistakenly entered the Valley of Death, would she have become one of this group? No, she would not, because her fate had already been determined. Bai Heng instructed everyone to act according to the situation, waiting for a horse-riding soldier to come over and arrogantly ask, "What do you have in your cart?" The visitor made his intentions clear, and the men in the merchant caravan placed their hands on their weapons, ready to act at Bai Heng's command. The visitor was not a good-natured person. It was always wise to be cautious. Bai Heng replied amiably, "What else could it be, sir? We are just an ordinary merchant caravan, and what we have inside are merely some common goods." The soldier, sweating profusely under the blazing sun with cracked lips, wanted to lick his tongue but dared not. After finally producing some saliva, he impatiently said, "Open it up and let me see. Why should we listen to you?" Bai Heng coldly glared at him, displeased with the man's rudeness. The soldier saluted arrogantly and said, "Humph. We are the army of the Brown Wind Kingdom escorting slaves. Those who know what's good for them will obediently comply. Those who resist will not have a good end." Bai Heng was unwilling to yield. "Then why don't you call your leader over to discuss with us?" The soldier reached for the whip at his waist, but seeing the opposing side outnumbered him, He retracted his hand and turned to leave. You wait for me. Not long after, he returned. Lieutenant Chun sent me to take you over. The caravan followed the soldier to the slave army, where Lieutenant Chun sat high on a horse and looked down at them. Do you have water in your cargo? If so, hand it over quickly. He immediately recognized the extraordinary Bai Hong as the leader of this caravan and spoke to him with an ordering tone. No, Bai Hong met his gaze, his eyes sharp, showing no intention of backing down. Startled by his gaze, Lieutenant Chun felt a tightening in his heart and then ordered, You few, go check those carts. The soldiers split into two lines and surrounded them, with the previously rude soldier stepping forward to approach their cart, intending to lift the cover. Wan Shi timely grabbed the rude soldier's wrist, causing him to cry out. Bai Heng's expression darkened with anger, his tone icy. Lieutenant Chun, what is the meaning of this? Lieutenant Chun ignored him and impatiently said to the other soldiers, Hurry up and lift the cover. The soldiers, who had been waiting around the merchant caravan, immediately moved forward to uncover the tarpaulin. Lieutenant, they have a whole barrel of water and a cart of food. The food inside referred to their game, knowing that these ordinary soldiers could not even deal with the insects and scorpions in the desert, let alone catch the wild animals of the punishment desert to eat. Lieutenant Chun narrowed his greedy eyes, focusing on their cart, not for anything else, but for food and water. Since this cart contained these two items, he was determined to seize them and also capture the strong men in this caravan to serve as slaves. The atmosphere was tense, and it seemed that both sides were about to fight. Mo Wanwan quietly retreated behind Bai Hong, thinking that now was not the time to reveal her skills. It was better to pretend to be weak for now. Bai Hong, naturally anxious to protect her, stepped aside to let her hide behind his back. Mo Wanwan originally kept her distance from Bai Hong, and with her headscarf, she was not conspicuous among the merchant caravan. The moment she approached Bai Hong, it was as if she had actively revealed herself to the attention of Captain Chun. When Captain Chen's gaze swept over her, it suddenly halted. This woman was curvaceous and graceful, with natural beauty that could not help but stir his desires. He leered at Mo Wanwan with ill intentions, wishing he could tear off that obstructive clothing right now, smiling at her with a lewd expression. My lady, you are truly enchanting. Come to me, and I will take good care of you. Mo Wanwan looked at his lewd face and wanted to kick him, but she couldn't do that. She could only hide a little further behind Bai Hong. Bai Hong noticed her fearful reaction and cast a very displeased glance at Chen Xiaowei. Chen Xiaowei couldn't wait any longer. He drew the whip from his waist and swung it forcefully at Bai Hong, trying to seize this beauty. Bai Hong snickered disdainfully, took a step forward, and easily caught the whip with his bare hands, pulling it back violently and knocking Chen Xiaowei off his horse. Chapter 36. Let Them Go Free, Part 1. Chen Xiaowei fell in a messy heap, and in his rage, he got up and transformed into a spotted leopard, roaring angrily at Bai Hong. Bai Hong loosened his muscles and looked at the spotted leopard as if it were a dying man. Wan Shi, protect Wan for me. If she loses even a hair, I'll chop you up, he said, and with that he rushed towards the spotted leopard to take the initiative. Wan Shi knocked down the rude soldier with 2 punches, pulling Mo Wanwan to his side while clicking his tongue. TSK. This disgusting old man dares to lay a hand on my sister-in-law. Bai Hong probably 1T let him off easily. The scene was chaotic, and Hu Xiang also joined the fight. Although she appeared to be a woman and didn't seem to have much impact, she effortlessly crushed these minions. These soldiers were so weak that there was no need for the caravan members to transform to deal with them. The unaffected slaves still kept their heads down, excessively quiet. Mo Wanwan had truly become a bystander, and she didn't know where she had pulled out a fruit from. Wiping it on her clothes, she leisurely took a bite and said, Why won't Bai Hong let him go? It seemed as if a boundary was drawn around her. Any enemies attempting to cross it would be taken down by the couple, Hu Xiang and Wan Shi, working together. She only needed to stand still and quietly enjoy her fruit, feeling quite pleased. The fruit in her hand was a sweet one that could be stored for a long time, just right for a snack. Bai Hong had been skilled in various forms of punishment since childhood, and Wei Xiao would probably last no more than 3 seconds under him. Wan Shi shot a sympathetic glance at the spotted leopard entangled with Bai Hong not far away. Mo Wanwan laughed nonchalantly. Oh, Bai Hong is really not simple. Yet her words hinted at some unclear meaning. Wan Shi thought for a moment and slapped his forehead hard. No wonder he let something slip. He almost exposed his identity. What kind of merchant would use punishment methods? He timidly glanced in Mo Wanwan's direction and saw her enjoying her meal, seemingly just speaking casually, so he relaxed. The spotted leopard, transformed from Lieutenant Chun, was twice as tall as Bai Hong, and just his size could be intimidating. He had just fought Bai Hong to a standstill. And after both had probed each other's moves, he arrogantly mocked Bai Hung. You want to fight me in your physical form? Aren't you afraid your beast form is ugly and weak? Such an ignorant thing. Bai Hung hated it most when others talked about his beast form, and his expression instantly darkened. The spotted leopard feigned an attack, stretching its neck to bite him. A gust of cold wind suddenly swept past the spotted leopard's feet, and it bit down on nothing but air, nervously searching for Bai Hung's figure. Bai Hung had already dodged and was crouching on a piece of loose flesh behind the spotted leopard's neck, pressing his hand like a knife against it. The spotted leopard sensed the chilling presence from behind its neck and suddenly froze its head. Bai Hung leaned down and spoke in a volume only the two of them could hear. You are not worthy to see the beast form of the Silver Wolf clan. The spotted leopard's pupils suddenly dilated, and it cautiously swallowed its saliva, confirming repeatedly, Silver Wolf clan? Is it really that Silver Wolf? Damn! How did he encounter the Silver Wolf clan? Would begging for mercy still be of any use now? But Bai Hung no longer answered him, directly knocking the spotted leopard unconscious with a hand strike. It was not yet time to kill him. When Bai Hung got off the spotted leopard, he saw it shrinking at a visible speed, transforming into a completely naked middle-aged man. Lieutenant Chen's strength was not enough to warrant using his bone knife against. The army, leaderless and scattered like loose sand, was quickly subdued by the merchants. They were bound together, their mouths stuffed with cloth, and all their weapons confiscated, becoming lambs to the slaughter. Upon seeing those fierce soldiers subdued so easily, the slaves showed expressions of disbelief, looking at Mo Wanwan and the others as if they were deities. They knew that these soldiers usually either beat them mercilessly or deprive them of life. They had long harbored deep hatred for these soldiers, especially Lieutenant Shun, whom they wished to flay alive. Mo Wanwan approached the slaves, but they dared not share the air with her, retreating in fear as if they might pollute her. Seeing them walk barefoot on the scorching sand, each step causing their souls to burn with pain, she halted her advance. Do you want to unlock your shackles? She glanced at their leg chains with rising disgust, wondering how ordinary people, powerless as they were, could be treated like beasts. The slaves merely bowed their heads in humility, remaining silent. She sighed. I can bring you the keys to unlock your chains, and then you'll be free. A few slaves looked up at her, then hurriedly lowered their heads again, not even catching a clear glimpse of her, but instead wanting to retreat further. The word freedom was like a distant treasure in paradise to the slaves, something that could never belong to them. When Mo Wanwan spoke those words, it did not evoke warmth. Instead, it transformed their suspicion into a sense of intimidation. Mo Wanwan helplessly pursed her lips. Are they so afraid of her that they don't want to talk to her? Bai Hung, not wanting to watch her futile attempts at conversation, stepped forward and forcibly pried open the jaw of a nearby male slave to show her with actions. These were a group of mute slaves, their tongues cut out, unable to speak. Mute slaves are quite common in the market, so it's no wonder Bai Hung guessed they were a group of mute slaves. Mo Wanwan's ruby lips parted slightly, stunned into silence by this scene. Her hands were clenched tightly. Could it be that slaves who cannot speak are unable to communicate and rebel in private, and to ensure their status as masters, they turn people into mute beings? How cruel this is. The reality was not much different from what Mo Wanwan imagined. Even if these slaves were set free, they would soon be recaptured and returned to slavery. She couldn't save all the slaves in the world, as she could hardly save herself. But she could still choose to help those slaves who encountered her. People have the right to choose. If they are in front of her, she won't turn a blind eye. Mo Wanwan felt unfair for them in her heart, but still tried to appear gentle on the surface. She spoke to the slaves with kindness. You must be very afraid that even if hope is given to you, it will be cruelly shattered, right? I can't make you easily trust me, because for you, believing or not believing doesn't matter. She didn't get angry and continued to communicate with the slaves. Living is the most important thing, and I just want to help you, with no ulterior motives. Bai Hung gazed at the woman before him. There was a light in her eyes that was different from everyone else's. What exactly was this light? Mo Wanwan, even though she knew that this group of slaves were mute, had no intention of giving up on conversing with them. He silently stood beside her to protect her. If these slaves intended to harm her, he would ruthlessly kill them all. The slaves fearfully glanced up at the handsome beastman, sensing the warning in Bai Hung's eyes, and they cautiously retreated a few steps. Chapter 37. Set them free. Part 2. Mo Wanwan suppressed the impulse to step forward and spoke out to stop them. Don't retreat any further, your feet will hurt. She thought for a moment and added, it's okay if you can't speak. I can teach you sign language in the future, or if you have your own sign language. You can teach me how to communicate with you. The slaves did not expect that the woman in front of them genuinely wanted to talk to them. Her tone was not haughty or condescending. Her friendly voice seemed to be concerned about scaring them. She cared about their feelings, which was why she made an effort to communicate with them, even though she could have simply abandoned them in the desert. The slaves slowly lifted their heads to take a look at her, curious about what kind of person would want to talk to a group of mute slaves. After all, in other places, communicating with mute slaves was often seen as a joke. This time they clearly saw her, and at that moment their bodies froze, and then they were moved to tears. Mo11 had her black hair neatly tied into a ponytail that hung in front of her chest. Her brown eyes resembled the clear water waves of autumn, making it impossible to feel any fear towards her beautiful face. With black hair and brown eyes, her petite figure was 2 heads shorter than the beast tribe women of the Yunshi continent, undoubtedly showcasing the characteristics of a human woman. This human woman spoke with confidence, and there were indeed beast tribe members willing to risk their lives to protect her. Is there really a human like her? Mo Wanwan's appearance was a natural persuasion for the slaves. They glanced anxiously at Bai Hung, who was standing beside her, and slowly stepped forward with trembling feet. Mo Wanwan noticed that these slaves were willing to get a bit closer to her, and she smiled with joy. I thought carefully. You are all slaves bought from the Brown Wind Kingdom, and your slave status must be registered. I want to buy all of you. She cautiously stepped forward, seeing that the slaves no longer retreated in fear, and gently held the hand of a female slave, her eyes twinkling with kindness. When the time comes, I will take you out of the desert, and I want you to live freely. In the eyes of outsiders, you will still be my slaves. So you want to be captured again. Her words were astonishing, suggesting that they could live freely as slaves, which sounded absurd, but was a flicker of hope in the hearts of all the slaves. The once impossible dream could now be realized. Yet they were too timid to accept it, having long been reduced to a state where they couldn't even think for themselves, let alone make decisions. The slaves stared blankly at her actions. Her hands were very clean, without the fine lines of hard work, like those of a pampered princess. Yet, when she held the female slave's hands, there was no trace of disdain, and her movements were gentle. For a slave, the most important skill is to read the room. They could tell that Mo Wanwan was not a person who lied. She genuinely wanted to help them. Could they also fight for themselves? The slaves' hearts were in turmoil. For them, accepting the woman who extended her hand meant accepting a completely new life, and whether they deserved such a life had become unimportant. If possible, they would be willing to start their lives over, casting aside the torment they had endured. With their hearts no longer in conflict, they suddenly knelt before Mo Wanwan, gratefully bowing their heads to her. They uttered a series of unintelligible syllables. Only they knew they were saying thank you. Mo Wanwan saw the female slave suddenly kneel down and immediately crouch down to help her up. Why are you kneeling to me? It wasn't me who rescued you from Officer Chun. You shouldn't kneel so easily to others in the future. The female slave looked towards Bai Heng's direction, and soon lowered her head again, still refusing to stand up. The group of slaves behind her was the same. Mo Wanwan did not expect that the servility of these people had penetrated to the bone, and it would truly be a difficult task to eradicate it. She saw that the female slaves were emaciated, with cracked and peeling lips, and said to the approaching Huxiang, Huxiang, pour them some water to drink. Do we have any leftover food? Huxiang smiled and replied, the food you cooked is so delicious that one's sure, and the others finished it all at noon, so there won't be any leftovers. However, there's still some game in the truck. What about the flatbreads or the dried food we brought earlier? Huxiang shook her head. Those were eaten long ago. Mo Wanwan was contemplating whether to cook the prey on the truck later, when Bai Hung, who was beside her, smiled gently and said, let them drink some water first. Seeing that these slaves posed no threat to Mo Wanwan, he withdrew the oppressive aura he had been exerting on them, allowing their tensed bodies to relax slightly. Just then, Wan Shi suddenly ran over and whispered a few words in Bai Heng's ear. What? Bai Hung looked a bit surprised, gave a quick instruction to Huxiang, and then left with Wan Shi at a brisk pace. Although Mo Wanwan was curious about what Wan Shi and Bai Hung talked about, she had her own matters to attend to and could only give up on the idea of intervening. Huxiang agreed to help Mo Wanwan, so she actively went to the truck to bring back a bucket of water, followed by Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei used a key to unlock the shackles of the slaves, while Huxiang poured a small amount of water into bowls and distributed them to the slaves. The number of bowls was limited, with one bowl shared among 10 slaves. But at least there was water to drink. Xiao Fei said as he unlocked the last pair of shackles. The army transporting the slaves got lost in the punishment desert and encountered a sandstorm earlier than we did. Their water and food were swept away, which is why they wanted to seize our supplies. Mo11 saw that among the slaves, there were several children around 7 or 8 years old, clearly malnourished. It was estimated that these slaves hadn't eaten anything since the food and water were swept away by the sandstorm. She took out a wooden medicine box from her crossbody bag and was about to check the slave's feet. Hu Xiang, seeing how she had taken out the medicine box, asked in surprise, "Wan, your bag doesn't look big. How can it hold so much? And what about those medicine pouches from before?" Mo11 glanced at the shoulder bag she was carrying. "Oh, this shoulder bag was a farewell gift from Brother Xuanhu. It has infinite space inside, capable of holding any item, and can be considered a treasure of the Xuanhu tribe." To be honest, she didn't expect her boss, Xuanhu, to be so nice to her, even giving her a treasure from the tribe, which made her feel a little touched. Mo11 asked the child in front of her to lift his little foot for her to see. The child complied, but what she saw was shocking. These slaves walked barefoot in the desert, essentially offering their flesh to the insects and scorpions. There was not a single intact piece of flesh on this child's foot. The child's tender flesh was even more appealing to the insects and scorpions, and one could only imagine the torment he had endured. In addition to the obvious bite wounds, there was a layer of skin burned off the soles of his feet, and the wounds on the soles were covered in fine sand, posing a high risk of infection. The feet contain acupoints connected to important organs in the body, and wounds on the feet cannot be ignored more than wounds elsewhere on the body. She applied medicine to the child's wounds and then bandaged them, occasionally asking if it hurt, and only continuing to bandage when the child shook his head. Hu Xiang watched and learned from the side, suddenly saying, "Wan, you are so kind." Chapter 38. Light Rain. Mo11 was taken aback. Indeed, it was a difference in perspective. Why would one feel this way? Anyone with compassion would surely find it hard to accept. Hu Xiang looked at these slaves. They had indeed suffered a lot, but to her, it was perfectly normal. After all, no one would think to save slaves. And no one would ever spend time communicating with a bunch of mute slaves. Doing so would be seen as ridiculous. The beastmen here believed that the lives of slaves were worthless, that these worthless lives were born solely to serve the beastmen. Hu Xiang smiled. "So everyone has tacitly accepted this, yet you, Wan, speak of wanting them to live freely, and you even think of their future. I think what you're doing is very noble." Inspired by Mo11's kindness, she transformed into Mo11's little fan. Mo11 was not repulsed by Hu Xiang. She was simply happy that Hu Xiang supported her idea. She didn't expect the people in the caravan to be so kind. However, they had never lived in the society she once did, so they couldn't conceive of the idea of equality and freedom for all. One day, as society develops, their descendants would come to recognize the importance of equality and freedom. She continued to apply medicine to the slaves. Applying medicine was just the simplest step, and she also needed to stitch up their wounds, which required careful work. There were too many people to attend to each one individually, so she could only do a simple bandaging first and help them recover slowly on another day. Hu Xiang also wanted to help, so she took on the task of wrapping the bandages, saying, "Leave the wound dressing to me. You just focus on applying the medicine." Mo11 nodded. When she began to apply medicine to an old man's foot, Hu Xiang's distressed voice came from the side. "Don't move around. Let me properly bandage your wound, so your foot can heal." She looked over at Hu Xiang and realized it was the female slave she had held hands with before, who was refusing to let Hu Xiang bandage her wound. No matter how much the female slave kicked her legs, Hu Xiang held her down firmly. Just as Hu Xiang was about to start bandaging, the female slave finally couldn't help but speak up. "You are a noble beast tribe. How can you care for such a dirty human slave like me? This is absolutely unacceptable. Isn't she mute?" Mo11 applied medicine to the old man's feet and told him not to walk on the sand for now, before she walked over to Hu Xiang. She gently said to the female slave, "If you don't let her bandage your wound, all the medicine I could just applied will be wasted." Upon hearing this, the female slave's restless legs suddenly became obedient. This was the great benefactor who specially applied the medicine for her. It would be such a pity to waste it. She lowered her head in embarrassment, as if she couldn't bear to witness the beast woman humbling herself to bandage her wounds. Mo11 signaled to Hu Xiang that she could continue bandaging, while asking the female slave, "What is your name? Aren't you a mute slave?" The female slave still kept her head bowed, not daring to meet her gaze, and softly replied, "I am called number 108. I was born in a slave kiln and have no given name. All the other female slaves can speak, except for me." Mo11 was shocked to hear her mention the slave kiln, feeling that the world's treatment of human rights was utterly insane. "Are you saying that male slaves are all mute, while female slaves are not? Then why only make male slaves mute?" When the female slave first asked this question, she was just as confused as Mo11, but now she could casually say, as if discussing everyday matters, because the master does not like female slaves that cannot speak. Mo Wanwan's heart trembled. How piercing these words were. She felt as if she had touched someone else's pain. So she quickly changed the subject. Let me give you a name. The female slave looked at her in shock, wondering if she had misheard. The other slaves also glanced over secretly, filled with envy for number 108. Could it be that number 108 was really going to have a name? How wonderful. They sighed inwardly. Mo Wanwan thought the female slave was a shy girl, so she named her. How about calling you Little Rain? Little Rain had never dreamed that she would have a name one day. Tears that she hadn't shed in a long time suddenly streamed down her cheeks. And as she hurried to wipe her eyes, they only got wetter. What's wrong, Little Rain? Don't cry. Her sudden tears left Mo Wanwan at a loss. Did she choose a name that sounded too ugly and made her cry? Little Rain laughed through her tears, her body shaking as she said, "No, I'm crying because it sounds so beautiful." Huh? You're crying because it sounds too beautiful? Mo Wanwan really couldn't accept this reason. But then she glanced at the group of slaves behind Little Rain and saw them all nodding, excited for Little Rain. All right, she accepted it. After naming Little Rain, Mo Wanwan also named many other unnamed slaves, discovering that most of them came from the slave kiln. Could it be that the emperor of the human race in this world doesn't care at all? His people are suffering. The evening came after all the busyness. Bai Hung and Wan Sure stood in front of a giant cage with furrowed brows. They hadn't expected that the officer Chun was escorting not only slaves, but also a 4-star magical beast, which was to be sent to the arena of the Brown Wind Kingdom. Magical beasts are ranked from the most ordinary 1-star to the legendary 7 stars, and a 4-star beast requires elite soldiers to subdue. This 4-star beast was a red sand scorpion, which had been heavily drugged and was sound asleep on a soft golden silk bed inside the cage. Just earlier, Wan Sure had asked Officer Chun about the remaining tranquilizers, only to find out that they had run out 2 weeks ago, and the effect of the tranquilizer lasted exactly 2 weeks. Now they were in big trouble. With just a few of them, they simply couldn't contend with a 4-star magical beast. Wan Sure suggested, "Bai Hung, the best strategy is to retreat. Why don't we escape before this red sand scorpion wakes up?" Officer Chun, who was tied up tightly, nodded in agreement. "My lord, you can use those slaves to feed the red sand scorpion, which will give us enough time to escape. By then, the scorpion won't be able to find us." Officer Chin's face had already been beaten into a pulp, and there was a foul odor of urine coming from beneath him, clearly indicating that Bai Hung had tortured him. Bai Hung thought this idea was not bad and smiled meaningfully at Officer Chin. "Then it will trouble you to make a sacrifice." Officer Chun trembled all over when he met Bai Hung's gaze and hurriedly pleaded for himself. "My lord, I was wrong to attack you earlier. I truly did not know what was good for me. But no matter what, I am still an officer of the Brown Wind Kingdom. If I disappear, the Brown Wind Kingdom will definitely trace it back to you in the Moon Entropy Kingdom. You can't leave me behind." Bai Hung just smiled politely at him. "It's fine. The Moon Entropy Kingdom can afford to lose one officer." Hearing this, Officer Chun despaired in understanding. Bai Hung was right. The Moon Entropy Kingdom and the Brown Wind Kingdom were evenly matched. The Brown Wind Kingdom wouldn't provoke the Moon Entropy Kingdom over a mere officer, and instead, they would likely appease his family appropriately after his death, letting the matter pass quietly. Chapter 39. 4-star Magical Beast Red Sand Scorpion. Officer Chin despaired as Hu Xiang brought dinner over to Bai Hung. Ma Yuan's cooking is especially fragrant, and just the smell makes one's mouth water. Wan Shure's wolf-like nose twitched. The aroma was too enticing. He hurried over to Hu Xiang and asked, "What delicious dish is it this time?" Hu Xiang circled around Wan Shure with the plate, deliberately teasing him. "This time, the ingredient is desert golden python eggs. This portion is for Bai Hung. If you want to eat, go get it yourself later." Wan Shure didn't care whose portion it was first. He rubbed his hands together and leaned toward Hu Xiang, begging, "I want to eat, Xiang, hurry and feed me." Hu Xiang disdainfully pushed Wan Shure's face away. Suddenly, a loud rumble echoed from Wan Shure's stomach, and everyone turned to look at him with disdain. This guy really had no sense of shame. Wan Shure looked confused. "It wasn't me." Xiaofei rolled his eyes and commented, "Who else could it be?" Though Hu Xiang was still playfully arguing with Wan Shure, at this moment, she couldn't stand Xiaofei bullying him. She stood up for Wan Shure, saying, "Although Wan Shure has a thick skin, he never lies." Wan Shure looked at Hu Xiang with gratitude, wanting to say something sweet, but he thought better of it, and the words were suppressed by another thought. Following Hu Xiang's hint, the air around Wan Shure froze as he opened and closed his mouth, and no one dared to breathe. Even Bai Hung furrowed his brow. Thinking carefully, the only possible source of such a loud stomach growl could only be one thing: the 4-star magical beast, Red Sand Scorpion. Xiaofei was the first to turn around and saw that the red sand scorpion had opened its eyes, rising on its 6 slender legs. Its gaze fixed on the desert golden python egg in Hu Xiang's hand. Wanshi felt the scorching gaze of the red sand scorpion on his back, like a thorn in his back, and thought, I feel like it's staring at me. Yes, it was staring at you, everyone thought silently, not daring to speak. Xiaofei was too close to the red sand scorpion and didn't dare to provoke it, lowering his voice deliberately. Wanshi, don't move. The scene was frozen. If Wanshi moved, the red sand scorpion would quickly break free from its cage and eat them all. By then, it would just be the damned Chun Xiaowei's bad idea. The first ones to feed the red sand scorpion would be them. Hu Xiang didn't understand why these people were playing a game of statues. Clearly, she didn't know about the red sand scorpion yet, and she intended to deliver the desert golden python egg to Bai Heng first. Don't move. Xiaofei's warning came too late. The moment Hu Xiang took her first step, the red sand scorpion broke through the iron cage, its 6 legs rushing towards them with incredible speed. Wanshi prioritized protecting Hu Xiang and decisively kicked Xiaofei, urging the closest Xiaofei to protect Bai Heng and fight against the red sand scorpion together. Bai Heng's bone knife was very powerful and should be able to hold off the red sand scorpion for a while. Then they could think of a way to escape. Their mission had always been like this. Although losing personnel was not what they wanted, they had no choice. Xiaofei and Bai Heng acted first. Bai Heng's gaze sharpened as he unsheathed his bone knife, leaping lightly to block the red sand scorpion's exceptionally hard scorpion tail, producing a loud metallic clang. Meanwhile, Xiaofei was knocked to the ground by the red sand scorpion's giant pincers, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Wanshi couldn't leave Hu Xiang. He anxiously watched Xiaofei get hurt and desperately looked at Bai Heng. Please don't get hurt. He wanted to help, but couldn't pull away, sweating nervously. Hu Xiang also realized the existence of the red sand scorpion and chose not to cause any more trouble, moving with Wanshi to dodge the red sand scorpion's surprise attack, still holding the desert golden python egg to attract its attention. After 2 tense and intense minutes, Bai Heng and the red sand scorpion were locked in a fierce battle. Currently, Bai Heng had the upper hand, while the red sand scorpion sacrificed its tail to face the bone knife's attack head-on. The power of the bone knife was unstoppable, and the red sand scorpion's proud tail was reduced to a stripped piece of flesh. Its tail had strong defensive capabilities. Ordinary swords couldn't harm it, not even a scratch, unless it was as hard as diamond. But Bai Heng's bone knife could ignore its defenses, inflicting real damage on its tail, more powerful than diamond. The red sand scorpion, in a frenzy, opened its protective barrier. A layer of faint red light quickly enveloped it like a film, blocking out side attacks and making it easier to inflict damage on its enemies. Magical beasts can use protective barriers for defense as soon as they are born, which is why many people cannot tame magical beasts. Once they open their barrier defenses, there's no chance to attack them. Just when Wanshi and Xiaofei thought Bai Heng was in serious trouble, Bai Heng infused spiritual power into the bone knife, which easily pierced through the layer of faint red film and struck the red sand scorpion once again. Wanshi and the others could no longer tell if the bone knife was too hard to pierce the magical beast barrier defense, or if it could ignore the red sand scorpion's defenses and still inflict damage on it. The red sand scorpion was pushed back 3 steps by the bone knife, nearly toppling over, but it would not give up its food. It charged at Bai Heng frantically, its heavy body kicking up a whirlwind of sand, its giant pincers glinting coldly. Bai Heng once again gripped the bone knife, aiming for the red sand scorpion's vital point to deliver a fatal blow, but at that moment, the bone knife suddenly malfunctioned. Bai Heng was already airborne, fully concentrated as he thrust down. This strike should have ended everything, but the bone knife was blocked by the red sand scorpion's hard shell, stuck inside the faint red film. The red sand scorpion seized the opportunity. One giant pincer fiercely struck down Bai Heng and his bone knife, and with lightning speed, it pinned him to the ground, not giving Bai Heng a moment to breathe until he fainted. Everyone gasped, Bai Heng. They felt a chill in their hearts, not knowing what had happened. Bai Heng was clearly at an advantage, but suddenly counterattacked by the red sand scorpion. No one knew the reason. The red sand scorpion's slender legs moved like lightning. Before anyone could see its next move, it was already behind Hu Xiang, snatching the desert golden python egg from her hands and swallowing it whole. Wanshi was so frightened that he could only protect Hu Xiang, unable to move, fearing that if he did, the red sand scorpion would immediately attack. He thought to himself, when did it get here? After devouring the desert golden python egg, the red sand scorpion swayed its bare flesh tail, enjoying the delicacy. Unfortunately, such a small desert golden python egg was completely insufficient for it. It glared at Hu Xiang, demanding she hand over more desert golden python eggs. Hu Xiang couldn't possibly conjure up more desert golden python eggs to fill the red sand scorpion's belly right now. Seeing Bai Heng passed out, and realizing even Bai Heng couldn't defeat the red sand scorpion, her legs went weak, and she collapsed into Wan Shi's arms. Wan Shi held Hu Xiang tightly. It was the best time to run, so he turned and fled. The red sand scorpion followed closely behind, pressing hard, and in a moment it caught Wan Shi. Growing up fighting with Bai Heng, he had 0 victories, and with Bai Heng already fainted, it was no surprise that he was caught by the red sand scorpion. Though the others were not too surprised, they were still worried that Wan Shi and Hu Xiang would both be eaten. Chapter 40. Taming it with feeding. Mo Wanwan saw a cloud of dust rising in the direction where Bai Heng and the others were, so she came over to investigate. To her surprise, she spotted a giant walking crimson scorpion at night. She then turned back and, when she returned, was steadily carrying 100 desert golden python eggs in her hands. When she arrived, everyone was puzzled about who could lift so many desert golden python eggs. Could it be a group of people? But as the figure approached, they were shocked to find that it was Mo Wanwan, the seemingly delicate woman. She was holding a pile of desert golden python eggs as high as a small mountain. Her arm strength was incredible. Mo Wanwan's appearance stunned everyone, leaving them momentarily unsure of what she was there for, especially with a dangerous magical beast nearby. The red sand scorpion, having caught a whiff of the scent, decisively released Wan Shi and swiftly made its way towards Mo Wanwan. Mo Wanwan was feeding desert python eggs to the red sand scorpion as it rushed towards her, one after another, until she had fed its 60 eggs. After that, the red sand scorpion turned into a well-behaved pet, lying beside Mo Wanwan, quietly waiting for her next feeding. Everyone dare not move, fearing to provoke the red sand scorpion again. Hu Xiang anxiously watched Mo Wanwan, worried that the red sand scorpion might harm her. The red sand scorpion wagged its tail, waiting for the 61st desert python egg, but Mo Wanwan stopped feeding it. She sternly told the red sand scorpion, "If you want to eat delicious food, you must not harm anyone." Training a magical beast like a pet dog. Wan Shi and the others were left speechless by Mo Wanwan's actions, and the surroundings fell into a dead silence. The red sand scorpion became displeased when it didn't receive food and stood up, trying to intimidate Mo Wanwan into feeding it more delicious food. But Mo Wanwan was not intimidated. She pressed her index finger in front of the red sand scorpion's mouth, easily countering its imposing stance. "If you behave, I will make you more tasty food. If you don't behave, I will cut off your food and let you starve." Upon hearing this, the red sand scorpion immediately squatted down obediently, tamed by Mo Wanwan and being surprisingly docile. Wan Shi and the others were so astonished that they almost lost their jaws. Not to mention how she tamed the red sand scorpion with just one sentence. This magical beast actually submitted so easily to a human for a bite of food. How shameless. Oh no, this gluttonous scorpion was already thick-skinned. Wan Shi and Hu Xiang, who were previously terrified, moved a bit to help Xiao Fei and Bai Heng once the red sand scorpion had calmed down considerably. Mo Wanwan smiled gently and reached out to stroke the black head of the red sand scorpion. "Good boy, black scorpion." On the back of Bai Heng, Wan Shi swallowed hard. The powerful and imposing 4-star magical beast was directly called a black scorpion by her. Such courage. From now on, he could no longer underestimate his sister-in-law. Her ability to tame magical beasts was absolutely the best in the Yunshi continent. Mo Wanwan was still happily stroking the red sand scorpion. What she didn't know was that on the Yunshi continent, aside from the Demon Lord, only the kings of the 3 major powers could tame magic beasts of up to 3 stars by themselves. When Bai Heng woke up, it was already late at night. In the tent, only Mo Wanwan was grinding medicine powder on the ground, while the others had already gone to sleep in other tents. Wanwan, that 4-star magic beast. He wanted to say something, but then stopped himself. He could only resent his own lack of strength, unable to even fend off a mere 4-star magic beast, let alone his ambitions. Mo Wanwan saw that Bai Heng had already awakened, brought over a bowl of medicinal soup, knelt beside the blanket, and smiled. The rampage of the red sand scorpion was just a false alarm. That magical beast was simply hungry and wanted something to eat. Bai Heng took the soup, gave a bitter smile, and asked, "Did you subdue it?" The only person he could think of who could tame a 4-star magical beast was her. She always brought him a sense of infinite possibilities. He gently scooped a spoonful and drank it, the bitterness of the medicine momentarily startling him, and with an awkward expression. He said, "I thought you, a delicate woman, needed my protection. It seems I was overthinking it." Mo11 stared at him without blinking as he finished the medicinal soup in one go, without any pause, genuinely admiring Bai Hong. The medicine she prepared was really bitter. She couldn't even drink it herself, yet Bai Hong managed to down it all in one breath. She had originally planned to add some sweet honey grass during the decoction process, but the quantity was limited and she couldn't bring herself to use it. So she handed him a plate of candied fruit she had prepared, smiling mysteriously as she said, "This time is a special exception. Usually, I eat this secretly and don't share it. If you eat something sweet, your mood will improve." Bai Hong looked at the candied fruit in her hand. He indeed wasn't feeling great. He picked up a candied date and put it in his mouth, the sweetness instantly flooding his palate. He couldn't tell if his mood improved, but Mo11's kindness stirred an inexplicable feeling in his heart. This strange sensation was unexpectedly pleasant. "Wan, you are very special." He smiled gently, but there was an elusive mist in his eyes that made it hard to discern his true feelings. Mo11 thought he was just talking about taming the red sand scorpion. She was just taking a shortcut, feeding it food to make it think there was something tasty on her side, and that opposing her wouldn't benefit it. She also took a piece of peach candied fruit from the preserves and ate it with great enjoyment. Bai Hong smiled self-deprecatingly, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "I actually forgot the essential difference between magical beasts and spiritual beasts. Spiritual beasts have a greater intellect than ordinary humans and can understand human language, while magical beasts have minds that are no different from ordinary animals. To tame them, I should indeed take a different approach." He glanced at the bone knife beside the pillow. It was his eagerness for quick success. If he had been able to calm down and think of a strategy, he wouldn't have had to let Wan, a woman, block the magical beast for him. He suddenly thought of Xiao Fei, who had been seriously injured and spat out blood by the red sand scorpion, and asked, "How is Xiao Fei's injury?" Mo11 paused while eating the dried fruits and candied snacks, then sighed softly and said with frustration, "You still have the heart to care about others? Do you know that your body has suffered a lot? I checked you today and found that your spiritual power is dissipating, which is why you were defeated by the red sand scorpion." Her small face showed a mix of anger and concern. "Bai Hong, maybe you can hide it from others, but don't forget where I come from. How could you possibly hide it from me?" She didn't mention Xiao Fei's injuries, implying that he was not seriously hurt, but the smile on his face gradually faded. He had kept many things from her. Which one was she referring to? Or was it all of them? Mo11 paused, as if contemplating, and continued, "The bone knife is a sacred artifact. Since you cannot fully control it, you will also be harmed by it. Why can't you take good care of your body? Do Hu Xiang and Wan Sure not know about this?" Only she understands that Bai Hong was not truly harmed by the red sand scorpion, but rather, it was the immense spiritual power contained within the bone knife that was clashing with him, thus injuring his body, until the day he can fully master the bone knife. Every time he uses it, his body will suffer depletion. Chapter 41. The precious amethyst. So, this is what she was referring to. He thought she would delve into something else, and he breathed a sigh of relief. "Because I must become stronger," he said softly, his eyes swirling with turmoil. "But there are ways to become stronger. It doesn't have to be through one specific path." This statement was like a honey-coated bee sting, entering Bai Heng's ears as a denial articulated by her melodious voice. Bai Heng thought she was also advising him not to foolishly try to control the power of the bone knife, and his heart sank. If even she believed his strength was unworthy of the sacred artifact, then what else could he have left? Mo11 looked at the bone knife beside his pillow. It was a short bone knife with a slightly upward curve, dark in color, and lacking sheath. The bottom of the blade had a row of recessed, gum-like shapes, and the entire knife didn't seem very sharp. Instead, it looked rather worn out, even less effective than a kitchen knife. The only striking feature was the ancient patterns that resembled writing on it, but from her current distance, she could only make out a few smudged black patches. After a moment, her gentle voice spoke again. "Have you ever thought about trying not to rely on it, but rather on your own strength, rather than the bone knife itself?" Bai Heng was taken aback. His heart, which had originally sunk, was no longer calm, like the ebb and flow of tides repeatedly crashing against the beach that supported his chest. He heard an answer from her that was different from everyone else's, and it was the answer he had longed to hear. Did she not think he was worthy of the bone knife? Did she suggest he rely on his own strength because she believed in his power? It turned out that in her heart, the bone knife was more of a hindrance. He felt really happy. As he seriously contemplated the meaning of her words, a warm feeling rose in Bai Heng's heart, a feeling he hadn't experienced in a long time. Suddenly, he smiled joyfully and said, Wan, thank you. I'm very happy that you care about me like this." Mo11 simply smiled faintly in reply. As long as you don't act recklessly next time, my concern won't be in vain. Then she immersed herself back into grinding the medicine. Inside the tent, only the sound of the medicine grinder sliding remained. Bai Hung, having drunk Mo Wanwan's medicinal soup, felt a bit drowsy. He comfortably lay down, closing his eyes and hazily glancing at Mo Wanwan's back, the corners of his lips slightly curling up. This was one of the few genuine smiles he had. Looking at her, he felt relaxed, and the chaotic voices in his mind telling him he was unworthy faded away. The next day, as the sun rose, the sunlight was extremely harsh, casting multiple overlapping shadows across the desert. Mo Wanwan sent the medicine pouches she prepared during her sleepless night to the slaves, ensuring that everyone had one. She and T rested a moment last night and was now feeling very tired. Hu Xiong helped distribute the pouches, and several slaves bowed and thanked her, blushing with embarrassment. Quickly saying, "Thank Wanwan, she made all of these." Then the group of slaves turned around at a 90-degree angle and bowed to Mo Wanwan again. They really looked like seasoned slaves. Seeing Mo Wanwan yawn repeatedly, Bai Hung worriedly said, "You didn't sleep at all last night. Go rest in the tent for a bit. We can set off later." Mo Wanwan also wanted to sleep now, but she had important matters to attend to. So she waved her hand and said, "I still need to find Captain Shun. Let's handle the important business first." Bai Hung understood her intention to find Captain Shun. "I'll go with you." She replied vaguely. The two went to find Captain Shun. Without saying a word, Mo Wanwan threw a crystal-clear amethyst to Captain Shun. "I bought all the slaves you're transporting this time, as well as that 4-star scorpion demon. You go back and register their slave ownership under my name. My name is Mo Wanwan, with Mo from ink wash, painting, and 2 Wan characters for gentle and quiet. If I find out later that you are seeking personal revenge, you'll have to face the consequences." Captain Shun caught the amethyst with a short hand and flattered with a smile, saying, "How could I possibly seek personal revenge? If anything happens to the slaves during transport, I will have to report to my superiors." Mo Wanwan pondered for a moment, feeling that it was still inappropriate. So she took a piece of rice paper and a brush dipped in ink, saying, "Let's sign now." Since she didn't understand how to write the characters here, she asked Bai Hung to help her write down what she dictated. After signing, she forcibly took Qin Shaowei's finger and pressed it in the lower right corner, neatly folded the paper, and tucked it into his collar. She felt much more at ease now. One of the rules of the underworld: people are unreliable. Black and white on paper, legal evidence is the only reliable guarantee. After Qin Shaowei was untied, he picked up the purple crystal and examined it closely, touching it several times with great care. This was indeed a treasure, as this purple crystal contained immense spiritual power. Not to mention buying the slaves in my hands. It would be no problem to buy the entire slave kiln. His mind was racing, thinking about swallowing half of the purple crystal for his own use. No one would know. In the Yunchi continent, all beast races possess varying degrees of spiritual power within them. The stronger the spiritual power, the stronger the ability. In the Yunchi continent is a place where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. Many beast races seek various methods to enhance their spiritual power, and any natural or rich in spiritual power is sought after by the wealthy at high prices. Mo Wanwan, upon hearing this, snatched the amethyst back. She couldn't give him the whole thing. This was one of the 2 rare pieces she had chipped off from the cliff of the Death Valley. Lieutenant Shun was unhappy. The money that was almost in his hands was gone, and in his panic, he completely forgot yesterday's lesson, recklessly saying, "Hey, you can't go back on your word. This deal has already been made." After he finished speaking, he felt Bai Heng's frosty gaze and wanted to scold Mo Wanwan for not following the rules of commerce. But he instantly wilted. Mo Wanwan pretended not to hear his noisy chatter and used her bare hands to break off a sharp quarter of the amethyst, throwing it back to Captain Shun. "Here, this is for you." Captain Shun was stunned. He looked at the small piece of amethyst in his hand, and then at Mo Wanwan, who appeared to be a frail woman, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Did she really break off this piece of amethyst with her bare hands? Bare hands? It wasn't just him who was surprised. Bai Heng also didn't expect Mo Wanwan to have such strength. This amethyst looked like it couldn't be cut by ordinary knives or swords, yet she managed to break it with her bare hands. Mo Wanwan did not notice the 2 scrutinizing gazes locked onto her. She learned that the treasure in her hand was worth a fortune, and in a good mood. She tucked it away and waved goodbye to Captain Shun before wanting to leave. "I've loosened the ropes for you. Do your best to live and get out." Before leaving, Bai Hung glanced at Captain Shun, his eyes indifferent to the fate of their group. After the 2 left, Captain Shun crawled to meet the soldiers. Upon meeting, he learned that they were out of food, water, and weapons, and had even lost their horses. It was clear they were being pushed to a dead end. Captain Shin looked down at the amethyst in his hand. Even if they died in the desert of divine punishment, as long as the country of Haifeng sent someone to find their bodies in this amethyst, they would believe it was an accident. He wanted to cry out loud. But after several days without water, where would the tears come from? Chapter 42. The Open Customs of the Beast Clan. Mo Wanwan returned to the caravan, feeling very exhausted. Bai Heng, sitting on a fine horse, bent down and reached out to her, inviting, if you're too tired, you could take a short nap on my horse. Mo Wanwan only felt her head heavy and groggy, and she agreed without thinking. She pulled his long hand to get on the horse, and before long, her head drooped like a puppet with its strings cut, and she quickly fell asleep. Wan Shi and Xiao Fei were also riding horses. Bai Heng didn't want the children in the slave caravan to slow down the pace, so he required each person on horseback to take a child along. With the increase in the number of people in the caravan, there were many considerations while moving, which led to dissatisfaction among many members of the caravan. However, they were all willing to give Mo Wanwan face, knowing that these slaves were all under her command, so they wouldn't actively seek trouble with them. But if this group of slaves didn't understand the principle of gratitude, that would be another matter. The hooves trod over the yellow sand, and Mo Wanwan slept soundly, as if nothing could disturb her. Bai Heng gently cradled her swaying head in his arms, allowing her sitting position to become more stable. Wan Shi was holding Hu Xiang, riding on another horse. When Mo Wanwan woke up fully, the first thing she saw was Wan Shi making faces at her. She looked at him in confusion and said, "Is there something wrong with your eyes?" Wan Shi gave a mischievous grin and didn't answer, making her quite uncomfortable. Suddenly, she clearly felt the rising and falling motion from the horse beneath her, and the warm touch on her back made her realize something. She turned her head and saw that she was actually sitting in Bai Heng's embrace, who was tightly holding the reins. Wan Shi was still making faces at her, and she angrily showed him her fist, at which point Wan Shi returned to being serious. "You're awake? You slept quite well." Bai Heng's amused voice came from above her. Mo Wanwan felt a bit flustered and said, "Yeah, I slept okay. When we take a break, please let me down. After all, men and women shouldn't be too close." Bai Heng, however, smiled as lightly as a breeze and replied, "In the Yunshi continent, only humans impose rules on matters between men and women. The beast folk have an open culture and do not mind intimate behaviors between genders. After all, the beast folk are eager to reproduce. The more offspring they have, the stronger heirs they can elect." Mo Wanwan unconsciously straightened her back. "Oh, is that so?" With her eyes lowered in contemplation, she realized she needed to be cautious of Bai Heng. There were many doubts about his identity, and coupled with Bai Heng indulging Wan Shi and the others in their address towards her, his intentions were quite obvious, which likely fell within his plans. But what kind of plan required him to proceed so slowly? Wasn't a more forceful approach more convenient? Or was he also testing her? He wanted to maintain the image of a gentleman. Bai Heng sensed the little one in his arms deliberately avoiding him, and the corners of his lips lifted into a charming arc, his smile as refreshing as a spring breeze, cooling down the unique heat of the desert a little. Not knowing how far the caravan had traveled, and seeing that Bai Heng had no intention of stopping to rest, Mo Wanwan suddenly realized that Bai Heng was intentionally dragging out the time. She repeatedly adjusted her sitting position, trying not to let the back of her head touch his chest, keeping a few millimeters of distance between them. Was he finding it amusing to watch her struggle to sit uncomfortably? "Bai Heng, you're indeed very scheming." Finally, after much difficulty, Bai Heng decided to take a break under Wan Shi's urging due to hunger. As soon as the horse's hooves stopped, Mo Wanwan quickly slipped off the horse's back, as if escaping. Bai Heng got down from the horse, only to find that Mo Wanwan had already vanished. Wan Shi covered his mouth and chuckled. "I didn't expect the charming Bai Heng to also face setbacks in matters of the heart." "Oh, Wan Shi, do you think you know more than I do? Or do you think I'm not as skilled in this area as you?" Bai Heng turned to Wan Shi with a sly smile, scaring Wan Shi to take a big step back. Indeed, Bai Heng's smile was the most terrifying. Wan Shi rubbed his belly and made an excuse to leave. "I'm so hungry, I'll go find my sister-in-law to get something to eat." After saying that, he bolted away at a speed comparable to Mo Wanwan's earlier escape. Bai Heng stood there in a daze, feeling as if everyone was avoiding him. "Am I really that scary?" Little Fei silently nodded beside him, although he didn't understand why his sister-in-law ran away. Wan Shi must have fled because he was afraid of Bai Heng. The corners of Bai Heng's mouth twitched slightly, and in the next moment, a bump appeared on little Fei's forehead, making him feel wronged. I didn't even say anything, I just nodded. Mo Wanwan grabbed the spatula and vigorously started frying the meat. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Bai Heng coming this way. So she directly handed the spatula to Hu Xiong and said, "I need to take a break. You can handle the rest." Hu Xiong didn't believe that Mo Wanwan was really going to take a break. So she passed the spatula to Wan Shi and said, "I'll go check on her. You can do whatever you want with the meat." Wan Shi was forcefully handed a spatula and was about to say that he didn't know how to cook, but Hu Xiong and Mo Wanwan had already disappeared. He stared at the spatula in his hand as if he were about to challenge it. Hu Xiong caught up with Mo Wanwan and crossed her arms, puzzled. "Wanwan, are you hiding from Bai Heng?" Mo Wanwan quickly crouched down with Hu Xiong, keeping her eyes fixed on Bai Heng's every move, and said, "I'm just avoiding him." Who told him not to be a good person? Hu Xiong blinked and replied, "But Bai Heng is kind and gentle. He's not a bad person." Mo Wanwan glanced at her and continued to keep an eye on Bai Heng. "Hu Xiong, you don't understand this. He only appears kind and gentle on the surface. This kind of duplicity, cunning, and slyness is well disguised. We have a special term for such people back home, called smiling tiger." She pretended to avoid Bai Heng because she suspected his character was not pure, but in fact, she wanted to extract useful information from Hu Xiong. She didn't need Hu Xiong to slip up. A few expressions were enough. Hu Xiong's face flashed with surprise, and seeing that she wasn't looking at her, she jokingly said, "Oh, I see. But you say he's a smiling tiger. You must have some evidence for that." Mo Wanwan glanced at her expression with the corner of her eye, and then said confidently, "He is clearly an ordinary merchant. Why does he have a sacred artifact and can so easily defeat the captain of the Brown Wind Kingdom?" She stared at Hu Xiong without blinking, causing Hu Xiong to pause, her lips pressed together, eager to explain but unable to come up with a coherent reason for a long time. The cover-up was obvious. Mo Wanwan saw through it but didn't say anything, putting an end to her own doubts. He can sense the sandstorm from a distance. And more importantly, I trust my intuition more than any evidence. Hu Xiong felt embarrassed. If she trusted her intuition more, she would have to avoid Bai Heng, which seemed too harsh on him. However, Wanwan's intuition was indeed sharp. As Bai Heng was about to find them, Mo Wanwan pulled Hu Xiong and planned to change places to hide. Hu Xiong broke free from her hand. "Wanwan, you can hide alone. I want to follow you." Chapter 43. The sick boy she was reluctant to hide from Bai Heng with Mo Wanwan. It was much more comfortable to be open and aboveboard. Why sneak around? Unexpectedly, Mo Wanwan said, "No, if he finds you, you will definitely expose my whereabouts quickly. I can't trust you to be caught by him. If we're going to pretend, we have to do it thoroughly." Hu Xiong was surprised. Is that really possible? Suddenly, someone patted Mo Wanwan on the shoulder from behind. Mo Wanwan was startled and almost fell over, turning to see it was Xiao Fei, letting out a long sigh. "You scare me to death. I thought it was Bai Heng." Xiao Fei didn't understand. What is wrong with Bai Heng? Hu Xiong felt that Wanwan was innocent and cute. Speaking for Mo Wanwan, "It's nothing, Xiao Fei. Did you come to find us for something important?" Then she noticed the big bump on Xiao Fei's forehead, worriedly asking, "Xiao Fei, did a bug bite your head? Did you lose the medicine pouch Wanwan gave you?" She reached out to touch it, causing Xiao Fei to gasp in pain. She gasped in sympathy. "This bug is too poisonous. The one who targeted me is even more poisonous than the bug." Xiao Fei pointed at the bump on his forehead and squatted down like Mo Wanwan and the others. He seemed to find it very amusing and whispered, "It's Xiao Yu who asked me to find sister-in-law, saying there's a boy among the slaves who has a fever and fainted and wants sister-in-law to take a look." Mo Wanwan glanced at Xiao Fei narrowly and said, "When did you and Xiao Yu get together? Why did she come to you first instead of coming directly to me?" Xiao Fei blushed at Mo Wanwan's teasing and smugly replied, "How would I know? Just look at my handsome and charming face." In fact, it was just that Xiao Yu couldn't find Mo Wanwan for the moment, and since the people in the caravan only recognized Xiao Fei, she asked him to help pass the message. Mo Wanwan rolled her eyes. "Come on, it must be you shamelessly going to find her. That's why Xiao Yu fell for your tricks and let her guard down. I need to remind her more later." As she spoke, she signaled Xiao Fei to lead the way. Xiao Fei was unhappy. "What is wrong with me? If Xiao Yu wants to follow me, I will definitely treat her well." He was about to stand up and lead the way, but was pulled down by Mo Wanwan. "What are you doing? Squat to walk." Xiao Fei looked at Hu Xiong in distress. "Why do we have to squat to walk?" Hu Xiong shrugged, indicating her helplessness. Mo Wanwan bluntly said, "Of course it's to avoid being discovered by Bai Heng. Hurry up, hurry up." Xiao Fei, realizing it later, said mysteriously, "Well, you're playing games with Brother Bai, right? All right, I'll squat then." Mo Wanwan resisted the urge to hit Xiao Fei and followed him into the tent where Xiao Yu and the others were. This tent was hastily set up by Xiao Yu and the others. looking quite unstable and crooked from the outside. On a rough white cloth lay a dirty boy. His hair was a tangled mess, and his originally fair and thin face was covered in patches of black, purple, and red, a colorful sight that obscured his features, not to mention the varying shades of color on his body. The boy had more injuries than the other slaves, mostly marks left by whips, with fresh, red flesh, exposed as if these were new wounds from the past few days, evoking immediate sympathy at first glance. The boy was sweating profusely, and Mo11 opened his collar to help him cool down, then pressed her hand against his forehead. His forehead was burning hot, like a piece of iron, and if this continued, it might fry his brain. She checked the boy's mouth, heart rate, and other subtle areas again, forming a judgment in her mind. A gust of hot wind blew through, nearly causing the tent to collapse. Mo11 took a moment to look around and noticed that almost all the slaves had come to visit this boy. He must have earned the respect of many, holding considerable prestige in this circle of slaves. Xiaoyu brought a bowl of water and nervously asked Mo11, "Mistress, has Xiaosheng caught some strange illness?" He suddenly collapsed and scared us all, and then he fell ill and couldn't get up. Xiaoyu wanted Mo11 to drink water, but she took the water and first fed some to Xiaosheng, only drinking the rest herself after he had swallowed some. "Thank you," she said to Xiaoyu, then suddenly pinched Xiaoyu's nose playfully and said, "Just call me Wanwan. If you're not used to that, you can call me Miss Mo. In any case, if you call me mistress again, I want to be happy." Her thanks startled Xiaoyu and the slaves who had come to visit. They had never heard anyone say thank you to a slave before. Whatever a slave did was expected. Even if it cost them their lives, it was still expected. Just now, Xiaoyu had only handed over a bowl of water and received a thank you, so it was no wonder they were shocked. Xiaoyu, flustered, said, "I can't do that. You bought us, and we are endlessly grateful. Calling you mistress is only right." "See, everything is just expected," she replied. Mo11 disliked their default perception of her as a humble slave and was determined to rid them of their servility. "Xiaoyu, I'm not your master. I'm your friend. So you can call me Wanwan." Her voice was soft, like a ray of light creeping into an alley, warming the heart. Friend? Would the esteemed master be willing to be their friend? Xiaoyu's heart raced, and her eyes moistened as the word friend echoed repeatedly in her mind. With a soft thud, tears began to flow. She slowly lifted her little head and timidly glanced at Mo11's steadfast gaze directed at her, fidgeting with her fingers and showing a troubled expression. After a long while, she gathered enough courage to speak. "Then let's stick with calling you Miss Mo." She was the first among the slaves to change her address, and soon all the other slaves would follow suit, calling her Miss Mo instead of the distant master. Mo11 smiled with relief, thinking that the child could be taught. From now on, she just needed to slowly cultivate their sense of self-esteem. She turned to Xiaosheng and tapped her fingers on her lips, saying, "Xiaoyu, can you tell me how Xiaosheng got these injuries? I see that his wounds are quite fresh." Xiaoyu nodded and replied, "Xiaosheng was not a slave before. He was captured by Lieutenant Shun in the desert. All these new wounds on him are for our sake." As she spoke, her voice choked with emotion. Lieutenant Shun would hold him accountable if any slave made a mistake, betting that he wouldn't be able to endure it, and then he would push him to the limit. Mo11 shifted her gaze to the surrounding slaves who were worried about Xiaosheng, murmuring to herself, "So there's such a story." No wonder all the slaves came to visit him after hearing he fainted from fever. Everyone cared about Xiaosheng, and she felt somewhat guilty for making them continue to worry. She sighed, the sound resonating in the hearts of the slaves, prompting them to sit up straight and listen to what she had to say. Chapter 44. Poison in the food. Xiaosheng was experiencing irregular breathing, with both heart rate and pulse abnormal, his body burdened by various ailments, all stemming from the decline of organ functions and insufficient vital energy in blood. The accumulation of viruses that had built up over time erupted all at once today, indicating that he had endured for a long time. But this stubbornness had only harmed him. After hearing Mo11's detailed account, the slaves, lacking medical knowledge, only understood that Xiaosheng had fallen seriously ill and felt worried for him. The longer he held on, the worse the illness became, especially since Xiaosheng's condition resembled a hereditary weakness, starting from a frail life since he was in the womb. She sighed softly. In any case, it's already remarkable that he has lived up to now. There must be something sustaining his life. Xiaoyu's eyes brightened as she immediately understood. She searched her body and produced a square, turquoise seal, only the size of a thumb. Xiaosheng had told her that this item was as important as his life. Mo11 picked up the seal and examined it under the sunlight. On the seal stood a green jade lion howling at the sky. Its exquisite green body seemed to radiate several beams of colorful light, as if these colors were created by the splashes of water from a green pond. It was clearly an ancient seal with a story. To possess this seal, it was likely that Xiao Shang's background was not simple. Mo11 gently placed the jade lion seal in Xiao Shang's hand. This seal could suppress evil spirits and block external malevolence from entering the body, while also delivering righteous energy to his already weak body for proper nourishment, which had prolonged his life until now. She sighed inwardly. What a wonderful seal it was. And she wanted it too. After speaking, she took out a flower-like blue herb from her crossbody bag and then retrieved a bottle of celestial dew. Xiao Yu, you need to boil this blue herb in boiling water for 3 hours. Once the blue herb water has cooled down, add a drop of celestial dew and give it to Xiao Shang to drink. Mo11 handed both items to Xiao Yu. First, feed him and wait for him to feel better before coming to find me. I need to see his reaction before preparing the next prescription. Xiao Yu nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at rice. Okay. After finishing the examination, Mo11 stood up and rubbed her hungry stomach. She turned around without looking ahead, and after just 2 steps, she bumped into someone. She stepped back with a grunt, touching her nose where she had bumped into, and when she looked up, she found Bai Heng had also appeared in the tent, standing behind her. Bai Heng had entered when Mo11 began to discuss Xiao Shang's condition, and now all his attention was focused on the jade lion seal half held in Xiao Shang's hand. He was very familiar with the appearance of this seal, having seen it before. Mo11 glared at Hu Xiang, who was guarding the entrance of the tent, as if questioning why Bai Heng hadn't reminded her. Hu Xiang raised her hand to fix her hair, pretending to be unaware. Bai Heng withdrew his gaze, lowered his head to look at Mo11, and said softly with a smile, "Did it hurt when you bumped into it?" Mo11 raised her head to meet his gentle gaze like moonlight. "It doesn't hurt much. Let's go eat." Then she indifferently lifted her foot and left. Her eyes held no change as she looked at him, just as when they first met. She only regarded him as a friend. Mo11 brushed past him, and Bai Heng stood still, a wave of disappointment spreading in his heart, like a stone pressing down, making it a bit hard to breathe. This feeling was quite unpleasant. Hu Xiang saw Mo11 leaving alone and looked back at Bai Heng. Sensing the atmosphere between them was off, she felt anxious, unsure whether to stay and wait for Bai Heng to take action or to follow Mo11. Bai Heng clenched his fist and turned to leave as well, prompting Hu Xiang to follow him to where the caravan was resting. On the side where the caravan's cargo trucks were parked, Mo11 had just arrived not long ago and saw many people with twisted expressions holding their stomachs, especially Xiao Fei, who exaggeratedly rolled on the ground, clutching his belly. Seeing this, Hu Xiang went over to help Xiao Fei up, but he instinctively pushed her hand away due to the pain. He groaned, "My stomach hurts." Hu Xiang was puzzled. "How could your stomach hurt? Did someone drug you?" Someone in the caravan spoke up. "It's very possible. I suspect it was that group of slaves. We were fine before, and these slaves just joined not long ago and poisoned our food. They have no good intentions." He had just taken a bite of food when he noticed many people around him were in distress, causing him to stop eating. Fortunately, he hadn't eaten anything. Otherwise, he would have ended up like Xiao Fei, rolling on the ground in pain. After analyzing the situation with righteous indignation, many others also began to suspect the slaves. Hu Xiang did not believe that the slaves had poisoned them. They were all gathered around the sick young boy and hadn't even gone near the cooking area. Suddenly, a scene flashed in her mind, and she turned to leave. Mo11 found the remark ridiculous and was about to retort, but Bai Heng spoke out first, angrily saying, "What right do a group of unarmed slaves have to poison your food? The world's prejudice against slaves has made you blind and foolish." Mo11 was somewhat surprised that he would speak up for the slaves. She had already understood the positions of the Beast Clan and the Human Clan from Captain Shen. Someone who could disregard such positions and still show tolerance for the weak in a world where the law of the jungle prevails must have a righteous heart. She slightly tilted the corners of her lips and said softly, "Thank you." Bai Heng replied gently, "I just can't stand the thought of people I know being a bunch of conformists. Besides, those slaves are the ones you saved. They wouldn't be capable of poisoning anyone." Was he really speaking up for her just for this reason? Mo11 decided that if Bai Heng was willing to personally tell her his true identity, she would continue to be friends with him. Anyone who could be her friend would never be abandoned by her. It's not about being completely open-hearted, but it's sincere enough. She stepped aside to close the distance between them, her expressive eyes blinking twice, smiling brightly. You see through it all. This smile was exactly what he hoped for, dazzling Bai Heng to the point of near dizziness. Hu Xiang pulled the culprit's ear and brought him in front of everyone, kicking Wan Shi's leg. Speak up. What exactly happened? After I handed you the spatula, you let someone poison the food while things were chaotic? Wan Shi's eyes widened in shock. What poison? I've been the one cooking all along. Who would dare to act under my nose? They must not value their lives. All right, then you're really impressive. But why is everyone having stomach issues? Wan Shi spread his hands. I'm not a doctor. How would I know? His point was that he couldn't diagnose why these people were having stomach problems. Mo Wanwan quickly sorted out the whole poisoning incident after learning that Wan Shi had taken the spatula, almost without taking half a second. Not just her, but everyone present who could think had figured out the sequence of events. Chapter 45. Fear of Injections, Part 1. Perhaps only Hu Xiang still believed that Wan Shi had fallen asleep while cooking, giving others the opportunity to poison the food. Xiao Fei had endured the peak moment of excruciating pain in his stomach and felt as if he had walked through the gates of hell. After realizing that Wan Shi was in charge of cooking today, he truly had the impulse to strangle him. Almost murdered by his own people, how could he not be angry? Xiao Fei pointed at Wan Shi with a pale face, saying, You served us meat that wasn't cooked. Do you think these desert creatures are domesticated? Hu Xiang, being in love, couldn't think of the worst-case scenario, which was that Wan Shi didn't even know how to cook things properly. She regretted giving the spatula to Wan Shi. Don't you know that wild animals in the desert have many parasites? How can you eat something that isn't cooked? Wan Shi wanted to salvage his image in Hu Xiang's heart, so he desperately tried to explain for himself. I was going to tell you that I can't cook, but you just threw the spatula at me and left. I was starving and wanted to eat as soon as possible. Who knew eating it raw would cause diarrhea? The more he spoke, the more aggrieved he looked at Hu Xiang with his pitiful eyes. Hu Xiang, seeing his sad eyes, had no choice but to relent. All right. From now on, let me handle the cooking, and you just wait to eat what's ready. Wan Shi was overjoyed and ran to Hu Xiang's side, giving her a big fist bump on her shoulder. Xiang'er is the best. I really love you to death. Let's get married when we go back. Everyone initially just had stomach pains, but now they were feeling nauseous as well. The entire caravan fell completely silent. After all this time, they had been sabotaged by their own people. Just moments ago, they were indignantly cursing the slaves for their ill intentions, and now they were slapped in the face. Mo Wanwan gave Xiao Fei a pill, and after he calmed down, he suddenly thought, Wait a minute, Wan Shi, you've eaten so much. Why aren't you feeling any pain in your stomach? He had seen with his own eyes Wan Shi shovel 5 big bowls of meat into his mouth. Wan Shi blushed and shyly replied, Maybe my digestive system works fast, and I also go to the bathroom quickly. Oh, so it turns out that the parasites haven't caused any trouble yet, and he's already sent them all back to nature. Hu Xiang felt extremely embarrassed, and after looking around for a place to hide, she ran over to Mo Wanwan to ask her to help shield her. It's always Hu Xiang who feels embarrassed, while Wan Shi is the one who never fears losing face. Mo Wanwan patted Hu Xiang's back to comfort her, and gestured to indicate their height difference, as she couldn't hide such a tall girl. After the commotion of their little squabble, the caravan continued on its way. The next morning, Xiaoyu arrived at the tent of Mo Wanwan and Hu Xiang to call for them. Miss Montauk, Mo Wanwan had a good sleep and felt great. She refreshed herself by washing her face and came out. What's wrong, Xiaoyu? Xiao Sheng is awake. Xiaoyu was a bit excited, completely losing the tension she had when it came to social status. Mo Wanwan smiled. Really? Did he say how he feels now? As she asked Xiaoyu, they walked towards the tent where the slaves were sleeping. Xiao Sheng said that in the past his throat would feel blocked and uncomfortable, but today that blocked feeling is gone. His throat feels clearer, and his head is no longer heavy or dizzy. He also feels very relaxed. On the way, Xiaoyu talked a lot, like an ordinary village girl, shedding her shyness and unexpectedly becoming quite charming. Mo Wanwan couldn't interject at all throughout the conversation. After hearing so much about Xiao Sheng's condition, it seemed that this hereditary disease was not as difficult to treat as she had imagined, and he would probably recover in less than 3 days. They arrived at the crooked tent, and Xiaoyu lifted the curtain for Mo Wanwan. Inside, she saw the lively boy who, despite not being fully recovered, was impatiently eager to stretch his limbs. She smiled as she watched Xiao Sheng, who had not yet noticed her, showing off to other slaves how light and free he felt now. Xiaoyu coughed lightly behind Xiao Sheng. Aren't you eager to meet Miss Mo? Now that she is here, you're putting yourself through this much trouble right after showing signs of improvement. If it were me, I would be furious. Xiaoyu's reminder made Xiao Sheng immediately sit up straight. He looked at Mo Wanwan, his eyes filled with endless admiration. He exclaimed loudly, Sister Mo, you are truly amazing. This disease has haunted me my entire life. The doctor said I wouldn't live to see adulthood when I was born. I thought it would cling to me forever. But I didn't expect that I, Xiao, would be fortunate enough to receive help from a noble person. Indeed, running away from home was the right choice. He knelt down directly in front of her. Thank you so much. From now on, I, Xiao, will be Sistemo's person, willing to go through fire and water for you. The boy's spirited personality completely left no chance for Mo Wanwan to refuse, as he settled everything on his own. Mo Wanwan was momentarily stunned by his words and used reasoning to initially subdue him. You are a patient, lacking both the strength to protect me and the ability to care for me. What makes you think I should want you to be mine? Am I just looking for someone to irritate me? When do you think I'll see the day you would go through fire and water for me? Sure enough, when Yao Jingsheng heard this, his expression changed drastically. Sister Mo, that's not fair. You haven't even seen my strength. So how can you conclude that I, Yao Jingsheng, don't have the ability to protect you? I'm looking forward to proving you wrong. She smiled and intended for Yao Jingsheng to lie back down. She still needed to continue checking his physical condition. Just as Yao Jingsheng lay back down, he sat up again. I can prove it to you right now. Mo Wanwan pressed him back down. Lie down obediently. Yao Jingsheng grumbled unhappily. When I get better, I'll show you what real skills are. Mo Wanwan smiled gently, and secretly quite liked Yao Jingsheng, who was lively, active, and simple-minded. After taking his pulse, she found that his condition was better than expected, and she said with a smile, I believe that in 3 days, the illness in your body can be eradicated. However, for full recovery, you will need to cooperate with me for long-term treatment. She took out a medicine box and retrieved a syringe, which was actually a makeshift Mongolian ivory enema device, along with a bottle of light blue medicine that she had prepared long ago. Yao Jingsheng saw a long silver needle attached to the syringe and jumped back as if his backside was equipped with a spring. What is that syringe in your hand? That needle is much finer than a needle used for sewing clothes. Won't it hurt like hell if it gets stuck? Mo Wanwan raised the syringe and joked with a hint of amusement. You mean the syringe? I didn't expect you to be so capable, yet still afraid of injections. Injection? Clearly, there was no concept of injections in this world. Mo Wanwan used a syringe to draw the medicine and explained. Getting an injection means using this syringe to inject the medicine that can cure you into your body. Chapter 46. Fear of Injections. Part 2. She flicked the outer wall of the syringe again, and this action startled Yao Jingsheng's little heart. He didn't even dare to breathe, holding his breath and focusing intently as he watched her expel the air from the syringe. Mo Wanwan stared intently at Yao Jingsheng and said, I've seen many people who are afraid of injections. After they get one, if you give them a candy, they stop crying. Yao Jingsheng felt belittled. Giving candy after a shot was clearly a tactic for dealing with children, and he was no longer a child. But when he glanced again at the needle, sharp and thin, his heart suddenly leaped to his throat. He watched as Mo Wanwan pulled his hand over, using a cotton ball soaked in disinfectant to wipe a circle on his arm. His heartbeat quickened, and his tightly pressed lips trembled. Yao Jingsheng forced a calm expression, his lips curling in a feigned bravado. A real man doesn't shed tears over blood. How could I be afraid of shot? I could endure 100 lashes without a sound, and yet I'm supposed to be afraid of a mere injection? It's just ridiculous. Mo Wanwan saw that he was quite stubborn, so she pretended to want to help Yao Jingsheng prove that he wasn't afraid of injections and said deliberately, Then I'll just use a longer needle. Yao Jingsheng quickly stretched out his other hand to stop her, saying, Hey, that's not necessary. Mo Wanwan keenly noticed that the other hand he had suspended in the air was trembling slightly and uncontrollably. Why not use it? This is precisely the moment to prove that you are a real man. You can't just give up like this. After saying that, Mo Wanwan really intended to switch to a longer silver needle. Yao Jingsheng glanced nervously at Xiaoyu and pointed at him, saying, I'm afraid Xiaoyu will think I will hurt him, so the original one is enough. Xiaoyu was inexplicably caught in the crossfire, standing there with a face full of question marks. Mo Wanwan didn't want to comply with his wishes. After all, he enjoyed being contradictory. Look, I've already prepared everything for you. With quick hands, she changed the needle before Yao Jingsheng even realized how she did it, and she steadied the syringe as she approached the freshly disinfected spot on his arm. Yao Jingsheng wanted to retreat, but with so many eyes watching, he couldn't bring himself to actually flee. The silver needle on the syringe glinted with a dazzling light, and he clenched the white cloth behind him, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The silver needle was just inches away, yet Mo Wanwan asked an irrelevant question. Xiaosheng, Have you ever had a girlfriend? You know, someone you fancy. Yao Jinxing's face suddenly turned a deep shade of red. Girlfriend? Of course I've had one. He was lying. He had been weak and sickly since childhood, and it was impossible for any girl to like him. However, he didn't want Mo11 to look down on him. So he lied and claimed he had a girlfriend. Mo11 could tell that Yao Jinxing was lying, but it didn't matter whether he answered or not. As long as he was thinking about the question, that was enough. In an instant, the silver needle quickly pierced in as Yao Jinxing was answering. So fast that he felt no pain at all, only a sensation as if he had been bitten by a mosquito. He looked down in surprise and saw the silver needle embedded in his arm, along with the syringe injecting the medicine into his bloodstream. You're trying to divert my attention on purpose. He actually took that question seriously. As the light blue medicine was injected bit by bit, Mo11 pulled out the syringe and then discarded it. You thought I would be so bored as to want to know whether you have ever had a girlfriend? After all, doctors also want to help patients overcome their fear of needles. Yao Jinxing wanted to say something, but Mo11 interrupted. No need to say more. I also appreciate my own kindness and thoughtfulness. No, he meant to ask who invented this syringe, as he found it very convenient. Mo11 originally planned to leave after getting her injection, but after taking a look at the disheveled Yao Jinxing and then surveying the surrounding slaves, who were also not very clean, she said, "There's no water to bathe in the desert. We all use this kind of decontaminating algae to take care of ourselves." Before leaving the health forest, she specifically asked her boss Xuanhu for this kind of algae, as many wild beasts in the health forest use it to clean themselves. This algae, also known as decontamination algae, can absorb dirt from the skin surface and make the skin smooth when applied. It works even better when combined with water. But the desert's environmental conditions are limited, so just using the decontamination algae alone may not result in a particularly clean wash. Fortunately, she had the foresight to bring a lot of it and put it in her crossbody bag. Otherwise, if she couldn't bathe for a month, not only would she feel sticky, but there would also be an unshakable strange smell on her body, which she couldn't stand. Mo11 took out a whole bundle of cleaning algae from her crossbody bag and handed it to Xiaoyu. Use these to wash up, it will feel much better. Xiaoyu didn't know how to express her gratitude to Miss Mo anymore. Not only had she saved them and given them freedom, but she also selflessly saved Shaosheng and even now provided them with such expensive and luxurious items. She refused, saying, "We're used to living like this and can endure it. Such valuable items Miss Mo can keep for herself. It's too wasteful for us to use." The other slaves around her nodded in agreement. Another female slave spoke up. "Yes, Miss Mo is so kind to us, not only letting us follow you, but also providing us with good food and drink. If we just took your things, wouldn't that mean we have lost our humanity?" Mo11 didn't think it was as serious as they said, and forcefully stuffed the waterweed into Xiaoyu's hands. "This waterweed was given to me by someone else. It's free and not expensive at all. I just wanted you to tidy up your appearance a bit, so that my companions from the caravan and I would feel more comfortable seeing you looking fresh." She changed to a wording that the slaves could accept more easily. In reality, she couldn't stand the caravan members showing disdain for these slaves, often displaying expressions of disgust. If Miss Mo didn't like their dirty appearance and wanted them to clean themselves up, then Xiaoyu and the other slaves could accept this reasoning. They expressed their gratitude excessively before finally letting Mo11 leave. Mo11 injected a potion into Yao Jinxing that had domineering side effects. Before Yao Jinxing had even heard about the cleaning algae part, he had already fallen backward and was sound asleep after the injection. The desert at noon was filled with waves of heat, with a bright blue sky roasting an orange, or perhaps the blazing sun. The caravan walked on the rising sand dunes, where the uniform yellow sand gave no hint of anything unusual, until a sand crocodile appeared uninvited, instantly brightening Mo11's eyes as she sat on her horse, feeling drowsy. This sand crocodile looked fierce and imposing, like a lord. With its appearance, several more sand crocodiles crawled up behind it, and from the horse's back, they looked like a pile of armored creatures crawling around. One alone was not feared, but with dozens arriving, it was time to reconsider the situation. Chapter 47. The identity of the sand crocodile hunter revealed. The members of the caravan did not dare to underestimate the sand crocodile's attack power. Bai Heng furrowed his brows tightly and gripped the reins firmly, saying, "We have intruded into the sand crocodile's territory." Upon hearing this, everyone tensed up, slowly moving their feet to surround the unarmed slaves in the middle, ready to draw their weapons. Only Mo11 and Wan Shi were unusually excited, exclaiming in unison, "We can eat crocodile meat now." Mo11's adorable, greedy appearance was captured by Bai Heng, who slightly curled his lips, thinking that he must satisfy her craving. She licked her lips and said, "It's better to enter their territory. That way we can pick the fattest one and slaughter it for food." The crowd, who were originally sweating nervously, surprisingly felt less tense after hearing Mo Wanwan's words. Xiao Fei got into a battle-ready stance, standing in front of Xiao Yu and asking, "Is crocodile meat really delicious?" Xiao Yu was touched by Xiao Fei's unwavering protection and became less afraid of the sand crocodile than she had been at first. She noticed the congratulatory looks from other slaves and shyly lowered her head. Mo Wanwan and Wan Shi nodded in sync, affirming, "It's delicious." Mo Wanwan added, "Crocodile meat is not only delicious but also has medicinal properties. It turns out that crocodile meat is a treasure." And now those who were initially afraid to confront the sand crocodile are fully motivated. Leading the way is a light brown broad-snout caiman, whose eyes are welling up with tears. Some people, witnessing the scene, exclaimed, "This sand crocodile is crying." Many began to secretly wonder if the sand crocodile was facing some difficulties, puzzling over whether the sand crocodile might be an emotional and sensitive creature. Mo Wanwan noticed that they were secretly considering retracting their weapons, so she quickly explained, "Crocodiles shed tears for two main reasons. One is when they have been away from water for a long time, secreting tears to moisten their dry eyes. The other is when they are digesting food, excreting excess salt from their bodies through tears." Upon hearing this, Xiao Fei and the others quickly reacted, and their expressions turned grim. They were hoping that the reason for the sand crocodile's tears was the first scenario, but the reality was the opposite. The sand crocodile is a wild animal adapted to desert environments, so it wouldn't develop dry eyes from being away from water for a long time. Bai Heng, however, was not as pessimistic as they were. If this sand crocodile had finished eating, it would be more advantageous for us. Since they are not hungry, they want to desperately try to kill us. Mo Wanwan felt that his analysis was spot on and continued, "That's right. But we're hungry, and they should be the ones in trouble." She revealed a pure and harmless smile. And Bai Heng began to feel a bit sorry for the sand crocodile that she had set her sights on. The sand crocodile was quietly observing them. It had just finished a hearty meal, feeling lazy and slowing down its crawling speed, looking for an opportunity to strike. Wan Shi rubbed his hands together, his stomach rumbling with hunger. "Then let's take them by surprise and strike first." Bai Heng made a gesture from his horse, and a group of people transformed into ravenous wolves, pouncing on the sand crocodile and engaging in close combat. If anyone was to blame, it was just the bad luck of these sand crocodiles. After all, they were the ones who were hungry. The forgotten red sand scorpion had turned into a mini version inside Mo Wanwan's sleeve, anxiously poking her with its claws, indicating that it also wanted to join the battle and eat some meat. Mo Wanwan pretended to sneeze, raising her sleeve to her chin, and whispered softly to it, "Be good and don't come out. You scared everyone last time. I hid you and told them I'll let you go. You won't miss out on any of the sand crocodile meat." Upon hearing that it would also get a share, the red sand scorpion became obedient and happily waited for food in her sleeve. Mo Wanwan sighed. Being a pet owner is not easy. She originally planned to release the red sand scorpion, but unexpectedly, this greedy scorpion refused to leave its owner. With no choice, Mo Wanwan had to let it shrink itself and stuff the mini version of the red sand scorpion into her sleeve. Mo Wanwan put down her hand and caught sight of a sand crocodile in the distance, her eyes suddenly brightening. She quickly tapped Bai Heng on the shoulder and pointed at a fat sand crocodile not far away, saying, "This one is plump. Can you help me catch it? I'll split the meat with you 50-50. Bai Heng saw her extend one hand, with 5 distinct green onion-like fingers making a gesture for 5, and he couldn't help but chuckle. He didn't care whether she would share the sand crocodile meat with him. What mattered to him was that she asked him for help and that she wanted to eat that particular one. Without a word, Bai Heng leaped off his horse, and suddenly a bunch of sleek, smooth feathers caught Mo Wanwan's eye. She saw Bai Heng transform into a silver-white snow wolf, his majestic body landing as if stepping on the noble and pure moonlight. The snow wolf's sharp, beastly eyes focused on its prey, gleaming with brilliance. It nimbly dashed towards a sand crocodile that was too fat to move easily, and in an instant, it pounced and bit through the crocodile's neck, spraying blood and ending its life. It grasped the crocodile's tail and trotted towards Mo Wanwan, each step making her heart skip a beat, simply because this wolf was too good-looking. The snow wolf that Bai Heng transformed and stood out among the pack, like a proud plum blossom in the solitary winter snow. Bright and beautiful, a gasp came from the group of slaves protected by the wolf pack, Silver Wolf Clan. It's the third prince Bai Heng of the Moon Entropy Kingdom. At first, When they heard Bai Heng's name, they found it familiar. Although they thought of the one in the palace, the small possibility that the third prince would infiltrate the desert and save them, a group of slaves, dispelled that thought. The most famous characteristic of the Silver Wolf clan is their pure white wolf fur, making it easy to identify the king among wolves. They never expected it to truly be that esteemed third prince. The slaves all knelt down, respectfully bowing towards Bai Heng. The lowly ones pay their respects to the third prince. The moment Bai Heng revealed his identity, their fierce battle with the sand crocodile also came to an end. Montauk van smilet faintly. He really did not disappoint her. That night, when she expressed her doubts to Hu Xiang immediately told Wan Shi about it. Wan Shi was the kind of loyal fool who reported everything to Bai Heng, and he promptly reported it to Bai Heng. Bai Heng's cleverness lay in his understanding of adapting to circumstances. When the time was right, he would reveal his true self. Bai Heng transformed back into human form, wearing a flowing snow-white robe, with his long golden hair fluttering in the wind, and his golden eyes sparkling with a hint of an otherworldly charm. He elegantly smiled at her and said, "I'm sorry for startling you." Just like when they first met, his smile was as gentle as a spring breeze. Mo Wanwan was not surprised or lost her composure. Everything was as she expected. Bai Heng's identity could only be high, not low, so he was the royal identity of the third prince of the Entropy Kingdom, which she accepted well. Chapter 48, Eating Sand Crocodile Together. Mo Wanwan smiled back. Are you referring to the matter of identity or the matter of ending the life of the sand alligator? Bai Heng mounted his steed and replied, perhaps both. After Wan Shi and the others finished cleaning the battlefield, before the group set off to find the next resting place, Bai Heng turned to the group of slaves and said, "Get up. Outside the borders of the Moon Entropy Kingdom, there is no need to address me as prince, nor to adhere to these formalities. If you find it inappropriate, consider it my command." Oh, still a wise ruler. Mo Wanwan gave him a thumbs up. Bai Heng laughed and asked, "What does that gesture mean?" "It means you are great." She used her other hand to make the same gesture, both thumbs up. "Now you're super great." Bai Heng was amused by her unusual and avant-garde thinking, but soon composed himself. "Are you hungry? Let's find a place to rest." Mo Wanwan rubbed her belly, feeling quite tempted at the thought of sand crocodile meat. The team stopped in front of a crescent-shaped sand dune. Mo Wanwan and Hu Xiang rolled up their sleeves, picked up a sufficiently sharp kitchen knife, and were about to skin the sand crocodile. Xiaoyu brought over a few female slaves and said, "Miss Mo, let us help you handle these sand crocodiles. You and Master Hu Xiang might not be able to manage on your own." Hu Xiang nodded happily, knowing that having helpers would speed things up and they could eat sooner. "Then come over and help us skin this sand crocodile," she said. Mo Wanwan wanted to look up and see the reactions of the people in the caravan when they saw Xiaoyu and the others coming to help. After all, everyone suspected that the slaves had poisoned the food yesterday. The men in the caravan, having learned a lesson for being slapped in the face by their own people, and after being scolded by Bai Heng, dared not look at these slaves with any prejudice. Xiaoyu and the others felt a bit uncomfortable when they picked up the knives because slaves were not allowed to touch any weapons. If their master found out that they had touched a weapon, their hands would be chopped off, and even if they were caught staring at a weapon, their eyes would be gouged out. Mo Wanwan noticed that Xiaoyu's hand holding the knife was trembling, so she slowed down her skinning pace and patiently taught, "First, watch me demonstrate once, then follow my movements. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. With your help in cooking, Hu Xiang and I can save a lot of effort." Gaining Mo's approval made Xiaoyu and the others very happy, and their confidence grew, gradually stopping the shaking and becoming steadier with the knife. With more helping hands, it didn't take long for the skin of the sand alligator to be completely removed. The skinned alligator looked a bit funny, and Mo Wanwan chuckled a couple of times before continuing to teach them how to handle the alligator meat. In her previous life, Mo Wanwan had never eaten alligator meat and didn't have the opportunity to do so. She had only heard that it tasted quite good. In this life, she had specifically caught a river alligator in the Hell Forest and tasted it, which left her wanting more. She didn't expect such good luck this time. It felt like a little person was dancing in her heart. During the cooking, people occasionally came over to take a look, with Xiaofei visiting the most. As long as they saw Wan Shi was not around, they felt at ease to approach. Meanwhile, Wan Shi was being closely watched by the caravan members. Even when he went to relieve himself, he had to be followed, feeling like a prisoner being guarded by everyone. This was a bit excessive. Did they think he enjoyed cooking for no reason? Mo Wanwan used various cooking methods to prepare the alligator meat. Xiaoyu and the others distributed the cooked alligator meat, and as everyone tasted it, they were too busy to offer compliments, focusing solely on devouring the meat. It It was simply delicious. Finishing their plates was the best compliment to the dish, right? Today, the slaves who normally ate separately from the caravan were invited by Bai Hung to sit together and eat. When they first sat down, they felt like they were sitting on pins and needles every second. This was equivalent to dining with the royal family, which was a death sentence. However, the moment they tasted the alligator meat, the slaves seemed to forget about that and started to eat heartily. Mo Wanwan couldn't help but smile at the scene. Indeed, delicious food can bridge the gap between people, allowing them to cast aside the constraints of hierarchy while enjoying a meal. She sat down beside Bai Hung and handed him a plate of sand crocodile meat, a mix of fat and lean, and said with a smile, "This is the portion you hunted." Bai Hung took it, tasted a piece, and found the meat tender, rich without being greasy, with a strong flavor. He praised, "The taste is indeed delicious." Wansher noticed that the plate in Bai Hang's hand seemed a bit different. The sand crocodile meat was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, with a perfect balance of fat and lean meat. He cleaned his own plate, but still felt unsatisfied, so he walked over to sit next to Bai Hung, staring at the meat on his plate, and said, "Your Highness, let me have a taste." He then reached out his hand. Since Bai Hang's identity was revealed, Wansher and the others began calling him Your Highness, as they no longer needed to hide it, and they felt more comfortable addressing him that way. Bai Hung swatted his greedy hand away and shot him a sideways glance. "This is what Wanwan prepared for me. You don't deserve to eat it." Wansher knew that as long as it was something given by his sister-in-law, Bai Hung would be particularly possessive. The usually generous person had changed after falling in love. He turned to Mo Wanwan and pleaded, "Sister-in-law, I'm still hungry. Can you give me some more?" Mo Wanwan pretended not to hear him, calling her sister-in-law, and replied mysteriously, "Of course I know you like to eat, so I specially left you an extra portion in the pot. But of course this isn't for free." Wansher chose to jump straight into the trap and eagerly said, "Sister-in-law, just tell me what you need, and I will definitely get it done for you." Mo Wanwan glanced at Bai Hung and said to Wansher, "Then come with me." She quickly finished all the meat on her plate, and no one saw how she managed to eat it all. They only saw her elegantly wipe her mouth after. The red sand scorpion in her sleeve was also enjoying itself, its eyes squinting with delight, as if it were in paradise. Bai Hung watched Wansher leave with Mo Wanwan, chuckling and shaking his head. Wansher had forgotten how many troubles he had gotten into as a child due to his gluttony. After so many years by his side, he still hadn't grown up. Wansher and Mo Wanwan approached the pot, and they saw that there was indeed a portion left. The same kind of fatty and lean sand crocodile meat as Bai Hang's. Her already full stomach gurgled again, like a bottomless pit that could never be filled. Mo Wanwan served the sand crocodile meat, teasing it in front of him, but not letting him eat it, much like a master training a dog. "I have a question I want to ask you," she said with a smile. Wansher's eyes were glued to the sand crocodile meat, swallowing hard as he replied, "Sister-in-law, feel free to ask. No matter the era or the dimension, delicious food is still a great way to win people over." "It's about Bai Hung. This question is simple," Wansher confidently said. "My father has been the grand tutor by the third prince's side since he was young. I have followed his highness since I was little, so there rests nothing about him that I don't know." Chapter 49, Bai Hang's Past. Mo Wanwan smiled slightly, realizing she had asked the right person. Indeed, Wansher was the one closest to Bai Hung in this merchant caravan. "So, can you tell me that Bai Hang's mother is the queen of the Moon Entropy Kingdom? How did she come to be cursed?" She handed the sand crocodile meat to Wansher, who took it and first shoved a large piece into his mouth, chewing as he spoke. "Are you asking about His Highness's biological mother or His Highness's queen mother?" Mo Wanwan sensed a hint of drama in the air, and I didn't want to miss out. "Of course, everyone wants to know. His Highness's biological mother is Consort Yin, a fallen dancer who was chosen by the Wolf King in his youth. Consort Yin passed away when His Highness was 5 years old, and his mother is indeed Her Majesty the Queen. According to reports from spies, Her Majesty the Queen's curse should be related to the Brown Wind Kingdom, but I cannot know the specific reasons." Mo Wanwan understood. No wonder Bai Hang's hair was golden, and his pupils were also golden. Since it was called the Silver Wolf Clan, and the beast form was a snow wolf, it should be called the Silver Wolf. And the hair and pupil colors should be silver white or leaning towards cool tones, rather than dazzling gold. This indicated that Bai Hung inherited the bloodline of his mother. Yin Fei, seeing that Mo Wanwan asked this, Wansher simply revealed Bai Hang's background. The Silver Wolf Clan had a powerful bloodline, and the princes born from the union of past wolf kings and their consorts all inherited the blood of the Silver Wolf Clan, except for His Highness, whose bloodline was unstable and inherited half of Yin Fei's bloodline. Therefore, His Highness was not favored by the other princes and ministers in the Wolf King Palace. Only his father supported him all along, which helped him maintain his position as the third prince. Hearing this, the situation in the Wolf King Palace seemed quite complicated. Mo11 asked, "Your father is just a grand tutor. How can he protect the third prince under the threat of power?" Shi proudly replied, "My father is the general of the Moon Entropy Kingdom. The Cloud Concubine once saved my father's life, so he willingly became His Highness's grand tutor." This surprised Mo11 greatly. Shi's father was actually the general of the Moon Entropy Kingdom in the Yunshi continent, where martial prowess is revered. The position of a general is second only to one person, above 10,000 others. Therefore, the Wolf King had no choice but to make an exception and allow this general to step beyond his rank and get involved in the hidden struggle for the throne. She looked at Shi's messy eating and doubted the general's household education. Otherwise, they surely wouldn't raise such an annoying son. She pondered, with the general's residence protecting the third prince, it wouldn't be easy to eliminate him casually. However, the royal princes had always been engaged in open and covert struggles, full of deceit and treachery, with the most common being underhanded schemes in the shadows. Assassination attempts were bound to be numerous. She asked, "Since everyone in the Wolf King's palace treats him poorly, why does he still risk his life to obtain the Frost's 7 flowers for the queen to lift her curse?" The entire Wolf King's palace did not welcome his existence, and Shi did not mention the queen's affection for the third prince. Their mother-son relationship must be cold and distant. Sure enough, Shi did not deny it. This is because His Highness no longer wants to be a bullied and manipulated third prince. He grew up alongside His Highness and knew when His Highness would smile and when he would be sad. However, as His Highness grew older, he found it harder to understand His Highness's thoughts, but at least he was clear about one thing. His Highness had faced countless assassination attempts since childhood, and the Wolf King had ignored them. Due to his impure bloodline, he could not inherit the throne. Only by achieving great merit could he gain the qualification to compete for the throne. He just wanted to fight for his own opportunity. It turned out that beneath Bai Hongxian's seemingly graceful smile lay ambition for power and a desire to prove himself. He must have endured for a long time. Shi revealed everything about Bai Hong, making Mo11 unable to help but ask, "Why are you willing to tell me so much? Aren't you afraid I will bring harm to him?" Shi chewed a few bites and replied seriously, "Because sister-in-law, you're not a bad person. After this time together, I understand that I am deeply trusted by His Highness and would never do anything to harm him. I just don't want His Highness to bear everything alone anymore. And I hope sister-in-law can take care of him a bit more." He quickly finished the food on his plate, wiped his mouth, and knelt down. His Highness is not an ordinary person. He has great ambitions in his heart, and sister-in-law, your talent and intelligence are unmatched in the world. I hope you can agree to lend a helping hand to His Highness. Shi's voice was strong and sincere, but she couldn't accept it. Mo11 didn't expect Shi to be so desperate, and she really wanted to shout, "There's gold under a man's knees. Can you not kneel at every turn?" In the end, it's still her who gets put in a difficult position. Recently, there have been so many people kneeling before her. She isn't a Buddha for them to burn incense and worship with 3 bows and 9 kowtows. It's as if she now has a glowing effect behind her. And do they expect her to hold a purification vase for them to be satisfied? She rubbed her forehead in frustration and asked, "If I don't agree, are you planning to keep kneeling forever?" Shi pressed his forehead into the sand to show his determination, and the scorching sand immediately burned a layer of skin off his forehead. Mo11 truly felt that she had become a revered Buddha, but she was unwilling to transform into that Buddha with exposed chest and large ears. She said, "With someone like Bai Hong assisting you, why would you still need me? Instead of seeking my help, I think you should focus on becoming stronger yourself, to be someone capable of assisting him. Isn't that more practical? Relying on oneself is better than relying on others." During the days she spent with Bai Hong and Shi in the Heavenly Punishment Desert, she was very happy and had relaxed to the point of forgetting that her time was limited. She still needed to find the herbs that could awaken the prophetic fruits, and every place that held these items was fraught with danger. She couldn't promise Shi something that she couldn't accomplish. Speaking of the herbs that could awaken the remaining 6 prophetic fruits, Chang Hui had mentioned to her 2 locations. One was in the Toad Mound in the desert, and the other was in the Wolf King's palace in the Moon Entropy Kingdom. The first 2 were relatively easy to obtain, but the last 4 types of herbs were more troublesome. She heard that Yao Jinsheng was captured by Lieutenant Shun in the Heavenly Punishment Desert. So she inquired about the Toad Mound from that kid and learned that the Toad Mound was indeed located in this Heavenly Punishment Desert. Fortunately, Yao Jinsheng had accidentally stumbled upon the Toad Mound and knew its location. so she might plan to leave the group in the next couple of days to seek out the Toad Mount. Mo Wanwan's words were like pearls of wisdom, giving Wanshi a feeling of enlightenment. Yes, why hadn't he thought of personally assisting His Highness? Wanshi jumped up from the sandy ground, excitedly saying, I understand now. Thank you, sister-in-law. He had always thought that as long as he helped His Highness find a suitable person to assist him, he could help him achieve his revenge. He had even worried about what would happen if that person had ulterior motives and couldn't fully pledge loyalty to His Highness. Chapter 50. The path chosen by Wanshi. Why hadn't he considered becoming the one to assist His Highness himself? Although his father often scolded him for being useless, if it were him, he would definitely give his all to assist His Highness. In his plan, he intended to select someone during this mission to be a careful assistant to His Highness and promised Hu Xiong that once the mission was over, he would live a simple rural life with her as an ordinary couple. As Wanshi paced back and forth, he was conflicted about whether this decision would let Hu Xiong down. Just as he was in pain thinking about how to tell Hu Xiong, she stepped out from the shadow of a nearby parked truck. She had heard everything and understood that Wanshi ultimately chose the path that risked his life. So she did not hate him for going back on his promise. His Highness is a good person, and the Grand General is a loyal minister. Such a choice is not bad. She slowly walked into the sunlight, gradually quickening her pace until she rushed over and threw herself into Wanshi's arms, embracing him. Wanshi looked at her in surprise, startled by Hu Xiong's action. Wanshi, it's okay. If you choose the path in your heart, I will walk it with you, never leaving or abandoning you. Wanshi was deeply moved, tears brimming in his eyes as he held her tightly, passionately promising her, Xiong, other than a carefree married life. I can't give you anything else. From now on, whatever you want, even the stars and the moon in the sky, or the pearls in the sea, I will bring them to you. Hu Xiong smiled at him with love in her eyes, and Wanshi kissed her deeply, the two of them embracing and entangled in front of Mo Wanwan for a long time. Their passionate kiss attracted quite a few onlookers. Mo Wanwan felt like she had eaten a whole tree's worth of sour fruits. She was truly an uninvited guest in this situation. However, witnessing their love for each other, she sincerely wished that Wanshi and Hu Xiong could grow old together and weather all storms to the end. There were quite a few men gathered around them, but the protagonists remained immersed in their love for each other. Behind the crowd, a bouncy blonde boy wanted to join the fun, so he tried to jump high enough to see what exciting things were happening inside, but he just couldn't jump over the heads of those people. Mo Wanwan saw a head of fluffy golden hair and mistakenly thought it was Bai Heng. However, as she approached, she discovered it was a handsome and spirited young boy, radiating vitality and positive energy. The boy also noticed Mo Wanwan and greeted her with a bright smile, running over to say, Sister Mo, I'm Yao Jinsheng. Is it so clean that you can't even recognize me? Mo Wanwan carefully examined Yao Jinsheng, and indeed, he looked much cleaner. The algae-eating creatures must have eaten their fill. Otherwise, how could they clean him up so well? Yao Jinsheng, with his bright golden short hair, gazed at her, and in his golden eyes, a few glimmers of light flickered. Sister Mo, why aren't you speaking? Have I captivated you? If you like me, I'll be yours. Mo Wanwan looked at the dazzling young man and joked, I really am captivated by you. Didn't expect Xiaosheng to be quite good-looking. Yao Jinsheng wiped his nose and said, Give me a little sunshine, and I'll shine brightly. Back in my hometown, there are countless infatuated girls who are smitten with me. This is what they call a blue-faced disaster, right? He then sighed to himself like a little adult, thick-skinned enough to boast without any preparation. Mo Wanwan was amused by him. Upon closer inspection, she found that he bore some resemblance to Bai Heng, almost doubting if he was a distant relative. Clearly, she wasn't the only one to notice this. Bai Heng, who had been sitting quietly in a corner, unwilling to join the commotion, also spotted that dazzling golden hair from afar. It was just that the color gold was too eye-catching, making it hard not to notice. He strode over, grabbed Yao Jinsheng by the collar, and demanded, There are no golden-haired people in the Yunxi continent. Who are you? Bai Heng's sudden display of anger caught Mo Wanwan off guard, and she stepped in to pry his hand away. What are you doing? Can't you just ask nicely? Besides, Yao Jinsheng is still patient. Yao Jinsheng was lifted off the ground by Bai Heng with one hand, his feet dangling. Since he had been seriously ill before and had never seen Bai Heng, he now took a good look at Bai Heng's golden long hair and golden eyes, his face filled with astonishment. You are from the Yaojin lion family? He remembered his father telling him that only the Yaojin lion family had beasts with golden hair and golden eyes in the Yunxi continent. But he had never seen this person before. A group of people who had been watching Wanshi and Hu Xiong's excitement turned their attention to the commotion between Bai Heng and Yao Jinsheng. Xiao Fei, hearing the boy's words, angrily walked over to refute. Nonsense. The prince is from a silver wolf clan. How could he be from the Yao line family? Moreover, was the Yao line family? I've never heard of it. Yao Jinsheng widened his eyes in shock. What? You haven't heard of the Yao line family? Mo Wanwan felt that things were in chaos. What kind of play was being staged here? What kind of family was the Yao line family? Were they strong? She glanced at Bai Heng and then at Yao Jinsheng. If they weren't relatives, they should at least belong to the same race. Their hair and eye colors were both golden. It couldn't be just a coincidence, could it? Xiao Fei, without a second thought, contemptuously said, "What Yao line family? They're probably an insignificant family trying to pose as a prestigious one. It's really laughable." Yao Jinsheng would not allow his family to be insulted. He ground his silver teeth in anger and glared fiercely at Xiao Fei, who defiantly returned the glare. The atmosphere was tense. And then Mo Wanwan suddenly threw out a hypothesis. What if Bai Heng's biological mother, Yin Fei, is from the Yao line family? The possibility she proposed was quite high, yet it was met with a chorus of denial, silencing her before she could analyze it for everyone. Impossible. I've never even heard of the Yao line family. Exactly, let alone the fact that their bloodline could be on par with the Silver Wolf clan. Wan Shi, holding Hu Xiang's hand, walked over and heard a lot of noisy voices, but it seemed that these denying voices did not reach Bai Heng's ears at all. As soon as Mo Wanwan pried his hand off Yao Jinsheng's collar, he grabbed Yao Jinsheng's wrist, unwilling to let go of this rare opportunity. His cold golden eyes fixed directly on Yao Jinsheng's, questioning, "Where did you get that jade lion seal?" He recalled the seal that had appeared earlier in the tent where Wanwan was treating the boy. His father had a similar one. Yao Jinsheng was momentarily stunned by his imposing presence, but then straightened his chest and said, "That was given to me by my father. I can't possibly give it to you." Chapter 51. Heading to the Yao Jinsheng family, while he tried to break free from Bai Heng's grip, he found that no matter how hard he struggled, he was no match for the other's strength, so he could only sulk. Bai Heng observed Yao Jinsheng's expression with skepticism, knowing he wouldn't dare lie in front of him, and said calmly, "Take me to see your father." If he wanted to know the truth, going directly to find out would clear everything up. Yao Jinsheng twisted his reddened wrist, feeling that this man was truly infuriating. His grip was so strong it felt like his hand was about to break. "Fine, let us go. Who knows, you might even have to bow and greet me." Oomph. He was the young master of the Yao Jinsheng family, and once they got to his territory, this man would surely look good. Xiao Fei, seeing Yao Jinsheng being so disrespectful to Bai Heng, raised his fist to give this ignorant kid a beating, but Bai Heng stopped him with a hand. "So, you have quite a status in the Yao Jinsheng family," Bai Heng said, his deep-set eyes shifting from anger to calmness, as if the previous excitement was merely a fleeting emotion. "Where can I find your father?" Yao Jinsheng, in a huffy manner, glanced at Xiao Fei and replied to Bai Heng, "I grew up in the Tianfa Desert. Where do you think my home is?" He then spread his arms wide, allowing the hot wind to whip the sand against his back, striking a cool pose. "The Tianfa Desert is my home." Everyone thought Yao Jinsheng had lost his mind and looked at him as if he were a fool. How could there possibly be a family in the Tianfa Desert? If such a family existed, how could they be so uninformed about the world? Just when they thought the matter would end without resolution, Bai Heng instructed Xiao Fei to bring a horse, speaking to Yao Jinsheng with a tone that suggested he believed him to some extent. "If that's the case, then take me to see him now." Xiao Fei hesitated, knowing that going to get the horse would mean letting the prince engage in nonsense, while not going would mean disobeying orders. Bai Heng gave him a heavy glance, and he immediately understood to go find the horse Bai Heng wanted. As Xiao Fei left, many men in the caravan had objections but lacked the courage to voice them. Only Wan Shi approached Bai Heng with concerns, saying, "Your Highness, at least for your safety, let me accompany you." Bai Heng had made up his mind and refused, saying, "No need. You and Xiao Fei continue leading everyone to the Moon Entropy country. I have already thought of a place for these slaves. They will be settled outside the border of the Moon Entropy country, and I will meet you there later." He didn't want anyone else to take risks with him. This matter was his personal affair, and this trip was to find a way to lift the curse. So he didn't want to mix public and private matters. Wan Shi took the silk map Bai Heng handed him, opened it, and flipped through it, discovering the locations specifically marked by the prince. Mo Wanwan glanced at the sketch on the map in surprise, looking at Bai Heng. She didn't expect that he had already arranged a place for the slaves. As the third prince of the Yushan kingdom, he indeed had this right, but he was merely a nominal third prince. Diverting his energy to protect these slaves would only burden him, and it was uncertain whether other princes would use this matter against him in the future. Wan Shi was still unwilling to give up, trying to persuade Bai Heng. But Bai Heng's gentle brow rarely showed impatience towards those around him. Mo Wanwan placed her hand on Wan Shi's shoulder to reassure him, then turned to Bai Heng and said, "Why don't I go with you? Xiao Sheng's body has not fully recovered. I need to prepare medicine for him. You wouldn't want him to fall ill midway, would you? Otherwise, no one will be there to take you to find the Yao Gold lion family." Bai Heng looked at Mo Wanwan, his slightly furrowed brows gradually relaxing. He smiled gently and nodded in agreement. Upon seeing his consent, Wan Shi's tightened heart settled back into place. With his sister-in-law around, His Highness would surely be fine. Everyone could see her abilities, and besides, her character would never allow her to abandon His Highness in danger. Not only did Wan Shi breathe a sigh of relief, but everyone else did as well. After all, Mo Wanwan was there. Mo Wanwan was completely unaware that she had been entrusted with an important task by everyone. She was only immersed in the cheers of her heart. Great. Now I have the chance to go to Shanchuan to fetch fire to roast the Phoenix Lotus. Xiao Fei brought over a fine horse, and just as Mo Wanwan was about to mount, she suddenly called out to Bai Heng, "Wait a moment." Then she threw out a black object resembling a dark armor from her sleeve, and the sunlight reflected off it, creating a flash of light. The object fell to the sandy ground in a beautiful parabolic arc and instantly transformed into a giant red sand scorpion. "We can go faster riding it," she said, stroking the hard lips of the red sand scorpion with excitement. Wan Shi, Xiao Fei, and the others were dumbfounded. The 4-star red sand scorpion. Didn't you say you were going to release it? Mo Wanwan sighed, expressing her desire to do the same, but it seems to have stuck to me. This experience taught her not to casually feed random creatures, as she couldn't afford to raise too many magical beasts. The red sand scorpion enjoyed Mo Wanwan's touch, emitting a cheerful, gurgling sound from its false vocal cords. "I'll take you up." Bai Heng politely invited Mo Wanwan into his embrace, and she didn't act coy. After all, she had to pretend to be weak now. Then she took a small step toward him. Seeing her like this, Bai Heng chuckled softly and took a big step forward to wrap his arms around her waist. Pardon my rudeness. His hand around her slender waist made no unnecessary movements, and with a light leap, he gracefully landed on the broad back of the red sand scorpion. He waited until she steadied herself before letting go, showcasing Bai Heng's gentlemanly demeanor. Yao Jinsheng did not receive such treatment. Although he also had good lightness skills, he didn't expect the scorpion's back to be so slippery otherwise. How could he reflect sunlight? As he descended, he lost his footing and fell, making a fool of himself in front of everyone compared to Bai Heng's elegance. The three of them sat on the red sand scorpion, while Wan Shi, Xiao Fei, and others reluctantly watched them leave. After Yao Jinsheng bid farewell to Xiao Yu and the others, Mo Wanwan issued a command to the red sand scorpion. "Let's go." Her voice couldn't hide her excitement and joy. The red sand scorpion seemed to be inspired by her voice, galloping wildly without caring whether its passengers could handle it. Its 6 slender legs dashed forward like an electric motor, charging ahead aimlessly. Mo Wanwan regretted not tying a rope around its neck. Now, the red sand scorpion was unstoppable. The red sand scorpion quickly disappeared from sight, leaving behind 2 furrows in the sand, one for its 3 left legs and one for its 3 right legs, showcasing the power it exerted in its excited state. At such high speeds, the wind felt like a blade, and the strong gusts made Mo Wanwan's delicate face ache, turning it bright red. Bai Heng leaned over to shield her from the wind, his white clothing fluttering, his golden hair intertwining with her black hair in the gusts. Mo Wanwan managed to lift her head to look at him. It was their first time gazing into each other's eyes from such a close distance. Chapter 52. A little drink for joy. His eyes were gentle, while hers were calm as the sea. He was moved by her, yet she couldn't acknowledge such a warm man who thought of the one he liked. Yao Jinsheng was battered by the fierce wind, unable to open his eyes or close his mouth, finding it hard to breathe. He trembled as he shouted, "Stop, stop! I haven't pointed the direction yet." The red sand scorpion suddenly slammed on the brakes, catching everyone off guard, and Yao Jinsheng was flung out by its inertia. He landed opposite the red sand scorpion, feeling so exhausted that he feared even looking at it might cause a heart attack, so he chose not to. Although the red sand scorpion was overly excited, it was still a rational pet. It thought Mo Wanwan had brought it out for a joyride, but it turned out it had a mission. Its eyes suddenly brightened, feeling fulfilled with the important responsibility. Yao Jinsheng felt a chill run down his spine under its sparkling gaze and raised his hands in surrender above his head, saying, all right, I'll tell you the direction." He climbed back onto the red sand scorpion's back and directed it. Knowing he had a task now, the scorpion moved with much more steadiness. Along the way, Yao Jinsheng and the red sand scorpion worked perfectly together, avoiding areas inhabited by dangerous animals and steering clear of natural disasters in the desert, gradually building a friendship. That night, after finishing his injection, Yao Jinsheng fell asleep on the red sand scorpion's back without setting up a tent. Luckily, he didn't snore much, otherwise it would have ruined the beautiful full moon night. People today cannot see the moon of ancient times, yet this moon once shone upon the ancients. The mystery of the moon, its eternity, its beauty, these seem unrelated to today. Mo Wanwan and Bai Hung sat in the deep night, and she cheerfully took a jar of osmanthus wine from her shoulder bag and poured a cup for Bai Hung. Rarely having such leisure, it was better for the two of them to raise their glasses and invite the bright moon, making 5 shadows together. The first foresight fruit was in the heavenly punishment desert, and Yao Jinsheng also knew the geographical location of the toad enclosure. It seemed that heaven had decided to look after her, and she was in a great mood, wanting to enjoy a little drink. The desert night sky was so clear tonight, and the moon was so round. Bai Hung smiled as he accepted the cup, and the two raised their glasses to drink in front of the firelight. Wanwan, how many things are actually in your shoulder bag? He had heard about this bag from Hu Xiong, but seeing it in person was far more shocking. She could even take out a wine jug. What else couldn't she retrieve? She patted her shoulder bag and replied with a smile. This is like Doraemon's pocket. He seemed to savor the name on his tongue. But was it a person's name? Yes, Doraemon's other name is also called Doraemon, a blue cat that can speak human language and a cheating tool for Nobita. She chuckled to herself. This was a classic childhood cartoon she had watched on Earth. The memories of her past on Earth were drawn out from the locked box by this childhood animation, and she looked up at the starry sky, slowing her breathing. A new time and space, a new identity, a new life. She had no power to choose, only the power to accept. Regardless, she felt grateful for the beautiful memories of that world and had no desire to dwell on the sorrowful ones. Coming to this world, she did not wish to live in despair like in her previous life. She hoped to live according to her own will. The first step was to get rid of the deadly claws of the demon sovereign. Bai Hung pondered the magical creature that Mo Wanwan had described. Could it be an ancient divine beast? Mo Wanwan saw that he was so serious and felt that teasing him was also boring. She flicked her sleeve and lay sideways on the sand, blinking her eyes, and said, "If you really want to see how much stuff I have in this crossbody bag, I can put you inside and let you explore for yourself." So she changed her way of teasing. Bai Hung realized he had been fooled by her, but he was neither angry nor annoyed and calmly smiled. If your crossbody bag contains as many stars as there are in the sky today, it would surely be a delightful experience to go in and enjoy. Mo Wanwan blinked and kindly reminded, "What if I can not only store dead things, but also live ones in here? I'm just afraid that this live one might spoil your interest. In fact, if one were to be serious about the live ones, they would just be some flowers and plants. Animals certainly couldn't fit in." Bai Hung lowered his gaze and took a shallow sip, saying, "What difference does it make between live and dead things in this cage? After being in a confined space for a long time, even the most lively creature will become lifeless. When I go in, I'm just watching its jokes. Who knows? It might even lift my spirits." He spoke calmly, but his eyes reflected a moment of sadness, overflowing like the osmanthus wine. Wasn't he just describing his current situation? As a prince trapped in the palace, he was the subject of others' amusement. Mo Wanwan gently shook her head, saying no. Those who think this way will try every means to break free from their fated constraints, while those who do not think this way will be as lifeless as inanimate objects. Her eyes were clear and bright, and her voice was equally enchanting, with every sentence containing philosophical truths that the world needs time to comprehend. In fact, she had simply understood a lot from reading novels and comics in her past life. She smiled calmly and said, "If I were one of these living beings, I would not want to be confined in this space, but rather return the favor by imprisoning those who confine me." Their situations were indeed similar. Bai Hung was bound by the royal destiny, while she was restrained by a predetermined fate, both being prisoners of fate. Bai Hung's hand stroked the smooth rim of the cup, his gaze still fixed on the ripples stirred by the gentle breeze in the osmanthus wine. The sweet and rich fragrance of osmanthus filled the air, drawing his thoughts into the dense aroma. It was she who told him not to harm himself with a bone knife, to let go and rely on his own strength. Among the many who mocked him for being unworthy of the sacred artifact, she was the only one who encouraged him not to overlook his own power. It was she who told him to use others' methods against them, to turn the tables and become the one in control. The general had also said that one must take charge of their own destiny. After a long while, Bai Hung slowly opened his mouth. Unfortunately, just becoming the one in control does not guarantee one will get everything they desire. Her eyes sparkled as she smiled lightly and asked, "Does your highness have something he longs for but cannot obtain?" She called him your highness playfully, unafraid that the wolf in his heart would come out to devour her. He gazed deeply at her, his eyes merging with the aroma of the wine, imbued with a strong sense of intoxication. He ignored her teasing tone and said, "Not a desired object, but a desired person." The deep night of the desert of divine punishment gradually turned cooler, a breeze brushing through their hair, caressing her cheek, which deepened the tenderness in Bai Heng's eyes. Mo11 lowered her head under his gaze, her eyelashes fluttering as she changed the subject. "I'm feeling a bit tired from the wine. I'm going to sleep. You should rest early too." She stood up and walked towards one of the two tents, leaving Bai Heng's solitary figure in front of the flickering firelight. Chapter 53. Half-beast transformation. He didn't expose her lie, allowing her to leave, simply because he feared that revealing this thin layer of paper would ultimately mean losing even her smile. After a night of shallow sleep, Mo11 dreamt that she returned to Huazhou town. She saw a familiar silhouette on the street where she had set up a rouge stall with Shunned. That slender figure was one she once wanted to pour all her warmth into. She ran to catch up, but a sudden breeze blew that shadow away, and a string of candied hawthorn fell at her feet. The candied hawthorn still glowed with a rich red hue, but unfortunately, the person to taste it was no longer there. Suddenly, heavy rain poured down on the street, and the 8-year-old Shunned appeared once more. He smiled as he walked towards her, took her hand, and looked at her with eyes as bright as stars, saying earnestly, "Bai Ke, I want to marry you. From now on, we won't be alone. We have each other." That night, her beautiful dark eyebrows were filled with sorrow until the first ray of sunlight greeted the horizon on the eastern side of the Tianfa Desert. The golden light blended with the golden sands, and when Mo11 woke up, she touched the dry tears at the corners of her eyes. She quietly looked at the moisture on her fingertips, her thoughts in disarray. Did she miss him? He said he would come find her. Would he? Suddenly, the tent flap was lifted and blinding sunlight poured in. She instinctively tried to avoid the light, and half closing her eyes, she saw that little brat Yao Jinshan running towards her with a face full of grievances, complaining, "Sister Mo, the red sand scorpion let out a really stinky fart this morning. My sense of smell is almost gone. To make a beast's sense of smell ineffective. That fart must have been incredibly foul." Mo11 suppressed her laughter and asked, "If you weren't sleeping on it, how could it have sprayed you?" Yao Jingsheng crossed his arms and said, "Its sleeping position is too ugly. It rolled me off in the middle of the night. And when I woke up in the morning, I smelled that odor and found it facing me with its butt." He argued with the red sand scorpion, but unfortunately, the scorpion understood him while he couldn't understand its words. The two of them argued for half an incense stick's time without reaching a conclusion. Since they couldn't communicate and he wanted to settle the dispute, he ran to find Mo11 to reason it out. After all, Sister Mo was the scorpion's owner. Sure enough, the red sand scorpion smartly noticed that this kid was coming to complain to its owner, and it scuttled to Mo11's tent with its 6 slender legs, making sounds only a scorpion could understand. Neither side would back down, and their volumes increased one after another. Mo11 rubbed her forehead. She had to deal with children's conflicts early in the morning. What a hassle. After she finally calmed the 2 kids down, she casually prepared some breakfast, and Bai Heng helped tidy up the tent. After everyone finished eating, they continued their journey. Looking down at the back of the red sand scorpion from the sun's perspective, it seemed like a smooth black mirror. "Sister Mo, we are almost there." Yao Jingsheng's face was filled with joy. He couldn't wait to go home and show them a lively and healthy version of himself. As the red sand scorpion approached the place Yao Jingsheng mentioned, the surrounding climate became increasingly strange. Mo11 could deeply feel that the left side of her body was extremely hot while the right side was extremely cold, which she couldn't explain at all. "Little Sheng, this temperature is very odd." While she thought about taking off her outer garment, she also considered putting on another layer. Her hands awkwardly stuck in the air. "Sister Mo, if you activate the bloodline power inside, you won't feel the abnormal temperature anymore." Yao Jingsheng assumed a meditative posture, his golden short hair standing on end as if it were golden seaweed. Soon, golden veins appeared on his skin, spreading from his chest to his limbs. "Sister Mo, like this is the semi-activated state of the Beast Clan's bloodline. You just need to adjust the spiritual power inside, and you can temporarily isolate the negative interference from the outside." He extended his hands for Mo11 to see. The intertwined veins resembling blood vessels that were about to burst through the skin, but the color was not bright red. It was golden, like a golden fluid. Meanwhile, Bai Heng also assumed the same meditative posture to mobilize his spiritual power. Unlike Yao Jingsheng, there were no signs of bulging veins on him. Instead, a pair of fluffy white wolf ears sprouted from his head, and a fluffy white wolf tail appeared behind him. Semi-activation of the bloodline is also known as semi-beastification. The beast clan typically semi-beastifies under two circumstances. One is when they sense danger, they semi-beastify to stay alert to their surroundings, which prevents excessive consumption of spiritual power as in full beastification and allows them to respond promptly when danger arises. The other is to demonstrate the purity and nobility of their bloodline. Ordinary beast clan members only grow parts of their bodies that would appear in full beastification, while the more concentrated and noble the bloodline, the more unique the semi-beastification form. Yao Jingsheng saw that Bai Heng's semi-beastification form was so mediocre, with only wolf ears and a tail, and he nearly laughed out loud, clutching his stomach. You Silver Wolf clan is simply weak. Bai Heng did not retort. He opened his eyes casually and gave the kid a gentle glance, as if a cold smile was about to splash a bucket of cold water over Yao Jingsheng's head. Exuding an indescribable charm, his almost transparent body glimmered with a silvery light under the moonlight, making him look like a glowing moon in the night. It gave off a unique softness reminiscent of moonlight, light as floating clouds. With just one glance, Yao Jingsheng was captivated by the silver glow on Bai Heng, and while he was laughing, he suddenly choked. This was a formidable move that came later. It was something that brainless juniors like them could not comprehend at all. Mo Wanwan leaned closer to Bai Heng's neck and his delicate face, and she discovered that the illusion of moonlight was actually created by the dense silver dots on his body, which shone even brighter up close. She was amazed by the half-beast transformation that Yao Ji mentioned, but she didn't know how to do it. Bai Heng looked at Mo Wanwan's beautiful face, which was dripping with sweat and biting her purplish lips, and with a hint of tenderness on his warm face, he said, Wanwan, holding my hand will make you feel better. Mo Wanwan hesitated as she looked at the hand that Bai Heng reached out. Suddenly, Yao Jingsheng exclaimed, What? Sister Mo, you can't be half-beast transformed. With this outburst, in her confusion, she ended up grabbing that distinctly bony, fair hand. Mo Wanwan angrily shot a glance at Yao Jingsheng, who was lost in thought, murmuring to himself, Could it be that Sister Mo is of the human race? His surprised expression was as if the whole world had betrayed him, his watery eyes wide and round. Yao Jingsheng could never have imagined that someone as capable as Sister Mo, who possessed miraculous healing skills, strategies for taming magical beasts, and exquisite culinary arts, could be the weak and unassuming human as rumored. Wouldn't that mean Sister Mo was just as frail as those slaves he knew? Weak enough to fall to the ground after a couple of whiplashes? Chapter 54. The Manhole Cover in the Desert. Yao Jingsheng pondered with his hand on his chin. I must protect Sister Mo well. Whether or not she is of the human race, Wanwan has yet to confirm. Bai Heng held her soft hand, his gaze unabashedly fixed on their clasped hands. Mo Wanwan gently moved her hand, wanted to pull it back, but was inadvertently caught by Bai Heng's fingers. She truly regretted her unnecessary action. It would have been fine to just hold his hand and be honest. Why did she have to pull away? Now their fingers were intertwined, creating an ambiguous situation that couldn't be cleared even if they jumped into the Yellow River. Holding Bai Heng's hand, a warm current flowed into her body, and the extreme sensations of heat and cold diminished significantly, making Mo Wanwan feel much lighter. Yao Jingsheng was confused. Is Sister Mo really a human? If Sister Mo isn't, she could prove it to me. Mo Wanwan couldn't respond to Yao Jingsheng's expectant eyes. I'm sorry, I don't even know if I'm a human. Maybe I'll find out what I am when I meet more humans in the future. She had actually doubted whether she was a beast race, because when she was first hatched from the giant egg in the Eternal Dream, she was a pure white lizard. However, after coming out of the Eternal Dream, she had never transformed back in her lizard beast form, so it was still uncertain whether she was indeed a lizard. Moreover, a few days ago, Xiaoyu had come to ask her about her race, saying that her appearance completely matched the image of a human, which made it even harder for her to draw a conclusion. Yao Jingsheng wasn't disappointed by this answer. Instead, he was glad that Sister Mo's identity was a mystery, as it gave him endless space for imagination. Perhaps Sister Mo was a legendary being, one that even the beast god couldn't be sure of. He immersed himself in his thoughts, his whole body trembling with excitement. The more he thought about it, the more thrilled he became. After a little while, the red sand scorpion suddenly braked, and the bizarre temperature around them returned to the scorching climate of the desert, while Bai Heng and Yao Jingsheng retracted their half-beast forms. Mo11 took the opportunity to pull her hand back and asked Yao Jinsheng, "Could it be that we've arrived?" Yao Jinsheng leaned forward to take a look and nodded. "It should have seen a manhole cover. As long as we enter through the manhole cover, we can find the way to my house." Mo11 climbed to the top of the red sand scorpion and looked down ahead. There really was a well cover. That well cover was big enough for a person to enter, but not for a large magical beast like the red sand scorpion. The cover was covered in green moss, emitting a faint, musty smell. It's quite strange for moss to grow in this desert. Most people would probably hesitate to approach the well cover, wondering what might be inside. Bai Heng, don't you think this well cover is very strange? She jumped off the red sand scorpion and walked over to the well cover. Bai Heng came over and found the well cover equally perplexing. The surrounding area for hundreds of miles was desert, and the climate was dry. So how can moss grow here? Yao Jinsheng wiped his nose and proudly said, "This is naturally because there is another world beneath the well cover." Mo11 thought to herself, since moss could grow on the manhole cover, the environment inside must be very humid. No wonder the world couldn't find the Yaojin lion family. How could they possibly discover it in such a hidden place? Bai Heng gazed at the underside of the moss-covered manhole cover, where a faint lion pattern was visible. It seemed that Yao Jinsheng had not lied to him. Such a family indeed existed in this world. And perhaps he could truly find the connection between Yun Fei and the Yaojin lion family. Mo11 instructed the red sand scorpion to shrink and jump into her sleeve to Nestle. Yao Jinsheng pushed open the manhole cover and bravely went down first. Bai Heng fell before Mo11, also out of concern for her safety. If there were any dangers beneath the manhole cover, he could plan how to protect her in advance. Below the manhole cover was a natural emerald pool, the water exceptionally clear, with only an altar directly beneath the cover where one could stand. The five-sided altar had a stone toad facing away from the center of the altar, each toad spouting a column of water, corresponding to 5 toads high up on the stone wall directly facing the altar. These 10 toads had faintly glowing stones embedded in their eyes to illuminate the emerald pool, and their internal structure allowed for the circulation of the pool water. So there were no openings at the bottom of the deep pool. The only exit was the manhole cover above. In the misty water vapor, 2 other people stood on the altar besides Mo11 and the 3 of them. "Master, someone is approaching." Lan Yu sensed the presence of an outsider and quickly half-transformed. Sheng Rong sat cross-legged in one corner of the altar, meditating. Without Lan Yu's reminder, he already knew someone was coming, and one of them was a familiar face. Lan Yu immediately had an idea. "Master, if someone comes down, won't the manhole cover be opened? We have been trapped here for 5 days. Once they open the cover, we can get out." After saying this, Lan Yu was about to call back Xing, who was exploring the water. Sheng Rong spoke in a deep voice with closed eyes. "At the speed at which this well closes on its own, you won't even make it halfway before being caught." The caught he referred to meant being severed by the closing cover before fully passing through. Lan Yu shivered and said with a frown, "But Xing has already searched this pool at least 10 times. There is no exit in the deep pool, only that well above can lead out." Sheng Rong replied coldly, "Who told her to go look?" His tone was clearly displeased. Rather than exerting useless effort, it was better to conserve some energy. Lan Yu was taken aback. Indeed, it was Xing who volunteered to go down to find the exit. She was also trying to find a way out. Someone as foolish as her would go looking even though she knows there is no exit in the deep pool, instead of daydreaming. You might as well look for something suspicious. Speaking of suspicious, Lan Yu's gaze shifted to the flame flower that the demon lord held in his hand. "I think the only suspicious thing is this flower in your hand, master. As soon as we entered, this was the only living thing we saw, and it jumped into your hand on its own. Perhaps the way out is related to it." The more he thought about it, the more he couldn't figure out how this flame flower could help them leave, feeling that his speculation was somewhat absurd. At that moment, a thick beam of light shot down from above the altar, instantly brightening the dim environment below the manhole cover threefold. The sunlight made Lan Yu turn away, even making Sheng Rong's eyelids, which had adapted to the darkness, move slightly. The manhole cover was opened, and 3 people fell down. Yao Jinsheng landed steadily, seemingly unfazed, as if he had experienced this thrilling drop many times before, clearly someone who had run away from home often. Meanwhile, Mo11, who had held her breath as she fell from the well, was now tightly closing her eyes, unable to bear looking down. The first time she fell from height was on the first day she crossed over. She had fallen for a full 3 days and nights in a giant egg. Even after receiving Spartan-style education from the Longhui tree, she still couldn't overcome the shadow of falling from a height. If it weren't for the 3-day and 3-night fall, would she have come to this cursed place? Would she? and to arrive here only to face the fate of impending death, rather than being unwilling to overcome it. She had come to absolutely loathe the feeling of falling. Chapter 55 Reunion. In the instant the three fell, the manhole cover closed automatically. Bai Heng landed on the altar, first needing to catch Mo Wanwan, who was falling straight down. Mo Wanwan no longer knew in what posture she was falling. Just as she was about to land in Bai Heng's arms, a sudden breeze swept by, and Bai Heng's hand merely brushed against her water dress. When a person is intercepted in midair, even the gentlest of men can become angry. He flicked his sleeve and turned around, only to see a man dressed in a deep, dark robe standing on the altar, holding someone in his arms. His wickedly charming appearance was enough to leave a lasting impression, emanating a chilling aura that warned others to keep their distance. Mo Wanwan didn't feel any pain in her buttocks. Instead, her waist felt somewhat soft. With confusion, she opened her autumn water-like almond eyes, and as soon as she did, she was stunned. This was not the man who had gazed at the woman in his arms. After 2 years, she had transformed into a graceful young girl with a curvaceous figure, her stunningly beautiful face enough to make one linger. In an instant, the blood in his body boiled at the moment it touched her, but he controlled himself very well. He asked in a deep voice, "What is this?" Those ice-cold eyes that contained the vastness of stars were something she could never forget. Wasn't this the deadly devil? Mo Wanwan was so shocked that she spoke her mind directly. She widened her eyes and quickly covered her mouth with her hand, worried that her mouth might bring trouble. Sheng Rong's eyebrows furrowed, and her enchanting and alluring phoenix eyes were instantly filled with frost. "What did you call me?" Mo Wanwan shook her head vigorously. "No, nothing at all." Yao Jingsheng saw that Mo Wanwan looked like a frightened little rabbit in front of this man, and he stood up and shouted at him, "Let go of Sister Mo. Is she someone you can touch casually?" Sheng Rong found this statement somewhat amusing, and he teased as he looked at the person in his arms. "We have already made a lifelong commitment, so how can I not touch her casually?" As he spoke, he really reached out and pinched her smooth little face. Mo Wanwan widened her apricot eyes and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? Don't spout nonsense." Although she was very unwilling to let this life-threatening hand touch her cute little face, her body remained motionless in his embrace. Who knew what would happen if he got angry and killed her? Mo Wanwan reluctantly let Sheng Rong play with her face while pouting her pink lips, secretly wondering what he was doing here. Could it be that he was also here to find the fire-roasted phoenix lotus? Or what did he know about the hidden family, the Yao Jin lion family? She glanced behind Sheng Rong and recognized a man in indigo tight-fitting clothes. She had met him once in the Dead Valley. His presence next to the demon lord indicated that he was a capable subordinate of Sheng Rong. From the spiritual energy emanating from this capable subordinate, he seemed to be quite powerful compared to Wan Shi and the others. "What are you looking at?" A cold voice came close to her ear, causing Mo Wanwan to catch her breath. She focused her gaze on him, who was staring intently at her without looking away, and stuttered, "Just trying to guess what your purpose here might be." Oh my, she was really nervous. After 2 years, she had unexpectedly run into him so soon, and she needed to think of a strategy quickly. The urgent matter was to get down from his arms. Sheng Rong smirked and said, "Well, you can take a guess." Her anxious appearance was pleasing to him. Mo Wanwan rolled her eyes inwardly, not wanting to guess. Bai Heng quietly observed them from the side, realizing they were old acquaintances. A sharp pain pierced his chest, and his eyes gradually darkened, giving rise to feelings of envy and jealousy towards this man that he shouldn't have. Why didn't she refuse the man's touch? Yet he was careful every time, as if afraid to break her. Yao Jinsheng and Lan Yu were both shocked, almost in unison exclaiming, "Well, what? A private engagement?" In the conversation between Mo Wanwan and Sheng Rong, they only heard 4 key words, which left them stunned. Underwater, Ziying suddenly heard someone shout the phrase, "private vow for life," and sensed the presence of other women. She swam ashore and used her spiritual power to dry her clothes, only to see the master holding an unknown woman, which made her furious, and she immediately moved forward to pull the woman down. "You vixen!" She reached for Mo Wanwan's arm, but Sheng Rong shot her a cold glance, causing her to stop in her tracks, intimidated by the ruthlessness in his eyes, feeling quite upset. Unwillingly, Ziying retracted her hand that was approaching Mo Wanwan and silently retreated to stand with Lan Yu behind Sheng Rong, her beautiful and charming eyes glaring at Mo Wanwan in frustration. Feeling a chill at the back of her head, Mo Wanwan met Ziying's gaze and felt very wronged. She did not want to inexplicably establish a rivalry. This woman clearly had feelings for Sheng Rong. She gazed at Sheng Rong and tentatively asked him, "Can you let me down?" "No." He tightened his hold on her arm, leaving no room for rebuttal. Mo Wanwan realized that his domineering personality had not changed at all, whether in the eternal dream realm or in reality. Sigh. She found it futile to try to persuade him and decided to focus on the matter at hand. She looked around at the water pool surrounding them. This altar was the only place that could accommodate people. And what attracted her attention the most were the 10 stone toads that spat water and had faintly glowing eyes. Could this be? She shot a sharp glance at Yao Jinsheng. "Didn't you say you just stumbled upon this place? Why do you now say this is the way to the Yao Jin line family? What exactly is this place?" Upon hearing Mo Wanwan mention the Yao Jin line family, Lan Yu immediately locked onto Yao Jinsheng. The boy's golden hair and golden eyes gave him a glimmer of hope. "Master, this boy is from the Yao Jin line family. They have been looking for the Yao Jin line family. Now there's finally a clue." Yao Jinsheng felt the weight of 2 gazes on him, the chill running down his back, feeling like a fishbone stuck in his throat, and he did not dare look at Mo Wanwan. He hadn't intended to deceive her. Who knew she was genuinely looking for the toad mount? Yao Jinsheng's sidelong glance happened to meet Sheng Rong's icy gaze, sending a shiver through his entire body, causing him to become extraordinarily alert. The Beast clan had a keen sense of crisis. He sensed the man's aura and dared not be dismissive. This man was very strong, several times stronger than his father and brother. If he wanted to attack, he would surely not survive for even half a second. A bead of sweat slid down his nose, and all eyes were on him like arrows, making it hard for him to dodge the truth. He finally decided to speak. "Sister Mo, you asked me about the toad mound earlier, and I was afraid to tell you. The toad mound is connected to the Yao Jin line family. My great-grandfather warned the descendants not to easily reveal the family location to outsiders. So I deceived you by saying I stumbled upon this place. This is the toad mound." Yao Jinsheng opened his mouth to say something, but hesitated for a while before gritting his teeth and firmly saying, "I'm sorry, but I can't tell you how to get to my family's place now, because I can't let outsiders find the family territory." He still remembered the family teachings. Even though he had left the family without permission, he was still a descendant of the Yao Jin line family, with the blood of the Yao Jin lion flowing in his veins. Even if he died in the toad mound, he would not violate the ancestral teachings. Sheng Rong admired Yao Jinsheng's courage and said in a seemingly untroubled manner, "No problem. I have my own ways to find the entrance." He then gestured to Lan Yu, who understood the command and turned to rush at Yao Jinsheng to take him as a hostage, moving so quickly that Yao Jinsheng couldn't prepare. However, out of nowhere, a figure appeared. Bai Heng, half beastified, barely managed to block Lan Yu's unarmed attack with his elbow. "Don't you ask for others' consent before grabbing someone?" He scoffed at such a rude approach. Being able to block Lan Yu's confident attack was quite interesting. Sheng Rong cast a casual glance at the half-beastified Bai Heng, unexpectedly encountering a pleasant surprise, and coldly snorted. The hybrid of the Silver Wolf clan and the Yao Jin Lion clan has decent potential. Lan Yu. No need to be too harsh. Bai Heng's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. His birth mother, Yin Fei, was indeed from the Yao Jin Lion family. Was he really a hybrid? But now was not the time to be indecisive. Lan Yu had initially wanted a quick resolution, but upon hearing the demon lord's words, he redirected his other hand, which had been aimed at Bai Heng's vital point, to his left shoulder instead. Bai Heng quickly beastified into a silver wolf and was about to bite Lan Yu's attacking claws. Lan Yu saw through his move and immediately beastified into a sapphire blue water snake, coiling tightly around him just before the silver wolf's sharp teeth could bite down. The muffled growls of the silver wolf mixed with the hissing of the water snake. Mo Wanwan desperately wanted to peek at the spectacle, but she was still being held by Sheng Rong, making it hard for her to see what was happening. Propping her head up with her neck was exhausting. Darn it. She didn't want to miss the show. With a long internal scream, she thought of countless possibilities of fighting with Sheng Rong. But being reckless would only speed up her demise, so she ultimately chose to abandon her pride. Sheng Rong felt the fabric of his chest being tugged by the little cat in his arms. He looked down at her, his deep eyes seemingly coldly saying, "What are you doing?" Mo Wanwan felt as if she were frozen by the cold frost. After a moment's pause, she finally lowered her stance and pleaded gently, "Can you put me down? I beg you." The last part was still a bit hard to say. Seeing the hint of pleading in her eyes, Sheng Rong smiled with satisfaction. He really liked the way she begged him. Since he had held her long enough, he decided to put her down. Mo Wanwan stepped onto the ground, stretched her arms up towards the sky with force, and relished the feeling of freedom. She stole a glance at Sheng Rong, then quickly tried to distance herself from him. However, just as she lifted her foot to move forward. She found a transparent barrier blocking her way. Fine, she thought. She would take a detour, but the barrier seemed to have legs of its own, refusing to let her pass and forcing her back to her original spot, bringing her and Sheng Rong back to a distance of less than a step apart. What the heck? Mo Wanwan looked at Sheng Rong with a questioning gaze, feeling somewhat frantic. However, Sheng Rong seemed oblivious as he quietly observed the fight between Lan Yu and Bai Heng. She clearly saw the small movements of his fingers. He was clearly doing it on purpose to prevent her from leaving. There was no denying it. Mo Wanwan stamped her feet in a fit of rage until she calmed down, but she still couldn't do anything about him. The silver wolf was entangled by the water snake and found it difficult to escape, but the water snake had no intention of killing him. It had venom in its fangs, and with just a light bite, it could paralyze the silver wolf completely. Bai Heng was no fool. He keenly sensed the evil liquid on the sharp fangs. He quickly transformed back into human form, drew a bone knife from his waist, and swiftly stabbed at the water snake's vital point. The water snake was quick and retracted its head just in time, releasing Bai Heng, and also transformed back into human form. It was a sacred artifact. Mo Wanwan sat down on the ground in exasperation, blaming Sheng Rong for making her compete with the transparent barrier, causing her to miss the good show. A startled shout from Lan Yu caused Bai Heng's bone knife to suddenly fly from mid-air into Sheng Rong's hand. Bai Heng's expression changed sharply as he transformed again, wanting to reclaim the bone knife. He assumed a pouncing stance, but his four claws, just airborne, were pressed back to the ground by the pressure released by Sheng Rong. With a crack, one of Bai Heng's hind legs was actually broken by this overwhelming pressure. He fixed his gaze on the man who was leisurely examining the bone knife. His wolf eyes filled with fear, sinking into darkness. How strong? Who on earth is he? The low growl of the silver wolf awakened Mo Wanwan. She had also been deeply impressed by Sheng Rong's strength. This pressure was merely a fraction of his full power, yet it made her feel a strong sense of danger. She knew that her hardships over the past 2 years were not in vain. Damn it, if he is this strong, how can she escape this man's clutches? How infuriating. Mo Wanwan brushed away a row of sweat hairs that had just stood up on her arm, wanting to check on Bai Heng's leg injury. If it was a fracture and not treated in time, it could lead to bone displacement. Unfortunately, Sheng Rong, that formidable figure, was blocking their way, and she didn't dare to act rashly. Sheng Rong picked up the bone knife in her hand and inspected it, gently infusing spiritual power into the blade with her fingertip. The dark purple spiritual energy slowly flowed in, and the originally dull bone knife suddenly brightened, emitting a platinum-like glow, especially at the base of the blade. Where the concave gum-like part released a chilling aura, the ink stains on it quickly arranged into a piece of text, but after a short while, it darkened again. Sheng Rong's cold eyes grew heavier as the light from the bone knife faded. The bone knife from the underworld is considered top-notch among holy artifacts, but unfortunately, in the hands of a mortal, it's like a piece of scrap iron. You've made it even duller. Being looked down upon like this ignited Bai Heng's pain in his hind leg into a fiery anger in his chest. He bit his wolf tooth to break the skin and forced himself to prop up his body with his still intact 3 limbs. Suddenly, Sheng Rong withdrew her pressure, and the surroundings began to shake inexplicably. The light stone in the eyes of the stone toad at the corner of the 5-pointed altar turned a bloody red, and the water in the pool beneath the altar was stirred into a counterclockwise vortex by a mysterious force, sinking the altar beneath them to a depth of 50 meters. The force of the descent made Mo Wanwan feel as if her heart had jumped over her head. She barely managed to stand firm, let alone the others. Looking around, she found that almost everyone except her and Sheng Rong was maintaining a semi-squatting position to avoid falling, while Bai Heng, in a moment of crisis, quickly moved to grab onto Yao Jinsheng, who was nearly shaken into the water. Chapter 57, Demon Toad. Mo Wanwan put her mind at ease. Although they were descending with the altar, trapped by the swirling vortex above them, surrounded by clear water walls, not a single drop of water fell onto the altar. Confused, she couldn't help but swallow, turning to look at the demon lord beside her. The dark, flowing robe moved without wind, and a faint, cold purple smoke overflowed from his dark eyes, filled with malice. He made no movements, but could manipulate spiritual power to keep the water surfaces apart. This was an entire pool of valley water, requiring immense and terrifying spiritual power to achieve, yet he seemed to do it effortlessly. Impressive. She couldn't even directly use her spiritual power, instead materializing it into a bow and arrow, while he could drive spiritual power with his thoughts. Wasn't that just too incredible? Normally, The beast clan would need to be astified to unleash their full spiritual power. Did the demon lord not have a beast form? Yao Jinsheng, who had just gotten up from the ground, realized something was wrong. He searched the altar with his eyes, but couldn't find what he was looking for. In a flustered manner, he exclaimed, "Where's the fire-roasting phoenix lotus? It's the holy herb that suppresses the demon toad. How could it be gone?" Demon toad? Lan Yu and Zi Ying instinctively looked for the stone toads sitting at the 5 corners of the pentagonal altar, only to find that these stone toads had vanished without a trace. What was going on? Zi Ying had a bad premonition. Could it be that these stone toads had come alive? Mo Wanwan cares more about the fiery phoenix lotus mentioned by Yao Jinsheng than about the magic toad. She almost shouted, "Oh fuck," with her hands on her head. Could it be that the fiery phoenix lotus is gone? Suddenly, 10 transformed toads jumped from the water wall onto the altar, causing the altar to rise and fall with their landing. Mo Wanwan was taken aback. My goodness, her little heart couldn't handle you all playing with the elevator. What truly scared her was how ugly she found them. The face of a toad could only be imagined as hideous, looking like 10 greenish scarred faces, each uniquely different and covered in raised acne scars. She wasn't prepared to face such an ugly toad, and before she knew it, these 10 toads were using all their might to fight to the death. Some could breathe fire, some could control water, some had immense strength, some could produce magical sounds, and others could release toxic farts. And even one toad had gone invisible. Wow! Mo11 felt like she had entered the world of the Calabash Brothers. These magical toads displayed their unique powers. And the first 4 to engage in battle were Lan Yu, Zi Ying, Yao Jinsheng, and Bai Heng. Feeling ignored, she glanced at Sheng Rong and found he was also sidelined by the magical toads, prompting her to ponder the reason. Could it be that the 2 of them were too weak for the magical toads, so they gave up? Well, it seemed that since she had transformed into a magical toad, she had stopped restraining her spiritual power, releasing nearly half of it. Her spiritual energy was like a leaking light source, merging with Sheng Rong's spiritual energy on this small altar, which appeared insufficient to contain all. The magical toad's attacks forced the 4 targeted individuals into a completely beastly state. Bai Heng transformed into a pure white silver wolf, Lan Yu into a dazzling blue water snake, Zi Ying into a purple magic bull with a tail spewing purple fire and 2 purple horns, and Yao Jinsheng into a golden young male lion. The silver wolf was agile and perceptive, and even with a broken hind leg, it managed to block the 2 magical toads that could breathe fire and control water. This forced the 2 toads, whose attributes countered each other, to combine their attacks, which mostly canceled each other out, posing no threat at all. The purple magic bull dealt with the 2 toads that could release toxic farts and create magical sounds. Its purple flame tail seemed unaffected by toxins, absorbing the poisonous gas released by the toad, rendering its only ability ineffective against the opponent. However, the toad that could create magical sounds was a bit troublesome, always making its ears uncomfortable. The water snake played a game of speed and passion with the strength toad and the other 3 toads, being the strongest among these beast tribes, capable of taking on 4 opponents effortlessly. As for the young golden lion, it was somewhat pitifully handled by an invisible magical toad. Just as the golden lion slapped its front paw down, its tail was lifted by a transparent hand and swung back and forth on the ground. The altar's flooring was of excellent quality. If it had been an ordinary marble floor, it would have surely shattered into pieces from such a powerful impact. Mo11 counted 1 by 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It seemed like one was missing. Could it be that one was also invisible? Just as Mo11 was thinking that perhaps those 2 invisible magical toads were twin siblings, the one that went from invisible to visible, appearing for less than a minute, was sliced into paste by Sheng Rong's gust of wind. Sheng Rong merely slashed a gust of wind, which transformed into hundreds of wind blades, mercilessly reducing the magical toad to a pulp. She widened her eyes in trepidation towards the direction where the magical toad had died. Because the toad's scent was too chaotic and filled the entire altar, she hadn't even noticed that this magical toad had approached her. It had just come at her. She looked towards Sheng Rong. Did he just save her? Sheng Rong noticed her gaze and looked at her with sarcasm, saying, "So stupid, still daring to come to such a place?" Mo11 was speechless and muttered quietly, "I can go wherever I want. What business is it of yours?" After muttering, she suddenly felt a chilling aura around her. When she raised her gaze, she found that Sheng Rong's expression had darkened, and he fell silent immediately. She had only made an offhand remark. Why was he throwing a tantrum for no reason? Sheng Rong thought to himself that this woman was truly unruly. She was already his, so how could he not care? He could manage any part of her, and he had every right to do so. At this moment, Mo Wanwan was still unaware that upon encountering her this time, he had already made up his mind to take her back to the demon palace to marry her. Once she found out, there would be no room for refusal, because everything was up to him. Mo Wanwan's gaze fell on the dead magic toad on the ground. The magic toad, now turned into a bubbling mud meat pie, had a tragic death and emitted a foul stench. Sheng Rong found the mud meat pie too dirty. So she pulled Mo Wanwan's hand and led her a few steps away. Mo Wanwan wanted to laugh a little, forgetting that this person had a cleanliness obsession. "What are you laughing at?" The boy's cold voice rang out. His brows showed displeasure, and Mo Wanwan didn't laugh for long before meeting his unhappy expression. She recalled his earlier method of dealing with the demon toad and felt an infinite sadness about a possible death that might befall her in the future. "It's nothing." She timidly withdrew her hand from his thick palm. His palm was covered in thin calluses, formed from years of practice. In the eternal dream, Sheng Rong's hand was small, yet enough to envelop hers. The calluses on it were not as pronounced as those on the previous hand, and it was soft, not rough. Chapter 58. Spatial array. Their friendship was sealed in that dream, and when the dream shattered and they returned to reality, all that awaited them was a life and death struggle. A chase of you running and me fleeing. Sheng Rong felt incredulously that the weak, boneless, snow-white hand had evaded him, and his expression darkened involuntarily, as if a blizzard had swept through his lowered gaze. He had thought that when they reunited 2 years later, she would be happy to see him, at least matching his mood, but he didn't expect her to avoid him so much, afraid of him. His thin lips suddenly pressed together, as if he had understood something, leaving only a headless silence. Mo Wanwan raised her eyes to stare at him. During the pause, she had guessed countless things Sheng Rong might say to her, her heart gradually yearning for an answer that did not belong to her. In the end, nothing came, and she could only comfort herself not to be too disappointed. One of the magic toads was missing, and the other 9 stopped fighting, retreating from their opponents. Their bloody red eyes were even more crimson than before, filled with anger as they sought revenge for their fallen companion. The 9 magic toads stopped entangling with them and jumped to different spots on the altar, each forming a point, merging together, then emitting annoying croaks. Resembling the chanting of a spell, each croak clear and powerful. As their croaks repeated over and over, beams of light burst forth from beneath their webbed feet, like 9 finely crafted long spears piercing straight into the whirlpool above, forming a formation. Lan Yu transformed back into human form and said, "Not good. They're setting up a formation. I just don't know what kind of formation it is." The others also transformed back into human form, and he and Ziying walked over to Sheng Rong's side, ready to protect their master at any moment. Sheng Rong still could not stand that piece of mud meat pie. Mo Wanwan saw that he seemed to have obsessive-compulsive disorder, and she released a burst of purple fire from her palm, reducing it to ashes, which was also to calm her own anger. With one of the 10 magic toads missing, naturally, the power of this formation wouldn't be as strong as when it was complete. But the weakened formation was still having a significant effect. The altar was visibly shrinking at a rapid pace, and Mo Wanwan and the others were also shrinking along with it. The walls were all water, making it difficult to perceive the size difference. Mo Wanwan noticed that the people around her had not realized the change. Only Sheng Rong, and she had keenly sensed the clues of the formation. "Be careful. I feel that both we and this altar are getting smaller." Just as Mo Wanwan finished her warning, everyone noticed something was wrong. Seeing the water flow on the walls had clearly slowed down, Ziying said, "Could it be that time is frozen?" Yao Jinshan got up from the ground and, seeing the speed of the water flow, panically corrected Ziying. "It's not that time is frozen. Rather, our space is gradually shrinking, and soon we will disappear." He had heard his father say that once the magic toads activated the formation, those trapped within it had no chance of survival. Mo Wanwan realized that Yao Jinsheng was someone who knew the inside story, so she focused on him and asked, "Shaosheng, tell me everything you know about this formation." Yao Jinsheng also understood that his life was at stake, so he put aside his ancestral teachings and revealed everything he knew. The Toad Mound was originally a place of spatial chaos, where anyone with ill intentions could take advantage of the terrain. The demon toads saw this opportunity and forced the human race to build an altar here, intending to use the terrain to study their formations. The ambition of the demon toads back then was to shrink the entire Yunshi continent into their grasp for control. But our ancestors saw through this plot and sealed them with a blood sacrifice barrier, transforming them into immobile, thoughtless stone toads. The fire-roasting phoenix lotus is the key to the blood sacrifice barrier. Once it is removed, the barrier will become useless. Mo Wanwan suddenly understood. So the formation being cast by these demon toads is meant to shrink our space down to the size of a mayfly, causing us to completely disappear from this dimension. Her interpretation brought a long silence. Looking at the blank faces of the group, no one besides Mo Wanwan understood what mayflies and dimensions meant. She sighed. Sheng Rong was also silently staring at her, his indifferent attitude demanding her to repeat it. She had no choice but to rephrase. In other words, the formation cast by the demon toads is meant to shrink us to a size smaller than ants. Therefore, theoretically, there is no such thing as disappearing. It's just that once we shrink to that extent, we might never be able to return. This explanation made Lan Yu and the others gasp. If that were true, wouldn't they have to compete with ants for food and territory every day? Fortunately, they were muttering this in their hearts. If Mo Wanwan heard them conclude this, she would likely be furious. Bai Hong had already reset his broken hind leg himself, and he stood up to ask Yao Jinsheng, "Is there any way to stop this formation?" Yao Jinsheng could only shake his head in despair. This is a spatial formation. No one can break it except for the blood sacrifice barrier. The fire-roasting phoenix lotus has been taken away, making the blood sacrifice barrier useless. We are now trapped in a desperate situation. As he spoke, he had already prepared himself to be buried in the toad's domain. His past had been a struggle against illness, and every night before sleeping, staring at the ceiling, he would naturally wonder if this would be his last night. If tomorrow he would have to say goodbye to this world. Facing the spatial formation of the demon toads, the chances of survival were too slim. If life was to be like this, at least he had experienced a few days of relief from pain, leaving no regrets in this life. Yao Jinsheng's words plunged everyone into deep thought. Mo Wanwan fixed her gaze on the chanting demon toads and had an idea. Why don't we get rid of these demon toads? If they die, won't the formation cease to exist? She found it strange that the solution was so obvious, yet no one had mentioned it. Lan Yu also thought this method could be adopted, but upon further reflection, he found it rather foolish. If you think this method is feasible, then you should try it first, he said, deciding to wait and see what she would do next. Mo Wanwan was puzzled by Lan Yu's change in attitude. At first, didn't he seem very supportive? Why did he suddenly change his mind? Could it be that they couldn't reach those magic toads? So she took a small knife out of her crossbody bag and threw it at the forehead of one of the magic toads. As a result, the knife bounced back, unable to hit the toad's forehead, and almost ended up injuring her with her own thrown weapon. What was going on? She asked. Lan Yu knew this woman would hit a wall and specifically explained to her. Do you think they would be foolish enough to expose themselves to the enemy? Before the magic toads activated the spatial formation, they had already cast a barrier on us, trapping us within it, so we couldn't attack them. Chapter 59. His woman is strong. Mo Wanwan didn't know much about barriers and formations. Then why don't we just break the barrier? It was her own fault. When Chang Huishu was teaching her about barriers and formations, she would always doze off, not appreciating Chang Huishu's careful guidance. So she deserved to feel embarrassed just now. But Chang Huishu's explanations were way too complicated, even harder than textbooks. It was all about the secrets and essentials of arranging various formations, the types and principles of magical beast barriers, and it sounded like learning the strategies of Go. Lan Yu sighed and shook his head, wondering what the master saw in this woman. She didn't even have this basic knowledge. She must have been the one to cling to the master first. Breaking the barrier requires finding the eye of the technique, which is the core of the barrier. One needs to deduce the caster's methods, to find its vulnerabilities, and then collapse the entire barrier from within. Destroying the eye of the technique carries certain risks, and the barrier set by the magic toad has similarities to spatial formations. If it were that simple to break the barrier, we would have destroyed the formations long ago and wouldn't be stuck in this unsolvable situation. As he spoke, he spread his hands, and Mo Wanwan was irritated by Lan Yu's obvious disdain for her. Come on, I was the one explaining the principles of this spatial formation to you earlier. While it down on me. What Lan Yu said was essentially that finding the eye of the technique was already difficult, and discussing how to destroy it was nearly impossible. Everyone fell into deep thought again, the endless chanting of spells growing increasingly annoying, making it even harder to come up with good ideas and strategies. Mo Wanwan had not even seen the appearance of the barrier, so where could she find the eye of the spell? She raised her head and stared at the swirling vortex for a while, vaguely noticing a small red object inside the vortex, which disappeared in the blink of an eye, leaving her unsure if it was an illusion. However, her intuition told her that there must be something inside. With a calm mind, she closed her eyes and blocked out the sound around her, isolating all the noise, and focused on releasing her mental thread. This mental thread was a technique Mo11 had created based on modern science fiction novels, requiring her to isolate a small portion of her spiritual power from within and control it with her will for an extended period, which was quite difficult. The mental thread explored step by step towards the vortex, moving slower the closer it got, as if a powerful interference made it hard for her to sneak in. These interference factors felt like static electricity in the air. She exerted herself to push the mental thread forward, but time passed slowly, and cold sweat slipped from her hair, dripping onto the altar's surface. Her secret actions were fully observed by Shunrong. After not seeing her for 2 years, she had grown stronger, surprisingly so. He knew well that the spiritual power within her was inexhaustible, and now she could control it freely while coming up with such a clever method. Very good. His woman is strong. Finally, the mental thread swam and pushed with all its might, reaching the unusual red soft object in the vortex, which turned out to be a red egg laid by a magical toad, floating in the vortex and absorbing the surrounding azure water, though the absorption speed was slow, comparable to their shrinking rate. Could this be the eye of the barrier? Mo11 retracted her spiritual thread, and the first thing she did upon opening her eyes was point to the vortex above her head, saying, "Look, could the eye of technique be inside the vortex?" She noticed the eye of technique, when Shunrong had already retracted the spiritual power blocking the water flow in front of the magical toad's barrier. Now, the surrounding water wall remained in its previous state, and it was unclear what was supporting the water flow that had been hanging above for so long. Ziying looked up in the direction of her fingertip and said, "There's nothing there." She saw nothing at all and wondered if this woman was deceiving them. Immediately, she shot an unfriendly glare at Mo11. Mo11 forgot that many people could not reach her level of releasing spiritual threads, so naturally, the red egg could not be seen with the naked eye. Just as she was unsure how to explain, Shunrong's calm voice rose amidst the noise, bringing a refreshing feeling. Let that silver wolf break the barrier of the magic toad. Lan Yu and Ziying were stunned at that moment. None of them could break the barrier, so how could a beast man from the Silver Wolf clan do it? Ziying cast a disdainful glance from Mo11 to the elegant man beside her. Just this mixed breed? Bai Hong disliked Ziying's openly contemptuous attitude and angrily said, "Rein in your gaze. Haven't you received proper family education?" Mo11 couldn't help but laugh. She rarely saw Bai Hong scold an unrelated stranger. He usually maintained a calm demeanor towards everyone. It was evident that this confidant of the demon lord was truly a detestable person, to the point of making a graceful gentleman lose his temper. Ziying, embarrassed and furious, was about to confront Bai Hong when Lan Yu decisively pulled her back, quietly advising, "Ziying, this is not the time. Tone it down a bit, or the lord won't be easy to deal with." Even Lan Yu was telling her to tone it down, which infuriated her. However, Ziying still fearfully glanced at the lord and silently restrained her thoughts. She couldn't provoke him. Shunrong instructed Bai Hong to break the barrier, which genuinely surprised Mo11 and Yao Jinshin. Even Bai Hong himself didn't expect to be chosen to resolve the current stalemate. Shunrong tossed the underworld bone blade back to Bai Hong, speaking in a neutral tone. "Use it against the barrier." Bai Hong took the underworld bone blade, frowning, and asked, "What do you want me to do?" Shunrong slowly replied, "This bone blade in your hand can break the barrier. With your current strength, you cannot fully control it. I can lend you a hand." His sharp gaze swept towards Bai Hong, his deep, dark eyes evoking a sense of reverence in those who met his gaze. Bai Hong looked at the dull blade of the underworld bone blade, recalling what Mo1 had said about not relying on the blade, but on one's own strength. Tightening his grip, he raised his head to look directly at Shunrong. "You better not play tricks." Shunrong coldly raised his gaze. "The vortex eye is the technique eye. You can trust me with this." How could a voice capable of freezing all life be from a scheming person? Hearing the Lord acknowledge that woman's speculation, Ziying's eyes nearly turned red with anger as she glared at Mo11, wanting to punish her on the spot, which left Mo11 perplexed. She had provoked this woman. Why was she targeting her? The water wall surrounding the altar was flowing more and more slowly. From a distance, they could see that the altar had shrunk to the size of an adult's fist, making the situation extremely dire. Chapter 60, Fiery Phoenix Lotus. In this spatial formation, every second felt like a year for everyone. Any hesitation or distraction here could jeopardize their lives. Bai Hong immediately half beastified, gripping the bone blade and preparing to leap. A force surged from the bottom of his blue satin boots as his body flew like a feather towards the vortex eye, his snow-white robe also weightlessly lifting upward. The silver wolf's vision could pierce through several miles. There was no barrier above the altar. And as he approached the level of the vortex eye, he could clearly see the red egg inside. Mo11 felt a bit excited as she watched below, silently shouting in her heart, "Bai Hung, go for it. As long as you break this cursed eye of the technique, the spatial barrier will disappear, and the crisis will be resolved." Sheng Rong cast a cold sideways glance at the woman beside her, who was secretly thrilled. How could she be so happy for another man? Truly fickle. She couldn't let her continue to act so recklessly without regard for her husband. The bone knife from the underworld spun in Bai Heng's hand, and the originally dull blade suddenly gleamed with a chilling light, exuding a murderous aura he had never felt before. This time, Bai Heng clearly sensed the bone knife responding to him, creating a strong resonance. A fleeting surprise flashed in his eyes as he forcefully drove the bone knife deep into the red egg. Suddenly, a surge of unknown electricity coursed through the bone knife into his fingertips and up his arm. He endured the dull pain caused by the electric current, biting his lip, while maintaining the strength in his hand, pushing the bone knife inch by inch into the red egg, halfway through. In just a moment, Bai Heng was drenched in sweat, and just when he felt he could no longer hold on at the critical moment, Sheng Rong transformed her fingers into a spiritual wind that charged directly towards the top of his head, flooding his limbs and bones with power. Bai Heng suddenly felt strength filling his entire body, and with one mighty push, he pierced the red egg with the bone knife. The red egg shattered, breaking the barrier. Once the barrier broke, the spatial formation quickly collapsed on its own. Setting up a spatial formation required a hefty price. 9 demonic toads were repelled by the immensely powerful spatial formation, shrinking and disappearing from Mo11's and the other site in the blink of an eye. The water flowed away in all directions, and the altar slowly ascended back to its original position. During this time, due to her earlier vigorous movements, Sheng Rong had a half-burnt, fiery red leaf fall out from her collar. Mo11 couldn't help but be drawn to that half-burnt red leaf. And when she got a clear look, her nerves momentarily snapped. Damn, that wasn't a burning leaf, but a burning petal. Be careful. She pretended to almost fall and approached Sheng Rong, casually picking up the fiery flower from her collar. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed the fire-roasting phoenix lotus. The flower's core resembled a red core gourd. The petals were flames that burned eternally, and the receptacle was a lotus pod in a light pink color. How did the fire-roasting phoenix lotus end up in your hands? The fire-roasting phoenix lotus burned brightly in Mo11's hands, attracting Yao Jinsheng, who raised his voice. What? The master of the fire-roasting phoenix lotus is you? Lan Yu stared at the fire-roasting phoenix lotus in confusion. Isn't it just a flower that burns? What's so magical about it? Why are you shouting so loudly? Yao Jinsheng couldn't be bothered to dwell on Lan Yu's ignorance and thought seriously. No wonder it disappeared, unless it is recognized by the fire-roasting phoenix lotus's true master. No one else can take it. Yao Jinsheng's words almost exploded in Mo11's mind. She abruptly turned to look at him, wanting him to repeat what he just said, her body still leaning forward, but she was preparing to stand firm. What did you say? Did she mishear? She remembered that there seemed to be only one fire-roasting phoenix lotus. Yao Jinsheng also felt helpless. He had originally hoped that Sister Mo could take the fire-roasting phoenix lotus, but now it was taken by a stranger. After all, it was a sacred herb, and giving it to someone he didn't know felt like a huge waste. He continued, "There is only one fire-roasting phoenix lotus. If others want to use it, they must obtain the owner's consent." Mo11 nearly fainted. Did that mean she had to rely on this demon lord? The fire-roasted phoenix lotus was the main medicinal herb to awaken the raisins. Without this ingredient, not a single premonition fruit could awaken them. If she didn't awaken all 6 raisins, her fate wouldn't change, and she would still meet an early demise. The mission had not yet succeeded. Mo11 couldn't imagine that she had only enjoyed more than 20 years before her rebirth. No, she had suffered for more than 20 years. In her second life, she still hadn't even had a child before meeting her end. And if we don't mention having children, just talking about love, she only began to taste the forbidden fruit in this life, with someone she had a bit of a crush on being the very person who wanted to kill her. The 2 miserable lives combined were still shorter than the lifespan of an average person in ancient times, and even she felt a deep pity for herself. How could it be so tragic? After a long moment of inner turmoil, a calm and pleasant voice came from above. "You seem to be afraid of it in my hands. Do you want it?" Mo11 originally wanted to confirm the fire-grilled phoenix lotus and then stand firm, but unexpectedly, Sheng Rong pulled her into his arms. With a surprised gasp, she fell against his broad chest, her head just reaching his collarbone. His strong arm wrapped around her slender waist, creating an extremely ambiguous atmosphere. Her pretty face instantly flushed with a light red, her heart pounding wildly, feeling the warmth of his breath on her face, which was becoming just as heated. "I can stand firm, you." She fiddled with the fire-grilled phoenix lotus in her hand and saw his attractive thin lips curve slightly, as if plucking at her heartstrings, causing her to lose her train of thought and forget what she wanted to say. It wasn't until she caught sight of Zing behind her, shooting her a piercing glare as if she wanted to tear her to pieces, that her mind cleared up. She couldn't bear that smile. She quickly said, "Let go of me. I only heard that the fire-grilled phoenix lotus can be used in medicine. I didn't want it." Mo11 pushed Sheng Rong's chest with both hands, but inadvertently touched his chest all over. No matter how much effort she exerted, the two of them still maintained their intimate position. She was exhausted, truly defeated by this man. How could he have such strength? Before meeting him, she thought no one in the world could surpass her in strength. Not far away, Bai Heng clenched his fists, the veins bulging. He could see Wan's unwillingness. This man actually dared to offend her in front of so many people. He deserved to die 1,000 deaths. But now he was suppressed by Sheng Rong's imposing presence. Just moving a finger consumed a large amount of his spiritual power, let alone trying to snatch her away from the man's arms. For the first time, he experienced the despair of being powerless despite his intentions. Damn it! Bai Heng gritted his teeth in anger secretly. This anger, ignited by his inability to act, was forcefully suppressed deep within his heart. He had endured for so many years. It was just one more day of patience. Chapter 61. The feeling of liking Sheng Rong's eyes were tumultuous. He endured Wan's reckless behavior on him, while feeling quite displeased with her rejection. How was it that you deliberately fell down before just to have this happen? It's just as you wished. Wan was taken aback. What did it mean to have her wishes fulfilled? She certainly didn't want to be secretly cursed by Miss Zing. Besides, interacting with him was like flirting with death. She couldn't claim her mental fortitude was that strong. Wan really had no way out, so she considered using her spiritual power to break free from Sheng Rong's restraint. Sheng Rong sensed her intention, and a trace of anger flickered in his eyes. The hand gripping her slender waist tightened, causing her pain, and this pain made her abandon the thought of harming him. "Ah, you hurt me. Let go, you bastard." Her exhausted strength was once again wasted. His slightly furrowed, firmly holding her in his embrace, leaving her no chance to escape. "What did you just call me?" Lan Yu and Zing gasped in surprise. Lan Yu thought to herself that this woman was too bold. No one had ever insulted the Lord before, and she probably wouldn't survive the next second. Just as Zing was thinking the same, relieved that this woman was a brainless fool who would provoke anyone but the demon lord. The Lord surprisingly did not kill her, only watching Wan with a contemplative expression. Wan was determined. "I curse you, bastard. If you don't let go, what will I do? Should I still say that I'll give you a good beating like before?" She couldn't fight him. What could she do? Damn it. She dug the pit herself, and now she had to fill it. What would she do? The anger in his eyes was intense, and Wan shrank back her neck, avoiding his gaze. But this was really too unyielding. After a moment's thought, her clear eyes rolled around, and she turned her head and bit down on his muscular arm. Although it couldn't be seen under his luxurious robe, one bite was enough to know how firm those muscles were. Ugh! Wan covered the position of her gums and complained, "Why is your arm so hard? It seems like there's nothing I can do about him." "Boo-hoo. It's my weakness that's limiting my imagination. Is he Iron Man or something? So hard, boo-hoo." He chuckled. "Oh, I'm not just hard in the arms. Do you want to try?" His eyebrows raised slightly, and the corners of his lips curved up into a dazzling arc, smiling in such a charming manner. Wan felt a strange current coursing through her body. When did he become so lewd? She turned her face away, her cheeks flushed and scolded, indecent. He looked at her with a hint of wicked amusement in his eyes. "Being serious with you might be a bit too much to ask. Is that really possible? What could possibly challenge the demon lord?" She raised her chin and stared at him. Lan Yu was almost scared to the ground by the sight of the somewhat indecent lord being captivated by beauty, while Ziying's face turned a deep purple, as if dark clouds were gathering above her head. Bai Heng and Yao Jinsheng, who were intimidated by Sheng Rong's pressure, were visibly shocked after hearing Wan call this man the demon lord. The demon lord, king of the demon race, ruled the demon palace in the west of Yunshi continent, commanding all beings in the western lands. The demon race is a branch of the beast race, possessing demonic nature within them. In Yunshi continent, they are rumored to be the kind that sells their souls. 2 years ago, the once mighty demon lord awakened. No one knows what the Lord of the Demon Palace, who had disappeared for 600 years, did or experienced. Both the Yunshi continent 600 years ago and now have undergone earth-shattering changes, making the return of the Demon Lord a sensation across the continent. For a full 2 years, the Demon Lord has used iron-fisted tactics to consolidate the turbulent power of the Demon Palace, with his meticulous political strategies and unmatched strength. Facing no rivals to this day, yet his cold-blooded, ruthless, and brutal reputation has always been looked down upon by the world. In just 2 years, the reputation of the Demon Lord lord has soared. Even the 3 major powers must retreat 3 steps and show him respect, not daring to easily offend him. This is troublesome. A voice echoed in both of their minds. Yao Jinsheng dared not bring the Demon Lord and his kind into the family territory. He had read about the Demon Lord in the secret scrolls. The Demon Lord is powerful and violent, at the top of the food chain in Yunshi continent. The Yao Jinshi family has been hidden for hundreds of years, finally resolving internal conflicts to stabilize their foundation. They absolutely cannot be destroyed by him. Bai Hong, on the other hand, was worried about this troublesome rival. It was clear that the Demon Lord had a great interest in Wanwan. In terms of power, the Demon Lord could easily crush him. In terms of status, the Demon Lord owned the entire Western land, being the only king of the Western continent. Sheng Rong fixed his gaze on Mo Wanwan's clear and beautiful eyes, as if he had returned to that dream again. The way she handed him the candied hawthorn, the way she taught him to make rouge, the way she cooked and farmed while envisioning their future together. It seemed that something in the sea of memories had taken over his mind like a plague. He had almost gone mad, not seeing her for 2 years. He never expected to care so much for a woman. He wanted her, having confirmed that he wanted to hold on to this feeling of hers forever upon seeing her again. Mo Wanwan was blushing and her heart was racing under the gaze of those desire-filled black eyes, her heartbeat rhythm exceeding its normal pace. She recalled what she had said to Grandma Chong Hui Shu. If I like someone, I will be wholeheartedly devoted. Perhaps when I see him again, I can confirm whether I truly like him. In just one day, breathing the same air in a quiet valley with him, she uncontrollably felt her heart racing for him. The sound of her heartbeat repeatedly convincing her that she liked him. What should she do? She had fallen for a man who would one day kill her. An extremely dangerous man. In the dream last night, on that street, Sheng Rong, who proposed to her, said, "From now on, we will no longer be lonely because we have each other." Tears seemed to well up in the corners of her eyes, pricked by emotion, and upon seeing this, Sheng Rong immediately let go of her, feeling an inexplicable confusion and panic inside, though none of this showed on his face. "Did I hurt you?" He paused before raising his hand, using his thick fingertip to wipe away the tears at the corner of her eye, not even knowing why he did this. Just not wanting to see her cry. His eyes remained cold, his tone chilly, yet his actions contradicted the frostiness that surrounded him. He was the Demon Lord, raised in a cold and ruthless environment. How could he understand how to care for someone? And how could he express that care, making it known to the heart? Mo Wanwan was taken aback. Did she cry again? She stared dazedly at the moisture on his fingertip. Had she really been so easily brought to tears before? Clearly, she had never feared the hardships of life, yet she was afraid to admit that she had developed feelings for someone she couldn't have. Chapter 62, Trapped. If you want this flower, I can give it to you. She incredulously met his gaze. You said you would give it to me? A promise is worth 1,000 gold. Mo Wanwan skeptically asked, You have conditions, right? I don't believe you would make a loss. He chuckled inwardly and replied calmly, Yes. There are conditions. Were they? She felt anxious, suspecting he was trying to trap her. He said, It's not the right time, when you need it. I will tell you. Speaking only halfway is frustrating. Do you know that speaking halfway is like mixing arsenic with rice? I need it right now. Just state your conditions. Sheng Rong raised an eyebrow with a hint of smugness. Didn't you say you didn't want it that much before? Mo Wanwan was getting impatient. Why are you being so wishy-washy? Just tell me what you want, and I'll do it now. She put her hands on her hips and spoke with an air of authority, completely unaware that she was being led around in circles by someone. Come back to the Demon Palace with me. He spoke without any hesitation, a smug expression on his face. Like a cat that climbs a tree or a dog that jumps over a wall, this adorable little white rabbit, Mo Wanwan, jumped right into the trap set by someone. What? Mo Wanwan was stunned. Was he inviting her into a trap? Damn it. She had been set up. You can't say anything except for you for half a day. She was so angry it hurt her abdomen. Zi Ying, who had been holding back from confronting Mo Wanwan, could no longer contain herself and protested. You can't do this. Lord, she's just a human. How can she enter the Demon Palace? She had long seen that Mo Wanwan had a human physique, weak and fragile. How could she be worthy of standing by the Lord's side? At the very least, her strength had to earn her respect. Otherwise, she wouldn't allow this woman to take advantage of the situation. Mo Wanwan nodded vigorously in agreement with Zing's words. Yes, that's not appropriate. It undermines your authority. Shengrong looked at her and simply said, do you want to be untrustworthy? Mo Wanwan thought for a moment and then nodded. So what if he was untrustworthy? Life is more important. This matter has already been decided, and you have no power to back out. He smiled wickedly, completely disregarding her feelings. Mo Wanwan almost choked on air. Forget it, she would first get the fire-roasted phoenix lotus to awaken the precognition fruit, then make her escape. He must have important matters to attend to and couldn't possibly keep an eye on her all the time. Her previously angry expression calmed down. All right, deal. I'll take the fire-roasted phoenix lotus. She then rudely stuffed the fire-roasted phoenix lotus into her crossbody bag, thinking it's a sacred herb and not that delicate. Yao Jinsheng was startled by Mo Wanwan's treatment of the fire-roasted phoenix lotus, his heart trembling. Sister Mo, be gentle. This is a sacred herb, not a weed. Mo Wanwan closed her crossbody bag and said, it doesn't matter, dead or alive, it's all the same. Yao Jinsheng stopped speaking. This fiery phoenix lotus already belonged to Sister Mo, and she could dispose of it however she wanted. Mo Wanwan escaped from Sheng Rong's embrace, and the pressure on Bai Heng was naturally lifted. Bai Heng glanced at the dark clouds in his eyes and asked Yao Jinsheng, the demon toads of the Toad Wall have been eliminated by me. I've saved your life. Now you can tell me how to get to the territory of the Yao Jin lion family? Yao Jinsheng almost forgot about this matter. One should not forget the well digger when drinking water. His life was saved by Bai Heng, so he naturally had to agree to Bai Heng. Moreover, since the blood flowing in Bai Heng's body was very likely to be from the Yao Jin lion family, it was his duty to guide Bai Heng and Sister Mo. However, Yao Jinsheng glanced towards Lan Yu and the others. Telling Bai Heng about the passage would mean leaking information to the demon lord. He irritably tousled his golden hair and crouched down. This is so difficult. Mo Wanwan smiled. She could probably guess what Yao Jinsheng was thinking. It was likely the first time this little lion had encountered such a difficult choice, with the fate of his entire clan resting on his shoulders. So it was understandable that he would react with such a collapse. She walked over to help Yao Jinsheng tidy up his messy golden hair and said with a gentle smile, perhaps the demon lord's intentions are not bad. Sister Mo believes they are good people. Can little Sheng trust me? This statement left Lan Yu and the others feeling incredulous. Lan Yu glanced at the calm and composed lord, who seemed to have anticipated her thoughts and was not particularly surprised, which made Lan Yu a bit curious about Mo Wanwan. He smirked and said self-deprecatingly, I never expected there would still be someone in the world who thinks we are good people. Ziying was also momentarily disarmed by Mo Wanwan's words and reduced her hostility towards her, yet she still retorted sharply, humph. Whether they're good or bad is not for her to decide. They had always been seen as evil beings, living in the polluted wilderness of people's mouths. What crimes had they not been blamed for? From petty theft to murder and arson. In fact, they only punished evil people and never indiscriminately killed the innocent. But who would believe that if they said it? The reason Mo Wanwan dares to say such unfounded words is because she believes in Sheng Rong's character, and also because she knows from the fruit of foresight about that future. In the future, she is the truly wicked person, while Sheng Rong is the savior who eliminates evil and upholds goodness. Yao Jinsheng obediently crossed his legs to let Mo Wanwan help him with his hair. When he heard her say that the demon lord is not a bad person, he didn't have much of a concept of truth. He only remembered reading about the demon lord in secret scrolls and thought the demon lord should be a villain. But upon further reflection, who says the demon lord must be a bad person? With this thought, he understood. He then tilted his head and looked down at Mo Wanwan, saying, I naturally believe in Sister Mo. If you think they are good people, then they won't be bad. I will continue to guide you. But this is only for Sister Mo, not for anyone else. Mo Wanwan smiled sweetly and brushed aside Yao Jinsheng's messy hair. Xiao Sheng is really good. Yao Jinsheng pushed Mo Wanwan's hand away and pouted. Sister Mo, you're going to mess up my hair again. Mo Wanwan realized and awkwardly apologized. I'm sorry. I'll flatten them for you. She pressed down the raised golden strands of hair with her hand. Yao Jinsheng stood up and gracefully moved to the center of the altar. Like a golden lion, he stomped his front paws on the ground, triggering a switch. After waiting for a moment without seeing any follow-up from a switch, Mo Wanwan continued to wait. However, the golden lion left the switch and jumped to another spot on the altar, triggering a second switch, which revealed a transparent glass path connecting to the second switch in the center of the altar. He continued to jump back and forth dozens of times, completing a ladder to the sky. Lan Yu rubbed his eyes and stared wide-eyed at the ladder to the sky, then looked at the switches on the ground that would be impossible to find without memorizing the locations. These switches perfectly blended with the basalt ground of the altar, making it hard to tell they were switches leading to manhole covers. Chapter 63. The city-state made of gold bars. Lan Yu muttered softly. Fortunately, we ran into them. Otherwise, we might have died here, turning into a pile of bones. Sheng Rong cast a heavy glance at Lan Yu, implying that if he weren't so foolish, he wouldn't have delayed for 5 days. Lan Yu shamefully looked away, thinking it was still better than Ziying, who only knew how to go into the water and explore useless paths. Ziying didn't know Lan Yu was using her to boost his own ego. She was currently looking at Yao Jinsheng. He walked step by step along the glass path to the manhole cover at the top of the altar, picked something up from the patterned lion design on the cover with his mouth, and jumped back onto the altar. She wanted to go up and take the item from the lion's mouth for the master, but Yao Jinsheng didn't even glance at Ziying, directly bypassing her to approach Mo Wanwan and spat the item into Mo Wanwan's hand. Ziying felt awkward for half a second in place, then came to her senses and trembled with anger. She had never been ignored like this before. The object in Mo Wanwan's hand was an emerald key, with protruding teeth that resembled an irregular heart-shaped cloud. She asked Yao Jinsheng, "Which door does this key open?" Her eyes scanned the area, but she couldn't find any place with a keyhole. Yao Jinsheng replied dismissively, "You can just twist it in the air and it will open the door." Just like that, Mo Wanwan found it hard to imagine that a door could open like this. She casually twisted the key in the air in front of her, and sure enough, a door appeared out of nowhere. Lan Yu stepped forward and touched the door frame. It felt quite smooth, definitely not fake. He suddenly said, "You can't leave first, or who will open the door for us later?" Yao Jinsheng transformed back into human form and looked at Lan Yu with disdain, saying, "Don't worry. The key can't be taken away. Once the door is closed, you can open it again at any time. After a while, it will grow wings and fly back into the manhole cover on its own." Mo Wanwan stared wide-eyed at the emerald key in her palm. "Wow, this key is so amazing it even grows wings?" She wants to create one like this in the future. It feels so powerful. This will definitely become a great tool for preventing theft. Noticing the astonishment on the faces of those around her, Yao Jinsheng couldn't help but boast. Our ancestors used a spatial secret technique to conceal the Yaojin line family. This key is connected to the ancestors' spatial secret technique and is the only tool that can open the way to the Yaojin line family's territory. Before he could finish speaking, Bai Heng stepped through the door first, and then Mo Wanwan and the others followed in succession. Yao Jinsheng pointed at the last disappearing figure inside the door, his face flushed with anger, feeling that it was really rude. Though he was angry, he had to endure it silently since no one paid attention to him. Crossing through that door, one was greeted by endless greenery. The lush green was adorned with dazzling golden glimmers, resembling gold paper flowers scattered like shredded platinum paper. These golden paper flowers were actually the distinct manor estates, perfectly embodying the allure of wealth. The territory of the Yaojin line family was a beastman city-state. Mo Wanwan exclaimed, "It's so beautiful here. It's like a city made of gold bars." Lan Yu replied in a condescending tone, "You've never seen anything. This is nothing compared to the Demon Palace, which is 100 times more beautiful." Mo Wanwan cast a sidelong glance at Lan Yu, wondering why this guy always targeted her. Although she wanted to retort, she had indeed never been to the Demon Palace, and she already thought the golden splendor here was magnificent. She looked up at Sheng Rong and asked, "Is what he said true?" Sheng Rong replied flatly, "Mem, you'll see." This somewhat swayed Mo Wanwan. The opulence before her was already a world-class spectacle even in modern times. So what kind of grand and magnificent place would the Demon Palace be? Perhaps the brilliance here was so dazzling it hurt. As Bai Heng stared blankly at this gilded city-state, he took a long time to recover from his shock. Unable to believe that the Yaojin line family mentioned by Yao Jinsheng was far wealthier than the 3 major powers outside. This city-state could buy the entire Moon Entropy Kingdom. Is this the territory of the Yaojin line family? He didn't even realize his voice was trembling, and his eyes couldn't move away from the continuous gold glitter. Yao Jinsheng stood with his hands on his hips, showing off. "So how do you like it? Are you dazzled?" In the past, Bai Heng would have responded with a cultured and composed smile, freezing him out completely. Now, his face bore no expression at all, and Yao Jinsheng's words went in one ear and out the other, floating past him. The gentle wind carried the scent of dew, unlike the stifling heat of the desert. The climate here was pleasant. Bai Hong had always disliked the color gold. If it weren't for this color, he wouldn't have to remember that, given his identity. He shouldn't covet the crown prince position, nor live in the depths of suffering under the oppression of the other princes, carefully watching people's expressions to maintain his position as the third prince. Yet here, the gold felt friendly, like the soft golden hair of the Cloud Empress, making it hard for him to dislike it. Mo Wanwan stretched out her hand and wrapped it around Yao Jingsheng's shoulder, standing at the same height as him. Smiling as she said, "You used to live quite well, didn't you? Tell me, how much can the precious medicinal materials I provided you with be exchanged for? In such a rich place, it would be a shame not to make a profit." Mo Wanwan quickly calculated in her mind. She needed to prepare for the future. Once she awakened all 6 prediction fruits and completely got rid of the demon lord, she would need to find a comfortable place to settle down and live a leisurely and stable life. "How about you create a golden finger for me, and a golden palm, just the size of my hand?" She showed Yao Jingsheng her 5 fingers and palm, wishing she could take a ruler to have him remember the measurements to bring back to a craftsman. Zi Ying angrily reported to the demon lord, "My lord, look at her, such a money-hungry person, coming here and already calculating her profit, so vulgar and petty." Her disdain was evident, and along with Lan Yu's gaze, they both looked down on Mo Wanwan. With her spoiled and arrogant tone, she was just short of throwing herself into Sheng Rong's arms to whisper sweet nothings. Sheng Rong remained indifferent, gazing into Mo Wanwan's deep black eyes, which were inscrutable. Zi Ying's expectations fell flat, leaving her to sulk alone. No matter how unpleasant Zi Ying's words were, to Sheng Rong, they only indicated that Mo Wanwan was genuine and lovable, both inside and out. Yao Jingsheng first scratched his head humbly, saying, "Sister Mo, you flatter me. Money has always been just an external thing. It can't be said to be that luxurious." Then he pondered whether the golden finger was appropriate, saying, "To cure my illness, which was originally beyond hope, I believe mere gold and silver treasures can't compare. A golden finger is too small for such a great purpose. I think my father would need to bring out the family's heirloom." Mo Wanwan's eyes suddenly brightened, and she was about to ask Yao Jinsheng about the identity of the elders in the family and what the family treasure was when a group of people on horseback rushed in from a distance. The leader shouted, "Who goes there?" Chapter 64. He is well again. She turned her gaze in the direction of the loud and clear voice, which surprisingly came from a woman in her 30s dressed in golden armor, exuding a commanding presence like that of a general. Yao Jinsheng saw the incoming person and rushed to the horse, waving his hand and shouting, "Aunt Yen, it's me." When the female general saw this mischievous boy, her solemn expression instantly turned into a beaming smile. She dismounted and gave a heavy pat on Yao Jinsheng's back, saying, "Good for you. You've been away from home for a while, and now you know to come back?" Yao Jinsheng coughed and covered his chest, saying, "Aunt Yan's strength is still as formidable as ever. I fear my body can't handle it." He said this on purpose, and Aunt Yan's face lit up with joy. She walked around him, increasingly astonished. "You're better?" Having a close relationship with Yao Jinsheng, she often visited him at his brother's residence and was quite familiar with his health situation. Now, after a careful look, she noticed he seemed much more energetic, no longer the frail person she had seen before. She exclaimed excitedly, "Who cured you?" Suddenly, she felt guilty. "I advise you not to take risks to find a miracle doctor. If you had listened to me, you wouldn't be standing here so healthily. I should have trusted you that time." Yao Jinsheng shook his head. "Aunt Yin, we have hidden away for too long and forgotten how vast the world is, with experts everywhere. How could I have received treatment if I stayed in this corner? It's time for the family to see the outside world." What he said was also what she wished for in her heart, but she couldn't make the decision alone. She said seriously, "No more talking. You should go back and see your father. Don't cause a fuss about running away from home again. Your mother has been worried sick since you disappeared, and she has lost quite a bit of weight. Go see them." Yao Jinsheng felt a surge of longing for his family and nodded heavily. "I'm sorry for worrying you all." Aunt Yin smiled and patted his head, glancing at the group behind him, each of them exuding a remarkable aura, especially the man in the deep robe, whose stunning features were overshadowed by a terrifyingly domineering presence that made it hard not to feel intimidated. She said to Yao Jinsheng earnestly, "Silly boy, take your friends to the residence for a visit. Don't neglect them." With Aunt Yin leading the way, Mo Wanwan and the others effortlessly arrived at a grand mansion that exuded elegance and grandeur. They passed through the winding corridors and reached the main hall. Along the way, Mo Wanwan learned that Yao Jinsheng's father, Yao Jinhai, was the patriarch of the Yao Jin lion family, and the Aunt Yin they had just met was the patriarch's eldest sister, Yao Jinyan, who was in charge of leading the troops. The patriarch also had two other sisters, Yao Jinyun and Yao Jinsi. Yao Jinsheng had never met this Aunt Yun, only hearing that she was his father's most cherished second sister. Regarding the city controlled by the Yao Jinline family, many buildings were made of gold and stone, making it a paradise for the wealthy. The beast form of the Yao Jinline family was a golden lion, and the ordinary residents of the city were various beast tribes, whose bloodlines were rumored to be remnants from ancient times, ensuring their strength. Aunt Yao Jinyan had already sent someone to inform the patriarch and matriarch. As soon as they saw Yao Jinsheng, they rushed over and embraced him, with the matriarch even shedding tears. "You silly child, why did you leave without saying a word? Do you know how worried your father was about you?" Yao Jinsheng felt a lump in his throat, all his longing for his family pouring out at that moment. "Mother, I'm back now. It's my fault for worrying you. Please don't cry." He raised his hand to wipe her tears. The matriarch smiled through her tears, holding Yao Jinsheng's face with joy. "I heard from Aunt Yin that you are better. Let your mother take a look." She was extremely worried, fearing that this child, with his frail body, would struggle outside of their wealthy environment. Yao Jinsheng wasted no time and stepped back to an open area. This day he had longed for years, finally proving that he was not just a useless person relying on medicine to survive. He demonstrated a set of advanced boxing techniques right in front of the patriarch and matriarch. His stance was steady, each punch precise. The flow of the movements, seamless and interconnected, completely unlike the sickly child who used to sweat profusely even while standing still. When Yao Jinsheng finished his set, 2 rows of tables and chairs beside him were all destroyed by an unseen force, with shavings rising in a low cloud. He came back to his senses and noticed his parents' shocked expressions. Thinking this alone wasn't convincing enough, should I demonstrate again? He then began to do backflips. Taking a deep breath, the movements flowing continuously without pause, when suddenly a voice interrupted him. "Wait." Yao Jinsheng steadied himself. "I haven't even finished 100 yet. Don't you want to see how strong I am now, father?" Yao Jinhai only cared about one thing. "I only taught you this set of boxing techniques once. Do you remember all of it?" The essence of this advanced boxing technique was flexibly demonstrated by Yao Jinsheng, with every move emphasizing control and release, which couldn't be precisely replicated after just one viewing. He chuckled and said, "I watched my brother practice martial arts when I was little and admired him so much. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't achieve the same lightness he had. I read the boxing manual every day to ease my frustration. And this is the first time I've completed the whole set." Yao Jinsheng looked around and didn't see his brother, then asked, "Mother, where's brother?" "Your brother." She was about to answer when Yao Jinhai's excited voice suddenly rang out. "My son has recovered from his illness and is a martial arts genius." "Good, good. The beast god blesses our Yao Jinline family." He stepped forward, grabbing Yao Jinsheng's arms, his excited lips and mustache twitching with enthusiasm. "What about that miracle doctor? I need to thank her properly." He had never seen his younger son in such good shape before, strong as an ox with boundless energy. Yao Jinsheng grinned, the sunlight shining brightly like him, and turned to introduce Mo Wanwan to his parents. "This is Mo Wanwan. She is the one who cured me of the stubborn illness that troubled me for many years." Then he introduced Mo Wanwan again. "Sister Mo, this is my father, and my mother is the matriarch." Yao Jinsheng suddenly remembered something and directed Yao Jinhai's gaze to another person. "Father, this is Bai Heng, the 3rd prince of the Silver Wolf clan from the Moon Entropy Kingdom. One of the reasons he returned this time is to meet you." Yao Jinhai looked intently at Bai Heng, whose demeanor was as pure as the bright moon, and his gentle, soft appearance explained everything, leaving no doubt. He called out, "Child." Bai Heng's eyes flickered with emotion, and the air fell into a moment of silence. Chapter 65. Devil Yam the matriarch had already noticed Mo Wanwan because her beauty was too captivating. She smiled warmly, breaking the silence in the hall. "Look, the miracle doctor is not only as beautiful as a fairy, but also skillful." As she praised, she took 2 steps forward to hold Mo Wanwan's hand, becoming friendly. "Miss Mo, I cannot thank you enough for your great kindness. The patriarch and I are about to host a banquet to welcome you, to show our hospitality." Mo Wanwan thanked Yuan Shi, saying, "Madam, you are thoughtful. I have a fateful encounter with Xiao Sheng, and since we are fated to be together, I will take good care of him." With Mo's words, Yuan Shi felt relieved. "I suppose you must be tired after all the twists and turns along the way. I'll have someone take you to your guest room to rest." She quickly sent Mo Wanwan and Sheng Rong out of the main hall and arranged for their accommodation. Even Yao Jinsheng was taken by Yuan Shi to visit his brother Yao Jintian, leaving only Bai Heng in the main hall, continuing the tranquility with Yao Jinhai. which would soon lead to a heartfelt conversation. Back in her room, Mo11 sat at the tea table, drinking tea and pondering. She had clearly sensed an ominous presence during the journey, but couldn't pinpoint its source. If she focused on it, she would realize that it pervaded the entire residence, which was truly strange. She knew that Yuan had intentionally left Bai Heng and Yao Jinhai to talk alone, and a thought began to stir within her. Would it be inappropriate to eavesdrop? After a moment, she thought, well, I also care about Bai Heng. It wouldn't hurt to listen in. She deftly climbed to the eaves of the main hall, stealthily walking on the uniform tiles, and suddenly stopped her movement. Coincidentally, she encountered an acquaintance. What are you doing here? The same as you, Sheng Rong replied, speaking sparingly. Mo11 tiptoed closer to him and lifted a corner of the tile to take a look, saying, it's not nice to eavesdrop. Sheng Rong raised an eyebrow, wondering if she really had the right to lecture him. I wasn't eavesdropping. She glanced at him. What do you call this if not eavesdropping? Attending openly? He had concealed his aura well before coming, hiding himself so effectively that they couldn't discover him. He had been sitting there for a while. Mo11 felt embarrassed, watching him sit there comfortably, completely unaware of the shameful act he was committing. She couldn't help but think, is it their fault if others can't discover you? So your eavesdropping is justified, and their weakness is the problem? What nonsense! What did you hear? She leaned her little head closer to the small opening. Sheng Rong stood up and flew back to the ground from the eaves. The important part has already passed. Seeing him approach the main hall, Mo11 had no choice but to come down from the eaves as well. Just as she stepped into the threshold of the main hall, she heard Bai Heng speak in a very low voice, controlling his emotions. Are you saying that mother deliberately died at the hands of the Wolf King? This affirmative statement made his golden eyes nearly turn crimson with anger. The serious topic between the two of them could not take others into account. Yao Jinhai let out a mournful sigh. The netherworld bone blade is Yunner's relic. She was wise and intelligent from a young age, the most outstanding among us. The father gave her this netherworld bone blade, hoping she would revive the Yao Jin line family. I know her best. She only wanted to pursue love in the literary and worldly realms. 20 years ago, she left alone, without leaving a letter. Who would have thought that her obsession with love would cost her life? Mo11 felt heartbroken that she should have come earlier. Now, she could only guess the approximate situation from fragments of information. It turned out that the bone knife from the underworld was a relic of Bai Hengxing's mother. Yin Fei, did she die for the Wolf King? Someone had framed her. With her strength, she shouldn't have died under a chaotic attack. It was him who failed to protect her. Bai Heng gritted his teeth, and the mere mention of him filled him with deep hatred. It was the Wolf King who ordered Yin Fei to be stabbed to death, and under the watchful eyes of many, her death entertained that group of nobles and officials. He still remembered that not a single person present had shown any compassion or sorrow. Mo11 looked at Bai Heng in shock. Did Yin Fei die under a flurry of blades? Or was it a death order from the one she loved? Yao Jinhai remained silent for a moment, then said with guilt, Child, the Yao Jin line family owes you. Your mother left behind a sacred artifact, and I hope you will take this item with you. It rightfully belongs to your mother. Bai Heng replied with a simple okay, and only then did Yao Jinhai focus his attention here. Treating Sheng Rong with utmost respect, Demon Lord, please this way. Montag van so peist. Yao Jinhai knew Sheng Rong. If it weren't for Yao Jinsheng, the Demon Lord's group wouldn't have been able to cross the Toad Wall. Logically, he shouldn't have met the chief of the Yao Jin line clan before. They walked out of the main hall towards the back garden, and Yao Jinhai discerned Mo11's doubts and indirectly clarified for her. The leaders of the 5 great families can sense the existence of the Demon Jade. The responsibility has been ingrained in the hearts of the Yao Jin Lion clan leaders for generations. To see the Jade is to see the Demon Lord. My clan has served the Demon Lord for generations, and after 600 years, we finally await the Demon Lord's arrival in my generation. This is my utmost honor. Only then did she notice the green lotus jade pendant hanging around Sheng Rong's neck, which had hidden inside his collar. With keen eyes, she could see the crescent-shaped jade pendant that flickered in and out of view with his breathing, still so enchanting and demonic. Demon Jade, Demon Yam. Haha, how funny. Why is this jade pendant called that? What are you laughing at? Sheng Rong's tone was icy, scattering Mo11's smile. She pointed at the rising part of his chest and laughed. This is more suitable for hot pot. Anyway, he couldn't understand her, so it didn't matter if she said it. The sound of Mo11's laughter led Bai Heng's murky thoughts to the mountain stream, her laughter turning into sweet spring water, diluting the anger in his heart. He remembered what she referred to as hot pot, and couldn't help but chuckle. Seeing Bai Hung calm down from his pain, his gloomy expression disappeared, and Mo Wan Wan smiled brightly. She proposed to Yao Jinhai, Yao Jin clan leader, "How about we have a hot pot for tonight's banquet?" Just as she finished her suggestion, Shengrong's face fell. Did she compare the demon jade to food? How absurd. However, he could only be angry at himself. While Mo Wan Wan remained completely unaware, Yao Jinhai found the name of this food quite novel. What is hot pot? I don't know much about the food of the outside world. If Miss Mo likes it, you can discuss it with my third sister, Yao Jinsi. She is the one arranging this banquet. Mo Wan Wan decided to give them a surprise and didn't explain what hot pot was. You'll know when the time comes. And I think you'll definitely like it. After all, in modern Earth, I've never met anyone who couldn't fall in love with hot pot. Some people would rather face the consequences of a stomach ache just to have a hot pot meal. In short, hot pot is delicious. But it's also the #1 stumbling block for losing weight. Walking along the back garden path, her gaze fell upon flower buds that spit out golden beans. They climbed along the fence, resembling morning glories, and the golden beans piled up on the lawn, dazzling Mo Wan Wan's greedy eyes. Chapter 66. Soul Skeleton Patriarch Yao Jin. May I have some seeds from these flowers in your back garden? She slowed her pace, picked up a golden bean, and took a bite with her back molars. It was hard as real gold. Yao Jinhai didn't pay much attention to these flowers. Upon hearing that Mo Wan Wan wanted them, he belatedly realized that outsiders regarded gold as a treasure, while the Yao Jin line family simply enjoyed keeping these golden spitting flowers in their garden for aesthetic purposes. Oh, this flower is called the golden spitting flower, a local specialty here, and it's quite easy to take care of, similar to growing potatoes. He generously offered. You could take as many as you want, just let my wife know. Mo Wan Wan was dumbfounded. These flowers that can produce gold are as easy to grow as potatoes? Oh my god, if the Tekinhua becomes popular in the Yunshi continent, they might have to look for a different currency. Then her previous plan to use a piece of goldstone to craft a hand for Yao Jinsheng was really overkill. Clearly, the Yao Jin line family isn't afraid of being poor. These Tekinhua also shocked Bai Hung. If this type of plant spreads to the outside world, it will inevitably disrupt the order. If the upper class outside discovers these Tekinhua, it will lead to a large-scale bloodshed. Forget it. I'll remind Wan Wan later. Mo Wan Wan naturally understood these principles. She only planned to secretly cultivate it without letting others find out. At this moment, she was contemplating what business to engage in and how many shops to open in the future. Yao Jinhai had already led them through a hidden basement, twisting and turning through the maze before emerging onto a chain suspension bridge. Here, there was surprisingly a lake of lava, not large in size, presumably hidden here by the Yao Jin line family using spatial secret techniques. The surroundings were dim, with only the area below brightly lit. The magma was boiling hot, and amidst the rolling black smoke, Mo Wan Wan clearly saw a bone half embedded in the magma. The ominous aura she had sensed earlier emanated from it. This bone was polished smooth, with a tender green leaf growing on it, its vitality inexplicably vigorous. This was the half-life sacred artifact of the underworld bone knife. The underworld bone frame. Yao Jinhai was certain they had noticed this bone and, without leaving any suspense, directly revealed its identity. Embedding this bone frame would grant them an immortal body, thanks to its regeneration ability. How can we obtain it? Bai Hung asked. Mo Wan Wan sighed inwardly at the power of this sacred artifact, which had the function of a level 100 healer, capable of infinite healing. Yao Jinhai stroked his goatee, reminiscing about the myth passed down through his family. The underworld bone blade and the underworld soul frame had a history of 1,000 years. It was said that a fire dragon from the dragon clan wreaked havoc in the human realm, its nature so vicious that it killed countless beings, provoking the wrath of the beast god, who exterminated the fire dragon clan. The deceased fire dragon king turned into a pile of bones, and the beast god sent a divine craftsman to create the dragon slayer's sacred artifact. The underworld bone blade was made from the wing bones of the fire dragon king, while the underworld soul frame was made from its spine. The divine craftsman entrusted these two sacred artifacts to the ancestors of the Yao Jinsheng family, instructing the family to remember to eliminate any evil dragons they encountered. After hearing this story, Mo Wan Wan looked at the half-underworld soul frame submerged in the lava lake and felt an overwhelming hatred emanating from it, which manifested as a thick, lingering black smoke. The underworld bone blade and the underworld soul frame had a mother-child relationship. The underworld soul frame was inherently proud and had developed a spirit of its own over the 1,000 years it had existed. It refused to leave the lava lake. and only the pure bloodline of the Yao Jinxiong family could summon it from the lava lake. The magma's red glow cast a mysterious crimson hue over Bai Heng's golden eyes. How much blood? His voice showed no fluctuation. He was determined to obtain this sacred artifact. He cut his fingertip to draw blood, 1 drop each. Yao Jinhai pondered for a moment before replying. Our family has continued for 1,000 years. But the bloodline has thinned, and our strength has weakened. Even if all the direct descendants' blood were combined, I cannot guarantee success. Mo Wanwan calculated in her heart that a total of 6 people, including Bai Heng himself, were needed to summon the soul bone. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, and the suspension bridge swayed precariously, almost throwing her into the lava lake. In a critical moment, Sheng Rong pulled her into his embrace, accompanied by his usual sarcasm. What have you learned in the past 2 years? You can't even stand still. Mo Wanwan really wanted to retort that she had almost learned to the point of vomiting over the past 2 years, having learned a lot of things. Okay? But she was unable to voice her rebuttal, as she had truly been inattentive just now. Get lost. A voice filled with resentment emerged from the lake, indiscernible as male or female, and unclear how old it was. The voice was accompanied by a drumbeat, and with 2 loud thuds, it shook the suspension bridge again, creating ripples that even the boiling lava in the lake turned into red waves. The red waves surged like a tsunami, fiercely heading toward the suspension bridge. Shut up. Sheng Rong's brows furrowed tightly, and her short, angry shout echoed throughout the entire secret passage. Mo Wanwan felt the powerful, evil spirit energy from his fingertips, the killing intent pressing directly against her heart. She was astonished to see him extend his palm to hold back the red wave from a distance. The initially arrogant red wave instantly diminished, falling back into the lava lake, leaving only silence. She trembled and steadied her heartbeat, and, after calming down, she quickly glanced at Sheng Rong's cold gaze threatening the soul skeleton in the lava lake, thinking that all the terrifying things in the world combined were nothing compared to this demon lord she was nervously clinging to. The suspension bridge stopped shaking, and the radiant sea beast managed to stabilize itself without being knocked into the magma. Everyone was somewhat affected by the commotion caused by the soul skeleton, but only Bai Heng stood easily on the suspension bridge without being impacted. The bone knife at his waist emitted a platinum-like glow, and it was this light that prevented the soul skeleton from attacking him. This was becoming interesting. Mo Wanwan asked Radiant Sea what is going on, while not forgetting to pull away from Sheng Rong's embrace. Radiant Sea, recovering from the shock, transformed back into human form and said, I have never encountered this before, and I didn't know the soul skeleton could speak. He had visited the lava lake several times and had never seen the soul skeleton enraged. Today, not only did the soul skeleton speak, but its alarming act of wanting to devour them also left him terrified and uneasy. Sheng Rong was displeased with Mo Wanwan's attempt to evade his embrace. If it weren't for the fact that this wasn't the right moment to hold grudges, he would make her regret leaving his arms. Mo Wanwan recalled that the red wave seemed to be coming at her. Could it be that the soul skeleton disliked her? No, she had been very close to Sheng Rong at the time, so it might not have been directed at her. Yao Jinhai glanced at Bai Heng and saw him staring thoughtfully at the soul skeleton in the lava lake. His previous uncertainty about Bai Heng being able to take the soul skeleton was now heightened. If the soul skeleton had developed intelligence, it would be even harder to control. He worried that the soul skeleton would pose a threat to them again, so he hurriedly said, let's leave first. As they exited the secret passage, Mo Wanwan saw Yao Jingsheng anxiously searching for them, accompanied by a kind-looking woman. Chapter 67. The Beast clan is very picky about food. Sister Mo, where have you been? Yao Jingsheng said as he saw her approaching. Mo Wanwan glanced at the woman beside him, whose attire was elegant and simple, bringing a refreshing flow to the bright and dazzling flower garden. The woman, looking troubled, spoke up. Brother, what just happened? The entire mansion suddenly shook, and the carefully prepared banquet dishes were spilled all over the place. Now we have to redo everything, and I'm afraid there won't be enough time to prepare 3 tables again. The Yaojin lion family has a vast territory, but a sparse population. The guests invited don't even number 30, but these 30 people are quite picky, so the food needs to be well prepared. Yao Jinsheng doesn't like such fastidious people. If it weren't for welcoming Sister Mo and the others today, he definitely wouldn't attend. He comforted her, and she, just make a few dishes casually. There's no need to put in too much effort. Sister Mo and the others won't mind. After all, being able to have a full meal in the desert these past few days is already quite good. Who would still be picky? Of course. Sister Mo's cooking skills are undeniably excellent. Mo11 guessed that the woman he referred to as Aunt She was the clan leader's third sister, Yao Jinxi. Now, they only needed to see Yao Jintian, the brother of Yao Jinsheng, to have all the direct family members present. Yao Jinxi showed a worried expression and said, "Don't you know the people invited to today's feast? Each of them is picky about food, and if we can't prepare a good meal, they want to hold back their criticism." After she said this, Yao Jinhai also showed a worried look. Indeed, more than half of the 30 guests were collateral relatives, and there were also prominent Beast clan heads. The clan had only settled internal disputes 10 years ago, and they couldn't afford to revert to chaos over a meal. The Beast clan is extremely particular about food, and if they couldn't satisfy their appetites, it might lead to trouble. Yao Jinhai deeply understood Yao Jinxi's concerns. Mo11 had never heard of adults causing trouble over a meal. It seems that this world really values food. She walked over to Yao Jinx and sweetly said, "Let me help with the dinner arrangements. Maybe I can be of assistance." Yao Jinx was delighted at first, but then became worried, saying, "How can that be? You are the honored guest of tonight's dinner." Mo11 said, "Just because I'm a distinguished guest, I don't want this banquet to be ruined. I'm confident that this idea will prevent those who nitpick from finding any flaws." Seeing her earnest demeanor, Yao Jinshu was somewhat skeptical. "Then I will trouble Miss Mo." Mo11 excitedly followed Yao Jinxie to the kitchen, while Sheng Rong and Bai Heng went to the side hall to discuss important matters with Yao Jinhai. Yao Jingsheng also followed Mo11 into the kitchen like a little tadpole. The kitchen staff were busy and overwhelmed. Mo11 glanced at the ingredients, which were quite complete, with all kinds of delicacies available. This place truly lived up to its reputation for being wealthy. Yao Jinxie said hesitantly, "Miss Mo, how do you want to proceed? You see the kitchen is already overwhelmed. If you have something in mind, I can help you." Mo11 greatly admires Yao Jinxiu, not only for being approachable, but also for not being as delicate as other wealthy children. A woman like her can manage both the kitchen and the living room, which is much more pleasing to the eye than those decorative vases. "I need 3 very large pots." She gestured, indicating that the pots should be bigger than a wash basin. Yao Jinxiu asked in confusion, "These pots are not hard to find, but what do you plan to do with such large pots?" "That's a bit complicated to explain. Just watch me do it," she replied, then requested a bunch of spices for making hot pot base. "I also need chili, Sichuan pepper, star anise, fennel, herbs, bay leaves, cloves, cumin, grass fruit, and goji berries." What Mo1 didn't know was that spices were a rare luxury in the Yunshi continent, with many noble families from strong nations eager to buy them to enhance the flavor of their food. She had brought quite a few spices herself, but the Yao Jinshu family did not lack for spices, as there were 2 mountains in the city dedicated to growing various spices. As for the food, she instructed to prepare everything available in the kitchen, cutting meats like fish, chicken, duck, and pork into slices, shaping some into meatballs, peeling and deveining shrimp to make shrimp paste, deboning chicken feet, and preparing chicken blood, duck blood, pig liver, beef tripe, chicken gizzards, quail eggs, as well as all kinds of vegetables, mushrooms, and soy products, along with sweet potato slices and potato slices. She quickly rattled off a list of ingredients, and Yao Jinshu initially tried to remember them, but eventually had to take out pen and paper. In the end, he realized there was no need to remember all the ingredients, because Mo11 intended to include everything edible. What kind of dish was this? So complicated. While the two were busy tallying the necessary ingredients, Yao Jinxing effortlessly carried 3 large pots into the kitchen, perfectly suited for the task. As he stepped into the kitchen courtyard, he was followed by a worried Yuan Shi. "You child, let the servants do such heavy work, you should rest." "Mother, I'm already well. You don't need to worry about me so much." He felt overwhelmed by her nagging. Yuan Shi, not believing him, was overly concerned for her foolish son. "Do you remember that time you insisted on moving your brother's betrothal gifts and almost hurt yourself? How can I rest easy knowing you want to continue moving heavy objects?" Speaking of his brother, when the clan leader and Yuan Shi were busy catching him with a maid, they hurriedly found a marriage match for Yao Jintian. Unexpectedly, his brother turned out to be someone who cancels engagements. Any girl who receives the betrothal gifts would immediately regret it, and some even threatened to commit suicide to force a breakup. Therefore, the clan leader had no good plan left and decided to hold a martial arts competition to choose a bride for Yao Jintian in a few days. Of course, Yao Jinxing was unaware of this. "Why are you bringing this up, mother?" Yao Jinxing flusteredly put down the pots and rushed to Yuan Shi, making a shushing gesture. "Mother, Sister Mo is still here. This is too embarrassing to discuss in front of others." Yuan Shi glanced at Mo11, who was examining the pots, and asked him, By the way, we should properly thank her. Do you know what Miss Mo likes? This was now her top priority, aside from her eldest son's marriage. Since her son was healed, she had to choose the best gift. Yao Jingxing pondered for a moment and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Sister Mo likes things like spiritual mushrooms. Do you remember the fire-roasted phoenix lotus from the Toad Mound? Yuan sure nodded, as Yao Jingxing had already explained the Toad Mound incident to her. She thought of mentioning it to her husband when she had the time. After all, it wasn't urgent, and since the demon toad was gone, it didn't matter if the fire-roasted phoenix lotus was taken by someone else. Yao Jingxing continued. Sister Mo values the fire-roasted phoenix lotus very much. I think she would like any sacred spiritual mushroom. Isn't there still a jar of millennium fragrant spirit tea at home? The taste is too bitter for us to drink regularly. I think using it as a thank you gift would surely please her. Perhaps Sister Mo knows other uses for it. Chapter 68. Hot Pot. Part 1. Yuan Sure raised an eyebrow and shot her son a glance. What kind of bad idea is this? Why would Miss Mo like something we can't even use? Yao Jingxing didn't think so. He had great faith in Sister Mo's abilities and believed that perhaps they were wasting a precious resource by drinking the Millennium Fragrant Spirit Tea like ordinary tea. Mother, don't worry. The Millennium Fragrant Spirit Tea was found by grandfather back in the day, and he went to such dangerous places to bring it back, even returning injured. The guardian spirit beasts are fierce, so this tea must be extraordinary. Yuan Sure was moved by Yao Jingxing's words. All right, I'll mention it to your father. After taking another look at the messy kitchen, she reminded him, be careful and don't neglect your health, so that Sister Mo doesn't work hard for nothing. I know. After finally sending Yuan Sure away, Yao Jingxing sighed and went to find Mo Wanwan, who was simmering the broth. After a while, Mo Wanwan happily said to Yao Jinshu and Yao Jingxing, look, it's all ready. We can serve it on the table now. Yao Jinshu, unable to believe it, widened her beautiful eyes. What? We haven't put anything in yet. Is this really enough? She pointed to the fresh ingredients laid out on the table, which hadn't even been put into the pot yet. Mo Wanwan made such a commotion while preparing the ingredients that the chefs all put down their work to help her. In the end, these ingredients didn't even need to be cooked, and everyone instantly felt disheartened. Someone complained, Miss Mo, we gathered so many ingredients, and if you're not going to cook, you shouldn't waste them. We still need to use them for dishes. That's right. Now we're wasting time and ingredients. How are we supposed to report to the clan leader? Yao Jinxing angrily said, well, you know, Sister Mo has her reasons for doing this. He always stood by Sister Mo's side, insisting that no matter how much these people cried after eating her dishes, they had to say they were delicious. Montag van invertly complaint. When did she ever ask these people to help her do things? She ignored their idle chatter and only said, we also need to prepare some dipping sauces and condiments. Chop the scallions, garlic, and chili and pack them into different bowls. I'll make some special sauces. It's a bit tricky to make seafood sauce and peanut sauce under the current conditions, so we'll see what we can come up with. Fortunately, making a sauce like satay sauce isn't too difficult. She quickly prepared the satay sauce and had the cooks taste it, saying they could decide later if she had wasted time and ingredients. At first, these cooks thought her sauce was no different from the usual methods. But when Mo Wanwan had them dip the cooked meat slices from the hot pot into the sauce, every cell in their bodies was conquered by the flavor. This taste was simply stunning. So fragrant, the spiciness tingled on their tongues. The sauce clung to the meat slices, and swallowing one piece made them want to swallow another, leaving them wanting more. Yao Jinshu exclaimed in surprise. Miss Mo, this way of eating is really delicious. I believe no one will criticize this dish today. There are plenty of people who nitpick about food, and you have truly solved the problem for me. In the family, she was in charge of arranging large family banquets, which were always set up in the back garden. The decoration was the easiest part, but the food was the hardest to manage. Yao Jinshu gradually realized that these cooks couldn't stop eating, and although she wanted to continue eating too, she held back her hand from reaching for her chopsticks and interrupted them. Everyone stop eating, quickly take these out, and remember to arrange them, as Miss Mo said. The cooks and attendants struggled to put down their bowls and chopsticks, reluctantly leaving the hot pot. As the day came to an end, the setting sun marked a time for reunion like the beauty of flowers and a full moon. Among the clustered stars, the moon was round like a plump pearl, symbolizing completeness. It would be wonderful if this evening was free of scheming, allowing everyone to enjoy a harmonious meal together. Yao Jinhai sighed, truly disgusted by the gossiping faces. Every time there was a family banquet, it left people in a bad mood. The attendants warmly welcomed all the guests to their seats, and Yao Jinhai gave a brief speech, met with a flurry of congratulations. Yao Jingxing sat back at the table and disdainfully clicked his tongue. How pretentious. Yuan Shi tapped the back of his head, telling him not to be so impolite. Learn from your brother. Don't show these emotions. You might as well let people know how much you dislike them. It's not going to do you any good. Mo Wanwan had Sheng Rong and Bai Hong sitting on either side of her. The tense atmosphere made the oxygen around her feel unusually thin, and she had to be cautious with every breath. On her left was dynamite, and on her right was a sharp blade. She felt so miserable, sobbing silently. In the center of the table was a large pot, with a pile of self-igniting firestones underneath. Surrounding it were several plates of freshly prepared raw ingredients. And in the pot was a bubbling red soup, steaming and spitting, with chilies and Sichuan peppercorns floating on top, resembling a furious cauldron. The spicy aromas stimulated everyone's taste buds, and all three tables were staring at the bright red pot, swallowing saliva, waiting for Yao Jinsi to explain how to eat this meal before they could start using their chopsticks. Yao Jinsi clarified to Mo Wanwan's instructions and the guests present. On your right are various dipping sauces. Use the bowls in front of you to add your favorite sauces according to your personal taste. Then dip the food from the table into the pot to cook it, and eat it with your own sauce. After hearing this, everyone thought this method of eating was quite novel. In the past, they would eat whatever the chef prepared, but this time they could choose what to put in based on their preferences. Not only did it provide a rich variety of choices, but it also avoided issues like dietary restrictions or not having enough to eat. They could have as much of what they liked as they wanted. How wonderful was that? Yuan Shi was very fond of this idea and chuckled. Miss Mo, this method of eating is truly excellent. Typically, at large family banquets, there are always some people who bring up dietary restrictions. Now that they can choose what to eat themselves, who could find an excuse to complain? Yao Jinya nodded in agreement. Yes, the chef has no way of knowing what some people can't or don't want to eat. Now they can choose what they want to eat themselves. How can they blame us then? Right, Xiao Sheng? She turned to look at Yao Jinsheng, who picked up a shiny slice of lotus root, swirled it in the dipping sauce, and eagerly placed it in his mouth. A look of bliss on his face as he said, so delicious, spicy and numbing. It feels so good to eat. Seeing him enjoy it so much. The others also started using their chopsticks, putting their favorite foods into the red pot to cook, and after they were cooked, they dipped them in sauce and ate. At first, they all turned red-faced from the spiciness, but soon they found it increasingly delicious, feeling a mix of love and hate for this hot pot. They loved it for being so appetizing. They couldn't stop after the first bite. The more they ate, the more they wanted to eat. They hated it for being so intensely spicy that it felt like little people were fighting on their tongues. Chapter 69, Eating Hot Pot, Part 2. The other two tables were also deeply immersed in this love-hate experience, even burning their tongues, but still drooling and diving in. In this city-state, many people put chili in their food, but no one knew how to truly utilize chili. Today, they finally experienced what it meant to eat something so spicy that they couldn't stop. Seeing this scene, Mo Wanwan understood what it meant to win people's hearts with food. This method was very effective in the Yinshi continent. Wanwan, this hot pot could become popular in the Moon Entropy Kingdom. Bai Hong dipped a slice of cod into the pot and handed it to Mo Wanwan, exuding a gentlemanly charm in taking care of her. Unlike others around who were already spitting fire from the spiciness, the fiery heat on his tongue was nothing to him. He elegantly sipped some cool tea, considering what vegetables to give Wanwan, knowing that eating more vegetables was good for human women. Mo Wanwan happily thanked Bai Hong and picked up a piece of cod, saying, maybe I can use this to start a business and open a hot pot restaurant in the future. She imagined making a fortune from this hot pot restaurant, but as she thought about it, she felt a heaviness on her shoulders. Clearly, the hot pot was sending out warm steam, but what was hitting her face now felt like cold air. She turned to look at Sheng Rong sitting beside her. His reaction to the hot pot was okay, but he didn't use his chopsticks much, and it was difficult to tempt him with regular food. This hot pot was already considered quite good. At this moment, his eyes were cold and stern, exuding an oppressive aura that settled on her shoulders like a silent warning and reminder. Anyone with good eyesight could tell he was angry. Mo Wanwan secretly complained, what's wrong with him? Why is he always angry? Her left shoulder felt even heavier, and she realized that this unexplainable anger was directed at her. She had to consider the feelings of this proud demon lord, so she quietly lowered her voice and asked, what's wrong? Sheng Rong had a dark expression on his face. Wanwan? Mo Wanwan was puzzled, wondering what was wrong with Wanwan. There shouldn't be any problem if a friend called her that. His gaze fell on a cod fish slice she was holding with her chopsticks, and dark clouds suddenly gathered in his eyes. He angrily stepped forward, bit her chopsticks, and snatched the cod fish slice into his lips in one bite. Sheng Rong looked at Bai Hong with a sinister arrogance, chewed and swallowed the codfish slice, and coldly said, "Tastes bad." Bai Hong received his challenge, smiled gently, calmly put down his teacup, and raised his hand to prepare to blanch the watercress for Mo Wanwan. Mo Wanwan had a bad feeling about the situation and smiled at Sheng Rong with crescent-shaped eyes. "You can also call me Wanwan." Sheng Rong raised an eyebrow dismissively, picked up a slice of lamb and dipped it into the hot pot, and with a sneer in the corner of his eye, said, "No need. I'll call you Kayer. Come on, eat some lamb." Mo Wanwan stared blankly at the lamb slices he picked up with his chopsticks. How'd he cook them so quickly? She didn't even know if they were done. "Eat the lamb," he urged impatiently. She obediently picked up her bowl, saying, "You can put it in the bowl. I can do it myself." She opened her mouth. He maintained a cold expression, only using his dark, deep eyes to stare at her, making her too afraid to disobey. Mo Wanwan was still hesitating whether to bite his chopsticks. After all, they were the ones he had used, and the shiny tip was likely covered in his saliva. Just as she was in doubt, Sheng Rong roughly grabbed her chin and forcefully opened her mouth, jabbing a piece of lamb into it with the chopsticks. Yes, jabbing it in. The raw mutton taste without any dipping sauce immediately filled her mouth, and she was overwhelmed by the strong flavor, hastily chewing a couple of times before swallowing, nearly choking. Sheng Rong watched her eat it and asked, "Is it good?" She nodded vigorously in response. "It's good," because she didn't want that to happen again. Her mouth hurt too much. When Bai Hong picked up some lettuce, his gaze met Sheng Rong's slightly smug expression, igniting a competitive spirit. This was a duel destined to fatten Mo Wanwan, to defend the pride of the two men. She had to finish all the food they served and then report that it was delicious. She couldn't understand why they were so serious about simply cooking food and putting it in her mouth without needing to compete in cooking skills. Sheng Rong only gave Mo Wanwan meat, while Bai Hong kept serving her vegetables. Not a single piece of her favorite tofu had made it into her bowl, and she hadn't even had a taste since the hot pot feast began. When she wanted to pick her favorite food herself, Sheng Rong stopped her, not allowing it. "You can only eat the meat I give you. You know, all you're giving me is meat." Mo Wanwan silently cried. Only she understood the bitterness in her heart. The ingredients on the table were visibly decreasing at a rapid pace, and Yao Jinsheng, not having enjoyed his meal, dared not speak up. He couldn't compete with either of these two, so he might as well eat quietly, eating as much as he could. Mo Wanwan really wanted to enjoy a delightful hot pot feast. She rested her forehead on her hand and looked down at the bowl, which was in a terrible state. A colorful pile of various meats and vegetables had stacked up to a height resembling a small mountain, and the kelp knot at the top of the pyramid was swaying precariously. She considered her appetite to be quite large, but now her stomach felt a bit uncomfortable from overeating. She suppressed the urge to roar out loud and really wanted to tell the two people that hot pot isn't meant to be eaten by piling everything into the bowl like this. It was an insult to hot pot. Mo Wanwan helplessly picked up the shiny kelp knot, but before she could open her mouth, Sheng Rong had already grabbed a beef ball to fill the gap on top. No, she couldn't eat any more of this meal. With a sullen face, she put down her chopsticks and resisted with all her might. "I can't eat anymore." In an instant, the atmosphere turned icy cold, and Sheng Rong steadily picked up that beef ball from her bowl. "Be good, just eat this last one." Yao Jinsheng, who was originally focused on eating and trying to grab as much food as possible from these two devils, suddenly found his neck and hands frozen, unable to move. He maintained a posture as if lunging for food and swallowed hard twice. What happened? Mo Wanwan glanced at the red broth of the hot pot, which had frozen over. No one in the back courtyard dared to make a move now. She instantly felt intimidated and opened her mouth to be fed again by him. The corners of her lips were still stained with the meat juice from the beef balls. Sheng Rong smiled charmingly, his cold eyes warming slightly. He leaned closer to Mo Wanwan's face and ran his tongue along her lips. So seductive. His breath fanned against her nostrils as Sheng Rong nonchalantly wiped his lips and pulled back, seemingly unfazed. Her senses were magnified infinitely. The soft warmth left by his tongue lingered, making her cheeks burn hot, just like the fiery hot pot. He was pleased that she didn't shy away this time. Little Bird was truly obedient. The teasing in his eyes became more audacious. In the eternal dream, he had given her a nickname, which he now simplified into this affectionate term. When he called her that, it made her feel as if she belonged solely to him. She gazed into Sheng Rong's dark eyes, recalling those times when the little Sheng Rong had mistaken her for a bird or beast and named her White Bird, signifying a peacock spreading its feathers and transforming beautifully. She knew that her heart wasn't heated by the steam of the hot pot. Somehow, when he called her Little Bird, it made her heart race. This was a name only the two of them knew, a name that belonged to him calling her, as if she was his. Chapter 70. Pressure. Shung Rong's mood shifted from gloomy to sunny, the cold receding, and the warmth of the hot pot returned. Yao Jinsheng felt the blood flowing within him. He was revived and continued to devour his food. Who knew if the unpredictable demon lord would use his freezing skill of absolute obedience again? Suddenly, a stomach cramp hit Mo Wanwan, making her feel uncomfortable, and she stood up to leave. Bai Hung asked with concern, "What's wrong?" He felt guilty. If it hadn't been for his pride, insisting on competing with the demon lord, he wouldn't have forced Wanwan to eat so much spicy food. She must be feeling very uncomfortable in her stomach now. Mo Wanwan covered her stomach and said goodbye. "I'm feeling a bit unwell. I'll go back and rest for a while. You all continue eating." Shung Rong silently watched the direction Mo Wanwan left, his dark eyes deep and unfathomable, not knowing what he was thinking. Back in her guest room, Mo Wanwan adjusted her internal energy to soothe her esophagus. That damn Shung Rong. He made me feel a bit indigested. Her stomach was no longer uncomfortable when a figure came walking from outside the window. She heard a knock on the door and went to open it, finding Ziying there to see her. Ziying smelled very fragrant, with a faint scent resembling orchids. At that moment, she was holding a bottle of medicine to find Mo Wanwan. She smiled and kindly called out, "Wanwan, you probably ate too quickly and had some undercooked food, which is why your stomach hurts. I brought you some digestive medicine. This pill is homemade by me. It works wonders and is very effective." Mo Wanwan looked at her suspiciously. "Are you really that kind-hearted?" Ziying smiled awkwardly and handed the medicine bottle to Mo Wanwan. "What are you thinking? You will be the demon empress in the future. How could I harm you?" Mo Wanwan stared into the enchanting eyes of Ziying, who seemed to be up to something. She accepted the medicine bottle and said, "Thank you." A hint of malice flickered in Ziying's eyes, though she thought she was being very restrained. "You should take it quickly and rest. I won't disturb you any longer." With a fake smile, she twisted her slender waist and left the corridor. Mo Wanwan closed the door, lifted the bottle to her nose, and sniffed it lightly. Indeed, this woman had bad intentions. It was clearly a laxative that would only worsen her stomach pain. Did she think she was foolish? She stared at the bottle for a long time, smiled with satisfaction, and came up with an idea. "If no one offends me, I won't offend anyone. Let's see how she gets back at her." At that moment, in the back garden due to the hot pot, people who usually only exchanged sharp words were now chatting like a family, creating a harmonious atmosphere that made Yao Jinhai feel quite pleased. Genji whispered something in his ear, and Yao Jinhai stroked his goatee and chuckled. "Sure, this idea is good. I also think sending the Millennium Fragrant Spirit Tea is appropriate. If Miss Mo can find a use for it, it would help relieve my grandfather's regrets from years ago." He was in a good mood tonight, and, unlike usual when he had little interest in wine, had already had 2 extra cups. Thanks to Miss Mo today, after so many years of conflict, this situation is truly rare. It turns out that a simple meal can resolve so many years of discord. I really feel ashamed, as the clan leader. I'm not as clever as a girl's idea. Yao Jinxie agreed. Miss Mo's ideas are novel. She has even cured Sheng'er of his stubborn illness since birth. I see that this Miss Mo is unparalleled in culinary skills, medical knowledge, and beauty. She is truly a rare find. Sheng Rong and Bai Hung both smiled. And Wan Wanjur was indeed wonderful, a unique woman across the continent. Yao Jingsheng, well-fed and drunk, proudly supported Mo Wanwan. Of course, Sister Mo is the best woman in the world, except for my mother. From now on, I will be hers. He said this with pride, only to be punched on the head by Yao Jinhai. With that mindset, you might as well learn more about what you owe. Your father will start teaching you martial arts from tomorrow. Yao Jingsheng was initially angry at Yao Jinhai for hitting him, and Jinji also complained about the clan leader's heavy hand. But when he heard his father say he would teach him martial arts, he jumped up excitedly. Really? I can practice martial arts now. That's great. Yao Jinhai said sternly, "Don't act like a monkey. Your self-control is too weak. Sit back down." This child might as well be reborn in the monkey tribe, embarrassing the lions. Seeing Sher so happy also made him very pleased. Finally, there would be a day he could pass down the unique secrets of the Yao Jin lion family to his younger son. Yao Jingsheng sat back down on the stool, sitting particularly straight. Yao Jinyan suddenly said, "Aren't we preparing for the martial arts competition for Yao Jintian? I think you should meet Miss Mo. Perhaps they can spark something." She had a good eye for strength, but her judgment was lacking. She thought she had come up with a brilliant idea that would not only solve the future position of the Yao Jin Lion clan leader's wife, but also address the issue of Sheng'er's health if he were to become unwell. Just then, the clan leader coughed heavily twice, signaling her that this was not something she should say. Yao Jinyan hadn't realized what her brother meant. Was her idea not good? Suddenly, a sharp and oppressive force poured down like a torrential rain, suffocating everyone. Yao Jinyan thought, "Oh no, did I speak out turn?" Yao Jinhai looked at her with an expression that seemed to say, "Yes, you just realized you spoke out of turn. Did you not understand that both the Demon Lord and Bai Heng, like Miss Mo, their private rivalry was already terrifying enough, and you still added to the chaos?" Sheng Rong's gaze was frighteningly dark, and his bad mood exuded a gloomy pressure. A hot pot feast meant for celebration had inexplicably brought 2 waves of panic. Logically, these difficult guests would not hold back their sharp tongues, but today, the Demon Lord was present. They were well informed and had already learned that the Demon Lord had come to the Yao Jin lion family. Could they not be a bit more cautious? Or would they lose their heads? They waited anxiously for the Demon Lord to lift the pressure, but another layer of cold, water-like pressure descended, and the stool Yao Jingsheng was sitting on suddenly shattered under the 2 forces. Bai Heng's pressure was not as sharp as Sheng Rong's, but it was sufficiently eerie. The surroundings fell silent, and one could hear the accelerated heartbeat from fear, until Yao Jintian stepped forward to diffuse the situation. "Miss Mo is great, but I already have someone I admire." His words saved the entire room. A warm breeze rushed past, the pressure dissipated, and the sighs of relief rose and fell, finally saving their lives. "You have decent strength." Sheng Rong looked at Yao Jintian with a particularly profound gaze. Just now, everyone present couldn't withstand the pressure, yet Yao Jintian appeared unfazed. The Demon Lord praised him. Receiving the recognition of the Demon Lord should have made Yao Jintian happy, but his expression was one of melancholy, which displeased Yao Jinhai. "A few days later, during the martial arts competition, I will find a suitable partner for you. Don't think about Su Yu anymore." Jinji looked at Yao Jintian with concern. "Tianer, Su Yu is just a maid. She is not worthy of you." Chapter 71. Sleeping together, Yao Jintian struggled to suppress the anger in his voice. "Whether she is worthy or not, I will decide." He was stubborn by nature and would not change his mind once he made a decision. Yao Jingsheng was confused. Wasn't everything fine when he visited his brother earlier? Why did he now sense the smell of gunpowder? When did his brother have a woman he liked? He thought hard about who Su Yu was. He didn't remember having such a maid in the residence, but he had never paid attention to the maids, so it was normal not to recognize her. As the banquet ended, Lan Yu followed Sheng Rong's side on the way back to the guest room, saying, "I wonder where that woman Ziying went." She disappeared midway through the banquet. "Are you concerned about her?" Sheng Rong asked absent-mindedly, still lost in thought about Zhu's stomach discomfort. Lan Yu rolled her eyes. "She has a strong personality since childhood. No one dares to bully her. I'm actually concerned about the person she bullied." Sheng Rong had seen Ziying follow Mo Wanwan out during the banquet and said meaningfully, she should have learned a lesson. Lan Yu didn't understand what the Lord meant. It seemed he knew what Ziying had done. "You go back to the guest room first." Suddenly, this statement pulled Lan Yu back to reality. "Huh? Where's the Lord going?" Sheng Rong gave Lan Yu a faint glance, and Lan Yu realized she had spoken too much. Mo Wanwan stealthily returned home in all black attire, finding the oil lamp too troublesome. She took out 2 light stones from her pocket, happily clashing them together and placing them on the table to wait for them to glow. Suddenly, the light stones illuminated a figure sitting silently in her room. This person had entered without a sound, so quietly that even her sharp senses couldn't detect them. If they had come to kill her, the weapon might already be at her throat. Startled, she jumped back and asked warily, "Are you human or ghost?" The person responded with a question that didn't answer hers. "Does your stomach still hurt?" "It's not hurting anymore, thanks." "Wait, that's not right," she thought, feeling annoyed. Why should I reply to that? Wait, how did this person know her stomach was uncomfortable? Did she know him? She wanted to use the light stones to see the person's face, but for some reason, they weren't working well today, only illuminating a small area and clearly revealing the person's clothing. That outfit looked vaguely familiar. "You came back so late. What were you doing?" His voice was cold and deep, each syllable dripping with extreme allure. Mo Wanwan recognized the voice. It was someone she knew. Just as she wanted to breathe a sigh of relief, that breath tightened again. What are you doing in my room? What do you want?" Could this person be planning to commit a crime under the cover of darkness? She quickly rummaged through her crossbody bag to find something to deal with this man. "I warn you, if you want to kill me, I won't go easy on you." The light finally illuminated the room brightly as day, and their eyes met. Sheng Rong's gaze was dark as he asked, "Why would I want to kill you?" Mo Wanwan felt a bit cold under his gaze and shivered slightly. His question left her stunned. She couldn't exactly say she had foreseen the future, knowing that he would one day kill her. "Then you're not here to kill me." So what are you here for? She relaxed a bit. As long as he wasn't here to kill her, it was fine. She found a stool and sat across from him, still nervously on guard. He couldn't bring himself to say he was here to care for her, and the atmosphere fell into silence for a long time before he coldly stated, Lan Yu wet the bed. I can't have anyone sleeping in my room. If Lan Yu knew that the demon lord he respected and revered was making him take the blame for such an embarrassing incident, he would probably cry, throw a tantrum, and even threaten to hang himself. Huh? Why is Lan Yu sleeping in your room and wetting the bed? Mo11 didn't believe it. The excuse was too flimsy. Not to mention whether Lan Yu had symptoms of enuresis. He could sleep in Lan Yu's room since his bed was taken. However, she couldn't find a reason to go to his room. Sheng Rong's cold eyes were like frost, making Mo11's back feel chilly. Fine, she wouldn't pursue this reason. But he still hadn't explained why he was here. Making the bed. Mo11 was deep in thought while obediently tidying up the bed by the bedside, as her bedding had become disheveled after she practiced her skills on the bed earlier. Halfway through making the bed, her temples throbbed. Why are you making me tidy the bed? You can't be planning to sleep here. She quickly rushed to open the door to chase him out. No, you can't sleep in my room. Go find a patch of grass outside to sleep on. Sheng Rong's eyebrows were sharply arched, and she thought to herself how ruthless this woman was, daring to kick her future husband out of the room, even letting the demon lord sleep on the grass. How bold. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind rushed in, pushing the two open wooden doors closed tightly. Mo11 was taken aback. Did you want to stay with her and not leave? She rummaged through her crossbody bag to pull out what she had thought of before. You can have the bed. I'll sleep in the sleeping bag. Sheng Rong strode over, yanked the bag off her shoulder, and threw on the ground, pulling her waist and pressing her against his chest. We'll sleep together. She took a deep breath, the soft fabric against his solid abdomen, and widened her eyes, secretly cursing. What is this guy thinking? Noticing the panic in her eyes, he smiled slightly. We've been sleeping together for over a month. What are you afraid of? Dreams don't count. Her face flushed as she turned her gaze away. He raised his hand to lift her chin, forcing her clear eyes to meet his. Why doesn't Tia count? His tone pressed on. Do you dare say you haven't felt my warmth or heard my breathing when I'm asleep? Mo11 was speechless. The eternal dream, even if it was a dream, was an unusual one that could restore everything to reality. Memories of living with him in the dream surged like a tide. At night, they would cuddle together for warmth in the old thatched cottage, with his warm breath and soft whispers in her ears, and his body heat was intense. At that time, she felt secretly delighted that sleeping in his arms was a happy thing. The cold wind at night blew in from the creaking door, and the damp bedding felt chilly. But as long as she was in his embrace, she felt warm. But they were just children back then. How could it be compared to now? Although they had experienced the most difficult times together and cherished their current life more than anyone else, it had all disappeared with the whims of fate. She didn't know what kind of expression she had while gazing at him, lost in thought. A wave of bitterness filled her throat. I look ugly when I sleep. If I'm tired after a long day, I snore and I don't sleep quietly. I like to kick off the blankets. And the key is I like to sleep in a starfish position. The corners of her eyes turned red, her long eyelashes casting two butterfly shadows, her clear eyes glistening, her tone carrying a hint of playful coquetry, stealing all his attention as their teeth clashed. Sheng Rong chuckled lightly and inexplicably reached out to touch her tender cheek. He was used to it. Chapter 72. First kiss. He had seen her sleeping posture in the eternal dream. It was quite ugly. Every time he woke up in the middle of the night, he had to cover her with a blanket and correct her sleeping position, but he didn't mind. No matter how she looked, he liked her. The corners of his lips curved slightly. Even if it was almost a non-existent arc, it was still infinitely charming and alluring. What could she say to that? He didn't find her sleeping posture ugly at all. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of their heartbeats lingered in the air between them, indistinguishable as to whose it was. Sheng Rong's nose tip approached beneath her eyes, damp and close. She held her breath, and a kiss like a dragonfly touching water landed on her soft lips. He quickly regained his lost composure, released her, making the kiss soft and light. "You're out of reach." Mo11 shook her hand and touched her lips. Although it was just a reserved, gentle kiss, her eyes were brimming with tears, almost about to fall. Bastard. This was her first kiss, and he had so seductively taken it away from her. Shameless. Two words burst out from between her teeth, filled with tears. She had cherished her first kiss with an incredibly beautiful fantasy, treating it like her own daughter. Sheng Rong's face was calm like water, but in reality, a layer of blush had crept up to his ears. Sleep. With a wave of his hand, The light from the luminous stone faded from soft to nothingness. The bright light that was as bright as day was completely dispersed by his gesture. Mo11 was surprised. She hadn't expected this trick and felt enlightened. She didn't dare to move. Let him sleep, or he could sleep by himself. After all, he had just revealed his wolfish nature, and climbing onto his bed would be like a sheep entering a tiger's den, seeking trouble for herself. Sheng didn't like her dawdling. In the pitch darkness, Mo11 felt a pair of hands behind her and on her legs, and then she felt herself being swept off her feet and thrown onto the bed by Sheng. Realizing what had happened, she hurriedly crawled to the wall, wishing she could press her entire body against it. Sheng ignored her and lay down on the bed, closing his eyes. It was quiet, excessively quiet. Sheng, Mo11 tentatively called out to him, but received no response. Guessing that he had gone to sleep, she quietly separated her arms and legs from the wall and laid down stiffly, covering herself with the blanket. The thought of this made her shiver, almost prompting her to get up and flee. She sat up to pull the blanket, but noticed she was still wearing her shoes. So she got back into bed with some awkwardness, saying, "I didn't take off my shoes." She couldn't sleep with her shoes on. Civilized people always took off their shoes before getting into bed. In the darkness, Sheng brow twitched, and soon after, a rustling sound echoed around them. Ah! She suddenly let out a sharp scream. His hand touched her foot, helping her pull off her shoes and toss them under the bed. Then he pulled the blanket over both of them and lay back down, lying exceptionally straight. The whole process of taking off shoes and covering with the blanket took no more than a minute, and Mo11 was frightened. Any movement from him made her heart race. She drew an imaginary line between them along the seam of the pillow, determinately saying, "This is the 38th parallel. Whoever crosses it is a turtle and can only eat with one chopstick." Then she shifted her body inward, leaning against Sheng to sleep. Perhaps because her nerves had been too tense throughout the day, from the toad wall to the dinner party, she hadn't had a proper rest. Once she closed her eyes, she quickly fell into a deep sleep. In the latter half of the night, she completely forgot that there was another person beside her, sleeping soundly, snoring and kicking the blanket, even pressing her left leg and left arm against him, enjoying her sleep all alone. Sheng, in order to restrain her, turned her body and held her in his arms to sleep, with her legs and feet trapped, which made her much more settled. Lying on her side, she no longer snored, and her breathing gradually became softer. The chirping of a few birds disturbed Mo11's sweet dreams. She felt warm all over, and when she opened her eyes, the first thing she saw was the fair, firm skin. Looking up, she suddenly remembered that Sheng was sleeping in her room. He was sleeping very soundly, one hand resting under his head and the other clasped around her waist. Due to the movements of someone last night, his clothes were disheveled, exposing his chest, and his defenseless sleeping face pushed his attractiveness to its peak. Mo11 bit her lip and swallowed, wishing she had a phone to take a picture and freeze this moment. Sheng eyelids twitched. Seeing signs of him waking up, she angrily escaped from his arms, saying, "How could you cross the 38th parallel?" Sheng was awakened by her, lowered his gaze, stared at her for half a second, and then smirked. "Why don't you recall who came directly to me in a big character shape?" She had slept so deeply last night that she couldn't remember anything. However, when she noticed there were no blankets on the bed, she glanced at the floor nervously and found the blanket lying there, having sacrificed itself, which meant she had relied on Sheng for warmth while sleeping last night. Mo11's face instantly turned red as she hesitated and asked, "Did I kick you?" Sheng replied teasingly, "Do you think you could still kick me after I hold you?" Except for when she moved around, it almost made him unable to resist wanting her. The topic fell into silence until a call from outside interrupted. "Miss Mo, the kitchen has prepared breakfast. Please come eat when you wake up." She was also worried that Miss Mo would oversleep and miss breakfast. Once everyone got busy, she would have to go hungry for the whole morning. "Got it. Thank you, Sister She," Mo11 replied to the door. Hearing this, Yao Jinxia outside smiled slightly. This girl speaks so sweetly, calling her sister. After Yao Jinxia left, Mo11 quietly moved to the edge of the bed, put on her shoes, walked to the door, glanced at Sheng and then closed the door heavily, taking a deep breath as she headed to the kitchen. Breakfast was very light because Yuanshi was concerned about Yao Jinxing's health, so they used to eat very simply with hardly any meat, and today's breakfast was no different. Yao Jinxing ate unhappily. After finally being able to enjoy some rich flavors, life went on as usual, and he couldn't argue with Yuanshi. He made a bitter face, took a piece of steamed bun, and only felt better when he saw Mo11 approaching. Mo11 sat down and greeted the person at the table. When she went to grab the chopsticks, her hand trembled, and one of the chopsticks fell. Yao Jinsheng helped her pick up the fallen chopsticks. Sister Mo, let me get you a new pair. He was looking for an excuse to sneak into the kitchen for some meat. Thank you, Xiaosheng. Yao Jinsheng eagerly went to the kitchen and returned with a brand new pair of chopsticks, with grease from the meat still on his lips, which was noticed by the sharp-eyed Genji. Sheng, what were you doing just now? Come here. Let mother see what's on your lips. Yao Jinsheng thought he wouldn't be caught, handed the chopsticks to Mo11, and sat down next to Genji. What else could I be doing? I just want to get chopsticks for Sister Mo. Genji wiped his lips with her thumb and indeed found grease from the chicken leg in the kitchen. She could smell it. She angrily slapped the table. Did you really just go to get chopsticks? Then what's this chicken grease? You can't touch meat during breakfast. Don't you care about your health? How can I trust you to be independent like this? She wasn't used to the strong Yao Jinsheng yet, and felt that she should be strict with him about such matters. Chapter 73. Ziying's piercing scream. Genji's slap made Mo11's hand tremble, and she dropped one of the chopsticks again. She silently looked at the remaining chopstick, regretting her harsh words earlier. Yao Jinsheng was overjoyed to hear Genji say that. Mother, do you and father agree with my suggestion from last night? Yao Jinhai nodded seriously. Your mother and I have thought it over for you. It's time to let you go out and gain some experience. And you should follow Miss Mo closely without causing any trouble. Mo11 came back to her senses and looked at Yao Jinsheng in shock. Xiaosheng, aren't you staying here? It's going to be very dangerous to follow her. Yao Jinsheng scratched his head and said happily, Sister Mo, wherever you go in the future, I will follow you. I will work hard to become stronger and protect you. He patted his chest, full of confidence. Mo11 couldn't help but smile. In fact, she didn't need his protection. Aside from the demon lord, there really wasn't anyone in this world who could easily harm her. Seeing that Sister Mo seemed to have tacitly agreed, Yao Jinsheng finished off the steamed bun in his bowl. His brother, Yao Jintian, had already finished his breakfast early and gone to the martial arts hall, so he also needed to hurry to the martial arts hall to practice hard. Filled with enthusiasm, Yao Jinsheng left the dining room, and Sheng Rong and Lan Yu followed shortly after. Lan Yu looked around but didn't see Ziying, puzzled. Where's Ziying? I haven't seen her all night, and she's not here in the morning either. Yuan Shi and the others shook their heads to indicate they hadn't seen her either. This girl was too arrogant, and they didn't like her. Yesterday, when a maid accidentally spilled tea on her skirt, she slapped the maid hard. Such behavior, which was common in other households, was taken too seriously in the Yao Jinlian family, since the young master had brought distinguished guests. Mo11 and Ziying were temporarily staying in the south courtyard, which had good lighting and ventilation. In one of the rooms in the south courtyard, Ziying had already gotten up and washed up. Sitting in front of the dressing mirror, she saw her skin had turned a greenish color, and she was so angry that her eyes seemed to spit fire. She screamed in frustration. Who did this? This piercing scream echoed from the guest room to the dining room, and Lan Yu immediately understood from the shrill cry that Ziying had been pranked. Mo11 sat upright and used the chopsticks from the empty seat next to her to pick up food. Unable to hold back, she burst into laughter. Ha! Lan Yu turned his head to look at Mo11, who was laughing so hard her stomach hurt, and immediately realized that Ziying had been pranked by someone. It was obvious that Ziying had provoked Mo11 first. Her personality never allowed anyone to get ahead of her, especially when it came to the Lord's affection. It was expected that she would seek trouble with Mo11. Sighing, Lan Yu shook his head. The Lord was right. It was time for her to face some difficulties. If she continued to act so domineering, no one would be able to help her. After careful observation yesterday, Lan Yu had a preliminary judgment. He believed that Mo11 was the giant egg that saved the Lord from the eternal dream 2 years ago. At that time, he and Ziying had only seen a delicate girl, and even though she had now blossomed into a beautiful person, her brilliance was undeniable. A person like this was not someone Ziying, let alone himself, could provoke. Mo11's laughter explained where she had gone and what she had done last night in her black attire. Sheng Rong squinted at her, making her swallow her laughter back. Don't look at me. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. But if they do, I will repay them tenfold, she said confidently, then lowered her head to eat her vegetables and swallow her steamed bun. With her mood lifted, her appetite followed suit. I understand your personality. This time it was Ziying's fault, and my discipline was lacking. You can discipline her for me. That would be great, he said casually, expressionless as he picked up his porridge. Yuan Shi pondered. Ziying is not an easy person to deal with. It is indeed right for Miss Mo to discipline her. Compared to Mo11's carefree way of swallowing her bun, Sheng Rong's demeanor was graceful, Even drinking porridge exuded a noble aura. Mo11 was stunned. The person she bullied was now helping her speak up. In the martial arts hall, Bai Heng had finished his breakfast early and arrived at the hall. By the time Yao Jintian arrived, Bai Heng and Yao Jinsheng had already sparred over 20 rounds. The exterior of the martial arts hall was made of wood, while the interior was crafted from gold, coated with a special white oil to conceal the glaring golden surface, making it much sturdier than an ordinary wooden hall. Even so, the hall had already been deformed under the pressure of their sparring. Yao Jinsheng felt the unevenness underfoot and, having only visited the martial arts hall a few times before, wondered, was the ground always this uneven? A nearby martial general kindly reminded him, "Young master, this is caused by the sparring between young master Bai and young master Tian." Early that morning, Yao Jinhai had come to the martial arts hall to declare Bai Heng's identity, making Bai Heng a legitimate young master of the Yao Jinxiong family from now on. Yao Jinsheng shifted from surprise to astonishment. "I can't be mistaken, right? Our martial arts hall is made of gold." The martial general beside him demonstrated the moves Bai Heng had shown earlier, exclaiming, "You can't deny it." The two young masters fought beautifully, and we've learned a lot of techniques. Many of Bai Heng's techniques were taught to him by Wan Shi's father, the general of the Moon Entropy Kingdom, and they were not only brilliant, but also unfathomable. Bai Heng now stood like a pine or bamboo, maintaining his composure even in the face of Yao Jintian's relentless attacks. "You are strong. If you come to my Moon Entropy Kingdom, I can grant you the title of General Jin Yuan, which is second only to the general in rank." The Grand General of the Moon Entropy Kingdom commands 3 generals: General Jin Yuan to pacify the borders, General Fu Wa to guard the south, and General Yoqi to guard the north, with vice-generals under them, indicating a high regard for Yao Jintian's strength. Understanding the goodwill of the third prince, Yao Jintian replied, "However, I cannot agree to that. I cannot hand over the sacred artifact left by my second aunt to someone I do not know well." Yao Jintian shifted his stance, bending his back as he attacked Bai Heng's shoulder blade from behind. Bai Heng stepped back and changed his stance, restraining Yao Jintian's attacking left hand, then executed a 180-degree spin, kicking Yao Jintian's right leg with the speed of the wind. Yao Jintian winced and knelt down, and Bai Heng seized the opportunity to flip him onto the ground. His heart felt like it was about to leap out of his chest as Yao Jintian's back hit the ground heavily, determining the outcome. Bai Heng drew the bone knife from his waist and made a small cut on Yao Jintian's fingertip, collecting a drop of blood in a porcelain vial. Yao Jintian, unwilling to accept defeat, wanted to continue the match, but Bai Heng released his hand, saying, "I know a bit about your situation. I promise you, during this martial arts contest for marriage, I won't let the clan leader have his way and will support you and sue you as a return for this drop of blood." Yao Jintian immediately fell silent. Yao Jinsheng watched the final exciting moment of their sparring, feeling his blood boil, and rushed forward to challenge Bai Heng. Bai Heng extended his hand and directly grabbed his face, smiling, "Don't be silly, just watch quietly from the side." Chapter 74. Cross-dressing Yao Jinsheng struggled with his legs suspended in the air until Bai Heng set him down, and he obediently crossed his legs to sit properly. "Why won't you fight me? Do you look down on me?" Bai Heng elegantly smiled and replied, "If I hurt you, how would I explain it to Wan Wan? Making a girl I like sad and in tears isn't my style." He laid the bone knife flat in his hand and offered it to Yao Jinsheng. "Cut your fingertip and let it bleed." Seeing a few drops of fresh blood at the bottom of the vial turn into red flowers, Yao Jinsheng guardedly asked, "What do you want my blood for, and my brother's as well?" Bai Heng explained the matter of the bone frame. "I only need your blood to complete it." Upon hearing that the bone frame was a relic left to Bai Heng by his second aunt, Yao Jinsheng felt obliged to personally cut his fingertip and let it bleed. Using the bone knife to collect everyone's fingertip blood, including Bai Heng's own, the red flowers at the bottom of the porcelain vial merged, as if gathering a certain magical power, appearing extraordinarily enchanting. At dinner time, after practicing the secret skills all day, Yao Jinsheng revealed to Mo11 Bai Heng's plan to disrupt the martial arts contest for marriage that was to be held for Yao Jintian the next day. Mo11 disagreed with Bai Heng's plan, and early the next morning, she pulled Yao Jinsheng to Bai Heng's room to brainstorm. "There's no need to make it so complicated. You two can disguise yourselves as women and sneak in. In the end, you just need to get first place." Yao Jinsheng was the first to disagree. "What? Disguising as women? No way. As a proper man, I will never engage in such shameless acts." Mo11 didn't waste any words with him and took out a bag of ugly powder to threaten him. "Are you going to disguise or not?" Yao Jinsheng recognized what she was holding. On that day, Ziying had turned completely green and didn't dare to go out to see anyone because she had been given this powder by Sister Mo in her tea. He had secretly seen it and was caught red-handed by Sister Mo. That was green, after all. He didn't want to become ugly. I'll disguise. I still want to be the most beautiful among them. Mo Wanwan turned to Bai Hong with satisfaction, her lips curling into a sweet smile. I will definitely dress you up beautifully, so no one will recognize you. Bai Hong also refused, trying his best to maintain a calm smile on his face. Wanwan, why are you so determined for us to cross-dress? Mo Wanwan smiled with crescent-shaped eyes and said, because it's fun to satisfy a wish that has been buried in my heart for years. Yes, I've never turned a handsome man into a beautiful woman before. I've seen so many men online who can become even more stunning than women. Who hasn't felt a little itch to try makeup? Her straightforwardness left Bai Hong speechless. Everyone has their own hobbies to some extent. He let Mo Wanwan transform them from head to toe into stunning beauties. Yao Jinsheng looked at himself in the bronze mirror, swearing he didn't recognize the person in the reflection at all. He looked like a flamboyant and garish creature. Bai Hong stood there, tired of fiddling with the flowing, ethereal gown he wore, which blended perfectly with his temperament, creating no sense of incongruity. This transformation left Mo Wanwan smitten, and she couldn't help but exclaim, beautiful, incredibly beautiful. It's simply a masterpiece of my life. She applauded herself enthusiastically. Bai Hong disliked the feeling of being top-heavy. Walking felt like a struggle, and he completely lost his calm smile, his expression becoming stiff, which amused Mo Wanwan greatly. Yao Jinsheng placed both hands on his heavy, round chest, stepped back, and began to strike poses in front of the bronze mirror. Sister Mo, I'm going to seduce my brother right now. I'm so beautiful now. I must be better than Suyu. He lifted one foot onto the windowsill, ready to jump out, feeling that compared to a lady, he was far behind Suyu. Mo Wanwan grabbed his skirt. There's no time now. The competition for marriage is about to start. Hurry up and go. On both sides of the arena, there were large drums adorned with red ribbons. The rules for the competition were simple. Any woman could step onto the stage, and the last woman standing on the platform before the hour of you would become the lucky bride of the leader of the Yaojin Lion clan. The area around the stage was packed with people, making it impossible to pass through. Mo Wanwan squeezed into a good spot and cheered for Yao Jinsheng and Bai Hong. Don't give yourselves away. This was the only encouragement she emphasized. Bai Hong stood beside Mo Wanwan, deciding to observe the situation quietly, while his heart was pounding louder than the drums on both sides of the stage. He truly didn't want to be discovered. This would be too embarrassing. Almost as soon as the sound of the drums faded, Yao Jinsheng eagerly leaped onto the stage. He spread his legs and squatted down, waving to the crowd below, boldly declaring, everyone come on. He could hardly contain himself, eager to engage in a big fight. Mo Wanwan gave them voice-changing fruits so their voices wouldn't be recognized, coupled with the lesson she learned last time. This time she used waterproof makeup for her disguise. A powerful makeup that wouldn't wash off no matter how hot the sun was or how much she sweated. A chorus of jeers rose from below. Is this still a woman? Such an ungraceful posture. Get off the stage, you manly woman. Get off, manly woman. Amidst the shouts, a woman leaped onto the stage. Come on, I'll fight you. To her surprise, the first to step up was Aunt Yan's daughter, Yao Jinjilan, the daughter of a warrior who grew up rolling in the mud. Her strength should not be underestimated. Yao Jinsheng silently thought, sorry, Aunt Yan. Yao Zindilan hope fet delicati. And no one could see when her back leg bent. She charged at Yao Jinsheng with a fierce attack. Yao Jinsheng jumped back just in time, narrowly dodging her strike, keeping his gaze fixed on the bend of her arm, causing Yao Jinjilan's cheeks to flush. Hey, what are you looking at? Just as she angrily lunged at him and missed, Yao Jinsheng suddenly darted out from under her skirt, reaching out his hands to tickle her armpits, making Yao Jinjilan laugh uncontrollably on the stage. Ha ha ha, you jerk, I'm gonna kill you, ha ha ha. After all these years, Yao Jinjilan's weakness had long been seen through by him, and now was the time to put his years of observation to use. How could he let her attack him again? He wasn't stupid. Right now, he couldn't defeat Yao Jinjilan, but he could tickle her until she surrendered. Do you yield? His fingers seemed to play a tune at her armpits, causing her stomach to convulse with laughter, tears streaming down her face. No way. Ha ha. Yao Jinsheng increased the intensity of his teasing. Do you yield? Ha ha, I yield. She couldn't take it anymore. Damn it. She was knocked out in the first round because of this unique fatal weakness. If her mother found out, she would definitely be doomed. Yao Jinsheng stopped, but he couldn't shake off a nagging feeling that something was off. So he asked Yao Jinjilan, Wait, you can't be with my brother Yao Jingtian. Why are you here for the martial arts competition to seek a spouse? Chapter 75. Martial art competition for marriage. Yao Jingjilan stuck out her tongue at him. I'm just here to have fun. I don't trust those delicate young ladies to come in. Wait, why am I telling you this? With that, she huffed and turned to fly away. After the first round, Yao Jinsheng fought his way through 5 rounds. Of course, he had plenty of bruises and injuries, but this guy was enjoying himself and didn't care about the pain. This time, a strong girl showed up, which scared Yao Jinsheng into keeping his distance from her. This girl transformed into a beast without a word, and a long lion's roar split the stage in half, giving Yao Jinsheng a solid scare. Mo Wanwan sighed from the audience. This girl's lung capacity is quite astonishing. Oh my, if my brother marries such a woman, how will he ever get out of bed in the second half of his life? No, I have to eliminate this potential trouble for my brother. Just as he prepared to beastify, he stood up again, thinking it over. Because once he beastifies, he would expose himself as a male lion. He paced back and forth, unable to make up his mind. A female lion is powerful and in human form. He might not be able to perform well, risking being defeated or even suffocated. Thus, Yao Jingsheng could only pin his hopes on Bai Heng in the audience. Bai Heng exchanged glances with him, appearing amiable, but their eye contact conveyed the following message. If you dare, I won't go up. You'd better win all the way. Yao Jingsheng glanced at the female lion, who was staring at him fiercely, and used his expressive eyebrows along with his eyes to communicate with Bai Heng. Did you not see how strong she is? If I beastify, I'll be exposed. If I can't beastify, how can I fight her? Yao Jingsheng could leave the aftermath to Bai Heng and felt at ease. Bai Heng hadn't agreed yet, but Yao Jingsheng closed his eyes and spread his arms, inviting the female lion to attack him head-on. The female lion felt insulted and roared. What do you mean? Why don't you beastify and fight me? Yao Jingsheng casually made up a reason to brush her off. I'm disabled, too ugly. Beastifying wouldn't look good. For a moment, Yao Jingsheng, whose reputation had already been declining since his appearance, received sympathy from the audience. Girl, don't be discouraged. You will definitely find a man who truly loves you in the future. Indeed, it doesn't matter if a beast form is ugly, as long as the heart isn't ugly. Yao Jingsheng almost drew 2 tears to show how pitiful he was. And the female lion also felt quite sympathetic towards him. You should just step down. You, with a disabled beast form, can still defeat Yao Jingjilan. I respect you. That's right. Everyone on site knew that the daughter of the Yao Jin line family general, Yao Jingjilan, had been defeated by an unidentified disabled girl. Yao Jingsheng took the hint and rolled off the stage himself, landing in front of Bai Heng, throwing him a flirty glance. It's your turn. Bai Heng tightened the veins on his forehead, and when Mo Wanwan tapped his arm with her index finger, he gritted his teeth and flew onto the stage with an imposing demeanor. His entrance was like a high-altitude flower stepping down in a good mood. The glance from this ice-cold beauty struck the hearts of the male audience below, causing several who couldn't withstand his beauty to faint in the crowd. Yao Jingsheng clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction. Why don't I get this kind of treatment? He has such a fox spirit. Mo Wanwan always has the illusion that he has gotten into character. As soon as you go up, you spread your legs, and you still have the nerve to say, if it weren't for the long skirt I picked for you, your leg hair would be showing. Do you know that? Yao Jingsheng couldn't understand. What's the big deal if leg hair shows? Who doesn't have a few strands of leg hair? Mo Wanwan said irritably. Not all women are like you men with developed hormones, where leg hair can be worn like leggings. Hormones? What's leggings? Mo Wanwan stopped talking. What was there for her to argue with this naive child? He probably hadn't even seen what a woman's legs looked like. She suddenly turned her head to look at him. Haven't you seen Xiao Yu's legs? You should know she doesn't have leg hair. Yao Jingsheng thought this was a different matter. Xiao Yu is a human. What does he mean by that? Mo Wanwan instantly had a conjecture. Could it be that all beast tribe females have leg hair? To be honest, Yao Jingsheng wasn't very sure. He had indeed seen that Yao Jingjilan had leg hair, just not as long as his. Well, most beast tribe females probably do. Then he generalized from a specific case. Mo Wanwan shaped her mouth into a duck egg shape. The difference between human and beast race women could be so remarkable. It was fascinating. While the two were talking, Bai Heng had already knocked down the lioness, and the cheers of the male audience supporting him were endless. His cold gaze, elegant movements, absolute strength, and stunning appearance made the audience's hearts ache with both excitement and pain. Watching Bai Heng teach those women a lesson was truly a visual feast. After defeating the last ungrateful woman, he stood with arms crossed on the broken arena. radiating a chilling aura that made no one dare to step onto the stage and challenge him for the remaining half incense time. The drum sounded a second time, signaling the end of the competition, and Bai Heng won the top spot in the martial arts contest for marriage. Yet he could not bring himself to smile. Yao Jinhai had been watching Bai Heng's invincibility throughout and smiled with deep wrinkles on his old face as he stepped onto the stage. This young lady. I just saw your movements were truly marvelous. May I ask what you're called? With such a daughter-in-law, their grandson would surely grow into an extraordinary talent, leading the Yao Jinline family to restore its glory. Bai Heng replied without hesitation, Hu Xiang. This name was pleasant and easy to remember. Yao Jinhai laughed heartily. Behind him stood Yao Jintian, whose gaze toward Bai Heng made her realize he recognized who she was. After all, they had just competed in the martial arts hall yesterday. A face could deceive, but movements could not. Yao Jinhai turned his head and said sternly to Yao Jintian, Tianer, hurry and greet this Miss Hu. She is now your fiancée. Yao Jintian obediently approached Bai Heng and whispered. That move was brilliant. The word brilliant transformed into a wooden sword poking toward Bai Heng, almost making her spit blood from anger. After enduring it multiple times, she barely managed to say in a barely audible voice, Thank you. With the contest over and the audience dispersing, the male spectators who remained at the bottom of the arena gazed longingly at Bai Heng, reluctant to leave. Fortunately, they did not rush off. Otherwise, they would have missed Bai Heng's words. I do not want to marry him. This statement was like a hammer striking Yao Jinhai's head. He asked, Then why did Miss Hu come to this arena? Bai Heng coldly pushed Yao Jintian aside. It is to seek justice. Her rejection posture, even Mo Wanwan noticed, had a hint of coyness. TSK, it really lived up to Yao Jingxing's description of a vixen. Chapter 76. The demon lord is the strongest existence on the continent Yuan Shi, who came at that moment, heard their conversation and anxiously asked, What does Miss Hu mean by that? Bai Heng glanced at Mo Wanwan below, suppressing her impatience to change out of this outfit, and said, Marriage is originally a matter of mutual affection. The martial arts contest for marriage is a disguised coercion to marry. I cannot condone it, so I came to seek justice. She usually had a gentle demeanor, but once she donned a female disguise, all her patience vanished. This showed that Bai Heng's pride as a man was also extremely strong, but for the woman he liked, he endured, according to Mo Wanwan's original plan. As long as the person who won the contest was unwilling to marry Yao Jintian, the contest for marriage would be nullified. Although this was time-consuming, it was better than Bai Heng's idea of destroying the martial arts arena. Brute force could not solve the fundamental problem. What she wanted to utilize was the murmurs of the audience below. As long as the gossip spread that Yao Jintian was publicly rejected, Yao Jinhai would have no face to continue to arrange another contest for marriage. Truly clever of her. Yao Jinhai's old face twitched, and his mustache trembled with anger. Please, Miss Hu, do not slander our parental intentions. Think what you want. In any case, I will not marry him. Bai Heng elegantly left, disappearing from everyone's sight in a cold manner. The public rejection of marriage made Yao Jinhai and Yao Jintian lose face. It was big news. In just one night, the news spread through the streets and alleys. Even 3-year-old children were laughing at Yao Jintian for being unwanted, which made Yao Jinhai furious and slammed the table. According to the agreement, Bai Heng indeed helped Yao Jintian with a big favor. This contest for marriage made it impossible for Yao Jinhai to control his marriage anymore, allowing him to slowly persuade his father to let him be with Su Yu. On this day, the eastern sky was as red as blood with beautiful dawn. And as the saying goes, if the morning glow does not leave the door, it indicates that a storm is coming. Sheng Rong and Yao Jinhai were discussing matters in the side hall, and since Xing was still recovering, only Lan Yu accompanied the demon lord. Lan Yu stated his purpose for traveling 1,000 miles, and Yao Jinhai showed embarrassment. I've already given the family seal to my son to suppress evil. Lan Yu was so angry that his teeth were chattering. What did you say? You used such an important item to suppress evil? Yao Jinhai, eager for his son, could bear to give the important family seal, which they vowed to protect, to his son for his life. But who would have thought that the person holding the seal had already met them at the toad wall? Lan Yu requested permission from Sheng Rong. Lord, the seal is with Yao Jingxing. I will go and bring that boy here. Sheng Rong raised his eyes and said, Quickly resolve it. Lan Yu received the order and flew out of the side hall. Meanwhile, Mo Wanwan sat in her room, waiting for the fruit of foresight to sprout, or at least give some response. She waited for more than 2 days, and only today did she have an epiphany and find out where the problem lay. Damn, this scheming man actually set up a chain trap. She slammed the table in frustration. The red sand scorpion on the table was gnawing on an ice crystal lollipop, shaking it and scaring it to spit out the syrup. Ever since the clever little creature discovered that becoming a mini version allowed it to eat food many times larger than itself, it had come to enjoy eating this way, even though the energy consumed was the same as if it had eaten the same amount in its original size. Despite its mini form, its appetite was still quite large. Mo11 got up and sat down again, lost in thought. She thought Sheng Rong's character was firm and would not go back on his word, and wondered if the Huoji Fenglian had developed a problem. However, it was not a problem with the Huoji Fenglian at all, but rather that Sheng Rong had not truly agreed to willingly give the Huoji Fenglian to her, seeing that its owner was still inactive. The red sand scorpion licked the syrup it had just spat out back, not wanting to waste food. Suddenly, Mo Wanwan stood up and slammed the table. I need to ask clearly. The red sand scorpion rolled off the table onto the ground. Feeling wronged. Why is it so hard to have a meal? Mo Wanwan and Yao Jinsheng arrived at the side hall almost simultaneously. Yao Jinsheng was in a terrible state after being dealt with by Lan Yu. Following the command of the master to resolve matters quickly, Lan Yu directly used poison on him. If he wanted the antidote, he had to obey their every command. Mo Wanwan felt that her anger could turn her into ashes. She angrily stepped in front of Sheng Rong and asked, "Did you not give me the fire-roasting phoenix lotus? Why can I use it?" This person couldn't be so insidious as to wait until she returned to the demon palace with him before unsealing the fire-roasting phoenix lotus, right? Sheng Rong leaned his elbow on the armrest of the mahogany armchair, lazily and casually looking at her. "Once you return to the demon palace with me, it will naturally be yours." He had found a way to make her willingly follow him. Why would he be foolish enough to waste that opportunity? Indeed, although the fire-roasting phoenix lotus was currently in her hands, she still couldn't use it without the owner's permission. The first awakening process of the foresight fruit hit a wall. What should she do next? She was really anxious. Her death was imminent. Hearing that the fire-roasting phoenix lotus was in Miss Mo's hands, and that she needed the demon lord's permission to use it, Yao Jinhai excitedly asked, "Is the owner of the fire-roasting phoenix lotus the demon lord?" Lan Yu, impatient, replied, "What do you want to say? Haven't we moved past this? Why burn up again?" Yao Jinhai was so excited that his tongue got tied. The fire-roasting phoenix lotus has the ability to peer into one's heart. There has only been one in 100 years, and it only recognizes supreme powerhouses, which proves that the demon lord is currently the strongest existence in Yunshi continent. Lan Yu rolled his eyes. Isn't that obvious? The lord's strength surpassed the demon queen 600 years ago, reaching the peak state. There's no doubt that 600 years later, he still surpasses his contemporaries. I really don't know if Yao Jinhai is getting old and confused. What's the point of stating the obvious? Yao Jinhai awkwardly laughed to cover his embarrassment. Compared to the demon lord, he was just a minor character, and even Xing couldn't defeat him. His eldest son, Yao Jintian, was the most favored young man in the family over the past 600 years. He had somewhat blurred the understanding that there are always people stronger than oneself. It seemed he needed to experience the outside world a bit more. Mo Wanwan did not think this was a meaningless statement. It established that the demon lord's strength was invincible, making her realize once again how close death was, and that if she didn't seek trouble, she wouldn't die. If her memory wasn't confused, she had just kissed the demon lord the night before last, right? How could she be so reckless? Should she give up the fire-roasted phoenix lotus and the foresight fruit and flee? But the wisdom tree had said that fate cannot be changed. Whether dying early or late, she would die on that day. If she didn't awaken all 6 remaining raisins, danger would still surround her, and in short, she would die. She had never valued her life as much as she did now. Just as Mo Wanwan was anxiously entangled in her thoughts, Yao Jinsheng was on the ground, curled up in a ball due to the poison, unable to tolerate the fact that others treated him as if he were air. "Can't you see that I'm poisoned? Can you take care of me first?" Chapter 77, Millennium Fragrant Spirit Tea Leaves. His lips were purple. His face was ashen, his body was like soft bones, with poison coursing through him, and in less than half a minute, it could reach his heart. Mo Wanwan saw Yao Jinsheng's poisoned appearance resembling a zombie, which frightened her and made her step back. It really was a reflex from watching too many zombie movies in her previous life. Yao Jinsheng clearly felt the disdain directed at him, feeling both helpless and confused about Lan Yu's actions of grabbing him and poisoning him. Yao Jinhai felt a pang in his heart at the sight of his son looking like a zombie. If his wife saw their youngest son suffering like this because of his mistake, he wouldn't just be kneeling on a washboard, but might end up sleeping in the study from then on. He said with concern, "Sheng, take out the seal I gave you." Yao Jinsheng was in so much pain that he could barely think, and without hesitation, he replied, "It's in my pants pocket." Lanyu was about to search his pants pocket, but Yao Jinsheng used all his strength to dodge his hand. Glaring at him defensively, "I don't want a man touching my pocket. Let Sister Mo search instead." Even facing death, Yao Jinsheng still cared about his pride. Mo Wanwan was touched by his cute side and was about to laugh when the entire air in the side hall suddenly turned eerily cold. Yao Jinhai felt as if it might snow on his head. "What's going on?" Lanyu, understanding his master's temperament, warned Yao Jinsheng, "Kid, do you want to die? Your sister Mo cannot touch other men." Mo Wanwan found it inexplicable. She wasn't going to die just from touching a man, so why couldn't she touch other men? Regardless of Yao Jinsheng's objections, Lanyu reached out to search his hip pocket. Yao Jinsheng let out a startled eek and shouted, "Bastard, don't touch me randomly." "Where are you touching?" This shout caused the toxins in his body to flow faster, and he couldn't move due to the stiffness. Lanyu remarked on how he had touched something soft and disgustingly withdrew his hand. Facing the dark, ink-like cold gaze of the demon lord, he put his hand back on Yao Jinsheng's hip, this time correctly retrieving the jade lion seal. Yao Jinsheng let out a sigh of relief, almost defiled by a man. He would rather die. The antidote. Lanyu was annoyed by his shouting. "Why are you in such a hurry? It's not like I'll really let you die." He handed the jade lion seal to the lord and turned back to kiss Yao Jinsheng. Yao Jinsheng couldn't avoid it and could only widen his eyes as he watched Lanyu transform into a sapphire blue water snake, leaning towards his mouth and spitting out a long tongue. A sticky sensation filled his brain, and Yao Jinsheng felt the water in his stomach surge up, making him nauseous. The snake's tongue contained detoxifying mucus, and as soon as he regained his senses, he pushed the water snake away and backed off. "What have you done to me? I'm straight, how dare you?" Yao Jinsheng immediately transformed into a beast, furiously wanting to kill Lanyu. "I'll slaughter you." Lanyu shrugged, "I'm still straight. You think just because someone kisses you means they like you? Don't be so narcissistic. If I liked a guy with the lord around, it wouldn't be your turn. This is the only way to detoxify the snake venom. Be satisfied." After saying that, he revealed his poisonous fangs, and the pain from the flowing venom overtook Yao Jinsheng's mind, causing him to instantly back down. Mo Wanwan stepped forward to check Yao Jinsheng's body. Lanyu did not lie. His snake venom could indeed only be resolved by him. At the same time, Mo Wanwan noticed that Sheng Rong's purpose for coming to the Yao Jinshi family was to obtain the Jade Lion Seal, which is important information. What exactly is this Jade Lion Seal that attracts the attention of the Demon Lord? This small, azure Jade Lion Seal was held delicately in Sheng Rong's hand, and Mo Wanwan's spiritual threads touched the mysterious power it emanated, powerful and holy, as if this force did not belong to this world. Strangely, she had touched it before, but it was only this time, when the Jade Lion Seal touched Sheng Rong's fingertip, that she sensed this mysterious power, as if this Jade Lion Seal truly belonged to Sheng Rong. After Yao Jinsheng was cured of the poison, his body felt much better. However, for some reason, he suddenly developed a high fever, and the stars in front of him began to swirl chaotically, causing him to close his eyes and fall sideways. Mo Wanwan reacted quickly to support him, but as her hand touched his forehead, it was so hot that she immediately withdrew it. She then glared at the Demon Lord. How could you allow Lanyu to poison him? Xiaosheng's body is just starting to recover, and if he encounters a lethal toxin now, it will cause his self-healing system to collapse. She didn't even know where she found the courage to blame the Demon Lord. Sheng Rong looked at her directly, finding it amusing. No one had ever dared to glare at him, nor did anyone have the guts to blame him. Perhaps there had been one or two, but they would never have lived to finish their words. In fact, he liked the way she looked when she was angry. Lanyu realized something was wrong. Oh no, I can't use my powers within 2 hours after detoxifying the snake venom. He must have used his powers when he tried to beastify just now, and the toxins that haven't been cleared will flow into his organs. The so-called using powers means circulating spiritual energy within the body. Yao Jinhai's expression suddenly changed. How could this happen? Is there still hope for Sheng'er's illness? It was all because he was too arrogant. Having seen Sheng'er looking so refreshed when he danced his fists in front of him, he thought that Miss Mo had already cured Sheng'er and that his body would be fine. He didn't realize that a moment of negligence would lead to a huge mistake. If he had personally gone to ask Sheng'er for the seal, the Demon Lord wouldn't have sent Lanyu to force Sheng'er with ruthless means. The Demon Lord was a person of decisive action, and mistakes were not tolerated. This matter ultimately fell on him. Mo Wanwan said solemnly, the toxin will quickly spread to the vital organs, and no matter how skilled the medical techniques are now, there is no guarantee that Xiaosheng will be safe and sound. Ordinary prescriptions can only delay the deterioration of the condition, and during that time, it is very likely that Xiaosheng will become paralyzed. If only there were 1,000-year-old fragrant spirit tea, it can eliminate the toxins accumulated in the body and enhance the body's healing ability. However, her hesitant demeanor irritated Lan Yu. Is it really that difficult to find 1,000-year-old fragrant spirit tea? The wisdom tree not only taught her to identify herbs, but also the effects of various herbs. When she browsed through the collection of celestial herbs in Bai Heng's hands, she found that the 1,000-year-old fragrant spirit tea had multiple effects. In addition to the benefits she just mentioned, when used together with the Mingyue incense burner, it can also help awaken the second precognitive fruit. If what is said in the celestial herb collection is true, even knowing that the 1,000-year-old fragrant spirit tea can save Yao Jinsheng, it would still be impossible to treat his collapsing self-healing system in time. Mo Wanwan nodded and said, "The 1,000-year fragrant spirit tea leaves grow in the abyssal sea. The guardian spirit beast of the abyssal sea has survived for 1,000 years. Its power is formidable, and ordinary people can't even find where the abyssal sea is." Yao Jinhai was familiar with this name. He remembered that Genji had mentioned it to him the day before yesterday, offering the 1,000-year fragrant spirit tea leaves as a gift to Miss Mo. If this can save Shenger, it would truly be a turning point for him, and the beast god has indeed descended upon his Yao Jin lion family. He immediately turned and went into the study behind the side hall, took out a wooden box, and opened it for Mo Wanwan, saying, "Miss Mo, is this the 1,000-year fragrant spirit tea leaves you are referring to?" Chapter 78. 1,000-year fragrant spirit tea leaves. Mo Wanwan expressed her surprise. "Oh, how did the clan leader get the millennium fragrant spirit tea leaves?" Yao Jinhai replied, "This was obtained by my father during his prime, when he fought against the guardian spirit beast in the abyss sea for 7 days, even getting injured in the process. My wife and I originally intended to give this as a token of gratitude to Miss Mo, but we didn't expect it to come in handy so soon. Fortunately, my father had the foresight back then. He couldn't help but sigh. His father had been strict with him since childhood, and it was his own lack of strength that made him unable to take care of his son properly. Thankfully, his father was wise and always thought of the family's future generations, even helping him out after passing away. Is this meant for me?" Mo Wanwan joyfully picked up a piece of 1,000-year-old Xiangling tea leaves and gently smelled it at her nose. The flavor of this 1,000-year-old Xiangling tea is light, and the leaves are fresh. You have preserved it very well. Did Xiaosheng ever drink tea made with it before? Yao Jinhai recalled, "When I was a child, I took a couple of sips and spat it out. The tea made from the 1,000-year-old Xiangling leaves tasted bitter and was hard to swallow. Spitting it out. If he didn't like the taste, he would spit it out. That really reflects his straightforward nature." Mo Wanwan pressed her hand to her lips and murmured, "No wonder. It's because he tasted the 1,000-year fragrant spirit tea back then. Now that he has a high fever, it's that bit of 1,000-year fragrant spirit tea in his body fighting against the snake venom. This means the 1,000-year fragrant spirit tea has boosted Yao Jingsheng's immunity. Immunity relies on the body's self-healing system to issue commands, and this self-healing ability is often inherited. Yao Jingsheng's self-healing ability is simply too weak. He didn't inherit a higher self-healing capacity. Mo Wanwan wanted to ensure his body was strong, so she needed to improve his self-healing ability through later nurturing. Therefore, even though his body had just recovered, a little toxin could easily take his life. However, this did not prevent Yao Jingsheng from being a martial arts genius. One day, his strength would surpass many heroes and champions on the continent. Yao Jinhai was astonished that the 1,000-year fragrant spirit tea could have such an effect. He remembered that Shenger had basically vomited out all the tea at the time. Could it be that he swallowed a little? The 1,000-year fragrant spirit tea actually worked so remarkably. Mo Wanwan chuckled and said, "That's right. If the clan leader and his wife have drunk half a cup of tea brewed with 1,000-year-old fragrant spirit tea, their bodies will develop a certain level of immunity to toxins." She continued, "Let's quickly help Xiaosheng to the bed." Lan Yu personally picked up the unconscious Yao Jinsheng, saying, "It's my fault that this happened. I can handle this small matter." He looked at the demon lord, and upon seeing the demon lord nod in agreement, he carried Yao Jinsheng out of the side hall. Yao Jinhai led the way, and Lan Yu quickly walked to the west courtyard where Yao Jinsheng lived, placed him on the bed, covered him with a quilt, and asked Mo Wanwan, "What should we do next?" Mo Wanwan noticed that Lan Yu wanted to take full responsibility, and she appreciated his character of handling things on his own. The 1,000-year-old fragrant spirit tea leaves cannot be soaked entirely in boiling water. Otherwise, the taste will become bitter. It should be brewed with half hot water and half cold water, using the second infusion of the tea. She then took out a bag of dried daylilies. Putting this into steep together will yield even better results. Lanyu took the dried daylilies and turned to go into the kitchen. Brewing tea requires patience. Lanyu watched the tea water boil and followed Mo Wanwan's instructions to brew the tea properly. When the tea was brought over, Yao Jinhai exclaimed, "This is completely different from the tea we brewed before in terms of aroma and color." Yao Jinsheng was right. They really had wasted the fine tea leaves by drinking it that way. The color of the 1,000-year-old fragrant spirit tea leaves is a beautiful golden yellow. And when brewed with the method taught by Mo Wanwan, it emits a distinct tea fragrance comparable to floral and fruity scents. The tea going down was smooth, without any bitterness at all. Yao Jinhai reached out to take the tea bowl, but Lanyu said, "I'll do it. It's my fault." Feeling guilty, Yao Jinhai acquiesced. Lanyu personally fed Yao Jinsheng the tea, using a spoon to prevent the tea from spilling out. Once he had fed all of it and the bowl was empty, Lanyu raised his hand to check Yao Jinsheng's forehead temperature. It took effect quickly. The fever was subsiding. Mo Wanwan reassured. The rest depends on him. This night is a dangerous period. If he gets through it and rests for a few more days, he should be fine. Perhaps he might even make some breakthroughs. Yao Jinhai didn't care about the possibility of breakthroughs. As long as the young one is safe, everything is fine. Thank you, Miss Mo. In the future, if you have any requests, the entire Yao Jinshe family is willing to go through fire and water for you. You will always be a distinguished guest of the Yao Jinshe family. The phrase "go through fire and water" sounded familiar. Little Sheng had said the same thing. These father and son really are alike. Let's give him a quiet environment so he can rest well. Mo Wanwan finished speaking and stood up to walk out with Yao Jinhai. Lanyu remained sitting by Yao Jinsheng's bedside. "I'll stay here. I want to see him through the critical period before I can leave with peace of mind." He didn't know that Yao Jinsheng had suffered from illness in his early years and was still in the process of recovery. If he had known, he wouldn't have used snake venom to force him a hand over the jade lion seal, as there were clearly many other ways to do it. Mo Wanwan helped Lanyu, a faint smile tugging at her lips. She quietly closed the door for them and added, "Don't forget to keep the room well ventilated. Close the windows again when it gets cool at night." Clouds gathered in the sky. Sheng Rong, who had been sitting in the side hall drinking tea made from the tea leaves grown by the Yao Jin lion family, suddenly sensed an evil resentment enveloping the sky. His brows furrowed as he swiftly moved to the back courtyard. Not long ago, Bai Heng had used a sound shell in the back courtyard to communicate with Wan Shi. Wan Shi had settled the slaves and returned to the Wolf King's palace to report to the general. He informed Bai Heng that the shaman had said the queen did not have much time left, and if they wanted their plan to succeed, they needed to act quickly. Bai Heng clenched his fist and, without notifying the clan leader, ventured into the secret passage alone, throwing the entire porcelain bottle filled with blood into the lava lake. As the lava lake opened its massive mouth to swallow the porcelain bottle, it drank in the rich blood within. A strange, eerie laughter echoed from the secret passage, resonating throughout the back courtyard. By the time Sheng Rong arrived, the lava lake had transformed into a magma giant rising from the ground. Its hollow eye sockets locked onto Sheng Rong, and two magma arms shot out like columns of fire, whipping toward him. In the moment of crisis, the hair on Mo Wanwan's arms stood on end as she walked along the corridor of the western courtyard. She suddenly transformed into a gust of wind, sweeping across the Yaojin Sea to the back courtyard. Upon witnessing the scene, her mind flashed to the lonely and helpless little Sheng Rong. Her feet moved against her will as she leaped up, positioning herself in front of Sheng Rong. She had her back to him, startling him. However, he had no time to be distracted. In the moment he embraced her, he turned and took the blow for her. The magma giant's strength wouldn't harm Sheng Rong, but the boiling magma on its arms would burn through a layer of his clothing and skin. Sheng Rong, Mo Wanwan wrapped her arms around him again, her voice filled with tension. She reached around his waist to touch his back, which had been struck hard, her fingertips brushing against warm blood, and tears immediately welled up in her clear eyes. Chapter 79. Her true strength. What was she really thinking? With his abilities, not only could he have dodged the previous attack, but defeating the magma giant would be a piece of cake. Why was she getting involved? Sheng Rong let out a muffled groan, enjoying her embrace and the sight of her tears for him. He gently stroked her hair and said indulgently, "Silly girl, I won't let you get hurt for me again." When she had shielded him from falling green tree in Huazhou town, her left leg had been injured. How could he allow that to happen again? He almost told her, from now on, I will protect you, but ultimately held back, not wanting to see her avoidance in his eyes again. Mo Wan felt a pang in her nose, not only from her concern for him, but also from a flutter in her heart. Damn it! Damn it! Anger turned into a tornado, ruthlessly tearing apart her remaining sanity. She would not allow it. She would not allow anyone to harm him. This thought surged within her. She wanted to tear apart that magma giant with her own hands right now, and the person manipulating it behind the scenes. The sky poured down heavy rain, as expected. At first, a few drops fell on the magma giant, instantly evaporating. Then the rain fell like sharp swords, piercing through the giant's massive body, weakening its power. Even the heavens were helping her. Swallow it. Mo Wan gave Sheng Rong a pill, a high-grade red healing medicine. He never doubted what she gave him. Without suspicion, he swallowed the pill. Seeing him take the medicine, she felt relieved. Mo Wan gazed intently at the magma giant, her expression suddenly turning fierce. Her aura transforming from pure and harmless to that of a hellish demon. She leaped into the air, soaring over the head of the magma giant, and conjured a silver bow in her hands. With her right hand, she flexed her fingers to fully draw the bow, manifesting a feathered arrow with her spiritual energy. Her sharp gaze fixed on the chest of the magma giant. Chang Huishu had taught her how to use spiritual energy in this world, which could be applied in 3 ways. The first way was to use a minimal amount of spiritual energy for convenient tasks, but it was not suitable for combat. The second way was beastification. In the Yunshi continent, all beast clans must learn to harness spiritual energy for beastification, as it maximizes the use of spiritual energy. Compared to full beastification, half beastification only requires using half of one's internal spiritual energy. This method of mastering spiritual energy requires the ability to fluidly transition between beast and human forms, and it is the most common method in the Yunshi continent. The final method, chosen by very few, involves using spiritual energy to materialize a fixed weapon, infusing it with one's desire for how they wish their enemy to perish. Since Mo Wan transformed into human form, she has never been asked to fight again, and she is not even sure if she counts as a member of the human race. For her, who cannot master the beastification technique, the wise choice is undoubtedly to choose the latter. The weapon she chose is the bow and arrow. This is convenient for her, who cannot attack in close combat, as it allows for easy learning and timely escape. She raised her bow slightly, summoned her arrow, and aimed at the chest of the magma giant. The feather arrow suddenly turned into a swift wind, moving so fast that it was like a drop of rain hitting the ground before the splash of water could form. Half of the feather arrow had already pierced into the magma giant's chest. The arrowhead gathered a point of starlight, which slowly coalesced into a whirlpool of spiritual power. The magma giant could not pull the arrow out with its hands, waiting for that small whirlpool to expand from the arrowhead, churning the magma, shattering the magma rock, and ultimately devouring the entire massive body of the magma giant without leaving a trace. The magma giant roared in pain. Its deformed and twisted face appeared to be laughing sinisterly, eerie, and terrifying. In an instant, even the sparks that popped out were completely swallowed by the feather arrow shot by Mo Wan, who is truly more terrifying. The huge commotion became known both inside and outside the mansion, and the roar echoed throughout the entire city-state, prompting everyone with intention to quickly prepare for beastification and rush over here. Lanyu used her thoughts to notify Zi Ying in the Yao Jin Sheng room. Zi Ying, hurry and protect the Lord. The situation in the back garden was tense, and after a long time, Zi Ying finally found her voice from the shock. Responding with her thoughts, I'm here with the Lord. She rushed to protect the Lord as soon as there was any movement here. Lanyu scolded, why are you so slow? You made him worry that something might happen to you. This really couldn't be blamed on her. If Lanyu were on the scene, she would behave the same way. Facing an overwhelmingly powerful presence, the soul would inevitably be subjected to a test. Of course, this overwhelming power refers to Mo Wan. Only cultivators among the human race can condense spiritual power, but their spiritual power pales in comparison to that of the beast race. Mo Wan could actually unleash her spiritual power to the extreme. Ziying was still staring in awe at Mo Wan's majestic flying posture. So strong and so beautiful. Lanyu, her spiritual power is so strong. Lanyu detected a hint of regretful fear in Zi Ying's astonishment and frowned. Whose spiritual power are you talking about? That woman. Zi Ying did not dare to name her, as she had already offended Mo Wan before. Sooner or later, Mo11 would discover that the stomach medicine she provided that day was actually a laxative. She only mentioned it was a woman, leaving Lanyu puzzled. This was the second time Mo11 released her spiritual power. The first time was when the toad from the toad garden awakened, and her spiritual power was enveloped by the sinister power of the Sheng demon, which is why they couldn't detect it. This time, Ziying deeply realized the vast difference between her and Mo11. In the Yunshi continent, the beast race respects martial prowess, and bowing to the strong is their nature and instinct. The demon race is a branch of the beast race, although they are an anomaly among the beast race. They will also instinctively follow the strong and regard them as revered. When Ziying thought of her scheme to harm Mo11, fear and terror poured over her from head to toe, making her tremble uncontrollably. If Mo11 wanted, she would even be stripped of the qualifications and ability to sacrifice for the demon lord, and all that awaited her would be death. Lanyu seemed to sense Ziying's fearful spiritual power. Ziying, what is this pure spiritual power? Lanyu, who was initially very anxious about Yao Jinsheng suddenly becoming convulsed and uncomfortable, found that after his body calmed down, he could see through internal vision that the meridians blocked by toxins within Yao Jinsheng had been cleared. The 1,000-year fragrant spirit tea leaves were being digested and absorbed by Yao Jinsheng at the fastest speed, putting his body into an extremely comfortable state. This pure spiritual power helped Yao Jinsheng directly pass through the danger period. Ziying did not respond to him. Lanyu, unable to control his emotions, pressed Ziying with a voice that was both excited and fearful. This spiritual power is terrifyingly pure. I have never seen such flawless spiritual power. Ziying, quickly tell me whose spiritual power this is. The beast race will instinctively submit to the strong, and the demon race is no exception. His body began to uncontrollably revere this pure spiritual power. Ziying interrupted her thoughts, and Lanyu showed an anxious expression, pacing back and forth in the room. His principles did not allow him to leave the patient before Yao Jinsheng woke up. Danger lurked everywhere, and vigilance could not be relaxed. He frantically held his head and sat down, hoping that this pure spiritual power belonged to Mo11. It would be best if it were hers, otherwise the Lord would be in danger. The pure spiritual power is the nemesis of the evil spiritual power. Two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. Both are entities that can dominate the Yunshi continent, and when they collide, there will inevitably be a great battle. Chapter 80. Qi Ling Yen Xiao in the air. Mo11 retracted the bow, an arrow she had manifested with spiritual power, a drop of sweat sliding down her cheek. The spiritual power within her was about to erupt due to unstable emotions, which was quite dangerous. Fortunately, she had calmly controlled her spiritual power while shooting the arrow. Previously, when being pressed by the Changhui tree in the Valley of Death, she had never experienced an emotional outburst. Undoubtedly, a surge of spiritual power would lead to excessive consumption of the body, triggering the brain's protective mechanism, forcibly putting oneself into a state of sleep. And once asleep, one would not know when they would wake up. She sighed and pressed her forehead. I can't let emotions dictate my actions like this anymore. With the magma giant eliminated, the blood-red sea of the sky was no more, leaving only a dark mass of clouds. Not far in the cloud layer, two figures were engaged in combat. They occasionally fell back to the ground, causing debris to fly everywhere, and then flew back into the sky, creating a flurry of golden stars, fighting fiercely. Mo11 adjusted her vision and looked closely. It was Bai Hong engaging with a boy around 5 or 6 years old. Where did this little kid come from? No. The aura on this little boy was similar to the crisis she sensed this time. She closed her eyes and carefully identified it, confirming without a doubt that it was a soul skeleton. The soul skeleton, having soaked in the lava lake for hundreds of years, had actually given birth to a spirit. On the ground, Sheng Rong sat quietly, gathering energy in her dantian. The pill given by Mo11 was very effective, and combined with his own strong healing ability, the wounds exposed on his back from the scalding quickly healed in no time. When he opened his eyes, his dark gaze was sharp, and the domineering killing intent turned all living beings into still objects, with the sound of the world coming to a halt at his thought. Yao Jinhai arrived at an unfortunate moment. The demon lord was releasing his killing intent, and he stood frozen in place, feeling an invisible hand of death tightening around his throat. The demon lord was furious. Yen Xiao, Sheng Rong called out this name, and the boy, around 5 or 6 years old, turned around to look down at him, his fierce eyes bursting with a bloodthirsty light. Sheng Rong, I will kill you. In his rage, He severely injured and knocked out Bai Heng with just one move. The bone dagger from the underworld in Bai Heng's hand was ineffective against Yin Xiao, and he clutched his chest, spitting out blood, his whole body feeling weightless as he fell. It wasn't that he was weak, but rather that Yin Xiao had seen through his weakness, which was that he still couldn't control the power of the underworld bone dagger very well. Mo Wanwan flew over and caught Bai Heng just as he was about to hit the ground. She dragged Bai Heng behind a rockery and checked his pulse. After a moment, she decisively took out a pill from her bag that was more potent than the one she had given Sheng Rong and stuffed it into Bai Heng's mouth. She complained, "Can you stop getting hurt all the time? You're wasting my pills." Although she often made a lot of pills in her spare time and had countless pills in her crossbody bag for emergencies, she sighed as she looked at Bai Heng. She had initially wanted to kill someone named Yin Xiao, but now she knew that Yin Xiao was the spirit of the Ming soul bone. The spirit was connected to the sacred artifact. If the spirit died, the sacred artifact would perish. Killing Yin Xiao would mean destroying the relic of Bai Heng's mother, which felt rather unkind. When she heard Sheng Rong call out Yin Xiao's name, a question popped in her mind. How did Sheng Rong know Yin Xiao? This made Mo Wanwan connect Sheng Rong to the mythological stories related to the Ming realm bone knife and the Ming soul bone. If this spirit had memories, it would only want to kill the person who had harmed it. She had thought that her interactions with Sheng Rong over the past few days had brought them closer, but the truth hit her hard. She didn't really know him at all. Everything she knew about him was just a tiny bit in her information database. After all, the demon lord had lived for at least 600 years, making him a millennial-old creature. Mo Wanwan looked dejectedly at the 100 meters in front of the artificial hill. Yin Xiao grinned and charged at Sheng Rong, only to be directly slapped down by Sheng Rong with a ruthless palm. Yin Xiao's advantage in the battle with Sheng Rong was that he was a weapon spirit. As long as he couldn't be dealt a fatal blow and was sent back to the sacred weapon to obediently stay there, any amount of damage was negligible for his weapon spirit body. As long as Sheng Rong couldn't kill him, he could continue to be arrogant. After being ruthlessly slapped down, he shamelessly stood up again. The master had already engaged the enemy, and Zi Ying decided not to be a burden to the master. She found a place with good cover and a broad view, which was right behind the artificial hill where Mo Wanwan was. She saw Mo Wanwan turning to leave and called out to her, "Stop. Why are you hiding? I won't eat you." Zi Ying was suspicious. Would she really not eat her? Stealing a glance at Mo Wanwan, she thought that someone with pure spiritual power should have a naturally good nature and probably wouldn't eat her. So she chose a nearby spot to sit down, keeping a proper distance from Mo Wanwan. Mo Wanwan caught a glimpse of the green skin on her collarbone that hadn't healed yet and helplessly smiled. "Why aren't you blaming me? What are you talking about?" Zi Ying was confused by her words, and then noticed her gaze on the patch of green skin on herself. She gritted her teeth in anger, her face turning red with rage. So she became ugly because of a good deed done by her. She had known all along that that pill was a laxative. This is what they call showing off in front of a master craftsman, or wielding a big knife in front of Guan Yu. She bit down on her silver teeth, suppressing her feelings, and said, "I don't blame you." This time, Zi Ying, who couldn't spit out ivory, didn't get angry or pick a fight, which surprised Mo Wanwan, making her eyes widen in astonishment. Just like that, she wanted to see her reaction. Zi Ying was displeased. "What do you want then?" She had never been bullied or met a woman she couldn't defeat in her life. And now this woman had both advantages over her. She must be feeling quite pleased with herself. Mo Wanwan pressed her fist to her lips. "I added some ugliness powder to your tea, along with a few herbs that help with recovery. Otherwise, you might remain a green person for the rest of your life. Be grateful. She is so generous and magnanimous." Zi Ying was about to be driven to death by her, her eyes wide open as if they were going to pop out, constantly shaking her index finger at Mo Wanwan, so furious that she fainted from the frustration. Mo Wanwan was taken aback. "Isn't this too shocking?" Suddenly, she smiled. "All right, just remember not to provoke me in the future." Soon, various beast clans rushed into the back garden, filling every available space densely. Surround them. Yao Jinyan led a team of elite soldiers, and, at her command, 2 orderly rows of beast clans and soldiers surrounded Sheng Rong and Yin Xiao in the middle. Chapter 81. The overbearing man, Yao Jinzelin, stood behind her mother, gazing far at the demon lord. That handsome and wicked face captured her heart at a glance. "Mother, the demon lord is so handsome." Upon hearing this, Yao Jinyan looked at her daughter with a pained expression. "Oh, don't think too much about it. The demon lord has someone in his heart." Yao Jinzelin, always proud and confident, refused to accept this. "I can challenge that woman, as long as I win." I have the right to compete for the demon lord's heart. In the beast clan tradition, regardless of gender, as long as two people like the same beast, they can challenge each other. Yao Jinyan was usually very confident in her daughter's abilities. Not wanting to dampen Yao Jinzelin's fighting spirit and having never seen Mo Wanwan's strength, she casually supported her. Just remember to stop at the right time. By the way, who does the demon lord fancy? Yao Jinyan, focused on the enemy, replied without thinking. It's that divine doctor. The term divine doctor had recently spread throughout the city, saying that the young master of the Yao Jinlan family had brought back a woman as beautiful as a celestial being, stunningly gorgeous. Under siege, Yin Xiao chose to fly into the air, strategically shaking off a large portion of the non-flying beast clans. Sheng Rong, back then you killed me and turned my bones into a dragon-slaying sacred artifact. Such humiliation demands your life in return. Though he had committed many crimes, his punishment did not warrant death. When the divine clan sent the demon lord to kill him, it was clearly because they feared his strength. When has the divine clan ever cared about the affairs of the lower realms? Occasionally threatening the human world, the divine clan always turned a blind eye to his actions. Yet in the end, they feared him and used others to eliminate him and his kin. If this grudge is not avenged, how can the wronged souls rest in peace? Seeing that the enemy could fly, Yao Jinyan issued her first command. Flying beast clans, charge and take him down. The flying beast clans flapped their wings and flew toward Yin Xiao. The height he was at was easily reachable for them, but as they flew just a few meters high, they found themselves less than 10 meters from the enemy when an inexplicable, powerful pressure pressed down from above, forcing them to exert all their strength to fly up, but failing to ascend, instead being pushed down. Yao Jinyan scoffed. The enemy is indeed cunning. She thought the pressure was released by Yin Xiao, but then she heard the demon lord's cold voice. You dare to touch my prey? This voice was chilling, sending a shiver down their spines. Yao Jinyan was stunned, swallowing her words of "We are here to help you." Demon lord. Back in her throat, she saw several flying beast clans forget to flap their wings in shock, being pushed down to the ground by the demon lord's pressure. Their claws hitting the ground as they were mercilessly forced back into a state of pretending to be dead. What an overbearing man. Yao Jinyan had no choice but to abort the plan to encircle and kill. Who would dare to snatch the demon lord's prey? Sheng Rong lightly tapped his toes and soared into the clouds, disdainfully sneering at Yin Xiao. If your skills are inferior, why suffer until today, becoming a vengeful spirit? Ugly and pitiful, Yin Xiao, who had been enjoying the spectacle below, suddenly looked horrified. His eyes turned demonic with rage as he wildly charged at Sheng Rong. You are the dog of the divine clan. You've fallen to such a state, yet you think you're better off. Sheng Rong coldly looked at him, filled with disdain at the sight of Yin Xiao, whose eyes were bloodshot and hair flowing wildly, being consumed by hatred, turning into a vengeful spirit within a sacred artifact, was truly ugly. He narrowed his cold eyes and released the wicked spirit power that a king should possess. The evil spirit power enveloped the entire city-state in an instant, making people's hearts feel tight and suffocated. Yao Jinyan quickly shouted for a retreat. Everyone, keep your distance, she thought to herself. This spirit power is extremely dangerous. It feels like standing here could cost us our lives. Without needing Yao Jinyan's reminder, the beast clans, being natural experts at fleeing, sensed the crisis and immediately retreated. Further and further away, Sheng Rong, with a mocking smile, said, Fallen to such a state? This misunderstanding runs deep. Yin Xiao ignored him, for he had caught the scent of heavenly thunder on him. Ha! He finally had his day. Under divine punishment, your spirit power must be severely damaged. How can you compete with someone like me, who has cultivated for hundreds of years? You are merely, before he could finish his sentence, Sheng Rong unexpectedly struck him down with a series of devastating blows, reducing him to nothing but remnants, leaving no time for that last half-sentence to escape his lips. No matter how powerful the artifact spirit was, if you were beaten down without even a moment to catch your breath, how could you still be arrogant? Throughout the encounter, Yin Xiao was utterly defeated by Sheng Rong, and as he was filled with surprise, his body grew weaker. If the artifact spirit was weak, it would return to its original form. He had just barely emerged from it. He was unwilling. Before disappearing, Yin Xiao deliberately curved his lips in an unusual manner, determined to say that half-sentence. You are merely their discarded pawn. He sarcastically added, Ha! When the divine clan sent you to kill me, did you ever think you would be next? He wanted to see Sheng Rong's angry expression, to see him filled with the same hatred and torment that he felt. Unfortunately, he was left disappointed. "I'm not punished by the divine clan," Sheng Rong said lightly, consumed by hatred. Yin Xiao had only wanted to kill Sheng Rong at that moment. But now, coming back to his senses, he realized the overwhelming evil spirit power in the air, exuding absolute terror. The divine punishment had not weakened his strength at all. Back then, when he fought Sheng Rong for 100 days, Sheng Rong had used his wicked spirit power to trap him in a heavenly net and bit through his neck with serpent fangs, delivering the final blow. Now, it was Yin Xiao who had become that furious person. The scenes before his death replayed in his mind, and his eyes poured out endless hatred, vainly wishing to tear Sheng Rong apart with his gaze. How could this happen? It's not fair. This isn't fair. He suffered the torment of hatred in the lava lake, and the person he wanted to kill most in his life had survived divine punishment and remained unharmed. He unwillingly shouted as he transformed into a smoke soul, returning to his original form. The skeletal remains of the ghost floated in midair, exposed to everyone's eyes, and the tender green leaves atop it now looked as if they had grown on a ghostly figure, seemingly harmless but truly toxic. Such a powerful artifact spirit was dealt with so easily, and Yao Jinhai was in complete admiration of the demon lord, sitting on the back of a flying beast. The beast clans that couldn't help were hiding far away, watching the entire process of Yin Xiao being beaten back into the sacred artifact, shocked to their cores by the demon lord's brutal ferocity. If they weren't mistaken, the demon lord hadn't even transformed when battling the fierce artifact spirit, right? Someone commented, "I once secretly read a confidential scroll. The demon lord's transformation is a serpent beast. I wanted to see his true form. But it seems the demon lord is so strong that it doesn't need to exert himself to deal with a mere artifact spirit." That person shook his head in regret, causing others to gasp. "Hearing you say that, it reminds me of a myth." "What myth?" "It's the myth of this desert territory. Didn't they say that lightning scorched this land, and many families saw a serpent shadow in the sky?" "Hey, now that you mention it, my great-grandmother said she saw a serpent shadow. It really could be true. Could the demon lord be related to that lightning?" Chapter 82. Bone transplant surgery. The soul bone frame was retrieved by Yao Jinhai. His gaze scanned the crowd and finally settled next to the artificial hill where Miss Mo was, walking over to see the unconscious Bai Heng, surprised as he inquired, "What happened to Bai Heng? Can he still hold on?" His body was already mostly fine. Mo Wanwan was puzzled. Could it be that the clan leader wanted to help him with the bone transplant now? Yao Jinhai nodded and took out an old scroll from his sleeve, with the words "bone transplant technique" clearly written on the cover. Now is the time when the tool spirit is at its weakest. Such opportunities are rare. If we wait until tomorrow, I fear I won't be able to complete the ritual. The tool spirit is born from thought, and the bone of the flame dragon will carry the memories of the flame dragon when it was alive. After the bone transplant for Bai Heng, the memories of the flame dragon will be erased. From what we have seen today, it is evident that he is not an ordinary tool spirit. He is a physical form shaped by resentment. The depth of the resentment will make him resist stubbornly, and whether the bone transplant technique succeeds or not depends on fate. If it fails, Mo Wanwan can't stand the suspense and urgently asks, "What will happen if it doesn't work out?" Yao Jinhai, with a grim expression and serious demeanor, replies, "If it doesn't work out, you will die." And Mo Wanwan heard him speak so seriously and snatched the book from his hand to read. Move the soul skeleton to the thoracic vertebrae and replace it with the original bone. This method is also known as the bone exchange technique. If there are any changes midway, family blood must be offered as a sacrifice to avoid consequences. The replacement was actually the thoracic vertebrae. It was certain that failure would lead to death. Flipping to the second page, it described how to move and exchange bones, and the illustrations were surprisingly similar to performing surgery. Perhaps she could help Bai Heng complete the bone-moving ritual. Clan leader, let me perform the bone exchange technique. The underworld bone knife and the soul skeleton were paired sacred artifacts, also relics left to Bai Heng by his mother, Yun Fei, and were undoubtedly important to him. Although she had only agreed to cure the curse on the Wolf King's queen, after spending these days together, Bai Heng had become her friend, and a friend's wish was her wish. I had the same intention. With Miss Mo's assistance, we have a greater chance of completing the ritual. I will trouble you. Miss Mo Yao Jinhai expressed his gratitude. The bone exchange technique originally required a shaman to perform the bone exchange for Bai Heng, and Miss Mo, being a divine doctor, was more capable than ordinary shamans. With her assistance, Bai Heng's chances of survival would be greater, although he was reluctant to let Yun's child take risks. He had seen the ambition hidden beneath Bai Heng's calm exterior that day, and avenging Yun was also his wish. The demon lord had suggested matters regarding the current Yunshi continent to him, and he was tempted. At that time, their entire Yao Jinliang clan would support Bai Heng as his maternal clan. Once the bone-moving ritual began, it could not be interrupted. To avoid distracting Mo Wanwan, Yao Jinhai dismissed the other beast clans. Sheng Rong and the recently awakened Ziying sat in the pavilion, and he was curious to see this bone exchange technique. Mo Wanwan prepared the tools needed for the surgery, and these novel and advanced medical instruments left Yao Jinhai and the others astonished. The clean and tidy medical tools were laid out on the ground, and her hand seemed to glide over them like a finger on a piano string, lightly brushing across the instruments before stopping at the syringe. She prepared the anesthetic on the spot and injected a dose into Bai Heng's vein. Yao Jinhai stared at the syringe she held, puzzled. What is this? The formation is not yet ready. Why is Miss Mo preparing the medicine first? Shouldn't the medication be taken after the formation is completed? The fact that this device could push the medicine into the body without needing to be ingested was truly baffling. The more he asked, the more confused he became. Mo Wanwan stopped and smiled. Waking up during the bone relocation will be very painful. It's best to complete the surgery all at once. I will prepare an anesthetic, and this device in my hand will be replaced with a syringe, which can inject the dissolved medication into the vein for quicker effect. Yao Jinhai seemed to understand and said, I see. No wonder you are a divine doctor. This method of treatment is unheard of. Even though I have read countless books, I could never come up with such a remarkable and extraordinary idea. Mo Wanwan smiled modestly and did not respond. Soon, a servant brought in a plate of intertwined red threads and 66 candles. Under the instructions of Yao Jinhai, they quickly lit all the candles and arranged the red threads into an inverted triangle formation. Bai Heng lay in the center of the formation, and as the flames from his 66 candles rose, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Mo Wanwan cleaned her hands and helped Bai Heng take off his upper clothes. Where her hand touched Bai Heng's chest, a crisp sound echoed in the pavilion. Sheng Rong crushed the porcelain cup in his hand, the boiling water scalding his palm, which made him rationally suppress his killing intent. Mo Wanwan turned Bai Heng over, his back facing her, and took out a sharp small knife to cut open Bai Heng's back. Her hands were steady, but since she had never performed such a difficult surgery before, she inevitably felt a bit nervous. If this were in modern times, such a bone transplant surgery would be nearly impossible to achieve, as replacing the thoracic vertebrae requires advanced technological conditions. However, due to the special nature of the formation, she could perform the surgery to replace Bai Heng's thoracic vertebrae within this formation. She couldn't panic, absolutely must not panic. After a stick of incense as time passed, Mo Wanwan focused her gaze on every subtle movement of her hands. Her hands could not shake, and her movements could not be rushed. Finally, she was about to connect the soul skeleton into Bai Heng's body. Ziying, who was in the pavilion, clearly saw Mo Wanwan's actions. This was a superb medical skill that she had not witnessed even 600 years ago. Perhaps there was no one as capable in that divine race. She turned to look at the demon lord, whose gaze was solely on Mo Wanwan, with a cold brow relaxing only for that woman, indicating that he must be very pleased with her. She lowered her eyes, feeling especially sad. Unknowingly, more than half of the time had passed. The soul skeleton was successfully connected between Bai Heng's cervical and lumbar vertebrae in Mo Wanwan's hands. She was just one step away from stitching the skin. Suddenly, Bai Heng woke up with a shout, his voice echoing outside the formation, causing Yao Jinhai, who was sitting in another pavilion, and Yao Jintian, who had rushed over halfway, to immediately stand up and come to investigate. What happened? Yao Jintian asked first. He received no response. As Mo Wanwan had no time to address the concerns of others, she absolutely could not be distracted. She quickly brought a sweat towel to Bai Heng's mouth. Bite down on it. You can only endure now, just hold on a little longer. She hadn't calculated the duration of the anesthetic's effect. She couldn't give him painkillers now, as it would be detrimental to the healing of the postoperative wound. Bai Heng bit down on the sweat towel, the veins on his forehead bulging, drenched in sweat, beads of sweat piling up on his delicate and gentle features. Enduring the pain of the needle, piercing his skin without letting out another cry of pain. This made Yao Jintian admire him a bit more, beyond just his strength. Chapter 83. Blood Sacrifice in the Pavilion. Sheng Rong quietly observed Mo Wanwan's expression and movements, his thoughts drifting into lingering dreamlike memories. 2 years ago, he might have looked down on dreams, but 2 years later, he no longer treated them as mere dreams. At that time, they had only just begun. She had already boiled medicine for him to heal his wounds, and it was her care that healed the scars in his heart. Perhaps from that moment on, she had become a special existence to him. He half lowered his eyes, with clear ripples shimmering in their depths, expanding in circles. He understood her. She cared for everyone around her, had her own thoughts, and never jumped to conclusions. His little bird was unlike ordinary women. She was the only gentle and warm-hearted woman. The demon lord smiled very lightly, a smile so subtle that even Ziying, who was closest to him, didn't notice. The sound of needles dropping could be heard all around, as Mo Wanwan's hands danced with the needle, light and skillful. Yin Xiao was very quiet, perhaps because he was extremely weak, not wanting to cause any trouble, allowing her to successfully complete the surgery and bandage Bai Heng's wound to stop the bleeding. Just as she was about to apply ointment to the sutured area, Bai Heng's entire body suddenly convulsed, and Mo Wanwan saw the wound she had just stitched reopen. The thin thread becoming tangled and bursting on the skin, actually being broken through by the suddenly swollen soul skeleton. Oh no, it was resisting. Mo Wanwan hurriedly removed the stitches for Bai Heng, wanting to resuture the wound, but she couldn't stop the soul bone from swelling inside Bai Heng's body. He would surely die this way. Unexpectedly, Yin Xiao would cause trouble at the last moment of the surgery, its hatred swelling like the inflating bone, growing more fierce. Bai Heng's trembling body felt as if it had been crushed back and forth by a giant vehicle, his labored breaths resembling those of someone near death. The pain disrupting his consciousness, forcing him to tense his entire body. Yao Jinhai realized that Yin Xiao was risking its life in retaliation, and he came to the edge of the formation, pulled out a small knife, and cut his hand to let blood drop onto the candle. This formation was specifically designed to suppress the power of the soul bone. If his will weakened, the spirit would take advantage of the opportunity to invade. He had to hold on. With Yao Jinhai's pure blood from the Yao Jin lion family, the formation flickered, suppressing Yin Zhao's mischief with an unknown force. And the soul bone slowly began to reduce in size within the flesh that had burst open on Bai Heng's back. Yao Jinhai's act of shedding blood came from the second page of the book. To avoid the consequences of failure, one needed to offer the blood of the family as a sacrifice, but the book did not specify how much blood was required. The formation relied on Yao Jinhai's sacrifice to combat the soul bone, but unfortunately, it didn't hold for long. The soul bone rapidly swelled into an even larger mass, even arching like a bridge, trying to break free from Bai Heng's body. Yao Jinhai's face changed drastically. Could it be that it intended to perish together with Bai Heng? If the soul bone bent down at this angle, it would break itself, and Bai Heng would also die. This was the so-called, if the fish dies, the net breaks. Yao Jinhai secretly lamented Yin Zhao's ruthlessness, and the formation also realized this, frantically drawing in Yao Jinhai's blood, which flowed from his palm like rolling beads, making him nearly lose his footing. He withdrew his hand, exhausted, and Yao Jintian hurriedly stepped forward to support him. "Father, let me do it. My blood will be more effective." Yao Jinhai supported his forehead, looking at Yao Jintian. His son was in his prime, and his blood would surely be more useful. But he gasped, worried. "The formation has no eyes. When it's time to stop, do not linger." "I will be careful," he replied, sending Yao Jintian to sit in the pavilion before returning. Yao Jintian drew the dagger from his waist, cut his wrist, and offered his blood directly. The drops of blood falling from his wrist fell into the wick like pearl curtains, sparking with fire, and the formation connected by red lines rose in a circle of blood mist, depicting an angry ghost face. The ghost face opened its mouth wide and roared at the soul bone, like a blood-soaked devil, issuing an irresistible command to the soul bone. The soul bone initially tried to resist the suppression of the ghost face, but the ghost face pressed its hollow, furious eyes close to it, warning it as if almost merging into Bai Heng's body, and the soul bone uncontrollably shrank back to its original size. Mo Wanwan took advantage of its temporary docility and quickly stitched up Bai Heng's wound with swift and skillful hands. Soon it was done. Bai Heng was breathing heavily, weakly nodding as if to say he could hold on. The evening clouds gathered, and warm light bathed the earth, creeping onto Yao Jintian's face. It could not mask his increasingly pale complexion. Yao Jintian stood right in front of Bai Heng, the blood continuously drawn away by the flickering wick, and that ghastly face loomed above Bai Heng's back. As long as it remained, Yao Jintian's blood could not be stopped. Even though the severe blood loss could take his life, he still did not budge, standing firm before the formation, using his own blood to suppress Yin Xiao. With his consciousness barely intact, Bai Heng struggled to speak to him. "Stop. He didn't need others to pay with their lives. Yao Jintian replied, "One life today can be repaid in the future. In any case, living is what matters. It would not be in vain for him to shed so much blood." Bai Hong lowered his gaze. Such a valiant man, if he could survive today, would indeed be a worthy choice for a close friend. Mo Wanwan quickened her pace, or else Yao Jintian would bleed to death. If he didn't think of himself, he should at least think of his beloved. She applied the ointment to Bai Heng's wound. The soul bone had already merged into Bai Heng's body, becoming a part of him. The memories of Yin Xiao that belonged to the flame dragon would also dissipate at the moment the surgery was completed. Yao Jintian immediately withdrew his hand, and the formation settled down. The dull pain in Bai Heng's back had not subsided, and Mo Wanwan instructed him not to move, asking Yao Jinhai to call a few servants to carry Bai Heng away on a stretcher, even specifically describing what the stretcher looked like so they could make one quickly and act. After a busy day, Mo Wanwan was the most exhausted. She couldn't resist the urge to sleep and collapsed into her room, waking up to the morning of the next day. After washing up, someone came and knocked on the door. "Miss Mo, I brought your breakfast." Yao Jinxia entered with the breakfast, a bundle hanging from her arm, and kindly said, "You slept all night yesterday without a drop of water. You must be starving." "Thank you." Mo Wanwan smiled as she sat at the table, helping to serve the food. She picked up a spoon and took a sip of the warm soup, her mood brightening immediately. "No need to be polite. I've heard about yesterday's events. You saved 2 people in one day. It must have been hard for you, Mississippi. How is Xiaosheng?" Yao Jinxia walked to the window and opened it to let some fresh air in, smiling gently. Young Master Lan kept watch all night. He just recovered today and dived back into the martial arts hall early this morning. Mo Wanwan paused her actions, feeling both angry and amused. He just happened to run off to the martial arts hall? How mischievous. Indeed, no one could stop him. He even reasoned with me at the time, saying that if he didn't practice martial arts for a day, he would feel restless. I think he has been holding it in for so many years, and deep down, he longs to move into the martial arts hall. Yao Jinxia raised her hand to cover her laughter as she approached. Chapter 84. Another one seeking true love, he was full of energy, bouncing around happily, which should be a good thing, but Mo Wanwan thought of another matter. After finishing half a bowl of soup, she expressed her doubts. "Is he really going to leave with me? Can you bear it?" Yao Jinxia was momentarily taken aback, not expecting her to ask this. We watched him grow up, knowing he was cheerful on the surface but unwilling in his heart. Letting him roam the world with his sword and enjoy the rivers and lakes was also our hope for him to be happy and no longer pretend to be strong on the outside. She sat down at the table and said softly, when he was young, he would lie in the house, his eyes glued to the sky through the window, looking dazed and silent. Though he didn't say it, we all understood that his eyes were filled with envy for Tian's agility and liveliness. Tian never slacked off in his training because he promised to take on Sheng's share as well, working hard in his practice. If we continue to hold him back, I'm afraid this child would stop smiling at us. Mo Wanwan pursed her lips and lowered her gaze. Her understanding of Xiaosheng was limited to his lively and active nature. The sunlight was as bright as he was, full of vigor like him, and his smile was genuine like his spirit. However, upon learning his story, she felt grateful that she had saved this young man. She had never seen his smile before he recovered from his illness, but she appreciated the heartfelt laughter he expressed after experiencing relief from the torment of pain. It was likely that the smile he showed her when he first got out of bed was the most precious smile of all. "I will take good care of him. You can rest assured," she said, looking into Yao Jinxi's eyes. Yao Jinxi's smile remained unchanged. "With Miss Mo's word, my heart is at ease." After that, she laid out the bundle she had brought on the table, revealing the lying Jinhua flower and a wooden box containing 1,000-year-old Xiangling tea. "This is what the clan leader entrusted me to give to you. We will always remember Miss Mo's kindness to the Yao Jin line family." Mo Wanwan had inquired about Jinhua from the clan leader, and the 1,000-year-old Xiangling tea was precisely the medicinal material she needed. Without hesitation, she accepted it gratefully. In the east courtyard, the midday sun was blinding, sharply illuminating the indigo silk. Lan Yu quickly opened a door, kneeling on one knee to report, "Master, I found out that Miss Mo and Bai Heng are preparing to go to the Moon Entropy Kingdom. Do you know the reason?" Sheng Rong leaned lazily against the back of the armchair, looking down at Lan Yu. "My subordinate suspects that Miss Mo is going to treat the curse on the Wolf Queen." Lan Yu continued, "The curse on the Wolf Queen has been in effect since the beginning of the year. Recently, scouts reported that the curse has worsened and is critical." Sheng Rong's gaze was deep. "The Wolf King is losing power. Bai Hong wants to take this opportunity to achieve merit and compete for the position of crown prince. Such a complex matter was so clearly articulated by the demon lord that Lan Yu was greatly surprised. He had already sent someone to investigate Bai Hang's identity and reported the secrets of the Moon Entropy Kingdom to the master. The chaotic royal family had been the favorite gossip story of their demon clan for the past 600 years. When Lan Yu presented Bai Hang's identity, Sheng Rong had already speculated about his intentions with Mo Wanwan. Is our next plan to go to the Moon Entropy Kingdom? Lan Yu asked as he stood up. Sheng Rong placed his hand, which had been propping up his chin, back on the half-open silk map on the table. The edges were tattered, still bearing dried water stains, and the map depicted a continent that was very different from the current landscape. He gently pointed at a certain spot on the map. The Brown Wind Kingdom is acting recklessly and has lost its sense of proportion. As a neighboring country, the Moon Entropy Kingdom should take control. The Wolf King's attitude is lax, and his carelessness towards the Brown Wind Kingdom may not be the best opportunity to establish a new ruler. The silk map on the table marked the territories of the 5 major families governed by the Demon Clan in the west. A long river separated the west from the Central Plains, where the Central Plains area was marked with a dynasty from when the human race was unified. The Yao Jin Lion Clan, the Baiyin Wolf Clan, and the other 3 major families each held a seal, and gathering these seals was their purpose for this trip. Does the master want Bai Hong to inherit the Wolf King's throne? Lan Yu speculated about the Demon Lord's intentions, but was even more confused. Does the master not dislike Bai Hong? Surrounded by a silence as still as dead water, Sheng Rong merely gazed deeply at Lan Yu, his eyes falling on his neck, causing Lan Yu to shiver. He straightened his posture, clasped his fists, and bowed his head, saying, "My subordinate understands and will arrange the itinerary for the Moon Entropy Kingdom properly." The depth of the Demon Lord's scheming was beyond Lan Yu's comprehension. He suppressed his doubts and ceased to inquire further. After resting for 2 days, it was time to leave. Mo Wanwan got up late. After all, she didn't need to tidy up anything. Just wearing the cross-body bag that the great Master Xuanhu had given her was enough. She had just put on her bright red pomegranate skirt and adjusted her cross-body bag when someone began banging on her door and shouting early in the morning, "Mo Wanwan, come out and duel with me." Yao Jinjilan was notoriously arrogant and domineering in the Yao Jin line family, and she was spoiled by Yao Jinyan to the point of being lawless. Mo Wanwan opened the door with a bad temper and said, "What are you shouting about? I can't stand people like this. If you talk calmly and peacefully, no one will treat you as a mute." Yao Jinji stood at the door, looking at her with disdain, and said, "Duel with me. If I win, I will have equal power to compete with you for the title of Demon Lord." Mo Wanwan was stunned on the spot. It turned out this girl was here to pursue a man. She then lowered her gaze to the dust at her feet and sighed softly in her heart. Indeed, he was the Demon Lord, strong and handsome. Someone who should be as renowned as the beast god in the Yunshi continent. How could no one like him? But why did she feel a faint sense of discomfort in her heart? Forget it. She forced a smile and said, "If you want to pursue him, go ahead. I won't compete with you for anything." Yao Jinjilan initially didn't believe her, staring at Mo Wanwan for a while. Seeing that she didn't seem to be lying, her domineering expression softened, and she asked with a smile, "Are you serious? You don't like him?" Mo Wanwan shook her head lightly and said, "If I liked him, I wouldn't casually let you pursue him." Yao Jinjilan found this reasonable and said, "Well, just don't regret it later. I won't accept your challenge." She turned around and walked away with her bag. Mo Wanwan caught a glimpse of the burden on her back and was shocked for a moment. Could this girl really be planning to leave with them? When they reached the cliff before departure, Yao Jinyan widened her eyes and looked at Yao Jinjilan. "Jilan, why are you carrying that burden? Come back to mother." She could never have imagined that her unintentional support of her daughter's dream at that moment would lead her daughter to develop such an absurd idea of running away from home to seek true love. Perhaps following in She's footsteps. Yao Jinjilan, engrossed in admiring the Demon Lord, replied without turning her head, "Mother, I plan to leave with the Demon Lord. I want to seek my true love." Mo Wanwan looked at Yao Jinjilan, who was gazing foolishly and couldn't help but sigh. Ignorance is truly bliss. Lan Yu was quite accustomed to Yao Jinjilan's infatuated expression. Wherever the Lord went, there were always a group of foolish women dreaming about him. However, he had never seen a woman like Mo Wanwan, who only wanted to escape upon seeing the Lord. Chapter 85. Where are you in his eyes? Lan Yu disdainfully said to Yao Jinjilan, "Who said you could come with us? Why will we carry a burden with us? A child should go back where they came from." He waved his hand at her, upon hearing this strong intent to drive her away. Yao Jinjilan's head exploded with anger. You rude madman. How dare you call me a burden? Do you know who my father is? In terms of martial arts, I'm stronger than everyone here. How could I be a burden? I look just as old as you. What right do you have to call me a child? She glared at Lanyu, her mouth spewing fire, making a racket. Lanyu dug in his ears and found it extremely amusing. Hey, I'm 900 years old. What eye of yours sees me as being the same age as a little brat like you? He looked at the whip coiled at her waist and sighed. In terms of martial arts, you're the weakest among everyone present. Face reality, little brat. No one would want to take along a troublemaker like you. How dare he say she was the weakest? Yao Jingjilan refused to believe it and fiercely swung her whip toward Lanyu. Mid-swing, she encountered Xing, who lazily blocked the whip with her hand, causing it to bounce back toward Yao Jingjilan. Fortunately, Yao Jingjilan reacted in time. Otherwise, the force she had unleashed would have bounced back to her face, and she would have not only suffered physical pain, but also risked disfigurement. Who are you? Why are you blocking my whip? I'm not trying to teach you a lesson. Yao Jingjilan shouted at Xing. Xing lightly brushed her hair aside and replied, I especially dislike children. Your whip is very bothersome. Yao Jingjilan's face turned extremely ugly, but in Lan Yu's eyes, this expression was comically distinctive, making him laugh uncontrollably. Ha ha, she doesn't believe she's the weakest here, and in the end, she ends up hurting herself. It's truly hilarious. The key was that Xing, for some reason, had been in a terrible mood these past 2 days, wearing a world-weary expression that oddly matched the image of a street thug. Lan Yu's unabashed laughter attracted Yao Jingsheng's attention. His gaze fell in this direction, and Yao Jingjilan's face suddenly magnified in his mind, vividly recalling the scene from the martial arts competition. He involuntarily shuddered, feeling that seeing Yao Jingjilan's face reminded him of his embarrassing experience of dressing as a woman, though he had actually enjoyed it at the time. His emotions were quite complex. Yao Jingsheng ran over to grab Yao Jingjilan, lifting her face to inspect it from side to side, seeing that she wasn't hurt. He sighed in relief. Silly child, they are not ordinary people. Following them will only bring you harm. Who will protect you then? Upon hearing this, Yao Jingjilan slightly lowered her head and stole a glance at the demon lord, her face flushing slightly as she shyly said, Mother, the demon lord will protect me. He is so powerful. How could he not care for a woman like me? Yao Jingsheng nearly fainted. How could her child be so foolish? Yes, Jingjilan is a woman, but she is not the woman the demon lord holds dear. The demon lord is ruthless and cold-hearted. If something happens to Jingjilan, it would be lucky if he even looked back at her. Jingjilan, listen to your mother. You and the demon lord are impossible. Just look at him. Where are his eyes on you? Yao Jingjilan pouted and said, I can wait until the day he likes me. Then she was swayed and followed the demon lord's gaze to Mo Wanwan, who was chatting with Bai Hong. Did you use the ointment I gave you yesterday? It's best if it doesn't leave a scar. Otherwise, having a long, crooked line on your back wouldn't look good at all. She thought Bai Hang's figure was quite pleasing to the eye and really didn't want a good physique to be ruined by a scar. Bai Hong smiled and said, I used it as you suggested, and the internal medicine prescription is also very effective. And Mo Wanwan noticed that his complexion had indeed improved a lot and nodded, saying, the effect is better than I expected. Don't forget that the external application of the plaster must be done for 5 consecutive days to completely fade the scar. That medicine was specially prepared for me. So of course I won't forget, Bai Hong said with gentle eyes and an obvious smile. Yao Jingjilan saw everything clearly. Not only did the demon lord like her, but her cousin also liked her mother's sister's son, who should be called cousin, and Bai Hong had already been recorded in the Yao Jinsher family tree. The demon lord had a serious expression, full of killing intent, and it was obvious how displeased he was. In a play, if a man's heart has already been given to one woman, it is difficult to accommodate another. A forced situation is never sweet. She didn't understand this at the time, but now she felt she could see a future that would never be accepted by the demon lord. Yao Jingjilan handed her burden to the maid who came with Yao Jingyan and thought to herself, Mother, let's go home. I'm not leaving anymore. The maid beside her took the burden, and Yao Jingyan smiled with relief, saying, Let's go, we're going home. Yao Jingjilan linked her arm with her mother's, and they walked back down the mountain on a winding path, their backs turned to the sunlight. Their silhouettes were reflected in Mo Wanwan's beautiful eyes, and in a daze, she mistook their linked arms for small hands holding each other. The elongated shadows on the ground entered her line of sight, then shrank into 2 small dark figures, stirring her thoughts into a mess. Sheng Rong's deep gaze followed where she looked. A faint smile appeared on her lips, and her mood suddenly improved. She must have him in her heart. Genji had repeatedly warned Yao Jinsheng with a long string of admonitions that resembled a mantra as the mother and son held hands and tearfully said goodbye, leaving Yao Jinsheng in tears. Yao Jintian stepped forward to embrace Yao Jinsheng and, laughing as he held his brother's arm, said, "What is there to cry about? You're going out to stand on your own now. When you used to shout about running away from home every day, I didn't see you cry then." Scolded by his brother, Yao Jinsheng didn't want to embarrass himself, stopped his tears, and blushed as he said, "That was a different time." Yao Jintian ruffled his younger brother's hair. "When you go out, be carefree on my behalf. And if you haven't laughed enough, don't come back." His sunny and energetic younger brother. He couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy watching him step into society and grow up. Yao Jinsheng was momentarily stunned. "Brother." Yao Jintian looked at Bai Heng. "Please take care, Shun. I will come to thank you in the future." Then he handed Yao Jinsheng a flower-headed jade key. "This one is simple, not as good as the one from Chan Toyuan, but it can open the door for communication. If you encounter danger, come find me." Yao Jintian had an identical key, which could be considered another mode of sending messages. This type of key needed to be handcrafted by the key holder to connect with the original one, as the irregular cloud-like patterns on each key could only be replicated by the creator. Chapter 86. Falling off the cliff, perhaps Yao Jintian had already seen clearly that this place could not confine Yao Jinsheng. Holding the hope that one day his brother would be able to live independently and healthily, he meticulously polished the patterns and flower head under the oil lamp at night. Preparing this flower-headed jade key, staring at the smooth key in his hand, Yao Jinsheng felt tears welling up again, and he blushed, trying to hold back his tears, giving off an inexplicable sense of humor. Mo Wanwan looked down at the misty bottom of the cliff and asked, "How do we get out?" Yao Jinhai, after discussing the important matters between men with Sheng Rong, replied with a smile, "There is an array at the bottom of the cloud cliff that will send you directly to the outside of the heavenly punishment desert." The cliff could only be seen shrouded in mist, which only heightened Mo Wanwan's unease about the unknown depth below. Although she knew there would be an array for transportation, she still couldn't bring herself to look directly into the unfathomable mist. Now that she was closest to the cliff, she slightly shifted her legs, pressed her hand to her chest, took a deep breath, and slowly exhaled, trying to prepare herself to jump in. Noticing Mo Wanwan's fear, Sheng Rong and Bai Heng took the initiative to say, "I'll take you down. Wanwan, hold my hand and let's go." The two spoke in unison, extending their hands to her at the same time. She turned to look at them, wanting to say that she didn't want to choose either side. Sheng Rong, unwavering, stepped closer. "What are you still hesitating for?" Bai Heng also stepped forward, a smile at the corner of his mouth. Wanwan. Mo Wanwan was speechless. She could go down on her own once she was prepared, but these two were a bit exaggerated. "I can do it myself." She turned around, lifted her foot, and walked forward, thinking that after a couple more steps she would be ready to jump. However, she misstepped and her heart dropped in her throat. The clouds were too thick, obscuring part of the path. This was a cliff with a broken edge. Accompanied by her startled shout, Bai Heng's heart skipped a beat, and he only regained his senses when he saw a figure in a black robe rush past. Even though she was shouting, Mo Wanwan adjusted her posture to control her falling speed, unaware of the depth of the cliff below. Her toes had yet to touch the formation. She clicked her tongue in impatience, and just as a shadow appeared above her, the figure forcefully grabbed her arm, flipped over, and hugged her tightly, crashing them both into the formation together. On the cliff, some people had already led the way down. Yao Jinhai slowly stroked his beard and completed his sentence. "The formation will transport people to random locations. Where you will end up specifically is unknown." Lan Yu stepped forward 3 paces to look into the clouded cliff, raising his voice. "What? Does that mean he got separated from a lord? He can't get lost." As if struck by lightning, Lan Yu sat down, lay down, and pounded the ground. The wind howled, and another figure jumped off the cliff. Bai Heng also disappeared from sight. He had to catch up to Wanwan's falling speed and must not let the demon lord be alone with her. Yao Jingsheng became anxious. "Father, why didn't you say it earlier? What if Sister Mo was transported to a dangerous place? What would I do if I couldn't protect her?" After he finished speaking, he leaped into the clouds, and Lan Yu dared not linger. "Xing, let us go." He jumped down with Xing following Yao Jingsheng. Once they had jumped one after another, Yao Jinhai hesitantly said, "Did I say it too late?" Yao Jingtian just smiled without speaking, thinking maybe so, seeing how anxious they were. Yuan sure saw his youngest son worrying about Miss Mo and said with relief, "Shinger always used to say, 'Live for today,' while telling us to rest assured." But he would run off. I always feared that one day he would give up and not persevere, leaving us with white hair to send off a black-haired person. Now that he has found a goal to strive for in life, my heart is more at ease than when I saw him lying on the bed obediently taking medicine. Yao Jingtian understood his mother. He and his brother were both precious to her, the most important ties in her life. For years, she had blamed herself for Shunger's illness, worrying the years away and turning her hair gray, attributing the source of the illness to her own womb. During this time, she often remembered to be grateful to Miss Mo while also expressing regret. Shunger was fortunate to have met a miraculous doctor like Miss Mo, and I need to pray more to the beast god to bother him morning and night, hoping that Shunger won't develop any more ailments because of me. Yao Jingsheng had endured Lan Yu's snake venom. Even though Lan Yu said his dangerous period had passed, Yuan sure still couldn't overcome the hurdle in her heart. Fearing that if she wasn't by Shunger's side, it would be her fault. She looked at Yao Jingsheng on the couch, anxious as if she had aged another 10 years. Hearing her worries as a mother of Xiaosheng, spoke a few more words. The physical condition of every fetus at birth has some variables that cannot be predicted. As long as parents are unwavering in their love for their child and hold faith in this child, they are helping him wait for the day when opportunity comes to seek him. On that day, she sat by Xiaosheng's bed, holding Jinji's hand, and eased the pain that had burdened Jinji's heart for many years. She mentioned that the pain in the heart is also a sickness. Whether it can be cured or not depends entirely on the individual's ability to let go of this heartache. Under gentle words of comfort, Jinji couldn't help but lose his composure, tears soaking the entire handkerchief. In fact, it wasn't just me who saved Xiaosheng, but also the clan leader and Lady Jen. It was you who cared for him, and it was your hope for his full recovery that kept the faith alive until the day he met me. It was you and I together who saved Xiaosheng. She asked, "Why do you blame yourself, my lady?" Jinji, wiping his tears, paused and saw her smile gently. Continuing softly, "You are the greatest. As a mother, your companionship and guidance to Shunger are so significant. In my view, my lady, there is no need for you to blame yourself. You still have to watch them grow up, get married, and have children. Your journey is still long. You should blame yourself for your health, if anything." Yao Jingtian, holding the medicine in his hand, stood outside, listening to their conversation. After it was over, the mother dried her tears and stepped inside. Following such a wise and kind girl as his sister made them feel much more at ease and relieved. The wind picked up on the cliff, and Yao Jingtian looked up at the blue sky. The sky here seemed too small. He said, "It's time to start working on what father instructed yesterday. It's time for the family to enter the world." Yao Jingtian clasped his fists in response. "I will take care of it right away." He proactively took Jinji's hand. "Mother, it's getting cold. Let's go back quickly. Be careful not to catch a cold." Jinji smiled kindly at him. "Tianer, I used to worry you, but I will take care of my health in the future." Yao Jingtian smiled, "As long as mother understands." Chapter 87. Blood-sucking moth in the air. A formation larger than the small illusion was drawn, and Sheng Rong tightly hugged as they fell through it. The two rolled several times on the ground, covered with fallen leaves before finally stopping. Lifted her gaze from his embrace and caught sight of countless blood-red moths densely hovering above the nearby swamp. The swamp exuded a bloody, foul odor that surged into the respiratory tract and assaulted the brain, causing Sheng Rong, who was a germaphobe, to furrow his brows, almost spontaneously bursting forth with fierce, killing intent. The big moths were likely to suffer, but they were not afraid. There were many compatriots willing to die, and in the end, it would be a competition of who could outdo whom. Those densely packed red moths seemed to turn their heads to observe them, making shiver as she stared too long. Even without a fear of clusters, she felt uneasy. Not only were there big moths in the swamp, but the surrounding water-absorbing shrubs also had cocoons everywhere, almost every leaf's underside sticky with distinct cicada pupae. She suddenly grabbed Sheng Rong's collar tightly. "What are these monsters?" Realizing that these moths were everywhere, she dared not let go of him. Her understanding told her that red moths were abnormal. Sheng Rong gazed at her slightly tense expression. Was she relying on him? Then, with satisfaction, he smiled and shifted his gaze back to the blood-red moths clinging to the swamp. "Blood-sucking moth. We have fallen into the blood moth valley." He stood up easily while holding her. "Blood-sucking moth? They can eat people?" she asked, raising her head. Hearing such a vivid name, she knew the big red moths were not soft targets. The moths she knew in modern times were clumsy. She wondered if these blood-sucking moths were clumsy or not. If they were, that would make things much easier. But they probably wouldn't let her have her way so easily. They can drain a person dry in no time. His answer sent chills down her spine. "What?" She cursed the Yao Jin lion family's broken formation in her heart. It offered no safety whatsoever. Such an unprofessional teleportation was practically sending people to their deaths. Next time she encountered this formation, she had to upgrade it. It was truly harmful. Although her voice was not loud in the secluded Blood Moth Valley, it was like an explosion. The blood-sucking moths finally noticed them, seemingly poking their heads out to assess whether they were edible. Mo Wanwan's forehead was sweating profusely. It's over. She's been targeted. Do they have any weaknesses? She swallowed hard, her hand gripping his collar and wrapping around his neck, indicating, powerful weapon in danger. I'll rely on you. No weaknesses, just leave their territory to survive. He remained calm, unafraid of the blood-sucking moths. Even facing them head-on, these blood-sucking moths couldn't do anything to him. It was just that Shang Rong's gaze shifted to Mo Wanwan's neck, sliding down to her delicate collarbone. But the situation was different for Kair. Her skin was as white as snow, tender and soft, unable to withstand the bites of the blood-sucking moths. What are you looking at? She whispered reproachfully, her beautiful face turning as red as blood. His predatory gaze audaciously explored further down her collarbone, and suddenly, the pomegranate skirt swaying in the wind caught his attention, ruining his previously cultivated mood, and his expression darkened instantly. At that moment, a swarm of blood-sucking moths came flying towards them. Millions of blood-sucking moths flapped their wings, both light and heavy, creating a violent wind with their sheer numbers. Mo Wanwan's black hair flew as Shang Rong tightly wrapped his arms around her. Hold on tight. Without any prior notice, she saw him transform into a dark green snake king, crowned with a presence like a royal seal. His dark, luxurious robe changed from the hem into smooth, dark green scales, and his towering snake body stood upright against the light, exuding a regal authority. She listened to him and obediently held on tight, completely frozen on the snake's body like a koala, her mind still in a state of confusion. He was a snake. His beast form was a snake. He could actually beastize. Shang Rong encircled her with his snake body, and in an instant, the hard snake head lunged forward, breaking through the first encirclement of the blood-sucking moths and swiftly darting forward. The blood-sucking moths were blown away by his fierce momentum, some dead, some injured. But just as one wave settled, another wave arose as a new batch of blood-sucking moths chased after them. A large number of blood-sucking moths clung to the Snake King's dark green scales, but the scales were too hard for them to find a place to suck. So they peeked around and communicated with their companions, deciding to attack the woman who was edible hanging on the Snake King's body. Mo Wanwan wasn't sure if she had heard the conversation of the blood-sucking moths, but she timidly said to Shang Rong, I feel like they have their eyes on me. Shang Rong protected her well, and the blood-sucking moths desperately lunged at his body, trying to find a way in to reach Mo Wanwan, but failing to find any gaps. The Snake King whipped its tail with a speed like lightning, thinking that with such speed, they would soon leave the territory of the blood-sucking moths. But little did they know that this Blood Moth Valley was huge. Suddenly, a voice said, take off your skirt. Shang Rong's voice showed no fluctuation, and Mo Wanwan couldn't tell if he was anxious or still calm and composed. Let her take off her skirt? Why does he have the leisure to ask her to do that? Chapter 88. Who do you think you're fooling? Are you a rogue? The blood-sucking moths would rush towards anything red, and his actions were too conspicuous. It was not surprising that the blood-sucking moths were sensitive to bright red objects, as they fed on the blood of animals and humans. She was currently hanging on to him, and he was protecting her by dodging the attacks from all directions of the blood-sucking moths. It took quite a bit of effort just to stay attached and not fall off, so there was no way she could spare a hand to change her skirt. She could manage to take it off with some effort, but then she would have nothing to wear to cool off. The bottom of her skirt was simply two long legs. Mo Wanwan tightened her face and insisted, no, I can't take it off. If I do, it will benefit you, the rogue, and that's absolutely not allowed. The Snake King raised an eyebrow with a cold expression. Do you want to benefit me? Or do you want to benefit the blood-sucking moth? She didn't want to benefit either. What to do? Between two evils. She had to choose the lesser one. She definitely couldn't benefit the blood-sucking moth, or she would be drained dry, left with nothing but bones and shriveled skin. How ugly that would be. Without needing to think too much, she already had a clear idea in her mind. Then you're not allowed to look. If you do, I'll gouge out your eyes and feed them to my magical pet. He replied coldly, I don't have the time to look at you. He was busy using his tail to sweep away the blood-sucking moths. His eyes focused intently ahead to come up with the best strategy in the wild and complex geographical routes. Mo11 relaxed her clenched fist. He was indeed busy dealing with the blood-sucking moths. Once they reached a safe place, she wouldn't give him the chance to take advantage of her. With a determined effort, she quickly took off her pomegranate skirt and hurriedly pulled up her top to cover what she could. The red sand scorpion raised its head in her sleeve, looking puzzled. It didn't like eating eyes. Its eyeballs rolled around, and oh, the master might still need it to remind her. It poked Mo11's arm with its scorpion tail, chirping something, anyway, just like to eat meat. Mo11 didn't have time to pay attention to it. But the red sand scorpion was trying to make its presence known. She thought of something and said, "What are you still doing in there? You're covered in armor. They can't bite you. Come out and help." The red sand scorpion scratched its smooth head with its tail, and only then did its owner remember it. It was still angry. How could it be in the wrong when it was clearly the one being forgotten? No, it had to think carefully about the logic behind this. Mo11 waited anxiously for the red sand scorpion to come out and help her, almost bursting with anger. She had fed it well and taken care of it, raising it to be black, fat, and strong. Yet at a critical moment, it had let her down. Did it want to starve? She just didn't expect that the red sand scorpion was using its not-so-useful brain to think about something called logic. Shung Rong narrowed his snake eyes, not understanding who she was talking to or why she was inexplicably angry. Just as he asked, "Who are you talking to?" a giant scorpion suddenly appeared out of thin air in front of them. Although the red sand scorpion had this name, its entire body was jet black, covered in a hard shell, making it a natural enemy of the blood-sucking moth in the food chain. As for the origin of its name, it was because the top-tier 7-star red sand scorpion was entirely crimson, mainly inhabiting desert areas. The 7-star magical beasts had long been lost in the annals of history, and after the red sand scorpion evolved into a common 4-star magical beast, its shell color was no longer bright red. However, even as a 4-star magical beast, it was enough to intimidate the high-level powers of the 3 major countries today. Currently, the situation on the surface was peaceful towards other countries. Officially, these 4-star magical beasts were sent to the arenas, but in reality, it was a way to breed elite magical beasts through this open method, preparing for future contingencies. What powerful country didn't do the same? Life was tough for magical beasts. On the surface, they had to cooperate with the noble elite in their bloody games of mutual slaughter, while behind the scenes, they were used as meat shields and cannon fodder in battles. The red sand scorpion appeared suddenly, ignoring the snake king and directly attacking the blood-sucking moth. It was solely focused on slaughtering the moth because it had heard its master's desire to cut off its food supply. With the help of the red sand scorpion, its combat power increased significantly, relieving much of Shung Rong's burden. He said in a pleasant tone, "Where did you raise this magical scorpion? It's rare to find one so loyal to the beast clan without a contract. It's just greedy and insists on sticking to me." She sighed, feeling helpless. This scorpion was only interested in food. On the other hand, she was puzzled by Shung Rong's mention of a contract. Why had She heard about contracts from the Long Hui tree? Did all the beast clan here need to form contracts with magical beasts to establish mutually beneficial relationships? Shung Rong executed a snake tail maneuver, shaking off the last batch of blood-sucking moths, and successfully left the Valley of Blood moths with the red sand scorpion. Although this took less than 5 minutes, every second was difficult to endure. A person, a snake, and a beast stopped by the riverbank. Mo11 jumped down from the Snake King and immediately took out an emerald smoke gauze skirt from her messenger bag to put on. After confirming that she was dressed securely, she sighed and asked, "Is the Valley of Blood moths far from the moon, Entropy Kingdom?" She had promised by Hung that after treating the Wolf King, she would keep her word. The Snake King transformed back into human form. "You don't need to worry about this. Lon will come to find me, so you won't have to walk there." Chapter 89. Sucked in Mo11's eyes lit up upon hearing this. "Do you have some means of transportation?" "Transportation? Something that can run very fast or fly in the sky." He rested his chin on his hand, pondering. "There is something that can fly in the sky. My magical pet is a feathered beast, which should count as a means of transportation." "A feathered beast? It should be a type of bird, right? But how can you be sure that Lan Yu and the others can find us? There's no convenient navigation in this place. Lan Yu has a bond with me. He can find my location through my spiritual power. That's why Lan Yu and the others were able to find the slumbering demon lord in the Dead Valley." Mo11 lowered her head and bit her lip. "Contract? Wow, that's really convenient. You mentioned uncontracted magical beasts before. What does that mean?" Shung Rong looked at her with deep eyes. Did she really not understand? This was common knowledge in the Yunshi continent. Uncontracted magical beasts were not to be touched. What on earth did the Long Hui tree teach you that you don't even know this? She suddenly raised her head to meet his gaze. How do you know about my relationship with the longhui tree? A rather unlikely guess flashed through her mind. Wasn't it just a coincidence that he ran into her at the Toad domain? You wouldn't be following me, would you? Although this guess was full of holes. She couldn't help but think, what if Shang Rong was secretly plotting to kill her, or had sent spies to watch her? Waiting for the day, she committed a mistake to eliminate her on the spot. Shang Rong scoffed. Why would I waste my energy to follow you? What you do with the longhui tree is your business. As for how I know that you've been in the Shang Valley for the past 2 years, that's my business. Mo Wanwan was stunned. Her tense body relaxed, but she did not know about the premonition fruit. Yet, this statement still terrified her. The power of the demon lord could actually extend into the valley of life and death. One must ask, what secrets in this world could escape his grasp? He seemed determined to swallow the Yunshi continent. However, it was not impossible. After 600 years of revival, Shang Rong would certainly take action. Just by looking at the future where he led thousands of cavalry to march through the city defenses to attack her, one could see his ambition and schemes. She did not know whether his intention to kill her was to establish authority or to conquer the world and unify the continent. In the brief seconds of her calm contemplation, a red sand scorpion shook the trunk of a fruit tree with its pincers, while beneath its scorpion tail lurked a silent, scheming, blood-sucking moth that had followed along the way. Seeing Mo Wanwan standing alone by the riverbank, with the Snake King having transformed back into a human form at a distance, the blood-sucking moth seized the opportunity, using all its life force to pounce on Mo Wanwan's snowy white neck, finding a blood vessel and biting down hard, drawing a few drops of blood from her neck. When Shang Rong saw this death-seeking, blood-sucking moth, his gaze turned fierce as he strode over to Mo Wanwan, slapping the feeding moth dead. He did not use much strength, as he was worried about reddening her delicate skin. He could not bear to do so. Yet this slap was still a moment too late. The blood-sucking moth fell to the ground, splattering blood upon its death, clearly a well-fed, satisfied moth, making the red sand scorpion envious as it longed for the fruit. He was just half a second too late. The moth had already sucked away a significant amount of her blood. Mo Wanwan's fingertip touched the wound on her neck, which felt like a small needle prick and was a bit swollen. She looked at the blood-sucking moth on the ground. Her heart trembled. How did it follow her here? It was truly dangerous. Who would have thought there would be a blood-sucking moth willing to risk its life for a sip of her blood? Before she could cover the wound with her hand, a drop of blood from her neck fell into Shang Rong's eyes, piercing his heart. His voice was low. Regardless of species, there are always a few seeking death. Then, he lowered his gaze and stepped on the corpse of the blood-sucking moth, applying just the right amount of pressure to crush it, leaving one to wonder whether he was angry or not. When he looked at her again, his gaze had softened. He was completely different from before. Shang Rong reached out and placed his hand over hers, which was gripping the wound on her neck. She could feel the warmth of his palm, and the earlier tremor was dispelled by this warmth. Does it hurt? His voice was low and sexy. She shook her head lightly. It doesn't hurt, just a bit cold. After a moment of silence, he said in a deep voice, there won't be a next time. Mo Wanwan was taken aback. Did the little Shungrong from her dreams come back again? The thought flashed through her mind for just a moment when she suddenly felt a chill at her neck. This chilling sensation, which was terrifying, spread through her blood vessels to her limbs. In the blink of an eye, the cold paralyzed her entire body, freezing her blood. Shungrong sensed something was wrong and tightened her grip on Mo Wanwan's hand. What's going on? Why is her hand so cold? Mo Wanwan originally wanted to answer him, but it felt as if a blood-sucking moth had injected poison into her body. Suddenly, she lost her balance and fell against his chest, her body cold as if life had been drained from it. He immediately embraced her, the icy sensation from her arms hurting him. Kay, why is your body so cold? It's like you're about to die. Chapter 90, Brewing Medicine, Part 1. Mo Wanwan struggled to circulate the spiritual energy within her body to clear her blood. Her body was already immune to all poisons. The venom injected by the blood-sucking moth only required time for her body to adapt, so it was not fatal. Compared to Sheng Rong's slightly anxious tone, her emotions were very calm. Help me lie down, she said weakly. Okay, you rest first. His eyes flashed with urgency, and when she closed her eyes and gazed at him, there was a hint of confusion in her expression, but she soon forgot that look entirely. Sheng Rong carried Mo Wanwan to a cave halfway up the mountain, choosing this location to avoid attacks from wild beasts at night. Inside the cave, he gently laid her on a relatively clean spot after spreading his luxurious robe on the ground. He lightly patted her cheek and called out, "Little sparrow, wake up and tell me what to do." She did not wake up, so he pressed a little harder, but he was careful not to hurt or redden her cheek. Sheng Rong frowned. She couldn't just sleep like this. It would be very dangerous. After a while, as Mo Wan let out a soft moan, her thoughts gradually came together. When she opened her eyes and saw his worried expression, she remembered that she had been drained of blood by the blood-sucking moth. Right? She needed to think of a way to speed up her body's adaptation to the venom. Upon waking, that bone-chilling cold once again numbed her entire body, and her lips trembled uncontrollably. I have firegrass, glass ginseng, celestial dew, and also, she revealed a bitter smile, not wanting to disclose this weakness to him. And a stalk of honey grass. I don't like bitter tastes. She calmly tried to list a bunch of herbal names while remaining conscious. Otherwise, her body would force her into a sleep state to adapt to the venom, making it too easy for this demon lord to take advantage of her. After mentally checking off those items, Mo Wan noticed that Sheng Rong was silent, his hand slowly resting on her bag before stopping. She then turned around. Those names were easy for her to recognize, but they would be a puzzle for others. She pursed her lips and smiled. Let's identify them together. Saying together was also to save his face. The demon lord was proud, and such pride did not allow him to appear lacking in front of others. Firegrass. Fungus cap is reddish-brown. Fungus stem is grayish-white. Glass ginseng has 7 distinct roots, translucent all over. Celestial dew is in a blue-green porcelain bottle. He followed her descriptions to retrieve some of the herbs, and for the honeygrass, he picked one that matched her verbal description. The pile of herbs that included the honey grass looked nearly identical, and it was difficult for someone not well-versed in medicine to distinguish them. Without thinking too much, he randomly picked the first hot grass his hand reached for, instead of the honey grass. Hot grass was typically used as a main ingredient in aphrodisiac drugs, and when boiled with firegrass, the effects would double. Consuming both of these herbs together would only release desires within the body, but the body would continue to burn with heat for 7 days and nights, painfully unbearable like being on fire. Crushing these herbs with a mortar and then boiling them would suffice. She had considered this point, so she didn't pay close attention to the herbs in Sheng Rong's hand and added, put more honeygrass in. Firegrass is very bitter. When she was ill, she instinctively felt insecure, and her speech carried a tone of dependence. Sheng Rong's lips curled slightly. Cooking the medicine requires a stone pot. I'll go make one. Wait for me. Fearing she would be cold, before leaving, he stripped off his upper clothing and covered her tightly with layers of clothing, securing the corners to prevent drafts. She looked up at him. Narrow waist, broad shoulders, a wide chest, long arms, lean muscles. His perfect figure made her forget to blink or breathe. Her gaze fixed on him as he left with his bare arms. He walked a few steps down the cave entrance, glancing down at the red sand scorpion that was waiting at the entrance. Take good care of her. The red sand scorpion chirped a couple of times. You don't need to tell me. I'll do it. Sheng Rong seemed to understand the scorpion's words and glanced at it. Very good. You're loyal to her. At this moment, the red sand scorpion still didn't understand what loyalty meant, its 2 dark eyes staring at him. Sheng Rong squatted down, completely unconcerned about being at a high elevation on a mountainside, and with a powerful push of his hind legs, he leapt straight down. The scorpion blinked its round eyes and took a couple of steps forward to look down, seeing the man's strong body land steadily on the ground, raising a cloud of yellow dust, looking quite imposing. Sheng Rong walked around the forest, selecting a stone with high heat resistance. He lifted a fist and struck the stone face directly, the force skillfully creating a hollow arc without smashing the stone, leaving an imprint of his knuckles inside. He easily crafted a stone pot and returned halfway up the mountain, approaching to see that Mo Wan had already closed her eyes. He crouched down, reached out his hand, and gently rubbed her pale lips with his thumb. Chapter 91. Boiling Medicine. Part 2. Too weak, he said with a pained expression. The blood-sucking moth's lethality was not great, but Little Sparrow was still harmed by its toxin. If she wanted to have children, her body needed to be well, and then she would have to replenish it fiercely. Mo Wan was awakened by the sound of the frying pot. She saw that Sheng Rong had specially made a stone pot using local materials, and had gathered firewood to ignite the bottom of the stone pot with spiritual power. He was personally waiting in front of the stone pot for the water to boil, pouring the ground medicinal residue into the pot, and then waiting for the medicinal liquid to cook. She stared at the stone pot for a while, and was amazed to find that the stone he had chosen had a higher heat resistance than ordinary stones. Yet it still couldn't withstand the high temperature of boiling water. Once the water temperature approached the boiling point, the stone pot would still explode. Mo Wan sighed helplessly to herself. Originally, these herbs were best refined into elixirs for consumption, but only Mo Wan could do this work. And now she could hardly even sit up. Shang solution was to use the most primitive method to brew the medicine, which put the demon lord in a difficult position, as he had never done such rough work before. The demon lord, who had been incredibly noble since birth, had over 100 maids taking turns to care for him inside and outside his palace. Not to mention the countless servants in the entire demon palace who bowed and scraped to serve him. Even when he went out incognito or traveled long distances, there were always 2 capable confidants managing everything for him. Rough work had nothing to do with him. This was likely the only embarrassing situation the demon lord would face in his lifetime. Mo11 watched as he first crafted a stone pot that was ineffective, breaking down twice. He then fetched more heat-resistant stones to see which could withstand boiling water. Generally, medicine is simmered over medium heat, but this bowl of medicine needed to be decocted twice. Shang struggled a few times to get the heat right, not only turning his handsome face into a mess, but also having to continuously adjust the fire. The usually domineering and aloof demon lord, at this moment, didn't utter a single complaint. He could patiently continue trying even if it took all night, just repeatedly crafting the stone pot, gathering firewood, and crushing the herbal residue took the entire afternoon, and after each failure, he had to start all over again, toiling through half the night. Mo11 was actually so sleepy that her eyelids were fighting against each other. However, every time she was on the verge of falling asleep, he would suddenly do something that made her laugh, leaving her drowsiness fluctuating. The only thought left in her mind was, the demon lord is really amusing. Outside, it was dark, and in the dim cave halfway up the mountain, the firelight cast their shadows slantwise on the cave wall. He brought over a steaming medicinal soup and sat down. It's very sweet, it won't be bitter. She stifled a laugh and said, I see you added a lot of sweetgrass. She wasn't afraid of bitterness anymore. Given the amount he put in, she was more worried about being overwhelmed by the sweetness. She reached out to take the stone pot, but seeing that he had no intention of giving it to her, she asked in confusion, what are you doing? How can I drink the medicine if you don't give me a bowl? Shang was dissatisfied with the woman's slowness and said in a low voice, I'll feed you. To be honest, the experience of being fed by him wasn't very pleasant, and she refused. No need, I could do it myself. The stone pot is very hot. Don't you find it hot to hold? Not hot. He held the medicinal pot close to her chin, preparing to feed her. She leaned back a few inches and replied, if you don't mind the stone pot being hot, I'll mind the medicine being hot. He frowned, realizing that he indeed hadn't considered it carefully. He blew on medicinal soup in the stone pot, worried it was still very hot, and even tasted a spoonful for her. It's not hot now. Mo11 was stunned for a moment. The last time you fed me mutton, I almost choked. I didn't want to die from the blood-sucking moth toxin, but instead, I was poisoned to death by your medicine. People are inherently animals that fear the strong and bully the weak. Since the demon lord lowered his proud demeanor and took care of her, she dared to speak her mind in front of him and recklessly touch his bottom line. If she hadn't said that, he wouldn't have known that she felt wrong that time. His treatment of her regarding the mutton was anything but considerate and gentle, only reflecting the brutality and harshness of someone in power. Under Mo11's insistence, he ultimately did not force her to take the medicine and handed the stone pot over to her. Her limbs were cold, causing her nerves to be unresponsive and sluggish. No matter how hot the stone pot was, she couldn't feel it deeply, and it was difficult for her to control her trembling hands. He sat across the fire, watching her drink the medicine with shaking hands, the stone pot also trembling unsteadily, until she managed to finish the medicine without spilling it on herself. He finally released the breath he had been holding. This time, he was different from his previous domineering self. He showed more patience and gentleness towards her. It appeared so clumsy. Mo11 stuck out her tongue and put down the bowl. That's not right. How can it still be bitter after adding honeygrass? Did I not put in enough? But I saw him put in quite a lot, and I was worried it would be too sweet. Yet I didn't taste any sweetness at all. Could it be because of the toxins? After finishing the medicine, her eyelids could no longer hold up and drooped down. Half asleep and half awake, she mumbled, Are you leaving? He sat beside her, brushed aside the strands of hair from her forehead, and upon seeing her face said, No, I will guard you. Whether it was because she was really too tired or because she heard those words, knowing he was there beside her, she quickly felt at ease and fell into a deep sleep. The firelight illuminated her face, highlighting her gently arched eyebrows, long and thick eyelashes, well-defined nose, and full, alluring lips, making her delicate features appear exquisite and petite. His gaze flickered slightly, and he felt a heat rising from his waist. Chapter 92. I'm so hot in the late hours of the night, it was chillingly cool. It should have felt like ice shards scraping against her skin, Yet inexplicably, she felt a burning heat all over, with a fire rising from her chest to her throat, waking her from the pile of clothes. She lifted several layers of clothing, trying to find some relief. Her body had already adapted well to the poison. Where was this heat coming from? Shungrong, she called out softly, and by the firelight. She could see his features outlined by the light, her throat feeling scratchy. His handsome face was truly captivating. He fluttered his long eyelashes, but did not wake, though he heard the rustling of clothes nearby. She sat up from the clothes, biting her lip, unable to endure any longer, and let out shallow breaths filled with restlessness. His eyelashes trembled again, and slowly, he opened his eyes, his gaze landing on Mo Wanwan's restless and slightly swaying body. Amidst his disheveled clothes, the woman's graceful curves were accentuated by the thin, sheer skirt, evoking all sorts of thoughts. The firelight flickered in his pitch-black eyes, dancing with an enchanting glow. In an instant, she could no longer bear the suppressed heat within her, compelling her to crawl toward him with her delicate waist. Kayer, his voice was hoarse, restrained, and lost, not knowing what was wrong with her. Mo Wanwan's cheeks were flushed like a drunken courtesan. She smiled charmingly, her voice lingering softly in his ear. I'm so hot. Perhaps Sheng Rong didn't understand what caused her to be like this, but he was fully aware of why she felt hot. He gazed into her misty eyes, his thin lips parted, exhaling a breath of warmth, and said, Do you want to go into the water? To cool your body and calm your mind. This woman, does she not realize she is pouring oil on the fire? He clenched his fists, forcing himself to calm down. He couldn't let her give herself to him while she was not clear-headed. He didn't want to be the only one benefiting from this. What he wanted was not just her body, but also her heart. Mo Wanwan was in a daze, sweetly smiling, her porcelain white hand wrapping around his neck. Her captivating watery eyes meeting his gaze, her lips just inches away from his strong nose. Perhaps the heat was intensified by the dosage. The deepest secret within her was pushed out by the waves of warmth in her chest. I don't want to go. I just want to be with you. The tone of this sentence was melodious, like a songstress's tune, gripping his heart tightly, unwilling to let him go. The red sand scorpion was on guard at the cave entrance, having fallen asleep halfway before catching the scent of its owner's heat, along with the intense aroma of male hormones. It wiggled its scorpion tail and sneakily peered into the depths of the cave. In the flickering firelight, a woman was teasing and smiling at a man, causing the red sand scorpion's eyes to widen in surprise. There was also a scorpion here. However, being a sensible scorpion, it discreetly crawled down halfway down the mountain to sleep with the moon. Deep within the cave at the halfway point, the crackling flames illuminated a turning motion. Don't regret it when the time comes. He smiled again, a smile that could captivate anyone. You are mine, Kayer. He covered that vibrant red with his thin lips. Chapter 93. Intent to kill. The unique scent of the morning sun mixed with the fresh and tranquil breaths surrounded his nose. The bridge of his nose feeling the rhythm of rising and falling. The steady sound of breathing transitioning from a drowsy haze to a clear perception of it right by his ear. Mo Wanwan suddenly opened her eyes. The rhythm she felt on her nose bridge was the firm chest of a man. Her head was resting in the crook of his arm, and one of her hands was softly placed on his waist. Just then, a wave of excruciating pain shot through her body, awakening her. The dull ache, as if she were about to be crushed, clearly pierced her brain again, and the sensation wrapped in deep memories surged back. Damn it! The man slept soundly, feeling the hand on his waist clench into a fist, trembling slightly. He turned to look at her for a moment and hoarsely asked, Does it hurt? Last night, she had bitten his left shoulder until it bled. Mo Wanwan pushed him away with all her strength, her fair cheeks flushed red and her eyes blazing with anger. You shameless! She reached into her bag behind her and pulled out a dagger, ready to strike him. But the hand holding the knife was quickly seized by the man, who then forcefully pinned her wrist down with one large hand, pressing her entire body against the mountain wall and forcing her feet off the ground to look directly at him. He smirked wickedly and chuckled softly. If you hurt me, you'll become a widow. Mo Wanwan struggled in vain and angrily said, What widow? I haven't married you. She gathered her courage to meet his gaze, wanting to eliminate the fantasy of a future between them from her mind, cutting it off at this moment. She almost said fiercely, We can never be together. Last night was just a one-night stand. The man's eyes darkened. Just a one-night stand? After serving her for a night, she actually said it was just a one-night stand? The grip in his hand tightened, turning her wrist red, and she protested, It hurts. You're hurting me. A flash of cold light crossed his eyes. She said it hurt, but it was also her feeling comfortable. Which one was her true feeling? Suddenly, he released her hand, letting her fall to the ground. His face as dark as water. You don't want to. She stood up in pain, forcing herself to meet his gaze again, clearly responding, yes, I don't want to. Huh. She doesn't want to be with him. The promise she made to him in that eternal dream, saying she would stay with him, didn't count in her eyes at all. Yet he foolishly took it seriously, hoping she would fulfill her promise with a woman's life. What he wanted was far more than just her body. He wanted her heart. Today, she made it clear. Everything was clear. The aura around Shengrong made Mo11 shiver. Suddenly, a seductive purple smoke surged violently through the cave. In almost an instant, the dense purple smoke covered the mountain wall, embedding it with amethyst. The amethyst spread densely, emanating a heavy aura of death. Mo11 stared in horror at the amethysts, which were all infused with Shengrong's spiritual power. 2 years ago, when she emerged from the Dead Valley, that entire valley of amethyst had been formed from Shengrong's rampaging spiritual energy. Purple mist continued to spill out, increasingly stealing away the oxygen, ruthlessly attempting to suffocate her here. She didn't know when his hand had come to rest just an inch from her neck after a gust of warm wind, her beautiful eyes widening in shock as she sensed the killing intent from this action. The temperature of Shengrong's callous palm seemed to burn her across that inch of space, her heart jolting as she immediately stood on her tiptoes to press her back tighter against the mountain wall. His face was also too close, just like his hand. She fearfully met his gaze, which seemed to contain stormy waves drowning in the night, as if he couldn't see her at all, lost in his lonely pride. Unwilling to hear her words of refusal, Mo11 finally experienced firsthand how terrifying he was as a killing god. Accompanying him was like accompanying a tiger. One had to be cautious at all times. Being by the side of such a capricious demon lord meant that one could face deadly danger at any moment. This was a bloody lesson learned. She gritted her teeth as cold sweat flowed from her hairline. Then she closed her eyes, slowly gathering spiritual power at her fingertips, tightly gripping the arrow connected to the sword hilt in her hand. Just as she raised her hand, his fist had already formed and struck down from in front of her neck, faster than the blink of an eye, smashing against the purple crystal wall of her face. Crack! Several fissures appeared in the wall behind her, and then, as if her back was the boundary, half of the mountain behind her was destroyed by this punch, creating a spectacular scene of a landslide. The once intact cave had turned into a cliff with a precipice below. Mo11 didn't dare to breathe, keeping her peripheral vision fixed on his fist. The coolness wrapped in cold sweat from the wind blowing in from the back of the mountain collapse made the minute feel like a year as he withdrew his fist. The two faced each other, but their gazes were misaligned. One gaze pierced through the morning light, while the other was dazed and stunned. They maintained this tense posture in silence for a long time, and just as he was about to speak, someone broke the silence first. Chapter 94. You talk too much. Lanyu sensed a strong fluctuation of spiritual energy from the Lord and hurriedly called out, Lord. Yesterday, Shengrong mentioned that Lanyu would come to pick him up, and sure enough, Lanyu rode the feather beast to find him. Like a dog sniffing out a scent, he tracked his way here. If it weren't for the terrifying spiritual energy released by the Lord earlier, he might not have found this remote place until evening. Accompanying his shout, a snow deer with a long tail resembling that of a magpie flew in, landing majestically on the cliff with its fan-shaped wings, its antlers glowing with purple light meeting the sunlight, dazzlingly bright, especially the lavender color at the tip of its tail, reflecting the bluish-green sheen from the lavender-tipped feathers of its wings, shone like a messenger sent by the beast god, noble and elegant, stunningly beautiful. Placing alongside a phoenix would still not diminish its regal aura. Lanyu and Zi-Ing separated from the demon lord after jumping into the teleportation array. Fortunately, they caught by Heng's trip, and the landing spot was near the Moon Entropy Kingdom, truly a stroke of luck, as they spent half a day traveling with Bai Heng to reach the city gate of the Moon Entropy Kingdom. He had sent a message early to have his subordinates bring the feather beast to the Moon Entropy Kingdom. This time, according to the Lord's intention, they wanted the royal family and citizens of the Moon Entropy Kingdom to know that the Demon Lord was coming as a guest, and naturally, the Demon Lord's mount could not be absent. With the mount arriving first, it was equivalent to the Demon Lord's presence in this place. Thus, the first priority upon arriving in the Moon Entropy Kingdom was to find the feather beast, following the faint aura that the Lord had leaked into the air, which only Lanyu could track. He found a blood moth valley. Originally, Zi-Ing wanted to come along to pick up the Lord, but unfortunately, Her spiritual energy feather beast did not approve of her. The demon lord's mount was very proud. Anyone it did not recognize was not allowed to touch or ride it, because those people were unworthy. Seeing the cave filled with amethyst, Lan Yu asked in shock, "What happened? Who is the lord trying to kill?" Sheng Rong remained silent for a while, before coldly replying, "That's not your concern." It was clear that the lord was in a bad mood. So Lan Yu immediately closed his mouth, ensuring he wouldn't ask another question. As he approached the mountain, riding the feather beast, he keenly sensed the strong scent of arousal. And now, seeing the lord half-naked, Lan Yu's mind started racing. But whose killing intent was directed at? Could it be Mo11? Why would the lord want to kill Mo11? Could it be that Mo11 took away the lord's innocence, and he wanted to kill her out of spite? Was the lord really that unkind to his own woman? As Lan Yu pondered, his gaze inadvertently caught the scratch on the lord's waist and back. The wound was neither deep nor shallow. Was it that Mo11 trembled and accidentally injured Sheng Rong with a feather arrow during the mountain collapse? But she had already put away her feather arrows, and Lan Yu couldn't tell who had caused the scratch. "Lord, you're injured," in response to someone's panic. Sheng Rong casually brushed it off, saying, "It's nothing, just a small injury." Upon hearing this, Mo11 internally complained, "A scratch is considered minor? Who told you to try to kill me at that time?" Lan Yu didn't believe it. "Impossible with your strength. It's hard for anyone or any weapon to scratch your skin. What kind of opponent could leave such a wound on you?" Sheng Rong lifted his leg and walked over to the scattered clothes, putting on his garments and outer robe one after another, saying, "You talk too much today." When the demon lord usually said this, the listener would often end up in a dire situation. Lan Yu, feeling a chill, stopped asking further questions. Mo11 looked around, not knowing where that damned red sand scorpion, who had left her alone to enjoy itself last night, had gone. If she caught it, she would definitely make it go hungry for a couple of days. How could it be so unprotective of its master? What about the master's innocence? The red sand scorpion had no idea whether Mo11 was willing to do such things. It had witnessed who was stirring up trouble last night with its own eyes. If it were to be punished by going hungry for that reason, how unjust would that be? Sheng Rong looked at her and suddenly said, "You asked me before what a contract is, and I can tell you now. Today the feather beast has arrived, and Lan Yu is here too. So I can explain it all together." "Sheng Yu." He called out the name of the feather beast. His abrupt change of topic piqued Mo11's interest. She carefree forgot about his earlier impulse to kill her and almost laughed out loud upon hearing the name. What a name! It combined the surname of the demon lord and the given name of Lan Yu. She could almost picture the scene of Sheng Rong naming the feather beast while Lan Yu stood by, watching. How funny. Could it be that the demon lord is bad at naming? He must have glanced at Lan Yu and decided on this name. It seems too casual. In reality, it was just as she imagined. The situation was indeed like that. The feather beast, which had originally been large, suddenly shrank to half its size, trotting over with its hoofs. When it approached Sheng Rong and stopped, it glanced at the giggling Mo11, tilted its head coolly, and then looked back at Sheng Rong. With their stern brows meeting, Sheng Rong appeared even colder and more profound. The feather beast let out a joyful roar, stomped its hooves excitedly, and then lowered its head, adopting a submissive posture for Sheng Rong to pet. Chapter 95. 3 types of contracts he did not allow Sheng Yu to fulfill her wish to pet and caress it, which was expected by Sheng Yu. It whinnied a couple of times and lay down with its belly touching the ground. There are 3 types of contracts. Sheng Rong extended his hand and rubbed his thumb over a mark on Sheng Yu's forehead, which resembled a dark green, coiled snake. The longer one stared at it, the more it seemed as if those snake-like eyes were moving, making it hard to look away. It was an indescribable feeling, very mysterious. The first type is a contract with a magical beast, allowing them to serve the Beast Clan. The Beast Clan cannot form contracts with spirit beasts because, although spirit beasts find it difficult to take on human form, they possess intelligence that surpasses both the Beast Clan and the Human Clan. Therefore, we cannot form contracts with them. He then called Lan Yu over. "Lan Yu, extend your arm." Lan Yu complied, rolling up his sleeve to reveal a long, winding dark green snake shadow climbing up his arm. The snake's shadow arrogantly opened its mouth, exposing its fangs and flicking its tongue, its tail almost touching Lan Yu's pulse. This time, it was Lan Yu who spoke first. The second type is the contract between master and servant. The master's spiritual power surpasses mine, and with my willingness, a contract can be formed. That's right, from now on, my life belongs to him, Sheng Rong said. Mo11 gasped. Does that mean any beast or human in the world can be at his service? Because the demon lord is recognized as invincible by the fire-scorched phoenix lotus? As long as a contract is formed, one can have as many death servants as they want. How wonderful. What about the third type? As soon as she finished speaking, the red sand scorpion, having detected the invasion of other magical beasts at the bottom of the cliff, hurriedly climbed up the now transformed cliff with its 6 little sticks. As soon as it appeared in front of Mo11, it rushed forward eagerly, raising its scorpion tail to stab at the feather beast. In the face of the red sand scorpion's fury, the feather beast didn't even blink, lifting its hind legs to deliver a series of fierce kicks, mercilessly sending the red sand scorpion, which had struggled to climb up, flying away. This fighting style is undoubtedly learned from the demon lord. It fights until you have no chance to counter. With a sound, the glossy black back of the red sand scorpion turned into a shining star in the daylight far away under the sun. Mo11 sighed lightly while supporting her forehead. Through her spiritual perception, it was evident that this feathered beast was at least a 6-star strength among magical beasts, while the red sand scorpion was only 4 stars. How could it be so foolish? The beast clan all knew that when faced with powerful spiritual energy, the best course of action was to hide and avoid it. It had charged in head first with such foolishness. Well, seeing how protective it was of its master, she decided to forgive its adorable stupidity. As a result, she still couldn't learn about the third bonding method and flew out to find a red sand scorpion. This silly scorpion couldn't be left unattended. After all, feelings had already developed, so she might as well take care of it. She could afford to raise it. Suddenly, Blue Feather caught a shadow rushing past his shoulder so quickly that even his eyes couldn't capture it. He opened his mouth in confusion and asked, "Master, should we follow?" Sheng Rong shot him a cold glance with his dark eyes. How can I neglect my woman? One day, he would make her willingly submit. He would never let her go, never. After saying that, he mounted Sheng Yu and commanded, "Catch up," with a few flaps of its wings. Sheng Yu transformed into a sharp sword and quickly followed. Blue Feather stood there, pondering his master's words, realizing that he couldn't neglect his woman. But when he turned around, he found that his master had ruthlessly left him behind. "Master, what about me? Take me with you." Blue Feather desperately waved his hands and shouted at the cave entrance. But unfortunately, no one could hear his voice. Only he could hear his own echo. In despair, he slumped to the ground, first sighing in relief that Xing hadn't followed. With her temper, if she found out that Mo11 and the master had already become a couple, he would definitely be the one suffering. Boo-hoo! Why was he always the one to take the blame, now even pitiful enough to be abandoned by his master without a hint of hesitation? He felt like he was worse off than the silly magical beast that was rushing after Mo11. For the sake of a woman, his master had abandoned him, his loyal and devoted confidant who had served him for 900 years since he learned to speak. His heart ached. It hurt so much. Just as Blue Feather was lost in his dramatic thoughts, Mo11 had already found the red sand scorpion, which was lying on the ground with its 6 legs in the air, foaming at the mouth. She reached out a finger and poked the unmoving black scorpion twice, saying, "This is what happens when you don't use your brain. You only know how to eat all day long, and now you've expelled everything you ate, not absorbing any nutrition into your brain. You might as well be dead." Oh, almost forgot. The red sand scorpion farts when it's full, possibly releasing all the nutrients from the food along with it. Mo11 stood up and walked around the large red sand scorpion, realigning its broken parts. The red sand scorpion only twitched a couple of times, showing no signs of waking up from the pain. Its eyes were tightly shut, no longer the silly creature that wagged its tail and begged her for food. "Black scorpion, don't scare me." She timidly reached her hand towards its belly to check its nostrils for breathing, her heart racing with fear that it might be leaving her. Chapter 96. Only following her makes scorpion life perfect. When her hand reached its lungs, the faint feeling of breath seemed like it was about to disappear. Now she was anxious. Could the silly scorpion have been kicked to death by the feather beast? She couldn't bear that, after all. The silly scorpion had risked its life to protect her. She had even been moved when she heard about the possibility of forming a bond. "Silly scorpion, hang in there. I'm going to channel my spiritual energy to you right now." The wise tree had said that regardless of whether it was a beast, human, magical beast, or spirit beast, if they were on the brink of death, offering one's spiritual energy could potentially save them. However, due to significant individual differences, no one knew how much spiritual energy needed to be contributed, especially to save the life of a magical beast or spirit beast. Some people even gave all of their spiritual energy until they became a dried-up husk. Even humans have faint traces of spiritual energy within them, and the depletion of spiritual energy meant the end of life. This life-risking method, trading one life for another, was not recommended by shamans and doctors. Mo11 couldn't care about so much anymore. She sat cross-legged, placing her hand on the black shell of the red sand scorpion, closing her eyes and channeling her spiritual power. It is said that when spiritual power reaches a certain intensity, it will have color. Due to various factors, the manifestation and expression of spiritual power can vary greatly from person to person. A breeze blew by, and a shungyu flapped its wings, stirring up a murky wind, its sharp eyes searching for a place to rest its massive body. Shungrong, observing from its back, noticed Mo Wanwan's spiritual power. Her spiritual power transformed into a pair of dragon wings more dazzling than the six-star Shingyu's wings. They were indeed glowing dragon wings, just as he had speculated. The identity of the bird was that of an ancient divine beast. 600 years had passed, and the Yunshi continent was no longer connected to that land. No one had explored there, yet remnants of divine beasts still existed here. The enormous dragon wings enveloped Mo Wanwan, and the shimmering light, like diamonds adorning the dragon wings, was countless in number, shining so brightly it was blinding, reaching a terrifying level. The purest spiritual power was milky white. From a distance, it looked like a milky white galaxy woven into a majestic, dazzling dragon wing. Mo Wanwan closed her eyes, focusing intently on transferring spiritual energy to the red sand scorpion. She felt the energy being drawn from her body, rapidly depleting a portion of it. A wave of inexplicable emptiness and depression surged into her chest, filling it with a suffocating heaviness, causing her breath to quicken. It felt as if she had lost an arm and a leg, a sensation of parting with a portion of her body, and it was all too vivid. Sweat broke out on her forehead, and while spiritual energy could be replenished through food, even if it meant risking her life, she was determined to save this foolish scorpion. Silly black scorpion, greedy little scorpion. You better obediently form a contract with me later. She left no room for retreat, unleashing a thicker, milky white spiritual energy, which crazily wrapped around the red sand scorpion. Layer by layer, each layer being absorbed into the scorpion's body. Shungrong landed from Shungyu's back, and from 20 meters away, released a strand of spiritual energy to help stabilize Mo Wanwan. It wasn't that he was afraid she would run out of energy. Rather, he was concerned that losing a significant amount of energy would trigger her body's protective instincts, leading to a violent surge of energy, which would be disastrous. Mo Wanwan took a moment to appreciate him from distance, then turned her head back to focus on reviving the red sand scorpion. In her 2 lives, she had few friends and only one relative, Chang Huishu. Silly scorpion, I beg you, hang in there. Once the contract is formed, I will protect you. The red sand scorpion naturally couldn't hear her heartfelt words. It stood in a dreamlike state. This place was an endless grassland. The grassland it had long envied while living in the desert. Oh, right, it had seen a patch of grass when visiting the Yao Golden Lion family, and it had looked beautiful. On the hillside, there was a figure backlit by the sun, appearing both real and unreal in the wind. It seemed to be a woman's shadow, waving at it under the sunlight. She was speaking to it. Silly scorpion, I have plenty of delicious food. The red sand scorpion originally didn't know what its scorpion life was for, but upon hearing the woman's words from the hillside, it slowly turned its head and realized something. Its scorpion life had a purpose. It wanted to taste all the delicious food in the world, especially the food cooked by a certain person, and then accompany her for a long, long time, eating and accompanying her. Yes, it understood. It wanted to follow that woman on the hilltop, because only by following her would there be good food. Following her would make its scorpion life perfect. The red sand scorpion lifted its 6 slender legs and clumsily ran against the green waves of the grassland toward the hillside. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter. It reached the woman, revealing her appearance. It was Mo Wanwan scolding it for being a silly scorpion that only knew how to eat. It happily poked her arm with its tail, making a series of chirping sounds. Soon after, the sunlight washed over all the grass, and the red sand scorpion opened its eyes and woke up. After Mo Wanwan input a large amount of spiritual power, she saw the red sand scorpion twitch one of its legs a few times towards the air, and its flattened tail also moved 5 millimeters on the ground. Crying in frustration, she withdrew her spiritual power and gave the red sand scorpion a good knock. Chapter 97. Star Upgraded. Seriously, I sacrificed so much spiritual power. How are you going to thank me? The red sand scorpion lay sprawled for a few seconds before turning over, staring blankly at her, and chirped twice. It said, I heard that many magical beasts form contracts with beast clans. 1-1. Let us form a contract too. Then I can always be with you. For now on, I'll protect you. Mo1 understood his words, feeling both angry and amused. You want to follow me all the time just to get food, right? Well, if you didn't think about food, you wouldn't be you. The red sand scorpion scratched its head with its tail and said foolishly, Who made you tame me with food on the first day, 1-1? Mo11 felt helpless, stroking the head of the red sand scorpion while asking Shung Rong, I want to bond with this silly scorpion. Teach me how to bond. He saw the bond between them and initially wanted to tell her that each beast tribe can only bond with one magical beast in their lifetime, though they can seek another after the magical beast's death. He thought for a second, but decided not to say it. The red sand scorpion species of magical beast is difficult to level up. After all, the legendary 7-star level only exists in legend. He chuckled softly. Kair wouldn't care about such things. She valued emotions, which are far more precious than species and star levels. Give it a name using your surname. Is it that simple? His dark eyes deepened for a moment, pondering a line. Naming is not an easy task either. Mo11 glanced at the feathered beast parked in an open area, thinking that the name Xingyu was quite casually chosen. The mighty demon lord really is bad at naming. So the name Bai Kei was a burst of creativity? The more she thought about it, the funnier it seemed. She turned her gaze to the red sand scorpion for a while, and the red sand scorpion also widened its cute eyes to look at her, its black pupils rolling around, shining brightly in the sunlight. As their eyes met, Mo11 smiled gently. If it was just about naming, she already had an idea in her mind. Mocc. It was the 11 and silly. And wasn't the red sand scorpion just silly? She smiled sweetly and brightly, her brows and eyes curving like a crescent moon, and without hesitation. She called out the red sand scorpion's name. The red sand scorpion tilted its head, digesting this name. Mo11 picked up a twig from the ground and traced out its name in the mud. Look, this is how your name is written. From now on, you will be called Mocc, silly scorpion. Mocc blinked twice, her black pearl-like pupils reflecting the expressions of Mo11's brows and eyes. Her owner is truly beautiful, and her name is also lovely. Naming creates a bond, and with a bond, one can successfully forge a contract, while the foundation of a bond is emotion. Only with deep emotions can the surrounding world be elevated, revealing a unique view of life. Both humans and animals cannot exist without emotions. In this world, only the 7 emotions and 6 desires are the most beautiful. From then on, her fate was tied to it, weathering storms together, sharing hardships, and never abandoning one another. The morning sun, gentle breeze, the scent of grass, the fragrance of flowers, and the fresh aroma of trees all blended together, magnified several times. As if they were little people speaking, noisily filling Mocc's dark shell of a brain. The 5 senses had never been so sensitive, as if her heart was about to burst. After an unknown amount of time, the various external sensations suddenly felt light, like falling feathers from the sky, gently patting and scratching her shell, giving her a delightful sensation. This feeling is truly wonderful, Mocc thought. Those feather-light touches momentarily reddened Mocc's dark shell, the bright red competing with the sunlight, creating an illusion of one after another happening right before Mo11's eyes. In the blink of an eye, Mocc's bright red shell returned to its original dark state. However, Mo11 knew that Mocc had leveled up. Her spiritual power had significantly increased, and her aura and spiritual energy were completely different from before. It was a 6-star. Shung Rong looked at the red sand scorpion, which had grown more than 3 times its original size, estimating its current range of spiritual power to be around 6 stars. However, he smiled slightly, very satisfied with Mocc. There was a chance to reach 7 stars. The leveling up of magical beasts is influenced by their owner's spiritual power. The purer the owner's spiritual energy, the greater the potential of the magical beast. He added, glancing at the feather beast behind him. His previous magical beast had died 600 years ago, and this one he had encountered by chance a year ago, considering it rare and good. So he took it as a magical pet. What he contracted with Shungyu, it also broke through to 6 stars at that time, and its potential was quite impressive. He had high hopes for Mocc. Mo11 was overjoyed to hear Shung Rong's high praise for Mocc. At first, she didn't think too much about it. She just thought that if fate required her to bond with a magical beast, she would choose the red sand scorpion. No, she would choose Mocc. Although Mocc was still the same silly, black, gluttonous scorpion, Mo11 liked it just the way it was, with nothing needing to change. It was cute and perfect just as it was. Chapter 98. The stingy master MOCC transformed into a shape the size of MO11's waist, allowing MO11 to stroke its head. MO11's hand slid over its head twice, and she smiled and said, "CC, I hope that if you advance to 7 stars later, you 1T change to any other color. It's still best to be pitch black, shining like a copper mirror under the sunlight, looking solemn and imposing, so handsome." MOCC made a couple of lazy sounds and said, "Got it from now on. CC will be a black scorpion." CC is really good. MO11 praised it while continuing to pet its head, which CC loved. In the distance, Xingyu looked at MOCC interacting with its owner and showed a look of envy. Its owner never praised it, nor scolded it, said nothing at all, and definitely did not pet it like CC's owner did. Clearly, it was softer and more comfortable to touch than CC, with its entire body covered in fluffy fur except for its 4 hooves and horns. Yet it still failed to win its owner's affection. Its owner had never even touched the softest and warmest part of its belly. It had specially maintained its fur for a whole year, being groomed daily with a crystal comb, getting rid of fleas, and its body was not only clean and odorless, but its fur was also soft, smooth, and shiny. Yet, its owner only gave verbal commands without lifting a finger, issuing a string of orders, while the rewards were something even it could count to 10. What was this? This was called being with a stingy owner. Maybe it should hang out with CC's owner in the future. From CC's conversations, it seemed like its owner would make delicious food. Shengrong interrupted MO11's affectionate moment with MOCC and said, "If you want to go to the Moon Entropy Kingdom, I can give you a ride." MO11 actually had that plan too. After all, her CC couldn't fly. Flying in the air would allow for better direction and positioning, avoiding detours and speeding things up. She couldn't help but exclaim, how nice it would be to fly. If she could turn back into her beast form, even if it were a flying lizard, it seemed like that would be good too. She unceremoniously accepted this free ride opportunity and emphasized to MOCC, "When you shrink, stay obediently in my sleeve and hold on tight. Don't let the wind blow you away later." She and MOCC stared at each other, confirming that the silly scorpion nodded before allowing it to voluntarily crawl into her sleeve later. At that time, MOCC didn't understand why MO11 was giving such advice. But it quickly realized that the flying speed of a 6-star magical beast was not something ordinary creatures and humans could handle. As MO11 walked over with Shengrong, Shengyu took the initiative to get close to her because MO11 was a strong individual, just like its master. It liked strong beings like her, so it became very clingy. MOCC, despite being a 6-star beast alongside Xingyu now, is not as strong as Xingyu and lacks practical experience. Xingyu was trained by the demon lord himself from the bloody battles, having seen the world. Therefore, it makes sense that MOCC was pushed to the back by Xingyu, and it can only feel wronged, letting its scorpion tail droop on the ground while eagerly watching MO11 rub Xingyu's fur. Does the master really like this furry one? The master only mentioned liking its dark color, but never said anything about liking it bald. Does that mean the master doesn't like it bald? MO11 carefully observed the feathered beast while rubbing its feathers, and a fragment suddenly flashed in her mind, causing her pupils to dilate. This feathered beast was strikingly similar to the blood-soaked flying horse that Shengrong had summoned to attack her in her dream. They were essentially the same. At that time, she had only thought it was a robust stallion, but looking back, it was clear that aside from the blood-soaked appearance, it was exactly the same as this one, with identical antlers, hooves, and tail. Could it be that the form she saw from the foresight fruit was actually Shengyu's 7-star form? That legendary form that Shengrong would effortlessly achieve 2 years later. Seeing her biting her nails and lost in thought, Shengrong said, "What are you daydreaming about? It's time to go." She dazedly looked up and jumped onto Shengyu's back, while MOCC obediently shrank into a small ball and nestled in MO11's sleeve. MO11 shook her head and cast aside the matter of the blood-soaked flying horse. These issues would be easily resolved once she awakened all her precognitive fruits. Rather than letting her mind wander, it was better to focus on taking each step properly. Thus, feeling bored, she began to stare thoughtfully at her sleeve pocket, contemplating whether to sew soft cushions into the sleeves of each garment. This way, MOCC would be much more comfortable lounging on the soft cushions. Thinking about the sleeve pockets reminded her that every time she changed clothes, she would find grease stains inside them. MOCC was not at all careful when eating, ruining several of her garments. The only stain removal product she carried was stain algae, which couldn't remove the food grease stains left on her clothes. She had also asked by Hung, and their handmade soap was unable to effectively remove grease stains from clothing. This meant that the world here was still in the exploratory stage regarding luxury goods, lacking refinement and capability. Chapter 99. Ice Crystal Lollipops. MOCC's bad habits were not limited to just this one. Now that they had formed a contract as her master and caretaker, it was her responsibility to teach it step by step from scratch. If left unchecked, she feared she would be out of breath from anger. Gulialu, a long, loud yet somewhat melodious growl came from Mo11's sleeve pocket. This was just the beginning of MOCC's stomach acting up, and Mo11 knew it would soon be poking her with its tail to beg for food. She reached into her bag, rummaging around as if washing rice, and magically pulled out 2 handmade ice crystal lollipops, placing them at the mouth of the sleeve pocket. Since Mo11 herself liked sweets and had not forgotten to indulge in delicious snacks while researching medicine over the past 2 years, she had specifically adjusted the ratio of sugar water to cook these ice crystal lollipops. She had let MOCC taste them once, and Cece had completely fallen in love with the flavor, becoming crazily obsessed with the taste of sugar, needing these lollipops to satisfy her snacking 3 times a day. Mo11, despite her love for sweets, only indulges in them occasionally, just to satisfy her cravings. 1 piece a day is enough, and sometimes she only eats one every 2 or 3 days. On the other hand, MOCC is completely unafraid of the sweetness. Pets follow their owners. If the owner loves sweets, the pet will carry on this habit, surpassing the owner in their enthusiasm. Mo11 showcased the ice crystal lollipop, and MOCC leaned forward, munching away with a loud crunch. In the past, before she could even retract her hand, the ice crystal lollipop would have already been devoured by MOCC, leaving no trace behind. This time, however, it didn't eat as quickly, and the culprit preventing it from enjoying its treat was the flying speed of Shangyu. The strong wind blew fiercely, and several times, just as its tongue reached the candy, it was blown away. But MOCC's obsession with food was at max level. It still finished off the lollipop without any hesitation. After all, with its acidic stomach acid, as long as it wasn't eating stones, digesting anything was not a problem. Mo11 took out 2 ice crystal lollipops in succession and went back and forth 3 times. That should be about enough. The silly scorpion is now looking at its small size after it shrank. Its appetite has nothing to do with its appearance. After leveling up, its actual size has increased quite a bit, and its appetite has doubled as well. Mo11 had prepared the first snack for MOCC today. As she remembered by Hung mentioning finding a place for the slave group near the Moon Entropy Kingdom, she brought it up to Sheng Rong. I want to go to place first. Sheng Rong glanced at her with a neutral expression, which made Mo11 feel the need to explain further. It's just that I bought a group of slaves, and I want to see where they're living now, to check if they're settled. He then withdrew his gaze. All right. While flying swiftly, Shangyu suddenly encountered severe weather, and it dove sharply to evade that airspace. Mo11 grasped its antlers firmly, waiting for it to make a beautiful gliding pose. It traced a right arc, perfectly avoiding the crisis, which couldn't help but elicit her admiration. Wow. Xingyu is amazing. MOCC, who had just finished eating candy to aid digestion, rolled unsteadily in her sleeve pocket due to Xingyu's glide, and a bit of the undigested part came out. She was particularly quiet, fearing that Mo11 would find out and scold her. Upon hearing Mo11 praise Xingyu, her scorpion tail stood up again, feeling displeased. So what if it could fly in style? One day, she would practice her own secret skills and make her master praise her instead. Xingrong sat quietly, thinking indifferently about the meaning of the word amazing, wondering if it was a form of praise. It sounded quite nice. The further south they flew, the colder the climate became. Mo11 sneezed on Xingyu's back, rubbed her goosebumps, and quickly took out a pure white fox fur coat from her crossbody bag. After putting it on, she became all round and fluffy. She was very afraid of the cold, huddling her limbs together into a circle, revealing only a porcelain white little face with rosy cheeks, and her 2 bright big eyes looked incredibly clever. Mo11 stared at Sheng Rong without looking away for a while, then blinked and asked, "Aren't you cold?" Sheng Rong couldn't help but chuckle when he saw her curled up like a ball, a barely noticeable smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. He wanted to say he wasn't cold, but then he saw her throw a pure black bear fur coat in his direction. "Don't be stubborn. I'm giving you a piece." With a quick motion of her hand, she tossed the coat in just 1 second. Sheng Rong caught the bear fur, his slightly heavy gaze resting on the black fur, and he asked, "Where did you find this coat?" She blinked her eyes and replied, "I personally killed the bear and skinned it. Are you going to wear it or not?" She had just taken the risk of getting her hands cold to throw the bear fur at him, if he didn't want it. She would take it back and wrap it around herself. With a swish, Sheng put on the bear fur coat. The black color suited him perfectly, enhancing his already strikingly cold and hard temperament, making him even more handsome and irresistibly charming. Mo11 clapped her hands in praise while wrapped in her fox fur coat. As expected of the coat I stripped, it's beautiful. Her small hands were hidden inside the coat, making them invisible, but the sound of her clapping was particularly loud. No matter how beautiful the clothes are, the prerequisite is that the person wearing them must look good. However, Mo11 only cares about whether the clothes are pretty. Chapter 100, Teething Period Before Long. The wind and snow began to swirl, and Xingyu brought them to a remote village. Little Yu was by the river fetching water when a sudden gust of wind lifted the surrounding leaves and blew up her skirt, causing her to stagger back 10 steps. She quickly squinted and looked up into the sky. First, she noticed the clean white deer hooves and the wings of the 8-spoked fan flapping in the whirlwind. Raising her gaze, she saw a pair of long, thick antlers on the deer's head radiating a beautiful purple light, completely mesmerizing her. What a noble spirit beast, she murmured. Who could see Xingyu at first glance and not be captivated? Little Yu. A woman's voice came from the cloud-stepping snow deer. Little Yu spotted the woman's figure and called out happily, "Miss Mo." Her gaze then shifted from Mo11 to another unfamiliar man riding the snow deer, leaving her utterly amazed. The man was tall and imposing, with chilling eyes that naturally made one want to submit to him, especially with his extraordinary, coldly charming appearance, perfectly complementing Miss Mo's stunning beauty. As they waited for the snow deer to stop by the river, she nervously glanced at the man and mustered the courage to ask, "Is this gentleman Miss Mo's man?" The two dismounted from Xingyu, who trotted over to the riverbank and lowered its head to drink water. Shengrong, on the other hand, leisurely smoothed out the wrinkles in his clothing, his expression still as cold as ice, exuding an air of aloofness that kept others at bay, pretending not to hear the question. Mo11 walked toward Xiaoyu and rolled her eyes beautifully. "I can't afford to have the esteemed demon lord as my man." Xiaoyu's mouth dropped open in disbelief. Is he really the demon lord who has made the world tremble in fear and gained immense fame in just 2 years? The ruler of the demon palace, indeed, is known by everyone. Xiaoyu looked at the demon lord in disbelief. He stood tall by the river, his figure majestic, his gaze cold and profound, his thin lips pressed tightly, and his dark eyebrows sharp, exuding an air of indifference and an intimidating presence. She dared only to steal a glance before not daring to look again. Shengrong was extremely dissatisfied with Mo11's earlier statement, his handsome brows furrowing. "You take the initiative to offer yourself to me, yet you think it's extravagant for me to be your man? I didn't know that Kair liked to be so hypocritical." Mo11's body stiffened, her beautiful eyes glaring at him. "You clearly put in the medicine you shouldn't have. Why don't you dare admit that you schemed against me?" After thinking it over, she figured out what was going on. There was clearly only one possibility. Damn it. It was all her fault for being careless. She didn't seriously check the special properties of the 2 herbs. His gaze darkened as he strode towards her, pinching her chin and staring at her, questioning, "Are you holding a grudge like this? If I hadn't prepared the medicine for you, you would already be dead." His grip tightened as he felt that this woman was ungrateful and cold-hearted, not understanding the importance of gratitude. Most women would have already offered themselves, but she, instead, was fiercer than a barking dog. He just didn't know that Mo11 had a body immune to all poisons. If he didn't help her prepare the medicine, it wouldn't mean death for her. It would just extend her symptoms by a couple of days at most. And do they think saving her life means they can have her body? She hadn't even taken any contraceptive measures. What if she got pregnant? This was not an era with contraceptive awareness. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. She fiercely opened her mouth and bit down on his hand that was pinching her chin, glaring at him and stammering, "I do hold a grudge. If you ever lay your hands on me again, I'll bite you to death." She should have pierced him with an arrow today. If she hadn't been at a disadvantage, she would have definitely killed him. Shengrong frowned, looking at the spot on his hand that had been bitten. This was the second time Kair had bitten him. Could it be that Kair was teething? Xiaoyu understood the secret in their words. Her face flushed as she buried her head in the shadows. Suddenly, Xingyu trotted over from the riverbank, carrying a large crab in its mouth. It loved seafood. In the demon palace, the cooks would prepare seafood stews for it, which it particularly enjoyed. Catching a big crab in the river, it excitedly brought it to Mo11. This made Mo11, who was hiding in Mo11's sleeve and pretending to be a good baby after doing something wrong, unhappy. What did this feathered beast mean? Was it trying to compete for its owner? If it wanted to eat, it should go find its own master. Don't bother my caretaker. Montag van exclaimed in surprise. It's actually hairy crab. She licked her lips in anticipation. The best time to taste hairy crabs is from August to November, and the climate in Yuliangwo is relatively cold, with snow already falling during this period. Xiaoyu, who had never eaten seafood before, curiously asked, "What is hairy crab?" Mo11 picked up the hairy crab that Shengyu was holding in his mouth, which was still struggling with its pincers, and said, "You'll know when I cook it for you at noon today. The crab roe and crab fat are intoxicating, especially the sweet and sticky crab roe." Xiaoyu came out to fetch water in preparation for lunch and said, "Then I'll take you to the village." Xiaosheng couldn't sleep last night because he didn't see you. Mo11 walked beside Xiaoyu and asked with a cheerful smile, How has everyone been lately? Chapter 101. Becoming more beautiful, Xiaoyu replied with a smile. Sister Huxiang said she wants to live with us and won't return to the Moonlight Country. She had a restaurant built and said that in the future, when the village develops, the restaurant will be used for tourists to rest and eat. During the days when Mo11 was away, Huxiang stayed in the village, training Xiaoyu and the female slaves to be brave, teaching them to kill chickens and cows, and successfully getting them to change the difficult-to-pronounce Lady Huxiang to Sister Huxiang. Xiaoyu talked as she walked. Brother Wan went back to Wolf King City with his highness to handle some matters. I heard that the Wolf King was furious and the queen fell ill, with the third prince not by her side to show filial piety. The villagers and I feel that his highness has it tough as well. By the way, yesterday, some rodent beastmen came to the village to cause trouble, but Xiao Sheng single-handedly drove them all away. He's really impressive. With him around, we slept soundly and ate well that night. Everyone in the village praises him as a hero and wants him to stay and be the village chief. Oh, I almost forgot to mention an important matter. We are waiting for you, miss, to name the village. Everyone's names were given by you, so the village name should naturally be given by you as well. That would make it complete. After getting familiar with Mo11, Xiaoyu gradually opened her closed heart as she made a friend. In the past, she was timid and fearful towards everyone, which seemed like shyness, but in reality, she was unwilling to be herself in front of others. Later, when Xiaoyu regarded Mo11 as a friend, she learned to treat those around her as friends as well, slowly opening her heart and unlocking her talkative nature. When a person talks more than before, it means she feels comfortable, relaxed, and not nervous or timid with that person. Xiaoyu's transformation made Mo11 feel relieved. Although her cheeks were not yet full and rosy, they were no longer as thin and yellow as when they first met, gradually changing in a healthier direction. And she had become quite delicate. In the Yunxi continent, such looks are considered above average among women. Xiaoyu has a striking bone structure, and with proper care, she could definitely be a beautiful girl. After being gazed at by Mo11's smiling eyes for a long time, Xiaoyu couldn't help but touch one side of her face, wondering, is there something on my face? Did I accidentally smear mud on it while washing? Mo11 shook her head, smiled slightly, and replied, there is something on your face that attracts me. Xiaoyu asked briefly, what is it? It's the 3 words, little beauty. Mo11 said, her brows and eyes curving in a smile, with dimples appearing on her cheeks as she praised, Xiaoyu, your face has become even prettier with a bit of flesh on it. Xiaoyu blushed and hurriedly lowered her eyes, saying, Miss Mo, please don't tease me. Little beauty is meant to describe someone as beautiful as a water lily. How can my face be considered worthy of that? She then continued, in the beginning, our village had no water or food. Prince Bai sent a cart of grain, allowing us to have enough to eat 3 meals a day. I have never had the habit of wasting food. I eat until my belly feels like it might burst. I think I must have gained quite a bit of weight. For slaves, being full is a rare thing. Those slave owners, when happy, might let you eat until you are 80 full, but when unhappy, would let you starve for a whole day and night. As they went hungry, even the children among the slaves, still growing, became accustomed to hunger. Those who have experienced starvation and famine regard food as precious as gold and stone, never wasting a single grain that was hard-earned. The slaves in the village have not forgotten how much the third prince of the moon Entropy Kingdom cares for them, and they each have an unspoken understanding of who to thank. Their gratitude towards Mo11 is akin to worshiping a beast god. Each day, they sincerely pray for her in their hearts, grateful to the beast god for allowing them to meet the kind-hearted Miss Mo. Mo11 couldn't help but chuckle at this remark. What kind of talk is this? Being beautiful is enough. Why should there be a distinction of high and low? It's just that everyone's aesthetic tastes differ. She looked at Xiaoyu and said, "Every person's appearance has its own merits. I just like your delicate and pure look, Xiaoyu." After hearing this, Xiaoyu was momentarily surprised and then covered her mouth, laughing. "Miss Mo, your thoughts are always unexpected. I only know what kind of beauty a king in a country likes, and that is beauty. But I know in my heart that your beauty is universally appealing. No one would say you are not good-looking, because you are too beautiful, so beautiful that you seem not of this world, more like the beast god everyone talks about. In the myths of the Cloud Dawn continent, the beast god has no gender. Some believe the beast god resembles a man, while others think it resembles a woman. Everyone has their own opinions, and the views are varied. But if the beast god is a man, he must be as valiant and powerful as a god of war. If a woman, then she would possess an ethereal grace and a kind heart. Mo Wanwan did not think that a beautiful appearance would be so miraculous. No matter how beautiful a woman is, if she cannot receive a gentle gaze from the one she loves, even the most beautiful flowers will gradually wither, lose their color, and no longer be vibrant and dazzling. In contrast, a person should have a skill and a broad heart. 2 years later, she cherished him, dressed up for him, felt her heart race for him. But what did she gain? His cold sword, his frost-like, chilling gaze. Chapter 102. Winter chilly, she raised her hand to touch her neck, as if it were still bleeding, the cold gleam of the blade as chilling as when the blood-sucking moth injected poison yesterday, her whole body numb and unable to move. Knowing her destined future, he would not like her. He would only kill her. Was there still a need to do something that was not worth it? Let the one-sided affection that was supposed to exist in this fate be fed to the dogs. She would never be a lovesick person. Lost in thought, they passed by a field of red flowers, blooming on such a snowy day, the bright red color instantly catching the eye. The air here was dry, and occasionally a spicy scent would waft in with the wind. How could there be chili peppers at this time of year? Mo Wanwan's almond eyes brightened as she said, "Wait, let me take a look." She walked closer, and in the field that looked like it had blossomed into red flowers, weren't those chili peppers? With chili peppers, she could warm herself up. What kind of variety was this? It looked like small chili peppers. How could they bear fruit in this season? She turned to Xiaoyu. Puzzled, "Won't they freeze?" Xiaoyu replied, "These are winter chili peppers, which only bear fruit in cold snowy days, specifically used to treat cold and wind." Mo Wanwan exclaimed in surprise, "You only use this to treat colds? That's not right. It should be made into dried chili peppers to be used as a seasoning to enhance the flavor. This is the correct way to unlock the culinary world." Little you gasped, "Can this really be eaten? It doesn't taste good at all. It's dry and irritating to the nose, not to mention it burns the stomach and throat. Only those who are sick would resort to this kind of thing." Seeing her frown with disbelief, Mo Wanwan remained silent. She ran into the chili field, stepping on the snowflakes to pick chilies, her expression full of excitement. "Let's send someone to the river to catch some fish, shrimp, and crabs before dinner, and we'll have something to eat today." She gathered quite a lot, and by the time she reached the village, it was just time for lunch. The village was located just outside the southern border of the Moon Entropy Kingdom, and due to a lack of resources, it was unable to trade with merchants from the Moon Entropy Kingdom or neighboring villages and city-states. However, Mo decided to make this place prosperous and thriving, not inferior to any powerful country, so that they wouldn't be bullied. The houses and farmland in the village were still only in the initial stages of construction, but thanks to their hard work, they could temporarily live in mud houses that didn't leak. Bai Heng's generous support could outshine her. The owner who bought this group of slaves. He not only ordered Wan Shi to bring a team of border soldiers to help build the village, but also sent a cart of enough chicken, duck, fish, and meat for the villagers to eat for 2 months, along with a cart of fruits, vegetables, and seeds, as well as a cart of sheepskin coats to keep the slaves warm, enabling them to be self-sufficient. Mo Wanwan had previously heard Wan Shi tell the story of Bai Heng, and felt that his unappreciated background made it impossible for him to hold real power in the Wolf King's palace. However, with some obvious clues, one could infer the intention of the general who was keen to protect him. Wan Shi was nurturing Bai Heng as the next generation of the Wolf King. Bai Heng had been skilled in punishment methods since childhood, which was equivalent to paving his way in the Ministry of Justice. If the plan to cure the Wolf King's wife's curse succeeded, he would be able to ask the Wolf King for a request that he could not refuse. Mo Wanwan boldly speculated that he aimed to enter the list of candidates for the Wolf King's heir. This meticulous planning was indeed clever. Regardless of who the enemy was that cursed the Wolf King's wife, this move became their stepping stone. Looking at Bai Heng, with the general's backing, his influence could extend to the military. He could mobilize the most elite border troops in Yushan country, personally trained by General Wan. which had already begun to show his authority in the military. On the surface, Baiheng seemed to lack real power, inferior to the other two princes who had power but were inexperienced. In reality, as long as he was given an opportunity to explode, he could soar to great heights. The slaves in the village were very enthusiastic, surrounding Imo Wanwan to greet her with smiles on their faces, much brighter than their previously submissive demeanor. This change was all because in this village, they no longer had to bow and serve the beast tribe. The beast tribe in the village worked alongside them in the fields, helped them build houses, and shared meals and living spaces with them. Through their labor in these days, they saw a self-sufficient future. They should no longer be called slaves. Imo Wanwan had bought their slave registration and erased their status as slaves, so from now on, they were ordinary villagers in this village. Xiaoyu winked at the villagers and reminded them, "The demon lord is visiting our village. Prepare the tea and cold dishes." The villagers exchanged glances, realizing the seriousness of the situation. A very articulate middle-aged woman stepped forward and hurriedly invited Sheng Rong to the village chief's courtyard. "Demon lord, we haven't appointed a village chief yet, but the chief's house is already repaired. There are hot tea and cold dishes inside. Please sit down and have something." Sheng Rong's expression was cold. He wasn't fond of staying in such places. Seeing the demon lord nod, the middle-aged woman's smile, which had started to stiffen, widened even more. Chapter 103. It is necessary to open a school. The demon lord was hosted in the village chief's house, but did not touch the tea or chopsticks, which troubled the villagers crowded in the corner, peeking in, as no one dared to approach him because it was too cold around the demon lord. Just walking over made them shiver. How could they talk? Besides, the courageous men among them had once been mute slaves and didn't know if the demon lord understood sign language. If they could communicate easily, they could ask him what he liked to eat, and they would prepare for him. Forget it. What was the point of thinking about this? They didn't have the courage anyway. Meanwhile, Imo Wanwan followed Xiaoyu to a courtyard. Through the crack of the door, Yao Jinsheng was sprawled on the table, sound asleep. The skin around his eyes was noticeably darker than his cheeks, likely because he had stayed up all night, but he still needed plenty of sleep during his growing years. Xiaoyu pushed the half-open wooden door wide, approached the table, and suddenly shouted in Yao Jinsheng's ear, "Wake up, people are here." In his dream, while he was playing whack-a-mole, he suddenly heard something and jumped up from the chair. "Who is here? Is that group of mouse tribe people coming to disturb the village again?" He rolled up his sleeves, ready to fight. "Haven't they had enough? This time I'll make them call me Grandpa." A laugh came from the doorway, and Imo Wanwan said, "How old are you to make others call you Grandpa? If you grow a few more years, won't we all have to call you Great-Grandpa?" Yao Jinsheng realized from the voice that the person was not the beastman from the mouse tribe, but his sister Imo, who had been waiting for the lion's mane to burn off. "Sister Imo," he exclaimed joyfully, but as he tried to move, he tripped over the chair leg he had just knocked over, and his face met the ground. Imo Wanwan laughed so hard that her stomach hurt. After she laughed enough and wiped her tears, she said, "I heard from Xiaoyu that many things in the village are managed by you. You're really capable." Yao Jingsheng covered his nose and stood up, instantly brightening up at the compliment. He started scratching his head with a hand covering his nose, looking a bit shy. Just when he wanted to say a few more words, he suddenly caught a whiff of an unusual scent on Mo Wanwan, and it was the scent of a man. He widened his eyes in disbelief and exclaimed loudly, "Sister Mo, did you mate with the demon lord?" Mo Wanwan still wanted to do something good for him yesterday, so she planned to make him a delicious lunch. Upon hearing such crude words, she was instantly furious and glared at him, saying, "What? You refer to that kind of thing as mating here? That's too barbaric and shameless. They're not animals, but then again, they can turn from humans into animals." Yao Jingsheng, confused, asked, "Then what do you call it?" Mo Wanwan sighed, while holding her forehead. "It's necessary to open a school in the village." Xiaoyu asked, "Then who will be the teacher?" She looked at Yao Jinsheng, who then looked back at her, and they both turned to Mo Wanwan at the same time. "Isn't this a ready-made solution? Sister Mo, since you suggested the school, why not you be the teacher?" Mo Wanwan decisively refused. She could occasionally give a couple of lectures, but she didn't dare to call herself a teacher. Her understanding of the Yunshi continent was far less than that of the little ones. If only Grandma Tree were here. She knew everything about the world, was well-versed in ancient and modern knowledge, and she would be the best candidate to be a teacher. Yao Jinsheng and Xiaoyu had no idea who this Grandma Tree was when suddenly someone barged in through the open door and grabbed Mo Wanwan's wrist. "Everyone called me to get you. I knew you'd be here." Hu Xiang saw the person and immediately pulled her outside, saying, "The village is holding a big meeting. I know you won't stay long, so I decided to take care of the important business first, waiting for you to sign your name." This important business referred to the village's name. Name? Mo Wanwan was being pulled along, and Hu Xiang was walking briskly, making it hard for her to keep up. Yeah, Xiaoyu brought you here. Didn't Tishi tell you about this? We finalized it early this morning. As long as the name you choose is fine with everyone. There are no objections. Mo Wanwan didn't really notice that Xiaoyu's words meant that the people in the village took it seriously. Hu Xiang continued, you don't know, right? Besides the group of slaves you saved, Xiao Fei and the others who completed the mission with His Highness this time will also have to stay. This His Highness naturally refers to Bai Hong. Mo Wanwan was surprised. Huh? Are you all going to stay here? Hu Xiang nodded and said, we discussed it last night. Seeing the rat tribe attacking the village, we were all worried that the elderly, weak, sick, and disabled here would be targeted and bullied by other beast tribes. So we decided to stay in the village to protect the villagers. Hearing her speak as if it were an easy task, Mo Wanwan laughed and scolded. You are Bai Heng's guards. What are you doing staying here? You'll get rusty. Hu Xiang didn't think so. We all think it's good here. There are mountains and water, and it's far from conflict. The most important thing is that we want to help you. These slaves were saved by you, and this village was built because of you. We just want to protect what you want to safeguard. Over there, with His Highness, when he needs us, we will rush to his side. We are all His Highness's shadow guards, and we usually have to disguise our movements. Staying by his side, or staying here, is naturally better to stay here. His Highness has also said that he won't restrict our freedom of movement. Mo Wanwan sighed inwardly at Bai Heng's skill in controlling others, a warmth spreading across her brow and eyes. Hu Xiang, thank you all. This is our way of thanking you. How did it turn into you thanking us? Hu Xiang smiled as she stopped, gesturing toward the direction. Look, everyone is waiting for you here. Chapter 104. By Cave Village, all the villagers had gathered outside the village chief's yard, wrapped in sheepskin coats, looking taller than when they were in the desert. Everyone had heard Hu Xiang's last few words, and Xiao Fei laughed, saying, Sister-in-law, there's no need to thank us. You saved our lives. If you feel bad, you can make us a big meal for lunch. He had been craving Mo Wanwan's cooking for several days. Laughter immediately erupted, and after a while, someone asked, Sister-in-law, have you thought of a name for the village? The call of sister-in-law from one person to another reached the ears of the demon lord, whose expression darkened like a cold pond, an oppressive aura spreading around him. Xiao Fei and the others suddenly froze in place, unable to move, fearfully looking towards a fixed direction. A tall and imposing man stood in an empty spot. It wasn't that there were no people there by his choice, but that those who had been standing nearby had consciously moved away from him. It was no wonder they were so sensitive. It was hard not to notice that the pressure came from this unfamiliar man. They heard the villagers enthusiastically say that a significant figure had come to the village, and that figure seemed to be the demon lord of the demon palace. Oh no! This familiar feeling was creaking in their hearts, like the sound of a heart being toyed with and crushed echoing in their ears. This familiar feeling was jealousy. It was so cold. They could clearly feel they were in an ice cellar. The men who had just called out sister-in-law were trembling, too afraid to move an inch. They could only exchange glances with their companions, relying on eye contact to keep warm, resenting that their companions, only a step away, stood so far apart that it provided no warmth at all. The demon lord was very angry. He would never allow his woman to be treated as someone else's woman. Yao Jinsheng had experienced this oppressive aura once and had a deep impression of it. He kept signaling to Mo Wanwan, as only she could stop this pressure. His eyes blinked rapidly, and only then did Mo Wanwan notice that Yao Jinsheng seemed to have a problem with his eyes. But she couldn't think of any side effects from the medicine she had given him. After a long time, she sighed at the warning from Gate to Yao Jinsheng. The demon lord was indeed unpredictable. She could never figure out what had triggered his anger. Suddenly, the middle-aged woman who had invited the demon lord to the village chief's house collapsed under the pressure. Mo Wanwan realized the severity of the demon lord's anger and immediately turned the topic around. How about calling it Bai Cave Village? The village was currently in a shabby state, overlooked by everyone. She hoped that one day it could transform into a thriving and prosperous place, like a peacock spreading its feathers. Upon hearing her proposed name for the village, Sheng Rong indeed retracted his pressure and focused on her. She said, the village currently has nothing like a blank sheet of paper. We will fill it in stroke by stroke, and one day, like a peacock, it will transform and spread its feathers. Her eyes were cool, with a light shining deep within. A gentle breeze brought the fragrance of fruits and vegetables, refreshing and inviting, as if the transformation she spoke of would come to pass on schedule. Bai Cave Village, that name is really nice, Hu Xiang expressed her hopes. Mo Wanwan looked at Sheng Rong, her eyes sparkling with unreserved pride. How about it? The name you chose has been recognized. Am I clever or what? Shung Rong's tightly pressed lips curled into a smirk, the chilling tide in her gaze receding to the sea, momentarily glimmering with light. She was trying to please him. Quite well done. Having survived, Xiao Fei finally caught his breath and said, "From now on, this place will be called Baike Village. The current Baike Village will become Baike Kingdom in the future." Of course, Mo11 did not hope for it to develop into a kingdom, as the kingdom would be flattened by the demon lord in 2 years. Only city-states and villages would be the safest. If managed well, it should soon become Baike City. In the Wolf King Palace, the Crown Prince and the Second Prince were discussing serious matters in the back garden of the Queen's sleeping quarters. Those useless fools can't even defeat a child. The Crown Prince, furious upon hearing the news that the Rat Clan's ambush yesterday had failed, stood up and smashed the glass cup in his hand, startling the little servants crouching in the corners of the pavilion, who quickly rushed to clean up the shards. He had given the Rat Clan a second chance, but they angered the Wolf King, and their entire clan was banned from food for 3 years. During this time, they had become so hungry that they resorted to gnawing on tree bark and eating the elderly, and their numbers had significantly decreased. Food was right before them. Given the vast disparity in strength between the Beast Clan and the Human Clan, the entire village was within easy reach. Yet they were beaten to a pulp by a golden-haired boy. This was simply outrageous. Originally thinking that Bai Hong was born of a dancer and posed no threat to them, now he could send envoys to the border army and manipulate the judicial department, both overtly and covertly. It was indeed not so easy to find a handle on him. He sat back down, still fuming. Chapter 105. Scheme. The Second Prince drank a cup of wine and advised him not to be angry. "Elder brother, stay calm. I've heard he has found Frost 7 flowers, which can break all curses in the world, a golden tier, celestial herb. We can't be sure we can use hostages to trade with him." The Crown Prince snorted, with Wan Yin Shui backing him. His courage has grown. How dare he grant human rights to slaves right under Father-S nose? This violates the tripartite alliance. If we bring evidence before Father, this crime would be enough to expel him from Wolf King City. Even if he had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare take that risk. The 3 major powers had signed a treaty during their father's time, agreeing not to wage war against each other for 10 years. With the constraints of the treaty, the 3 countries had enjoyed 8 years of peace. Of course, the premise was that they did not violate the treaty, but which country had not secretly crossed the line? However, to avoid war, the beast kings of each country merely turn a blind eye. The treaty clearly stated that slaves could not own property, which meant they could not establish villages. They were merely the owner's accessories and property, counted as half a person, not seen as complete individuals. Angrily snatching the cup from the Second Prince's hand, he said, "Second brother, you have many ideas. What do you suggest we do now?" The Second Prince looked him in the eye and asked, "Elder brother, do you have complete confidence in this plan?" The Crown Prince affirmed, "As long as I can control that village and capture hostages, the credit for the Frost 7 flowers and treating mother will definitely be mine." The Second Prince pondered for a while and said, "The Rat Clan has been deprived of food, and in just 3 years, their numbers have dwindled significantly. Do you know my intention in having you show favor to the Rat Clan?" Originally discussing how to capture hostages, the conversation suddenly shifted to the Rat Clan situation. The Crown Prince's mind could never keep up with his younger brother's quick thinking. "I have always followed your words. You are smarter and think further than I do. Do I still need to know why?" Though the Rat Clan's numbers had decreased drastically, their reproductive ability should not be underestimated. Without weapons in hand, if they wanted to secure the throne after Father abdicated, they needed a large number of troops willing to die for them. The Second Prince said shrewdly. The Crown Prince seemed to catch a whiff of his younger brother's intentions to help him achieve his goals. His younger brother was indeed his strategist. Having thought this far ahead for him, why not take the lead yourself? Lead them to slaughter the slave village, seize women and food, and show your mercy before them, giving the Rat Clan a second chance? In the Wolf King Palace, when it came to scheming, the Second Prince was no less capable than the Third Prince. The poor Wolf Queen had favored her elder son over the younger since childhood, and the Second Prince often heard her say, "You must assist your brother in ascending the throne. Even if it costs you your life in the future, you must protect his realm." He was so jealous of his elder brother that his eyes turned red, and he had grown weary of hearing those words from his mother. The Second Prince's suggestion directly inflated the Crown Prince's confidence. "All right, then Second brother, wait here for good news from me. I'll be back soon." The Second Prince smiled as he sent off his elder brother. "It's good that you understand." In the backyard kitchen of the village chief's house, the rich aroma of spicy stir-fry wafted out, stirring the appetites of the crowd gathered in the front yard. "This smells so good." Some were led by the fragrant scent, and took a few steps toward the backyard. What are they cooking? Yao Jinxing sniffed. Yesterday, he had driven away the troublemaking rat clan, and his righteous actions and strength had been recognized by Xiao Fei and the pack of wolves, quickly integrating him into their circle. Having not eaten for so long, the person who spoke glanced at the man sitting in the village chief's house and slapped himself on the mouth, quickly changing his words. It's Miss Mo's cooking. It smells spicy. The wolf clan loved spicy food, but in the Moon Entropy Kingdom, only the wolves knew that chili could be eaten. The wolf clan was noble in the Moon Entropy Kingdom, as the southern part of Yinshi continent only had the winter chili variety, and to eat other types of chili, they had to import from city-states and other countries. Thus, the wolf clan and the Heart Fox clan monopolized the chili market, and the Heart Fox clan was the maternal clan of the Crown Prince and the Second Prince, being the wealthy tycoons of the Moon Entropy Kingdom. In the Moon Entropy Kingdom, chili could only be used for medicinal purposes and could not be wasted. So smelling the aroma of chili stir-fry from outside the clan excited every cell in these wolf clan members. Xiao Fei wiped his mouth with his sleeve. I can't take it anymore. I need to take a look. What could be so delicious? He slipped from the front yard to the backyard and saw the bustling kitchen, with women darting from one pot to another, the sounds of chopping vegetables, boiling water, and sizzling oil completely mesmerizing him. Don't block the way. Xiao Yu handed the marinated chicken pieces past Xiao Fei to Hu Xiang. Feeling unwelcome, Xiao Fei tactfully stepped back 3 steps and asked, what are you all making? Mo11 drizzled oil over the grass carp, producing a loud, sizzling sound. Spicy chicken, oil-splashed prawns, stir-fried fish, and steamed hairy crabs. With her act of pouring oil, the fragrant aroma wafted from the backyard to the front yard, rich and enticing, making it hard for anyone to sit still or stand still. Chapter 106. Toasting. Xiao Fei soon noticed an enormous steamer in a corner of the kitchen, filled with the hairy crabs mentioned by Mo11. The beast tribe once loved to eat crabs and raved about their deliciousness, but crabs are toxic, and there were cases of people vomiting and having diarrhea after eating them. As a result, fewer and fewer people went crabbing, and eventually, no beast tribe members ate crabs anymore. Are you sure crabs are edible? Xiao Fei displayed a look of uncertainty. Mo11 asked curiously, why can't crabs be eaten? Xiao Fei replied, crabs are toxic, and some beastmen have experienced vomiting and diarrhea after eating them. Mo11 smiled and said, that's because those people don't know how to eat crabs. Eating raw or dead crabs or consuming too much can be harmful to the body. Those with cold ailments and pregnant women should avoid crabs, and eating them with various foods like sweet potatoes and tomatoes can cause conflicts. One should not drink tea or cold beverages after eating crabs. Xiao Fei was confused. So can crabs be eaten or not? With so many restrictions, shouldn't they just avoid eating them altogether? And Mo11 finally said, you can prepare some wine. Eating crabs and drinking is a delightful thing. In the front yard, a group of men stretched their necks to peek into the backyard, clicking their tongues and saying, wow, that smells really good. Yao Jinsheng wiped away the 9th droplet of saliva that had trickled down his mouth and said, where's Xiao Fei? He said he was just going to take a look, but how come he has dived in and hasn't tea come out? Has he already started eating? Just as they were speaking ill of Chow Chow, Chow Chow came out from the backyard carrying fragrant steamed hairy crabs. Xiao Fei held 2 large wooden trays of hairy crabs in each hand, with a bowl of hairy crabs balanced on his head. He walked briskly and, without spilling a drop, placed the 2 trays and the bowl of steamed hairy crabs on the temporarily set up round table. The slurping sounds of people trying to clear their throats came closer to the round table, and the smart ones quickly found their seats. Xiao Fei played the role of a waiter, shouting, your steamed hairy crabs are on the table. Please enjoy, esteemed guests. His antics made everyone laugh, and they all said that Hu Xiang should hire him for her restaurant. Hu Xiang also heard Xiao Fei shout and, laughing, made her way from the backyard, followed by a group of women. They took 2 trips to bring out spicy chicken and stir-fried prawns, and finally, Xiao Yu and Mo11 finished off the feast with their hot pot fish. This rich lunch marked the celebration of the establishment of Bai Cave Village, which had been named by Mo11 today, from selecting land to building houses. Hu Xiang stood up with a cup of wine in her hands, scanning everyone's expectant eyes, and said, this cup is to celebrate the village officially having a name today, Bai Cave Village. There was no wine among the food sent by Bai Hung. This wine was brought by Xiao Fei and his group, fermented from the staple food of the Moon Entropy Kingdom, with a sweet taste that was refreshing and delightful. She drank the wine heartily, and Xiao Fei, enjoying this boisterous atmosphere, raised his cup and stood up. For the second cup, I toast to Sister Hu Xiang. May our village live up to its name, like a peacock spreading its tail. With Xiao Fei standing up, Xiao Yu no longer hesitated. Surely, not a single person among the former slaves should remain seated to toast. Baike village is now their home, once slaves, and it will carry their hopes and dreams. For the third cup, may our benefactor, Miss Mo, have all her wishes come true and everything go smoothly. Xiao Yu looked at Mo Wan with a smile, her eyes sparkling as everyone else's did when they looked at Mo Wan. Miss Mo, once you finish your important tasks, you can come anytime. Baike village will always be your home. She knew that Miss Mo would soon leave the Wolf King Palace and Baike village. She had important matters to attend to and wouldn't stay here for long. Xiao Yu's pure and lovely smile struck Xiao Fei's heart. He sat down, covering his chest, and said to Yao Jinsheng beside him, I'm in love. The word in love was something he learned from Mo Wan. The beast tribe liked to describe falling in love as falling into love, and after hearing a simpler expression, they all changed to say it this way. Yao Jinsheng, who was eating fish, nearly choked on a fishbone upon hearing this. He shot a sidelong glance at Xiao Fei and scolded, We're eating, don't be so disgusting. Mo Gunyang is someone who knows how to live and enjoy life. People like her tend to live more freely than many others. However, there are moments when her expression reveals a weariness, as if she is being chased by something. This is something Xiao Yu and the villagers of Baike village do not want to see. Therefore, Xiao Yu hopes that Mo Wan will not force herself to face difficulties alone. Baike village will always be her home, and it will always welcome her, no matter what happens in the future. That's right, Baike village will always be your home. Supportive voices erupted from below. Mo Wan felt a slight ache around her eyes and smiled as she said, Thank you all. Xiao Yu's words gave her courage. The future she couldn't face was already changing. She hadn't done anything wrong, hadn't killed anyone. She had always been saving people. Had she changed the future? Did she have to alter the future through foresight? She tightened the strap of her crossbody bag at her waist. The fiery phoenix lotus in the space hadn't yet received Sheng Rong as approval. And the incense burner in the Wolf King's palace meant everything was still a long way off. Chapter 107. The Mouse Clan's Disturbance, Part 1. Sheng Rong picked up a shrimp and placed it in Mo Wan's bowl, saying, You can come to visit often in the future. I will accompany you. His sudden statement left Mo Wan stunned. What was he thinking? Did she need him to accompany her wherever she went? This statement had hidden meanings that required deep thought to fully understand. Analyzing it, the implication was that once she married into the Demon Palace, Baike village would be her maternal home, and he would accompany her to visit when she returned. Of course, if she were to have a falling out with him and pack her things to go back to her maternal home, he would never allow that. She didn't respond to him, unsure of the significance of her reply, and instead, she enjoyed eating the large shrimp he had given her. After a long silence, he suddenly said in a heavy tone, Someone has surrounded the village. His voice wasn't loud, but only Mo Wan heard him clearly. After finishing the shrimp, she asked, Is it the Mouse Clan? How many people? Sheng Rong used his spiritual power to sense the area within 100 miles. No more than 300. Mo Wan looked down at the bowl. So many people had been dispatched. She had long known that Baike village was located near the kingdom of Yuezhang, and those princes would not let things rest. They would surely come to harass the village and annoy Bai Hong. Yesterday, this group of rat people had been beaten to a pulp by Yao Jinsheng, and today they were rallying again, indicating that someone must be backing them. Who could it be? The first prince or the second prince? Baike village had villagers half drunk and half awake singing and dancing, while young boys like Yao Jinsheng were devouring food. Amidst the celebration, Xiao Fei and Hu Xiang maintained their alertness, having been informed by Mo Wan that a group of rats was lurking around the village. In the desolate woods outside Baike village, 2 massive brown-furred rats were gulping down snow to gain strength while cracking their knuckles. Rat Dong said to Rat Shio, Do you smell that? It's so fragrant. I've never smelled anything this good in Wolf King City. It's a bit pungent, but it really whets my appetite. Rat Shio scooped a handful of snow in his mouth, mixed with hay, and chewed vigorously. This slave village has chili. How lucky. We mustn't spare any women or food when the time comes. The nobles of Wolf King City loved spicy food due to the humid and cold climate, especially the wolf tribe, who couldn't get enough of it. Ordinary citizens, however, were unaware that chili could be eaten. They had only seen it being used by shamans to treat colds, which was also very expensive. In the kingdom of Yuezhang, chili was highly valued, not only as a precious medicinal material, but also as a rare ingredient. Therefore, the fields for growing chili were marked out by the Hartfox tribe, and imported chili could only be sold in shops under their control. The Hartfox people had a natural cunning for business. Their claws spread throughout the monetary circulation of the kingdom of Yuezhong, even controlling currency issuance. Rat Xiao pressed his ears to the ground, even from 10 miles away. He could hear the sound of light, floating footsteps. He grinned maliciously, looking grotesque. They're dancing, this is the time. Rat Xiao and Rat Dong extended their thin tails like upright needles to send a signal. The rats hidden behind rocks on the snowy slopes, and among the dead trees, surged out, their crimson eyes filled with the desire to kill, plunging toward Baike village with ravenous hunger. The First Prince, by Yun Xian, rode on a majestic 3-star Enyang tiger, which descended from the mountain, striding confidently through the sea of rats. Bai Yunxian stood tall and proud, looking down at the chaotic rats rushing toward the poor village. Inside Baike village, the singing and dancing villagers felt the ground shaking beneath their feet and looked toward Mo Wanwan and the others for guidance. Mo Wan told Xiao Fei, "The rat tribe is invading. You all protect the villagers." Xiao Fei and Hu Xiang nodded, knowing that with the demon lord present, Mo Wanwan would not be harmed. They flew to the villagers' side and escorted them to the cellar that had been planned early on. This cellar had originally been suggested by Xiao Fei and the others for hiding wine, and Bai Hong had said it could be made twice as large. In reality, it had long been planned for the villagers to hide in the cellar during emergencies. There was a water tank in the backyard of the village chief's house. Xiao Fei moved the tank aside, revealing a closed wooden door, behind which was the cellar. This cellar was not particularly hidden. If someone were to search thoroughly, it could still be found. But now that Mo Wanwan and the demon lord were guarding outside the village, it was likely that the rats would not even make it through the main gate of Baike village. First, they needed to get all the villagers into the cellar, just in case any stragglers from the rat tribe would harm the weak and powerless villagers. Xiao Fei instructed Hu Xiang to stay behind and listen for any disturbances outside, while he led the other wolf tribe members out through the wooden door. They all transformed into their half-beast forms and ran for several hundred meters. When their keen ears heard nothing, Xiao Fei raised his hand to signal everyone to stop. It was too quiet. The game of hunting and counterattack had just begun, yet they hadn't even seen a shadow of the rat tribe. The sounds of rushing and shaking had vanished, leaving an extreme silence that heightened their tension. Xiao Fei amplified his senses to explore the surroundings and said, "Everyone, stay alert. Don't let your guard down." Chapter 108, Rat Tribe Disturbance, Part 2. They moved cautiously, their eyes darting in all directions, their half-beast wolf ears standing erect and tense. As they advanced from the winding streets to the wide main street, they suddenly froze in shock. Across the main street was the gate of Baike village. At that time, no one remembered who had suggested engraving the village name on a plaque, fastening it with 2 wooden stakes so that weary travelers could see it and rest before continuing their journey. The plaque, which had not yet been engraved with the characters for Baike village, was merely resting atop the gate. The ground outside the gate seemed to be covered with brownish-yellow dead grass, the kind that had been lying around for a long time, now flattened under the weight of fallen rat fur. The bodies of the rat tribe were so fat they could break through houses. At this moment, they lay sprawled on the ground, making it hard to find any white snow visible. However, keen-eyed individuals could see some scattered purple fragments among their fur. They were trying to examine those purple fragments in the sunlight, but it felt as if they had been stung in the eyes, pulling back their gaze and rubbing their eyes, as their hearts were shaken by the powerful and thick spiritual energy emanating from the purple fragments, as if their souls were being devoured. Xiao Fei looked up, horrified at what lay ahead. The sunlight was blinding, and a woman with a graceful silhouette stood atop the black back of a giant scorpion. She held a bow and arrow with her slender arms, drawing the string back to her ear, and released the arrow, which flew like a shooting star, piercing through the head of the Enyang tiger. The force was immense, and this feathered arrow was truly extraordinary. With a loud bang, the Enyang tiger's neck went limp, its head drooping, and its body fell to the ground, its eyes wide open, dying without understanding what had happened. Alongside the Enyang tiger, a half-beast man also collapsed. He had a pair of fluffy white ears standing upright on his head, a fluffy tail protruding from behind, and his translucent body shimmered with a silver glow. This was a characteristic of the half-beast form of the silver wolf tribe. Xiao Fei immediately recognized this person. It was the First Prince Bai Yunxian. He had seen Bai Yunxian up close several times while serving as Bai Heng's secret guard. This man was brave, but lacked strategy, and in comparison to the big-breasted, brainless women, he was even worse. His reliance on his brother was akin to a baby clinging to a wet nurse for milk, truly pitiful and incapable of handling the situation. Bai Yunxian realized something was wrong. He had provoked someone he shouldn't have, and wanted to turn around and flee. He never expected that a little girl would kill the 3-star magical beast gifted to him by the king. He clenched a snowball in his hand, his heart racing. During the time Xiao Fei and the others were protecting the villagers in the cellar, the stout bodies of the rat tribe had already stepped through the snow. Some were even leaping in the air, attempting to crush the buildings with their bodies. However, these rats had not anticipated that today's opponent was far too strong. On the main street, a man stood with his back to the light, facing the wind. His long hair swirled in the breeze, and his splendid robe billowed like a cloak. He did nothing but stand there, blocking the advance of the rat tribe. Rat-Shio tried desperately to move forward, but could only wiggle a single toe in frustration, exclaiming, "Who is this person?" Rat Dong squinted his already tiny eyes, staring for a long time. He couldn't clearly see the man's features against the light, but he could vaguely sense the cold and menacing aura emanating from him. He felt a chilling presence materialize into a hand, violently attacking them. He was too strong. We should retreat. Rat Dong felt inexplicably panicked. Rat Shio glared at him. Fool. Running away now is also a death sentence. Do you think the 2 older brothers will let us go? Mouse Dong thought that indeed returning would lead to death. But we can't move. How can we kill our way in? Didn't you see that there's only one person left in the entire village? Where can we find those slaves? This really put Mouse Chio in a difficult position. He rolled his eyes and looked at the useless clan members behind him, who were pressed to the ground by a force and couldn't even lift their heads. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Let them take the violence pills and push us in." Mouse Dong hesitated. "Are you sure? Once they take the violence pills, there's no turning back." Mouse Chio, enraged, replied, "Are you questioning my decision? Either way, we're going to die. Losing our humanity is better than dying in pain." The elders of the Mouse clan had eaten all the food. They needed young people and women to reproduce. Children who could not reproduce or fight would become a new source of food. Mouse Dong steeled his heart and communicated with his clan members using his tail. The clan members had no complaints and unanimously bit down on the violence pills hidden in their back molars, swallowing them. The appearance of the Mouse clan did not change after taking the violence pills, but the brightness in their eyes was dulled, just as humanity was obscured. Their minds regressed to that of beasts, and they would recklessly attack anyone, entering a state of endless rage. The Mouse clan members, who were pressed to the ground and unable to move, began to slowly rise as they regained the ability to move their once limp tails. With the weight of suppression lifted, they recklessly stepped on their clan members and charged to kill the man in front of them. Sheng Rong waited for Mo Wan on the main street. When she left, she said, "To catch a thief, first catch the king. I'll go find the people behind this. Oh, by the way, don't turn Bai Cave Village into a bloodbath. Mouse blood is so dirty." He neither agreed to clean up the mess for her, nor refused in time. That woman was too cunning, leaving a sentence before turning and running. When she returned to find the Mouse clan had killed all the villagers, she would surely blame him for not keeping his word as the great demon lord. Chapter 109. Fleeing in panic, Sheng Rong furrowed his brows tightly, his dark, deep-set eyes filled with disgust for the Mouse clan. She was right about one thing. Mouse blood was too dirty. Even though it wasn't to dirty Bai Cave Village, he didn't want to be stained by such filthy blood. Seeing the rampaging Mouse clan, he felt that their blood was even dirtier and more disgusting. With rage raging in his eyes, he intensified his pressure, forcing the rampaging Mouse clan back dozens of meters. This time, being pressed to the ground not only rendered them immobile, but also distorted their bodies. Mouse Chio angrily tangled his tail. "Why are we not advancing, but instead retreating? Let them fart. Everyone fart." With a flick of Mouse Dong's tail, the Mouse clan members, whose humanity had not yet been completely stripped away, began to fart wildly, filling the air with a yellowish cloud that stained the sky. Amidst the thunderous sounds of flatulence, Sheng Rong's patience reached its limit. His face darkened like night, and his cold, deep-set eyes were filled with a bloodthirsty, killing intent. Mouse Chio was still imagining using the impact of the farts to fly in front of the man for a final battle. But as he charged forward 3 meters, he was met by a crystal pillar. He let out a sharp scream as a purple crystal pierced his throat. The purple crystal inside him exploded like heavenly flowers, turning Mouse Chio into a cloud of purple smoke. The explosive purple waves instantly washed away all consciousness of the Mouse clan, creating the bizarre scene of brown, yellow, and withered grass that Xiao Fei and the others later witnessed. After the Mouse clan became useless, Bai Yun used the excellent vision of the Silver Wolf clan to see the man's face clearly, locking eyes with him, as if the Grim Reaper had descended. A tremor ran through him, and his blood froze. He directly half-beastified and urged the yin-yang tiger beneath him. Quick! Run faster! Just as the yin-yang tiger turned around, a shadow suddenly appeared from an unknown direction, blocking the path ahead with a mocking demeanor. Larger than the yin-yang tiger by 2 times. Sensing the danger, the yin-yang tiger immediately stopped in its tracks. MOCC looked at the expression of the yin-yang tiger, which was mocking and merciless. Weakling. Taking the opportunity, it extorted from Mo11. If you want me to deal with this kind of trash, you'll have to give me an extra piece of cake. MOCC and Mo11 communicate through consciousness. Mo11 twitched the corner of her mouth, really raising a wasteful pet, even at such a time. She still didn't forget to seek some verbal benefits. MOCC not only tasted the ice crystal-like lollipops made by Mo11, but also tried the cake she baked, with cream whipped by her, fragrant, soft, and fluffy, making one's mouth water just thinking about it. This was a privilege that no one else had besides MOCC. Bai Yunxian had only seen the most powerful magical beast in his life, which was the 4-star magical beast ridden by his father. But this majestic 6-star magical beast that looked down proudly at him from atop the yin-yang tiger left him dumbfounded. Among the 4 stars, there were also distinctions in strength. Crossing from 4 stars to 5 stars was a whole new realm. Not to mention the comparison between the 3-star yin-yang tiger under him and the 6-star red sand scorpion in front of him, which was 2 stars higher. Swallowing hard, Bai Yunxian glanced upward. The swirling emerald smoke skirt revealed a section of fair ankle, and just this detail made one's imagination run wild. Following the ankle upwards, Mo11's stunning figure sitting on the snow deer was deeply etched in by Yunxian's memory. Who was this woman? So beautiful. His mother was from the most beautiful beast tribe, the Heartfox tribe, and was undoubtedly the #1 beauty among them. But the moment he laid eyes on Mo11, the first beauty was merely a green leaf in her presence. Mo11 looked down at him coldly. The Mouse Clan's troublemaking is not the first offense. Were both of these incidents your instructions? Bai Yin first met those peerlessly beautiful apricot eyes and, feeling a bit dazed, replied, "That's right, it was me." He wanted her to know his ability to summon the winds and call the rain. But he seemed to have forgotten that the Mouse Clan he summoned was already unconscious. Mo11 sneered. "If I'm not here today, the Baikei village that my people have worked hard to build will be destroyed by you. You've sent the rat tribe to invade multiple times. What kind of terror have they endured?" She glanced at the yin-yang tiger out of the corner of her eye, her lips curling into a wicked smile. "Let's use a life beside you to soothe my people's fear." Then, a shocking scene unfolded before Xiao Fei's eyes. Mo11 drew her bow and shot, instantly killing the yin-yang tiger. The 3-star yin-yang tiger, black and white, looked quite majestic, its strength only average among 3-star beasts. Unfortunately, this particular yin-yang tiger had already been selected by Bai Yun as the best bonding choice. Finding another magical beast of equal strength to the yin-yang tiger would likely require great effort and trouble. Mo11 flicked her fingers, retracting the bow and arrow that had been infused with spiritual power, and smiled at Bai Yunxian. "My name is Mo11. Don't forget who killed your magical pet the next time we meet." Bai Yunxian's half-supported body trembled uncontrollably, his heart and eyes quaking, forcing tears from his eyes. He cried out in panic, clutching his head and fleeing, looking as disheveled as a street rat scurrying away. He was so focused on escaping that he wore down the soles of his shoes, completely oblivious to the fact that Mo11 had mentioned their next meeting. He wondered if he would still be able to maintain his composure when he encountered her again. Chapter 110. Stay to be the village chief, seeing the noble prince lose his wits and flee in a panic. Mo11 threw her head back and laughed. "Ha ha. How cowardly is Bai Heng's older brother. This is really going to make me laugh to death." She laughed until tears streamed down her face, unable to stop. While she was happy, Xiao Fei and the others looked less than pleased. They had always thought of Mo11 as a remarkably clever but weak woman, with exceptional medical skills and outstanding culinary talent, yet unable to use spiritual power because she was human, with only a minuscule amount of spiritual energy within her. However, the scene they had just witnessed left them speechless, unable to regain their composure for a long time. When did humans become this strong? Mo11 asked MOCC to take her back. When they arrived, they saw Xiao Fei and the others standing there, stunned like stones, as if their souls had ascended. They waved their hands in front of them, but their eyes didn't blink. Mo11 looked around and saw a pile of fallen rat people, but couldn't find Sheng Rong. Where did he go? This he referred to the demon lord. Xiao Fei and the others understood and shook their heads. They only saw the fallen rat people when they came over, but they knew who was responsible for the rat people's tragic state. After dealing with the rat people, Sheng Rong hurriedly flew to the riverbank, where Xiao Yu had fetched water earlier to undress and bathe. He was frowning the entire time, soaking in the water to cleanse himself, his bloody skin turning the cool river water into boiling water. He could constantly smell an unpleasant odor, and Sheng Rong's expression contrasted sharply with the temperature of the water, extremely cold. Very well, the rat people had been added to his slaughter list. The water level of the river evaporated by half a meter, and Sheng Rong walked out of the steaming water to the ground, the wet ends of his hair drying instantly in the momentary breeze. He picked up his neatly folded clothes from before entering the water and took a minute to get dressed. Before leaving, a layer of ice formed on the river water, and the grass by the riverbank was also covered in icy shards. Mo Wanwan waited for half an hour in the village before he finally arrived. Half an hour, which translates to an hour in modern time units. What could he have possibly been doing for that long? If Sheng Rong told Mo Wanwan that he had gone to take a bath, she would definitely wonder if he had shed his skin. The villagers quickly prepared tea and respectfully invited the demon lord to take his seat, with Mo Wanwan and Zi Ying sitting on the two closest sides to the demon lord. Sheng Rong's cold gaze fell on Mo Wanwan, clearly conveying a sense of accusation that burned fiercely in his eyes. Mo Wanwan felt a shiver run down her spine, steeled her heart, and turned to meet his gaze head-on. The two stared at each other intensely, but ultimately, Mo Wanwan averted her eyes first, conceding in the silent battle of whose gaze was colder and more lethal. During the half hour the demon lord was absent, Xiao Fei ordered that the rat tribe be tied up and sent a message to Wan Shi, asking him to send a team to handle the situation. At the same time, Zi Ying received news in Wolf King City that Lan Yu was trapped in an unknown location and learned that the demon lord was in a village south of the boundary of Yushan country. So she hurried to Bai Cave village. When Sheng Rong stepped through the door, Zi Ying bowed and apologized. "Respected lord, I am late." He silently walked past her, and after taking his seat, he engaged in a silent stare down with Mo Wanwan for a while. The cold light of Sheng Rong's accusation retreated from Mo Wanwan's turned profile, and he said, "Let's go." The villagers, who were huddled in the corner with only half their heads visible, saw that the demon lord was about to leave before settling into his seat, wondering if he found the seat uncomfortable. Sheng Rong then added, "You come along too, to Wolf King City." Mo Wanwan let out a sound of understanding, obediently and quietly following him to the door. Just as she was about to step over the threshold, she realized something was off. Why was she being so obedient? She stopped in her tracks, and Sheng Rong asked, "What's wrong?" Mo Wanwan said, "Why do you want me to go with you? And why do I listen to you so much?" Sheng Rong turned to look at her. "So, are you going or not?" Mo Wanwan said without hesitation, "Of course I'm going." "Wait, how do you know I'm going to Wolf King City? I don't remember telling you, right?" She had only asked him how to get to the Moon Entropy Kingdom, but not specifically about Wolf King City. He didn't answer and took 2 steps toward the front yard, with Mo Wanwan jogging to catch up. Just as they exited the front yard of the village chief's house, Yao Jinsheng ran over and shouted loudly, "Sister Mo, wait for me, I'm going with you." The villagers who had been hiding in the village chief's house heard this and rushed out, surrounding Yao Jinsheng. "No way, you have to stay and be the village chief." Yao Jinsheng jumped back in fright, suddenly realizing how terrifying the villagers he knew had become. "I don't want to be the village chief. This is kidnapping. I never said I wanted to be the village chief." Just as he shook off one hand, dozens of hands grabbed onto his sheepskin coat again. He had no choice but to take off his coat and run forward, but soon he was blocked again. Xiao Yu said, "Xiao Sheng, there's a reason everyone chose you to be the village chief. Why don't you stay and give it a try?" Yao Jinsheng struggled to poke his head out from among the villagers and cried out to Mo Wanwan, "Sister Mo, help me." Mo Wanwan turned back to smile at him. "Wait until you escape, then come find me." She then turned and left, leaving Yao Jinsheng with a cruel silhouette. Chapter 111. The Purple Demon Ox Clan. In fact, the villagers did not intend to trouble Yao Jinsheng. It was just that none of them had ever encountered power before. The village chief was also a position that managed several hundred villagers. This was already a great power for those who once only deserved to do hard labor as slaves. So the villagers were not very proactive about the position of village chief, at most keeping a respectful distance. Moreover, they only knew Xiao Sheng and did not dare to trouble the other beast clans. Upon reaching the main street, Mo Wanwan suddenly asked, "Why are you going to the Wolf King City?" Zi Ying had prepared herself to face Mo Wanwan these past few days. Yes, this woman was very powerful, and she, Zi Ying, could not provoke her, but after all, she was a confidant of the demon lord. There was no romantic relationship with the Lord, only a master-servant relationship. Was she really afraid of an unknown woman? She was the head of the Poison Palace, one of the 3 palaces of the Demon Palace, serving only the Demon Lord. No one dared to offend or provoke her. When had anyone other than the Demon Lord ever made her yield? She glanced at Mo Wanwan and said, "Naturally, I'm going to handle important matters. Why did you follow along?" Mo Wanwan smiled and said, "I promised by Hung to lift the curse on the Wolf King." Ziing looked at her with suspicion and disbelief. "A curse? Can you really break it?" She had witnessed Mo Wanwan's skill in relocating bones for Bai Hung and recognized her superb medical skills. But relocating bones and breaking curses were 2 entirely different realms, with a vast difference between them. If this woman could master both, she would gladly serve her tea and hand over the position of the Demon Empress to her. Mo Wanwan nodded without hesitation. Ziing curled her lips and sneered. "Do you have Frost 7 flowers?" Mo Wanwan shook her head without thinking. "No." Smiled. Since she didn't have Frost 7 flowers, it was even more impossible for her to lift the curse of the Wolf Queen. She scoffed and said, "Without Frost 7 flowers, what makes you think you can lift the curse of the Wolf Queen? Her curse is not an ordinary one. Don't treat a curse like a common illness. Otherwise, you'll just end up making the people of the Wolf Palace burst into laughter, and that won't be a good look." She said all this to advise Mo Wanwan not to be blindly confident, as a proper retreat could also save her some face. Mo Wanwan seemed to have not heard the second half of her sentence, her eyes brightening as she asked, "Do you know about the curse in Wolf King Queen?" What Ziing mentioned was that this curse is not an ordinary curse, right? She actually had some reservations about whether the curse of 10,000 ants devouring could be lifted. Chang Huishu had said that if one does not have full confidence in helping those cursed, it's best not to get involved. Her understanding of curses was not comprehensive, and attempting to lift a curse without thorough knowledge carries relative risks. If Ziing could tell her about the special aspects of 10,000 ants devouring, she could take a chance. Of course, our Purple Demon Bull clan is born for curses. Mo Wanwan didn't seem surprised by the curse of the Purple Demon Ox clan. What bull-headed horse-faced beings, bull demons, and snake gods, and even using bull's blood for sacrifices, and taking the tears of bulls to summon souls. Bulls and death have a deep connection in Eastern culture on Earth. Ziing asked her in return, "Do you know the laws and costs of curses?" Mo Wanwan was momentarily taken aback by her imposing inquiry, unsure whether it was true that cursing others required a mental and physical toll of 100 years of hard practice. In front of an expert, it seemed like showing off one's limited knowledge, but being humble about it wasn't wrong. Ziing didn't expect her to understand this, and with a huff, she said, "You know quite a bit. At least you're aware that a curse requires both mental and physical sacrifices, but their costs far exceed what ordinary people can imagine." She half closed her eyelids and continued, "Curses are born from resentment. Resentment is inherently extreme, and the harsher the curse, the more extreme the methods used by the curse master. In the territory of the Purple Demon Ox, there is a house of resentment, which contains all the curse scrolls in the world. The Purple Demon Ox clan is the original clan that nurtures curse masters, and the resentment is accumulated within their kin, which is why we are not afraid of poison from a young age." When Ziing mentioned not fearing poison, Mo Wanwan recalled a scene. While battling the toad and the demon toad, Ziing transformed into a demon ox, with a pair of purple horns on her head and a tail that erupted with purple flames, which could consume the poisonous gas from the demon toad entirely. After the previous clan leader disappeared, the scroll of the 10,000 ants devouring was taken away by someone, and since then, no one knew how to cast that curse. After Ziing said this, Mo Wanwan was stunned. "Then how do you know that 10,000 ants devouring is not an ordinary curse?" Ziing's naturally charming eyes narrowed slightly, and beneath her fluttering long eyelashes, a dreamy expression gradually emerged, pulling her thoughts back to a distant moment. 10,000 ants devouring is an inconspicuous curse I created when I was young. I know everything about how to cast it and its dangers." Mo Wanwan swallowed hard, realizing that Ziing was a genius in curse casting. Suddenly, a chill ran through her body as she thought of something. If Ziing found out about her and the Demon Lord's intimate relationship, how many curses would she have to endure to be freed from it? Chapter 112, Self-Awareness. However, she forgot that the Beast Clan had keen senses. Ziing had already detected the scent on her body. She just didn't want to ask, fearing a confirmed answer would cause her heartache again. The Lord was her beloved, after all. Curses are ineffective against certain individuals, including those with pure spirit power and malevolent spirit power, and the cost of casting a curse is to deepen one's own resentment. She wouldn't do that. She was younger than Lan Yu and had been following the demon lord for less time, yet it had already been 100 years. During these years, while the demon lord slept in the valley of death, she had been trying to rid herself of her own resentment. Why would she want to increase it instead? She had vowed not to follow in that woman's footsteps. Listen carefully. The conditions for the curse of 10,000 ants devouring require feeding 10,000 different types of insects with flesh and blood until the cursed individual dies. There are only about 12,000 insects in total on the Yunshi continent. Her expression was serious as she accurately stated the two closely related numbers. Mo11 took a sharp breath. There are only about 12,000 insects and ants combined. So collecting 10,000 different species of insects and ants would mean turning the Yunshi continent inside out, digging up everything that could be seen and caught, right? This truly exceeded the bounds of madness. No wonder Ying said that the 10,000 ants devouring curse was an inconspicuous curse she created in her childhood. The success rate of casting this curse was so minuscule that only a lunatic would choose it. How much hatred did the curse caster have for the Wolf Queen to cast such a self-harming curse on her? Wasn't he afraid of backlash? Ziying could see that Mo11 was contemplating the curse caster's motives, but compared to those motives, the real challenge was the curse itself, 10,000 ants devouring. The curse had self-awareness. Once you try to resist it, it would retaliate fiercely, causing the cursed person to die on the spot. Even with Frosty Hua in hand, there was no guarantee of complete safety. They arrived at the high-class stable where Sheng Yu was resting, and Ziying looked at Mo11 seriously, giving her a piece of advice that was rare for her. If I were you, I wouldn't carelessly agree to buy Hong. You still have time to back out now. Mo11 fell silent for a moment. Ziying thought she was about to back out, but then saw a smile appear on her lips as she said, "Since I've learned from you that the curse will fight back, I now have a countermeasure. Thank you." In this life, she would not back down. Faced with the predetermined fate of life and death, she could fight to the death. A mere curse was nothing to fear. At this moment, Ziying's face was mixed with shock and anger. How could she still be smiling? Had she not heard the warning given to her? The people of the Wolf King Palace were not to be trifled with. Once everything settled, all the blame would fall on her. Where did she get the confidence to avoid such a result? Ziying turned her head in anger. She didn't even know why she felt compelled to tell Mo11 so much. It would have been better to let her embarrass herself and suffer. She would have preferred this woman to hit a wall head-on. Sheng Yu's resting stable was hastily built by Xiao Fei and the others, with limited materials. Compared to the lounge specially arranged for it in Wolf King City, this place was a fighter among trash. It was actually made to lie on a pile of hay. Did they know how delicate and soft its skin was? Lying on hay would surely scrape its skin. If it weren't for the master's strict order not to harm anyone, it would have kicked that wolf tribe member named Xiao Fei to death long ago. Upon reflection, Sheng Yu still couldn't understand why the master forbade it from killing this time, when clearly the master preferred killing even more than it did. Sheng Yu couldn't stay there for a moment longer. When it saw the master walking towards it in the filthy stable, its feelings of disgust vanished, and it nearly cried out with passionate excitement, howling to the sky. It stepped forward, crushing the stable fence, and nudged Mo11 with its head to show that it was happy to see her. Mo11 rubbed the fur on its head, smiling as she said, "Sorry to keep you waiting." Xingyu let out a joyful cry, coldly bypassing Ziying to approach Shengrong, gazing up at him deeply. As usual, Shengrong glanced at it without speaking or reaching out, maintaining an icy demeanor. Yet it liked this very much, enjoying the closeness to this cold backside. Shengrong and Mo11 climbed onto Xingyu's back, while Ziying looked on unwillingly, witnessing the series of moments where Shengyu ignored her and had to watch Mo11 ride alongside the demon lord. She dared to feel anger, but couldn't express it. Having brought her own magical pet, she didn't end up as badly off as Lan Yu, who could now be described as uncertain of life and death. The two magical pets recognized who was the boss and who was the subordinate, flying one after the other toward Wolf King City. The noble snow deer flew over the border of Yuechong Kingdom, like a streak of purple meteor crossing the blue sky, and Xingyu deliberately slowed down here. It had been trained to greet others when entering their territory. If it flew too fast, others wouldn't see it. The orc on the watchtower spotted a dazzling and graceful snow deer strolling through the clouds and quickly made a crossing gesture to the guards below, informing them that this was the demon lord's mount and magical pet, and they should not shoot arrows or attack, but let it pass. The border of Yuechong Kingdom was surrounded by defensive barriers, which Xingyu could completely ignore. No matter how advanced the defensive barriers were, they were useless in front of a 6-star magical beast, Not to mention that the barriers in Yuechang Kingdom hadn't been reinforced for some time. Chapter 113. Arriving at Wolf King City. Upon reaching the skies above Wolf King City, a row of people awaited at the city gate. Among them, the confidently standing dignitaries were dressed in red and green. The men wore bulky clothing, while the women adorned themselves with jewels and pearls, appearing top-heavy. From a distance, they looked like a row of fruits and vegetables atop thick snow. In stark contrast to the dignitaries' attire, each of them had 2 or 3 slaves standing behind them, ready to be commanded. These slaves wore tattered clothes, heads down, shoulders slumped, their features obscured in shadow, making it difficult to discern their gender. Mo Wanwan looked at these distinguished individuals and felt their taste was utterly vulgar. She glanced over the row of people and noticed an outstanding figure. This person was much taller than the short and plump or thin and small individuals around him, tall enough to shield them from the wind and snow. Yet none dared to do so. They preferred to brave the northwesterly winds, their faces turning purple from the cold. He had a broad face and heavy jaw, and the reason she could tell at a glance that he was an exceptional person was that he resembled Wancher too closely. What Mo Wanwan truly appreciated was that behind him stood only a teenage boy who was similarly dressed in shabby, short clothing. The boy's gaze, however, was fixed on the man's shoulder, filled with starry admiration. Unlike the others, he did not hunch his shoulders or lower his head. He was the only slave brave enough to look ahead, forming a strong contrast with the other slaves who were utterly obedient, which made Mo Wanwan admire the character of General Wanyin Shui of the Moon Entropy Kingdom. As the sound of the flute descended, it stirred up a fierce wind, carrying snowflakes. Among the shivering crowd stepping back, only Wanyin Shui stood firm and unmoved. Sheng Rong took 2 steps forward to confront Wanyin Shui, their eyes clashing. Wanyin Shui was the first to show a friendly smile, saying, "I am Wanyin Shui, General of the Moon Entropy Kingdom, and I have been waiting here for the Demon Lord for quite some time." Standing in line with the Demon Lord, Wanyin Shui appeared to be half a head shorter, but the impression he gave was that he was much more than just half a head shorter. The boy behind him quietly observed the Demon Lord. Even wrapped in a fur coat, the Demon Lord's straight back resembled a high-quality long sword, and the bone-chilling, domineering aura added an invisible height to him, making one momentarily believe that he could be even taller, surpassing that of a giant. Mo Wanwan took 7 or 8 steps before catching up to Sheng Rong's side. The advantage of having long legs is that it allows one to take fewer steps. When the general's gaze fell on Mo Wanwan, there was a mix of amazement, surprise, and complexity in his expression. "Who is this?" She smiled, her clear and bright eyes captivating. "I am Mo Wanwan, a friend of the third prince." Van Yan Kui, upon hearing this, had a flicker of keen insight in his calm eyes, revealing his shrewdness. This is the woman His Highness mentioned, a key figure in this mission. The boy's admiring gaze was ruthlessly taken away by the woman who arrived behind the Demon Lord. Her stunning beauty added a touch of blush to his cheeks, and the innocence of his youth began to sprout upon encountering her every word and action. This unparalleled beauty brought a wave of warmth to the cold winter day, warming everyone at the city gate. This woman is truly exceptional. For a moment, these high-ranking officials not only admired her temperament and appearance, but also realized that this woman was not of the beast tribe, but of the human race. Yet, her exquisite attire was not something a lowly human slave could be allowed to touch. With these thoughts in mind, they considered that the Demon Lord slaves are also of great nobility. Such a breathtakingly beautiful human woman could naturally not be compared to the common slaves on the market. Mo Wanwan had a good impression of Wanyin Shui. She had heard many noteworthy stories from Xiaoyu and other slaves. The news circulating among slaves in powerful nations was as well informed as that of beggars and courtesans. One could learn everything with just a question. Many formidable figures from the 3 major powers of the Yunshi continent were well known, all of whom possessed the strength to turn the tide within their countries. The Grand Master of the Brown Wind Nation, who commanded respect in the political arena, the terrifying Demon Lord of the Demon Palace, and the undefeated General of the Moon Entropy Nation, who was none other than Wancher's father, Wanyin Shui. His status in the Moon Entropy Nation was unshakable even by the Wolf King. He had established remarkable achievements, earning the admiration of the people, the fear of enemy nations, and the respect of allies. His presence was like an unyielding statue guarding the borders of the Moon Entropy Nation, fortifying it with solid stone walls and bringing peace to the chaotic regions. He was privately hailed as the Stone General, for it was due to his steadfastness that the Moon Entropy Nation evolved from a city-state into a nation. This general had already passed the age of understanding. having a son in his later years. Naming him Wanshi was a hope that he would carry on his father's legacy and safeguard the moon entropy nation after his passing. Wanshi, the stubborn stone, was to be a loyal minister. Both father and son pledged their loyalty to Bai Hong. Shui instructed his personal guards to take care of the demon lord's magical pet and prepare the resting room. Then asked the two, "Does the demon lord prefer to ride a horse or take a carriage?" Before the demon lord could respond, a woman beside him decisively said, "Of course, riding a horse. We need to enjoy the scenery of Wolf King City. Sitting in a carriage would be too stuffy." Mo Wanwan's sudden outburst startled the high-ranking officials. How could a servant speak without their master's permission, and even make decisions for their master? Chapter 114. Street commotion. Shui glanced at the demon lord for approval. Once he received the demon lord's nod, he called for the young man to bring over 3 horses, the third one for Xing to ride. Her demon pet was also taken down by the guards. Shui mounted his horse, and the officials prepared to escort them to the palace gate of the Wolf King Palace, each ready with a carriage. Once in the carriage, they instructed the driver to slow down, following closely behind the horses of the demon lord and the others. The sound of hooves echoed as the wheels rolled. Passing through the city gates into Wolf King City, the white snow had been cleared away, and looking down from the horse's back, the hooves gently stepped on a smooth stone road, with houses lined up on both sides. The common people were tightly guarded at the edges of the street, watching them with anticipation. In such a crowded place, Mo Wanwan remarked, "It's nice to have so many people around. It doesn't feel so cold anymore." Shui laughed and said, "Miss Mo should try our unique hand warmer. You wouldn't want to get your hands frostbitten." When he mentioned the hand warmer, Mo Wanwan immediately thought of the soup pot from the Qing dynasty. "Do you still use this to warm your bed?" Shui was taken aback by Mo Wanwan's cleverness. Usually, people from outside the moon entropy kingdom have no concept of a hand warmer, yet she could draw parallels just from the name. Indeed, many people like to use hand warmers to warm their beds. It's cozy and prevents waking up cold at night. Mo Wanwan didn't realize that her casual question had greatly improved Shui's impression of her. She was contemplating that if she saw him on the street later, she would buy one. Shui was sent by the Wolf King to guide the demon lord, and he was dedicated to his duty, talking nonstop along the way. However, only Mo Wanwan was listening attentively, which made Shui's fondness for her soar to its peak. In reality, Mo Wanwan was just enjoying the scenery. She would nod occasionally when Shui said a few words. She was noting the locations of some shops to visit later, especially dessert shops, which occupied the top priority in her heart. The demon lord had a cold expression, silently riding his horse. His already towering figure appeared even more unattainable under the sunlight, and his handsome looks left the men and women on the street staring in a daze. Among Shui's endless chatter, the most mentioned were the Wolf King's friendly gestures, but he was interrupted by the noise coming from not far away. The demon lord had arrived in Wolf King City, and the citizens were not allowed to cause a ruckus on the street, disturbing state affairs. Yet this was the first time Shui encountered such a situation while receiving the demon lord. Guards in military uniforms were blocking their path, pushing against a group of burly slaves and servants. The loudest voice among the commotion shouted, "You dare to run away from me! Damn it!" Immediately followed by the crack of a whip echoing through the air, sending chills down people's spines. Another voice said, "Young Masterly, if you want to punish the slave, you can do it at home. You cannot cause trouble on the street today." The man ignored him. "If I don't teach her a lesson now, the other slaves will learn from her. Hey, don't run. Damn it, see if I don't kill you." Another round of shouting ensued, and from the crowd emerged a bruised girl running barefoot. From her running trajectory, Mo Wanwan could tell she was almost at her limit. In the cold winter snow, the girl's tattered coarse linen dress was stained with blood and dirt, and a thin steel wire was wrapped around her neck. The sharp wire cutting into her skin and drawing blood, which, along with the blood flowing from her ears, dripped onto the chains below. This steel wire was attached to a long chain, the other end of which was hidden within the noisy and pushing crowd. And it was unknown which young master owned this girl and had cruelly abused her. Mo Wanwan's gaze couldn't leave the sight of the girl fleeing. The girl took deep breaths, trying to use her last bit of life to breathe, looking no more than 13 or 14 years old. Her eyes quickly turned cold. When the girl saw the demon lord and his companions, she could tell from their attire that they were not locals. She clawed at the steel collar around her neck and cried out for help. "Save me. Please, I don't want to die." She ran towards them, each step seeming to threaten her collapse. Shui leaped off his horse and reached out to capture this girl who was disturbing the people's morale and startling the noble guests. But he was intercepted by Mo11, who also jumped off her horse. "General, I want to see this girl. She seems badly injured." Wang Yinshui's eyes darkened. After glancing at the girl, he told her, "Miss Mo, this is the kingdom of Yushang. Let me handle it." This statement directly made Mo11 and the demon lord feel like outsiders. Wang Yinshui was actually worried that Miss Mo would anger the powerful. So he flew out to intercept the girl, not expecting Mo11 to be faster than him. Wang Yinshui only felt a sudden change in the wind to his right. Mo11 had already stepped in front of the girl and said, "Do you know I'm a shaman doctor, General? A healer has a benevolent heart and cannot stand by and watch someone die. Do you want me to go against my own principles?" Wang Yinshui was caught off guard by her question. Chapter 115, Head Explosion. He couldn't stop Miss Mo from saving the slave, but he still wanted to remind her, the life of a slave belongs to their master. If the master wants her dead, she must die. If the master wants her to live, even if it's worse than death, she must live. Mo11 was astonished that Wang Yinshui would say such things. Could she have misjudged him? She helped the girl up, trying to discern from the boy's face behind Wang Yinshui whether he shared the general's thoughts. But the boy's eyes were indifferent, and he was mumbling something to himself. She amplified her hearing to listen closely to the boy's murmurs. He was reciting a eulogy. Why was he reciting a eulogy? Just as Mo11 lowered her head, the chains around the girl's neck moved, pulled taut by sudden force. "Help!" The girl suddenly gasped for air, as if that one word had taken all her oxygen. Her trembling fingers reached for her neck, and at the moment her nails dug into the steel wire, blood erupted from her mouth and neck, staining Mo11's white fox fur coat and flowing into the crevices of the stone pavement. In just a few seconds, the girl bled to death. Before dying, her eyes were fixed on Mo11, having pleaded for her help just a moment before, now lifeless. From the girl's hollow pupils, one could still see many sheepskin coats and cowhide boots. These were the onlookers on both sides of the street, all indifferent. They were not cold-blooded. They had already anticipated the outcome. Only Mo11, a foreigner who had never been to the kingdom of Yushang or even to Wolf King City, did not foresee this inevitable result. Like the deceased girl, she had believed there was still hope. The calm expressions of the people concealed a sense of regret. This was already quite good. Let's watch more, for in the country of Brown Wind, things were even worse. A child by the street said to his mother, "The kingdom of Yushang treats slaves quite kindly. In the country of Brown Wind, such slaves wouldn't even have a chance to escape." The mother patted the child's head, praising him. "Doer knows so much." The child joyfully replied, "I learned it in school." The teacher knows even more. Although their conversation was soft, attentive listeners could still catch snippets of it. Mo11 couldn't remember the last time she had trembled while holding a dead person. She pushed aside the girl's limp hand and suddenly realized someone had tightened the chains, making the steel wire cut into the girl's neck. The chains began to shake, the originally straight links dragging on the ground, producing a distinct sound. The guard turned to look at the girl just as her master stepped out from the crowd. The man in splendid attire elongated his eyes and sharply mocked Mo11, who was sitting on the ground supporting the girl. "Why did you save her? If you hadn't saved her, I could have played with her a bit longer and let her die once I got bored. Just because you wanted to save her, you've upset me. So now she is dead. Ha ha ha." The guards only noticed the row of luxurious carriages behind the man and the group of people in front of the horse after he finished speaking. The general stood there, realizing that things were about to go wrong. They didn't dare to intervene with this reckless nobleman and only hoped that the general wouldn't remember their faces to settle scores later. So they stepped back and lowered their heads. Mo11 heard that damned reason and let out a cold laugh, her beautiful eyes flashing with a chilling light that seemed ready to split the elegantly dressed man in two on the spot. The man, upon catching a glimpse of Mo11's face, took a deep breath and narrowed his already sharp cheeks even further. "Beautiful, so beautiful." He pointed at Mo11 arrogantly and said, "With looks like that, why don't you become my 18th concubine?" As soon as those words were spoken, the crowd on both sides of the street stirred with interest, eager for the show to unfold. However, their excitement was short-lived. The man's arrogance lasted only a few seconds before his head exploded. The blood and brain matter burst forth, leaving no time for even a scream before it happened so quickly. The demon lord had leaped down from his horse at some point, and, right on the bustling street of Wolf King City, under the watchful eyes of the general and at the feet of the Wolf King, crushed the skull of a young noble, causing his head to burst open. A gasp of shock erupted from the street. Despite the heavy snowfall, the crowd was sweating profusely. Especially in the rear carriage, the various lords and ladies were constantly wiping sweat and drinking water, their hearts racing uncontrollably. The hunched slaves outside the carriage never lifted their heads, yet they could smell the strong scent of blood, their leg muscles twitching involuntarily. The entire street fell silent. Only the demon lord's voice broke the quiet. I want his entire family to disappear from my sight. This statement directly penetrated the ears of Wang Yinsue. What had this elegantly dressed man done to offend the demon lord? The people did not know. They only remembered that at that moment, General Wan did not dare to meet the demon lord's gaze, as if afraid of being devoured by him. The general simply said, I will report this to the Wolf King. Wang Yinsei, sweating for no reason, would remember this embarrassing moment for years to come. If people asked him about the most humiliating experience of his life, he would likely recount how, 30 years later, he once again sweated in fear upon seeing the demon lord. Chapter 116. The demon lord is not to be provoked. Ziying calmly stepped forward and handed the demon lord a silk handkerchief. After wiping most of the blood off his hands with it, he turned and climbed back on his horse, saying, I want to get to the Wolf King's palace quickly. His expression was calm and unperturbed, as if he had not just killed someone. Wang Yinsue, in the recent exchange with the demon lord, had faced death itself. Fortunately, he was battle-hardened enough to respond to the demon lord. Had it been anyone else, they might not have been able to utter a single syllable. Mo Wanwan closed her eyes for the girl and said to the boy beside Wang Yin Shui, bury this girl. The boy carefully took the girl's corpse, and a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes as he looked at Mo Wanwan. But according to the rules, a slave cannot have the right to be buried. He had just lifted the girl when he realized he should not have directly agreed with his actions. The boy looked helplessly at the general, who nodded and said, bury her well. Only then did the boy leave to take care of it. Wang Yin Shui could only guess that the demon lord's wrath was due to this girl. The demon lord had already stated he wanted a noble to disappear, and the Moon Entropy Kingdom could no longer afford the demon lord's anger. The high-ranking officials in the carriage, who had observed the series of events closely, speculated about the reason for the demon lord's anger. The woman from a human race who rushed out to support the girl was the demon lord's woman. After all, to dare to covet the demon lord's woman in public. The demon lord had already given a swift death, which was considered merciful. Mo Wanwan mounted her horse, nudged its belly, and kept pace with the other horse, complaining without restraint. That person is someone I want to kill. How could you act first? He was really domineering just now. A headshot. She couldn't possibly do that. Sheng Rong glanced at her out of the corner of his eye and said, they're all people who are meant to die. What's the difference whose hands they die by? From his perspective, this statement wasn't entirely unreasonable, but to a normal person, it sounded too heavy with hostility. She turned to look at him and curiously asked, I want to take his life because I can't stand how he devalues human life. What's your reason for wanting to kill him? You can't stand such a person either. Can you? This question carried a bit of her hopeful mindset. If the demon lord had any sympathy, perhaps she could find a way to save herself. This question elicited a dismissive smile from Ziying. The lord of the sect never explains his reasons for killing. Little did she know, Sheng Rong spoke up again. He said things he shouldn't have said. Before Ziying finished speaking, the demon lord's response slapped Mo Wanwan's words back at her face. She turned to look at the demon lord in surprise. His expression was as cold and stern as ever, revealing no hint of an anomaly. Mo Wanwan racked her brain, but couldn't understand what the person had said that was inappropriate. She asked, what did he say that upset you? The temperature around her dropped a degree with each question she asked. She noticed his expression getting worse, his gaze fixed ahead, and felt anxious inside. I just want to know what your motive for murder is, so I can avoid pitfalls in the future. If you don't want to answer, that's fine. I can fill in the blanks myself. He had expended more effort than usual in speaking, yet this woman still didn't get the hint. Mo Wanwan was staring straight ahead when suddenly a long hand reached out and pinched her cheek, making it hard for her to focus on riding the horse. The two horses moved forward at a steady pace, and Sheng Rong's deep black eyes fixed on her as if he was determined to see through her. He said, you woman, do you really not know, or are you just pretending not to? How could she pretend not to know? His cold gaze swept past her bright eyes, over her delicate nose, and landed on her soft, pink lips that resembled flower petals. He stared at her pouting lips, the softness striking his mind, and the light in his eyes darkened. How could there be such a foolish woman like you? He nearly spat those words out through gritted teeth. After saying that, he released her face and urged his horse to speed up. Seeing the demon lord increasing his horse's speed, Wang Yin Shui also spurred her horse to catch up, wanting to lead the way for the demon lord and the others. Mo11 covered one of her rosy cheeks with the palm of her hand, feeling quite wronged. What was wrong with her? Did she say something wrong or annoy him? Why was he angry with her? His temper was truly unpredictable. The news that the demon lord had killed a nobleman in the street quickly spread to the Wolf King's palace. The old Wolf King was furious. What did he mean by that? His eyes? This is my territory. He should follow my rules. The old Wolf King's white beard connected to the hair at his temples, resembling a ball of unrefined wolf fur. When he was angry and trembling, the fur around the edge of his head quivered like a bouncing ball. His facial features in the middle of the fur ball were deep set, with wide brows, long lashes, and a prominent nose, giving him an imposing and fierce appearance. Coupled with his burly stature, in a fit of rage, he smashed a rosewood table in half. From a corner behind the throne, a reckless servant stepped forward, risking his life to advise. Wolf King, please calm down. I heard that General Wan was stunned at that moment. This man was the highest-ranking servant in charge of all the servants and maids in the Wolf King's palace. His words successfully caught the old Wolf King's attention. Once he calmed down, he directed his sharp gaze towards the managing servant. Continue. The managing servant bent over and said, the demon lord is ruthless, having reorganized the demon palace in just 2 years. General Wan, a battle-hardened veteran, is the second strongest on the Yunshi continent after the national master of the Brown Wind country. Yet he agreed to report to you, Wolf King. The old Wolf King understood. The demon lord was not to be trifled with, and the Moon Entropy country was not something they could provoke. Chapter 117. Is it sour? The old Wolf King sighed deeply and waved his hand at the bowing managing servant. Tell them to prepare. I will host the demon lord with great hospitality. The managing servant bowed and retreated, making his way towards the second prince's palace after exiting the main hall. After a while, the second prince set down his wine cup and looked down understood. The managing servant had just exited the palace when he took the old Wolf King's royal decree to the Ministry of Rites. Those in charge of food, music, and the 6 departments of the inner palace also got busy, their legs moving swiftly as if they could leave shadows behind. If Mo11 knew about the well-developed institutional departments of the Moon Entropy country, she would be greatly surprised. It was just like ancient China on Earth, with the country's operations meticulously organized. On the other side, in the Bloodmoth Valley, Lan Yu drank deeply by the river and stood up, wiping the corners of his mouth with his sleeve. Next to him lay a tamed black-feathered beast, its head lowered, round eyes looking up at him. He squatted down and smiled at it. If you obediently escort me for a while, I will let you go. Those with skills and power can be reborn from the depths anywhere. Snowflakes fell as the demon lord and his entourage arrived at the palace gates. The silver-gray high walls, the snow-covered tiles, and the solemn palace gates secured with chains gave a chilling feeling that made one's hair stand on end. The noble officials who had accompanied them could finally return to report. Once General Wan gave his approval, they turned and squeezed into the carriage. The slaves trudged through the snow beside the carriage, while the coachman focused on urging the horses forward. The slaves couldn't stray too far from the carriage window, lest their master call for them and they failed to respond in time, so they desperately chased after the hoofs. Someone announced that the palace gates were opening, and their horses were led away. They walked down a long, cold avenue, turning into a splendid back garden, a stark contrast to the outside palace walls. In this vast snowy scene, there were eye-catching red, flowering trees everywhere. Mo11 walked past a red flower tree with drooping willows, her fingertips gently brushing against the petals, shaking off a small flurry of snow. Feeling that the flowers were exceptionally beautiful, her brows naturally relaxing as she asked, "What kind of tree is this?" Wan Yin Shui walked leisurely ahead, in order to allow them to appreciate the beauty of the Wolf King Palace, which is also an indispensable part of diplomacy. He did not hesitate to bear the cold air of the impatient demon lord, pretending to stroll leisurely by the small bridge and flowing water. This is called the firework tree, he explained, as clusters of flowers bloomed among the drooping branches and green leaves, resembling fireworks opening up in the greenery. He admired the firework forest, which he never grew tired of after 10 years, and softly remarked, this was the favorite plant of Queen Yun during her lifetime. Queen Yun? Mo11 observed the scale of the firework trees, with willow branches adorned with red flowers swaying in the wind at every corner of the palace walls, seemingly in excessive numbers. Even after passing through the back garden, the visibility of the red flower trees remained remarkably high. This inevitably led Mo11 to entertain the thought that the old Wolf King truly had feelings for the Cloud Empress. In front of the Silver Lawn Hall, they ascended from the red jade steps, where Silver Wolf was carved on the central red jade stone. Its fierce roar meant to intimidate the subjects and envoys approaching the Wolf King. Shang Rong walked up the jade steps without glancing sideways, remaining indifferent to all the surrounding scenery and architecture. In contrast, Mo Wanwan looked around with great interest. The architecture of the Wolf King's palace leaned towards a high-rise style, resembling a celestial palace that had fallen to the mortal realm. Inside the grand hall, as soon as the old Wolf King saw the demon lord, he displayed his warm welcome through his actions, quickly approaching and initiating a friendly conversation with the demon lord. Wan Yin Shui stepped back, and Mo Wanwan turned her gaze to sneak a peek at the old Wolf King. The old Wolf King had a contrastingly cute appearance. His hair and beard formed a spherical shape, while his face looked fierce and intimidating. Yet when he smiled, he didn't seem as friendly as he pretended to be, clearly trying hard to establish a connection with Shang Rong, finding it quite boring to stay in the hall. Mo Wanwan noticed that the old Wolf King was fixated on the demon lord's indifferent expression, busy trying to win favor. So she leisurely left the Silver Lawn Hall and wandered around the Wolf King's palace. While exploring, she actually found the location of the treasure vault. The vault was so large that there must be a spot for the crown moon incense burner. It was a good opportunity. She quietly sneaked inside, avoiding the patrolling guard's line of sight, and found the compartment where the crown moon incense burner was placed. Instead of taking it directly, she marked the route on her way back, planning to come again to switch it out next time, and then return to the Silver Lawn Hall with a smile. Upon her return, the old Wolf King was all smiles as he had someone escort the demon lord to rest. Mo Wanwan was thinking, have you smiled for so long that it feels uncomfortable? Following Shang Rong to their temporary residence in the Wolf King's palace, Shang Rong asked her, who had just returned after disappearing for an hour, where did you go just now? Mo Wanwan was still pondering why their routes were the same, and how the servant had brought her here without any further arrangements. Where had her accommodation been arranged? It wouldn't be that there was simply no place for her to stay. Shang Rong stared at Mo Wanwan, ignoring her small face lost in thought, and his brows furrowed. What was she so absorbed in thinking about that she couldn't even hear him? Where'd you go just now? He repeated, also testing his last patience with Mo Wanwan. If she still couldn't take it in, he would have to resort to some measures. Chapter 118. Enjoying the scenery, Mo Wanwan noticed the anger in the tone of Shang Rong's voice and realized he was asking her something. She exclaimed and remembered what he had asked, replying, I went to enjoy the scenery. In fact, she did go to enjoy the scenery. Do you like looking at the scenery? Mo Wanwan's mind flashed with a thought. Should I answer this question? Well, I guess I like watching it. He furrowed his brows. Liking is just liking. What do you mean by I guess? Well, then it is liking. Since you like it, I can take you to see all the scenery in the world. There's no rush. Shang Rong's brows and eyes relaxed. The emotions in her dark eyes made her feel dazed. Unless there's something special, don't move around casually. At least let me see you. The Moon Entropy Kingdom is one of the 3 major powers on the Yunshi continent. It would be very dangerous to roam around in the Wolf King Palace where strength is concentrated. He knows she is strong, but he also won't allow even the slightest chance of her being wronged or harmed. Mo Wanwan was momentarily stunned, her almond-shaped eyes shimmering with uncertain light. Her mind was in a state of chaos, not knowing how to respond, so she gently replied with a soft It seemed that a faint smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he walked into the inner chamber. Tonight, the Wolf King was hosting a welcoming banquet for the Demon Lord to show his respect and hospitality. Officials with titles had mostly arrived in carriages from their homes, allowing slaves to present invitations to enter the palace. The scale was grand, marking the only luxurious night banquet in the Moon Entropy Kingdom in the past decade, a sign of the old Wolf King's importance and goodwill towards the Demon Lord. Beautiful palace maids moved back and forth like colorful fish swimming in and out of the palace, the last batch swaying their snake-like waists, one hand holding a tray, the other lifting their skirts, gracefully entering the cool hall. The dishes of exquisite food were placed on the table, and the wine was poured full as they filed out, leaving the hall to the maidservants responsible for serving. According to custom, for such a grand banquet, the main guest had to arrive last, after the Wolf King, to signify their nobility. Mo Wanwan arrived early at the banquet hall dressed in casual attire, wearing a pink-purple gradient cross-collared skirt. She designed an off-shoulder look on her shoulders, making her appear both refreshing and charming. Living in the same place as Shang Rong, she couldn't hold back and lifted her skirt to come over early. Accompanying her was the second prince. He had originally been walking behind her, but upon seeing the silhouette of the woman on the Danby Jade steps, he quickly moved forward with a calm demeanor. Her outfit was not like the new styles from Wolf King City, but was rather unique. especially with the way one's gaze would inevitably linger on her fragrant shoulder. This cleverly thought-out little design made it difficult for men to look away, while also causing a sense of shyness that was not in accordance with etiquette, truly making her a remarkable woman. As Mo11 brushed aside the messy strands of hair from her forehead, her side profile was revealed, stunning the second prince and solidifying his determination to follow her steps and get to know this woman. "Which noble lady are you, miss? Why have I never seen you before?" Mo11 slowed her steps and turned to look at him. The man was handsome and elegant, his face like a jade crown, and his tall figure showcased a distinguished nobility. Looking at his waist token, it was very different from General Juan's. A glint of shrewdness crossed her eyes as she coldly retorted, "Is your identity that impressive? Surely everyone must have seen you?" Her gaze seemed to convey the refined elegance of poetry and song inscribed on the man's chest. "A beautiful woman should be aloof." The second prince, taking a step back to advance, replied, "Even if I haven't met many people, how could I forget someone as beautiful as you?" Mo11 chuckled softly. "I am not familiar with you and have no obligation to tell you anything. I hope you will conduct yourself with respect." She lifted her shoes and lightly stepped down the jade stairs, heading towards the steward to register, before taking her seat among the demon lord's entourage. The second prince immediately understood upon seeing the seat the woman occupied. This beautiful lady was the demon lord's woman. Initially captivated by Mo11's beauty, his heated thoughts calmed as he took his seat, and he soon realized that Mo11 belonged to the human race. With her black hair and brown eyes, her human traits were quite evident, yet her beauty surpassed even that of the Hart Fox clan women, and even his mother in her youth, who was renowned for her beauty. It was no wonder the demon lord would keep such a woman by his side. One could only imagine how indulgent and joyful their days must be. Mo11 also deduced the man's identity from where he sat. Being able to sit so close to the Wolf King, with a good appearance and youthful looks, he must be one of the important princes. Gradually, the hall filled to half capacity. Mo11 observed carefully and noticed that all the servants in the Wolf King's palace were beastmen, while only the officials and nobles kneeling on the seats, collectively referred to as ministers, brought their own private slaves. Everyone was looking down at their feet. Both beastman's servants and human slaves served their masters, yet their demeanor was worlds apart. She asked General Juan, who had just arrived and was sitting in the next seat, "Don't you gentlemen find it inappropriate to bring slaves to the banquet?" Juan Yinsue was specially assigned by the Wolf King to receive the envoy of the Demon Lord, so he naturally had to sit closest to the Demon Lord, making it easier for Mo11 to ask questions. He replied, "Anyone who can enter the Wolf King's palace must come from a reputable family. Non-beastmen are not allowed to approach the Wolf King. Moreover, there are rules in Wolf King City. Commoners are not allowed to enslave their own kind." Gradually, heads of households who needed servants replaced their domestic help with slaves. Chapter 119. Beautiful yet unruly understanding the reasons. Mo11 couldn't help but sigh. If a slave encounters a good master, they can live like a person. But if they end up in the hands of someone as arrogant as those on the streets today, it would be better to seek liberation. She lamented that there are always more treacherous people in the world than kind-hearted ones. She seemed to speak from experience. The young man, standing behind Juan Yinsue, with a curved back, stared at her intently, his heart racing uncontrollably. Not only was she beautiful, but she also had a kind heart. Either quality alone would be enough to make her unique, yet she possessed both. Mo11 rested her chin on her hand, scanning the grand hall, her gaze landing on an interesting person. The crown prince walked into the hall with a radiant expression, taking his seat. Beside him, a slave held a wine jug with both hands, pouring wine for him. Just as he lifted the cup to his lips, his eyes met Mo11's unexpectedly. He coughed violently before the wine could touch his mouth, spilling the cup and losing all composure. Everyone turned to look at him, and he could only awkwardly pretend nothing had happened and sit back down, avoiding eye contact. How could this woman be here? He drank to hide his nervousness, but he couldn't sit still. His heart raced as if it would leap out of his chest. He decided it was better to anger his father than to be caught by this woman. Quickly getting up to tell the steward servant at the door that he was unwell and asking to leave. The steward watched the crown prince leave in a hurry. Feeling puzzled, he didn't notice anything wrong with the crown prince. Just a moment ago, he had seemed full of life. How could he suddenly act like a thief trying to sneak away? The older brother's hurried departure caught the eye of the second prince, who shifted his gaze to Mo11, his expression darkening. Although the older brother was brave, yet lacking in strategy, few things made him afraid. Why was he so frightened of this woman? Mo11 saw Bai Yunshin's panicked escape and couldn't help but laugh unkindly. She picked up her chopsticks and grabbed some food from the glass plate on the table, sending it to her mouth, her appetite good and the food delicious. The demon lord was the last to arrive at the Wolf King's seat. The silver palace doors opened wide, and a tall figure cast a shadow on the polished floor. The demon lord, dressed in solemn black, had a cold and handsome face, exuding an imposing presence. The distance he walked from the entrance to his seat seemed to stretch time by a century, making people hold their breath. Ziying consciously stood behind the seat, while Mo did not raise her eyes from the moment the demon lord entered the palace until he sat down, making Ziying fume as she watched her occupy the place that should have belonged to her, eating and drinking. All the ministers were focused on the demon lord's side, and when they saw that he had not yet moved his chopsticks, but the woman beside him was feasting, they murmured their dissatisfaction. This woman is beautiful, but she is too unruly. The old Wolf King leisurely walked up to his throne from the side hall, raised his hand to announce the official start of the night feast, and then sat down as the performances began to flow continuously in the spacious center. As the lights shone and the night deepened, there were graceful dances and melodious songs, with laughter filling the hall. The demon lord comfortably leaned against a corner of the table, resting his elbow on the surface and his fist against his temple, fully focused on watching Mo indulge in her food. The dishes at the banquet were not as delicious as what she cooked. They were bland, but the ingredients were fresh, maintaining their original taste under the relatively low salt and low seasoning cooking. She was the kind of person who could make a crisp sound even when biting into a raw cucumber, enjoying her food as long as it wasn't inedible. Shengron watched her cheeks puffed up with food, resembling a hamster, his eyes crinkling with a smile, which eased the tension in the hall. It was said that the demon lord was unpredictable, but today he seemed to be in a good mood. Several eloquent ministers felt anxious, fearing that the demon lord's visit to the Moon Entropy Kingdom was to make demands. Other countries were rumored to be that the demon clan was seeking friendship with the Silver Wolf clan, but it was not that simple. The demon lord did not reveal his purpose for this visit, catching everyone off guard. Seeing that the rumored quick-tongued one, Lan Yu, one of the demon lord's trusted aides, was not present, it seemed unlikely that there would be any unpleasantness. Turning to observe the woman beside the demon lord, the ministers shook their heads in dissatisfaction. As for Mo, her beauty was indeed stunning, but she had no intention of maintaining her image. The way she ate, seemingly oblivious to her surroundings, left the ministers dumbfounded, covering their faces in disgust at her lack of restraint. After 3 rounds of drinks, the atmosphere heated up and someone posed a question, roughly asking, if any of the princes present had the power to modify or add laws, what would their opinions be? This question was brilliantly posed, adding a stimulating interest of power struggle to the otherwise mundane feast, but even the demon lord's presence could not make Mo lift her head to give a glance. This time, an unnamed bowl minister brought Mo's face into view from the pile of food. Was this question intentional? With the competition for the crown prince position approaching, asking such a question was clearly meant to gauge the opinions of the old Wolf King and the various factions present to determine who might come out on top. However, she liked it. Chapter 120. Luxury tax. The minister who posed such a potentially dangerous question usually kept his head down and rarely spoke up, and no one cared about his presence. Today, at the night feast, he suddenly appeared in the center of the hall, asserting his existence. While the old Wolf King saw through it, but chose not to expose it. Regardless of which faction was backing this minister to risk speaking out, it did not infringe upon anyone's interests. Rather, it aligned with the desires of any party. The younger princes expressed their opinions on the law, which were quite unoriginal, until the second prince stood up to bow respectfully to the old Wolf King and made an interesting remark. He said, currently, our country's wealth is monopolized by a few families, which affects our central financial balance. I propose adding a luxury tax to the laws, such as a tax on jewelry, spices, and fine silk, to have the noble children contribute to our country's finances. This idea from the second prince caught the old Wolf King's attention. Among his sons, the most outstanding was indeed the second prince by Yunlian. The Moon Entropy Kingdom primarily relied on land taxes, supplemented by commercial taxes. If one were to profit from the nobility, it had to start with commercial taxes. Commercial taxes were divided into tariffs and market taxes, with the current more established market taxes being salt tax and fur tax, which targeted common people and could not be set too high. The luxury tax proposed by Yunlian would primarily collect from the interests of the noble children. Usually, common people could only afford to buy one luxury item a year, while noble children used luxury items for daily comparisons. Luxury items were an inseparable part of their lives. The more expensive, the more it highlighted their nobility. Therefore, the higher the tax rate on luxury items, the more willing those noble children would be to spend money, willingly offering their wealth to the Wolf King's palace. After all, these nobles spent money like water. It was better for the money to go into the royal family's pockets than their own. All good laws would attract two kinds of voices. While Bai Yunlian's opinion was praised by the civil officials, it also attracted a chorus of disapproval from half the hall. Those voicing their discontent changed their expressions faster than flipping a book. Most of the old and new ministers knowledgeable about commerce came from the maternal clan of the first and second princes, the Heartfox clan. They were in the same boat as the Wolf King's wife, supporting the first prince for the crown prince position. These people all wore long faces, whispering to their relatives within the clan, expressing that the second prince was indeed less reliable than the first prince, and if he were to be promoted to crown prince, their family's business wealth would be squandered by him. It turned out that this frivolous man was the second prince, and Mo Wanwan thought he was politically savvy. A country, whether it emphasizes military might or civil governance, must use financial capital to strengthen itself. Funding troops and waging wars requires money for food, and the more food there is, the more troops can be supported. Governance refers to the way of ruling the country. Governing should be based on the people, and the people depend on food for survival. In short, if finances are lacking to the point where the people cannot live, it will not work. The princes in the hall had all expressed their views, leaving only one person to speak last, seemingly with few expecting his thoughts, wanting to skip over this already sensitive topic that had drawn much displeasure. At this time, the atmosphere was ignited, ready to erupt. Regardless of what Bai Hong would say, it was more than enough to fuel the fire. He said, "I believe that our country's population is sparse, and birth rates are declining year by year. If this continues, our military strength will gradually weaken, lacking young and strong individuals. I propose that we abolish slavery within our borders and introduce people, treating the human race as complete individuals." If Bai Yunlian's proposal merely angered the merchants, Bai Heng's modification of the law angered all the ministers in the hall, showing remarkable courage. The third prince's view was contrary to the subjective trend of the Inshu continent, which in the eyes of the crowd was a rebellion against the natural order. Establishing slavery was meant to highlight the nobility of the beast race. Without slavery, the beast race would have to stand on equal footing with the human race. Would it have to give way to the weak human race? Mo Wanwan thought Bai Heng's idea was quite good. She was happy for the old Wolf King to have such two outstanding sons. Whichever progressive idea was adopted would yield extraordinary results, and in the future, the country of Dayue would surely continue to thrive and prosper. Unfortunately, history is always remarkably similar. Didn't Wang Mang's overly progressive ideas lead to the people's inability to understand, making the Xian dynasty just a fleeting moment in history? The old Wolf King's opinion of Bai Hong revealed clear dislike and aversion. His brows furrowed deeply, making the ministers kneeling between the seats realize that the competition for the crown prince would definitely be between the first and second princes. The old Wolf King turned his gaze toward the demon lord, frowned, and calmly asked with a smile, "Which of my sons do you think has the upper hand?" The undercurrents of power stirred up an eerie silence in the seemingly peaceful and joyful hall, where everyone wore smiles. Mo Wanwan glanced at Sheng Rong, wanted to know how he would react. Chapter 121, Borrowing a Person. His dark and deep eyes showed no moment of contemplation as he spoke indifferently. Luxury tax, not bad. 8 words, not many, but enough. The second prince and his faction all secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Would this prove that there is hope in winning over the demon clan? Those with foresight could see that the demon clan would become a force capable of turning the tide in the upcoming power struggle. Mo Wanwan initially thought that Sheng Rong would agree with Bai Heng's viewpoint. After all, he had shot a noble who bullied a slave in front of everyone today, suggesting that he might not like the slave system. However, he did not support Bai Heng's viewpoint, which means he didn't care about the slave system. So why did he arbitrarily take away the person she wanted to kill? She was the one who was bored and had nothing to do. While he didn't seem to care about food, he hadn't touched any of the dishes on the table. She was the one who had to finish them off for him. The demon lord's intention, the second prince, the Wolf King, and the people aligned with the second prince were all laughing, creating a half-warm, half-cold atmosphere in the hall. The ministers of the first prince's faction were whispering to each other, wondering why the first prince was not at his seat. In such an important occasion, where did the first prince go? Nothing could go wrong at this crucial moment. The banquet had gone through over 10 performances, and the ministers were waiting for it to end, when suddenly someone burst through the silver doors of the hall, bringing a serious message. The little slave knelt in the center of the hall. Even though he was panting heavily, he had to deliver the message first, reporting to the mighty Wolf King. The queen has had an accident. The old Wolf King's steward, standing behind him, quickly signaled for the clueless little slave to step back. Such matters should be reported to the demon lord first while he was still in the hall, not rushed in without thought in front of everyone, making the demon race look foolish. The little slave, seeing the steward's expression, knew he would be punished later. This news froze the ministers at their seats, and they all turned to look at the Wolf King. The old Wolf King suddenly stood up, shouting, "Quick, call all the shamans to the queen's quarters." The old Wolf King's previously amiable expression turned as serious as a piece of black iron, and he strode out of the hall. The ministers, wanting to show their concern, hurriedly followed behind the old Wolf King's fur coat, rushing out of the hall. Mo11 said to Sheng Rong, "I want to borrow someone from you." He asked, "Who do you want?" Mo11 was puzzled. There isn't just one person. Who else could it be? But then she heard him say something in a low voice, and about 20 dark guards swiftly leaped out, half crouching on the ground to pay their respects to the demon lord. Mo11 froze on the spot. It's impossible. If there were this many people, she would have definitely sensed them. How could she not have noticed anyone along the way? Moreover, this is the Silver Lawn Palace. Where could these 20 or so people be hiding in this grand hall? Behind the pillars? They are the clansmen of Lanyu, skilled in concealing their presence. Go ahead. Say who you want. Mo11 blinked at him and said without hesitation, "Your trusted aide." Without thinking, he replied, "Sure." From behind, Ziying asked, "Have you considered my feelings?" The demon lord dismissed the 20 or so shadow guards, and they vanished without a trace in front of Mo11. At this moment, Wanyan Shui, who had been instructed to guard the Moon Fox Palace, walked over and said, "Miss Mo, the third prince has told me everything. Can you really produce the antidote to save the queen from her curse? As far as I know, the antidote is a rare golden tier elixir, which in the past could only be made by the Wuxiao tribe." This was not the first time Mo11 had heard the name of the Wuxiao tribe. Who exactly were they? Wanyan Shui sighed again. It's a pity that the Wuxiao tribe has been extinct on the Yunxi continent. Otherwise, how could they watch the fate of the human race so coldly? Due to the vast majority of the human population being forced to share their lands as slaves by powerful city-states, the youth have suffered heavy casualties, and the old, weak, sick, and disabled have perished. If this continues for several more decades, the human race will face the same fate of extinction as the Wuxiao tribe. Mo11 said, "General Wan, don't worry, I'm not alone. I have the people from the Purple Demon Ox tribe to help me." Ziying was furious but dared not speak, as the demon lord had already lent her out. Upon hearing the Purple Demon Ox tribe, Wanyan Shui glanced at Ziying behind Mo11 and felt reassured. The Purple Demon Ox tribe specializes in dealing with curses, and they're not easily invited to the Moon Entropy Kingdom. As the head of the demon tribe, the demon lord can command these mysterious beings without difficulty. He smiled awkwardly and said, "Please don't blame me for being suspicious, but the curse of the Wolf King is no ordinary curse. Many witches and curse masters do not dare to provoke it. If you need any assistance, just let me know, and I will do my utmost to help." Mo11 really needs Wanyan Shui to help her with something. Then please prepare a roasted chicken, 10 pairs of pig trotters, and 2 roasted ducks for me. The Grand General was asked to prepare food for her, and Wanyan Shui was taken aback. What does Miss Mo need all this food for? Mo11 patted her belly and said, "I'll be very hungry after refining the elixir." Chapter 122. The First Prince is finished. She had been eating and drinking excessively at the banquet to build up her strength. Not only does alchemy consume physical energy, but from what she learned from Ziying about the true nature of the 10,000 ants devouring, she knew that simply refining elixirs was too easy. There were more complex challenges ahead. Wanyan Shui was not thinking about that. He turned around and walked towards the kitchen, following Mo11's menu. The second prince and the third prince naturally followed closely behind the old Wolf King. The demon lord and Mo11, along with everyone else, arrived at the Moon Fox Palace with the old Wolf King. Before they stepped into the Grand Palace, a chilling and terrifying voice of pleading came from inside. "Let me die. Let me die." The trembling, hoarse voice sent shivers down people's spines. The old Wolf King stopped in front of the door, turning his back to the steward and servants behind him, saying, "Let Bai Yun and Bai Yunlian come with me." Without the Wolf King's orders, the officials stayed outside the Moon Fox Palace. The steward bent low, saying, reporting to the divine Martial Wolf King, "The first prince is not here." At such a crucial moment, the first prince was absent. The old Wolf King, hearing this, slapped the steward in anger, exclaiming, "That beast! Where has he gone? The steward dared only to prostrate on the ground, trembling as he spoke in a thin voice, reporting to the divine martial wolf king. The first prince said he was unwell and left before the banquet started. The servants of the wolf king's palace were generally cat beastmen, looking pale and androgynous, resembling eunuchs. Especially this steward, who had the purest bloodline among the cat beastmen and looked the most festive. Knowing that the first prince was absent at this time, the officials who supported the first prince felt a pang of anxiety. The old wolf king glared fiercely, saying, "Forget him. I have no son like him. From today onwards, I strip the first prince of his inheritance rights." This meant the first prince could no longer be the crown prince. The first prince was finished. The sound of shattered illusions echoed among some of the officials. How could the first prince be absent at such a critical moment? The old wolf king stepped forward to enter the moon fox palace, when Bai Hung suddenly cupped his hands and said, "Father, I have a way to save the queen." The old wolf king was burning with rage and glanced impatiently at this son of his, sneering, "How to save her? Are you not satisfied with how long the queen has been tormented?" Though he said this, it was he who had been hanging the queen's life in the balance, making her life worse than death. Bai Hung retracted his hands and said, "I found a divine doctor in the valley of life and death. She can use Frost 7 flowers to create a gold-tier, curse-breaking elixir." The old wolf king had already sent someone to investigate the Frost 7 flowers, but unfortunately, those sent to the Hell Forest never returned. So he had given up on the idea of obtaining the flowers. If Bai Hung only said he had the Frost 7 flowers, the suspicious old wolf king would definitely doubt his words. However, if it was a divine doctor carrying the Frost 7 flowers, it explained why Bai Hung could return from the Hell Forest. He looked at him steadily and asked, "What are the odds?" 70%. Bai Hung still didn't want to make it sound too definite. A 70% chance was still promising, and the old wolf king agreed. Let the divine doctor in. If the wolf queen were to pass away, he would lose the support of the Heart Fox clan, and then the Moon Entropy Kingdom would truly be in internal and external turmoil. Bai Yunlian's eyes flickered with a faint shadow. Bai Heng's trump card was not the Frost 7 flowers, but the divine doctor from the Valley of Life and Death. He wanted to see just how powerful this divine doctor was. Before Mo Wanwan and Bai Hung entered the Moon Fox Palace, they called Ziying over. Ziying's expression was darker than coal, and she reluctantly followed them. The demon lord was respectfully invited by the steward's servant to rest in the side hall of the Moon Fox Palace. The old wolf king said at that time, "Demon lord, please wait a moment. If you need anything, just command the maidservants here. If anyone has made you uncomfortable, I will have their heads roll." Sheng Rong knew this was a family matter of the old wolf king, and it was not appropriate for him to get involved. So he reminded Mo Wanwan, "I will be right here, so there is nothing to be afraid of." Montag Vanvan's pupils wiedend in surprise. He knew what she was about to face, and warmth filled her heart. At that moment, Bai Hung stood beside them, his face looking extremely grim. The Beast clan had a keen sense of smell, and even though he tried to block it, he could not deceive himself. Wanwan had already become unbearable. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his flesh, drawing blood. Mo Wanwan entered the queen's chamber behind the old wolf king and saw a white-haired witch. No, an old, withered woman, cutting her wrists with scissors, her eyes filled with blood tears. As she wailed in pain, she bled out and cried out to the air, "Let me die! Let me die!" Bai Yunlian rushed over to stop the queen, seizing the scissors from her hands. "Mother, pull yourself together. Father is here to see you." The old wolf king dismissed the maidservants in the chamber and loudly instructed the rushing witch doctor, "Don't you hurry up and stop the queen's bleeding?" The chamber was filled with apprentices studying under the witch doctor, and they approached the second prince, saying, "Your Highness, please leave the queen to us." Bai Yunlian released his grip, trusting the apprentices to take care of the wolf queen. The stronger apprentices restrained the queen, who struggled to break free, blood gushing from her wrists and splattering her pure white nightgown. Chapter 123. Witch Doctor Jisha, an old witch doctor, took a pill from her sleeve, pried the queen's mouth open, and forcefully stuffed it in. The queen tried to spit it out, but the old witch doctor sealed her mouth tightly. Only after observing the movement in her throat and ensuring she swallowed the pill did the blood gushing from the cuts on the queen's wrist stop flowing. The old witch doctor finally relaxed her grip. The pill was precious and must be refined by a witch doctor. Only those with deep expertise could refine pills, and only great nations possessed witch doctors capable of this. These pills could be classified as golden grade, while ordinary medicine was red grade. This pill, refined from blood coagulation grass, was extremely rare on the continent, but its effect was actually similar to the pills that Mo11 casually made. It wasn't that the herbs Mo11 used were particularly rare. Rather, she could create ordinary healing herbs, including the blood coagulation pill, without needing to refine them. Her ability to identify plants and her familiarity with their medicinal properties allowed her to be highly efficient in medicine preparation. Refining pills was laborious and exhausting, so she naturally preferred to be lazy when possible. The queen's painful wails did not diminish in the slightest. She faced Bai Yunlian, clawing at the air with both hands, her eyes fixed on the scissors in his hands. "Let me die. Please, let me die." Her withered hands, despite their frailty, found strength. After failing to gain help from her son, she tightly grasped the old witch doctor's bright red robe, looking at her with a desperate gaze. The old witch doctor, a woman with a weathered face, yet appearing more vibrant than the queen, had a hint of color in her cheeks. Each day, as the moon rose, was when she felt most alert, enduring the excruciating pain that gnawed at her bones until dawn. After that, she would revert to the senile appearance of a white-haired old woman, engaging in shameful acts of mental trauma that were hard to comprehend. This was how Bai Heng described the day in the Valley of Life and Death. Compared to the torment of bone-gnawing pain, death was a release. This bone-gnawing pain aged the queen, once the most beautiful and renowned daughter of the Heartfox clan, by 40 years in an instant. Even if her curse were lifted, her beauty and age could never return. Without the torment of pain to keep her awake, could she accept this version of herself? Perhaps only women understand the fear of aging and the fleeting beauty of flowers, especially beautiful women. The old Wolf King only cared whether the queen could survive. As long as she had a breath left, he would keep her alive. He looked sternly at the old witch doctor and asked, "She, I asked you to stay here. How could such a thing happen? Do you think your head has been on your shoulders too long and want to change its position?" She steadied the queen's hands clinging to her robe and nodded solemnly at the queen, who shed 2 lines of tears and slightly loosened her grip on the robe. The old Wolf King's intimidation did not frighten She. She clasped her hands at her chest, lowering her gaze to reveal her eyes, which had seen much but still held a glimmer of light, and replied, "Mighty Wolf King, today I saw darkness in the queen's eyes. The darkness will take her before dawn arrives tomorrow. The Wolf King should let go. The Wolf Queen will not survive tonight." No matter how furious the old Wolf King became, he could not kill She. She was highly respected among witch doctors and was a leading figure in their field on the continent. It could be said that in today's Yunshi continent, no beast tribe had superior medical skills compared to She, you must be mistaken. The queen is still quite strong. She still has the strength to harm herself. How could she not last through tonight? The old Wolf King's voice was heavy, even accompanied by 2 low growls as a warning for the other party to speak carefully. Mo11 looked at the queen kneeling on the ground, begging for death, her emaciated figure resembling that of a corpse, devoid of any vitality. Compared to her, the old Wolf King and She appeared far too youthful and energetic. Is this woman still physically strong? She sighed, suddenly tearing off the large red witch robe draped over her. The queen's frail, aged body curled up on the ground, desperately clutching the red robe, pressing half her face against the recently cleaned cold floor. She exclaimed, "It's happening." She hurriedly took a prepared silk handkerchief from the hands of the kneeling witches on either side of the great hall, crumpled it, and stuffed it into the queen's mouth, fearing that the queen might bite her tongue in pain. Several witches helped the queen onto the bed, wiping the sweat from her brow with a towel. Bai Yunlian sat at the edge of the bed, holding the queen's hand, appearing extremely worried, her tear-filled eyes swollen and red. In the eyes of the old Wolf King, this son was very filial. Compared to Bai Yun's absence, he felt that this second son was intelligent and dutiful, making him regard his eldest son as utterly despicable. He should have had his claim to the throne revoked long ago. She slightly bowed to the old Wolf King, looking down at the ground, and said, "Mighty Wolf King, this curse is too cruel, tormenting the queen to this state. The queen's life hangs by a thread, and there is no hope left. I beg the Wolf King not to let the curse take the life of the noble queen, for that would allow our enemies to succeed. Please, Wolf King, take action." Chapter 124. The fearless divine doctor suddenly. The witches on both sides of the great hall knelt down, shouting in unison with She, "Please, Wolf King, take action." Hearing this, Bai Yunlian tightened his grip on the queen's nearly withered hand, indignantly saying, "Nonsense. Mother has held on until now. How can it be that she is beyond saving? It is your incompetence that has fabricated this lie." The old Wolf King gazed deeply at the old woman on the bed, through the layers of her night clothes. He could clearly see her emaciated, protruding bones, her waist devoid of any flesh. The once stunningly beautiful queen had been tortured by this curse to such an extent. He sighed internally, directing a sharp gaze at Bai Heng. "Where is the divine doctor?" Bai Heng hesitated, hearing Ji-Sha say that the queen could not survive the night. He was unwilling to let Wan take the risk. The chances of failure were too high. He knew his father's temper well. Only success was permitted, failure was not tolerated. Just as he was hesitating, Wan stepped forward and looked into the old Wolf King's eyes, saying, "The queen can be saved, but I need time." Bai Yunlian had never considered that it would be her who spoke up. The woman who could possibly be the most beautiful in the world was actually the divine doctor Bai Heng mentioned. The old Wolf King shifted his gaze to Wan. The woman was so beautiful that words failed to describe her. In just a breath, even the well-traveled old Wolf King was momentarily stunned. Reflecting on what she said, that the queen could still be saved, his expression shifted, but then darkened again. "You are of the human race." Almost everyone who had seen Wan, aside from being awestruck by her beauty, would immediately and unanimously believe her to be of the human race. Wan remained silent. The Wolf King said, "I do not trust the strength of the human race. How can you convince me? It would be better to bring the elixir for my most trusted shaman to examine." The shaman he referred to was naturally Ji-Sha. Unexpectedly, Wan spread her hands and said straightforwardly, "The elixir requires time to refine, and I do not have any at the moment." Ji-Sha and the other shamans took a deep breath. To speak to the Wolf King like that was to court death. The old Wolf King narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp and cold. How much time is needed? Having been the Wolf King for decades, he was showing considerable patience this time. After all, Bai Heng was his prince, not someone who spoke without measure. The one who lacked discretion was indeed his most useless eldest son. He wanted to see what kind of waves this divine doctor, speaking as a member of the human race, could stir up. Wan pursed her lips and thought for a moment, then said, "I don't know, but I'll do my best." She could guarantee that she would definitely save the Wolf King from the curse without any accidents, but she couldn't promise it would be immediate. Doing her best was the only promise she could make to the Wolf King. She didn't want to be blamed if she couldn't cure him. With the old Wolf King coming to her crying, how unreasonable! The woman in front of him was not afraid of him at all, nor did she show him any respect, which stripped him of his majesty and made the old Wolf King tremble with anger. When his temper flared, he couldn't help but short-circuit mentally. He reached out and grabbed Wan's neck, shouting angrily, "If the queen dies tonight, I will take you to accompany her in death." "Father!" Bai Heng and Bai Yunlian almost shouted in unison, their voices tense. Bai Heng took a big step forward, but was stopped by Wan shaking her head. If he confronted the old Wolf King at this moment, all the painstaking plans he had made over the past few months would go down the drain. Sometimes, to prove oneself, one must endure and continue to endure until that day arrives. She looked straight at the old Wolf King and also reached out to grip his hand. The strength so great that even the fierce old Wolf King found it difficult. However, Wan wasn't really using her full strength. If she did, even 10 of the old Wolf King's hands would not be enough to withstand her. The old Wolf King's pupils widened as he heard her say, "I promised Bai Heng that I would heal the queen. Tonight is long for the queen, but quite short for us. Time is precious. Wolf King, don't let me break my word." The old Wolf King and Wan were locked in a struggle. And after a moment, her slender fingers pried his fingers apart one by one until she calmly twisted his entire hand apart, which only took a breath of time. He often arm-wrestled with several princes, and the young and vigorous princes could never defeat him. Yet a mere human woman was able to move and twist his hand without hesitation. The old Wolf King's eyes bulged like two walnuts as he scrutinized Wan for a moment before saying, "If you can save the queen tonight, I will grant you any reward you desire." Bai Heng had fainted while fighting Yin Xiao in the territory of the Yao Jinline family, and had not witnessed Wan's powerful spiritual strength. He only knew that she was incredibly strong, more so than ordinary people. Seeing firsthand that even his aging and sturdy father could not compete with her made him realize the truth. Wan had always been pretending to be weak in front of him, but in fact, she was the one who needed no protection at all. Bai Yunlian looked at Wan prying open her father's hand in disbelief, because that was impossible. The one who had arm-wrestled with their father the most was the eldest brother, and he knew very well how strong his brother's wrist strength was. Wan looked directly into the old Wolf King's eyes and said, "All right, your word is golden. I need a cauldron for alchemy, specifically the Mian Yu incense burner." and a bowl of cow's blood. The old wolf king replied, "All right." He then called for someone to bring the Mianyu incense burner over. Chapter 125. Meeting the son of the beast god, a servant brought over a couch covered with white bear skin, which had a small square table on it. Two maidservants prepared tea and warmed the surface of the bear skin with a hand warmer before inviting the old wolf king to sit. The old wolf king leaned against the couch, his gaze never leaving Mo11. He was certain she was not of the human race. Humans wouldn't possess such brute strength. But which race did she belong to? After the Mianyu incense burner and the cow's blood were brought over, they were placed on a felt blanket. The round Mianyu incense burner was about the same size as the hand warmer, with carvings of the sun and moon on its body. The wide lid had a complex hollow design, allowing the curling smoke to drift into the air like wispy clouds, making one feel as if they were dreaming. At the top of the incense burner was a very thin chain for suspending it, which originally had a small bell attached. When a bell rang, one could revisit past events. The Mianyu incense burner allowed one to endlessly return to the past, but when the dream ended, those who still harbored lingering thoughts of the past had to face reality. The old wolf king only had the incense burner brought over and specifically instructed that the bell be removed. Mo11 pulled out the dried frost 7 flowers from her crossbody bag, a bottle of rootless water collected from the birth valley, and some miscellaneous strange herbs, even powdered animal teeth. She inspected each item beside her, her eyes lighting up with excitement. These made her so thrilled that she could hardly speak. These spiritual herbs had become extinct on the continent and could only be seen in ancient texts. I can't believe I'm seeing them with my own eyes. The dried frost 7 flowers are perfectly preserved. I have never seen anyone manage to turn withered spiritual herbs into dried form. What an incredibly clever method. And this bottle of rootless water, rich in spiritual energy, with crystal clear water that contains no impurities at all, must have been collected from a heavenly place. She didn't dare to touch it, only looked at it from a distance, pointing with her finger, so excited that tears were forced out by her wrinkles. This is joy to the point of tears. To see these rare treasures in her lifetime is truly a life without regrets. Finally, She exaggeratedly knelt down on the ground, bowing 2 or 3 times in tears as she worshipped the flowers and herbs that Mo11 had placed on the blanket. Mo11 was startled by Jisha's imposing presence, and a sudden jump nearly caused her to spill the cow's blood. "What are you doing? The ground is cold. Be careful not to catch a chill in your knees." Although she was unaware of Jisha's status in the Yunshi continent, she understood that the impudent advice that could make the old wolf king spare her in his rage must come from someone of great moral standing. Jisha looked up at her with tears streaming down her face. "Miss, where do you come from? And who is your master?" She longed to know, yearning for the brilliance from the books, not to have disappeared from this vast continent. Mo11 wanted to reach out to help, but Jisha refused to get up without hearing the answer. She had no choice but to tell her, "My master is Changhui, and I come from the life valley of the valley of life and death." Upon hearing this name, Jisha's head buzzed, followed by a loud explosion in her mind, like firecrackers going off one after another without stopping. Her weathered eyes widened in shock, like beans suddenly swelling up, and she turned her body from kneeling in front of the immortal herb to kneeling in front of Mo11. Jisha had seen the child of the beast god, with her hands spread out on the ground, her face and nose touching the floor. Since childhood, Jisha had been extremely passionate about medicine and was a genius in this field. However, when her medical skills reached the pinnacle of Yunshi continent, she began to question herself. Am I really the strongest? Can I save all the people in the world? Thus, she immersed herself in the study of the continent's history and read a name from the classics. Mo11 looked bewildered, confused by this sudden scene. The Wolf King of Changhui had been heard of, but the connection between Changhui and the beast godson was something that even the wisest, who had read countless books, would find hard to analyze deeply. He abruptly stood up from his seat, his expression serious. "Jisha, be cautious with your words. That is the beast god." Bai Heng and Bai Yunlian also agreed that Jisha should speak carefully and not say anything recklessly, as she was an elder and should understand this principle. However, Jisha confidently said, "The Wolf King of Shenwu, we all know that Changhui can listen to all things and see the world. But we did not know she is a spirit pet under the beast god, serving only the beast god." She did not lift her head to speak to the old Wolf King, but continued to kneel in that position. Perhaps she would remain kneeling until Mo11 asked her to get up, and her hands spread on the ground trembled with excitement. She added, Changwish had disappeared in the extreme north 600 years ago, and people thought it was just a historical legend. But the records do not say so. Its branches bear blood plasma fruits, which are fruits that can foretell the future. Mo11 was shocked and looked at Jisha, realizing that she actually knew about the foresight fruit. Does that mean her words are highly credible? As the continent's recognized, strongest witch doctor, Jisha has read far more ancient texts than the prince has read sage books since childhood, so her words carry weight. Since she wasn't just speaking randomly, there's an 80 to 90% chance that it's the truth. Chapter 126, Refining Pills on the Spot. The old Wolf King narrowed his eyes and gazed intently at Mo11, seemingly very interested in her. Mo11 felt embarrassed. She didn't want to know whether she was the child of the beast god. She wouldn't easily believe it based solely on words. She reminded, Jisha, I know the matter concerning the beast god excites you, but human lives are at stake, and I need your cooperation right now. Jisha immediately stood up, her gaze sharp, and said seriously, My lord, just give your orders, and I will do my utmost. She didn't know what to call the child of the beast god, so she decided that calling her my lord would not be wrong. Mo11 pressed her forehead in pain. No need, just call me Wanwan. If this is the command of the beast god's child, Jisha complied. Yes, Lady Wanwan. Can't this title be removed? It sounds so awkward. Adding lady after her name makes her feel like she's suddenly several decades older. To be precise, she is actually only a little less than 2.5 years old in the Cloud Dawn continent. The incense burner was burning without incense, and wisps of light smoke had already risen, creating a transparent mist that enveloped the entire hall, giving a sense of spaciousness and comfort. Mo11 sat cross-legged on a cushion, straightened her slender waist, closed her beautiful eyes, and formed 2 orchid-shaped gestures with her hands. The medicinal materials seemed to float around in the air, lining up and voluntarily jumping into the Minuet incense burner. The scene of her refining medicine resembled sitting on the water's surface, with strange medicinal herbs mixed with blood and rootless water, appearing as koi fish leaping out of the water, searching for food in the sky, and finally willingly falling into the incense burner. Next, she shaped her fingers into orchid-like gestures, condensing a pure white flame that enveloped the incense burner, using high temperatures to refine the contents inside. Jisha was mesmerized. She could also refine medicine, but ordinary pills and elixirs were different. Pills only required grinding the herbs into powder and forming them into balls, while elixirs needed to be refined in a cauldron with spiritual fire. This spiritual fire had to be controlled properly. The temperature couldn't be too high or too low, requiring constant attention to the timing. In the Yunchi continent, there were very few shamans who could refine elixirs, and reaching a certain age and sufficient experience required dedicated practice in alchemy. Once successful, it would mean stepping into a respected threshold. The shamans she had seen who could refine elixirs and were highly respected were all elderly, and she had never encountered a young and beautiful person capable of refining elixirs with such an ethereal visual impact. The hall was warm, and Mo11 had taken off her fox fur coat as soon as she entered. At this moment, she bent forward with a graceful arc, her flexible waist, broadening her shoulders, raising her chest, and with her slightly lifted chin, a crystal droplet of sweat fell on her skirt, dampening a small circle. That droplet of sweat also fell onto Bai Heng's heart, causing ripples in his emotions. He clenched his fists, his nails digging into his flesh, and in a sudden moment, he wanted to put everything down and take her away to soar high. But in the end, he chose reason. The air was so quiet that a falling needle could be heard. Old Wolf King's sharp eyes reflected Bai Heng, who had brought a master this time. Such pure spiritual energy he had never seen in his lifetime. It wasn't that he was ignorant, but rather that this world could not possibly possess such spiritual energy, which was clearly pure and untainted, able to cleanse the soul. Yet it filled him with a strong sense of fear. The son of the beast god? Old Wolf King fell into deep thought. Suddenly, a beam of golden light emitted from the Minuet incense burner, shooting straight up to the roof. And an elixir shot out from the furnace, gently floating in front of Jisha, who hurriedly caught it with both hands. Mo11 took out another bottle of rootless water and said to Jisha, Dissolve the elixir. The queen can't take solids right now. Let her drink it. The old Wolf King could no longer sit still. He got up and sat by the queen's bed, grasping her trembling hand and praying silently. Jisha took the rootless water, dissolved the elixir, and handed the bowl of medicine to Bai Yunlian, who personally fed the queen the medicine. Outside the Moon Fox Palace, the ministers were waiting. Waiting was a very boring thing, and several powerful men in the palace spoke first. The Wolf King had been inside for a while. And the Hart Fox clan leader said, if what third prince said is true, with the help of a divine doctor, Her Majesty the Queen's illness should be cured soon. He only mentioned the illness and did not bring up the curse, considering the need for confidentiality regarding the Queen's serious condition. The only people who truly knew that the Wolf Queen's serious illness stemmed from a curse were these few powerful beast clans in the Moon Entropy Kingdom. The other ministers and even idle nobles were unaware. The Hart Fox clan leader, being the Wolf Queen's father, had always looked down on the Sheep clan's chancellor, but he did not expect him to be the first to. Others avoided talking to him, fearing they would be pricked by thorns. Then let's take the chancellor's words. They exchanged polite pleasantries, thinking the topic would end there, when a man from the Plum Deer clan interrupted. Sheep Chancellor, Hart Fox clan leader. Everyone is worried about the Queen's health, but I wonder if you too heard that the Queen wanted to commit suicide? This man from the Plum Deer clan was blunt and straightforward, and who would have thought he was the head of the southern factory responsible for intelligence oversight? Both the Sheep Chancellor and the Hart Fox clan leader found him bothersome. Being targeted by this person meant either demotion or confiscation of property. For those like them, who had considerable influence in the court, they had to be cautious of such a treacherous person to avoid a downfall. The Sheep Chancellor pretended to be confused. I don't recall hearing anything about that. The Hart Fox clan leader told him to leave. There's a limit to jokes. Cursing the Queen is a serious crime, so let's pretend you didn't ask. The Plum Dean insisted. You two are quite amusing, with the Wolf King absent. What's wrong with speaking up? Lower your voices, and no one will hear. The two shot him a glance. Only this guy dared to speak like this, offending the Wolf King daily. Just because the old Wolf King couldn't deal with him didn't mean he couldn't send those who got involved with him to prison. The Plum Dean, with his hands in his pockets, showed no intention of leaving. When Third Prince brought people in, I saw two women. One was a human slave of the Demon Lord, and the other was the Demon Lord's confidant. Which one do you think is the divine doctor mentioned by the prince? The two fell silent, allowing the Plum Dean to answer his own question. I guess it's that human woman. How could a slave dare to sit between the seats of the Demon Lord and the Grand Hall? As expected of the shrewd, oversight head, in just 2 sentences, he led the Sheep Chancellor and the Hart Fox clan leader into his topic. The Plum Dean's speculation was worthy of attention, and the Sheep Chancellor asked, what exactly do you want to say? The Plum Dean chuckled. I want to say this divine doctor might be that human woman. She could be quite formidable. The Plum Deer, being timid and easily startled, had a keen temperament, while the Plum Dean was bold and clever. The Hart Fox clan leader huffed angrily. That unruly human woman is a divine doctor? Nonsense, the Plum Dean retorted. You should focus more on the real culprit behind the Queen's serious illness so that I can provide an explanation to the Hart Fox clan. And you can also give the Wolf King an explanation. The Sheep Chancellor nodded. As the head of the Southern Factory, you must not think wildly. Everything should be practical. In my opinion, that human woman is just a temporary favorite by the Demon Lord and will soon lose her glory. The Plum Dean anticipated their responses and just smiled. Well, I wonder how things are progressing inside. Just as he spoke, a beam of light shot out from the Moon Fox Palace, illuminating the dark night. The beam reflected in the eyes of the 3 dignitaries and quickly vanished. And when they looked at the night sky, the once bright moon seemed to dim considerably. What had happened inside? No matter how curious the 3 dignitaries were, they could see nothing, and each harbored their own thoughts. Inside the Moon Fox Palace's sleeping quarters, after the Queen drank the dissolved medicine, her brows relaxed a bit, and her body seemed to feel less discomfort. The old Wolf King and Bai Yunlian exchanged bright glances, seeing the Queen's dissipating consciousness gradually retract. Just as the old Wolf King was about to ask how the Queen felt, she spat out a mouthful of black blood, which flowed like water into the old Wolf King's hand. The old Wolf King furrowed his brows, ready to question her loudly, his anger boiling in his chest. When Mo Wanwan suddenly said, "That's enough," she turned her gaze to Xing, and, at that moment, everyone noticed that there was someone unrelated to the matter standing silently in the hall from beginning to end. Xing and Mo Wanwan's eyes met, sensing that something bad was about to happen. She had thought that after witnessing Mo Wanwan's abilities, she would have a better understanding, but each time, Mo Wanwan managed to showcase even more, raising the bar higher and leaving her astonished. She hated this feeling, deeply hated it, because it made her feel unworthy even as a rival, as if she had already lost before the battle had begun. Mo Wanwan looked at Xing with a smile and said, "Lend me your tears." Huh? Xing stared at her in disbelief, her eyes wide open. What are you talking about? Mo Wanwan said sincerely, "You cry, and I'll buy it with gold." Xing felt a rush of anger to her forehead, and her slender white hand clenched into a fist, feeling particularly like hitting someone. Montag van Zeit. Time was pressing, and if this continued, how could they save the person? She had no choice but to walk over and take matters into her own hands. She pinched Zing's face and applied a bit of force, which made a tear escape from her eye. Her grip was not light. Zing had endured to her limit before finally shedding a tear. Mo11 collected her tears and let her go. Zing touched her reddened face. Tears kept falling because her cheeks hurt too much. Mo11 also knew that Zing was suffering, and tears cost money too. But there was no other way. This was the only method she could think of. She said, I just want to give it a try. Whether it works or not depends on how much you cry. If you don't cry more, I can use it later. By the way, this is for you. She casually tossed A to her, saying take good care of it. It could be used as a potato seed. Chapter 128. Ghost Howl, what she considered a treasure, Zing did not see as such. Zing threw away the furious and wanted to kill Mo11. When she saw Mo11 smearing her tears on her eyelids, her legs, which had been rushing out, slowed down to a walk, and then stopped. What are you doing? This question was also on everyone's mind, and they all looked over at Mo11. Mo11 applied her tears and said, there's a saying on my side that a cow's tears can allow people to see ghosts. I want to try and see if I can see a ghost. See a ghost? Why do you want to see a ghost? Zing asked. What I want to see is the vengeful spirit on the queen. Hearing you say that curses are born from resentment inspired me. What's said is still difficult for many people to understand, only and have slowly come to appreciate it. Curses are born from resentment. The more vicious the curse, the more lethal resentment the curse caster must invest. The depth of resentment can be materialized, but ordinary people cannot see the existence of vengeful spirits. The inspiration for Mo11 actually came from Yen Xiao. Yen Xiao was originally a trace of intelligence within the soul skeleton, but years of hatred molded him into a physical form, turning him into a spirit tool. She was pondering whether deep resentment could also manifest in the body of the curse caster, perhaps similar to a ghost. As they exchanged questions and speculations, Mo11 caught a glimpse of a dark shadow in her peripheral vision. The shadow flickered in and out on the curtain at the edge of the bed, and from its shape, it was apparent that it had long hair, the strands seductive and ghostly. The key point was that only Mo11, who had applied the purple shimmering tears, could see it. It gave her an inexplicable feeling of dread, causing goosebumps to rise on her arms. She rubbed her arms vigorously to calm herself. She said, the elixir I refined enhances the effect of Frost 7 flowers. The queen's body is too weak, so I balanced it with several other herbs, which is why the effect won't take place so quickly. The elixir will simultaneously force out the vengeful ghost. But the curse is still threatening the queen's life. The dirty blood the queen has expelled needs to be wiped clean immediately, and the sweat towel must be thrown into the fire to be incinerated. Hurry! Her expression was serious. Jisha immediately directed the shaman apprentices to clean the black blood off the old wolf king's hands and the bedding, bringing over a fire basin to throw in the blood-stained sweat towel. The flames erupted suddenly, splattering several nearby apprentices with burns on their faces. Luckily, it was only a few spots. Otherwise, they would have developed blisters. With a crackling sound, the flames sparked, and the ghostly shadow on the curtain touched the ground, quickly crawling up. When Mo11 saw the ghostly shadow clearly, her heart nearly stopped. The ghost had crawled out from the queen's body, lacking feet, moving across the ground with lightning speed using its hands. Mo11 had to concentrate intensely to keep up with its speed to track its movements. The ghost's hair was draped over its face, and though it had no mouth, it emitted a sharp, piercing howl that made everyone in the hall, who could not see it, truly feel the presence of such a malevolent being. Only a vengeful spirit would make such a sound, and this spirit was not an ordinary one. It was a vengeful ghost born from the resentment of the curse. Just hearing the sound made one feel nauseous, a chill creeping up the spine to the back of the head, causing shivers all over. The old Wolf King's expression turned serious in an instant. He couldn't see it, couldn't see that thing, but he could sense the strange airflow in the wind, and the direction of that airflow revealed some clues. This level of sensitivity could only be attained with a certain degree of spiritual power. The wick of the palace lamp swayed imperceptibly, and suddenly, the hem of the shaman apprentice's skirt standing beside the hall swayed as if it was rippling with water. Mo11 watched as the vengeful spirit crawled towards her, moving with a ferocity greater than that of a six-legged insect, and looking just like Sadako from the ring. Just as she was about to dodge, the old Wolf King suddenly disappeared from his original position and appeared in front of a row of witches. He swung his fist violently at the air, causing the witches' skirts to fly open, revealing their calves. The witches looked down at the Wolf King's leather boots and instinctively took 5 steps back, their skirts falling back down to their toes. They had just felt a sharp claw scratch their calves when one witch let out a hiss. Feeling a bit of pain from the after effect, she gently lifted her skirt and saw 2 open flesh wounds on her calf. "Ah!" the witch exclaimed, immediately causing the other witches in the hall to panic, fearing they would be devoured by this invisible ghost. They completely abandoned the palace etiquette, some fleeing towards the door, while others huddled together with their companions. The old Wolf King's punch missed as he had aimed upwards, while the vengeful spirit was crawling along the ground. It moved swiftly, creating a gust of cold wind that blew the hair covering its ghostly face into waves, revealing a dark, shadowy visage beneath. Mo11 felt a chill in her heart. It's a faceless monster. Oh my, it's even scarier. A cold wind whistled by, and the surroundings suddenly turned cold. The palace lanterns flickered out, and everything around was dark and silent, with the only clear sound being the chaotic and rapid breathing. Chapter 129. Killing the chicken to warn the monkey. The enemy is hidden while we are exposed, which is very unfavorable. Everyone became alert. Several screams came from the palace door. Mo11 turned to look, and in the darkness, Yunlian wielded a long sword, killing those witch disciples who tried to escape through the palace door. A strong smell of blood immediately spread throughout the hall. He did not wipe the blood off the long sword before sheathing it, and bowed to the old Wolf King, teasing, "Father, I have executed the deserters on the spot." For the beast tribe, seeing things in the night is not a challenge, but a habit. The old Wolf King had entered a semi-beast state. He had stripped his upper body, revealing his strong and developed muscles. He did not look back at the palace door, but instead took a horse stance, leaning forward, his gaze extremely focused on detecting any traces in the air. "You did well. This king does not need deserters." Mo11 stared at Yunlian for a while, then turned her head back indifferently. The old Wolf King asked her appreciatively, "As a divine doctor, why are you not disgusted by so many lives wasting away before your eyes?" She sighed softly and said, "Since the Wolf King wants to kill the chicken to warn the monkey, I am just a shaman. How can I stop it? Moreover, this is the Wolf King's warning to me." The old Wolf King raised one bushy eyebrow, feeling she was quite perceptive. The divine doctor is not foolish. Then his gaze turned sharp. As long as the divine doctor understands, today, regardless of whether your identity is that of a beast god child, you have only 2 paths, either succeed in healing or die here. Faced with the old Wolf King's words threatening her life, Mo11 fell indifferent, because if she wanted to escape, these people couldn't stop her. Outside the Moon Fox Palace, the nobles and officials suddenly heard a terrifying and piercing ghostly wail. The cold night wind from the south was so chilling that it felt like a whip striking heavily on their backs, instantly giving them goosebumps. Chancellor Yang hugged his warming stove tightly, looking around twice to confirm that the ghost was not on their side, feeling a bit anxious. How strange. The first sound was a ghost cry, the second a human shout. Is the ghost eating people? What exactly happened inside? Should we go in and take a look? The leader of the Heart Fox tribe, upon hearing the ghostly wail, placed his hand on the treasured sword at his waist. He also wanted to go in, after all. The seriously ill queen inside was his daughter. He said, "The Wolf King has not issued an order, so as a subject, I can only wait outside the palace." Chancellor Yang glanced at him with disdain, thinking he only pretended to be loyal to the Wolf King in front of others, while behind his back, he was just a profit seeker, reluctant to part with a penny, using his financial scythe to prioritize wealth over loyalty. Dime questioned, how could there be a ghost cry during such a good healing session? They did not know what was happening inside and could only speculate, but it was definitely ominous. That divine doctor probably had a life without a return. Inside the Moon Fox Palace, Missouri Wanwan saw the vengeful ghost once again climbing towards her with a fierce howl. Her hands moved so quickly they seemed to blur, like a 1,000-handed guanine. Instinctively, she began to run inside the hall to dodge the ghost, running blindly in the dark. Let alone seeing the ghost, she might scare herself to death. Seeing Mo11 running around aimlessly, the old Wolf King knew the vengeful ghost was chasing her. So he chased after her as well while loudly asking, "Where are you hiding from? If you see the ghost, just kill it." Mo11 did not stop because of the old Wolf King's words. She only said, "No, it's too ugly. I don't want to touch it." The old Wolf King was taken aback. Earlier, this girl had given him a sense of a transcendent master not to be underestimated. But now he deeply felt that this cowardly trait of women was indeed troublesome. the girl was still just a girl. She wouldn't amount to much. Mo11 accidentally stepped on a puddle of blood and slipped. Disgusted by the sticky feeling of blood on her hands, she saw the vengeful ghost's face tear open, revealing sharp teeth as it lunged at her to devour her. Suddenly, the tightly shut palace door was burst open. The loud bang of the door slamming shut startled the ghost, halting its attack, ignoring the nauseating sensation caused by the blood beneath her. Mo11 immediately moved her body as far back as possible. The vengeful ghost raised its eyeless head, staring at the empty space by the palace door. A bone-chilling night wind, as if carrying ice and snow, roared in at the moment the door was broken open, and the smell of blood filled everyone's noses, overwhelming their increasingly expanding minds. A sense of danger emanated from that spot. The dangerous aura rapidly approached, forcing the ghost to flee in a panic. Bai Heng sensed something was lunging at Wanwan and prioritized dealing with the invisible ghost. When the vengeful ghost began to escape, he noticed the sinister aura and, relying on his beastly instincts, transformed and swept his wolf tail in front of Mo11, hitting something. Suddenly, a cold wind rushed towards Mo11 from behind, faster than the ghost's earlier attack. A strong hand lifted her from the ground and jumped to a safe place. She fell into a solid chest, feeling a reassuring warmth. The person spoke in a deep voice. "I'm here." He then asked, "What is it?" Mo11 let out a sigh of relief. It was Sheng Rong. Chapter 130. Still shedding tears. She clutched Sheng Rong's clothes tightly. It's a ghost resembling the faceless monster from The Grudge. She inhaled his scent, and for some reason, she felt much more at ease and thought that nothing was scary anymore, as if she could confront that ghost directly. The demon lord remained silent. Well, her explanation was too obscure. It's just a vengeful spirit. Sheng Rong frowned, his gaze scanning the dark, empty hall. He could sense a non-human presence, but he couldn't see it. "I can't see it." Mo11 raised her head to gaze at his angular jawline, saying, "I only saw it after applying Xing's tears. Here's a piece of advice from someone who's been through it. Be mentally prepared. It's really quite terrifying." At that moment, she thought it was just a ghost. But when she saw its appearance, the hair on her neck stood on end and hasn't settled down since. She was indeed a bit scared of these ghosts and zombies that seemed to come straight out of a modern horror film. Sheng Rong fixed her gaze in the direction where Xing was. A chilling gaze shot over, bringing with it an overwhelming sense of dread, causing Xing to stomp her foot in grievance. "Lord, you want me to cry too?" The demon lord's voice was cold and heavy. "Then cry. That's my command." Without the demon lord needing to say it, Xing had already squeezed out tears. After all, the demon lord wanted her to cry. Her tears were filled with unwillingness. Unwilling to accept that the Lord would rather have her suffer than question what that woman said. The vengeful spirit would not attack those who could not see it, so it currently had only one target. Once the demon lord also smeared Xing's tears, it was as if a heavenly eye had opened. The vengeful spirit's targets increased from 1 to 2. However, these two might not simply refer to the strength of two ordinary people, as the demon lord possessed destructive power that the vengeful spirit feared it could not contend with. Mo11 saw its head turn a full circle towards the back, its neck seemingly boneless without a sound of bones cracking. The cracked mouth was emitting a chilling, creaking laughter. A bone-chilling fear surged to its peak. The vengeful spirit turned its head 180 degrees back to reveal the face from before. Sheng Rong looked at it, still expressionless, with no ripples in his eyes. He directed his gaze past the vengeful spirit to the wolf king on the phoenix-patterned cloud bed, his eyes sharpening as he said, "It is calling for its companions." Mo11 was puzzled. Is there another companion? Yes, inside the host. His voice gradually grew heavier, and a chilling aura began to rise. Mo11 squinted her eyes, seriously observing the queen who lay with her eyes closed at a distance. "How do you know?" "I haven't discovered anything." Suddenly, she saw something. There were black spots on the queen's skin. Indeed, these black spots were actually holes in the flesh from which thick, murky air quickly erupted, and each stream of murky air transformed into a vengeful spirit identical to the first one. The number of pores on a person's skin was vast, and these black holes were just slightly fewer than the pores, yet still uncountable. The vengeful spirits formed a legion at an unstoppable speed. A thick, evil aura rushed toward them, and various sounds of laughter filled the hall. Some were helpless chuckles, some were pure manic laughter, and some were laughter born from extreme anger. The laughter rose and fell, and the unease in the eyes of the living witches in the hall was instantly filled with fear. After a while, the laughter ceased, plunging the hall into a moment of dead silence before chaos erupted, suppressing the panic in people's hearts to the extreme. For people approached Ziying. Yisha said, "Miss, if you could spare us a few drops of your tears, I would be extremely grateful." She had never seen a curse being broken this way. Holding a lifelong learning mindset, she summoned her courage to ask Ziying for a tear. Ziying's flesh tightened, looking down at the short old lady, and firmly rejected. "Sorry, tears don't just fall on command. I can't do it." Originally, she found the question about the girl crying to be quite annoying, and upon Ziying's refusal, the old wolf king clicked his tongue in annoyance, thinking it was fine. He could still fight off the vengeful spirits without seeing them. Bai Heng, however, seemed to see through Ziying's weakness and deliberately said, "Miss, tears are precious. Only someone like the demon lord could make you cry easily. We just need your tears to cleanse these evil spirits. I hope you can be accommodating." As a prince, Bai Heng understood how to assess the situation. He knew that without Ziying's tears, they would be blind even with their eyes open. The mention of the master ordering her to cry instantly made Ziying's eyes moist, and tears began to fall incessantly. She was already charming, and when she cried, she looked like a rose drenched in water. Are my tears really that rare? How come I didn't know after living for 700 years? In short, it was a grievance. If Lan Yu saw this scene, she would be moved to tears in her lifetime upon witnessing Ziying being wronged in front of so many people. This girl wouldn't grow up if she didn't experience some grievances. Jisha collected the tears into a bottle, saving plenty for future research. She dripped the tears from the bottle onto the fingers of the old wolf king and the two princes, who then smeared them on their eyelids. And the scene before them instantly changed. Chapter 131. The mysterious hooded man. The expansive scene of the great hall shifted. The once empty space was now crawling with lowly vengeful spirits, each only having a front half and moving on their hands. Seeing this different layer, the eyelids of the four jumped. Mo Wanwan swiftly turned around, leaning against Sheng Rong. As the vengeful spirits moved, the two of them stood back to back, without a word, charging in opposite directions, ready to slay. The old wolf king and the two princes immediately transformed into beasts, the three silver wolves letting out fierce growls, their hind legs pushing off the ground as they pounced towards the vengeful spirits. Ziying went from crying in pain to crying in frustration, and now to crying in anger and shame, her teeth nearly gritting to the point of breaking, only able to resentfully blame the culprit who made her cry. "Montak Van Van, you wait for me." She angrily wiped away her tears. When her fingertips touched the wet mark, Ziying's heart stirred. She tried to apply the tears to her eyelids, but she still couldn't see anything at all. Clearly, she understood this curse the best, yet she was the only one left who knew nothing about the situation. Mo Wanwan knocked an arrow and shot down dozens of vengeful spirits. With her side temporarily cleared, she noticed behind her that the demon lord, barehanded, had pinned 20 vengeful spirits together. With a fierce exertion of his arms, he obliterated the spirits in his grasp. Strong, invincible, dominant. He discarded the corpses of the spirits and bent down, spreading his hands, as hundreds of crystal spikes formed in front of his chest. These crystal spikes flew out together with Mo Wanwan's tense heart, piercing through a large portion of the vengeful spirits and creating terrifying purple waves in the air. The three silver wolves nearly got caught in the purple waves, forced to be in awe of the demon lord's power. However, the vengeful spirits continued to emerge endlessly from the queen's body. Suddenly, a putrid sweet smell wafted over, and Mo Wanwan looked intently at the wolf queen, only to see a ghostly mask growing on her aging face. "I know how to deal with them. It's the mask. As long as the mask exists, the vengeful spirits will never cease," Mo Wanwan said. The appearance of the mask at this moment indicated that the power of the curse was weakening, likely related to the number of vengeful spirits they had killed. Yet, she quickly reverted to a serious expression. The timing of the mask's appearance marked the moment when a myriad ants accelerated the end of the wolf queen's life. Mo Wanwan jumped from the vengeful ghost that pounced towards her, using the ghost's head as a landing point, and leaped onto the bed in a few steps. Upon seeing the mask up close, her eyelashes trembled, and she was filled with fear. This ghost mask was painted with the bodies of insects and ants, which was why there was a rotting, sweet smell in the air. The blood of these insects and ants came in various shades: black, green, red, purple, cyan, and so on, which formed the eyebrows, eyes, mouth, and sharp teeth. Was the expression on the ghost mask sad or happy? The eyes were clearly curved, but the mouth was crying. Mo Wanwan could sense that the mask expressed two emotions: the triumph of a vengeful spirit and the pain of the wolf queen. Queen, I will free you now. She took out a dagger that she had prepared for this purpose, quickly applying a special potion to it, and was about to stab the mask when the old wolf king shouted, "Stop! What are you trying to do?" What he saw was not Mo11 aiming at the mask. He saw the tip of her knife directed at the queen's face. Mo11 was momentarily slowed by the shout to stop. Unable to explain herself in one sentence, she directly ignored the old wolf king. The tip of her knife pierced through the wind, just a few millimeters away from the mask's brow, when suddenly she was attacked from behind and sent flying about 10 meters back. With a fierce swing, she barely steadied herself on the ground and looked up to see the attacker was a hooded man. He appeared alongside a masked woman, with a cold wind blowing from the diagonal rear. She glanced over, where there was a collapsed wall hole. The masked woman wore a brightly colored crop top and had a silver headdress. The jingling of her headdress rang crisply in the wind, revealing a pair of beautiful eyes embedded with purple pupils, exuding an exotic charm from head to toe. The force of the hooded man's sneak attack was not light. After Mo11 steadied herself, blood oozed from the corner of her mouth, but she seemed unconcerned about her injury, curling her lips into a beautiful, wicked smile. This must be the mastermind behind it all. Just as she was about to deal with the swarming ants, they appeared, not to stop her from saving people. But for what purpose, then? Her gaze shifted between the hooded man and the masked woman, wondering which of them was the spellcaster. Upon hearing this, the old wolf king, who had been leaping in midair to bite the vengeful spirit, changed direction and pounced fiercely toward the hooded man's position. The hooded man, with a hand hidden in his long sleeves, took out a folding fan. With a flick of his wrist, the fan opened with a whoosh and waved it at the old wolf king. A gust of wind halted the old wolf king's fierce momentum, and his forelegs firmly landed back on the ground. This hooded man used the same method as Mo11, condensing spiritual energy into a weapon. She sensed the evil spiritual energy from the folding fan, slightly weaker than the demon lord's, but enough to deal with the old wolf king. Chapter 132. Being handsome doesn't matter to her. The old wolf king landed back on the ground, his silver blue gaze fixed on the hooded man. His wrinkled wolf nose, bared wolf fangs, and the deep growl from his throat made his expression increasingly fierce. At that moment, another silver wolf leaped up, taller than the previous one, also charging toward the hooded man, but transformed into human form midair. The hooded man decisively closed the folding fan in front of him, greatly enhancing his defense, withstanding a murderous bone knife, making a dull thud sound. Upon realizing what the dagger was, the hooded man retreated, jumping back 3 steps, deliberately increasing the distance from Bai Hung. The bone knife from the underworld. The hooded man recognized its worth. As he stepped back, a large number of vengeful spirits surged toward Bai Hung, leaving him overwhelmed and separated from the hooded man. The demon lord flashed to Mo11's side, grabbing her arm to check. Is it serious? His concern warmed her heart. She smiled wryly. I'm not injured, just didn't have time to cast the spell. What a pity such a good opportunity is wasted. He frowned. If you can't cast it, then don't worry about it. Mo11 said. How can that be? If I can't solve it, the wolf king will kill me. Shung Rong said. Then I'll kill him first. Mo11 quietly looked at him. You are invincible. You can kill anyone you want. Ding, ding, ding. Did you hear that sound? She suddenly felt something was wrong, glancing around. Her gaze caught the masked woman who was dancing. The hooded man had attracted their attention, and she had actually forgotten the only person she brought with her. When a masked woman danced, the silver pieces on her hands and ankles jingled, as if playing a beautiful melody. The sound was so clear, yet they hadn't heard it at that moment, and seemed to have forgotten her existence. Zi Ying saw the masked woman's dance. Her face showed a moment of astonishment. And after a while, she shook her head and muttered to herself, It can't be her. Why is she dancing? Mo11 asked, and Shung Rong turned to give her an answer. Look over there. She's different from the other ghosts. Mo11 looked in the direction he pointed. Her eyes widened. The ghost mask had disappeared. She saw the queen's face turn into a bloody mess, and the ghost mask that had vanished from her face was actually a vengeful spirit. This masked ghost was using its dark hands to reach into the queen's chest, trying to take her heart. Damn, the devouring of 10,000 ants is really ruthless. If it weren't for her sudden inspiration to use the purple tears to see what is normally invisible, she might not even know how the Wolf Queen met her swift demise. While refining the elixir, she had specifically enhanced the curse-breaking effect of Frost 7 flowers with other ingredients. But to deal with a curse that has self-awareness, it was necessary to eliminate the threat posed by the resentment within the curse. The self-awareness of the devouring of 10,000 ants would accelerate the death of the cursed when they resisted fiercely. The resentment gathered into a ghost. And this ghost wearing the mask was the executioner with self-awareness. It had to be stopped. Mo11 flew over to eliminate this masked ghost. The masked woman was the curse caster, and her dance catalyzed the speed at which the masked ghost acted. She had to be quick. When she reached the masked ghost, she attacked its mask with a dagger coated in potion. The masked ghost dodged, avoiding being stabbed in the mask, but was cut by the dagger on its body. That cut, like burning paper scraps, caused a piece of the masked ghost skin to char and float into the air as debris. The masked ghost let out a fierce shriek and hurriedly covered the wound with its hand to block the flying fragments. Mo11 saw that the potion was showing signs of improvement and happily said, "I applied the potion made from the flower roots of Frost's 7 flowers on the dagger. It should be somewhat useful to you." At that moment, the masked ghost lifted his mask to look at her, leaving her stunned. The expression that had been a mix of crying and laughing was completely replaced by a cunning smile, which looked much more harmonious, but was even more terrifying. The queen's emotions were gone. This alone could indicate a lot. In short, it wouldn't lead to anything good. Just as the masked ghost was distracted and injured, Mo11's hand, which had just fallen, quickly and precisely attacked the center of the ghost mask. With the tip of the dagger only a hair's breadth away from striking, but was interrupted. A figure in a black robe flew over, and then a heavier force was applied to her wrist. Mo11 couldn't break free. Angrily, she turned to look at the hooded man who was gripping her hand, and from this angle, she clearly saw his face. He was an incredibly handsome guy, but being handsome was no reason for him to ruin her plans. Mo11 slapped forward, leaving the hooded man dazed. "You hit me?" The hooded man widened his eyes, staring at the woman in front of him. Mo11 noticed that he was stunned and thought she had knocked him silly. In his moment of distraction, he loosened his grip slightly, and she quickly pulled her wrist away, not giving him a moment to recover. A dagger pierced the center of the ghost mask's forehead. By the time the hooded man came to his senses, Sheng had already pulled him away from Mo11, firmly stating, "Why did you use your hand to touch him?" Mo11 was confused and calmly reasoned with him. "I hit him, not touched him." Chapter 133, She achieved it. Hitting is also touching. Why are you angry? My move is very useful, okay? Mo11 crossed her arms in dissatisfaction. Sheng pinched her cheek, his expression dark. "Do you know that doing this will only make me want to skin his face?" Mo11 suddenly felt a chill all over her body and fell silent. She truly didn't know he would think like that. Normal people wouldn't think like that, right? Sheng and the hooded man exchanged glances, and that look seemed to suggest a desire to peel away the skin hiding the hooded man's face. In the blink of an eye, it seemed as if the two had already exchanged hundreds of rounds through their eyes. Just then, before the demon lord could make a move, the hooded man wisely fanned himself with a folding fan, creating a strong wind and disappearing into it. Mo11 blinked in disbelief. Escaped? How imposing was that hooded man when he first appeared, even ambushing her, yet he retreated after just one glance with the demon lord. How intense was their exchange of glances? With the ghost mask shattered, breaking the curse was only a matter of time, and the masked woman was now useless. The hooded man left without taking her with him. Bai Hong and the old wolf king were still entangled with the vengeful spirits, while She stood like a statue after realizing what the vengeful spirits were, feeling quite shaken. She wasn't completely afraid of the vengeful spirits. It was more that she had never encountered such beings before. After decades of practicing medicine, she had seen all sorts of difficult and strange ailments, but this time truly opened her eyes. She stood in front of the witch apprentices, and a few vengeful spirits that feared the strong charged at her. The apprentices screamed in terror, and seeing this, Bai Hong rushed towards them, biting the vengeful spirits in a black smoke. "Grandma Ji, are you all right?" He respected She greatly. As the strongest witch doctor on the continent, she deserved the respect of all beast clans. Grandma Ji was a title used by a few, including the Wolf King, making it feel more intimate, while others had to call her Great Witch Doctor. Seeing her shake her head, Bai Hong confirmed she was fine and went to deal with the vengeful spirits. He found this too slow and was about to summon Yin Xiao when a sudden flash of light illuminated the hall. The ghost mask in front of Mo11 shattered, emitting a dazzling, colorful glow that lit up the pitch-black hall, and the vengeful spirits that had been charging or planning to ambush were extinguished by the light. Mo11 gazed at the beams of light, feeling that the shattered ghost mask resembled a shining orb. The cracked mask fragments transformed into the corpses of insects and ants, disintegrating into black debris along with the body of the masked ghost, blown away by the chilly wind seeping through the wall hole. The moment the vengeful spirit in front of Bai Hung vanished, he turned to look at Mo Wanwan, his wolf-like eyes filled with astonishment. Although he had anticipated that she would not fail, it was still incredible to realize that she had succeeded. She had fulfilled her promise to him. Deep down, he knew that the things she was capable of were far beyond his imagination. In her, he could always see infinite possibilities, and it was this potential that attracted him, making him unable to extricate himself from her. Mo Wanwan noticed Bai Heng's gaze and smiled back at him lightly, her pink lips moving. "I will never go back on my word." She slightly tilted her head, and her smiling face struck Bai Heng's heart like a key opening a forest, where flocks of birds soared and deer dashed, a feeling that was comfortable, free, and somewhat lazy, making him want to stay there. The old Wolf King and Bai Yunlian had transformed into their human forms, while Bai Hung was so stunned that he forgot to shift into human shape. As the light dissipated, the witch apprentice lit the palace lanterns. Bai Yunlian saw Bai Hung in a daze and followed his gaze, a thought flashing in her slightly closed long eyes. She called him back. "Third brother, it's over." Only then did Bai Hung realize he had been too obvious, and he shouldn't have been like this. He transformed into his human form and was about to go over to thank Mo Wanwan when a piercing scream tore through the air. The curse had not yet completely ended. The masked woman, upon learning that the curse had been broken, was not interested in seeing who had undone it. She simply froze in her dance, her knees collapsing to the ground as she cried numbly. Tears streamed down her cheeks, wetting her veil, and she cried as if she had lost everything, her eyes filled with despair. "No, no, no," she screamed madly, clawing at her face on the ground, during which her veil fell off. Ziying's heart raced faster, and when she focused on the woman's appearance, her enchanting purple eyes suddenly widened, and she exclaimed, "Mother." Everyone turned to look at the daughter, who recognized her. A delicate and charming face had several features in common with the masked woman, especially their eyes, which were indistinguishable in terms of eyelash length and size, almost perfectly interchangeable. The masked woman screamed hoarsely, her hands trembling more violently than the choked sound from her throat. Suddenly, a shocking event occurred. A piece of skin fell from her face to the ground, followed by bits of her skin drifting down like leaves. Moments later, her face was grotesquely decayed, countless insects and ants wriggling out from her body, causing those around her to retreat as far as they could. There was no time to cover their eyes to avoid nausea, witnessing how the insects devoured her flesh, exposing segments of bone, a horrifying sight. This was the price of the curse's backlash. Chapter 134. Ziying's past the scene was unbearable to watch. Mo Wanwan involuntarily looked at Ziying, while Ziying stared blankly at the woman suffering from the backlash, her eyes devoid of any emotion, neither sadness nor relief, feeling emptier than plainness. Mo Wanwan was astonished. What could make her feel not a shred of pity or heartache for her own mother? The story behind it was perhaps known only to Lan Yu and the Demon Lord. Besides the two of them, no one else in the world knew the secret of Ziying. Ziying herself didn't understand why she suddenly couldn't express any emotion. She had envisioned countless scenarios of meeting this woman again, whether to show a face of hatred or disgust, no matter which. She would not allow this woman to hurt her heart again. Yet, she never expected that upon truly seeing her, all feelings vanished. That night the stars twinkled, and the clan's annual coming-of-age ceremony arrived. She had waited for this moment for half a year since turning 15. As night fell, maids adorned her with a silver headdress. She was the clan leader's daughter, receiving much attention, walking from the inner courtyard surrounded by maids to the street, where clan members encircled her, laughing and celebrating. Leading her to the altar, the elder painted 2 horizontal stripes under her eyes, each with different meanings. When combined, these meanings symbolized that they could stand alone as spellcasters. The elder chanted incantations, and Ziying smiled brightly until the flames of the dying night swallowed her smile. She hated that memory, burying it deep. She couldn't recall exactly what happened and didn't want to remember. Only a few fleeting images occasionally surfaced in her dreams, leaving her breathless. Each image was of a blood-stained altar and the flames of the dying night. A woman possessed by madness killed the elder, while a group of armed barbarians slaughtered the clansmen. Men's corpses piled high, and the cries of children abruptly ceased. She dared not look further. The only survivors were the newly adult children on the altar. She only remembered fainting in the arms of the Demon Lord. The young Demon Lord already possessed the charisma of a leader, accompanied by the short and undeveloped Lan Yu, who grinned at her, making her feel annoyed. At that time, the demon lord was still a young master. Was it you who cast the spell? The young master asked her. Behind him lay a sea of corpses, half of them armed barbarians and half well-trained guards. The barbarians had committed suicide before his men arrived. When she saw the fallen guards, she realized there were more invaders. It was this boy who saved them. The young master is asking you a question. Why aren't you answering? Lan Yu waved his hand in front of Ziying, thinking she was dazed. Upon realizing the young master's identity, Ziying didn't dare to rise from his arms. Looking back, she wished she had lingered a little longer, as the young master was quite handsome. The young master told Lan Yu to give her a calming pill, saying, "Your strength is commendable. I've helped you preserve the bloodline of the Purple Demon Bull clan. From now on, follow me. What is your name?" His voice was deep, not fitting for his age. Ziying, my name is Ziying. She looked at the young master and saw a light in the depths of his eyes that made people instinctively revere him. Believing in his words wholeheartedly, Lan Yu leaned closer with a cheeky smile. "Oh, so your name is Ziying? I'm Lan Yu. You'll hang out with me from now on, enjoying all the good things." At that time, she was still immersed in loss and grief, feeling disgusted whenever she saw Lan Yu's carefree smile. Thus, she ignored him for 2 whole weeks. However, Lan Yu persistently sought her out to talk and play, always inviting her whenever the young master had something going on. Speaking of which, becoming one of the young master's trusted aides was indeed due in no small part to Lan Yu's efforts during that time. She asked, "What will happen to my clansmen? They will stay here, under my protection, to thrive and continue the bloodline of the Purple Demon Bull clan." He made a promise she couldn't refuse. The Purple Demon Bull clan was on the brink of extinction, and the young master's appearance was their only lifeline. She had to seize it. Lan Yu asked her, "Do you know who betrayed you?" These wandering demons couldn't have known how to get in. Only if there was a traitor among you could they enter. Yes, these barbarians had a specific name, wandering demons. 600 years ago, in the beast realm of the 3 realms, the human realm and beast realm were separate and unrelated. Under the rule of the demon clan, the demon queen frequently suppressed the demon beasts, which evolved into the present beast clan, causing these demon beasts to rebel against the demon clan. Powerful demon beasts organized to secretly attack the few major families supporting the demon clan, led by the Golden Lion clan, the Purple Demon Bull clan, and the Emerald Serpent clan. The strongest voices among the demon beasts were from the Silver Wolf clan, the Wind Eagle clan, and the Sky Sea clan. Chapter 135. Unable to do anything but hate. Lan Yu asked her who it was, and Ziying bit her lip, refusing to speak despite the blood. Yet, the young master needed her cooperation, as this person would become a threat to the demon clan. Even if it was cruel to ask her to speak concerning the world, what would be done? Looking directly into the young master's unwavering gaze, Ziying cried heart-wrenchingly. Who else could it be but her mother, the leader of the Purple Demon Bull clan? She had no choice but to expose the traitor. As the leader of a clan, not being able to fulfill the role of a leader or a mother, such a woman deserved 1,000 cuts. In her heart, she had already wished her dead 1,000 times. Yet for some reason, she watched her suffer without feeling any relief. Not a bit of relief. 700 years had passed. She thought she was dead. She swore at her clansmen's graves that she would not follow in this woman's footsteps and would never let resentment control her. Mo Wanwan saw Ziying close her eyes and not look at her mother. After a moment, a tear streamed down from her closed eyes. Finally, she opened her eyes and turned her head, her gaze directed towards Mo Wanwan. Help her. She hated Mo Wanwan, really hated her. She would rather die than ask her for help. But in this matter, she couldn't find anyone else to help her, and she knew Mo Wanwan must have a way. She didn't expect Ziying would plead with her, and Mo Wanwan was taken aback. Suddenly, the door of the great hall was broken open, and the light from the clear blue sky poured in. The morning light gently spread across the ground, and the people in the hall suddenly awakened. The sun had risen, and the long night was over. Lan Yu burst through the door and took large strides inside. He first saw the master standing beside Mo Wanwan, with an unhappy expression on his face, wondering why the master looked so terrifying. The demon lord was upset because he hadn't managed to unmask the hooded man. Lan Yu then noticed a woman on the ground, her form unrecognizable, with grotesque insects gnawing at her flesh. The scene was horrifying. He felt an overwhelming sense of frustration at having missed so much, blaming the feathered beast for flying too slowly, and he grabbed a nearby witch disciple, asking, "What happened? Who is this woman?" He heard Ziying asking Mo Wanwan to save her. Why? Since when did Ziying care about anyone other than the master? The witch disciple was caught by the demon lord without any warning and was terrified. That woman. She says she is her mother. Lan Yu was stunned. That woman, which woman? He suddenly turned around and looked at the horrifying woman on the ground in shock. It was Ziying's mother. This woman was still alive. He released his grip, remembering Ziying's plea to save her, and became enraged. Ziying, if you hate her so much, just let her die like this. Why do you still want to save her? She betrayed you and your people, killed so many of your compatriots. You don't hate her? I hate her for you. He was angry that she was not more resolute. Ziying's gaze remained pleading towards Mo Wanwan, and when she answered, she no longer knew whether she was addressing herself or Lan Yu. I can't just hate her. Even if that time was short, she was my mother. Lan Yu had never seen this side of Ziying before. She emerged from her hatred, always displaying a spoiled arrogance, believing no one could touch her except the master. She never looked at others with respect, always considering herself a precious gem. He thought she would only ever be that arrogant girl. Lan Yu remained silent, and when Ziying saw Mo Wanwan unmoved, after hesitating for a long time, she actually intended to kneel and plead with her. Lan Yu quickly stepped forward and grabbed her arm, preventing her knees from touching the ground. Are you crazy? You are the master of the Poison Palace, the demon lord's confidant. You are only allowed to kneel to the master, not to outsiders. Lan Yu had never been so furious before. Ziying understood why he was so angry, but this time, kneeling was not self-humiliation. It was for her mother, the one who gave birth to her and raised her, who had once given her a beautiful childhood. She, Ziying, was human. A lamb has the grace of kneeling to nurse. A crow has the duty to repay its mother. How much more so for her, a human? Please, save her. Ziying pushed Lan Yu's hand away and knelt down. Mo Wanwan's lack of action was partly because she needed to take her time. She felt overwhelmed by the amount of information. Secondly, for those cursed to suffer from backlash, there was only one way out: death with no cure in sight. She asked Ziying, what if this person isn't worth it? Lan Yu had already explained the situation in great detail, and Mo Wanwan could grasp some of its essence. Ziying replied, consider it a debt I owe you. As long as your requests aren't excessive, I can fulfill them. Mo Wanwan's lips curled in disdain. What kind of begging attitude is this? I don't need you to owe me anything. I can't save her. I can only let her die without pain. Ziying was taken aback. Right? How could she forget that a curse master would suffer backlash if the curse fails? The 10,000 ants devouring curse was her own creation, and it would backfire. With no solution. How ironic. The person she most wanted to die truly died at her hands. A hint of relief and comfort appeared on her face. This is enough. She had suffered for so many years. At least before she dies, don't let her suffer any longer. The resentment is too deep, becoming obsessed, ultimately turning into a vengeful spirit of resentment. This life has been enough for her to endure. What else is there to hate? Chapter 136. Is it hot outside? Good. Mo Wanwan agreed with her. Frost's 7 flowers can break curses. Likewise, when the curse is lifted, it can also alleviate the backlash. Mo Wanwan took out the remaining potion made from the roots of Frost's 7 flowers and walked over to apply it on the masked woman. Others found her face disgusting, but Mo Wanwan didn't mind. She applied it carefully, her fingertips smeared with blurred blood. With the last 3 drops of the potion, Mo Wanwan instructed the masked woman to open her mouth and stick out her tongue. The purplish tongue extended out, and she gently dripped the potion onto it. In no time, all the pain vanished from the masked woman. She looked at Mo Wanwan with gratitude and said, thank you. In the backlash, this was perhaps the easiest moment for her. Her heart was free of the accumulated river of resentment, and everything in front of her became clear and bright. The morning sun was still thin, but it had warmth. She, who was unworthy of such a light moment, could still hear her daughter's voice before her death. Seeing her plead for her, she felt grateful, having no regrets about ending everything this way. The masked woman forced a guilty smile at Ziying, but her face was already a blur, and there was no real smile to speak of. Ziying, I didn't do well as a clan leader, nor as a mother. I really hope for another chance, the mother thought, her words unspoken, turning to fine sand, swept away by a cold breeze, becoming nothing. Ziying lowered her eyes. The words her mother didn't finish no longer mattered. What more could she say? It was just what she had told her when she was little. Her mother wanted to see her at the adult ceremony, to see her in a red wedding dress, to see her have children, to see her grow old and come to her grave to say, my grandchildren have grown up. Her eyes were slightly red, holding back tears. Seeing the masked woman swept away by the wind, she turned and buried her head in Lan Yu's shoulder. Lan Yu hesitated for a moment before reaching out to pat her back. Cry if you want. She rubbed her forehead against his clothes. I won't cry. The fabric gradually became wet, and Lan Yu didn't push her. All right, if you don't want to cry, then don't. After this incident, Ziying no longer targeted Mo Wanwan. Instead, whenever she had free time, she happily sought her out to share the demon lord's preferences, informing Mo Wanwan how to court the lord and serve him. Even though Mo Wanwan often felt like she wanted to tear her ears off, she still listened tirelessly. Outside the Moon Fox Palace, the ministers, without the Wolf King's summons, barged into the sleeping quarters. Prime Minister Yang loudly pleaded with the old Wolf King. Wolf King, please forgive us. This fellow rode in on a feathered beast, and we couldn't stop him. He pointed at Lan Yu, his face flushed with anger. Upon hearing this, Lan Yu chuckled. It was strange to think that these old men could stop him, and weren't they also barging in? Why did they have to point fingers at others? The old Wolf King didn't look at Prime Minister Yang. He was gazing at the sky outside the palace door. The golden crow rose with the dawn, the jade railing rippling with morning light. Today's morning was exceptionally beautiful. At that moment, Bai Yunlian's joyful voice came from behind the flower screen. Mother, you're awake. As soon as the Wolf Queen woke up, She rushed over to check her pulse. She flicked her index and middle fingers against the queen's wrist. And the curse was truly gone. There were no after effects at all. It was simply amazing. She hurriedly asked, Your Majesty, do you feel any discomfort? Do you remember who you are? Where's this? Ever since the Wolf Queen had been cursed, she had been in a daze, unable to remember anything at dawn. The Wolf Queen answered all of Jisha's questions correctly, and Jisha immediately broke into a smile, delivering the good news to the Wolf King. Reporting to the Wolf King. The Queen is fine. The old Wolf King quickly approached the Queen and expressed his deep feelings for her, confirming that she didn't mind looking old and ugly after seeing her reflection in the bronze mirror, before finally feeling at ease to step out from behind the screen to speak with Prime Minister Yang and the others. Why are you all sweating so much? Is it hot outside? Seeing that the clan leader of the Heart Fox and Dean Mei were also drenched in sweat, the old Wolf King asked Prime Minister Yang. The few ministers had overly vivid imaginations, combining unseen sounds to scare themselves, and were sweating from fear. Prime Minister Yang wiped his sweat and thought, how could it be? You know how cold the Wolf King Palace gets at night. It's freezing, and my bones are shivering. My face is frostbitten. On the surface, Prime Minister Yang had to force a smile. Reporting to the Wolf King, I wore too many layers, and didn't he expect it to be so chilly last night? The old Wolf King looked at the other ministers behind him, and seeing them all nod, he didn't inquire further. Not asking was the best option. These ministers didn't dare to voice complaints. The Queen had been seriously ill, and it was their duty to wait outside for news. However, last night, with the sounds of wailing and laughter, they were too scared to move and ended up sweating profusely. How many of them would need to ask for sick leave after this day? Suddenly, Dean Mei jumped out and said, Wolf King, you don't know. I caught a chill outside, so I might need to ask for several days of sick leave. The lies constructed by these ministers collapsed immediately, and they glared angrily at Dean Mei, who wore a smile. The old Wolf King burst into laughter, realizing that this guy was just straightforward. The ministers looked at the old Wolf King laughing heartily, and despite feeling extremely uncomfortable, they couldn't help but laugh along, thinking only of getting home to sleep early. Chapter 137. Mud Can't Support the Wall. Laughter echoed for a long time, and the old Wolf King's gaze caught sight of a certain someone. Bai Yunxian, knowing he had done something wrong, was dressed unusually simply, so it didn't take long for him to realize that this troublemaker was missing from the crowd. Troublemaker, how dare you come? Do you know that today you almost didn't get to see your beloved mother? The old Wolf King nearly slapped him as soon as he saw him, and just by looking at the blood at the corner of the crown princess' mouth, one could imagine how much strength the old Wolf King had used, and how angry he was. Bai Yunxian got up, positioned himself properly, and begged for mercy. Father, I know I was wrong. As soon as I heard the news last night, I rushed over. I stood outside in the cold wind all night, hoping only for Mother to be well. I knew you were annoyed, so I didn't dare to go in and cause trouble, which is why I'm late to apologize. Please punish me, Father. The Crown Prince's voice was strong and clear, and the ministers were shocked that he still didn't know that the Wolf King had already issued a decree on how to punish him. A servant hurriedly stepped forward to whisper a couple of sentences in Bai Yunxian's ear, and Bai Yunxian's eyes widened in shock. He had prepared a whole speech, but now he was left speechless. The old Wolf King couldn't be bothered with this useless son. After giving Jisha a couple of instructions not to make any more mistakes and to let the Queen rest well, he left the Moon Fox Palace with his hands behind his back. With the Wolf King gone, The remaining people had no reason to linger in the hall, and one by one, they showed their faces to the queen's maid, expressing a few words of concern before leaving in succession. Bai Yunxian and Bai Yunlian exchanged glances, and Bai Yunxian said, "Second brother, what should we do?" Bai Yunlian smiled and said, "Elder brother, don't worry. Once father's anger has passed, he will revoke the decree. After all, you are the eldest prince. Everyone makes mistakes, and father knows this in his heart." Bai Yunxian sighed heavily. If only it were that simple. His eye was filled with regret, fearing that he might make things worse, and could only feel anxious. Mo Wanwan heard the conversation between the two as she passed by and couldn't help but laugh out loud. The ruler of a nation speaks with authority, and the second prince casually offers a few comforting words, and just like that, the first prince's heart is unburdened. How naive! Bai Yunxian, upon hearing the laughter, became furious. Who dares to laugh? When he turned to see the person laughing, he instantly became timid. Mo Wanwan looked at him and asked, "What's wrong?" He raised his sleeve to wipe the sweat that had beaded on his forehead and said, "What are you laughing at?" Mo Wanwan no longer looked at him and casually said, "I wasn't really laughing. I just haven't seen anyone as stupid as you. It feels like you're wasting air by being alive, but if you die, you'd be wasting land too. It's quite a dilemma." Bai Yunxian was almost enraged to the point of having a heart attack, but he didn't have the courage to retort or to teach her a lesson. He could only angrily fling his sleeves and turn to visit the Empress Dowager. Bai Yunlian initially couldn't understand why her elder brother would be afraid of this woman, but now she could somewhat grasp it. This woman was extraordinary, and her strength should not be underestimated. She was exactly the kind of person her brother feared the most. Seeing that even the demon lord protected her, she dared not underestimate her any further, realizing that treating her as an ordinary human girl would lead to great losses. On the phoenix-patterned cloud brocade bed, the Wolf Queen learned from the Heart Fox clan leader about the foolish things Bai Yunxian had done. She glared at the pig-headed son who had come to apologize, saying, "You really are like mud that can't be propped up against a wall." Filled with frustration, she ordered someone to take Bai Yunxian away, not wanting to see him. Bai Yunxian was unceremoniously escorted out of the queen's chamber, stomping his foot in discontent. He truly felt he had fallen into bad luck. Everything had been going wrong since he met that woman. Mo Wanwan saw Wanyan Chui standing with his hands behind his back outside the Moon Fox Palace. Wanyan Chui was waiting for someone. She approached him with a smile and said, "General, are you waiting for me?" Wanyan Chui knew when the Wolf King came out that the matter was settled. He showed great respect to Mo Wanwan and said, "Miss Mo, everything you wanted has been sent to your residence." Mo Wanwan had been waiting for this moment, feeling like she was about to starve to death. Now, as she touched her belly, it felt like it had shrunk several layers. She quickly bid farewell to Wanyan Chui and hurried towards the food. The mysterious conversation between the two attracted the attention of Dean Mei. With his hands in his pockets, asked in confusion, "What is the general preparing for the divine doctor?" As soon as Dean Mei asked, Wanyan Chui gave him a strange look and said, "Who are you talking about?" Dean Mei thought the general was wise and capable in everything. But why did he seem so foolish at this moment? He pointed forward. "Isn't that person who just left the divine doctor?" General Wan and Dean Mei both supported the third prince, so their conversation was naturally more straightforward than with other ministers. Wanyan Chui sighed and shook his head. "How is it that you can see through everything?" He then asked, "When did you find out?" Dean Mei couldn't pinpoint when he realized it. If he had to trace it back, he could only say, "I suspected it at first sight." "What?" Dean Mei sighed, too lazy to explain. It was just the nature of his Meihua deer clan to be extremely sensitive to unusual people or events. Chapter 138. The heavenly spring of the snow mountain. The servant in charge handled things very well, arranging accommodations for the demon lord and his party at the Falling Spring Pavilion. The Falling Spring Pavilion was built on the mountainside of the snow mountain and had 3 bedrooms, 1 master bedroom and 2 guest rooms. The master bedroom was spacious and quiet, while the guest rooms were simple and exquisite. Mo Wanwan had initially thought about moving to the guest room to sleep with Zing, but because of a certain petty demon lord who insisted she couldn't be more than 10 meters away from his line of sight, she ended up not changing rooms. She pushed open the door to the master bedroom, saw that no one was inside, and quickly sat down on the soft cushion, converting all the food on the low table into energy she could burn. She held a duck leg in her left hand, a chicken leg in her right, and her mouth was full of the collagen from the pig's trotters. Besides these foods, she had specifically mentioned to Wanyan Chui. There were other delicacies for the demon lord on the table, which Amoa didn't think much of and ate them all. Clearly, the roasted duck leg, roasted chicken leg, and roasted pig schrotters could be tasted with at least 3 different spices. So why did the food in these glass bowls taste so bland? Never mind, after all. It was food that could be eaten. Next time, she would tell the kitchen to make it a bit more flavorful. After eating to her heart's content, she lay on the ground, emptying her mind. As she did so, a wonderful idea popped into her head. She remembered that the backyard of this master bedroom led to a natural hot spring, and the servant in charge had specifically reminded her to give it a try, saying this hot spring was as good as an earthly fairy spring, which made her heart flutter. She sprang up. Since coming to this world, she had only soaked in medicinal springs and had never experienced a hot spring. A hot spring, even in her previous life, she rarely visited, let alone a natural hot spring. Wasn't this the so-called bath after a meal, better than living like an immortal? Purely made up. As someone who was diligent in action to be lazy, Mo11 headed to the hot spring. The scene before her was like ascending to heaven, making her eyes light up. This was a heavenly spring in the snow mountain. Many pools appeared to be independent, but in fact, their waters were interconnected. These pools varied in width and size, piled together without any order. Moreover, it was remarkably large, with a thin mist floating over the crystalline blue water surface shimmering in the sunlight, surrounded by a sea of white snow. Just like a sea of clouds at her feet. Standing on the jade steps overlooking the piled pools, she exclaimed, "They look like flowers." No wonder people praise nature as a divine craftsman. This kind of workmanship was very similar to the cotton castle in Turkey on Earth. She took off her plain white cloud silk embroidered shoes and stepped down the jade steps, barefoot on the small path paved with talc. The colorful, round pebbles felt like a massage under her feet. As she walked, she shed her clothes and caught sight of a large pool nearby with a drooping flower tree. The frosty pink fragrance could be found all over the tree, and the falling flowers scattered like a dream. This drooping flower tree beckoned her over. So she took a pot of wine to enjoy a leisurely moment. This wine was her homemade peach blossom wine, and she had several jars hidden in her bag space. Mo11 touched the temperature of the hot spring with her toes, afraid that diving in all at once would be scalding enough to make her question her life. She gradually acclimated to the heat of the water before submerging her entire body, leaving only a section of her snow-white neck exposed. She let out a heartfelt sigh of comfort. With wine, flowers, and even the snow and wind, it was truly a scene of romance. In a bright mood, she began to hum a tune. She had long forgotten the lyrics, but the melody was sung with joy and ease. This hot spring was as large as a lake, and amidst the mist, it was hard to see anyone. Under the cherry blossom tree's shadow, a man had a clear view of the woman in the pool. The sound of her melodious singing floated to his ears, and a captivating low laugh escaped his lips, revealing a face so beautiful it could make even the beast gods envious. After finishing a small cup of wine, Mo11, in high spirits, began to play with the flower petals in the water, reminiscent of how she used to enjoy playing with bubbles in the bathtub. She gathered all the petals floating on the water's surface into her embrace, using them to fashion a collar for herself. Just as she had collected a good number of petals, the surface of the pool suddenly rippled, scattering the gathered petals far and wide. She exclaimed, reaching out to grab the drifting petals. The humid clouds had dissipated somewhat, and her vision became much clearer. She felt someone in front of her, and when she looked up, she was stunned to find herself staring at the opposite side of the hot spring. A man was lazily soaking in the bath under the shadow of the cherry blossom tree, and as she looked over, he was also gazing back at her. "You, when did you get here?" She instinctively wrapped her arms around herself, but her movements were too vigorous, splashing water everywhere and knocking over the wine jug, sending the fragrant liquid spilling into the pool, instantly releasing a rich aroma. Sheng Rong's nose was filled with the intoxicating scent of peach blossoms, and her brows relaxed as her entire body reached a state of ultimate relaxation. She truly knew how to enjoy herself, soaking in a hot spring while savoring wine. He replied, not addressing her question, "The song you were singing is nice, catchy. Did you compose it yourself?" "No, this was originally a song by Lin JJ." After she answered, she realized how obedient she sounded, attributing it to the humidity getting to her head. She shook her head vigorously and looked at him seriously, asking, "I asked when you got here, why are you paying attention to the song I was humming?" Sheng Rong didn't think the order of their bathing was something worth quarreling over. "I arrived earlier than you." After a moment, he seemed to understand why she cared about this, a wicked smile forming at the corner of his lips. When he smiled, droplets of water condensed at the tip of his nose fell into the hot spring, and his dark hair fanned out on the water surface. A gentle breeze brushed by, and petals floated over his head, quietly landing on his shoulder. Chapter 139. Don't disturb her sleep. Mo Wanwan's gaze followed the falling petal, and inadvertently, she caught sight of the thin layer of water droplets on his collarbone. Her heart skipped a beat, and she thought to herself, his collarbone is really beautiful. She couldn't help but drool, but out of concern for her image, she wiped her mouth and said angrily, "Why didn't you say something earlier? If I had known you were here, I wouldn't have come down. Why should I tell you?" He replied, raising his handsome eyebrows with an indifferent attitude. Mo Wanwan's almond-shaped eyes widened. She intended to say that men and women should not engage in intimate behavior. But then she remembered Bai Hung mentioning that the beastman's customs were open and that the demon lord was also a serpent beast. So, she could only explain irritably, "What you're doing is inappropriate. I'm a woman and you're a man. There are differences between the sexes. It's like if I stared at you openly and took liberties without reminding you. You would also be upset by such behavior." She even deliberately used a change of perspective to make him feel it. With a splash, he extended one arm above the water. She jolted back to the edge of the pool, cautiously watching how he casually rested that arm on the stone wall. The back of his hand lazily propped against his temple. "We've already crossed that line in our relationship. You can show me openly," he pondered for a moment before adding, "I can also show you." Mo Wanwan realized that he just wanted to change positions and felt embarrassed for overthinking it. He certainly didn't have any ill intentions towards her. She then shyly glanced at the air and asked, "What relationship? What else could it be?" He replied, seeing that she still didn't understand. A slight look of determination appeared between his brows. She truly didn't know what their relationship was. If she had to make one up, the only thing she could think of was that they were potential enemies. But what else could he possibly mean? Suddenly, her brain clicked, and she exclaimed in shock, "If you mean to say that we have already had that kind of relationship, let me tell you, even if you're the demon lord, I'm not afraid of you. You won't get to take advantage of me again today. If I let you take advantage of me a second time, how stupid would I be? I swear I will never submit." Her tongue got tied, and it was clear she was not really unafraid of him. The longer she spent time with him, the more afraid she became. Because she had no idea what other powerful tricks the demon lord might have, or when his limits would end. Sheng Rong sighed softly, a layer of mist escaping from his mouth. "You already took advantage of me a second time. Don't you think you're the foolish one?" His expression of helplessness in the face of her foolishness made Mo Wanwan choke a few times. Cough, cough, turn around. "Why?" Mo Wanwan was angry at his slow reaction. "I can't soak in a hot spring with you. I have to get up and go outside, turn around, and don't look." With another splash of water, he straightened up from the hot spring, revealing a beautiful sight to her. She hurriedly covered her eyes with her hands. Her tone flustered. "What are you doing? Sit back down." His voice penetrated through the mist, slowly coming. "You can get up now without worry. You've seen me too. We're even." The reason for his standing made her feel embarrassed. She thought it necessary to clarify, so she simply dropped her hands, trying hard not to let her gaze drift downward. Looking up at his face and focusing on his eyes, "I asked you to turn around because I didn't want to expose myself in front of you, not because I thought I would lose out if I didn't see your nakedness. Well, this breathtaking body is actually worth a glance." No, she had principles. Her eyes couldn't wander down. She wasn't that kind of person. No. Wow. What did she just see? Wait, drool. Drool came out. Better wipe it away. A bit embarrassing. "All right, you're impressive, but I don't have to ask you to turn around, as long as you can't see me." Saying this, she waved her hand. A gust of wind played tricks, the water's surface rippled, and petals formed a dense screen blocking Sheng Rong's view. By the time he used a wind blade to shatter the petal screen, she had already put on her clothes and, barefoot, hurriedly slipped up the jade steps towards the bedroom. After she left, Sheng Rong felt that continuing to soak was boring, so he got up and dressed. When he returned to the room, Mo Wanwan was already lying on the only bed, sprawled out and fast asleep. He rubbed his temples, feeling a headache, but understood she had worked hard all night, so he walked over to cover her with a silk quilt, while he leaned on the pillow on the couch and began to browse through a book with his long fingers. At noon, a maid knocked on the door to ask if the demon lord would have a meal. Sheng Rong did not want to disturb Mo Wanwan's sleep, so he dismissed the maid. In the afternoon, the steward came to inquire if Miss Mo had rested well, as the old wolf king wanted to reward her. Montak Van Van, who was sound asleep, turned over in bed, changing to a comfortable sleeping position. Sheng Rong lowered his book slightly, glancing at Mo Wanwan, and told the steward to inform the wolf king to send someone tomorrow instead. In the evening, the maid knocked again to ask if the demon lord would have dinner, as they had specially prepared light snacks and tea. Sheng Rong lifted his gaze from the pages, looked at Mo Wanwan, who was still fast asleep and oblivious to the outside world, and declined the meal. Chapter 140. Things she wasn't good at until midnight. Mo11 woke up from her deep sleep and stretched a long, lazy yawn. The hall was dark, and after a moment of adjustment, she turned to see Sheng Rong, who was resting with his eyes closed, bathed in soft moonlight. He still held a book that he had flipped to the last page, and just by the title, it seemed very sophisticated, though she couldn't understand it. The window creaked as it shook, and the cold wind seeped in through the half-open window, chilling the bed. She felt that even sitting this far, she could sense the cold outside. How cold must Sheng Rong be leaning against the window on the couch? She slowly got up, tiptoeing to put on her shoes, and walked to the couch to close the window. The sleeve that fell on her arm woke him up. Just as her fingers touched the window frame, Sheng Rong opened his eyes, and without saying a word, pulled her slim waist into his arms. Mo11 tensed up, immediately closing her eyes. She pushed the window shut tightly and landed firmly in the embrace of the wolf. "Oh no, this one is a snake. What are you doing?" His voice was lazy and low, carrying a hint of drowsiness, sounding even more alluring than usual. The warm breath brushed against her ear, tickling it in a way that made her particularly enjoy it. "I came to close the window." She slowly lifted her eyelids to gaze at him, her almond-shaped eyes illuminated by the moonlight, whispering like a thief. He suddenly fell silent, just staring at her. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard in the stillness, with only the rhythm of their breathing echoing in the quiet. Mo11 felt her face flush under his gaze and tried to gently push him away. "Why don't you let go of my hand?" Sheng Rong finally snapped out of his daze, abruptly releasing her, one hand covering his lips and nose. He hadn't expected to be so captivated by her. A strange heat surged in his chest and abdomen, and he cursed inwardly, nearly losing control again. She seemed to catch a glint like a wolf's sharp gaze in his deep eyes, and once her feet touched the ground, her body tensed a bit. After a moment, a shadow passed over his eyes, extinguishing the consuming fire within. "You're too clumsy. I was worried you couldn't stand properly. Now that you're steady." "It's fine," he said, suppressing the burning sensation inside him, his earlobes slightly reddening. Mo11 was confused by his words, unsure how to respond. She took a few steps back, standing at a distance where she could see him lying sideways on the couch with slightly bent knees. The couch was shorter than his legs, let alone how he was half propped up on the pillow. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she scratched her head. "You look so tired. You must not be sleeping well here. I'm sorry for taking your bed. You can go rest on the bed now. You don't have to put yourself out." Thinking to herself, after all, he was the demon lord. She could understand if he threw a tantrum and kicked her off the bed, since it was originally his. And she hadn't even been assigned a room. Did she really think he was the one being wronged? A mysterious smile appeared at the corners of Sheng Rong's mouth. Charming and alluring. "I've let you use my bed for so long. Shouldn't you repay me? Does that even require repayment?" She thought. She had warmed the bed for him, and he still had demands. He gazed at her, his eyes growing even deeper. "It's only proper to reciprocate. You've enjoyed the bed I prepared for you for a day. You've eaten and soaked, but don't forget who allowed you to be so comfortable." That made some sense, Mo11 thought, so she asked, "What do you want as repayment? I don't seem to have much to offer." Suddenly, her eyes brightened, and she smiled. "Didn't you say my humming was nice today? How about I sing you a song? A high-end version with a dance." The tune she hummed in the hot spring was indeed pleasant, giving one a refreshing perspective, quite thoughtful. Seeing Sheng Rong nod, Mo11 cleared her throat and performed a song, Wild Wolf Disco. She waved her hands like a wave, hummed the tune twice, and even added a monkey dance. The dance was down to earth, and the catchy tune was brainwashing, but in this era and place, it only seemed tacky and unrefined. Sheng Rong frowned and interrupted her halfway through. "What kind of song is this?" "It's rap." She paused her movements to tell him. His brows knitted tighter. "Don't you have any other talents?" Mo11 pointed at her lower lip with her index finger, thought for a moment, and shook her head. "Can you play the cheen?" he asked, sitting up and pinching the center of his brow. Mo11 carefully recalled whether she could play any musical instruments. And indeed, there was one instrument she was quite good at. "I can play the trumpet. I used to work as a tour guide for a while, and I would use the trumpet to gather tourists every day. I'm quite confident in my lung capacity." Since this was something she had never heard of before, Sheng Rong didn't expect her to perform any special talents. If she did have any, it would probably be at the level she just demonstrated. So she suggested, "Tell me a story." Mo11 stood still. What did he say? Telling a story? He got up and comfortably lay down by the bed, resting his hands behind his head. When he turned his head and saw her expression of disgust and anger, he asked, "What kind of expression is that?" Chapter 141. Telling a story. Mach 11 stared at him. "Isn't that a bit much? You're already hundreds of years old. And you still need me to tell you bedtime stories? If it were for the younger Sheng, she would be quite happy. But telling a bedtime story to a man who's several hundred years older than me, I always feel like I'm at a disadvantage. I'm only 2.5 years old. Shouldn't I be the one listening to stories? Do you have any objections? His voice and expression both darkened. Mok Wanwan was still quite afraid of him getting angry, so she quickly lifted her skirt and obediently sat down on the floor by the bed, resting her arms on her chin as she lazily leaned against the edge of the bed to tell him a story about Santa Claus, Snow White, Sleeping Beauty, and the Frog Prince combined. She adapted these stories into an ancient style and simply told them to Sheng. Once upon a time, there was a mountain, and on that mountain, there was a palace. In the palace, there was a secluded cold palace where a lonely and helpless princess resided. Because she was born on a winter day in the 12th month with snow-white skin, the emperor was blinded by her whiteness and, in admiration, bestowed upon her the name Snow White. From then on, this princess was called Snow White. Snow White was the daughter of the late empress. On her full moon birthday, she was cursed by her half-sister, the illegitimate daughter of the late empress, who was filled with jealousy and madness, declaring that Snow White would be pricked by a needle while embroidering and would then fall into a deep sleep. The emperor, upon learning of the late empress's evil deeds, cast her into the cold palace, where the late empress, unable to endure the loneliness, hanged herself. The emperor, fearing that the curse would come true, also imprisoned Snow White in the cold palace, ordering that she not be allowed to touch needlework before her coming-of-age ceremony. Years later, the emperor established a new empress, who valued beauty above all else. She possessed a talking magic mirror, which she had obtained from a handsome young man who scattered gifts from the sky. On the year of Snow White's coming of age, the magic mirror told the new empress that Snow White was more beautiful than her. Jealousy consumed the new empress, and she ordered that Snow White be taken to the mountains outside the palace to meet with an accidental death. The new empress's subordinates took Snow White to the forest to eliminate her, but along the way, a handsome young man emerged and saved her. She got to know the young man, who turned out to be the admired hero Sheng Dan, known for robbing the rich to help the poor. Sheng Dan took Snow White to meet his 7 friends from the martial arts world, who healed her wounds and sent her back to the palace. When a new empress saw that Snow White had returned unscathed, she had to take matters into her own hands, disguising herself as a 60-year-old old woman. She brought a basket of apples to the cold palace and asked Snow White if she would like to eat an apple. Snow White was allergic to apples and politely declined the old woman's kind offer. The new empress then took out an embroidery of mandarin ducks playing in water. Curious about the embroidery, Snow White reached for it and accidentally touched the needle on the embroidery. Mo Wanwan asked Sheng, "What do you think happens next?" She was watching Sheng the whole time as she told the story, observing his expressions and trying to gauge his reactions, wondering if he was interested in these copied Earth stories or found them dull. However, she noticed that he remained expressionless, making it hard to tell whether he liked it or not, and she even questioned if he was paying attention at all. To her surprise, Sheng replied, "She fell asleep." Mo Wanwan's almond eyes sparkled. "Yes, she is asleep." She was very happy that he was seriously listening to her story, and with a charming smile, she continued from where she left off. In the end, Snow White really fell into a deep sleep, as the curse said, and the emperor hurriedly ordered people to post notices everywhere. The Holy Egg learned of Snow White's severe condition and wanted to save her, but he was a quartz, a person whose actions are restricted by fate, so he couldn't openly enter and exit the palace. Therefore, he sought help from his 7 companions, who used magic to turn him into a frog. This frog jumped and hopped, infiltrated rivers, navigated through crowds, and overcame obstacles, eventually reaching the residence of Snow White in the palace. With the combined magical power of his 7 companions gathered on his lips, he infused that power into Snow White's body and kissed her awake. Mo Wanwan immersed herself in her story, which had a dramatic plot and a strong sense of fantasy. The characters were vivid, making it a great tale set in the Yunshi continent. Sheng changed her position to lie on her side, gazing at her expressive and ever-changing demeanor as she narrated, his eyes lingering on the smile that danced in her brows and eyes, as well as the fleeting dimples at the corners of her mouth, feeling his mood lift considerably. Listening to her tell stories was indeed a delightful pastime. Snow White woke up and saw that her savior was a frog. The frog spoke, and Snow White asked why it could talk. The frog explained that it had once been human, but in order to save her, it could only remain a frog for the rest of its life. Snow White said she wanted to repay the favor and asked the frog how it could turn back into a human. The frog told her that only a kiss from a princess could help him revert to his human form. So, Snow White leaned in to kiss the frog. Her hands clasped, lips puckered, as if something enchanting was beckoning her from the depths of the universe. Seeing her lean towards the air in front of him to kiss, Shung Rong, in a daze, reached out a hand toward her face. Chapter 142. Late night. Snack. Just as her pink lips were about to touch his tightly pressed thin lips, her head suddenly stopped a short distance away. She mercilessly pulled her neck back and rested it on her folded hands, eager to conclude the story. The frog transformed into a holy egg in front of Snow White. And when the emperor learned that this holy egg had saved Snow White, he cleared its charges, granted it a mansion, and arranged a marriage between Snow White and the holy egg. However, the new empress, who could not fulfill her wishes, fell into despair and passed away. In the end, Snow White and the holy egg lived happily together. She blinked her clear, bright apricot eyes at Shung Rong and proudly said, "So, what do you think? The story isn't bad, right?" Shung Rong withdrew his hand before she turned to look at him, feeling annoyed at this woman who lacked charm, and bluntly said, "Boring. Keep going until I'm satisfied." Mo Wanwan vented for a long time, while he coldly shut his eyes, showing no signs of emotion, waiting for her to finish the next piece. She wanted to go on strike and quit, but she couldn't resist the timid little voice in her ear, constantly telling her not to provoke the demon lord, or there would be no way out. She massaged her temples with both hands to clear her mind, and continued to tell him the stories of the legend of the white snake and in Wang Min's The Sky. After speaking until her throat was dry, she finally managed to get a somewhat positive comment from him about these two stories. The latter two stories were gripping and had many twists and turns. Shung Rong hummed in acknowledgement and commented, "These two stories are somewhat interesting. It shows that my snake kind is powerful." The legend of the white snake reflects deep love and affection, with a well-designed plot that brings tears to the listeners, while in Wang Min's The Sky demonstrates compassion for the world. And he concluded with that, "Sure, both female protagonists are snakes, but surely any reading comprehension that can pass would provide deeper and more meaningful evaluations." Mo Wanwan cast him an unhappy glance. Such a terrible comment was not enough to comfort her sore throat. Groaning, Mo Wanwan rubbed her belly and weakly muttered, "It's hungry." After talking so much and not having eaten since finishing a big meal in the morning, it was completely normal for her stomach to be growling. But at this late hour, where could she find food? Mo Wanwan's head drooped lower as her thoughts became more and more dispirited. Shung Rong lightly coughed and asked her, "Do you want to have some late-night snacks?" She suddenly perked up, nodding vigorously like a little cat eager for food, looking extremely adorable. He called someone to the small kitchen to prepare a table full of late-night snacks, and half a stick of incense later, the low table was filled with food. Mo Wanwan ran to the table and sat up straight, her eyes locked on the food, wiping her mouth with her hand, then turned to Shung Rong and blinked. "Can I eat now?" The way she looked at him with such anticipation made him unable to hold back a smile. "Go ahead. It's all yours. No one is competing with you." Seeing the dozen or so dishes spread out on the low table, she was astonished. "All of this is mine? Aren't you hungry?" "I'm not hungry," he said, ignoring the table full of late-night snacks. "Then I won't be polite." Mo Wanwan picked up her chopsticks and began to sample each dish, eating the delicious ones first and saving the less tasty ones for last. Shung Rong noticed her eating pattern and initially thought she was picky, but it turned out she arranged her food based on her preferences. "You like sweet things," he stated, almost certain she particularly enjoyed sweets. "Eating sweet things makes me happy. What flavors do you like?" This table of late-night snacks was all thanks to him, and she was grateful. Taking this opportunity, she wanted to ask him more about his preferences. If he behaved himself, she could cook him meals that were several times better than these snacks. If he insisted on harming her, perhaps when she was cornered, she could execute a deadly plan. Shung Rong, of course, had no idea of Mo Wanwan's hidden thoughts, but he didn't fulfill her wishes either. "I don't have a favorite flavor." Mo Wanwan felt disappointed. No matter how she calculated, she didn't expect this answer. "Oh, okay." Watching her quickly lick clean all the plates, Shung Rong raised his eyebrows slightly. "Are you very hungry?" Mo Wanwan heard his question and followed his gaze to the empty plate on the low table, which was licked clean of sauce. She chuckled dryly and said, "I didn't usually have such a big appetite." She was quite puzzled, but still attributed the reason to the spell breaking. "Maybe I used too much energy while refining the pills." Shung Rong found this suspicious. He had seen her usual appetite, and it wouldn't be so exaggerated. How could just refining pills have tripled her appetite? After finishing the late-night snack, she happily got up to lie down on the couch, when Shung Rong suddenly said, "Where are you going?" She turned around and replied, "I'm going to sleep." After eating well, I should take a nap. Anyway, there's nothing else to do. At this moment, he had already sat up on the bed and said, "Come up." Mo11 doesn't like to think after eating. After digesting for a long time the questions of why he called her up and where to go, she suddenly realizes that he wants her to accompany him in bed. And she looks terrified. What do you want to do? Chapter 143. Not eating you. She vigilantly protects herself. I only sell my art, not my body, and I won't serve you in bed. Sheng Rong's lips twitched slightly. What talent do you have that is worth selling? Hurry up. I won't eat you tonight. Mo11 did not believe it and immediately retreated in the opposite direction of the bed. You've already eaten once, so what you say doesn't persuade me. Sheng Rong lost patience and made a gesture as if to grab the air. Seeing this, Mo11 immediately turned to run. But it was futile as she couldn't escape his grasp. Her waist was uncontrollably caught by a surge of spiritual power and pulled to the front of the bed. Then her waist bent back, and she fell flat on the bed. Knowing what she was afraid of, he flicked her forehead with his finger. I won't touch you. And I definitely won't eat you. A hint of redness appeared on her forehead, and Mo11 pressed her 10 fingers against her forehead, her face full of doubt. Really? To be honest, she didn't want to sleep anywhere other than this bed. Otherwise, she wouldn't sleep well and couldn't stretch her limbs comfortably. If he wouldn't eat her, then she could reconsider enjoying this bed for a night. Do you think what I say is just a joke? I never lie. Mo11 pouted. What's the big deal about that fire-roasted phoenix lotus? Yes, you never lie, but you do deceive people. After all, you are the ruler of the demon palace that dominates the Western continent. How could what you say be a joke? Mo11 thought for a moment and agreed. I'll trust you this once, but if you try to touch me tonight, I'll scream that you raped me. Sheng Rong looked at her amused. It won't team matter if you scream. Why not? Because they already consider you my favored concubine. What kind of look do they have? How could they see that she has that kind of relationship with him? This train of thought is a bit exaggerated. Believe it or not. He chuckled softly, in a good mood, and lay back down on the bed. Since we're already lying on the bed, then let us just sleep. Mo11 prepared herself, kicked off her cloud silk embroidered shoes, and covered herself with the quilt. Even though her heart was filled with anxiety, she couldn't resist the overwhelming drowsiness that felt like a mountain pressing down on her. As soon as her head touched the pillow, her tense body naturally softened and curled up into a ball, ready to meet the king of dreams. Sheng Rong's gaze caught sight of the two messy, distant cloud silk embroidered shoes on the floor. He frowned and turned to Mo11, saying, "Put your shoes away." However, Mo11 had already fallen into a deep sleep. After a moment of silence, Sheng Rong got out of bed and neatly arranged the two cloud silk embroidered shoes onto the edge of the bed, with the toes facing outward for easy access when getting up. Returning to bed, he waved his hand, turned off the light, and fell asleep. The next morning, after Mo11 woke up, she checked her body and found her clothes intact. Noticing that half of the bed was empty, she felt a bit incredulous and softly murmured, "He really didn't touch me." After washing up, a maid brought in a warm breakfast. Mo11 knelt at the low table, picking up a pair of chopsticks, one in each hand, and tapped them on the table, asking one of the maids, "What time is it now?" The maid, reluctantly, replied, "It's almost the hour of She." The Wolf King had instructed them to take good care of the demon lord and his esteemed guest, especially this human woman. But this woman was a human, and it was very likely that she was merely a temporary favorite of the demon lord. Why should they, the Beast Clan girls from respectable families, humbly and obediently take care of her? Mo11 sensed the displeasure from the maid and nonchalantly picked up her chopsticks to grab a piece of scrambled egg. After swallowing it, she asked, "Has the demon lord eaten yet?" The maid thought to herself how this woman had so many questions. But it was just a moment of favor. Was it really necessary to pretend to be so favored in front of others? She impatiently pouted and replied, "I've eaten." "Okay, I see. You can leave now." She didn't want to see someone who didn't like her making a difficult face, as it greatly affected her appetite. After asking what she wanted that person to leave quickly. Today's breakfast was very different from what she had eaten in the Wolf King Palace before, which was mostly bland. Today's food had a stronger flavor, and most of it was on the sweeter side. There were sweet tofu pudding, red bean porridge, sesame cakes, and even rock candy stewed pear. She happily finished all the food on the table, supporting her body with both hands as she sat to digest for a while. When a steward servant outside came in with small steps to relay the old Wolf King's message. Under the steward's service, she got into the sedan chair, which moved forward slowly. On the way, she asked the fawning steward, "I heard that the wolf tribe loves spicy food. Why was the food at last night's banquet so bland?" The steward recalled her ungraceful eating manner in the great hall yesterday, and smiled while covering his mouth, saying, "That's because the Wolf King prepared the food according to the Demon Lord's preferences and taste." According to the Demon Lord's taste? She was quite surprised that he actually liked such bland food. This was the information that young Master Lanyu reported to the kitchen, saying that the Demon Lord did not like sweet, spicy, or salty flavors. She should have thought of that. Someone who could consolidate the Demon Palace with an iron-fisted approach in 2 years could not be easily guessed. An emperor does not reveal his preferences, if he has any. They are likely meant to be shown to others intentionally. Chapter 144. Compassion and Owen arrived at the Silver Throne Hall, where several key figures in court, including Dean Mei, Prime Minister Yang, and the leader of the Heart Fox clan, were present, while some minor officials had been granted leave by the Wolf King to go home and recuperate. Standing on the right, Bai Heng and Bai Yunlian gazed intently at her as she gracefully walked toward the throne, but Bai Yunlian was completely puzzled, not understanding why her father had summoned this woman to the Silver Throne Hall for a meeting with the officials and even allowed everyone to hold a special audience for her. The old Wolf King was in a good mood upon seeing Mo Wanwan, his joy evident. "You are now a person of merit. Speak, what reward do you want? I have promised you, and I will not go back on my word." Upon hearing that she had merit, Bai Yunlian was even more confused. What kind of merit could she possibly have? What had she done for her father to boast about rewarding her? Or even any reward at all? This had never happened before. Mo Wanwan respectfully bowed to the man on the throne and said, "Your Majesty, the Wolf King, there's only one thing I desire." Having seen how the maidens of the Wolf King's palace performed their greetings, she mimicked them to express her respect. Hearing that she was asking for one thing rather than material possessions, the Wolf King smiled and asked, "Oh, are you sure you don't want gold, silver, and jewels?" "Gold, silver, and jewels are so mundane. Do I look like such a person to you?" In the grand hall, the conversation between the man on the throne and the one beneath it was astonishing, leaving the ministers stunned, unable to catch their breath. The etiquette between ruler and subject is of utmost importance, and everyone was well aware of how much the Wolf King valued his royal authority. Those who disregarded it faced dire consequences. To their surprise, her words actually amused the old Wolf King, who laughed heartily. Then tell me what you want. I'm curious about what a person like you would desire as a reward." Mo Wanwan does not seek gold and silver treasures. Firstly, she already has a golden flower. And secondly, after receiving a heavy reward in front of so many people, she is seen as a weak woman by outsiders. How can she enjoy her freedom and stroll through the market when she is being targeted? Before entering the royal palace, she had already thought about the contents of this reward after her plan succeeded, but she couldn't be too direct about it. So, she pretended to be deep in thought, making the old Wolf King and the ministers wait for a while. After some time, she seemed to have thought of what she wanted. The little girl wants the Wolf King to ensure that during his reign, no slave is to be killed throughout the kingdom. The ministers were nearly knocked off their feet, their faces displaying shock. They all thought that if this girl were modest and content, asking for some gold and silver treasures would be enough. Who would have thought she would have the audacity to disdain gold and silver treasures and instead attempt to alter the laws of the Moon Entropy Kingdom? The leader of the Heart Fox tribe was so angry that his face turned red, and he stepped forward to verbally scold her for her delusions. Just as the words were about to spill from his mouth, Mo Wanwan skillfully pushed them back down his throat. "I am not asking the Wolf King to change the laws, nor do I need the entire Moon Entropy Kingdom to make a promise to me. I only require the Wolf King's personal commitment. That shouldn't be too difficult, right?" The leader of the Heart Fox tribe turned to see Prime Minister Yang and Director Mei standing quietly in their places. He realized that if he had uttered that insult, he would have made a fool of himself. She had added a time limit to her request. Which law has a time limit? This matter had become one between the Wolf King and her, and outsiders could not intervene. The old Wolf King exchanged a glance with the leader of the Heart Fox tribe, who awkwardly returned to his position. The old Wolf King did not expect this girl to be so tough, presenting him with a request that put him in a dilemma. While he gazed down at her thoughtfully, Mo Wanwan did not stop speaking. Her eyes swept over the crowd, which had gone from astonishment to indignation, and she coldly questioned, "Life is paramount. Why is there no sense of guilt in killing?" This was also a matter of life and death that Mo Wanwan had raised when she saved the Wolf King yesterday. Was it only the Wolf Queen's life that mattered? While the lives of others were insignificant, life is life, and the races birthed by this continent are the same. If one day, other races trample on the beast race, not only enslaving you, but also cruelly slaughtering you without reason, will you still be able to sit still? Regardless of whether a slave's life is considered cheap, we cannot treat human life as if it is worthless. Has your culture and upbringing taught you only how to kill? Each of her questions spurred the hearts of the ministers, making them realize that the flesh they had previously overlooked should feel pain, and this pain should be called compassion. In this continent that measures human life only by its value, is a life without value not like grass? Some scoffed at her imposing and pressure-filled words, while others felt a flicker of goodwill awaken within them. Director May looked at Mo Wanwan with a strange light in his eyes. Her questions had struck a chord deep within him. He had supported the third prince alongside General Wan because he recognized his benevolence and his different perspective on commoners. Despite the almost hopeless possibility of the third prince ascending to the throne back then, the Ministry of Justice of the Moon Entropy Kingdom is directly under the jurisdiction of Director May's Southern Factory. Today, as third prince was no longer the same as he once was. After saving the Wolf King, Bai Heng had made significant contributions, and the Wolf King had approved the fierce competition for the crown prince position to include the third prince, who was not of pure silver wolf blood. This was a good omen. Chapter 145. The Covenant Mo 1 does not speak of grand principles. Whether others understand or not is of no concern to her. Along her journey, she has encountered Xiao Yu and the girl who died with her eyes open. She has heard the voices of slaves abandoned by their motherland, mass-produced as commodities from a slave kiln. Subtly, she has already formed countless intricate connections with the slaves on this continent. Perhaps it is because she resembles the human race, or perhaps because the descriptions of the human race are very similar to the humans of her past life on Earth. When that girl died in her arms, and she was powerless to stop it, she thought, if only the emperor of the human race could be replaced, if only these slaves could escape the fate of death. The same sentiment persists. Humans have the right to choose. If it is placed before her, she will not turn a blind eye. Even if this right is fleeting, even if only the slaves of this nation can gain a chance to breathe, revolution will never be confined to a small opportunity. It will ride the small boat of opportunity and brave the winds and waves. The old Wolf King remained silent for a long while, then raised his gaze again, his eyes shining with the shrewdness of an emperor. All right, I promise you, from this day forth, as long as I live, no one shall harm a slave. The hall erupted in uproar, but with a single glance from the old Wolf King, the protests were silenced, and those below became people who dared to be angry but could not speak. The king does not make idle promises. What I have promised Miss M.O. will be fulfilled. This is a royal decree. Anyone who violates it shall be executed without mercy. His wolf-like eyes emitted a chilling light, and wherever his gaze fell, no one dared to meet it, only lowering their heads as much as possible. What he meant was that as long as he lived, the prince who ascends the throne after him must also honor this commitment, greatly increasing the security and extension of Mo Wanwan's request. This is a favor being granted to her. Even if the weight of this favor is insignificant, it is still the favor of sovereign. Mo Wanwan was not pretentious. She graciously accepted this favor and bowed to the throne, saying, "This humble girl thanks the Wolf King on behalf of those pitiful people for his profound righteousness." There was nothing more she could do. The rest depended on those slaves themselves. After all the ministers had paid their respects and left, Bai Yunxian, who couldn't comprehend the emperor's heart, looked half worried and half confused and asked the second prince walking beside him, why did father agree to such a ridiculous matter? Bai Yunlian, however, saw more than just the surface. Elder brother, you don't know? Our good little brother is advising the demon lord to abolish the slave status at the welcoming banquet for the demon lord. Whether it is because father is moved or because of the principle that the Wolf King should keep his promises, this is not a bad thing for our Moon Entropy Kingdom. How can it not be a bad thing? Bai Yunxian retorted angrily. If they are not punished with death, how can slaves be obedient? Where is the dignity of our beast clan? As he spoke, his anger surged even more. He gave examples to his second brother. Who will farm the fields? Who will tend the livestock? Who will build the city walls? Who will do the hard labor? Bai Yunlian understood his meaning. Granting slaves a reprieve from death was tantamount to the beast clan having no control over them. The firm control over slaves would show cracks and become loose and weak. But these were just a bunch of uneducated slaves. What kind of commotion could they cause? The beast clan had controlled slaves for hundreds of years, and even the human emperor came to grovel before them, willingly presenting obedient slaves. Slaves who had already lost the protection of their motherland were just a stinking pool of stagnant water. Bai Yunlian sneered, without the death penalty. The Beast Clan has plenty of ways to make slaves fear. The fate of slaves under the control of the Beast Clan will not change. He thought this way, but the truth was just as Mo Wanwan thought. A revolution only needed a small light. As long as one was alive, there would be hope. And everything just needed a leader to ignite the revolution. Bai Yunlian's analysis cooled by Yunxian's momentary anger. He felt he had overreacted. Yes, they are just slaves after all. What else can they do besides living for us? Soon, this royal decree was issued to every corner of Wolf King City. The female slaves learned the news from their angry masters and privately gathered to discuss this hero who provided timely help and supported the needy while doing their chores. The Wolf King rewarded him for his merits. Not only was he skilled in medicine, but he also had compassion, which took root in their hearts. They repeatedly imagined what he must look like, whether male or female, and ultimately assumed he must be a man, as only men had the strength and courage to seek grace from the Wolf King at the cost of their lives. After a few days, in a certain autumn year, after a conversation between the two leaders, they signed a blood oath on the alliance document, establishing a 10-year friendship. The Brown Wind Kingdom acted recklessly, repeatedly sending troops to invade neighboring countries, threatening the peace of the continent and violating the tripartite alliance, which was the reason for forming the alliance. The conditions agreed upon by both sides were that the Wolf King promised the Demon Lord to punish the Brown Wind Kingdom for its invasion of neighboring countries and send envoys to warn them. In return, the Demon Lord would send troops to assist the Wolf King in punishing the Brown Wind Kingdom. Shortly after the establishment of the alliance, the Wolf King wanted to marry into the Demon Clan to solidify this friendship, but the Demon Lord delayed with the excuse of having no interest in romantic matters. Left with no choice, the Wolf King had to adopt a delaying tactic, giving his newly coming-of-age daughter to the Demon Lord under the pretext of sending her to study in the Demon Clan, creating an opportunity for the two, and gifting the ancestral seal to the Demon Lord as a token of the alliance. The Demon Lord also promised to take good care of Princess bai-She. Although it was only a short 10 years, it was a good start, and the Wolf King gained confidence in the harmonious coexistence of both sides. Chapter 146. The changes in Ziying sat at a low table, her expression serious, and spoke in a stern tone. This bai-She is the daughter of the queen, backed by a powerful maternal clan. I have heard she is talented in many arts, proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, and her dance is renowned throughout the city. Her beauty is such that one cannot help but pity her. Aren't you worried? She snatched the horsehoof cake from Mo Wanwan's hand in frustration, seeing that she could no longer have the cake. Mo Wanwan went to grab a yolk pastry from another plate, munching on it leisurely before saying, "Why should I worry about this? If I had to worry about everything, I'd just be wasting time on such matters. It doesn't seem worth it no matter how I think about it." If she hadn't seen the future of the foresight fruit, she might have hoped for a future with Sheng Rong and possibly been unhappy upon hearing about bai-She's appearance. But there weren't that many possibilities. This was a political marriage, more beneficial to bai-She. If she didn't worry about this hidden danger now, it would be too late when the time came. After finishing, Ziying wanted to drag her to meet bai-She to give the enemy a show of strength first. However, she misjudged her own strength. With just a little force, Mo Wanwan easily pulled Ziying, who was trying to tug at her wrist, back down onto the cushion, leaving her stunned. Mo Wanwan waited for Ziying to regain her composure before deciding to share her reasons. Otherwise, Ziying would monopolize her time again. These days, aside from when she was sleeping, she could see Ziying, who was acting as a romantic strategist, almost all the time. She was puzzled about what had caused someone who originally disliked her to become so enthusiastic about her affairs, constantly coming up with plans for her to win the heart of the Lord, while also bringing back gifts from outside. One day, Ziying suddenly showed up with a small blue book she had somehow found, presenting Mo Wanwan with an oversized art album and urging her to review it every night before bed, warning her not to let the Lord find out. This left Mo Wanwan feeling overwhelmed, but she still enjoyed looking through the books while lying in bed. For Ziying, initially, she wanted to save face and express her gratitude to Mo Wanwan, but didn't know how, which inadvertently turned into her becoming a strategist to help Mo Wanwan win the Lord's heart. The unexpected camaraderie between them, where they could talk about anything, was a delightful surprise, especially for Ziying, who had never had female friends before. It felt special. Once Ziying regained her senses, Mo Wanwan brought over a half-eaten egg yolk pastry, trying to provide a more vivid explanation. "Look at this egg yolk pastry. Doesn't it make your mouth water? I love the egg yolk inside, but if I worry too much about a stranger, I want to be able to enjoy the deliciousness of the yolk." Essentially, she wanted to convey that living without worries was the key to feeling at ease. Ziying was so anxious for her that she was almost on fire, and seeing her still thinking about food made her furious. "Just be stubborn if you want. I don't care." I said that if you break the queen's curse, I'll make you the magic concubine. I won't give that position to anyone else. Mo11 was puzzled. When did you say this? I said in my heart. Mo11 took a bite of the remaining half of the egg yolk pastry and swallowed it, saying, well, what I think in my heart doesn't count. I never thought about becoming the demon empress. Ziying was particularly angry upon hearing this. How can you not think about it? You and the Lord have already been intimate, and he hasn't touched any other woman. You are the exception. I know the Lord must have feelings for you. As long as you express your intentions, that by Xiaoxin can just go away. Every time the Lord sees Mo11, his entire aura and expression change, compared to the cold and distant demeanor. He becomes more human. She is a woman. How could she not understand? It's precisely because she understands too well that she gradually gives up on thoughts she shouldn't have. The main point is, rather than giving the place she once longed for to a stranger, it's better to give it to Mo11, who, despite being annoying, makes others feel inferior. Mo11 didn't show much surprise after hearing that. Instead, she sniffed her own clothes and thought, that's strange. I've taken so many baths. How can you still smell it? She was quite worried about what she would do if Ziying went crazy and cursed her. Cursing others was just a hassle, but not too difficult. But breaking a curse on herself was a bit challenging. However, based on Ziying's unusual behavior over the past few days, could it be that she no longer liked Xingrong? Ziying repeatedly told herself to stay calm. Being too serious with this woman would only drive her crazy. I've already noticed it, but I've just been keeping it to myself. She thought, by the way, shouldn't we focus on the important matters? Mo11 finished a plate of egg yolk pastries, patted the flaky crumbs off her hands, and said, I told you, a cow's nose shouldn't be worse than a dog's. She was just speaking the truth. The thought had really crossed her mind at that moment. No matter how you heard it, it sounded like an insult. Ziying couldn't help but twitch the corners of her mouth, but she held it back. In 2 days, it would be the Wish Festival in the Moon Entropy Kingdom, where people write their wishes on the sky lanterns they make and send them up into the night sky. Why not make a wish lantern too, and invite the Lord to go shopping during the festival? I can take the opportunity to meet that by Xiaoxin for you. Chapter 147. Finding bamboo sticks upon hearing about shopping, Mo11's heart stirred. You should know that these days, Xingrong had been busy with Lanyu every day, and if she wanted to enter and exit the Wolf King Palace, she needed to be accompanied by the Demon Lord. If she found out who made the rule that prevented her from going out to play during the day for fear of upsetting someone, and that she couldn't sneak out at night to see the excitement either, she would definitely beat that person into a pig's head. She even seriously suspected that Ziying stayed behind just to monitor her. If Mo11 knew that this was all Lanyu's doing, she would probably lift her skirt to go catch someone to beat up right now. She hated having her freedom restricted the most. Seeing that Mo11 had agreed, Ziying heard her say, don't just think about me. Think about yourself too. Not understanding, Ziying looked at her, and Mo11 kindly reminded her, you should make a wish lantern too and go shopping with Lanyu. I'll act accordingly when the time comes. She had indeed added an imaginary task for herself. Ziying shot her a glance. What are you thinking? Lanyu and I have never had that intention. After eating many egg yolk pastries, Mo11 yawned and said, just because it didn't happen before doesn't mean it won't happen in the future. He was really considering you last time. She had been yawning frequently these days. If no one came to find her, she could sleep from morning to afternoon, wake up for a meal, and then go back to sleep. Ziying's gaze shifted from Mo11's yawning and tearing eyes down to the small plate that had contained the egg yolk pastries, now empty. The anger she had been holding back finally erupted at that moment. Why didn't you save even one egg yolk pastry for me? You've eaten them all. What am I supposed to eat? This was a snack I had someone bring from a small kitchen. Mo11 wiped the corner of her mouth and smiled awkwardly. I've been unable to resist food lately. I'm always hungry. As if I've eaten the last meal, but not the next. You've really become more and more lazy lately, Ziying complained, looking at her. Mo11 sighed. I don't know what's wrong with me. My days are spent eating and sleeping. To be honest, I'm suddenly really sleepy. In the time it took to say those 2 sentences, she yawned 6 times, and now she couldn't resist the drowsiness any longer. She waved goodbye to Ziying and climbed into bed. Her movements were smooth, and having been used to sleeping side by side with Xingrong, she fell asleep without any guard. Ziying helped her close the door and looked at Mo11 with a puzzled expression for a moment before walking away. A few hours later, Mo11 slept away the time, and she groggily opened her sleepy eyes, reaching out her hand under the blanket. She touched a slender object and pulled it out to take a look. It was a bamboo skewer. Why did it look so much like the kind used for candied hawthorns? She brought it closer to her nose and sniffed. Beneath the clean and sun-dried scent of the bamboo skewer, there was a familiar sweetness. Although faint, the sweetness of the candied hawthorn had somewhat seeped in. With just a sniff, she concluded that this was indeed a genuine bamboo skewer for candied hawthorns. Staring at the skewer, she recalled whether she had eaten candied hawthorns in the past few days, but she hadn't. So where did this skewer come from? Just as she was puzzled, her stomach suddenly growled. Mo11 sat up from the bed and rubbed her stomach, her face full of worry. Thinking about how she, a potential lizard, had turned into a pig was quite distressing. Never mind. She needed to deal with her hunger first. She casually tucked the skewer into her sleeve, planning to throw it away later. Suddenly wanting popcorn, she forgot about it and turned left to enter the small kitchen. Before long, she was holding a bowl of popcorn, eating it as she walked back to her room. She saw Shungrong, who had gone out early and was now back, lifting the blanket on the bed with a rather unpleasant expression as he searched for something he had lost. She popped 2 pieces of popcorn in her mouth and asked, "Are you helping me make the bed or looking for something?" He turned to look at her, his deep eyes revealing nothing of his thoughts. He simply replied, "Looking for something unimportant." Mo11 said, "Oh," thinking that he must be saying that unimportant things are actually very important. Seeing him staring at the popcorn in her hand, she kindly grabbed a handful from the bowl and offered it to him. "Want some?" He refused to eat this unfamiliar food and frowned at the sugary smell in the air, turning his gaze back to her increasingly plump face. His eyes deepening. "You've gained weight." After finishing the popcorn he had rejected, she initially thought to coax him by saying that she had made it delicious and that she would just eat a couple, but upon hearing his blunt words, she angrily shoved another large handful of popcorn into her mouth. If he didn't want to eat, then why comment on others' weight? However, she couldn't help but ponder his words, wondering if she really had gained weight. Well, she had indeed been unable to control her eating recently. While reaching for the popcorn, a bamboo stick fell from her sleeve to the ground, which she stepped on with her foot. She felt something uncomfortable under her shoe and moved her foot to see what it was, suddenly remembering, "Oh, right, I haven't thrown away the trash yet." Chapter 148. Little Victory and General 1. She bent down to pick it up to throw it away, but her hand was grabbed tightly by Shungrong. "That's my thing. What do you want to do?" She looked at him in confusion, not expecting that the demon lord had a hobby of collecting sticks, and she had taken someone else's collection without permission. Feeling embarrassed, she said, "I was going to throw it away. Next time, don't lose it again. Others 1T forget to dispose of it like I do." The way she used dispose was quite subtle. He pressed his thin lips together. "Idiot." Then he took the bamboo stick and turned to leave, leaving her with a cold, stern back. Being inexplicably scolded made anyone angry. Mo11 sulkily sat down on the bed, chewing the popcorn fiercely and equating it to that moody demon lord. In the general's residence of Wolf King City, Yao Jinsheng and Wan Yinshui sat face to face in the guest hall, solemnly digesting the information each had provided. The situation was as follows. Yao Jinsheng was stopped by the villagers of Baike village to become the village chief, an idea proposed by the overly clever Xiao Fei, who said that a village cannot be without a chief for even a day. He had secretly learned this vengeful attitude from somewhere, and he poured a whole pack of the ugly powder that Sister Mo had given him in a Xiao Fei's drink. When Xiao Fei woke up in the morning, he found himself covered in a green hue that wouldn't wash off no matter how hard he scrubbed, realizing he had been pranked. He had a notoriously bad temper and caught someone to ask. The truth was soon out. The whole village quickly knew that Yao Jinsheng had drugged Xiao Fei, but no one blamed him, as Yao Jinsheng had endured much suffering for them when they were all slaves, and the villagers felt more gratitude towards him. Although Xiao Fei was angry, he understood why Yao Jinsheng did it, and since they were now brothers, there wasn't any obstacle they couldn't overcome. So Yao Jinsheng was honestly beaten up by Xiao Fei. Yao Jinsheng hadn't intended to go too far, just telling him, "Don't worry, you want to be green forever, it will be fine after a while." The two then calculated the days and found that there was still no fading on Xiao Fei, which was completely different from Ziying's condition. It turned out that this pack was of such high quality that it wouldn't fade permanently, and Yao Jinsheng panicked. Having to explain the origin of the ugly powder to Xiao Fei, they concluded that they had to find Mo11 to solve it. Yao Jinsheng took responsibility, saying, "I'll go find Sister Mo for the antidote. You shouldn't wash too much these days, or you'll just end up looking like a poop green, even uglier." By the end, he was almost being reasonable in his disdain. This made Xiao Fei so angry that he kicked him in the butt. "Get lost. Hurry up and find me the antidote." Yao Jinsheng transformed into a beast and entered Wolf King City, but was blocked at the gate of the Wolf King Palace by the guards. He waited outside the palace, thinking of ways to get in, when he encountered Wan-Shi coming out from the Wolf King Palace. He told Wan-Shi his purpose for being there, and Wan-Shi looked troubled. You have to queue. Sister is currently with the Demon Lord, and everyone bringing gifts to the Demon Lord is queued up until the day after tomorrow. I can only help you cut in line. Thus, Yao Jinsheng temporarily stayed at the general's residence, waiting for Wan-Shi's news. While at the general's residence, he happened to see a smoke tree of the same variety as the one in his father's yard in General Wan's courtyard, and while stopping to admire the tree, he ran into Wan Yin-Shui, who was also enjoying it. The two began chatting freely, and, as the conversation progressed, they drifted off topic and ended up discussing Bai Heng's mother, resulting in Wan Yin-Shui inadvertently unraveling some of the mysteries involved. After a moment of silence, Wan Yin-Shui sighed. So it turns out the royal family is so powerful. Yao Jinsheng looked as if he had eaten something disgusting. Wan-Shi's father also liked Aunt She. So could it be that Wan-Shi was also his cousin? The chance of unexpected relatives appearing lately was quite high. Wan Yin-Shui could see what this kid was thinking and gave him a light smack on the head. I haven't expressed my feelings to her yet. Wan-Shi is my wife's child. Only then did Yao Jinsheng breathe a sigh of relief, patting his little heart. That's good. If another cousin comes along, I really can't accept it. On this day, Mo Wanwan was making sky lanterns in the falling spring pavilion, with her skirt hem covered in crooked and failed attempts. She had never thought that making lanterns would be difficult. Only after trying did she realize that whether it was cutting bamboo strips to build the lantern frame, preparing the paste, or using a clean brush to paste cotton fabric and stick fine paper, all required patience and skill. The lantern she was working on was already dried, and when it came to the painting stage, Mo Wanwan hesitated for a moment, claiming to be a soul painter, but in reality, she could only draw stick figures. This lantern was meant to be a gift for Sheng Rong, so it needed to be heartfelt. After spending time together, she understood that he wasn't too bad and had many lovable aspects, such as when he was being insincere, his ears would turn red, and when his cool demeanor faded. He could be quite caring. His way of expressing himself was just a bit awkward, but upon reflection, as long as she understood him, she would find warmth in their interactions. Got it. Her eyes lit up as she picked up a brush, dipped it in ink, and began painting on the lantern surface, finally applying a layer of tung oil and placing it in a cool, ventilated area to dry. Chapter 149. Makeup techniques. While she was cleaning up the mess on the ground, the Wolf Queen's personal maid, Yu Chui, came to summon her to the Moon Fox Palace. The Wolf Queen had not seen anyone for a long time since her recovery, spending her days cooped up in the Moon Fox Palace. When she arrived at the Moon Fox Palace, a dead atmosphere enveloped her, and the servants had to hold their breath while walking through the corridors. Mo Wanwan was brought to the main hall by a maid, where the Wolf Queen was sitting on the throne looking into a mirror. She held the mirror in one hand, and with some effort lifted the other hand to her eyes, slowly tucking the white hair at her temples behind her ears. Her eyes were glued to the white strand in the mirror, and her trembling, withered hand suddenly grasped the silver white tip tightly and pulled it down. Mo Wanwan let out a hissing sound. Pulling her hair was really painful. This sound fell into the queen's ears, deeply etching her frown. She put down the mirror and looked over, her eyes catching Mo Wanwan's stunning beauty, revealing an unparalleled expression of amazement. The Wolf Queen didn't speak, and Mo Wanwan couldn't say anything either. She just stood there waiting for the queen to speak. After a long while, it seemed that the queen's eyes were brewing a tear of sadness, and she suddenly said, "The king has told me that it was you who lifted my curse. I have been recuperating recently, which is why it took so long to summon you." She paused and said wistfully, "So you are this young." She couldn't bring herself to say the compliment about her beauty. Mo Wanwan lowered her face a bit, feeling a headache. This queen wouldn't be looking for her to vent, would she? She's not a psychologist, so please don't come to her with complaints. Does the girl have a way to treat this queen's face? Mo Wanwan suddenly raised her head, feeling even more headache. It was fine to complain to her, but treating this face was really troublesome. She slightly bowed and said, "Your Majesty, the curse has taken away your years. A person's lifespan cannot be changed, so it's better for your Majesty to let it go." Mo Wanwan had explained this point to Jisha. The damage caused by the curse to the Wolf Queen could not be resolved overnight. The real problem was the deeper harm that came with it. The queen's body was suffering from painful torment and could only maintain its current condition through precious medicinal materials. But her aging body could not be reversed. The queen let out a heavy sigh, releasing a breath of despair. "Then there is no meaning for me to live on." Mo Wanwan suddenly wanted to go back. If the Wolf King and the others in the Wolf King's palace found out that the queen had talked to her and then she committed suicide, there would be no way to clear her name even if she jumped into the Yellow River. She quickly tried to dispel this dangerous thought for the queen. If your majesty does not mind, I can do your makeup. If you want to die, that's your choice. But don't drag others down with you. Moreover, because of saving your life, how many girls perished that night in vain? Everyone worked hard to pull you back from the brink of death. And you say you want to live? The queen looked lost. I've tried everything I could. And it was all in vain. Mo11 smiled and said, Your Majesty hasn't tried my makeup skills yet. How could you know it would be in vain? You could trust me. I can cure your curse and make you look revitalized. The queen's eyes flickered, seeing hope in Mo11, which made Mo11 shiver all over, not out of disgust, but simply from discomfort. The two of them arrived at the vanity in the bedroom, and she first removed the hairpins from the queen's hair bun, loosening the scattered white hair. To ease the slightly tense atmosphere and the queen's taut facial expression filled with anticipation and fear of disappointment, she started chatting casually, like a hairdresser in a salon. The queen could have a looser hairstyle in the future. If the scalp is too tight, it's hard for a person to relax. She casually slipped her hand into the queen's hair and gave her a short massage on the scalp. The wolf queen's face displayed a look of comfort and relaxation. The maids usually give her shoulder and leg massages, but this was her first time enjoying a scalp massage, and it felt incredibly soothing. Then, Mo11 took out a layered redwood box from her crossbody bag. She pulled out the small drawers one by one, opening the delicate little wooden doors to reveal the cosmetics inside. The queen couldn't help but reach out to fiddle with these novel cosmetics. She picked up a squeezable bottle and asked, What is this? The bottle contained a nude-colored liquid. Mo11 took out a sponge ball and told the queen, This is foundation. It will cover your wrinkles. The queen watched curiously as she soaked the sponge ball in a basin of water and squeezed it dry, making the whole ball fluff up. Then she squeezed the foundation onto the back of her hand and started dabbing it evenly on the queen's face with a sponge ball. The foundation application alone took an hour. She used 2 different shades of nude foundation, one for large areas and one for small spots. Finally, she took out a cream that looked dirty but could sculpt the features on her face into 3 dimensions. The queen was amazed to see her face looking smaller in the mirror. In Chapter 150, The Hypocritical Fox, Mo11 used an eyebrow pencil to draw 2 youthful, bold brows for her, which blended harmoniously with her features and didn't look stiff. She then applied eyeshadow from an earth tone palette to the queen's eyelids and blended 3 different colors of blush near her cheekbones under the eyes. Lastly, she chose a lip color that matched the blush, making the entire makeup look more natural. Once the makeup was finished, the queen gazed at herself in the copper mirror, her mouth slightly agape in surprise. Her first feeling was that her face had been rejuvenated. The makeup smoothed out the traces of time on her face. Reversing the passage of time, her entire spirit was instantly lifted. It's truly magical, she murmured as she gently touched her cheeks. However, when she caught sight of her old, dry, bark-like hands in the copper mirror, her confidence plummeted back to the ground. But only the face has become younger. The body cannot return to the past. These illusions can only deceive oneself. Mo11 sorted her cosmetics into the small drawers of a rosewood box and joked, Your Majesty, sometimes being too stubborn is actually your fault. The queen, looking at Mo11 through the bronze mirror, observed her demeanor while tidying up the dressing table. The way she spoke such potentially offensive words so naturally and fearlessly was surprising. She didn't even glance at the queen while speaking and seemed unafraid of angering her. The queen was curious to hear how she would continue without offending her. So what do you think I should think? Mo11 pondered for a moment, organized her thoughts, and said, I believe Your Majesty should enjoy the feeling of returning to youth in the present moment, leaving behind the unpleasant past. Sometimes when the heart is open, a person can become younger. Youth and appearance may seem inseparable in the eyes of others, but who doesn't know that age is ultimately governed by the mind? Her words were articulated well, and those listening might dismiss them as nonsense, but they were not meant for others. The Wolf Queen was moved by her words and couldn't help but ponder thoughtfully. Are you trying to make His Majesty pretend to be mad and silly? Suddenly, the personal maid named Yu Chui could no longer hold back. She had never liked Mo11, a mere human girl. Why should she be so arrogant? First, she tricked His Majesty with little tricks, and now she was using nonsense to deceive him. Who didn't know that His Majesty's youth had passed and could not return to the glory of the past? Making His Majesty appear oblivious in front of everyone who knows the truth is no different from making him pretend to be mad. How could Your Majesty, as the esteemed Wolf Queen, engage in the same behavior as those who ignore the facts and pretend to be deaf and mute? After she finished speaking, she felt a sense of satisfaction, looking down on Mo11 with an air of superiority making her understand who was truly worthy to be by his majesty's side and who was not. However, the queen swiftly slapped her in the face. Yu Chui, 20 slaps. Faced the wall for reflection. The queen's decisiveness left Yu Chui feeling as if she had fallen into an ice cave, but she dared not utter a word of complaint, silently punishing herself with slaps. She didn't dare hit too hard, nor too lightly. Too hard would hurt, and too light would disappoint the queen. The queen was too lazy to explain the reason for punishing Yu Chui and turned her gaze back to the copper mirror, slowly beginning to appreciate this face compared to her previous sorrow. Miss Mo's makeup is done very well. I think I will start a class for the palace maids to study makeup techniques for my use. Miss Mo is a clever person, bold and insightful, resourceful and decisive, and with a pure heart. I appreciate you even more than this face I admire now. How about you become the teacher for this class? Mo Wanwan's almond eyes flashed with a fleeting darkness as she stared blankly at the pair of fox-like eyes in the copper mirror that had lured countless souls in her youth. And she smiled coldly. The queen intended to keep her in the Wolf King's palace for her own use. If she didn't want that, would she have to root her out completely? Because she stood on Bai Heng's side. She had actually believed that this woman had brought her over because of her troubled appearance. This woman was the mother of the eldest and second princes. Someone who wanted Bai Heng dead, and knowing her relationship with Bai Heng, she wanted to use her against him. If she couldn't make her a pawn for her own use, she would only be a huge risk to the queen. Then the queen would surely think of how to assassinate her. What a thankless task it was to save a wolf in sheep's clothing. So hypocritical. Mo Wanwan coldly mocked. She had never seen such cunning in a fox before, and now that she had, it truly made one reluctant to approach. Not knowing which day she would bring disaster upon herself. The Wolf Queen was supposed to show a serene smile, but it suddenly stiffened. Mo Wanwan was completely not playing by her rules, infuriating her to the point where her face turned pale. What did you say? This palace? No one had ever dared to openly insult her hypocrisy in front of her without any regard for her authority. Mo Wanwan was originally unafraid of her, having already scolded her, so she simply decided to express her thoughts out loud. Not only do I want to scold you, but I also want to scold your foolish and incompetent son. If I were you, I would place my hopes on the second son. At least he has more foresight. The queen, supporting herself on the dressing table, stood up and pointed at her with gritted teeth. You aren't afraid that I will sentence you to death. Go ahead and try. I'm a person of the demon lord. If you kill me, it will turn both sides against each other. Can your position afford such a loss? Mo Wanwan smiled at her, as if watching a joke. Chapter 151. I've caused trouble. She vented her frustrations on the cunning old woman for quite some time, feeling refreshed before striding out of the Moon Fox Palace with grace. As she left, Bai Yunlian was standing outside the door. He had come to pay his respects to the queen. At this time, the queen should have awakened from her afternoon nap, and he usually came to the Moon Fox Palace to pay his respects twice. Mo Wanwan didn't notice the person standing outside the door as she left. His gaze lingered on her graceful stride until she disappeared from the entrance of the Moon Fox Palace. He walked into the sleeping quarters and saw the Empress had smashed a bronze mirror in her fury, exclaiming that saving her was merely for the sake of Bai Heng. How ridiculous. Don't think that just because you saved me, I won't be able to kill her. What are the Demon Lord's people? In the end, she is just a daughter of the human race. How could the Demon Lord give up the opportunity for a good relationship with my Yushang kingdom for a woman? She rubbed her temples and lay back on the couch. Bai Yunlian did not come to comfort her as usual. Instead, she spoke to Yu Chui, who was bowing at the door. The cherries are growing well lately. I just bought a basket, and I'll have someone deliver them tomorrow. The Empress is upset, so I want tea stay. Yu Chui did not want the second prince to see her plump face, so after bowing, she quickly took out a silk handkerchief to cover her face, replying to the second prince, "This servant will convey it to Her Majesty the Empress. Your filial heart will surely comfort Her Majesty. Upon receiving the cherries, she will definitely feel better." Bai Yunlian glanced at the Empress, who didn't even raise her head to pay attention to them, and smiled self-deprecatingly. Perhaps the Empress didn't want to see him, which was why she deliberately avoided looking toward the door. He came at this time every day. Who would believe he noticed? After Mo Wanwan returned to the Falling Spring Pavilion, she saw a long snake-like line of people delivering gifts to the Demon Lord. The long line extended from the outer courtyard all the way to the entrance of the Falling Spring Pavilion, with the tail still sticking out. Ming Hao, a subordinate of Lan Yu, was in charge of receiving the dignitaries from the Moon Entropy Kingdom. She passed through the line and greeted Ming Hao before heading into the inner courtyard. Suddenly, she felt someone tugging at her sleeve. "Sister Mo, I've been looking for you everywhere." It was Xiao Shang's voice. Mo11 turned around to see him, her eyes filled with surprise as she asked, "Aren't you in the village? How did you find your way here?" "Sister Mo, I've gotten into trouble," Yao Jinshang said, his face filled with despair. Without wasting any words, he directly hugged Mo11's leg and exclaimed, "If you don't save me soon, Xiao Fei is going to kill me." People around them began to look over, and Ming Hao also glanced in their direction. Mo11 suddenly felt a wave of embarrassment and quickly helped him up, saying, "Let's change places and talk." The two of them went to the bedroom, where she usually slept with the demon lord. Sitting on the couch, Mo11 placed her hand on a small table beside a plate of cherries, listening as Yao Jinsheng smoothly recounted what had happened, while her hand moved into the plate to pick a cherry. After biting into one and finding the pit, she couldn't help but laugh and gave his head a light knock. "Who told you to mess around?" Yao Jinsheng felt embarrassed to touch his head where she knocked him, and he also thought he deserved it, but in his heart, he was reluctant to admit that all the blame lay with him. He quietly defended himself. "But I saw Ziying recover quickly after using it." Mo11 crossed her arms and looked at him. "That was me neutralizing the recovery potion inside, and you didn't." He guessed it was like that too. The bag of powder he had taken was too potent, and it was highly likely that Xiao Fei would have green skin for the rest of his life. That would make it difficult for him to start a family and build a career. Just thinking about possibly ruining someone else's happy life made his guilt swell like a tidal wave, and it felt extremely uncomfortable, stuck in his throat. Mo11 saw the regret on his face and sighed after smiling. "I don't have any medicine for becoming ugly either. This kind of medicine takes time and depends on fate. He might have to accept a lifetime of being green-skinned, so let him come to terms with it." Yao Jingsheng felt a chill in his heart and exclaimed, "Ah, what should we do? Xiao Fei will really kill me." He thought to himself, maybe if Xiao Fei really ends up without a partner because of this, he could just compromise and satisfy him. After a while, he shook his head to dispel the goosebumps all over him, feeling that the thought was too terrifying. Xiao Sheng's words and actions caught Mo11's attention, evoking a smile that hinted at experiences from the future that these kids were still going through. Her gaze drifted far away, where low clouds circled the snow-capped mountains. Her eyes brightened for a moment as she mysteriously tempted him. "It's not impossible. We just need to seize every feasible opportunity, right?" Yao Jingsheng didn't quite understand what Sister Mo was calculating, but his gaze became resolute. "If there's a way, I'll definitely look for it." "Sister Mo, stop beating around the bush to say what you want. I, Yao Jingsheng, am a person of integrity. I take responsibility for my actions, no matter how difficult it is. I dare to fight through fire and water." Hearing this, she felt relieved. She cleared her throat twice and said, "There's a treasure vault in the Wolf King Palace. I'll help you clean up the mess." This was not just helping him out. It was clearly about seeking something from the treasure vault. Yao Jingsheng glared at her. "You're not planning to steal, are you?" He'd been spending time with her for nothing during this period. Mo11 was just about to praise the boy for being quite good. Her spirits lifted when she noticed the door was not closed. So she made a shushing gesture. "It's not really stealing. I'll return it once I'm done." It turned out it was just borrowing. So Yao Jinsheng agreed to help her immediately. Chapter 152. By Hang's invitation as the sky gradually darkened. The two had just left the falling spring pavilion when they encountered Bai Heng and Yin Xiao coming towards them. Yao Jinsheng did not recognize Yin Xiao, and Yin Zhao's memory had been completely wiped by Mo11's bone removal technique. So the two children greeted each other with wide eyes, staring at one another. Unfortunately, Yin Xiao and Yao Jinsheng didn't like each other, and after staring for a while, they both became proud. Yin Xiao, feeling displeased with Bai Heng, said, "You brought me here just to find this woman? You're greedy for beauty, dragging me along for what?" Yao Jinsheng was furious at his disrespect towards Sister Mo. "Little brat, didn't your mother teach you how to describe a beauty?" Listening to their choice of words, they were far from two innocent boys. They sounded more like two quite mature little adults. Even though Yin Zhao's memory was erased, his easily hated personality remained unchanged. Mo11 did not like being called woman, as it was a clear form of gender discrimination. So she taught Yin Xiao a lesson, and in doing so, she ended up acting like a child herself. She said, "Next time, remember to call me sister." Yin Xiao touched his swollen cheek that she had pinched, tears streaming down his face, and he choked out stubbornly, "Just you wait, I will get my revenge." "Huh, what revenge can you get?" Mo11 looked down at him, a hint of pride on her face. In fact, she was still thinking about the grudge against Yin Xiao for using the magma giant to burn Sheng Rong's back. She was a bit petty about such things, but what could others do about it? With Yin Zhao's bad temper, someone doing such a thing to him was clearly asking for trouble. Yet he had just used all his strength and couldn't match Mo Wanwan's power. Attempting to teach her a lesson with his spiritual energy ended up with him being taught a lesson instead, so he had to wait until he had been beaten enough. Glaring at her with indignation while leaving a significant shadow of fear towards this woman in his heart. Bai Hung couldn't help but laugh as he watched an adult integrate into a child's circle, still managing to put on a proud expression, and said, Wanwan, tomorrow is the Wish Festival of the Moon Entropy Kingdom. The market will be very lively, and I would like to invite you to go together, if that's all right. Mo Wanwan was stunned for a moment, turned her face to look at him, bit her lip, and didn't know how to respond. Ziying had warned her to only spend this wishing festival with Shungrong, and she understood that Ziying's intention was to let them enjoy their time together. She also wanted to thank him for providing her with food, clothing, and shelter these past few days, so she readily promised that she wouldn't seek a third party. However, she felt embarrassed to refuse Bai Heng's goodwill, so she vaguely replied, then let's have a simple meal together tomorrow night. She thought that, after dinner, she could invite Xingrong out. Bai Heng had come just to invite her to have fun, and upon receiving her confirmation, he turned around and went back to the palace to attend to official business. With the competition for the crown prince's position approaching, he needed to prepare adequately to give General Wan, his mentor, and Dean Mei a satisfactory explanation. Mo Wanwan looked at the figure of Yin Xiao, following closely behind Bai Heng, pondering how Yin Xiao could recover so quickly after experiencing being forced back to his original form by Shungrong and the bone removal technique. Furthermore, even when Bai Heng came to find her, this kid had to stay by her side. Could it be that the spirit weapon could only follow its master and couldn't stray too far? Yao Jinsheng. Upon learning that there would be excitement in Wolf King City tomorrow, his golden eyes sparkled with excitement as he asked, Sister Mo, can I go? Mo Wanwan smiled slightly at him, no. Oh, then he could only find fun by himself. After being rejected, he followed her to the treasury with a sense of loss. With Yao Jinsheng causing a ruckus at the entrance, Mo Wanwan found it much easier. She took out a transformation herb and rubbed it vigorously on the Minuet incense burner. 3 minutes later, the transformation herb turned into an incense burner that was indistinguishable from the real Minuet incense burner. She stuffed the real Minuet incense burner from her compartment into her bag and gently placed the fake one back, not forgetting to take a stroll to see if there were any herbs that could resolve the ugly transformation powder. After wandering around with little success, she returned to a tree outside the treasury door, following the marks she had left last time, and threw a pebble at Yao Jinsheng. Yao Jinsheng received the order to retreat and stopped his loud crying and fussing that had caused the guards so much headache. The reason for the guards' headache was that they tried to catch him, but he had cleverly dodged them each time, leaving them with dust on their faces and no way to deal with this madman. At this moment, patrolling guards arrived, and they immediately diverted all manpower from the treasury to capture the troublemaker at the entrance. Yao Jinsheng woke up from the chaotic footsteps. Hey, where am I? Why am I sleepwalking again? He pretended to look around as if he were sick, and upon not seeing the patrolling guards, turned to leave. After taking a couple of steps, he was caught by the captain of the guards, who swiftly grabbed his arm and shoulder. Do you think this is some kind of place where you can cause trouble and just leave? The captain arrested Yao Jinsheng and signaled for 2 others to come and hold him down, intending to imprison him. Mo Wanwan lay on the fireworks tree, munching on sweet fruits and enjoying the show without a care for Yao Jinsheng. She thought to herself that little Sheng had learned his lesson this time. The experience with Xiao Fei had made him a bit more composed, and he dared not act recklessly without considering the consequences, which was commendable. In such an important place where only non-trivial people could enter, if troublemakers escaped, the palace would only send more people to hunt them down, and it would soon be discovered that the troublemakers' objectives were linked to the treasury. However, she was already prepared. Even if someone wanted to check the items, it would be enough for her to get through this period, and she would be leaving here in just a few days. Chapter 153, Being Stood Up. In Yao Jinsheng's plan, he would first pretend to be mad, then be captured honestly. Once the 2 guards escorted him away from the treasury, Mo Wanwan leaped down from the fireworks tree and followed them. At this moment, the captain of the guards had dismissed his initial suspicions about the troublemakers appearing in the treasury after seeing them being taken away. He instructed the gatekeeper to keep a close watch on the treasury's main door and led the patrolling guards to their positions. The 2 guards were escorting Yao Jinsheng when he suddenly executed a swift and beautiful countermove, throwing them both to the ground. Mo Wanwan quickly dashed in front of them and delivered 2 punches to their heads, knocking them out cold. Thank you. Yao Jinsheng hadn't planned to knock them out, but upon reflection, it actually saved him quite a bit of trouble. Mo Wanwan lazily draped her arm over his shoulder, pointing out the situation. This is called finishing off. You can't leave any hidden dangers. What if they get up and attack you from behind? It's better to knock them out and be safe. Afterward, the two of them dragged the two guards into a less noticeable patch of grass, and then returned to the falling spring pavilion. Yao Jinsheng was just about to ask about the antidote for the ugly powder when Mo Wanwan spoke first. There is no antidote for the ugly powder in the treasury. I will pay more attention when I gather herbs later. Just tell Xiaofei that he turned green. It's not a big deal. If no one wants him, I will take charge. If Yao Jinsheng could think of it, how could she not? In the law of the jungle on the Yunshi continent, offspring are paramount, especially in a place where survival revolved around family lineage. It's not hard to guess the importance of passing on the bloodline to the Beast clan. He slumped dejectedly in Mo Wanwan's room, and she tugged at his ear, saying, "Hurry back and tell Xiaofei. Don't keep him waiting for nothing." He yelped in pain, straightening his back. I know, I'll go right away, just let go." But instead of returning to Baikei village, Yao Jinsheng sneaked off to the general's mansion. He had to think about how to explain things to Xiaofei. Returning empty-handed would surely get him hurt. On the dawn of the Wish Festival, the citizens of the Moon Entropy Kingdom would cleanse and groom themselves. The Wish Festival was equivalent to their New Year's Day, marking the beginning of a new year. Regardless of whether they had laughed, cried, rejoiced, or felt sorrow over the past year, all those emotions would be sent into the sky with handmade sky lanterns, carried away by the vast starry river, giving people the motivation to face the coming year. The end of last year saw many events unfold. First, the demon lord visited Wolf King City. Then the queen recovered from a serious illness. The two clans forged a friendship. And finally, the Wolf King issued a ban on slave killing, all of which happened in less than half a month. The common folk were only joyous about the queen's recovery. The rest of the events were met with sorrow and resentment. The demon clan was truly detestable. All evil deeds stemmed from them. It's not too harsh to say that they've done everything from petty theft to murder and arson. There wasn't a good person among them. Why should one associate with such people? At this moment, Mo Wanwan was unaware that while the demon lord appeared glamorous and imposing, with no one daring to offend him, this only reflected his immense nobility. However, the demon clan was notorious throughout the entire Yunshi continent, and it would not be an exaggeration to describe them as infamous. If she knew, she would certainly stand up for Shengrong. Mo Wanwan held up the sky lantern in her room, admiring her masterpiece. Mingho knocked on the door and said, "The Major General is here to see you." Major General? She didn't know any Major General. Confused, she went to the main hall and quickly understood. When did you get promoted to Major General? You used to be just a young master in the general's residence, and the title of Major General was conferred on you by the Wolf King. Wan Shi scratched his neck awkwardly and said, "My father has only one son, and as long as I don't run away, this position will eventually come to me. This is exactly what my father hopes for, but to be honest, I'm still far from being a true Major General. There's no rush. As long as you have the heart, time will prove it." She sat down in a chair and said to him, "Come sit. It's been a while since we last met." After Wan Shi sat down, his eyes darted to the snacks on the table, and he swallowed hard. He picked up the tea on the table and blew on it. Mo Wanwan understood his foodie nature and naturally pushed the snacks on the table towards him. Why didn't Bai Hong come to find me himself, even during meals? He doesn't forget about his good brother here. I must tell you, ever since I came here, I haven't gone out at all, and I've been bored to death. Once we go out, you have to take me to the best restaurant. Wan Shi choked on his tea. She was planning to empty their wallets. He waved his hand, casually grabbed his snack, and stuffed it into his mouth, showing no signs of being estranged from Mo Wanwan after not seeing her for a while. He said, "The prince sent me to apologize to you. He had something come up and couldn't make it. He asked me to tell you not to wait for him. As soon as he has time, he'll take you to enjoy everything in Wolf King City, inside and out." After finishing, he sighed, "You have no idea. The prince has been busy with the crown prince matters for several days without rest. I'm worried he's overworking himself. I originally thought it would be nice for him to take you out for a breather during the Lantern Festival, but forget it." She could relate to Bai Hong. When she was busy studying, she had also declined dinner invitations a few times. If it was due to official duties, it was understandable to be stood up. Chapter 154. Spend more time with her. She nodded and said she understood, then asked, "What about you? Have you also not gone to see Hu Xiang because you're too busy? You said your engagement has been delayed for so long. A woman's life isn't like yours, where you can just sacrifice it." Wan Shi also knew this. Sometimes he hated himself for not being man enough in front of Xiang, but the path he chose might not allow him to have both. But he wouldn't let Hu Xiang wait in vain, nor would he let her wait too long. Once everything settled down, he would be able to give her a better future. No, he wanted to give her the best future. After deep contemplation, he nodded firmly, his eyes resolute. I'll find time to talk to her in the next couple of days. Even if we can't set a wedding date. I should spend more time with her. Mo Wanwan patted him comfortingly. That's right, don't just focus on the immediate official business. Take some time to look back at the people you should cherish. After chatting with Mo Wanwan for a while, Wan Shi left. She checked the sky and estimated the time, then took out her white fox fur coat, greeted Ming Hao, and went out. She was out looking for Sheng Rong. He saw her walking towards him in the corridor, and the sound of Lan Yu's report became vague. He couldn't help but focus all his attention on her. Mo Wanwan wore a snow-white wide-sleeved RU skirt today, paired with her white fox fur, shining against the backdrop of falling snow, resembling a celestial maiden emerging from a painting. Incredibly pure and beautiful. Her eyes sparkled with brilliance, and her slightly upturned lips were captivating, far more enchanting than the spring scenery. In a daze, he didn't notice when she had walked up to him, looking at him with her bright eyes. Today is the Wish Festival. I heard the market is very lively, and I just want to go out and have some fun. She had prepared a long speech to persuade him to join her, but he stared at her without blinking. And before she could continue, he simply replied with a single word, okay. Lan Yu stepped closer to Sheng Rong, deliberately covering his mouth with his fist to cough, and said, but, Master, the important matter hasn't been taken care of yet. Sheng Rong coldly glared at him. Everyone go rest. We'll discuss this matter tomorrow. Mo Wanwan's ears were quite sharp, no matter how loud Lan Yu's cough was. It couldn't drown out her question, and she wasn't shy to ask. Is it something very important? Lan Yu originally wanted to say that this matter was far more important than a festival, but was interrupted by Sheng Rong, who said, it's not that important. Just a change of mood after leaving the palace. Let's go. She replied with an O, obediently following him out of the palace gate. In the evening, the colorful twilight rolled in the sky, casting a layer of soft oil over the entire street market, adding a warm touch to the winter day. The two walked side by side on the bustling street, illuminated by bright lights and filled with crowds. Passers-by, seeing the tall and imposing demon lord walking at a distance, couldn't help but have their eyes glued to the woman beside him. Her stunning beauty was not only eye-catching, but simply extraordinary. They couldn't help but want to steal a few more glances, slowing their pace to linger by the roadside. Some even thought about approaching her, but upon catching a glimpse of the man beside her, they wisely chose to walk away quietly. The two wandered aimlessly through the market. Mo Wanwan heard the sound of applause, and, following the sound, discovered a burning fireball being tossed into the air amidst the crowd. Her interest piqued. She tugged on Sheng Rong's hand and ran into the crowd to watch the performance. She was quite surprised. Wow, it's a male peacock throwing fireballs. Such a beautiful tail. Isn't it afraid of burning it? Sheng Rong looked at her and asked, how do you know it's male? Mo Wanwan didn't pay attention to him and said, only male peacocks display their feathers. It's not just for looks, it's for courtship. He laughed and replied, you know quite a bit. She wiped her nose, feeling quite proud. Of course, the Animal Encyclopedia ISNT read for nothing. Animal Encyclopedia? What is that? Just a book, she fabricated. After a round of acrobatics, a parrot flew in the air holding a copper bowl, collecting tips from everyone. When it reached Mo Wanwan, she boldly tossed a golden bean from her waist into the copper bowl. The parrot noticed the shiny gold object flash by and felt a little heavy when it landed in its beak. It widened its eyes to see the gold piece clearly. This was money that their whole troupe couldn't earn even after a year of performances. It was so moved that it burst into tears and called for the peacock to present this kind benefactor with a juggling knife and gun. As she played with the knife and gun on the way, she cheerfully said, do you think if I take this knife and gun back to Xiao Sheng, he will stop being angry? Sheng Rong calmly replied, what is he angry at you for? Mo Wanwan pouted and said, he wanted to find me to go to the Wish Festival together, but I didn't agree. With his temperament, he's probably sulking now. Why didn't you agree? He suddenly stopped in his tracks, pursuing her from behind, his heart secretly anticipating something. She continued to walk ahead, her light steps exuding ease and joy, and casually replied, naturally, I have to accompany you in our little world. With him around, how can we have our little world? Chapter 155, Bottomless Stomach. When she spoke, she felt it was nothing. It was Ziying's request, unrelated to her. After saying it, she realized the misunderstanding had deepened. Any normal person would think she was hinting at him, blatantly confessing. She hurriedly corrected herself. It's not that I have to spend this little world with you. I just have a gift to give you. Giving a gift, naturally, needs an element of surprise. Since he is coming, my plans are ruined. Gift? She turned her head to look at him. Yes, during this time, you provided me food and shelter. I'm not the type to be ungrateful. Well, I've done for you. You don't need to repay. He gazed at her, his dark eyes holding an unpredictable depth. She felt her face flush under his gaze when suddenly someone shouted from behind. "Catch the thief! My wallet has been stolen." The little thief was incredibly fast, and judging by the sounds of his footsteps, he must be quite large. He was running towards them, and Mo instinctively swung her knife behind her. The back of the knife struck the little thief on the forehead, causing him to faint on the spot, followed by a cracking sound as the knife broke into two pieces. She turned to see the large knife clattering on the ground and couldn't help but grimace. This is so poorly made. In fact, it was her fault. Her strength was too great, and the knife couldn't withstand it, so it broke. Behind her, the owner of the wallet came panting, bringing 3 constables to tie up the little thief. One constable complained to another, "This is the nth time today. Are we not allowed to enjoy the festival? Doing this job means we suffer when others are having a good time. It's only during these times that they come to rob." After being starved by the Wolf King for 3 years, the Mouse Tribe's population has dwindled to 1 in 10. They didn't dare to cause trouble in the Wolf King city for the first 2 years, but now they're desperate. They might be on the brink of extinction. Mo heard the conversation between the two and felt that there was something suspicious about the matter. The survival ability of mice is not to be underestimated even on Earth, let alone in a beast-like world such as Yunshi continent, where their reproductive capacity would be even stronger. She kindly gave the 2 officers a pile of bags, and one of the officers asked, "What are these bags for?" They had a good impression of her. The woman was beautiful, able to handle a beastified mouse tribe on her own, and her willingness to help others was rare in these turbulent times. Mo smiled and said, "Mouse poison." The officials exchanged glances and asked, "The kind that kills mice?" She candidly replied, "Otherwise, what use would I have for you if the effect isn't strong?" The officials understood and planned to return and hand over the bags of mouse poison to their superiors, hoping to take credit for it. Their superior's superior was the second prince by Yunlian. When the mouse poison reached by Yunlian, he had someone summon the 2 officials and question them about who had given them the mouse poison. The officials described the woman's appearance, praising her beauty to the heavens and mentioning her black hair and brown eyes. Upon hearing part of the description, Bai Yunlian immediately realized who had provided this good stuff. Standing with his hands behind his back at the corner of the tavern, looking out at the brightly lit streets of the royal city, his expression couldn't be seen, but a light laugh escaped his lips. Interesting. After catching the little thief, Mo stared thoughtfully at the gold stored at her waist for a while, then found a pawn shop to exchange some gold beans for a bag of silver and 3 strings of copper coins. As paying with gold all the way would be too conspicuous, Shungrong had a habit of going out without bringing any silver, so his silver pouch was always kept with Lanyu. He didn't ask for it, so Lanyu didn't give it to him. Anyway, Lanyu wasn't worried about his master going hungry. He knew Mo had plenty of money to support her master. Mo strolled down the street, eating and playing, completely immersed in joy. In her left hand, she held a hand-grabbed pancake, and in her right, a skewer of grilled squid. Shungrong watched her chubby cheeks, full of food, and couldn't help but frown. What on earth is in that bottomless pit of stomach of yours? You can eat so much. Mo exchanged all the silver she got from the pawn shop for snacks, leaving her with only 2 copper coins. A whole bag of silver worth of snacks could feed an entire street for 2 days, making it quite fitting to describe her stomach as a bottomless pit. Her belly was constantly protesting, as if urging her to eat faster and more voraciously. She paid no attention to him as she continued to eat. Before long, her sharp eyes caught sight of the candied hawthorn across the street, and her pupils brightened instantly. She quickly swallowed her food and smiled, saying, "Wait for me." She loved candied hawthorn because of its crispy texture. The hawthorn coated in rock sugar had a tartness that was sweet but not cloying. She turned around and smoothly handed him the grilled squid and the handheld pancake, saying, "Hold this for me." He pinched the skewer of the grilled squid that was about to fall, his expression darkening. When he looked up again, she had already skipped away joyfully towards the candied hawthorn. When she reached the vendor, Mo said to the elderly lady selling the candied hawthorn, "Grandma, you're still out here selling during the festival." The old lady smiled, her face full of wrinkles, and replied, "Yes, the kids love it. I can't just slack off because it's a holiday." Chapter 156, You Are Different. Mo saw about 10 little radish heads circling around the candied hawthorn sticks, each with in hand, enjoying the treat. She sighed with a smile. "Candied hawthorn is part of every child's childhood. Grandma, give me a..." She turned back to look at Shungrong, who later noticed a group of kids gathered around but stood alone at a distance without approaching. He thought, the kids would probably be scared and walk away if they saw him. 2 would be better, she said, changing her mind. The old lady picked 2 of candied hawthorn for her. Mo11 returned to the street, exchanged 1 of candied hawthorn for Shung Rong's grilled squid, and stuffed the candied hawthorn into his hand. Hurry up and eat, it's really delicious. This familiar dialogue brought an indescribable warmth to his heart. He followed her suggestion, took a bite of the candied hawthorn, and revealed a rare shallow smile, touched by the deliciousness. It's very good. He licked the sugar crumbs off his lips, making a spot at the corner of his mouth glisten with moisture. The yellowish firelight illuminated his smiling lips and beautiful phoenix eyes, and those deep eyes were filled with a warmth that could melt the ice and snow. Mo11 stared blankly at him. Such a smile was too criminal. You don't like sweet, salty, or spicy, do you? She asked softly, lowering her gaze. I can like sweetness, he said. Everyone thinks I don't like any kind of food, but you're different. The emperor doesn't show his preferences. If he has any, it's only for others to see. That's what she originally thought. Could there be a different answer? What makes me different? She raised her eyes to gaze at him, feeling as if she was asking a question she already knew the answer to. She just didn't understand. If he liked her, why would he like her? Should she accept it? If she did, everything would be in chaos. I will tell you everything I like to eat without reservation because I have no guard against you. His gaze remained fixed on her, each word falling in her ears and gently breaking a string in her heart. A rosy hue crept up her jade-like cheeks. If this continued, she would be lost. She averted her gaze, unsure where to look, and found herself focused on the candied hawthorn stall. More little kids had gathered around the old lady, pleading for another skewer. The old lady patiently told the children, "Be content with 1 skewer. I still have to do business." The change the children had from their parents was only enough to buy 1 skewer of candied hawthorn, but after finishing it, they were left wanting more. Mo11 suddenly saw this scene, her smile sweet and warm. After finishing the candied hawthorn and grilled squid, she said, "Please wait for me a moment." She went back to the old lady, took out a large golden bean from her crossbody bag, and handed it to her. "Grandma, I bought all the candied hawthorns." The old lady, seeing a piece of gold larger and rounder than a pinky nail, was overwhelmed with fear. "This won't do. My whole stick of candied hawthorn isn't worth a tael of silver. I wouldn't earn this much in a year. I can't accept gold directly." She hurriedly tried to return the gold to Mo11, but Mo11 pushed it back into her hands. "Grandma, I only have gold on me. But I want to buy candied hawthorn. Not accepting it would be making things difficult for me." The old lady was momentarily confused, not daring to grip the gold too tightly, while her mind processed Mo11's words. It didn't make sense. How did it become her making things difficult for this girl? However, she ultimately couldn't argue against Mo11 and accepted the gold. After handing over the stick filled with candied hawthorns to Mo11, the old lady headed home to celebrate the festival with her family. Mo11 quietly sent a thought wave to Mo11. "Keep an eye on Grandma. Don't let any thieves take it." During her time in the Wolf King Palace, Missouri Cece had always been specially cared for, and before leaving the palace, Mo11 had brought her out to play. She had shared the food she bought along the way with Mo11, which was one of the reasons she was spending money so freely tonight. Mo11, as shameless as ever, said, 20 waffles. "All right, you did a good job. I'll add 10 more for you. Making waffles isn't hard anyway. It's much simpler than asking for a cake. I want a lot of syrup." She added firmly, Okay. I'll get you 3 different flavors of syrup, 10 of each. Is that satisfactory? Now hurry up." Mo11 was very satisfied, and she flew out from her sleeve, landing in the old lady's hair. Mo11 lowered her head and said to the little radish head, "Sister will share the candied hawthorn with you, okay?" The children were overjoyed to hear the big sister say she would share the candied hawthorn with them, and they praised her enthusiastically. "Big sister is a good person. Big sister is both beautiful and kind-hearted. Good people are rewarded." Mo11 smiled as she looked at them. These kids are really sweet-tongued. Will her future children be just as adorable? Little Radish happily followed Mo11 to Shung Rong's position, and the children's line of sight could only see the dark hem of his clothes. They had to tilt their heads back to the limit to see the man's face. Chapter 157. Big Brother. His solemnly handsome features instinctively made the children, who were naturally sensitive to strangers, take a few steps back, and a few even started to cry. Montak van Vasul Peist. Is he really that terrifying? She raised her eyes to look at him and suddenly understood. There is a long-standing, bloodthirsty aura in his eyes, a murderous intent that even time could not erase, deeply embedded in his gaze. Adults would avoid him, let alone a group of little kids. Shung Rong's eyes dimmed. They indeed feared him. It was a deep-seated fear. Mo11 gently stroked the head of the frightened child and comforted. It's normal for you to be afraid of the big brother, because he is really powerful. Powerful people tend to make others feel scared. Upon hearing that he was strong, the children immediately stopped crying. They believed in the big sister's words and looked at Sheng Rong with admiration. One slightly bolder boy asked, "Can the big brother fight bad guys? Is his beastly form very large?" "Of course. Powerful people are supposed to drive away bad guys and protect the people," Mo Wanwan replied, gesturing the thickness of the Snake King. "I can't even wrap my two hands around it." The boy's eyes lit up as he continued to ask, "Is the big brother a great hero?" Mo Wanwan thought for a while, realizing that answering this question definitely meant lying to the children. Denying it would only lead to disappointment. She needed to respond cleverly. So she simply asked an open-ended question. "Do you think Big Brother might be a hero?" The boy pondered the question seriously and confidently replied, "Great heroes always fight the bad guys. So Big Brother is a great hero." Mo Wanwan smiled warmly and kindly. "Then do you think Big Brother is a great hero?" "Big Brother is indeed a great hero." Sheng Rong looked at Mo Wanwan with eyes like a blazing fire in the night, trying to capture her smile with the chains of his gaze, as if he could keep watching her smile forever. He heard her nonsense to the children and gently curled the corners of his lips. An imaginary figure was firmly established by her, and she was quite clever. When the children heard that Big Brother was a great hero, they immediately surrounded Sheng Rong happily. The children were very innocent, viewing the world as having only two sides, good and bad. Big Brother was Big Brother, but a great hero was a powerful Big Brother. And a great hero couldn't be a bad person. A little girl sweetly and tenderly asked Sheng Rong, "Big Brother, can I touch you?" Sheng Rong didn't know how to respond to the child, remaining silent, but a bold boy helped explain for the girl. "Jiao Jiao just wants to touch the great hero." "Big Brother, you let her touch you, right?" The boy looked at him with clear eyes, and Sheng Rong unexpectedly felt a reluctance to hurt them. To avoid disappointing the two children, he stretched out his hand to a height that the girl could reach. When Jiao Jiao touched his hand, she began to rub the thin calluses on it, her innocent face beaming with joy, as if she had found a treasure. What Mother said is true. Heroes have big hands, and because they practice martial arts and handle weapons all year round, their hands have calluses, which are different from ordinary people. Whether Jiao Jiao's words were true or not, the children believed it, and one by one, they came over to touch his hand without his consent. One child giggled, "Big Brother's hand is really big. I can only wrap my whole hand around his finger." Sheng Rong stood frozen in place like a wooden statue, his expressionless face allowing these children to freely touch his hand. He had never touched a child's hand before. Their hands were soft and delicate, like fragile items that could easily break, making him hesitant to exert any strength, which was why he didn't pull his hand back for a long time. Mo Wanwan saw him, standing there being touched by the children and feeling uncomfortable, so she shifted the attention of the little ones. "Who wants to eat candied hawthorn? I have enough for everyone to have 2 skewers." Hearing that there was sweet candy to eat, the children immediately dropped their toys and ran over to Mo Wanwan. She distributed the candied hawthorn while saying, "After you finish eating, remember to take care of your teeth. Cavities are not good." The children nodded vigorously and said, "Got it. Thank you, big sister." With so many kids, she couldn't manage with just her 2 hands, so she urged the person next to her, "Come help out." He hesitated for a moment before pulling out a skewer of candied hawthorn, his eyes lost in thought. Mo Wanwan had already given candy to 3 kids next to him, and he only managed to pull out 1 skewer. Meanwhile, Jiao Jiao was very patient. When Jiao Jiao received the candied hawthorn, she smiled brightly at Sheng Rong and said, "Thank you, Big Brother." Sheng Rong was momentarily taken aback, then quickly lowered his gaze to hide the emotions in his eyes. At that moment, when Jiao Jiao smiled at him, he suddenly felt a longing for children, imagining how nice it would be to have his own child by his side in the future. After finishing the candied hawthorn, Jiao Jiao wiped the bamboo stick with her sleeve to clean off the remaining sugar and saliva, and carefully put it away. Mo Wanwan saw her actions, and a scene flashed in her mind. In the scene, there were also little radish heads, and the boy looked malnourished, even smaller and thinner. Chapter 158. The lantern for you. She suddenly turned to look at Sheng Rong, and in his watery eyes, she reflected his rare expression of laziness that appeared slightly softer. She then lowered her gaze to the dust on the stone path, deep in thought. She finally understood that his urgency to find the lost bamboo skewers was not for any other reason, but because they had shared candied haws together. He remembered everything and cherished their memories, while she had been too heartless, only thinking of herself and unilaterally severing this relationship without ever considering his feelings. After they finished sharing the candied haws, A round raindrop fell on Mo Wanwan's face from the night sky. She looked up at the sky, and another raindrop landed on her eyelashes and slid down from the corner of her eye. She suddenly had a bad premonition. If it rained, they wouldn't be able to release the lanterns. She still wanted to thank him properly. Sheng Rong took off a ring from his finger and gave it to Jiao Jiao, saying, "Go buy an umbrella." Jiao Jiao was more familiar with the surrounding environment than they were and quickly returned with an umbrella. She presented a paper umbrella decorated with fireworks and tree flowers to Sheng Rong. As Sheng Rong bent down to take the umbrella, Jiao tiptoed and whispered in his ear, "Big brother, this umbrella is the hottest selling one in the city. Don't forget my contribution when you went over big sister." His eyes flickered in surprise. He didn't expect such a young child to understand everything and see more clearly than the adults. After a moment of pause, he grasped the umbrella handle and stood up. When he noticed that Jiao Jiao was still wearing that ill-fitting ring, he asked, "Did you not trade the ring for the umbrella?" He knew that the little ones had spent all their remaining money on candied haws, so the shopkeeper wouldn't kindly give her a hot-selling umbrella. Jiao Jiao smiled and said, "I brought this umbrella from home. I can't bear to trade your ring away. I will keep it safe." After she finished speaking, she waved goodbye to them. Mo Wanwan glanced at Sheng Rong's white paper umbrella with red flowers and exclaimed, "This umbrella is so beautiful. I don't remember you buying one. Did you even anticipate the rain today? That would be amazing." The drizzle gradually intensified, and he silently held the umbrella over her, the raindrops being deflected by the oiled paper, creating a curtain of falling droplets. "Let's go," he said. They walked on the street with fewer and fewer pedestrians. His tall and slender figure stood upright like bamboo, and there was a good distance between the top of the umbrella and Mo Wanwan's head, with a few raindrops blown by the wind onto her face. He noticed that the wind was quite strong tonight, so he shifted the umbrella a bit closer to her, while half of his body remained exposed to the rain, letting it soak him. Mo Wanwan was so caught up in her bad mood that she completely overlooked his subtle gesture. "If it rains, the sky lanterns can't be released," she murmured in disappointment. She looked at the increasingly empty street under the rain curtain. The weather was cold, and the raindrops formed a thin layer of ice as soon as they hit the ground. The vendor saw that business was hopeless today and began to pack up their stalls. The lights grew dimmer, and the once lively street quickly became desolate. "Do you really want to see the sky lanterns?" His pleasant voice rose above the sound of the rain. Mo Wanwan looked at him and nodded seriously. "The sky lanterns are the highlight of the Lantern Festival." He looked at her and smiled gently, squeezing out a good from between his teeth, then fell silent. She didn't understand his meaning and stared at him foolishly. She saw his hand, which was outside the umbrella, lift high, and a wave of dark purple spiritual power burst forth, pushing the rain away and flooding into the night sky. It absorbed the rainwater from the clouds, transforming it into a purple aurora that floated in the night sky, brilliant and magnificent, breathtakingly beautiful. Mo Wanwan gazed in astonishment at the aurora, both surprised and delighted. Her eyes veiled in a layer of purple. A sigh of mist escaped her lips. So beautiful. The vendors, seeing the drizzle suddenly stop, set up their stalls again, and pedestrians stepped out from under the eaves or from their homes to stroll about. The lights along the street brightened, and the lively atmosphere returned. Each household took out sky lanterns and placed them at their windows, waiting for the right moment to head to the riverside to release them. She heard someone on the street exclaiming, "The aurora after the rain is truly a miracle." At the hour of the dog, families gathered with their sky lanterns and headed out, with Mo Wanwan following the crowd to the frozen river. People lit the candles inside the lanterns and released them into the sky. The twinkling sky lanterns swayed in the vast expanse above, adding brightness to the night stars, reflecting on the icy surface of the river like small red boats in a sea of stars, tossed about by the waves. Mo Wanwan also took out her own sky lantern. She raised her wish lantern and proudly showed it to him, saying, "This is the gift I told you I would give you, made by my own hands." The flickering flame inside the lantern illuminated her colorful drawings, which were just a few simple sketches on lantern paper, each stroke depicting different expressions on various faces. He reached out to adjust the direction of the lantern, and on the paper there was his angry face, his mischievous smile, his impatient expression, his knowing smile, and finally his sleeping face. These were all the expressions he had shown her during their days together in the Wolf King's palace, sharing meals and living together. Although they were just simple drawings, they were quite vivid. Chapter 159, Be My Demon Empress. Seeing the last drawing, he smiled faintly. He was completely unguarded in front of her. After a tiring day, he returned to his room late at night. Knowing she was in bed made it easy for him to fall asleep quickly. In the past 2 years, he had been so busy that he rarely experienced the comfort of waking up refreshed. He never expected her to care about him, since she had said she didn't want to. He had also given her the distance and space she desired. Try not to appear in front of her. Even when they were in the same room several times, he endured the burning desire in his lower abdomen and did not force her, fearing she would distance herself even more. When he saw the wish lantern she made for him, an unfamiliar emotion rose in his heart. He was grateful that the rain had stopped. So he did not miss her heartfelt gesture. Mo11 gazed at his serious and focused expression, feeling as if a flower was blooming in her chest, revealing its core. At first, she might have seen this sky lantern as a simple token of gratitude, but after this night, she realized that the gratitude it needed to carry was beyond measure. She wanted to thank him not only for his care over the past few days, but also for blocking the attack from the magma giant, for worrying and toiling to brew medicine and keep watch, for helping her protect Baike village, and for coming to her aid in times of crisis. All these combined far exceeded her helping him escape from the eternal dream. Sheng Rong had already turned the sky lantern for the second time, but Mo11 didn't notice. Suddenly, the finger that was manipulating the lantern abruptly paused, slowly touching her hand that was holding the lantern. Finally, he placed his warm palm over the delicate skin of her hand. She didn't pull back her hand. Instead, she was puzzled at how his actions had become so gentle. Their gazes met over the lantern, and he helped her release the lantern, letting it carry her wish up into the night sky. She looked up as the lantern drifted closer to the moon, hearing him ask, "What did you wish for?" She smiled slightly and replied, "That we are all well." That was her wish. He gently curled the corners of his lips, shifting his gaze from the rising lantern to her, the light in his eyes flickering uncertainly. "Bird, be my demon princess." Whoosh! A burst of splendid fireworks shot up into the sky and bloomed, forming a line of words. Mo11, I love you. Sparks flew in all directions, splattering onto the icy surface with a hissing sound. Fortunately, these fireworks were set off long after the lantern had risen, and they did not affect the lantern filled with wishes they had released earlier. Otherwise, it would have been extremely despicable to knock down someone else's lantern filled with heartfelt wishes. This impromptu performance was Lan Yu's idea. He later heard from Zi Ying about the battle plan, which was actually just Zi Ying's own thought. Lan Yu felt it necessary to do something, so he devised this flawed but clever scheme. Mo11 saw that line and immediately knew it was definitely not Sheng Rong's idea. He had never called her by her full name, and such a blunt confession was not in line with his proud personality. The fireworks drowned out his voice, but she still heard him say that one sentence. In that moment, she thought of many things. Whether his feelings for her were sincere could only be known through love. Even if they might become enemies in the future, it was still better than avoiding it. Didn't she already have a solution? Hadn't Chang Huishu already told her how to change this fate? Did she really have to keep running away just because she was afraid of death? What about him? What should he do with his feelings for her? She closed her eyes and opened them again, her apricot eyes filled only with determination. She had made up her mind. She looked at him steadily. Under the brilliant light, her beautiful face was as radiant as spring blooms and as bright as the autumn moon, with a pair of watery eyes holding a flicker of unwavering fire. Her answer would be in her actions. Mo11 grabbed his shirt with both hands, stood on her tiptoes, lifted her chin, and subtly brushed her forehead against his eyelashes. Then, rising a little higher, her tender lips kissed his tightly pressed thin lips without hesitation. Her actions froze the surrounding time. Rare surprise, tension, and confusion appeared in his deep pupils. "I am willing." She returned her heels to the ground, her eyes slightly flushed. Sheng Rong stared at her in a daze, and a second later, he tightly embraced Mo11, his strength almost taking her breath away. After a long while, he spoke in a slightly hoarse voice. "I finally have your heart." Among the crowd, near the ice river, a golden-haired man in a moon-white brocade robe witnessed all of this. Bai Heng hurried to the Falling Spring Pavilion to find her after finishing his business. Hearing from Ming Hao that she had left the palace, he followed the street market to this place where sky lanterns were released, unexpectedly becoming a witness to their private vow. A pair of golden eyes quickly lost their luster as he stood dejectedly in the snow. The night sky lantern's red glow not reaching him. Only the cold moonlight found him. Did he arrive a step too late? He asked himself this question, but deep down he knew the answer was different. One had never given him a chance. Chapter 160. I can't give Wanwan happiness. Yao Jincheng picked a bottle of legendary whitening elixir for Xiao Fei at the street market, buying it with a mindset of just trying it out, spending a considerable amount. when he saw a group of people carrying sky lanterns walking towards the river. He thought this activity was uninteresting and did not join them. Even at the hour of high, the street market was still brightly lit, with no food stalls or wine houses showing any signs of closing. Who would miss such a great opportunity to make money today? Only during the wishing festival would people unreservedly spend, as everyone wanted to seek good fortune in the new year. Passing by a wine house, he caught sight of a familiar back and squinted his eyes. After confirming he wasn't mistaken, he casually walked over, lifted his clothing, and sat down properly in front of that person. Bai Heng was drinking alone, and two overlapping images of Yao Jinsheng appeared before him. In a gloomy tone, he said, "Don't bother me." Yao Jinsheng knew that a drunk adult had a bad temper and didn't argue with him. Concerned, he asked, "What is wrong with you? Drinking so much with no one to accompany you?" He reached out to take Bai Heng's wine to fill his own bowl, but Bai Heng pressed his hand down. "What is a child doing drinking wine?" Yao Jinsheng was displeased. "I'm not a child." He hated it the most when others treated him like one, and he burst out with a series of rebuttals. "I can protect Sister Mo. I'm already a capable adult. You're the one who has drunk. Why are you so concerned about me? It's not like I haven't had a hangover with Xiaofei before." Wan Wan, with her head resting in the crook of Bai Heng's arm, pondered drunkenly for a moment before saying to Yao Jinsheng, "Block me, don't let anyone see." Yao Jinsheng stared at him in confusion for a while before complying. Bai Heng straightened his posture, and a pair of fluffy white ears popped out from his golden hair. He activated his bloodline to enter a semi-beast state, using spiritual power to expel the alcohol from his system. Yao Jinsheng understood that he was returning to normal, so he sat back down, curious, and asked, "What is wrong with Sister Mo? What could a man be troubled about? Unfulfilled ambitions? It didn't seem like it. It must be for a woman." Bai Heng stared at him directly, causing Yao Jinsheng to feel a prickling sensation on his scalp. "Why are you staring at me? I don't look like Sister Mo. I'm a man, don't get any wrong ideas." Could it be that he was abandoned by the woman he loved and decided not to like women anymore? Bai Heng sighed. "Do you want to hear a story?" Yao Jinsheng nodded, and Bai Heng recounted everything from the Valley of Death to the present, including his initial selfish feelings towards Wan Wan. After Yao Jinsheng absorbed this information, his head felt as if it was filled with seawater. This was too complicated. "So you initially just wanted to use Sister Mo and hid your identity from her, but unexpectedly, after being saved from the red sand scorpion by Sister Mo, you developed real feelings for her. But why didn't you confess directly?" He suddenly changed his mind. "Oh wait, you've already indirectly confessed to her. But Sister Mo intentionally rejected you." After organizing his thoughts, he realized he was just pouring salt on Bai Heng's wounds and comforted him by patting his shoulder. "Don't blame yourself too much. A forced relationship is not sweet. Matters of the heart should not be forced. It's the demon lord who is too strong. We can only accept defeat." He smoothly repeated the comforting words that adults often said, ultimately attributing all the reasons to the disparity in strength, declaring that he was a child, only he did not believe. However, Bai Heng seemed to accept Yao Jinsheng's comfort, sarcastically smiling. "Yeah, I don't have the overwhelming power of the demon lord, nor the strong abilities of the demon lord. I can't even take care of myself, let alone give Wan Wan happiness. It's good for her to be with him." Seeing that he had come to terms with it, Yao Jinsheng felt an indescribable sense of accomplishment, and he felt he had matured significantly, wiping his nose, particularly proud. Bai Heng took out a silver pill and handed it to him. "Take this." Yao Jinsheng warily asked, "What is this?" Bai Heng smiled faintly. "It's something that can keep our secret." His smile was colder than the moonlight, devoid of warmth. Yao Jinsheng first rubbed the goosebumps on his arms, gradually understanding. This was a secret among men. A man should keep his promises. If this white pill could provide some assurance for that, he could gladly accept it. After all, everyone finds it difficult to speak the truth after drinking. He couldn't betray his cousin to his good drinking buddy. He tossed the silver pill into his mouth and swallowed it in an instant, feeling heavy-headed. Then he slumped onto the table and fell asleep. The silver pill Bai Heng gave him was a memory-erasing pill refined by Sha, capable of erasing a person's memories for 1 hour. He had always been a lonely wolf, trusting no one. Perhaps he was destined to be lonely. He gave a silver ingot to the wine house owner, asking him to arrange a place for Yao Jinsheng to sleep, and that he would find someone to notify him after Yao Jinsheng woke up and left in the morning. The owner, seeing the money, quickly agreed. In the dead of night, Mo Wan Wan and Sheng Rong returned to the Wolf King Palace. The two stopped in front of the Falling Spring Pavilion and ran into Lan Yu and Ziying, who were sneaking back. Mo Wan Wan first showed them a smile, while Lan Yu only forced a laugh. Before returning to his room, he gave Mo Wan Wan a glance and whispered, A moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold. Mo Wanwan's back straightened quite a bit. This Lan Yu is really... Why is he thinking about such improper things? Chapter 161, Pregnancy. She closed the bedroom door and slowly sat down beside the bed, her fingertips aimlessly tracing the fabric of her skirt. Should I take a bath first? Since their relationship was confirmed, she wouldn't deliberately avoid him. There was a moment of silence around, and he didn't answer. What's wrong with you? She looked at him and suddenly asked. His ears were hot, and for the first time, he shyly looked away from her. Afraid, he licked his teeth. His voice was hoarse as he said, I can't wait that long. Mo Wanwan was momentarily stunned, suddenly seeing the suppressed expression on his face. Her cheeks flushed with heat, and she nervously stuttered, What should we do? His deep voice teased her ears. It'll be hard if we don't solve it. The hot spring or the bed, you choose. The hot spring felt too embarrassing. Not wanting to be that embarrassed, she decisively chose the latter. The man let out a low laugh, utterly charming. He lunged and pushed her down onto the bed, his deep eyes revealing unabashed affection. His passionate gaze traveled from her watery eyes to her fragrant lips, and without a moment's hesitation, he leaned down and gently kissed her. The moment his icy lips covered her fragrant ones, a kiss both tender and fervent ensued. He exhaled warm breath and temporarily released her. She gasped weakly, struggling to catch her breath while her delicate lips shimmered with a hint of gloss. Mo Wanwan felt a chaotic turmoil in her heart, and her mind was a swirl of heat. Just as he was about to proceed to the next step, she perhaps could not bear the stimulation and fainted. Sheng Rong noticed something was wrong and hurriedly called her, but no matter how he called, she did not wake up, and his eyes turned red with urgency. He suddenly stood up and called to the hidden guard outside the bedroom. Have Minghao summoned the witch doctor. The hidden guard clasped his hands and replied, Yes. She received the urgent order and skipped the sedan chair, being directly carried over by Minghao. Under the pressure-filled gaze of the demon lord, she examined Mo Wanwan, and Sheng Rong could tell from her expression that it was first complex, then joyful. After finishing her diagnosis, Ji Sha suddenly stood up and congratulated. Congratulations, demon lord, your wife is expecting. At that moment, at the doorway of the bedroom, stood Lan Yu, Zi Ying, the concerned wolf king, and Bai Heng, among others. Sheng Rong seemed to hear a voice from beyond the heavens. His body shook for a moment as he pondered the changes in K-Air these days. She had been eating more, sleeping more. As a man, he might not think of her being pregnant this way, but if she could think a little differently, she would consider this possibility. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his flesh, drawing blood, confirming that all of this was not an illusion. It was real. He was going to be a father. It seemed he also realized that he might have harmed her by forcing himself upon K-Air earlier, and he felt a deep sense of guilt. He sat by the bed, taking Mo Wanwan's hand, which lay flat on the quilt. With his uninjured hand, his eyes filled with love and gentleness. Yet he still asked Ji Sha in a serious tone, Is she in any major danger? Ji Sha replied, The lady fainted due to the child in her belly. The child's growth is too rapid, and the lady's body cannot withstand the child's strength, which easily leads to anemia and fainting. She needs a prescription for calming the fetus. Sheng Rong frowned deeply. This child was too disobedient, causing so much trouble for his mother. He would use the best medicinal materials. He could afford anything. In the demon clan, only the demon lord's wives and concubines could bear offspring, and only by becoming a father could one call themselves the true one. This was a symbol of solidifying power. The group of people standing at the door had those who were happy, surprised, disappointed, and complex feelings. The old Wolf King congratulated the demon lord with a few words, then told Ji Sha to fetch the best medicine for this Miss Mo. He was still calculating in his heart that this Miss Mo's identity was unclear, and Ji Sha said she was the son of the beast god, which was merely the woman's side of the story with no evidence to substantiate it. Therefore, Miss Mo could not naturally take the position of demon consort, so his daughter still had hope. After the old Wolf King left, Bai Heng also found it inappropriate to linger. He concealed his emotions, took a distant glance at the woman peacefully sleeping on the bed, and quietly left. Lan Yu pulled Ziying to congratulate the lord. My lord, as a first-time father, you must do your homework well. Sheng Rong shot him a cold glare. Do I need you to remind me? I know what to do. In fact, he had no idea, but could not let his trusted subordinates see through his uncertainty. Lan Yu did not believe it, if it were about giving orders. He had always trusted the Lord's words without doubt and would not dare question them. However, as parents, based on his experience of following the demon lord since childhood, he indeed had a skeptical attitude. If the Lord found it difficult to raise a child, as the most trusted aide, he would feel obligated to lend a hand. Ziying said, "My lord, let me take care of Wanwan. You've rarely had a break these days. Today, just rest well." Rong did not look at Ziying, only replied in a voice devoid of warmth. "No need. I can survive without sleep, rest, or food. It's better if I guard her myself." Lan Yu and Ziying exchanged a knowing glance and tactfully withdrew, leaving only him and Mo Wanwan in the room. He gazed at her beautiful sleeping face. Even her long eyelashes had a poetic quality, adding an ethereal charm to her beauty. His kiss fell like light raindrops on her soft, fragrant lips. Gently, a kiss just enough to fill the tranquil night with an incredible intimacy. Chapter 162. I only want you early in the morning. Mo Wanwan woke up to learn that she was pregnant. She took a deep breath, nearly choking herself and the child in the process. Rong entered with the prepared calming medicine, seeing Ziying talking to Mo Wanwan, and his expression turned jealous. "What are you doing here?" Mo Wanwan couldn't help but laugh as she spoke for Ziying. "I asked her to come and keep me company." Rong looked at her as if she had been hurt. "Do you find it boring to talk to me?" Mo Wanwan felt a bit uncomfortable under his gaze. She showed an expression that made it hard to respond. If she spoke the truth, he would be unhappy, and if she used lies to appease him, he would feel it was insincere. This was clearly a trap question, and she didn't want to answer. She didn't respond, and he didn't press her, leaving the bedroom in an unbearable silence. Finally, unable to stand the dull atmosphere any longer, Mo Wanwan decided to cheer up this proud and petty demon lord. "Of course not. Talking to you is the happiest thing for me every day," she said, not blinking as she told a fib. He squinted at her, fully aware that she was lying to flatter him, yet he still felt pleased inside. Seeing his expression shift from gloomy to slightly bright, she added, "Mainly, my attention is all on your face when we talk. You're so handsome that it's hard to concentrate." His ears turned red as he carried the pregnancy medicine to the bedside. Ziying made room for him, and after he sat down, he said slowly, "I took some rock candy from the kitchen and dissolved it in here. You have to drink it all, no leftovers." He tasted it himself to ensure it wasn't too hot before scooping a spoonful and bringing it to her lips. She obediently opened her mouth to take the spoon, swallowing the medicinal soup down and smiling sweetly. "It really isn't bitter at all." He gently curved his lips, raised his hand to wipe the medicine off the corner of her mouth, and softly said, "I know you don't like bitter things." His thoughtfulness warmed Mo Wanwan's heart, but suddenly she recalled something and her expression turned serious. "Rong, what do you think is going on with the baby in my belly?" Having just confirmed their relationship, a little life had suddenly appeared. Fortunately, she was adaptable enough to realize that her declining health was closely related to the child. "I'll tell you after you finish the medicine," he replied, feeding her another spoonful. He seemed like a completely different person, being so attentive. Ziying looked in astonishment at how the usually cold demon lord had transformed into a warm man, and seeing Mo Wanwan accept it as a matter of course, felt quite helpless. The demon lord consideration wasn't something ordinary people could handle. Only she was peculiar enough to treat the demon lord like an ordinary person, without even a word of sincere thanks. In reality, Mo Wanwan treated Rong as her lover, and her gratitude would be proven through her actions. Verbal thanks would only distance them. Once she finished the medicine, she eagerly asked him, "Now you can tell me, right?" Although she was skilled in medicine, she didn't understand the child in her belly, as her common knowledge had hit a wall in this world. She didn't even know the typical duration of pregnancy for ordinary people on this continent or whether lineage would affect the mother's health. It was hard for her to figure everything out alone. He gently set down the bowl and told her, "A fetus with high lineage will absorb a large amount of spiritual energy in the mother's womb, which is why you always feel hungry, like you'll never be full." She pondered his words and nodded. It was indeed like that. He continued, "However, merely eating ordinary food cannot provide sufficient nutrients for the baby. In addition to using a large amount of spirit mushrooms to nourish your body, it also requires my blood to sustain it." "What?" Mo Wanwan was shocked to hear this. And Ziying wasn't in a much better situation. Who would have thought that her next words would be, "If I drink your blood, will I die suddenly?" She was still worried whether his blood would be poisonous. After all, he was the Snake King, which Snake King doesn't have in him. Rong flicked her forehead and raised an eyebrow, scolding, "Are you still afraid of snake venom?" Montak Van chuckled lightly. It turned out he had figured out that she was immune to all poisons. "How did you discover this?" She hadn't revealed it. "So how did you find out?" "Those who were bitten by the blood-sucking moths would have after effects, but you didn't." His tone was certain, and Mo Wanwan instead showed a relaxed expression. Some things couldn't be hidden from him for too long, and it was better to let him know than to suffer in silence. It was just about drinking his blood to nurture the baby. Her eyes moved to the veins on his neck. Didn't that mean she would have to become a vampire? He held her hand, his tone much gentler than when he spoke coldly. If you don't want to, I won't force you. It's just that if you don't do this, the baby will take your life. She gasped in surprise, biting her lip hesitantly. But then she heard him say, I choose you over the baby. The baby can be born again, but my sparrow is unique in this world, and she's my one and only. She stared at him in a daze, his voice clearly reaching her ears. I can give up this child, as long as you are well. Chapter 163, The Baby Loves Meat. Her eyes instantly became slightly moist, her nose felt sour, but her heart was sweet. Silly, how can you just say you don't want a child? Once I'm pregnant with him, I will take full responsibility for him. Besides, his birth should be decided by him. None of us can make that choice. She smiled gently, looking like a happy mother who had the whole world. Mo11 gently touched her still flat belly and sweetly asked, Baby, do you want to come out and meet your daddy and mommy? In the Yunshi continent, the beast tribe calls their parents father and mother, while the human children call them daddy and mommy. Mo11 casually chose the latter without knowing the difference. As soon as she asked, less than a second later, her belly gave a slight twinge of pain. She gasped and happily exclaimed, He talked to me. Sheng Rong's expression was not happy. If it weren't for the love Kayer had for the baby, he would have really wanted to teach this child a lesson for being so reckless and causing their mother pain. Ziying said, This child is really perceptive. He can understand human speech, even in the womb. After all, he is the future young lord of their demon tribe. She almost praised the young lord for being so clever. Mo11 looked at Sheng Rong with a curved smile and said, When your mother was pregnant with you, did you cause a lot of trouble too? Mentioning his mother, Sheng Rong's expression changed. A shadow of gloom and rage flashed in his eyes, and his voice turned exceptionally cold as he replied, She never told me. Mo11 was puzzled by his strong reaction. Ziying noticed the change in the master's aura and immediately changed the subject. Wanwan, I had the kitchen prepare some meat for you. With a baby on the way, just a little bit of breakfast isn't enough. The title of Demon Queen had always been a taboo in the Demon Clan, and no one dared to mention it. If it weren't for Mo11 being the beloved of Sheng Rong, she would have long since met a tragic end. Another thing that Mo11 didn't know was that the higher the bloodline of the Demon Clan, the harder it was to conceive. The Demon Lord represented the pinnacle of the demon bloodline, and historically, the luckiest instance took 100 years to conceive a single child. Yet, Mo11 had conceived in less than 2 months. This baby in her belly was the hope of the entire demon clan. All demons would cherish and love him. Even if Ziying and she did not become friends, she would still think of the demon lord's baby in her belly and absolutely would not harm her. No demon would harm a pregnant demon consort. Before long, the low table was filled with various meats from different parts of animals. Ziying said, These were all caught by the master and shung you in the mountains for you. Demon beast meat is what demon babies love to eat the most. The meat of demon beasts exuded a nauseating smell, but no matter how Mo11 smelled it, she found it delicious. As soon as she caught a whiff of the meat, she couldn't help but drool onto the blanket. She wanted to immediately throw off the blanket and devour all the food on the table, but Sheng Rong promptly held her down. Your body isn't fully recovered yet. Stay in bed obediently, and I'll bring you whatever you want to eat. Mo11's eyes were glued to the meat, and she swallowed hard, hurriedly nodded, pointed to a piece of the magic deer meat, licked her lips several times before saying, I want a whole plate. Okay. He brought the magic deer meat over and personally fed it to her. She eagerly tore off a piece of meat and ate it, instantly experiencing an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. It was then that she realized how bitter the food she had eaten in the previous days had been. How hungry must she have been? So she silently resolved that from now on, her mother would eat meat crazily for the baby's health. Oh, and she also needed to drink her father's blood. After finishing all the magic beast meat, she felt extremely drowsy. Sheng Rong cut a small slit on his arm with a knife, stroking her sleepy head to let her drink his blood. Mo11, struggling against drowsiness, forced herself to drink a little and then fell into his arms, sleeping peacefully. She slept soundly until dawn. Considering the safety of the child in Kayer's belly, it was not safe to stay in a foreign land. Sheng Rong and Lan Yu completed their urgent business in less than a day and decided to set off to return to the Demon Palace 2 days later. Mo11 wanted to take her baby out to breathe some fresh air, so she walked towards the back garden after leaving the Falling Spring Pavilion. This back garden was equivalent to the Imperial Garden of the Wolf King Palace, but it was not referred to as such here. As she walked, the servants and maids lowered their heads even more than usual. The quiet corridor was devoid of whispers, and footsteps were particularly light, as if they were walking on tiptoes. She found it strange that today, which was a rare sunny day in the moon entropy kingdom, felt so oppressive and stifling to her. Upon reaching the entrance of the moon fox palace, she stopped and saw a group of maids crying and waiting at the door for someone to come out. After a while, the steward came out gracefully and spoke a long string of words to the maids. Essentially, he was assigning them to different palaces, and some of the older ones were dismissed from the palace. After crying enough, the maids had no choice but to accept this outcome and sadly returned to their rooms in the moon fox palace to pack their belongings, waiting for someone to come to take them to their new residence in the afternoon. Mo11 followed the steward who had finished his business and was about to leave. Puzzled as she asked what happened, why are so many people serving the queen being sent away at once? Chapter 164. Bad news. The steward initially thought about spitting at the person who asked the question, but when he looked up and saw who it was, he swallowed the spit back down. If others didn't know what had happened today, he would have spat at them to teach them a lesson and then demoted them to clean the toilets. But seeing the person who asked him 011, he didn't dare. This woman was not ordinary. It was rumored that she was pregnant with the demon lord's child, which was not something an ordinary woman could achieve. The steward made a difficult expression. Mo11 pouted and slipped him a gold bean. The steward's eyes widened and brightened as he covered half his face and whispered to her, "Her Majesty the Queen was assassinated last night and has passed away." "What?" Mo11 exclaimed softly, genuinely shocked that such a thing had happened. The person she had just saved had only lived for a few days before dying? Wasn't that a wasted effort? The steward had said enough. Saying too much would be considered gossip about the late queen, and he could lose his head for it. So he took his leave from Mo11. Mo11 felt inexplicably unlucky after hearing the news and canceled her plan to go to the back garden. On her way back, she pondered. The Moon Fox Palace is heavily guarded, yet an assassin managed to sneak in unnoticed to carry out the assassination. This matter is not simple. When she returned to the Falling Spring Pavilion, She happened to arrive on time to take her pulse. She seized the opportunity to delve into the details surrounding the queen's death and reached a rough conclusion. This incident occurred last night during the high hour, on the Wish Festival when people were celebrating, which meant the defenses of the Wolf King Palace were relatively relaxed. That night, the queen was injured internally by an assassin and could not be saved. The wound was caused by a sharp weapon. Only profound spiritual power and precise force could inflict such deep cuts. According to the description from Yutsue, the queen's personal maid, the assassin wore a hood that obscured his face, was tall and burly, and did not appear to be a woman. He used a folding fan to kill the queen. Mo11 was not surprised by this conclusion. The evidence was sufficient for her to boldly speculate that the assassin was the hooded man who appeared that night to stop the spell from being broken. If he was determined to eliminate the Wolf Queen, then it must have been her fate. Wan Yinsue had already gone to track down the assassin, and the Wolf King awaited news in the Moon Fox Palace. By evening, Wan Yinsue's personal soldiers brought his body before the king. The soldier wiped his tears continuously, choking out, General, he fell victim to that man's ambush and could not escape disaster." The consecutive bad news almost crushed the valiant Wolf King. He could no longer stand and collapsed to the ground, looking extremely dejected. Soon, he adjusted his mindset, his eyes filled with schemes. "Bring the young general to see me." The steward's servant responded affirmatively and went to the general's residence to summon Wan Shi. By the time Wan Shi arrived at the palace gate, he had already learned the bad news and had cried inconsolably on the way. Facing the old Wolf King, his eyes were terribly swollen, and he walked over to the old Wolf King with a blank expression, like a walking corpse, bowing in salute. The old Wolf King spoke. "From this day forth, I appoint you as the cavalry general. This position has been vacant for 2 years, and you will fill the gap, guarding the north in place of your father." Wan Shi remained silent. The old Wolf King, equally heartbroken, stepped closer to Wan Shi, patted his shoulder to comfort him. "Your father was a symbol of peace for the Moonshang Kingdom. As his bloodline heir, you should inherit his will. I will grant you real power. You must do well." Wan Shi clasped his hands in response, speaking clearly and loudly enough to satisfy the old Wolf King. But in reality, he had no thoughts in his heart, just a cold emptiness. The steward's servant waited for them to finish talking, then approached the old Wolf King and whispered in his ear, "The Heart Fox clan leader is still kneeling outside. He has been kneeling for more than 2 hours." The old Wolf King felt a headache coming on, rubbed his forehead, sighed deeply, and dismissed Wan Shi. Outside the hall, the cold wind howled, rustling the trees, and after taking a few steps out of the Moon Fox Palace, he began to shiver. his tall figure curled up in a corner where the moonlight did not reach. Shaking violently, Bai Hung received word of the situation and rushed over immediately. He searched all the way and finally found Shi lost in the darkness. He took a cloak from his subordinate and opened it to drape it over Shi. "Come to my palace. I have sent everyone away," he was saying. "With me, you can cry freely." Shi raised his tear-streaked face, looking at Bai Hung with red, swollen eyes, then lowered his head, giving a small sound like a fishbone stuck in his throat. They returned to Bai Heng's palace, where the cold hall was only illuminated by the bright moonlight. With no one else around, Shi hid in Bai Heng's territory and cried out loud, crying until he felt extreme pain, pounding his chest and shouting that he wanted to kill that bastard. Tears mixed with blood from his teeth and snot dripped to the ground, one drop after another, while Bai Heng just watched him in silence. No amount of words could compare to letting him release everything. Moreover, he couldn't find the words to comfort him. General Wan was his mentor. Without him, Bai Heng would have long turned into a pile of bones in the palace. Shi cried until he was exhausted, or rather, until he had no tears left, before Bai Heng finally spoke. "Revenge." He uttered the two words lightly. Shi sniffed hard, nodding. "That's right. My father had a lifetime of glory and has never been defeated. I don't believe in being ambushed. Once I find that assassin, I will kill him with my own hands." It was hard to believe that his father, who lived a life of iron and blood, fell victim to an ambush. It could only mean that the opponent was very strong. "All right, then I'll give you the opportunity when the time comes." Bai Heng smiled faintly, tears silently sliding down his right cheek, which Shi could not see. "But I have one condition." That tear was quickly dried by the wind. Bai Heng collected all his emotions, fixed his gaze on Shi, and said solemnly, "You cannot die." Shi looked at Bai Heng with a serious expression. He was momentarily taken aback, then pushed him playfully, reverting to his usual cheeky demeanor. "Why are you being so serious? You scared me. I thought you were going to propose some condition." "I swore to assist your highness wholeheartedly. As long as you don't die, I won't die." He chuckled a couple of times, but when Bai Heng glared at him, he stopped laughing. "Be serious." "Okay, sure." Later, Dean Mei came to find Bai Heng, hands in his pockets, sitting on a rosewood armchair, feeling both sorrowful and mournful for General Wan's death. "This matter has not been reported to the Wolf King because there is still no definite news. But I am confident that the assassin is the national teacher of the Brown Wind Kingdom." "How do you know?" Bai Heng needed evidence. As long as Dean Mei could provide one or two pieces of evidence, he would send someone to investigate. "Your Highness must have heard of the Mai fan." Bai Heng nodded. "It's a sacred artifact." "Exactly. With the Queen's spiritual power, it would be easy to kill an ordinary assassin. The Queen had no other wounds besides the cuts. What weapon could kill her in one blow? I don't think too much." Dean Mei left the suspense for Bai Heng to consider, observing the subtle changes in his expression. He concluded that Bai Heng had already come to the same realization as him and continued. "The weapon used by the assassin is a folding fan. No one on the continent could use spiritual power to manifest a folding fan as a weapon. It can only mean this is a real weapon crafted. I really can't think of another folding fan besides the Mai fan in the hands of the national teacher of the Brown Wind Kingdom. The folding fan that the hooded man showed to Mo, Wan and the others was formed by his spiritual power, not his real weapon. And during this assassination of the Wolf Queen, he showed no fear of revealing his identity, leaving such a huge clue for the Moonshang Kingdom, which made Dean Mei deeply ponder the intentions of this national teacher. Bai Heng looked at him. "Dean Mei, this is just your speculation, not evidence." Dean Mei smiled. "I may not be capable of much, but I have seldom been wrong." Bai Heng continued to look at him, this time urging Dean Mei to finish his thought. Dean Mei, aware that he had fallen into his old habit of being enigmatic, sighed and laid out his thoughts openly. "Only regarding this matter, I want to be willful in a situation filled with doubts and no evidence. I do not wish to give the assassin time to bury the truth. By then, it will be too late." As he spoke passionately, he slapped his thigh. "The Moonshang Kingdom has already promised the Demon Lord to send troops to warn the Brown Wind Kingdom to restrain their actions. This was originally just to harm some minor soldiers, not to affect the fundamental harmony between the two nations. I do not wish to involve this matter in national affairs. I want to resolve the grievances privately." Before Dean Mei came to find Bai Heng, he had been pacing back and forth in his own residence, thinking it over, and always felt that the national teacher was looking for an excuse to send troops. If they traced the matter to the national master of the Brown Wind Kingdom without any evidence, it would be a provocation that shows they do not take the Brown Wind Kingdom seriously, paving the way for a public attack on the Moon Entropy Kingdom. On the other hand, If the Moon Entropy Kingdom does not investigate the national master, it will not be able to seek justice for the former queen, appearing weak and losing the support of the people, while also causing the Heart Fox clan to completely lose patience. Killing the Wolf King's consort would sever the left and right arms of the Heart Fox clan. If the Wolf King cannot provide an explanation, the Heart Fox clan will defect. He understands the leader of the Heart Fox clan, who has spoiled his daughter to the heavens. He demands an explanation for the death of the former queen. When this explanation is delayed, those profit-driven merchants will show no loyalty. Reflecting on this, he admires the national master, who truly deserves to be called a political genius. Not only is he young, but his thoughts are also so meticulous that he is unwilling to confront such a person. Director May's words hinted at this. Some matters are not suitable to be brought to the surface. Bai Hong can still grasp Director May's various concerns through just a few brief sentences. Director May acts for the country and for his mentor, thinking that if the situation escalates into war, he will bear all the blame to provide the people with a peaceful livelihood. He stands up and bows deeply to Director May. Director May has thought deeply. Director May cannot accept this bow and immediately rises to stop him. Your Highness need not thank me. This is purely for my own selfish reasons. He says, General Wan and I have been close friends for many years and are rare confidants. Losing such a confidant pains me deeply. I came to seek your Highness's approval. As long as your Highness grants me permission to investigate the Brown Wind Kingdom after becoming the Crown Prince, I will be endlessly grateful. Bai Hong is surprised. Director May has such confidence that I will become the Crown Prince? Director May squints and says with deep calculation, my instincts have rarely been wrong. Chapter 166. The Wolf King's Dilemma. As soon as Director May finished this confident statement, rumors nearly took down Bai Hong. In just one night, the factions of the first and second princes united to make something of this matter, saying that the murderer was Bai Hong, aiming to seize the position of Crown Prince, and they all wrote to the Wolf King, demanding he strip the third prince of his right to run for Crown Prince. Meanwhile, the elders of the Heart Fox clan did not forget to urge the first prince to put on a show, believing that if they could bring Bai Hong down, the Crown Prince position that originally belonged to him would still be his. Bai Yunxian was still devastated over his mother's death, angrily cursing those heartless beings who could use the dead as political pawns. However, when he spoke to the old Wolf King about sorrowful topics, he unconsciously listened to the elders' words, adopting a wronged expression. All the ministers believed that the Wolf King would lean in their direction, and given the Wolf King's indifferent attitude towards Bai Hong, it seemed he would soon stamp his approval. But no one expected that this time. The Wolf King stood by Bai Hong's side, which also surprised Bai Hong. In the evening, the old Wolf King summoned Bai Hong to his chamber for a meal and talked with him for a while. To sit alone with his father and have a harmonious meal was one of Bai Hong's wishes he made every year at the Wishing Lanterns during his youth, alongside wishes for his father to accompany him fishing and to praise his handwriting. However, now that the wish had come true, everything had changed. After finishing the meal with the old Wolf King, Bai Hong hurried back to his palace. He overturned the bookshelves and tables, still feeling insufficiently vented, then grabbed a long sword and flew to the backyard, chopping down a fireworks tree. The red petals scattered everywhere, resembling burning fireballs reflected in Bai Hong's golden eyes. I will never forgive you, never, he said word by word, hatred surging endlessly from his heart. It turned out that all of this was an illusion. The truth would never surface unless absolutely necessary. The old Wolf King revealed his painstaking efforts to Bai Hong. As the Wolf King, he could not choose whom to love. He paid the price for his youthful recklessness. Losing Yun Fei was the most heartbreaking thing for him. Even to this day, he still plants her favorite fireworks trees, as if she could see everything he does for her from somewhere. To protect Bai Hong, who had no maternal support and was weak, he entrusted General Wan to take care of this unfortunate child without a mother, while intentionally neglecting and mocking him in front of others, ensuring he received no fatherly love. This was all to prevent the other princes and the Wolf Queen from valuing Bai Hong, allowing him to survive in this palace of intrigue. He was indeed the wise and mighty Wolf King, and everyone feared him, but he could not protect a sheep in the wolf pack all by himself. He never expected Bai Hong to become powerful because he had never taught him. Deep down, he never hated him. Rather, from the day he was born, he wanted to give the best to this child and hoped to be a good father, only regretting that he had never had the opportunity to do so. But Bai Hong had his own thoughts. He learned from General Wan and developed a sense of justice that sympathized with the world, making him more human than those wolves. As his son became more accomplished, hiding him would not conceal his brilliance. eventually attracting the attention of the queen and the two princes, forcing him to publicly show more disdain for Bai Hong, making others believe that the third prince was impossible. Bai Hong gritted his teeth and questioned, "Then how should my childhood assassination attempts be explained, father?" The old Wolf King replied, "They are testing me. If I appear anxious or show concern for you, they will see you as a thorn in their side. Think carefully how many assassination attempts have succeeded. When has any truly threatened your life?" Bai Hong was immediately speechless, stunned into silence. Indeed, he had escaped every assassination, which was too coincidental. "If I were to fight for you, the next assassination would truly cost you your life." The old Wolf King said meaningfully, "The queen has used you multiple times and still doubts you. You're the only thing in left for me." He did not know how to continue and could only sigh helplessly. "I have never stopped regretting forcing you into a dead end, so I cannot risk losing you." The old Wolf King shed all formalities, hoping for an open and honest conversation with Bai Hong. Bai Hong remained silent. The old Wolf King knew that telling him all this at once might be too much for him to accept, so he could only guide him step by step. "This time is different. You have earned the chance to compete for the crown prince position. As long as you become the crown prince, you can protect yourself. And I can explain to Yun after I die. Her name is Yao Jin Yun," Bai Hong said coldly. The old Wolf King was pleased that he was willing to speak with him, looking off into the distance as if she were right in front of him. "So her name is Yao Jin Yun." Upon hearing this name, he understood everything. How could Yao Jin be anyone else? The answer was so obvious. Chapter 167. Treated as grass. If Bai Hong does not speak, he will not ask. He is willing to wait for the day Bai Hong tells him in person. The food on the table has cooled. Whatever was served remains on the plate. And they did not eat much tonight. Bai Hong stood up, and before taking his leave, he did not look at the old Wolf King when he said, "After my mother left, what remains beside me is very little. All I see is one truth. It was you who killed her with your own hands. It was you who abandoned me." He was holding back. The reason he didn't look at the old Wolf King while speaking was that he couldn't expose his intentions in front of him yet. Sometimes, a glance can say too much, especially at the old Wolf King's age, where suspicion becomes a cancer that emperors develop in their later years, which cannot be cured. What he wanted was no longer just the position of the crown prince. He wanted the entire kingdom of Mo entropy, severing all emotional ties. He was now more cold-blooded and unscrupulous. The old Wolf King finally looked at the tall and solitary figure of Bai Hong walking out the door. His son had never received his training, yet he was stronger than any sapling he had nurtured. When the maid came to clear the dishes, the old Wolf King stared at the place where that figure had disappeared, murmuring to himself, "Now Bai Hong can easily surpass Bai Yunlian, right?" He wasn't angry about Bai Hang's last words. Instead, he felt relieved from this complicated father-son relationship. That day, Yao Jingsheng groggily woke up in a strange place. When he returned to Bai Ke village, he saw Xiao Fei rushing towards him, grabbing him and asking, "How is it? Am I still saved?" Seeing Yao Jingsheng silent, he anxiously said, "Hurry and give me the antidote. I'm lying on the grass and can be stepped on." Yao Jingsheng, confused, asked, "Why would someone step on you? Is he lacking morals?" Xiao Fei hit him on the head. "Are you stupid? He thinks I'm a grass." Yao Jingsheng couldn't help but laugh, making a pig-like sound. Xiao Fei's face darkened. "You think that's funny, huh?" Yao Jingsheng quickly covered his mouth and shook his head vigorously. "Where's the antidote?" Xiao Fei asked. Yao Jingsheng rubbed his neck and awkwardly laughed, pulling out a bottle of whitening pills. Xiao Fei opened the bottle cap, sniffed it, and found it quite fragrant, like it had extracted a lot of floral essence. "Is this for Miss Mo?" "No." "Then why are you giving me this?" Xiao Fei shoved the bottle back. "I don't want it." This bottle felt like a hot potato in Yao Jingsheng's hands, and he pushed it back to Xiao Fei. "You should keep it. It might lighten your green skin, and if this doesn't work, we could buy new ones." Xiao Fei felt something was off about Yao Jingsheng, as he stared at him intently, making Yao Jingsheng increasingly self-conscious, unable to meet his gaze. "This kid definitely has a problem." Xiao Fei angrily shouted, "Yao Jingsheng, don't tell me you didn't get the antidote." This shout stirred the entire village. Yao Jingsheng's eardrums were impacted, and he covered his ears while repeating the exact words from Mo Wanwan to Xiao Fei. Sister Mo said that the materials for the antidote to the ugly powder need to be found by chance. She doesn't have any at the moment. If no one wants you, she'll take care of it for you. He dropped his hands from his ears and seriously added, "Xiao Fei, I know I did something wrong. I know apologizing won't erase my mistake. As a brother, I shouldn't have retaliated against you. Go ahead and hit me. I want to hit back." That day in the Wolf King Palace, on the way back to the Spring Water Pavilion, Mo Wanwan had said something to him. Xiao Sheng, when I first met you, I was drawn to your lively and cheerful personality. Even with a sick body, you still seem full of vitality. You're straightforward, and your smile is genuine. That is what I like most about you. But this time, you made a mistake. She looked at him with a tone that Genji had never used before. You usually despise those who steal and cheat. Do you think what you did is something a man would do? Yao Jingsheng was taken aback by her question. But it was this very question from Mo Wanwan that made him feel much better. Everyone makes mistakes. But what is scary is when the person who makes the mistake feels no guilt and continues to err. She smiled at him, raised her hand to ruffle his hair, and the golden strands felt like soft clouds in her palm, suddenly fluffing up. She said, "Since you made a mistake, you have to bear the consequences. No one will always be there to shield you from the wind and rain." Her intention was to tell Yao Jingsheng that he could come to her this time. But next time, who would he turn to? Although she didn't have the antidote he wanted, she was giving this kid his first lesson in experience. Xiao Fei was unwilling to accept a lifetime of being green-skinned, and was so furious he seemed ready to breathe fire. His temper was already volatile, and without thinking, he threw a punch. But just as his fist was about to hit Yao Jingsheng's nose, he lowered his hand. This approach wasn't working. He needed a different way to vent his frustration this time. Yao Jingsheng, welcoming any challenge, said, "What do you want to change?" Xiao Fei replied, "I haven't thought it through yet, but you owe me this." Chapter 168. Xiao Yu and Xiao Fei all right. A promise is a promise. The two brothers lay back on the grass and chatted for a while. Xiao Fei perfectly blended into the lawn, and Yao Jingsheng looked at him, kindly reminding, "You should be careful lately. Don't touch fire or anything like that." "Why?" Xiao Fei glared at him. Yao Jingsheng gazed at the blue sky and white clouds, crossed his legs, and felt quite knowledgeable as he said, "If you set a fire, will the grass still grow back?" This statement made Xiao Fei faint with anger. He regretted not having thrown that punch. Xiao Fei was so furious he was about to explode. Yao Jingsheng, helpless, carried him back into the house. When villagers came to visit Xiao Fei and brought fruits, they also gleaned a lot of information from Yao Jingsheng. Yao Jingsheng shared his worries with the villagers, who immediately understood that it would indeed be very difficult for the green-skinned Xiao Fei to find a wife. When Xiao Fei woke up, he found Xiao Yu alone in his room, taking care of him, and tears welled up in his eyes. "Are you the only one here?" Xiao Yu wrung out a towel and gently wiped his forehead. Xiao Fei liked her gentle and attentive manner and couldn't help but gaze at her. She caught a glimpse of his gaze, smiled, and softly said, "You don't have to worry about not being able to find a wife. I think you're not ugly at all right now. I'm willing to be with you." Xiao Fei seemed to have heard something unbelievable and grabbed her hand, staring at her earnestly to confirm he hadn't misheard. Xiao Yu shyly lowered her head, quickly adding, "If you don't mind me." Xiao Fei jumped up from the bed, flustered and unsure whether to hold her hand or touch her face. Just wanted to show that he didn't mind her at all. "I don't mind you." "Ugh. I've never thought of you as anything less and never will." "Xiao Yu, I like you. I've liked you from the very beginning very much." He released Xiao Yu's hand and nervously focused on her, regretting his clumsiness in expressing himself, feeling he couldn't say anything moving, but his sincere feelings were clearly conveyed to Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu should have been more shy than him, but seeing Xiao Fei's flustered speechlessness, she felt there was nothing to be embarrassed about, and she mustered the courage to say, "I know. That is why I came to tell you. I like you too." She blushed and didn't tell Xiao Fei the other thing in her heart, which was that she might have realized her feelings for him even earlier. Xiao Fei and Xiao Yu were in love, but considering Xiao Yu's personality, Xiao Fei wouldn't confess until the right moment. This time, when he encountered trouble, it became an opportunity for them to express their true feelings. Xiao Fei was overjoyed, hugging Xiao Yu and laughing like a fool. When Yao Jingsheng learned that he had facilitated a good thing, he became even more pleased with himself and said to Xiao Fei, "If it weren't for me, it would have taken you 10 years to be with Sister Xiao Yu." Xiao Fei retorted, "How can your face be thicker than the sole of your shoe?" The comparison to Yao Jingsheng's shoe sole was because the smell from his bare feet was worse than that of the other rough guys. But once he put on his shoes, the smell was completely gone, leading everyone to say he had thick soles. The day before Mo Wanwan's departure, Jisha invited her one last time to the Imperial Hospital to study pharmacology and to formally become her apprentice. She had learned a lot from Mo Wanwan, and the once empty book was now filled within just a few days, prompting her to start a second one. This time, Mo Wanwan showed her the process of making pills, and Jisha was amazed. The blood coagulation grass could only have its impurities removed through alchemical methods. and using impure blood coagulation grass posed risks. How did the adults manage to turn it into pills? Mo11 handed the blood-clotting herb pill to She and said with a smile, "You all think too complicatedly about the blood-clotting herb. Refining the blood-clotting herb into a pill not only fails to preserve all of its medicinal properties, but also does not cleverly utilize its characteristics." She bent over and diligently took notes, while Mo11 spoke eloquently. Pills have strong specificity and good plasticity. Besides clotting blood, the blood-clotting herb, when paired with crystal ginseng, can replenish blood, and the effect is immediate, making it suitable for pregnant women. Removing impurities from the blood-clotting herb is quite simple. Mo11 deliberately glanced at She, seeing her put down her pen and attentively listen to the important information she was about to share. She said, "Our goal in removing impurities from the herbs is to avoid allergic reactions in patients that could lead to the worsening of their wounds. Therefore, we should crush and heat them in small amounts multiple times so that we do not destroy the vitamin K in the hemostatic herb." She felt enlightened. She didn't have time to wet the tip of her pen and quickly used her tongue to moisten the brush tip, jotting it down rapidly, but was still puzzled. What kind of medicine is vitamin K? The concept of vitamins was beyond the understanding of this world, and it was hard to explain. Mo11 casually dismissed it, saying, "It's not important, just an ingredient." She nodded, somewhat understanding, but continued to write gastritis in her notebook. However, she didn't know how to write K, so she wrote instead. Chapter 169. Maintain this relationship after finishing her notes. She carefully took out a box to store the precious hemostatic herb pill filled with valuable experience, and then gently placed the box on the shelf with extra care. Finally, she did not forget to box up all the insights and conclusions she had compiled over the past few days and present them to Mo11. She said, "I specifically copied them on precious shunned paper, which doesn't fade easily and can be stored for a long time. The Yunchi continent has developed to the point of having paper-making technology, yet commoners can only afford bamboo paper that doesn't last long, while only the palace can use leather paper for writing, valuing its quality. Shunned paper is considered the best among leather papers, and due to its complex and troublesome production process, its quantity is distributed according to official rank and salary." She used all the shunned paper she received this year for her notes. After checking that the books in the box were neither lacking nor disordered at the door, she suddenly remembered something and clapped her hands. "I almost forgot about this." She hurriedly turned back to the pharmacy to fetch a shell, which had been used by Bai Heng during a conversation with the Yao Jin line family and Wan Shi. "Please keep this, my lord. This is a communication shell. Just stroke it a couple of times, and you can contact me." Mo11 picked up the shell in her hand, tapped it with her nails, and held it to her ear to listen. Sure enough, she could hear the sound of the ocean. She recalled the jade key that Yao Jintian had given to Yao Jinsheng, which seemed to be another form of message delivery, and she was curious about the difference between the sound-transmitting shell and the jade key. She asked She, "How does this sound-transmitting shell communicate with people from afar?" She replied with a smile, "Each sound-transmitting shell contains a shell bug. The shell bugs are a pair and can communicate across the sea. The shell bug in my hand is female, and the one in your hand is male." Upon hearing about the male and female, Mok Sixi, who was resting with closed eyes in Mo11's sleeve, became displeased and poked Mo11's arm hard. "You can't be fickle." Mo11 rolled her eyes at Mocc in her heart. "I'll make you sweet and sour cabbage tonight to kill you with the sourness." Mocc didn't understand, but it knew that cabbage was edible, which made it feel good. It lay down to find a comfortable position, deciding to sleep until evening when it would have something to eat. Mo11 didn't hear any more movement from it. She raised her eyes and saw She looking at her with eager eyes, expecting her to ask more questions. She then understood. "So I can only use this shell to contact you. What if the shell bug dies?" Jisha's expression became awkward. "Then the sound transmission shell will be broken. The lifespan of this sound transmission shell is really unreliable." Mo11 looked inside the shell and indeed found a melancholic shell bug, gazing longingly at a distant place, which she found amusing. No wonder the emerald key from the radiant golden sky is so complicated. They use spatial magic on the emerald key, allowing for real-time conversations anytime and anywhere. And it's permanent, unlike the sound transmission shell, which is like sending a text message. One message sent, then another received back. A more vivid comparison would be between a certain voice chat and a certain phone call. On the last day before leaving, Mo11 and Bai Heng went to Baike village to say goodbye to everyone. She didn't say she wouldn't come back. She only mentioned that perhaps they would meet again soon. She also took that brat, Yao Jinsheng, along with her when she went to Baike village. As for the village chief of Baike village, whoever came up with the idea would take the position, so Xiao Fei became the village chief. Sheng Rong didn't accompany her this time. He and Lan Yu were busy preparing the team for departure the next day. Lan Yu mentioned that the items on the vehicle were quite valuable, so they needed to choose the right route. During the farewell banquet, Bai Heng sat opposite Mo Wanwan, and everyone was drunkenly merry, especially their table, where Xiao Fei was completely wasted. He was in a great mood, pouring drinks for himself without restraint. As the village chief, drinking merrily with the whole village made Mo Wanwan worry that under Xiao Fei's leadership, Baike village might become increasingly poor from drinking too much. Hu Xiang helped the drunken Wan Shi back to his room to rest and greeted Mo Wanwan. Wan Shi was somewhat of an exception. Everyone else was in high spirits, while he had drunk himself to the point of sadness. Suddenly, only She and Bai Heng remained as the two sober individuals. This morning, Mo Wanwan learned from Wan Shi that Bai Heng was being bullied by the ministers of the Wolf King Palace. Wan Shi also earnestly requested her to comfort the prince. But she had to explain to Wan Shi that she was pregnant with the demon lord's child, and that she and Bai Heng would only be friends. Wan Shi could only slap his thigh and silently feel pity for Bai Heng. If you can't stay in Wolf King City, feel free to share any troubles with us. The villagers of Baike village are all your friends. She didn't engage in unnecessary pleasantries and went straight to the point. You don't have to pretend to be strong. It's just a throne after all, with no freedom and no true love to be found. It's just a cage for people, and only when you get out can you feel light. She didn't understand the obsession in Bai Heng's heart. She could only see that he was pretending to be strong and that he was tired. However, Bai Heng was willing to tire himself out for power, which had become his obsession. He smiled gently and elegantly, but his smile was incomprehensible. But a bird that has been used to staying in a cage will break its wings when it leaves the iron cage. It won't fly far and will only wait to die in front of the iron gate. He had made his words clear, so she didn't say much more. Then you should be careful. Although the first prince is foolish, the second prince seems to be the kind of person who hides secrets in sharp blades. But you should know better than I do. She realized she had said a bit too much and could only smile awkwardly. He was glad that she cared deeply for him, but he also understood that she was doing so from the standpoint of a friend. He slowly lowered his golden eyes, gazing at the ripples in his cup of wine, and lightly curved his lips. If this is her choice, then he would maintain this relationship. This was all he could do for her. I've already asked Xiao Sheng to contact Yao Jintian. If necessary, I won't just sit back and do nothing. Bai Heng smiled just right, and confidence shone in his golden eyes. He had plans, a blueprint, and aspirations for the world. Confident and powerful, yet not showing off. This was the Bai Heng she knew. As long as you have your own considerations, I can rest assured. She smiled slightly and said, "There is one more thing I would like to ask for your help with." "What is it?" "Could you help me ask Yao Jintian for a teleportation portal? I have my own use for it." He understood her intentions and laughed. "I think he would be very willing." Chapter 170. With you here, I feel at ease. The departing team waited at the city gate of Wolf King City. Mo Wanwan, wrapped in a fox fur coat and wearing velvet boots, stood in the snow, exhaling a puff of mist. The last time she came, General Wan had come to greet them at the city gate. But this time he hadn't finished his work. A look of regret and sorrow appeared on her stunning face, making the snowy day feel even more melancholic. A woman approached her, covering her mouth with her hand and softly coughing. "Are you watching the snow, divine Dr. Mo?" Being called this title felt particularly strange, and Mo Wanwan turned to look at the speaker. The woman had a delicate, fair oval face, with long snow-white hair fluttering in the wind. Her face was already quite beautiful without makeup. The sound of her cough, paired with such a lovable face, exuded a delicate and graceful aura. This woman looked very much like Bai Yunxian and Bai Yunlian, prompting Mo Wanwan to subconsciously think of Bai Qiaoxin. "The snow can't compare to your beauty. If I had known you were coming here to talk to me, I wouldn't have had the leisure to admire the snow," Mo Wanwan replied with a half-smile. The woman covered her mouth and laughed. "The divine doctor really knows how to speak. I heard that you, cough cough, have ruined the demon lord child. Cough cough. On such a cold day, you should not stay outside. You should be resting in the carriage to nurture the baby." Mo Wanwan chuckled and said, "You're coughing like this. Why don't you go back? Don't say I don't pity you. You should also pity your own body. You might catch a cold and fall seriously ill if the wind blows." She smiled with her eyes curved, seemingly sincere, jumping into her own pit. The woman's face flushed with anger as she turned and left. Just as she walked away, Xing arrived and said unhappily, "That's Bai Qiaoxin. Look, her luggage fills up 3 cars. She's really a burden." I think we should just unpack all her luggage and throw it into the river to feed the fish. Mo didn't speak, looking thoughtfully in the direction where Bai Xiaoxin had left. Suddenly, she asked Xing, "Is Bai Xiaoxin the daughter of the queen?" Xing replied, "I told you she is from the queen." Then she looked at Mo and said, "Aren't you also curious that the queen has just passed away, and she can still come over so calmly?" Mo nodded without surprise, acknowledging her confusion. There was another point that puzzled her even more, but she didn't ask further. Why did Bai Xiaoxin leave with them without anyone seeing them off? According to the original plan, the journey back to the demon palace would take a month. However, since Mo was pregnant, the schedule was extended to 2 months, allowing her to comfortably spend the journey in the luxury carriage pulled by Xingyu. Their convoy consisted of 3 carriages, one for the demon lord and Mo, one for Xing, and one for Bai Xiaoxin. Mingho and several subordinates set off 3 days earlier to clear the route. Originally, there were only 2 groups, but Shengrong was worried that Mo's child wouldn't last through 2 months and might be born early, so he specifically divided the later departing group into 2 batches. Their batch took a longer, safer route, while Lan Yu's batch took a shortcut to deliver the goods safely to the demon palace. Yao Jinsheng followed Mo to gain experience, so she simply handed him over to Lan Yu, telling him, "Train him hard, don't hold back." Lan Yu grinned mischievously and cupped his fists in assurance. "As you command, I will not disappoint." He was just bored leading the team, and having people around was much more interesting. In the first few days after setting off, Shengrong shared the basic situation of the demon palace with Mo. Over the past 2 years, he had gathered the scattered demon clan into one, but the outside world feared this might lead to disaster for the living. However, the actual situation was not optimistic. The demon clan needed a lot of time and a complex process to match the strength of the powerful countries in the south, east, and central plains. During the 600 years he was away, Lan Yu led the demon clan, but was overwhelmed with consolidating the people's hearts along with the other 2 palace masters, leaving them unable to manage anything else and causing the civilization of the demon clan to stagnate at 600 years ago. The thought of needing to develop civilization gradually gave Shengrong a headache. Therefore, having the Wolf King deal with the arrogant Brown Wind Nation was also to buy time, giving the demon clan room to breathe and truly become strong in the strictest sense, so they wouldn't be bullied by other countries. Montag van Zuma heist. Shengrong said, "I must revitalize the demon clan in a short time and restore its brilliance from 600 years ago." After a moment, he gazed at her deeply, making her face blush. "I promised you I would take you to see all the beautiful sights of the world. Will you wait for me?" He gently held her hand and softly asked. She mimicked the gesture he had done for her before, raised her other free hand, and flicked his forehead playfully, saying fondly, "Silly, I have to wait for our baby to be born and grow up before I can worry-free go on carefree trips with you." He chuckled softly, drew closer to her, and gently kissed her forehead. "That's true." She smiled slightly, looking at him. The carriage was quiet for a while. It was only at such moments that he could relax his tired and tense body and mind from the past few days. He called her softly with a relaxed expression. "Kair, what's wrong?" She responded gently. He said, "With you here, I feel at ease." These simple 6 words expressed just how happy he was at that moment. Mo smiled sweetly, leaning in his arms. The warmth of his body was even more comforting than the heat from the stove in the carriage. Breathing in his reassuring scent, she gradually fell asleep, not quite getting used to the bumps along the way. Chapter 171. Don't trouble your mother anymore. In the small half-month since leaving the south, Bai Xiaoxin had not taken the initiative to seek them out, instead being particularly well-behaved. Mo was living a life of utter decadence, eating and sleeping, and had practically become a salted fish. She was merely surviving for the little one in her belly, which was visibly growing bigger and rounder each day. After asking Shengrong, she learned that demons only need 3 to 4 months of pregnancy, and the children of the demon lord come out quickly, as if the baby has to find food for itself early. Nowadays, the baby in her belly was getting better at making demands. Whenever it was hungry, it would move around to remind its mother. Mo hissed softly, rubbing her belly with both anger and a smile. "Baby, please don't make your mother worry. Daddy will be back soon with food. Can you wait a little longer?" She sat by the fire, gently coaxing the baby, while Xing peeled the colorful fruits for her. The colorful fruits looked like peaches with a hard and crispy skin and were multicolored, while the flesh was pure white. If not handled properly, these fruits could be poisonous. In this forest, the only food available was the colorful fruit, which had to be peeled before it could be eaten. "I picked 5 for you. You can't eat too many. Let the baby have this to satisfy the craving first. After peeling the skin, she handed the fruit flesh to Mo11. The fruits and vegetables in the Yunshi continent were similar to those on Earth. Just like the cherries she had eaten in the Moon Entropy Kingdom and the hawthorn used in candied fruits, but the flavors were stronger and the sizes larger. Some fruits, however, were quite fresh for Mo11, feeling almost like mutated fruits. She placed the fruit flesh in her mouth, and the sweetness filled her mouth. As she swallowed one, her eyes lit up, and she couldn't stop eating the colorful fruit. She could clearly feel that the baby in her belly loved this fruit too, and she said to Xing while munching, "Pick more to take with us. The baby seems to really enjoy it." Upon hearing that the baby loved it, Xing immediately got up to pick a big bag. After all, this was for her own baby, and Mo11 wasn't the kind to enjoy the fruits of others' labor. So she followed along. The colorful fruits didn't yield much each year, and they spoiled quickly when the weather got hot. After Mo11 and Xing filled an entire bag, they had picked all the colorful fruits from the whole forest. The once vibrant and showy forest, due to the colorful fruits, was now left with bare branches, as if it had shed its luxurious outer garment and turned into a poor wretch. The two looked at the entire bag of colorful fruits standing taller than themselves, and Xing said, "I'll go call a few people to help carry this." Mo11 pulled her. "No need, I can do it alone." Xing pouted, "You're pregnant. What kind of talk is it to make you move?" Mo11 said, "There's really no need to be so troublesome. Recently, I've been sitting in the car so much that I feel like my body is aging. It's just right for me to stretch my muscles and bones." Xing didn't believe she could lift such a heavy sack and thought Mo11 must have some clever plan. She put her hands on her hips and asked, "Then how do you plan to move it?" Mo11 squatted down and directly moved the burlap sack over her head with her bare hands. Xing's eyes widened in shock, and her hands, which were originally on her hips, immediately changed to a blocking gesture. "Are you crazy? What if you accidentally hurt the baby?" Mo11, however, didn't want to live too pampered under so much concern from others. She said, "Moderate exercise is beneficial for the baby's health. Just lying down to rest during pregnancy is actually not good for the baby." Xing coldly retorted, "Is this moderate exercise? What pregnant woman dares to put herself through this much during pregnancy?" Mo11 couldn't explain the reason, but she always felt that the baby in her belly wanted her to release some energy. She looked at Xing and said, "Those pregnant women are just ordinary mothers, and the children they carry are also ordinary. Do you think the child of a demon lord would be so ordinary? Therefore, they shouldn't view this child with the understanding of normal people. This child is not an ordinary one. Perhaps other children need their mothers to move less and sit more, but he needs his mother to sit less and move more." Xing was puzzled, only hearing Mo11 continue. "If I don't expend some of the energy I've accumulated over the past few days, the baby will get sick. As the child's mother, I can sense the baby's mental state. The more I try to stay calm and inactive, the more distressed the baby becomes. If it's a matter of physical and mental perception between mother and child, then it makes sense. In the Yunshi continent, pregnant women can sense the state of the child in their wombs." Xing believed, "Anyway, we're not far from going back. As long as I watch over you, nothing should go wrong." Mo11 carried a burlap sack to the resting area and dropped it on the ground with a thud. She felt refreshed, just in time for Shunned and his team to return. The sun had already set, and he had conquered the beast lair in this forest, bringing back a plump magic pig. This excited the baby in Mo11's belly, who was wildly hinting to Daddy, urging Mommy to burp. Mo11 suddenly hiccuped, feeling a bit nauseous in her stomach, so she found a place to sit down and calm herself. After a while, she turned to the side, covering her mouth and nose, and began to retch. Chapter 172, Throw Him Away. Mo11's condition made Shunned feel very distressed. He sat beside her and transmitted some spiritual energy to her back, helping to alleviate her nausea and discomfort. He gazed at her increasingly enlarged belly with a complicated expression. Over the past few days, Kara had experienced this more than once. Pregnancy really made women feel so uncomfortable. "Are you feeling better?" he asked. She took a breath, glanced at her belly, and replied helplessly, "Much better." Shunned frowned. "If I had known, I shouldn't have let you keep the child. Look at how much it has exhausted you." Mo11 lightly tapped his prominent nose with her knuckles and said playfully, "What silly things are you saying? Which woman doesn't have a hard time during pregnancy? I actually think our baby is quite capable. And who knows, maybe the LL have a lively personality." He naturally respected her thoughts, but still couldn't bring himself to like the baby. After all, Just because the baby was in her womb didn't mean it could bully its mother. Once it was born, wouldn't it be uncontrollable? Mo Wanwan saw him with deep, mysterious eyes, seemingly lost in thought. Suddenly, she noticed Sheng Rong squatting in front of her, his face directly facing her belly, with a very serious expression. He stared at her belly and spoke in a fatherly tone, sternly admonishing, "If you continue to bully your mother, I will only feed her and not you." Although Mo Wanwan had alleviated the discomfort of nausea and retching with Sheng Rong's help, she was still uncontrollably hiccuping. As soon as Sheng Rong finished speaking, the baby seemed to understand and immediately stopped her from hiccuping. Mo Wanwan was first taken aback by the baby's intelligence, and then she couldn't help but laugh and cry as she said to Sheng Rong, "Everything I eat becomes his nourishment, so why can I only be fed and not him?" Sheng Rong sat back down beside her and ordered someone to build a fire in front of where they were sitting. He crossed his arms and looked at her belly with a sidelong glance, as if he could see through it and see the curled-up baby inside. His expression serious. He always acts recklessly, not knowing how hard it is for you to carry him. Once he's born, I'll just throw him away. Before we discuss Mo Wanwan's reaction to his words, the just-arrived Zi Ying's eyes widened in shock. Her face turned pale with fear. "Lord, think twice. This is the future young lord, the hope of the demon tribe." Mo Wanwan initially thought Sheng Rong was joking, but seeing Zi Ying's flustered expression, she began to doubt. Could it be that Sheng Rong was serious? Would he really not want the child, just because it was too much for her? Sheng Rong looked into Mo Wanwan's eyes and said very seriously, "He makes you dizzy and fatigued, and he will also cause you abdominal pain and nausea. You are still young, and we have plenty of time to have another one. I don't want you to be so exhausted." His words were so warm, always considering her, and all he wanted was for her to be well. Mo Wanwan looked into his eyes and saw only herself reflected in the dark, deep pupils. At that moment, she became even more aware of how rare and heartwarming it is that the person she loves cares for her far more than she had imagined, filling her with satisfaction. Just as she was about to say some comforting words, a cacophony of chattering sounds came from beside them. By the campfire, MOCC was arguing with Sheng Yu, and the content of their quarrel was something only their owners could understand, mostly involving complaints like, "You blocked my way," and "You peed on my leg." Mo Wanwan really found it noisy. Those two just didn't care about others and only focused on raising their volume. With a dark face, Mo Wanwan personally stepped in to hold down MOCC's head, making it behave and apologize to the elders. "Why can't you aim when you pee? Why are you just shooting everywhere? Look at how well-maintained Sheng Yu's fur is. You're all bare and have no fur to compare with them. What kind of jealousy is that? Don't think she doesn't know what's on that stupid scorpion's mind. She's been thinking about having fur for a long time, wishing she could transplant Sheng Yu's clean and beautiful fluff onto herself." MOCC looked extremely wronged, her eyes glistening with tears, as if she was about to cry. Mo Wanwan wouldn't be fooled by this. When it asks for food, it also acts this way, being clingy and trying to be cute, even targeting her soft spot. MOCC knew that Mo Wanwan wouldn't fall for this at first, but as long as she persisted and stared with her big, watery eyes, Mo Wanwan would definitely soften her heart. Sure enough, after barely holding on for 3 minutes, Mo Wanwan's heart melted. She sighed lightly and said, "Braised magical pig. Are you going to eat it or not?" MOCC was happy. After doing something bad, there was still food to eat. Only by relying on such a good master could he have such good days. He enjoyed showing off after getting an advantage, making a big grimace at Sheng Yu that only beasts could understand, accompanied by the words, "Your master doesn't he spoil you or love you? Doesn't he give you good food? Ha ha ha, trash." Sheng Yu immediately got furious, startling the confused Mo Wanwan, whose originally soft and gentle fur became sharp and stiff. Mo Wanwan didn't need to guess that it was MOCC who had provoked Sheng Yu, but after all, it was her own magical pet. Perhaps it was the owner's responsibility to clean up after their pet. She reached out to stroke Sheng Yu's ruffled fur and said, "There's also a share for Sheng Yu, and Sheng Yu can have as much as it wants." After hearing this, Sheng Yu's mood changed from stormy to sunny, and its fur became soft again. Chapter 173, The Most Capable Woman. Mo Wanwan and Sheng Rong's luggage were all placed on a truck, which was being pulled by MOCC. It was quite easy for her, as the weight of this truck was far lighter than the one Sheng Yu was pulling. The truck was filled with furniture that simulated a bedroom, and from the outside, the truck was 3 times bigger than the cargo truck, with an overall outline as large as a Mongolian yurt. Mo Wanwan's luggage can be described as pitifully small compared to Bai Qiaoxin's. All her belongings are packed in her crossbody bag. If she were to dump everything out of her bag, it would be more abundant than the supplies of both Lan Yu's team and theirs combined. She only left some pots and pans in the truck for use on the road, all of which are kitchenware she had made, very lightweight, simple in style, but capable of creating a variety of exquisite dishes. The members of their team depend on her for their meals. Yao Jinsheng was the first to learn that he was assigned by Mo Wanwan to go with Lan Yu for training, feeling both reluctant and unwilling. Leaving Mo Wanwan meant missing out on an opportunity to enjoy her delicious food, and he struggled a lot before seemingly being forced to follow Lan Yu's team. This journey westward allowed Sheng Rong to truly realize that Mo Wanwan's culinary skills were not just innovative. She could create wonders even in barren lands with nothing. Just with bird eggs, she had 100 different ways to prepare them, making it so that one could eat bird eggs every day without getting tired of them. Along the way, this was the first forest they encountered. Previously, they had only seen snow-covered landscapes. Coincidentally, this was the breeding season for snowfield birds, which is why they could find an endless supply of bird eggs, but it was limited to just bird eggs. As a rough troop that only knew how to march and fight, they could only make boiled eggs. Although Xing is a woman, among the pampered confidants in the Demon Palace, hardly any of them understood cooking and gourmet food, and she was no exception. Sheng Rong himself was not a person who craved such indulgences, nor could he endure the torture of eating the same thing every day. He gazed at Mo Wanwan's serious demeanor as she counted their catch, a proud smile curving at the corners of his lips. His future demon consort is truly the most capable woman in the world. Not only is she beautiful and kind-hearted, with exceptional medical skills, but she is also an excellent cook, strong in capability, and extraordinarily intelligent. If it weren't for her obvious flaws, he would think he had stumbled upon a beast deity. Mo Wanwan is not proficient in any of the arts, such as music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. She can't even be considered passing. Sometimes he wonders if she should have been a boy. If this thought were to be known by Mo Wanwan, she would definitely scold him with a change of expression, saying, "You are biased." Bai Xiaoxin sits at a distance by the campfire, stealing glances at Mo Wanwan, her beautiful eyes passing through 100 thoughts, even carrying a hint of coldness. Mo Wanwan finished counting her prey, tied a piece of white cloth that only covered her front around herself, and gathered her slender, soft hair with a short rope, looking radiant and spirited. As the weather warmed up, they all took off their fur coats. At this moment, Mo Wanwan's refreshing skirt accentuated her delicate waist due to the tie of the cloth, showcasing her figure perfectly. Several nimble demon guards helped her arrange pots, bowls, and condiments like oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar. As she began to show her skills, a crowd quickly gathered around her. These people were the demon guards responsible for escorting them, each carrying the beasts they had hunted, all eager for Mo Wanwan to turn these beasts into delicious food. Mo Wanwan only took a little over half a month to become familiar with this group of unfamiliar servants. She received high praise among the guards, not only for her beauty and kindness, but also for her down-to-earth personality. When she was bored, she would play poker with them, a game they had never encountered before. At first, none of them knew how to play, but as they continued, they became addicted. Gradually, these guards became close to Mo Wanwan, and even though the Demon Lord had not promised her any official title, they all secretly recognized her as the future Demon Empress and were not shy about asking for good food. This is the advantage of being in a rough military environment. There is no fussiness at all. Bai Xiaoxin had not made any moves until now. She was observing this woman. The more she learned about Mo Wanwan, the more her smile deepened, which was quite strange. She didn't expect that not only was Mo Wanwan skilled in medicine, but she was also excellent in cooking. Bai Xiaoxin smiled, appearing completely untainted, with no hint of illness at all. Yu Tsue approached respectfully and said to Bai Xiaoxin, "Your Highness, our people caught a wild rabbit for you. Shall I roast it for you?" Since the Wolf King's queen passed away, the elderly in the Moon Fox Palace were assigned to various tasks by the steward servants, and some even left the palace to become commoners. As the queen's personal maid, Yu Tsue had fared the best among them, climbing up through her familiarity with Bai Xiaoxin and naturally becoming her confidant. In reality, Bai Xiaoxin did not know Yu Tsue well. She had simply found it troublesome to constantly listen to Yu Tsue recount her childhood stories, so she reluctantly acknowledged her, allowing Yu Tsue to have her way. Bai Xiaoxin cast a disgusted glance at the wild rabbit Yu Tsue was holding, covering her nose with her sleeve and saying, "This smell is too gamey." Chapter 174. One pregnancy makes you dull for 3 years. Yu Tsue was confused. Your Highness used to love eating wild rabbit meat. Bai Xiaoxin rolled her eyes elegantly. She was tired of hearing this old line about how she used to be. A fleeting flash of killing intent crossed her eyes, but she quickly wiped it away. She cleared her throat, smiled, and said, "Just remember to handle the taste a bit better." Yutsue nodded respectfully and replied, "Yes," before going to prepare the wild rabbit. Mocc and Sheng Yu sat quietly waiting for food, treating each other like air, their eyes eagerly fixed on Mo Wanwan's direction. Sheng Rong stood beside the line, his face dark as water. "Do you have no hands or brains? Can't you move your own hands to get food? What was it with always making his little bird work so hard? His little bird was already pregnant. Why did she still have to serve this group of people?" The guards pretended to look at the birds in the sky, trying their best to ignore the demon lord. Somehow, in the past, when they saw the demon lord in the demon palace, they were filled with fear and admiration. Now, for the sake of meal, their courage had grown. Mo Wanwan smiled at Sheng Rong and said, "It's nothing. I enjoy cooking, and everyone has been busy all along. Even if there's no credit, there's still hard work. It's nothing to be busy for a little while." Upon hearing this, everyone was moved to tears. Miss Mo is a fairy descended to earth. Woo woo woo. How lucky we are to meet such a gentle person. I will swear to follow Miss Mo to the end. Sheng Rong raised an eyebrow. These bastards, after being raised for so many years, have been bought off just like that? But then he thought about it and felt proud. His woman should have such abilities. Once everyone finished eating and tidying up, Sheng Rong decided to camp here for the night. The wild beasts in the vicinity had already been cleared out by Ming Hao, and their dens had been eliminated, making this forest a safe place to sleep soundly. In the deep of night, after ensuring that Sheng Rong was sound asleep, Mo Wanwan quietly took out the Crown Moon incense burner from her crossbody bag. She stared at the Crown Moon incense burner with a headache. "I was originally going to return you, but plans can't keep up with changes, so you'll have to follow me." She actually didn't know that the Crown Moon incense burner was a sacred artifact of the Moon Entropy Kingdom, and if it were lost, the entire kingdom would be in chaos. In fact, just a few days ago, the old Wolf King learned from a servant that the Crown Moon incense burner had been swapped out, causing everyone in the Wolf King Palace to become as anxious as ants on a hot pan. "I really became foolish for 3 years after getting pregnant with Sheng Rong's child, completely relaxing and almost forgetting about the foresight fruit," Mo Wanwan said, glancing at Sheng Rong behind her. She was worried that what was supposed to happen would still happen, even though the Sheng Rong she knew now couldn't be compared to the one in the foresight fruit. Her eyelids had been twitching constantly lately, making her feel that things weren't as simple as they seemed. For the sake of her baby, she had to focus and avoid any possible consequences. She also took out the wooden box containing the 1,000-year spirit tea leaves and used her spiritual power to envelop the Crown Moon incense burner with white flames. The tea leaves inside were brewed with rootless water. Once the water boiled, a chaotic fragrance wafted through the carriage. Sometimes warm, sometimes cold, sometimes rich, sometimes light. It would give a dreamy feeling one moment and a tranquil feeling the next, very ethereal. This fragrance could only be smelled by Mo Wanwan because she was the one meant to take the Crown Moon incense burner back to the past. She swallowed a foresight fruit, picked up the bell of the Crown Moon incense burner without hesitation, and gently shook it in her hand. Her consciousness was enveloped by a white smoke and taken back to the past. Sheng Rong stirred awake from his deep sleep, keenly sensing a strange aura in the air. His first reaction upon waking was to check on Mo Wanwan. Mo Wanwan had fallen into a deep sleep. After gazing at her serene sleeping face for a while, he frowned slightly, sensing that something was amiss, and called out to her, "Ke." She remained peacefully asleep, showing no signs of waking. He shook her gently, but she still didn't wake up. Growing anxious, he quickly scanned the surroundings for anything unusual. When he saw the Minuet incense burner, his frown deepened, and he swiftly unleashed purple fire to burn the incense burner. However, the purple fire floated right through the burner without damaging it. He was well aware of the power he had used. That burst of purple fire was filled with his anger, and he indeed wanted to destroy the incense burner in an instant. Yet, the fact that the Minuet incense burner remained intact surprised him. Very few things could evade his purple fire, unless they were sacred artifacts. Sacred artifacts recognized by the beast god could have special protection. He had never felt so powerless before, a hint of despair showing between his brows. He chose not to look at the incense burner that troubled him and sat by Mo Wanwan's side, waiting for her to wake up. She would wake up. She wouldn't leave him like this. Chapter 175. Memories of the world past events turned to smoke, and when he looked back, that person was still there, amidst the dim lights. The place that the Minuet incense burner brought Mo Wanwan to was a familiar memory world, one she had visited before, belonging to that young man, and also to the depths of the demon lord's memories. Thousands of dust particles wove into a veil of memories, past events drifting like clouds, forming countless bubbles floating in the bright sky. She was like a traveler who had stumbled into such an unrealistic dream. Yet she was destined to leave no longer as a mere traveler, perhaps because she had visited once before. Mo11 seemed to navigate through the ocean of bubbles with ease, finding a solitary yet shining bubble. Upon seeing the delicate little girl inside the bubble, she smiled warmly. "You're still here." She gazed at her former self within the bubble, recalling her past experiences, and sighed to herself. "I've really been through a lot." The last time she saw it, she had cried loudly, like a girl who had lost her toy. Toys are exceptionally precious to children. Often, kids imbue their toys with a sense of life, talking to them and caring for them in their own ways, which is entirely different from how adults perceive toys. Sometimes, toys represent a child's entire world. At 8 years old, Shungrong was her only companion in this world. Without him, she found herself at a loss for what to do next. This time, however, when she saw it, she smiled brighter than the bubble itself, her radiant smile overflowing with happiness. Unconsciously, she touched her slightly rounded belly, initially feeling apprehensive about being a good mother, since she hadn't even had the chance to prepare before the little one arrived. But upon seeing this bubble, she felt reassured. She was not alone. She had him, a strong man who would help her care for and nurture this child. They would face whatever came next together. No matter what happened, she would never let go again. She smiled sweetly at her belly. "Mother is now filled with strength and looking forward to meeting you. So you must be healthy and let me see you soon." The little baby inside her was unexpectedly quiet, probably asleep. Mo11 looked up at the endless bubbles around her and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Has he lived not just 100 years, but 1,000? Where should she even begin with all these memories? Although she felt lost, she was willing to take the time to learn more about him. So she picked up her shoes and walked forward. Her pace was slow, and with each bubble she passed, her eyes became a little wetter, until finally, she covered her lips and cried silently. During the spring equinox, in the empty and secluded forest, a little boy held a small white rabbit in his arms. In the distance, a servant shouted, "Young master, it's time to go back." The little boy hurriedly replied and quickly hid the rabbit before following the servant to the front of the army, bending his back as he got into a carriage. Inside the carriage, he closed the window, pulled down the curtains, and revealed the small rabbit from his robe, gently stroking its back while whispering to it, "Don't be afraid. I won't hurt you." It turned out that the little white rabbit had a broken ear, seemingly torn off by the teeth of some animal, and its pure white fur was splattered with blood. Mo11 saw this scene and smiled. This little snow rabbit is really lucky. Not only did it narrowly escape from the jaws of a fierce beast, but it also met him. The rabbit, with its ear injured and bleeding profusely, was being bandaged by the little boy who was using torn pieces of his clothing, while enduring the rabbit's frantic kicking. He anxiously counted the time to hurry back to the palace. Upon returning to his chamber, he dismissed the maidservants and took out a precious pill from a treasure box to feed the little snow rabbit. The pill was a bit large for the rabbit, and it took a while for it to swallow. He hesitated to reach out and touch it directly, fearing that the little snow rabbit might choke. And his tone revealed his affection. "I can't bear to eat this pill myself. You must get better quickly." With the little snow rabbit as his companion, the boy would almost run to play with it as soon as he finished his homework. He gave the rabbit a fitting name. "From now on, you'll be called Little Snow, my exclusive playmate." He lay on the ground, his head almost level with Little Snow's, watching it intently as it focused on munching grass with its small, three-lobed mouth. Every night, Little Snow would lie beside his pillow, staring at the boy with its two ruby-red eyes before falling asleep, watching him until he dozed off. And only then would the boy close his eyes and drift into dreams with it. Mo11 couldn't help but wonder, is Xiaoxue thinking? The days spent with Xiaoxue seemed to pass in the blink of an eye, and the one who ended such beautiful days was a woman. The woman's presence was unforgettable to anyone who saw her. Her aura could be described by a phrase Mo11 knew, an aura of 1.8 meters. Sharp and terrifying, Mo11 was certain that this was the demon queen who gave birth to Shungrong. Chapter 176, The Vicious Demon Queen. Shungrong was in the side hall dealing with the religious documents that piled up every day. In the spacious and silent palace, the demon queen barged in with her entourage, her eyes seemingly searching for something, and almost immediately locked onto a bouncing little fluff ball. She narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly, wearing an expression of as expected, and her cold demeanor made it hard to gauge her level of anger. But Mo11 felt that something bad was about to happen. Little Snow did not know what mistake she had made, and was grabbed by the ear by the demon queen's henchman, quickly brought to the side hall where her master was. Shung Rong, who was seriously reviewing the religious documents, heard Little Snow's cries for help, paused with his pen for a moment, and after a while, calmly resumed writing. The strokes on the document were neat and orderly, completely unreflective of any turmoil in his mind. He asked in a deep voice, "What do you want? Can't you see I'm busy?" No one knew how many thoughts he had in those few seconds he paused, but when he lifted his head after speaking, his gaze landed indifferently on the hand of the servant holding Little Snow by her only ear. Little Snow's round body sagged downwards, feeling as though her ear was about to be torn off, which was distressing to watch. He seemed to have recognized for whom the servant was working, withdrew his gaze, and said slowly, "What does Mother want me to do?" The demon queen raised her eyebrows slightly and countered, "Do you really like it? You've even secretly raised it in your own palace. Do you remember what I told you?" Perhaps due to her knowledge of her own mother, a moment of panic flashed in Shung Rong's eyes, and even though he concealed it quickly, this trace of panic still fell into the demon queen's sight, bringing a rare, sinister cold smile to her otherwise solemn face. He maintained an unusually calm demeanor and forced out 3 words through clenched teeth. "I don't like it." The demon queen glanced back at the one-eared rabbit, her eyes poisoned with malice, instilling deep fear in others. She then looked down at Shung Rong at the desk, her gaze venomous and her tone icy. "Kill it." As if the light alone could not provide sufficient motivation. The demon queen pointed at the maid who was grinding ink for Shung Rong at that moment. The maid appeared to be much younger than Shung Rong, delicate and fragile. But the demon queen didn't care, coldly saying, "If you don't kill it, I will kill her." Shung Rong's figure froze for a moment, causing Mo11 to feel heartbroken. This small boy was being forced to choose between his dearest companion and a living person. What a heartless mother. This scene was frozen for a long time. The maid kept her head down in silence, but when she saw the boy hesitating to choose her, she anxiously knelt down in front of the desk, continuously banging her head and pleading with him, causing her delicate skin to bleed. "Please, young lord, save this maid's life. I'm still young and don't want to die so soon. I will serve you well. Just please don't let me see you so soon." She spoke with tears on her face, trembling, causing a change in Shung Rong's expression. However, when he looked at Little Snow, who was quiet and no longer hopeful, he seemed to have made a decision. Mo11 realized that at this moment, she both wanted to know who Shung Rong would choose and wished he didn't have to make such a cruel choice, feeling very conflicted. Unexpectedly, as soon as Shung Rong opened his mouth, a human voice came from Xiaoshue's 3-petal mouth. "Don't choose me. Killing will lead you to eternal damnation. And I am just a disabled rabbit. How can you hesitate for so long?" Xiaoshue's way of speaking shocked Mo11 into a daze. Suddenly, she recalled the elixir Shung Rong had fed Xiaoshue. That elixir was very unusual, with a purity of color and a concentration of spiritual power vastly different from ordinary elixirs. It turned out that after eating that elixir, Xiaoshue gained intelligence. She looked at Shung Rong, who finally stopped hiding his emotions. His expression was even more vivid than hers, and mere surprise was insufficient to describe his feelings. The demon empress frowned deeply upon hearing Xiaoshue speak, her gaze dark and brooding. In those impossibly beautiful eyes, there was only a ruthless determination to achieve her goals, making Mo11 suddenly feel a chill throughout her body. Since that was the case, there was no way to keep her alive. After the demon empress finished speaking, she was about to take action herself. In the brief moment before she moved, Shung Rong first glanced at the young maidservant, and amid her anxious feelings, he acted quicker than the demon empress to sever the servant's hand, causing Xiaoshue to fall from the air. However, his hand swiftly passed through Xiaoshue's fluffy body, retrieving a bright red heart. He had no choice, because when the demon empress acted, Xiaoshue had said to him, "I don't want to die at someone else's hands." The small red object struggled one last time, warm and beating in Shung Rong's palm, its movements growing weaker and weaker until it lost all signs of life, and he let it fall to the ground, making a jelly-like sound. The bubbles echoed with the servant's tragic wails. It was noisy. The demon empress found it bothersome. The servant had just lost a hand, and soon after, their vocal cords were also severed. The most thrilling part was that Mo11 couldn't see how the demon empress did it. In the blink of an eye, the servant could no longer make a sound, their mouth filled with blood. Chapter 177, I shouldn't have brought you back. Shung Rong's expression was overshadowed by a shadow that concealed all his emotions. The more this was the case, the more heartbroken Mo11 felt for him. The demon empress was very pleased with his decision, raising a slender finger from beneath her black long nails. A particle of spiritual light shot out silently, tearing through the air. Mo Wanwan's gaze shifted towards the direction of the spiritual power shot, and when she saw who was standing there, her pupils suddenly contracted. The spiritual light pierced through the heart of the young maid, and with a thud, the maid fell to the cold ground, perhaps not even realizing she was dead. The maid initially thought she had escaped a disaster, her expression still showing a sense of relaxation, but she never anticipated that she would not be able to escape after all. Since you have forgotten, I will tell you once again, my child cannot have emotions. Whoever you get close to is akin to getting close to the dead. The voice of the demon queen was a cold and ruthless tone that Mo Wanwan had never heard before. No matter which side Shungrong chose to kill, ultimately both sides would die, for Shungrong could not kill for the sake of saving others. She had to ensure that her son was not allowed to even have the emotions associated with saving someone, which is why she shot the maid as well. The doors gradually closed inwards, and the servant, having bled to death, was dragged away to be dealt with. The blood-soaked skirt of the demon queen slipped through the gap of the soon-to-be closed door, and the side hall was in disarray, with mixed and mottled bloodstains, along with the chaos left by Shungrong's outburst of spiritual power. Mo Wanwan really wanted to hug the boy, to tell him it was okay not to be sad. But there was nothing she could do, only standing before his memories, tears welling up in her eyes from the pain she felt for him. No, it couldn't be called his memories. How could she not understand at this point? If they were Shungrong's memories, then how could she see Shungrong inside them? It should be from Shungrong's perspective that these memories were viewed, although she didn't know what power created such a world. Allowing her to stand from a divine perspective and understand his past, she was very grateful. This bubble ultimately held only one image, Shungrong on her knees, her weak arms tightly embracing a ball of mixed white and red fur, the ball's ears drooping down, staring ahead with a pair of ruby-red eyes, lacking luster. Mo Wanwan could sense that there was not a trace of life in Xiaoshua's body. It should be very soft. As a body without bones and consciousness to support, it is always soft. The large side hall was filled with a deathly silence, and Shungrong looked very lonely. He tried to regain his voice again and again, constantly, apologizing to Xiaoshua. "Xiaox, I am sorry. I shouldn't have brought you back." In the midsummer season, a mighty procession advanced in an orderly manner into a forest filled with miasma. Under the command of the demon queen, the procession split into two paths to defend the vast forest. This was the forest of demonic miasma, holding captive the brutal and lawless magical beasts that were bloody and violent, killing without hesitation and fond of devouring the flesh and bones of children. It had not fed for 100 years, and the demon queen loved nothing more than to hear their cries of hunger and their inability to satiate their appetite. The emotionless voice of the demon queen emerged from the bubbles, her expression as stern and unsmiling as ever. Mo Wanwan seemed to anticipate her thoughts, her focused pupils trembling incessantly, hoping that it wasn't as she feared. "You will survive here alone for 5 years. No matter what happens, you are not allowed to seek help. These are the elite troops cultivated by me, and they will only obey my commands. No one will come in, and no one will go out for 5 years. After 5 years, I will come to fetch you." After laying down a few words to briefly introduce the rules, she personally watched her child step into the cold forest, all alone, carrying nothing, relying solely on a frail body to enter this perilous forest. Shungrong looked back at her once, but she did not turn her head as she boarded the carriage, her fiery red blood dress being pulled inside by a slender hand from the slowly lowered curtain. It was only when the sound of the wheels disappeared into the greenery that he solemnly ventured deeper into the forest. There was not a sound in the forest, as if everything was lifeless. However, if one listened carefully and observed closely, one would find that every withered tree was grinning, and at intervals. Their leaves would grow and then wither again, repeating this cycle, as if time here was moving at least 100 times faster than in the outside world. Mo Wanwan did not expect that the young and small Shungrong could actually survive alone in such a terrifying and eerie forest for an entire week. During this week, he was surprisingly not attacked by any magical beasts, and there were no food sources to fill his stomach. The water in the river was also contaminated by miasma, and drinking it would likely have dire consequences. She observed this forest and found it so bizarre that it was hard to believe. The miasma forest had no sense of time. Day and night were indistinguishable here. Sometimes the day could last for 2 hours, and other times it was less than half an hour. Most of the time, one was deeply trapped in the dark, curtain-like forest. Sheng Rong listened to the wailing of the cold wind to determine the direction of his actions, avoiding unnecessary troubles. After a week, when the magical beasts had not come looking for him, he took the initiative instead. Chapter 178. Rakshasa, he arrived at a nest of a magical centipede. The traces of the magical centipede were easy to find. The trees were twisted and broken, and the ground bore deep scars left by the giant. Elongated creature crawling over it for a long time, making it easy to determine where the nest of the magical centipede was located. In fact, to survive for 5 years in a place where food and normal water sources could not be found, the only food source was these magical beasts living in a miasma forest. Even if they were vicious and cruel, as long as one was more brutal than these magical beasts, one could survive here. Sheng Rong did exactly that. A child of not yet 10 years old jumped into the pitch-black rock crevice without a moment's hesitation. He faced the magical centipede head-on, and the centipede felt provoked, its pupils shining with fierce light as it launched an attack. Under its chaotic and rapid assault, Sheng Rong shifted from a disadvantaged position to finding a flaw, using purple fire to kill the magical centipede in one strike. After the magical centipede died, he smoothly and ruthlessly peeled off its shiny black shell. With the shell removed, the centipede's blood splattered everywhere, dyeing the ground of the rock crevice a bright red. Thirsty and dry, he paid no mind to anything else, kneeling down to scoop up the blood from the pool with both hands and drinking it all in one go. Mo11 watched as Sheng Rong calmly drank the blood, her throat feeling dry and uncomfortable, unable to resist swallowing. Such a small child, the blood on his cheeks was vividly illuminated under the eerie moonlight, accentuating his pale, youthful face into a mesmerizing beauty. After drinking every last drop of the blood of the demon centipede, he took the seemingly tough centipede meat to roast, not adding salt or slicing it, but tearing it apart with his hands and chewing it in his mouth. Sheng Rong finished the entire centipede meat in one go without any sign of a bulging stomach. Mo11 believed there was only one possibility. He was rapidly digesting the food and storing it in his spiritual energy, relying on slowly consuming this energy to sustain his needs for the next week. That night, he slept in a crevice of the rocks, where the scent of the demon centipede lingered, ensuring that no other beasts would recklessly intrude. Only in such a place could he manage to get a decent sleep. In the dead of night, Sheng Rong trembled from the cold in his dreams. Yet he didn't want to wake up, his weary body deeply cherishing this moment of tranquility. Even though the nights in the demon miasma forest were chilling, with a biting cold wind repeatedly striking his body and making him shiver, he still refused to wake up, unwilling to let this rare night of good sleep be interrupted by external factors. Thus, every 7 days, he would hunt demon beasts, quenching his thirst with their blood and satisfying his hunger with their flesh. The seemingly brief 5 years in the bubble must have been long and torturous in reality. After 5 years, all the demon beasts in the forest had been killed by him, and surprisingly, the miasma of the demon miasma forest began to clear little by little with their disappearance. Daytime, which once lasted only half an hour, extended to 2 hours, and if lucky, it could even last up to 5 hours. When he emerged from the demon miasma forest, the bloodthirsty aura about him shocked the elite troops stationed outside the forest. His hair, resembling a blazing sun soaked in blood, appeared a dark red, stained with blood due to years without being washed clean. It is said that one can see a person's changes by looking into their eyes, and this saying proved to be true. The boy's pitch-black eyes were deeply covered by frost and snow. The bright light within completely vanished, leaving his gaze steady yet icy, colder than the harshest chill. The moment Mo11's gaze met those cold, sinister eyes, her soul felt as if it were tightly gripped by an abyss, instinctively sensing that she could not escape. The last remnants of childhood's pure and lively spirit were completely devoured by the forest behind her. At that moment, Sheng Rong seemed like a devil emerging from hell, a blood-soaked Rakshasa. The boy's face and features had gradually matured, and this year, the purple demon ox tribe had been nearly exterminated by roaming demons. Sheng Rong did not seek the demon queen's favor, but instead recklessly sent soldiers to rescue the purple demon ox tribe, privately bringing back the tribe leader's daughter, Ziying, to the demon palace. After his return, the demon queen flew into a rage. Since his birth, Lanyu had been assigned to assist him and voluntarily took the blame for him, enduring 55 days of exposure under the scorching sun. Lanyu was inverted on the demon cloud platform, while Sheng Rong knelt beside him in silent company. 55 days, not 1 day less, not 1 day more. He never left the demon cloud platform, Nor did he plead with the demon queen to spare Lan Yu. He simply accompanied Lan Yu in suffering the punishment. One day, dark clouds gathered on the horizon, and heavy rain poured down. The two boys were soaked to the bone, their hair sticking to their cheeks and necks. A gust of wind made Lan Yu shiver with cold. His whole body was inverted, and the water filling his nose was particularly uncomfortable. Sheng Rong used his spiritual power to create a barrier over Lan Yu's face, preventing rainwater from flowing into his nose. He could not isolate all the rainwater with his power, or else he would incur the demon queen's displeasure, and Lan Yu's punishment would only be delayed further. Chapter 179. Forbidden memories. The rain fell with the speed of silver needles, incessantly pouring down. Lan Yu asked him, "Young master, the demon queen will not show mercy. Kneeling here is useless. You might as well give up. I can endure it alone." The rain intensified, with pea-sized raindrops crashing down. Sheng Rong stared calmly ahead at the empty space, replying to Lan Yu in an extremely composed tone. "It is my responsibility. It should not be you who is punished. I just want to tell the queen that one must bear the consequences of their own actions. I will admit my mistake. There is no need for someone else to take the blame for me." The determination in his brow silenced Lan Yu. Hearing Sheng Rong's words, Mo Wanwan suddenly understood why Lan Yu had also taken full responsibility when he poisoned Yao Jinsheng. He must have learned it from him. It was also at this moment that Mo Wanwan finally saw the difference between Sheng Rong and a devil. She had previously seen countless memories of him and truly believed he was becoming almost the same as the demon queen, equally ruthless, heartless, and vicious. But upon realizing that Sheng Rong was still willing to save others and felt guilty for the injuries of his companions, she understood that even if his hands were stained with blood that could never be washed away, there was still love within his heart. It was just that this emotion was hard to find in him. Though his personality remained domineering and fierce, he was certainly not the kind of heartless person that the demon queen was. He was different from her. Unknowingly, Mo Wanwan had finished viewing these memories. With only one last bubble of memory, sealed by 7 or 8 black iron chains floating in midair. The heavy chains exuded a suffocating sense of oppression, causing the surroundings to become dark and solemn. Mo Wanwan felt as if she had stepped into a quagmire, her steps heavy. She did not approach this bubble, but stopped at a distance, gazing intently at the fragmented light. The seams of the chains flickered with fragmented memories, like scattered puzzle pieces that could not form a complete picture. This must be the secret he was unwilling to touch. After watching many of his memories, her thoughts gradually sank. As if he was sad, she too felt sadness. If he was cold, she too felt cold, sharing in his feelings. After pondering for a while, Mo Wanwan turned around. "Let's stop here. I've seen what I needed to see. There's no need to go further." She hoped to respect him. Although she had peered into many of his secrets, she would not hide her secrets from him in return, except for this memory, which was his taboo. If she wanted to see it, she at least needed his consent. Being together does not mean everything must be candid. Having secrets is everyone's right, as long as it does not harm the other. She just needed to trust him, and that was enough. "Are you sure you don't want to take a look?" Suddenly, a clear female voice echoed around, the sound lingering endlessly. Mo Wanwan stood in place, trying to discern the direction of the sound, but found that it was coming from all directions. The voice asked her again, "Are you sure you don't want to take a look?" Mo Wanwan covered her stomach and instinctively became alert. "Who are you?" "I am Sheng Wan, a Qing Wan." The voice quickly sounded again, expressing friendliness without any suspense, and sincerely introduced itself to Mo Wanwan. Mo Wanwan's pupils shrank slightly. "Xing Sheng? I am the demon pet of the demon lord." Mo Wanwan only knew Xing Yu and did not recognize Sheng Rong's other magical pets, so she couldn't confirm the truth of this statement. What did it mean? She slightly lowered her guard, but her hand still remained over her stomach without moving an inch. "What you see are all my memories. As a magical pet, I should serve my master and never leave their side." Sheng Wan's voice was somewhat desolate, as if all of this were a distant and ethereal matter. Just by raising her head slightly, she could take in the countless dust particles filled with memories, each tiny bit representing Sheng Wan's recollections. Mo Wanwan put down her hands, and there was a flicker of dim light in her beautiful, downcast eyes. She asked calmly, "Sheng Wan, where are you?" Sheng Wan paused for a moment, and her voice slowly came. "I reside in the magic jade. Only souls can reside in the magic jade. There is no container in this world that can hold living beings. My heart is connected to my master, and my master's taboos are also my taboos. Only when my master's heart is unbound will the chains disappear." Sheng Wan's voice always carried a hint of sadness, making the listener inevitably melancholic. "So, I really can't see it. Mo11 gently smiled. She hadn't intended to view the memories within this bubble. However, Shengwan said, but I can unlock a part of the memories for you. Don't you want to take a look? She asked a third time. Why was Shengwan so insistent on having her unveil these forbidden memories? Mo11 linked Shengwan's attitude with the premonition fruit, thinking that it was the premonition fruit that brought her here. Could this be what the premonition fruit wanted her to see? She pressed her lips together. One hand silently clenched into a fist, while the other once again covered her abdomen, her gaze steady. I see. Chapter 180 Betrayal. As the word good fell, the chains were violently pulled apart by an unknown powerful force, revealing a dim and oppressive scene. The clear blue sky was overshadowed by a cold and dark army, which was arrayed like a tight net across the vast land, riding on black-winged feathered beasts and launching wave after wave of iron arrows. On the ground, restless and panicking civilians were pierced by the unseen cold arrows, and the piercing cries of anguish evoked the bloody scent lingering in the air, as fresh hot blood poured over the previously vibrant red. This is war. The demon queen stood atop a black-winged butterfly, her blood-red skirt rustling in the wind. She raised her hand and tore open a gap in the air. Suddenly, there was a flash of lightning, blinding and dazzling, and the sound of thunder split the sky. Immediately, the earth trembled violently in response. Mountains roared, boulders rolled down, and a crack extended from the ground, following the thunder that echoed across the sky, sweeping waves of people into the abyss below like a tide. This is war, where millions sacrifice every second. Perhaps the beast god could no longer bear to watch. As colorful clouds appeared in the sky, and an army composed of flying dragons surged forth from the colorful clouds. Mo11 saw the colorful dragons soaring in the sky, treating it as their home ground. Each of these dragons had piercing gazes, and when they opened their mouths, they unleashed energy-filled projectiles capable of destroying a 100-member demon army with a single breath. A striking white dragon led the charge into the enemy ranks, fiercely beating its wings and causing the enemy to fall into disarray. Suddenly, the dazzling spiritual scales on its wings became incredibly sharp, arranged like a series of blades that could reflect white light. With another flap of its wings, the blades accurately shot towards the feathered beasts or demon cavalry, knocking them down from the sky. Mo11 felt that this white dragon looked somewhat familiar, but she couldn't remember where she had seen it before. At this moment, the demon queen was playing with 5 exquisite seals in her hand. Mo11 recognized the appearance of the seals, one of which was exactly like the jade lion seal that Sheng Rong had obtained from Yao Jinshen. The item that the demon lord traveled thousands of miles to search for must be extremely important, perhaps due to viewing from Sheng Wan's perspective. She could not see Sheng Rong. All she could see was the increasingly intense battlefield following the arrival of the Dragon Clan. Suddenly, the scene flashed. The rain poured down freely, and the image began to sway. Surrounding her were gigantic flying dragons, clearly surrounded. Unbeknownst to her, the flying dragons suddenly lost their ability to fly and fell from the sky. Mo11 knew they had broken through the encirclement. Without a moment's pause, her line of sight suddenly dropped. The downward speed was too fast. She couldn't even see the rain around her, and the direction Sheng Wan was charging towards was precisely where the Demon Queen was located. The Demon Queen lay at the edge of a cliff where the ground had cracked, her blood-stained dress tattered. A cold and stunning woman pointed a chilling sword directly at the fallen Demon Queen. If the Demon Queen was cold and enchanting, then this woman was as beautiful as peach and plum, cold as frost, exuding a righteous aura like a flower on a high mountain, embodying both righteousness and wickedness, like a collision of ice and fire. One had to say, Sheng Wan's vision was truly remarkable. You dare to kill this sovereign? The Demon Queen casually wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth with the back of her hand, sneering with disdain, but her eyes fiercely stared at the woman. Kill you? How boring. The woman said in an extremely calm tone, the Divine Clan already has a punishment strategy for you. You will repent in the eternal dream for the rest of your life. The chilling sword, pointing straight ahead, suddenly changed direction with the sword light aiming at the sky. A beam of cold light shot out from the sword light, angrily pointing at the dim and gloomy void, drawing a terrifying arc that slid from the clouds to a place invisible to the naked eye. After a few breaths, several chaotic thunders crashed down, instantly turning the dark hell into daylight. These thunderclaps, surging like monstrous waves, were aimed at the Demon Queen, and Mo11 also felt herself accelerating towards the Demon Queen, getting closer and closer to that distance. Just as the lightning was about to strike the ground, a man's figure jumped down. Amid the chaotic black hair, Mo11 caught a glimpse of a chain around his neck. This should be the cord that held the demon jade. Mo11 caught a glimpse of the man's profile, his wickedly handsome features making her heart race. However, at that moment, the hardness in Shang Rong's brows was far from the coldness she associated with the demon lord, indicating that something must have happened to cause such a difference. His gaze was sharp, and he moved steadily towards the demon queen, seemingly intent on pulling her away from the falling thunder in that brief moment. Yet, he never expected that the demon queen would reach out first. The angry thunder struck down mercilessly, like a punishment from the heavens, turning the land into a true hell, with even the rain unable to extinguish the stubborn flames of hell. Then, everything vanished. The scene disappeared. Mo11 lowered her head and paused for a long time before saying, "You are." At this moment, she did not continue, but bit her lip. Shang Wan's cool voice carried a hint of helplessness. "I took the lightning for him, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to endure it." So Shang Wan was struck dead by the heavenly punishment lightning. The demon empress, she dared not think about this guess. Just the thought of it being true was so sorrowful. No one could accept such an outcome, right? A chilling voice unique to Shang Wan emerged. The master bore the heavenly punishment and eternal dream for the demon empress, and in order to survive, the demon empress betrayed and sacrificed her own son. Chapter 181, Nirvana and Rebirth. Even though her suspicion was already very close to the answer, upon hearing Shang Wan's response, her heart skipped a beat, and Mo11 was stunned for several seconds, as if a fragment of a certain realization had shattered in her mind. In her understanding, no mother could possibly not love her child. Their love is greater than anything else. She could not comprehend the demon queen's determination or the extreme lengths she would go to harm her own child. From Mo11's pale face, Shang Wan could sense her thoughts. She let out a cold laugh, seeming to have long been unable to tolerate the demon queen's ruthlessness, and was not surprised by her resolute betrayal of her own son. Chains began to layer around the heavy and complex bubble, producing a clattering sound that pulled Mo11 back from her painful thoughts. As she raised her gaze, she discovered a clear and pleasant light, a thin layer embedded at the edge of the iron chains. It felt as if she had regained hope, and she wanted to quickly find the source of the light. She stepped around to the back of the bubble and saw a lantern. No, it was a wishing lamp. A very simple wishing lamp. Because she had decorated it, she recognized it at a glance. The wishing lamp seemed to welcome her arrival, gradually enlarging in front of her, as if ready to expand from an ordinary size to one comparable to a building. At the same time, a faint starlight began to spread from the soles of Mo11's shoes like mist, filling every corner of the memory world and creating a starry sky that swallowed the countless pink dust formed by the bubble into the night, making it even more hazy. These starlights flickered in and out, but they did not diminish the brilliance of the wishing lamp. Mo11 found it hard to imagine that this was naturally formed. So she asked Shang Wan, "Did you do this?" Shang Wan shyly replied with a smile, "This is the message that the master wants to convey to you. Instead of asking me, why not take a look for yourself to see what it is?" The sound of her laughter made one think that her face had turned red. Mo11 shifted her gaze from the endless night sky back to the wishing lantern. She didn't know when it had started to move on its own, and the light paper only projected her image, and only her. It was not the innocent girl she once was, but a beautiful young woman who had already crossed the age of adolescence. Mo11's fluttering eyelashes gradually became hazy, and a thin mist rose uncontrollably in her beautiful eyes, along with an overwhelming sense of joy. She was truly moved. The more this happened, the less she would be able to leave him. The message he wanted to convey to her had always been the same. In this vast darkness, she was his only light. No matter how dark his past was or how overshadowed he was by a cruel and evil woman, his future would only have her. She was everything in his future. Mo11 slowly raised one hand, stopping at her chest, and gradually clenched it, as if she were holding back the overflowing emotions and joy. She wanted to do something for him. With a thought, a faint smile appeared at the corners of her lips. "Shang Wan, since your soul is still in the magic jade, does that mean you can be resurrected?" Shang Wan was somewhat surprised by Mo11's keen insight. "It is indeed true, but I need at least 500 years to be reborn." Mo11 smiled with satisfaction. She had guessed correctly. Shang Wan was indeed a Qing Wan, a divine bird similar to a phoenix in mythology. This world was already fantastical, and a Qing Wan could likely achieve phoenix-like rebirth. She said cheerfully, "I can help you cultivate your soul. allowing you to be reborn in just a year instead of 500. As soon as she finished speaking, there was a long silence, as Sheng Wan was stunned. Are you serious? But rationality told her that such a good thing couldn't possibly exist. The fact that she could be reborn was already incredible enough. How could anyone possibly shorten 500 years to just one? Mo Wanwan calmly stated. Naturally, it is impossible to complete the rebirth of nirvana without any damage. But for Sheng Wan, being able to come out earlier to see the master and once again fulfill the duty of protecting the master is far better than being trapped in the magic jade, completely unaware of the outside world. If I can truly be freed from the magic jade, I am willing to pay any price. Her tone was predictably resolute. Mo Wanwan stretched out a finger, looking at the empty space in the night sky, as if Sheng Wan was right there. You will only lose one thing, and that is inevitable. What is it? Sheng Wan still couldn't calm down in the face of hope. Instead, she became more and more expectant, unable to contain her joy that was beyond her wildest dreams. After being reborn through my method, you will drop from 7 stars to 4 stars. Dropping from 7 stars to 4 stars means a significant difference in the richness of spiritual power. Once high and mighty, following the demon lord through countless battles, and invincible, Sheng Wan's price to pay is to accompany it to the last glory of its beast life in the previous generation. But Sheng Wan did not hesitate in the slightest. Even if it meant shedding all her feathers and giving up her wings, as long as she could see him sooner, anything was worth it. The good word was already on the tip of her tongue, about to be spoken, when Mo Wanwan suddenly opened her mouth. Sheng Wan, you must have a good relationship with him, right? I originally thought that Lan Yu was the one who stayed by his side the longest, but it turns out you were the one who accompanied him from the very beginning, never leaving his side. Sheng Wan, however, smiled faintly. He couldn't see me at first. Mo Wanwan looked suspiciously at a certain spot in the empty night sky. Sheng Wan said, I've always been hidden in the mural of his palace. When he went to the forest of demonic miasma, I possessed his brocade robe. That phoenix embroidery is me. Speaking of which, it seems that there really was a phoenix-like embroidery on Sheng Rong's brocade robe at that time. Mo Wanwan was stunned. Regardless of the ability of the 7-star beast to possess, she wanted to know one thing. Why did you follow him? Sheng Wan smiled wryly and said, I am the fierce beast that attacked Xiaoxue. I was curious about why he saved her, and before I knew it, I had been following him. Chapter 182. I like you more, and more this left Mo Wanwan unable to fathom any causal connection between them, even with 10 wild guesses. However, she had not seen any memories related to the contract between Sheng Rong and Sheng Wan. Did she miss something? Just as she was pondering with her head down, Sheng Wan said, I can attach myself to anything. To facilitate observation, I have changed many places, but I was easily recognized by my master in the demon miasma forest. I only remember that he actively formed a contract with me. The rest of the memories were lost when my soul was damaged. I can only recall them when I see my master. So that's how it is. Don't worry. I am someone who keeps my word and will not go back on it. It's not self-praise. I really have the capability to do so. My principle is not to promise things beyond my ability, and I have a good understanding of my own strength. I believe you, Sheng Wan said without hesitation. Mo Wanwan couldn't help but chuckle. We just met for the first time. Why do you trust me so easily? Sheng Wan, not knowing why she was laughing, explained with a hint of confusion. This is the intuition of a 7-star demon beast. I can still misuse this intuition now, but a year from now, I won't be able to. Mo Wanwan only smiled at her cuteness and straightforwardness. Although she might drop to 4 stars with your qualifications, returning to 7 stars is not a problem. She said this almost with certainty. Those things are no longer important. As long as she can return to his side, 4 stars and 7 stars are the same to me. Sheng Wan's words surprised Mo Wanwan a bit. Should she say that loyalty is good, or that being sentimental is good? If possible, she really wanted to know the story between Sheng Rong and Sheng Wan as master and servant. What could make Sheng Wan rush towards the heavenly thunder, using her body to bear the burden of the thunder for him? After understanding Sheng Rong's lonely life, discovering that he also has companions willing to fight for him would genuinely make her happy for him. Sheng Wan knew there were people outside waiting for Mo Wanwan, and she understood the importance of Mo Wanwan to her master, so she didn't dare to delay any longer. Let's go to where you should be. After speaking, the stars in the night sky that flickered like magnets attracted each other, slowly drawing together to form a bridge of starlight. The warm wishing lamp shrank to a normal size, floating in front of Mo Wanwan's head, wanting to guide her through the night. Mo11 stepped onto the star bridge and suddenly heard Sheng Wan's joyful voice say, "Remember our promise." "I will," she replied with a smile. As she first stepped onto the star bridge, she felt a sense of unreality, but after just a few steps, she felt more grounded, and her pace became increasingly light and hurried. As she jogged along, her heart was only focused on wanting to see him quickly. She wanted to tell him everything. She no longer wished to hide things from him, whether for the sake of their child or their future together. She just wanted to face the future with him. This short stretch of the star bridge felt incredibly long as she repeatedly thought about wanting to see him, until the bridge seemed to break off, and there appeared to be no path ahead. She slowly opened her eyes, and there he was in front of her. Sheng Rong silently gazed at her, his cold and hard brows lifting slightly for her, and the last trace of seriousness between his brows completely vanished when she smiled. He cautiously raised his hand, as if afraid that it would disappear if he touched her. "Are you okay?" He wanted to say something, but in the end, all that came to his lips was a simple greeting. Mo11 knew that his calm greeting was filled with an impending explosion of anxiety. She held his hand and pressed it against her cheek, shaking her head at him. The warmth of her cheek finally eased his mind, but seeing her shake her head only made his worries worse. However, Mo11 did not give him time to organize his thoughts. She immediately wrapped her arms around his narrow waist, snuggling against him and acting cute. "I have something important to tell you." His brows furrowed as he listened to her playfully say, "I like you more and more. What should I do?" It was as if she had electrified him, disrupting his thoughts. Then a sweet feeling, unforgettable for a lifetime, surged in his heart, intoxicating him like strong liquor. Her eyes sparkled deeply, and without hesitation, he lifted her chin, his gaze stopping at her luscious lips, wanting to leave his mark on them, and if possible, to imprint his presence all over her body right then and there. Their eyes were intentionally drawn closer by Sheng Rong. His breath was just a foot away from her lips, separated by her index finger. "I have something to tell you." The carriage was still filled with a faint, dreamy fragrance wafting from the crown moon incense burner. She recounted everything she had seen and heard from the world of memories without missing a word. "I met Sheng Wan in the magic jade. She guided me in the world of memories so I didn't get lost. Otherwise, I might not have come out at all." She joked. After hearing about the things she had to face alone, he sighed deeply, a sense of displeasure growing in his heart. If she hadn't said it out loud, he would have remained in the dark, even though he was also involved in this matter. Upon hearing her mention possibly not coming out, his expression turned serious in an instant. "If you can't come out, I'll smash the magic jade." Such a childish statement left Mo11 both amused and exasperated. "That won't do. The magic jade is a treasure passed down through generations of the demon clan. And besides, Sheng Wan still needs it to nurture her soul, so don't say you'll smash it just like that." This made sense, and Sheng Rong took the magic jade hanging around his neck. "I can go in and find you." "You can go in?" Mo11 was surprised. "I am the master of the jade. It dares not disobey my orders." She gazed at the magic jade resting in his palm, pondering for a moment before asking, "Think you can go find Sheng Wan?" "No," he replied decisively, clearly having tried before. "Why not?" "The magic jade separates the inner world from the outer world. Sheng Wan is in the inner world, and my physical body would hinder me from entering." He paused for a moment and added, "The foresight fruit is very special." He reminded her, "The foresight fruit was given to me by the wisdom tree. Even the wisdom tree cannot control it. It is merely the cultivator of these fruits, and just relying on the foresight fruit cannot access such deep places without the crown moon incense burner as a medium." Just a little inquiry revealed the formidable power of the foresight fruit, which was truly frightening. This one foresight fruit showed her the past of the demon lord. What was it trying to tell her? She increasingly felt that the secret contained in another foresight fruit, using the firebake phoenix lotus as a medicinal guide, was crucial. Her brows gradually furrowed, and Sheng Rong's dark pupils deepened further. Their gazes intersected on the magic jade, their thoughts converging. What exactly was hidden in places they could not see, something they could not control? After a long silence, Mo11's stomach suddenly stirred, and she lightly inhaled. Puzzled. "Am I hungry again?" She habitually held her belly, her eyes gradually filling with affection. Sheng Rong's gaze fell on her rounded belly, and he stood up, walking toward the carriage door. He lifted the curtain, and the night breeze flowed in. He turned his face to say to her, "I'm going to get some meat." After a while, he returned with a bowl of pig trotters. These were the magic pig trotters that Mo11 had marinated, originally meant for tomorrow, as they would taste even better then. But who could blame the baby for being hungry? The carriage was immediately filled with the mouth-watering aroma of marinated meat. And Mo Wanwan began to eat the trotters without caring about her appearance, pausing intermittently, and when she did stop, she would obediently let Sheng Rong wipe her mouth. After finishing the fragrant trotters, she licked her lips, still feeling a bit unsatisfied. Sheng Rong silently took the bowl she had set by the bed outside. He didn't want the carriage to smell like marinated pig trotters all night, as it would be hard to disperse the scent later on. When he returned, Mo Wanwan was looking at him with her big, sparkling eyes, feeling particularly relaxed after having eaten, and she kicked her legs slightly while asking him, "Have you thought a name for the baby?" Sheng Rong, who had been walking quickly toward her, suddenly stopped in his tracks, and after a moment he said, "The baby's name won't be chosen by us. It has to be decided by him." Mo Wanwan's eyes widened in shock. "Isn't it the father who names the children of the demon clan?" Sheng Rong shook her head, sat down beside her, and took her hand, calming her surprise. "The offspring of the demon lord do not inherit their parent's surname. They have their own independent surname. Any one beast or object that follows their surname will become their subordinate, which not only limits their rights to inherit property from their parents, but also maximizes the power of the demon lord's children." Mo Wanwan seemed to understand, yet also appeared confused. How could this maximize the power of the demon lord's offspring? In order for them to be independent from birth, the demon palace has a destiny plate. They just need to place their hand on it, and the destiny plate will select 2 characters as their name and surname. Once they have their own surname, they will no longer be connected to me. My responsibility is only to train them to become a qualified demon lord of the next generation, and I want to interfere too much afterward. With fewer ties to their family, there will be no obstacles, which is the tradition of the demon royal inheritance. From the perspective of the demon clan, this maximizes power because they are not limited by their parents. In plain terms, it is a free-range model. However, Mo Wanwan did not think so. She believed that familial affection outweighed power. A child who does not understand love, no matter how powerful, is merely a child lacking affection. A demon lord raised in an environment devoid of love will walk through life in loneliness. Externally strong and mighty, possessing supreme power, yet internally, they will grow old in solitude. Only those who truly understand love will have the immense courage to become incredibly strong. This cold educational approach was not what she wanted to adopt. However, she would respect the traditions of the demon clan. She smiled slightly and said, "Then let us give the baby a nickname. This is a name given by parents to their child, and it is also our way of expressing love." Sheng Rong was momentarily stunned. Then he looked at her and let out a deep, rich sound, filled with profound meaning. He flirtatiously tucked a strand of her hair behind her ear and gently curled his lips. "What do you want to name them?" Mo Wanwan's face turned red all of a sudden, and she forced herself not to look away, appearing shy. She smiled awkwardly and said, "How about calling Guogua?" Sheng Rong's lips curled slightly in a smile, but her expression turned a bit displeased as she asked, "Are you sure you want to call him Guogua?" Mo Wanwan was puzzled as to why he asked such a question. Such a cute name should be liked, right? Guogua is very adorable, giving off a fresh and juicy feeling. She was halfway through speaking when she couldn't help but lick her lips. Under Sheng Rong's increasingly sharp gaze, she silently retracted her tongue. Ahem, she returned to seriousness. After all babies are very cute when they are born. Just imagine, when he is born, he will be pale, chubby, like a little meatball, and his face will probably look like a fruit. Moreover, whether he is a boy or a girl, calling him Guogua is very fitting. Although this name is not imposing at all, it doesn't reflect any grandeur, and it sounds easy to bully, weak, effeminate, and silly. But thinking about how Kayer has come up with so much, even picturing what the child will look like when born in her mind, shows how much she yearns for a beautiful future together with him. As long as you like it. He rubbed the top of her head, his tone filled with affection, saying that from now on he will be called Guogua, which will be the nickname from you and me to him. Mo Wanwan smiled at him brightly. Chapter 184. The Stray Demons. Just as the two had decided on a nickname for the baby Gua, the baby had already been receiving the necessary nutrients in Mo Wanwan's belly, and soon he would be able to come out and see the outside world, as well as meet his parents. With the baby's nickname settled, there was now someone to share the secret in her heart, and Mo Wanwan slept particularly soundly that night, her head nestled in Sheng Rong's embrace. 2 days later, the team exited the woods, but encountered restless beastmen on the essential path through the canyon. Beastman 1 said, "Did you steal the 7-colored fruit that our boss loves the most?" Beastman 2 said, "Hand over the 7-colored fruit, or you won't be able to pass through here alive." Beastman 3 said, "Right, Even if we can't beat you, our boss can make you regret it. After saying this, he stared at Ziying, who had just stepped down from the second carriage, with cold sweat running down his back. Ziying shot a glare at Beastman 3 and asked the Demon Lord, "Master, should I deal with these stray demons?" Sheng Rong replied with the same phrase. "Quick battle. Quick resolution." Beastman 3 trembled at Ziying's glare, and upon hearing the deep, resonant voice of the man from the first carriage, a sense of threat came through the curtain, as if it had locked his throat. He stammered, We just want to get back our 7-colored fruit to report to our boss." Beastman 2 was also nervous, but he had seen more of the world than Beastman 3. He scolded Beastman 3, "What are you afraid of? If we die, our boss will avenge us. Show some courage now." Beastman 1 was also very nervous but remained silent, nodding vigorously. Inside the carriage, Mo11 asked Sheng Rong, "What are stray demons?" Sheng Rong replied, "They are beasts that occupy ungoverned territories and declare themselves kings without permission. Generally, they are small in scale and not to be feared." Mo11 wondered, "Doesn't that sound like mountain bandits?" Mo11, "This should be very close to the territory of the demon clan, right? Is it really safe for them to settle around here? I've heard that the beasts near the demon clan are very fierce. Encountering even one is a 3-star level, and ordinary beast tribes can't survive in such a place." These are all things the demon clan guards told her on the way, bragging that the timid beast tribes outside can't even handle the beasts around the demon palace, let alone dare to step into the demon clan's territory. They are all useless. It's known that the little ones of the demon clan can take on a 1-star beast by the age of 7, and for adults, taking on a 2-star beast is nothing at all. With some training, they can even ride home on a 3-star beast as a pet. The ordinary guards cultivated by the demon palace are all capable of fighting against 3-star beasts. This is the disparity in strength. But it's a pity that it can't open the eyes of outsiders. Sheng Rong, they are not ordinary demon beasts. They are orphans with impure bloodlines, either driven out by the demon clan or abandoned by the beast tribes. These orphans form groups and survive in the harsh environment by huddling together for warmth. 600 years ago, demon beasts were not like this. At that time, they were oppressed by the demon clan, stripped of their right to live, and driven out of their territories, becoming wandering demons. Nowadays, the term wandering demons refers to those unwanted mixed breeds. Mo11 was puzzled. Why drive them out? Just because of impure bloodlines? Her innocence made Sheng Rong smile faintly. He lovingly stroked the top of her head and told her, in the Yunshi continent, where strength reigns supreme, bloodline is more important than anything. Keeping impure bloodlines only wastes resources and is not worth nurturing. Therefore, someone like Bai Hong, born into a royal family and protected by a powerful person, can avoid the fate of becoming an orphan. However, although Bai Heng's bloodline is impure, he is still a child born from 2 powerful families, and his impure bloodline is still 10-fold or 100-fold stronger than that of ordinary beast races with pure bloodlines. She lowered her eyes and fell into silence. First, the human race treated as slaves, their lives worth less than a penny. Now, it's the abandoned, mixed-breed, wandering demons left to fend for themselves. The social inequality and the barbaric rules that this world follows are so backward. How can life be so devalued? She touched her belly, feeling very sad, and raised her head to gaze at Sheng Rong, questioning him. Will our child be considered a mixed breed? Will he be accepted? Will he also be thrown away, left in this place filled with magical beasts that devour people without blinking? Sheng Rong was momentarily stunned. He had not expected her to ask such a question. He opened his mouth to comfort her, assuring her that their child would definitely be of pure blood, but suddenly found himself unable to say it. Because Kair also had a noble identity, if the child did not take after him, or if the child inherited both of their bloodlines. He suddenly realized the severity of the issue and began to dread the thought of their child being defined as a mixed breed in the eyes of the world, which would be a huge blow to Kair. However, he knew deep down that he was the demon lord, the king of the demon race, and his child would not be questioned. Instead, he would become a noble existence. Mo11 watched as he moved his lips, but fell silent. And she understood in her heart. She said, I believe you'll protect Guogua, but those ordinary families cannot keep their children safe. Their choices must be incredibly difficult. I know that changing people's perceptions takes time, so I won't force it, but I have a method. She whispered the method into Sheng Rong's ear, and his pupils constricted, a glimmer of light flashing in his dark eyes. Kair, this method is indeed good. Perhaps we can give it a try. Chapter 185. The boss's old friend during their conversation. Ziying had already beaten up the 3 Beast clan members and had them dragged over to the demon lord's carriage. Ziying said, Lord, the people are here. How should we deal with them? She lowered her head, waiting for orders. Mo11 lifted a corner of the window curtain and glanced at the three bruised individuals, unable to suppress a laugh as she asked them, "Is this area all under your control?" Among the three, the boldest Beast clan member, still holding on to his last breath, contributed that breath to his response. "You'll know if it's us when you move forward. Once you get past us, there are more ambushes waiting for you. Just wait and see." After he spoke with full vigor, he rolled his eyes back and collapsed, unconscious. If he hadn't lost consciousness, Ziying would have really wanted to hit him again. She looked at the window position, clasped her hands, and suggested, "How about we hang them up and leave them here?" Mo11 thought this idea was actually quite good, but a deep voice from behind her interrupted. "Go capture the wandering demons. Those who resist, kill." The straightforward command reached Ziying's ears, and her eyes lit up as she turned to instruct the people below to tie up the three fools and throw them to the back of the team. Xingyu continued to delve deeper into the canyon, with a group of people following in an orderly and steady manner behind its noble and elegant tail. Knowing that many people were ambushed ahead, Ziying directly abandoned her carriage and rode alongside Xingyu, protecting the demon lord and the future young master. Her demon pet still pulled her carriage, and she was quite confident that she could handle these fools on her own. After all, she was the master of the Poison Palace, and didn't need to rely on her demon pet's power to deal with wandering demons. This was not arrogance. Her strength was indeed remarkable. As they passed halfway through the canyon, the path ahead remained calm and unimpeded. Ziying, grinding her silver teeth in anger, thought, "That fool actually dared to deceive us." She wished she could dismount right now and skin those three beastmen for the pot. Suddenly, something slipped under her horse's hooves, which Ziying quickly caught with her keen eyes. Raising it up to take a closer look, she showed a look of disgust. How could a turtle beastman run so fast? The turtle beastman grinned foolishly, looking rather silly. "Heroine, please show mercy. I'm just here to deliver a message." His silly smile nearly made Ziying drop him to the ground, and he was so startled that his heart almost leaped out of his chest. Thinking that the heroine was suspicious and distrustful, he hurriedly displayed a sincere smile. "I truly come on the orders of the boss to deliver a message. She hasn't seen her old friends a long time and misses them very much." Old friends? Ziying was appalled by his appearance. And little did she know that this guy dared to smile even more grotesquely. She quickly raised her other hand to cover the turtle beastman's face, fearing that this face would continue to offend her eyes. "Well, old friends." The turtle beastman was taken aback, thinking this was about to cost him his life, and panicked. "If I knew, I would have gone to find that old friend directly." Ziying found it quite disgusting to touch his face, which felt slippery in an unpleasant way, not the smooth kind but rather grossly slippery. So she disdainfully tossed the turtle beastman to the ground. The turtle beastman was relieved that he landed shell first, retracting his limbs and head to protect himself. Mo11 was even more curious about the leader mentioned by the wandering demon. Not only could he lead the isolated and helpless wandering demons to occupy such a large canyon, but he also had acquaintances among their group. She tilted her head to look at Sheng. "Do you know him?" Her intuition told her that this acquaintance must be someone significant. No. He quickly distanced himself from the relationship. Sheng wasn't interested in this part. Apart from the plan Mo11 had just whispered in his ear, he only cared about one thing: Minghao's poor handling of the situation. Clearly, he was assigned to lead the team to clear the route. So how could he leave such a trouble unaddressed? Mo11 didn't ask any further. If he said he didn't know, then must be fine. Perhaps this boss recognized someone among the guards. She lifted the curtain to look outside, her eyes searching the yellow earth until they found a turtle beastman. The male turtle beastman, the size of a fist, flipped over, covering his belly, revealing a head with yellow and green stripes, looking quite cunning. As soon as the turtle beastman showed his head, his gaze met Mo11's eyes, and it seemed like her bright and enchanting clear eyes were speaking, making him mesmerized. Her beauty was fully exposed to the sunlight at that moment, as if a unique fragrance of a beautiful person was wafting through the air, making him feel dizzy with desire. Beautiful, so beautiful, too beautiful. The turtle beastman stuttered, but didn't lose his train of thought. Could he ask for the lady's name? He wanted to say something more to such a beauty, even just to get a name, and he would be overjoyed. Suddenly, he felt a murderous aura emanating from the carriage, overpowering the beautiful fragrance and pressing down on his small frame, making it hard for him to breathe. Seeking death. Ziying, deal with it. The deep and commanding voice was like an invisible cold iron pressed against his neck, instilling fear. The turtle beast man didn't even dare to swallow. But his survival instinct soared to its peak, and his mouth moved with a speed not characteristic of a turtle. You can't kill me because if I die, no one will guide you. I'm the only one brave enough to come out and meet you. Everyone else has hidden away after knowing your identities. Xing was already gathering spiritual power, and with just a light wave of her hand, she could send the turtle beastman to meet the king of hell. The turtle beastman's eyes bulged bigger than copper bells. Wait. Our boss came from the east, and she said that one of you is an old acquaintance. Doesn't this old acquaintance want to meet our boss right away? You shouldn't be angry. Do you know who our boss is? This turtle beastman kept mentioning an old acquaintance. Who exactly was this old acquaintance? Chapter 186. The real situation of spirit beasts on the continent. I limit you to 10 words to finish. Shengrong didn't like listening to nonsense and directly limited the turtle beastman's word count. As soon as the demon lord opened his mouth, the turtle beastman was so frightened that he didn't move at all, his limbs ready to retract at any moment. His mind raced. He could only say 10 words. And if he said them well, perhaps he could save his life. If not, he would be doomed, with life and death hinging on a single sentence. After brewing for a long time and taking 3 deep breaths, he gathered the courage to say, "The boss is a girl, and she came from the desert." Just 10 words. He said them all in one breath, feeling his throat dry. He could only take a gamble, hoping that this acquaintance of the boss would stand up for him and plead for mercy. Upon hearing desert, Mo Wanwan and Shengrong's expressions changed. They needed to head northwest from the kingdom of Yushuang to the demon palace, which was in the west. The eastern route on the map only had one desert. Mo Wanwan's heart skipped a beat, and she clenched her fists. What is your name? The turtle beastman felt that he had heard the voice of the beast god, which was extremely pleasant to the ears. My name is Turtle Boy. He looked up at Mo Wanwan. Turtle Boy, can you lead us? Mo Wanwan knew that making decisions without the demon lord's approval was not wise, but she didn't want to miss this opportunity just because Gui Zai was killed. She had a premonition that she was that person's old acquaintance. Gui Zai was naturally more than willing. I'll lead you right now. He had come for this very purpose. Mo Wanwan nodded, slightly in gratitude, and then lowered the curtain. The turtle boy looked up sadly at the disappearing window of the beautiful woman. He really wanted to see her a little longer. If he had known, he wouldn't have agreed so readily. He wished he had dragged it out a bit longer. Inside the carriage, Mo Wanwan felt that her previous words and actions were too willful. This team was made up of the demon lord's people. How could she unilaterally change the route? She lowered her head, blushing, and said, "You won't blame me for taking the initiative, will you?" Shengrong flicked her forehead with his index finger and replied, "Once you become the demon empress, your ideas will be my ideas." This meant that she should consult him next time, but he happened to agree, so she was just speaking on his behalf this time. After a while, he added, "I'm happy for you." The two seemed to have guessed the identity of the leader, but they still needed to verify it with their own eyes. The turtle boy led the demon lord's team through a remote tunnel in the canyon to a stronghold on a mountain, named Windchaser Stronghold, a name that clearly belonged to a group of wandering demon bandits striving for freedom. After the turtle boy entered to deliver the news, a saber-toothed tiger strolled out of the Windchaser Stronghold, with a chubby tiger cub on its back, excitedly greeting everyone like it was new to the world. Upon seeing the familiar black fur and posture of the saber-toothed tiger, Mo Wanwan covered her trembling lips with her hand due to the surprise, and hot tears streamed down her hand. The saber-toothed tiger's gaze bypassed Shengyu and landed on their carriage, letting out a pleased low growl. "Miss, it's been a long time." Just a simple low growl created a wave that knocked everyone around them 2 meters away. This was just a regular roar from the Shen tiger. Mo Wanwan joyfully ran out of the carriage and immediately pounced on the little tiger on Xuanhu's back. Wow, so cute. She rubbed her cheeks against the little tiger's body. The texture of its fur, its body temperature, much warmer than an ordinary person's, and this adorable, furry creature made her feel extremely happy. Xuanhu thought the young lady was so happy to see him that she was beaming as she rushed over. He was ready to welcome Mo Wanwan's embrace, but little did he know she ended up hugging the little tiger instead, almost rolling his eyes in exasperation. "I'm dead." Mo Wanwan pinched the little tiger's paw, and the little tiger, charmed by her beauty, obediently allowed her to rub it. Xuanhu had hidden the little tiger very well in the hell forest, not letting her catch a glimpse of it, even once. She actually really liked the babies of such fierce beasts. Not only did they look adorably fierce, but she could also bully them before they grew up and became imposing. Bullying them was really just enjoying their fur. Before Xuanhu sent Mo Wanwan away from the Hell Forest, he silently wished to never see this woman again, blaming fate for leading him out of the Hell Forest and putting the little tiger in danger. By the way, Xuanhu's name is Xuanhu, and the little tiger's name is also Little Tiger. Spiritual beasts have a habit of naming themselves without much thought, basically naming them however they like. Bai Xiaoxin, who just got off the carriage, and Yu Chui, who helped her down, were both astonished to hear this black saber-toothed tiger speak, staring incredulously at Xuanhu and the little tiger in Mo Wanwan's arms, their stiff expressions revealing their extreme shock. Yu Chui reminded Bai Xiaoxin, "Your Highness, this is a spiritual beast. I know, I have eyes and ears." Bai Xiaoxin restrained her impulse to reprimand Yu Chui. After all, they were outside. 600 years ago, spiritual beasts were rare, but not completely unseen. However, starting from a certain day, 600 years later, spiritual beasts basically vanished from the continent. Bai Xiaoxin was born in this era, where spiritual beasts had long become legendary creatures. First of all, the information that the wisdom tree told Mo Wanwan about spiritual beasts in the outside world was based on around 600 years ago, since it had not left the valley of life and death in the desert of heavenly punishment for hundreds of years. Even if it was aware of all things in the world, it could not know how many spiritual beasts still roamed in front of people outside of Yinshi continent. Secondly, Bai Heng mentioned the people's admiration and worship of spiritual beasts in the Hell Forest, but that was only for the spiritual beasts recorded in ancient scrolls. As for whether the vast majority of spiritual beasts were rooted in the Hell Forest, that was only a legend. No one had ever left the Hell Forest alive to tell them the truth. Furthermore, people did not understand the appearance and strength of the wild beasts in the Hell Forest, simply referring to them as wild beasts. At the time, Bai Heng and Wansher's calm demeanor was entirely because these wild beasts in the Hell Forest were their enemies. When they first saw those Xuanhu speaking, they were just as shocked as Bai Xiaoxin and her companions. Now, the statues of spiritual beasts that the nation and city-states offered were merely offerings. Spiritual beasts were believed to be messengers of the beast god, the closest existence to the beast god, capable of protecting their lands and ensuring good weather and prosperity. Chapter 187, The Identity of the Boss Revealed, Part 1. The Moon Entropy Kingdom does not strongly believe in the power of spiritual beasts. They rely on General Wan's protection, living under this reliable tree, allowing the common people to live their lives in peace. However, this star of faith fell from the sky, and overnight, the people's unease spread to the Wolf King's palace. The old Wolf King was worried about this and decisively supported Wansher, hoping this would comfort and stabilize the people's hearts. Unexpectedly, even a precious and rare holy artifact was lost. Holy artifacts are products of their era, a legacy of their ancestors' wisdom and strength, and treasures left behind by the legendary beast god. There were only a few to begin with, and now one was lost. Every country possessed holy artifacts. They symbolized strength. Since the Moon Entropy Kingdom lost its national treasure, the Crescent Moon Incense Burner, Bai Heng became their only assurance. The underworld bone blade in his hand was the only weapon that could rival the midging fan in the hands of the national master of the Brown Wind Kingdom. Moreover, the Brown Wind Kingdom had two other holy artifacts, any one of which could threaten the Moon Entropy Kingdom. The old Wolf King and the civil and military officials of the Moon Entropy Kingdom were still unaware that Bai Heng had another hidden weapon, the underworld soul skeleton. Until yesterday, during the winter hunt prepared for the competition for the Crown Prince's position, the royal carriage was suddenly ambushed by a 5-star monster. To protect the carriage, Bai Heng had his arm and leg bitten off by the monster. The old Wolf King felt his heart sink at that moment, but he did not expect that Bai Heng's missing arm and leg miraculously regrew before their eyes. The speed of this regeneration was simply beyond what an ordinary person could achieve. Under the old Wolf King's probing questions, Bai Heng finally revealed the matter of the underworld soul skeleton. He did not want to expose it so soon, and this information completely stunned the two princes, Bai Yunxian and Bai Yunlian. Bai Heng was already troublesome enough with one holy artifact, now that a second holy artifact had emerged. The combination of the two was not only excessively powerful, but also could only be controlled by him, causing the two princes to suddenly fall from a state of confidence to despair. Bai Heng's unaccounted acquisition of a new holy artifact indicated that he had a powerful ally behind him, adding another difficult obstacle for them. However, this was what had recently happened in the Moon Entropy Kingdom. While on the side of the Demon Lord, Mo Wanwan was playing with the little tiger. Mo Wanwan hugged the tiger cub, rubbing and cuddling it, showing unreserved affection. However, in Xuanhu's eyes, It turned into a scene where he wished he could turn the tiger cub into a ball and use it as a weapon. Xuanhu's heart felt like it was being pricked by needles as he stared at every subtle movement of Mo11. Miss, be gentle, be gentle. The tiger cub is still small. Its bones haven't fully developed. He was afraid that Mo11 would accidentally break the delicate little body of the tiger cub. Yet, despite its small stature, the tiger cub possessed the incredible and terrifying power that any spirit beast would have. When the demon guards saw Xuanhu, they could barely stand, and they could sense that the tiger cub also had that terrifying power. So when they saw Mo11 playing with the tiger cub as if nothing was wrong, in fact, they thought she seemed to be bullying the tiger cub, their hearts nearly leaped out of their chests. Their hands gripping their weapons were now slick with sweat. If anything happened to Miss Mo, they would do everything in their power to rescue her. Mo11 smiled at Huzai and poked his chubby cheek with her finger. So your name is Huzai? Do you like scorpions? I have a very fun, magical pet. The demon guard gasped, and the scorpion, who was mentioned, held its breath. Master, what's wrong with you today? This is a spirit beast. It was terrified and felt like fainting after sensing Xuanhu and Huzai. Meanwhile, Ziying rolled her eyes in exasperation. She was annoyed because Mo11 was completely disregarding the fact that she was pregnant as she rushed out of the carriage, making her heart race with worry. One incredibly worrying pregnant woman. Mo11 is not worried about her body because she releases some spiritual energy to protect herself during intense exercise, ensuring that both the baby and she are safe. Huzai has never seen a scorpion, and his eyes shine with curiosity. What is a scorpion? I want to play with a scorpion. Sister will let you play with it. Mo11 tried to summon Mocc, but since Mocc didn't come out, she put Huzai back on the back of the Xuanhu and reached into the sleeve of her other hand, rummaging around. Mocc, come out. I want to introduce you to a very cute spiritual beast. You can spar with it. This is a great opportunity for you to increase your spiritual power. Mocc, who was hiding deep in the sleeve and afraid of being caught by Mo11, and Xuanhu both rolled their eyes dramatically. Mocc's inner thoughts. This is a spirit beast. You shouldn't choose such a difficult opponent. I don't want to seek death. If you want to fight, go fight yourself. Xuanhu's inner thoughts. My little tiger is so innocent and adorable, yet it's being used as a tool to train your magical pet. Do you really need to be so heartless? Mo11 did not know that she had offended so many people. She simply expressed her true thoughts and believed that doing so was beneficial without any harm. Seizing every opportunity to become stronger is the true principle of becoming a king. Mocc didn't want to become a broken king. He just wanted to be the top foodie among foodies. Chapter 188. The Boss's Identity Revealed, Part 2. The tiger cub was seriously injured and couldn't use force. A clean and sweet voice inexplicably carried a faint sense of nostalgia, and it came through in a very ethereal manner. Mo11 was taken aback, suddenly raising her head, her gaze piercing through the figure of Xianhu. A little girl stepped out from Chasing Wind Village, sporting a neat ponytail and dressed in a clean and sharp outfit, walking directly towards Mo11. Wherever she passed, the stray demons made way for her and respectfully bowed. The little girl exuded a mature and composed aura, her essence flowing with an incomprehensible, weathered charm that was completely at odds with her age and stature, along with an imperceptible but profound spiritual power. This power had the capability to destroy the heavens and the earth, far more terrifying than Xianhu and Huzi, but it was truly difficult to detect unless one was a strong individual. A gust of icy wind swept through, knocking down the strayed demons standing in the remote areas, leaving them bewildered about what was happening. Sheng Rong rushed from Sheng Yu's back to Mo11's side, gripping her hand with one hand while the other cautiously summoned his spiritual power, ready to strike first if the girl made any move. Protect Guowa, he said in a deep voice, seeing his expression as cold as ice and iron. Mo11 couldn't help but feel embarrassed and muttered inwardly, "She's just a little girl. You really act without hesitation, although she is indeed incomprehensibly strong." Mo11 did not show the expected nervousness. She simply held his strong and reliable hand and smiled lightly, saying, "Don't worry, she will definitely not hurt me." Sheng Rong took a moment to react. When he turned to meet Mo11's gaze, his fierce expression gradually calmed down. "Are you sure she is not?" It wasn't that he didn't believe her, but the age difference was indeed a bit excessive. Mo11 nodded slightly. "That's right, I can feel it. I regard her as my closest kin, and I won't be mistaken." After sensing the murderous intent of the demon lord, the little girl quickly stepped forward to them. She casually glanced at the man beside Mo11, who was so tall that she had to look up to see him. She stared intently at Mo11's face, and Mo11 could visibly see the corners of her lips curling into a meaningful yet nonchalant smile. I didn't expect so much to happen. Have I arrived a step too late? Mo11's face was scrunched up for a while, and when the little girl finally spoke, she couldn't help but laugh. Grandma Tree. How did you become like this? Chong Hui Tree's pretty face flushed, and she glared at Mo11. Although I'm a tree spirit, I am also a type of spiritual beast. It takes 1,000 years to transform into human form. This time, I found the opportunity to become human, but I still cannot instantly grow into an adult human. Yet, Wan, your transformation is so significant. I find it hard to believe that you could conceive the child of the demon lord in such a short time. After saying that, Chong Hui Tree glanced at Sheng Rong, as if Sheng Rong were some kind of monster capable of instantly making Wan's belly grow big. This kind of ability is probably unmatched in the demon clan, right? Wan's cheeks suddenly flushed like a burning cloud, looking redder than Chong Huishu's face. At this moment, the crowd around her widened their eyes and struggled to breathe. Xiaobei, did I hear that right? What did this girl call the boss? Grandma? The boss is just a girl. My goodness, have we encountered the demon lord? Xiaobei, what should we do? The demon lord isn't here to exterminate our chasing wind village, right? How can Miss Mo call a girl grandma? Am I seeing things? Just look. Is it an old lady or a young girl? Ziying was also trying to figure out their relationship, but was still very confused. However, she couldn't let her subordinates continue discussing, as the demon lord's expression was starting to turn unfriendly. Chong Huishu looked at Wan's belly with a loving expression. What is the baby called? She understood Wan and the traditions of the demon clan. Even if the child didn't get a formal name from the parents, it could still have a nice nickname. Let's call it Guwa. Wan stroked her belly with a charming smile. Chong Huishu looked up at Sheng Rong and politely asked, May I touch Guwa? With her speaking tone and a mature, profound aura paired with such a cute and innocent little face, Chong Huishu's request became hard to refuse. Even Sheng Rong had to helplessly retract her solemn expression. Sheng Rong completely let down her guard. If Kair doesn't mind, I won't stop you. Chong Huishu reached out to explore Wan's belly, closing her eyes to sense carefully. Wan was puzzled about what Chong Huishu was doing, and Sheng Rong silently watched her actions. After a moment, Chong Huishu withdrew her hand and smiled. Indeed, if I'm not mistaken, Guo is going to be born today. This shocking news exploded over Wan's head. She pinched her own face, forgetting to cry out in pain, and hurriedly asked Chong Huishu, Grandma Tree, are you sure it's today? No. She should say she really trusts Grandma Tree's judgment, because Grandma Tree is like a divine tree. Her judgment cannot be wrong. So Guo will be born today. When will it be? In the next quarter of an hour? Is it really going to be fine for her to stand here so calmly? She still found it hard to believe that she was only pregnant for less than a month, and she could see their baby so soon. In chapter 189, even the demon lord, who could remain composed on a battlefield filled with slaughter and usually kept his emotions in check, showed a hint of surprise upon hearing this news. After all, he had expected that Kair would give birth to Guo no earlier than next month. He shared the same thought as Wan and did not doubt Chong Huishu's judgment. Guo would have spent less time in her mother's womb than he did, which also indicated that Guo's strength would surpass his in the future. Demon clan children are very special. The stronger they are, the earlier they come out of their mother's womb because they have absorbed enough nutrients and are eager to come into the world to fend for themselves. Indeed, demon clan children, the more powerful they are, do not need to rely on their parents for survival after birth. They can be self-sufficient. However, Wan was still unaware of this. She knew little about the demon clan and could only grasp the necessary information when the time came. If she were to find out that her child would be able to fend for itself right after birth, she would probably be unable to sleep for several nights. Wan wondered why Ming Guo would be born so early. She heard Sheng Rong's explanation about the demon race's childbirth and thought it should at least take another month, right? She didn't want this to be a premature birth, as it posed great risks for both the mother and the child. Could Guo really be okay coming out this early? Had he absorbed enough nutrients from her body? Would he be healthy when born? Compared to the excitement of seeing the baby soon, she quickly calmed down to contemplate the various consequences. In the end, Wan could only think of one reason. Perhaps it was because she had been drinking Sheng Rong's blood for nearly a month, and maybe the blood of the demon lord had accelerated Guo's birth. Chong Huishu observed the subtle changes in the expressions of the two, one who calmed down after a moment of excitement, and the other whose blood surged with passion, eyes shining with the sharpness of a king. Chang Huishu smiled helplessly at the couple. Clearly they had no experience with childbirth. She gestured to a young man behind her, who immediately turned to prepare for the arrangements. Once the young man began to act, Chang Huishu addressed the two, whose thoughts had flown far away. Here, you can call me Hui. I'm not sure how much the world knows about me. To avoid unnecessary commotion, I hope to keep my identity confidential. Chang Huishu's voice could only be heard by Mo Wanwan and Sheng Rong. She trusted no one else. She was a divine tree, a special kind of spirit beast. The only one of its kind in the world, the wisest plant on the continent, able to listen to all things and observe the world. However, for the past 600 years, she had essentially been in seclusion in the valley of life and death, patiently waiting for the day she could transform into human form. She no longer listened to the sound from the outside or looked at the outside world. Her only concern was the spiritual herbs in the valley, until 2 years ago, when someone worth caring about entered her heart. That person was Mo Wanwan. Even though she had seen through countless mortal affairs, she still yearned for genuine human emotions. Some matters require careful consideration. I have sent Xiao Bei to prepare the spiritual spring. You might as well enter the village first. Mo Wanwan could tell that the spiritual spring mentioned by Hui was prepared for her in Guowa, and it should help her during childbirth. Xing had the team set up camp outside the village for the night, and only Mo Wanwan and Sheng Rong were allowed to enter Chasing Wind Village. In the eyes of the wandering monsters, these two were invited in by the leader, making them guests, while the others were unrelated to the leader and could become enemies at any moment. So the wandering monsters would not allow them all to enter the village. The rule of Chasing Wind Village was that strangers were not permitted inside, and this rule protected everyone in the village. Anyone who broke the rule would bring destruction to the village. Hui brought the two into the largest house in Chasing Wind Village. The exterior of the house was simple, and the interior was quite plain, but it excelled in spaciousness, with a gentle breeze able to flow in from all directions. On the table were fruits and snacks that Xiao Bei had prepared in advance, along with 3 cups of warm tea, to ensure the tea met the guests' preferences. There was even a bottle of huadiao wine standing behind the teapot, showing the host's thoughtfulness. Once we entered the room, there were only the 3 of them. She turned to Mo Wanwan and opened her arms, a tender smile spreading across her youthful face. There was one thing that had always been a regret in her heart. She had never been able to embrace this child in front of her with warm human arms. Even though the child had grown up and excelled, in her eyes, Mo Wanwan would always be the child she needed to protect. Mo Wanwan stepped forward without hesitation and hugged Hui. Originally, she should have plunged into the embrace of someone like a grandmother, but due to Huey's childlike, small stature, it turned into being lifted off the ground by Mo Wanwan, with her legs dangling. The actual scene seemed to deviate somewhat from the idea before she transformed into human form, and Hui suddenly didn't know how to respond. Mo Wanwan put down Hui and caught a glimpse of Xuanhu playing with Tiger Cub outside the house, her eyes dimming. Hui, you said Tiger Cub was seriously injured and cannot use force. What is going on? Chapter 190, Evil Dragon After Being Picked Up. Hui was spun around in the air and felt unaccustomed to the human body when she landed, her head spinning as if the sky and earth had been turned upside down, making her feel quite uncomfortable. After a long while, she finally pulled her thoughts back to the main topic, her expression serious. Someone attacked the valley of life and death. I was adapting to my new body at the time, which allowed the enemy to take advantage of me. Mo Wanwan was startled by the words and asked with concern, "How is the valley of life and death?" Hui shook her head. Basically no major issues, but Huzai was poisoned while trying to protect Xuan Qihua. The toxin implanted in his body is spreading rapidly, and its potency is so strong that even spirit beasts with immense spiritual power cannot heal themselves. That's why I brought him out to seek a solution. She added, I have set up multiple barriers in the Hell Forest. Once someone triggers a barrier, I will be notified immediately. Mo Wanwan let out a sigh of relief, feeling reassured. Although Huzai looked very healthy, he was poisoned internally, and even the power of spirit beasts couldn't heal him. Mo Wanwan pondered for a moment, but she believed there was always a way, whether it was Hui or herself. They would find a way to heal Huzai. Suddenly, she pressed her brows together. With the vast array of spiritual mushrooms and herbs in Xingu, was there really not one that could heal Huzai? What kind of enemy could it be, and what was their purpose? The injury inflicted on Huzai by Hui, coupled with the inability of Xingu's spiritual mushrooms and the powerful self-healing system of spirit beasts to cure him, was enough to demonstrate how difficult the enemy was to deal with. Hui had always been calm and composed. But this time the injury even made her clench her fists in anger and pound the table. She glared coldly and said furiously, "It's the evil dragon." Mo Wanwan's pupils shrank sharply. It was actually a dragon clan. She had encountered dragons indirectly twice since arriving in this world. The first time was in the Yaojin lion family, where she learned from the myth of the Minghun skeleton that the holy artifacts left to Bai Hengxing by his mother were forged from the wing bones and spine bones of the Flame Dragon King. And the grudge of the Flame Dragon King had given rise to the heavily malevolent artifact spirit, Yin Xiao. The second time was in Shengwan's dream, where she saw the dragon clan from forbidden memories. What left a deep impression on her was the beautiful and noble white dragon. The white dragon had severely injured the demon empress and summoned divine punishment. Each encounter fully demonstrated the formidable and invincible power of dragons. And this evil dragon seemed no exception. She had thought the dragon clan was a distant existence, something akin to ancient creatures for this continent. But she never expected that dragons still existed on Yunshi continent, and had even attacked the Valley of Life and Death. What was its purpose? What did it covet about the Valley of Life and Death? Since even legendary spirit beasts, which were said to exist only in myths, could hide in the Hell Forest. It wasn't surprising that the Dragon Clan could be concealed in some unknown dark corner. Huzi was her family, and the Valley of Life and Death was her home. A lone dragon, exuding a foul and poisonous aura, couldn't possibly hide on Yunshi continent. If she wanted to seek revenge, it would have no place to escape. A faint blue flame that could consume people burned in her calm pupils. Then she looked at her soft, bun-sized fist, and a surge of anger rose within her. This new body was too weak. She needed to find a way to enhance her body's qualities and also adapt to the human form. She fixed her gaze on Mo Wanwan. She had already found a way to heal Huzi. This made Mo Wanwan extremely excited. What is the method? I will also help Huzi recover. He's so adorable. I don't want the poison to make him suffer. After saying this, Mo Wanwan lowered her head and used her palm to provide warmth to the child in her belly. Although Huzi was a few years older than Guogua, he was still a child like Guogua. As a soon-to-be mother, she understood this intense feeling of not wanting to lose a child more than anyone else. Seeing her do this, Shengrong placed his long hand over hers, silently telling her that whatever she did, he would be by her side and behind every decision she made. He would be there. His palm was both warm and solid, giving her a sense of security from her man, causing her to smile sweetly. This feeling of no longer being alone was so sweet. Hui, who had never experienced the heartache of human jealousy before, finally tasted what it meant to feel unpleasant today. However, being a 1,000-year tree demon and the wise Huizhu who understood the complexities of the world, this subtle sourness caused by witnessing affection wouldn't make her feel too uncomfortable. She could calmly regard the situation. In the future, when faced with similar situations, she would know how to deal with them. She said to Mo Wanwan, "I need you to help Huzi transform into human form." Mo Wanwan was taken aback after hearing this, instinctively turning her head to glance at Sheng Rong, who was also looking at her. His eyes showed trust, with no doubt about Huey's request. This made her feel a bit embarrassed. Couldn't they have some skepticism about such an extraordinary ability? She herself couldn't believe she could be so impressive. Hui, spirit beasts cannot transform into human form, and that's what you told me. For a unique existence like you, it took 1,000 years for the opportunity to transform into a human. How could a newborn spirit beast like Huzi do that? Hui smiled and said, "Wanwan, you're the opportunity for me to transform into a human." Mo Wanwan was even more confused. If she really had such abilities, she wouldn't always be worried about being killed by the demon lord in the future. Hui observed her reaction and smiled even more brightly. "Wanwan, you must believe in yourself. Miracles can happen to you." Huey's words resonated with Sheng Rong, and the corners of his lips also slightly lifted. Kair is indeed a miracle, his miracle, and a miracle of this continent. Chapter 191. Agreement. We didn't keep them in suspense any longer and informed them about the severity of Huzai's injuries. Huzai was heavily injured by the evil dragon's poison, and his spiritual power was gradually weakening. Spirit beasts rely on spiritual power to survive. If they wait until the spiritual power is almost depleted, one day Huzai will run out of spiritual power and become an ordinary beast. Mo Wanwan considered that for spirit beasts, losing their spiritual power meant losing everything. But when she heard that it would turn into an ordinary wild beast, she distinctly felt her heart skip a beat at the thought of such a terrible thing happening to the little tiger. That adorable little tiger, that lovely life. If it were to become an ordinary wild beast, Wouldn't it be even worse than a magical beast? The greatest characteristic of spirit beasts is their intelligence, which surpasses that of ordinary people. They can speak human language, and their spiritual power is immeasurable, making them superior to all races in today's Yunshi continent. Magical beasts below 5 stars have no difference in intelligence from ordinary animals. Only those like Shengwan, a 7-star magical beast, can speak human language. Understanding the differences between magical beasts and spirit beasts on this continent makes it clear that stripping a spirit beast of its spiritual power is equivalent to stripping it of its intelligence, essentially condemning it to the depths of hell from the top of the food chain to the bottom. I used a pill to slow down the loss of spiritual power, but the toxin adapted to the pill much faster than I imagined, and the pill's effectiveness against the toxin was visibly weakening. Once the little tiger used force, it would activate the remaining spiritual power within, accelerating the loss of its spiritual power. This made everything clear. The reason the little tiger couldn't use force was that the last trace of spiritual power within it had become something essential for its survival, almost like breathing. We stared directly into Mo Wanwan's eyes, not pleading, but believing that Mo Wanwan would not refuse her. Only by transforming into human form and gaining a new life could the little tiger escape the harm of the toxin. Wanwan, you are the little tiger's only chance for salvation. Mo Wanwan has a flaw. She won't easily agree to things she can't accomplish. For instance, when Wancher pleaded with her to help by Hung Si's power, she couldn't even ensure her own safety. So how could she agree to such a thing? In her understanding, there is no way to transform a spirit beast into human form just by having a few delicious meals. No matter how much she trusts Hui, she believes Hui is special, a rare exception among spirit beasts that cannot change form. However, when her eyes met the gaze of the Xuanhu, her thoughts wavered. The Xuanhu was playing with Huzi, and he had never refused a request from Huzi. So when Huzi wanted to ride on his back to paddle in the lake, he complied. The majestic Xuanhu resembled a large black dog, channeling his spiritual power into his 4 hooves, splashing countless droplets in the lake. This scene could appear somewhat amusing, but Mo Wanwan couldn't bring herself to laugh. The Xuanhu was doing what any father would do at such a moment, cherishing the time spent with his son. No one told Huzi about the severity of the situation. They all hoped that even in Huzi's last moments of awareness, he would remain carefree and happy. While taking his son to the lake, the Xuanhu didn't just play with him. He was also eavesdropping on the conversation between Hui and Mo Wanwan. As it concerned his son's condition, he was more anxious than anyone else. Yet he could only feign calm on the surface to prevent Huzi from noticing anything unusual. The Xuanhu had excellent hearing, and so did Mo Wanwan. Hearing Huzi's carefree laughter, her hand quietly rested on the crossbody bag that she had kept close since leaving the Hell Forest. This was a farewell gift from the Xuanhu. She had long known that this bag contained infinite space. She had yet to hear of anyone in this world who could create such an item. This was the sacred artifact that the Xuanhu had given her. Without this artifact, her journey would not have been so smooth, and she felt genuinely grateful to the Xuanhu in her heart. Suddenly, she smiled self-deprecatingly, wondering when she had become so indecisive. I won't let Huzi become a beast, Mo Wanwan said. With this promise, both Hui and the Xuanhu showed joy on their faces. Mo Wanwan actually didn't know that they believed the success rate of this matter was as high as 80%. Barring any accidents, Huzi could be saved. Mo Wanwan suddenly remembered something. She took out a book from her crossbody bag and handed it to Hui. This is the collection of celestial herbs given to me by the 3rd prince of the Moon Entropy Kingdom. I suspect someone wants to use this collection to harm the Valley of Life and Death. In just a few months, the opponent has already launched an attack. And I'm not sure if there's a connection, but I feel that things are not that simple. Hui took the collection of celestial herbs, flipped through a couple of pages, and her expression suddenly turned cold. The illustrations and properties of the spiritual herbs in this book are completely consistent with the spiritual mushrooms in the Valley of Life and Death, and they're very detailed. I think it looks more like the manipulator behind the evil dragon. Regardless of their purpose, they want to destroy the Valley of Life and Death. Mo Wanwan could clearly sense an invisible storm tearing through the air around Hui. She was truly angry, extremely angry. Even Xuanhu would tremble all over, frozen in place at the sight of Hui's anger. Ordinary people simply could not withstand Hui's wrath. Chapter 192. Little Bay, a chilling pressure spread out from the room, resembling invisible waves rippling outward for 100 feet. The power of this pressure did not lie in the heavy sense of suffocation it imposed, but rather in the fact that it made one feel terror from the deepest part of their heart without damaging any objects or destroying plants. What it meant to be crushed by mere breath. Outside the wind-chasing stronghold, everyone, including the wandering monsters, cautiously placed their hands on their weapons, while Ziying's gaze was sharply fixed on the entrance of the stronghold. Everyone was forced to the ground by this pressure, and Ziying could barely manage to kneel. This pressure was so powerful that it could rival that of the Lord. Her voice was filled with disbelief. This pressure was an overwhelming force against the beast clan and felt like a threat to the lives of the magical beasts. Even Xingyu and Mocc, who had broken through to the 6-star level, felt fear. The magical beasts in the team roared one after another. Their panic and tension clearly conveyed through their cries. Xingyu maintained an elegant posture, nobly raising his head to gaze ahead. He could not allow himself to descend to the level of those worthless magical beasts at this moment. He was the pet of the demon lord, and no one but his master could make him submit. However, Ziying could still notice that Xingyu's tail was on high alert, and it was particularly obvious. His tail was fluffed up, resembling a purple ball, making it hard not to notice. Mocc was lying in Mo Wanwan's sleeve and couldn't get up. He had already rehearsed countless strategies in his mind to play dead and extort food from Mo Wanwan. It is said that when spirit beasts evolve to the 5-star level, their intelligence gradually opens up. However, Mocc's mind was full of crooked thoughts. Although he used them for food, he didn't seem to apply his brain to other matters. The people in the room remained calm, while those outside were in a panic, thinking that some high-level magical beast had come to cause trouble. Xuanhu took Tiger Cub deep underwater to protect him from the pressure, feeling safer the deeper they went. Even Mo Wanwan couldn't stop the explosive anger of Hui. She could only wait for Hui to calm down, wondering how many people would suffer under Hui's pressure. Xiao Bei, affected by the pressure, crawled into the room where Hui was to report on the status of the spirit spring. When Hui noticed the almost lifeless Xiao Bei, she immediately retracted her pressure, allowing Xiao Bei to relax and tentatively stand up and move, finally coming into the sight of Mo Wanwan and Sheng Rong. This was the second stray demon that Mo Wanwan had the chance to carefully observe. The first was Turtle Cub, who was in beast form and had no distinguishing features. But this one was quite memorable, because Xiao Bei was a stray demon. He had maintained a half-beast state since birth and couldn't retract his bull horns and tail on his own. His half-beast characteristics were too prominent, which had been a source of distress for him since birth. The pair of rhomboid horns on his head was purple, his bull tail was spewing purple flames, and his pupils were a charming dark purple, giving him an exotic beauty. In the Yunshi continent, mixed bloods like them would hardly receive a second glance. But Xiao Bei noticed a woman staring at him since he entered the room, with no intention of looking away. The woman was stunningly beautiful, making him blush instantly, and he felt as if smoke was about to come out of the back of his head. Xiao Bibus Sha Hui revealed a loving smile, sighing that this was the youth of a young man. From then on, Xiao Bei could recall that if it weren't for Mo Wanwan already being the prospective demon princess, she might have become his first love. Hui introduced Xiao Bei to Mo Wanwan and Sheng Rong. This is Xiao Bei, before I took over the stray demons. He managed the wind-chasing village and is a very promising child. It's rare for someone to gain Hui's recognition, which made Mo Wanwan even more curious about him. Her sparkling eyes left Xiao Bei dazed. Xiao Bei said, "Boss, the spirit spring, cough cough." He coughed twice to cover his shyness, saying that the spirit spring was ready and could be entered now. Hui nodded slightly to him. "Yes, I will take Wanwan to the spirit spring. Before that, I need something." She turned her gaze to Sheng Rong. "I would like to know what method allows Wanwan to provide sufficient nutrition for Guoguo. The bloodline of the demon lord's son is noble and will consume a large amount of his mother's spiritual power to grow rapidly. I am aware of Wanwan's physical condition. She cannot bear the growth speed of Guoguo on her own, yet Guoguo is about to be born so quickly. I believe this can alleviate Wanwan's burden during childbirth." Mo Wanwan twisted her fingers and looked at Sheng Rong, hesitating whether to speak about this matter, feeling quite embarrassed. Sheng Rong was more concerned about Kare's health, and upon hearing that it could alleviate her burden during childbirth, he calmly said, "She has always been drinking my blood." Mo Wanwan directly supported her forehead, thinking that Hui and Xiao Bei must be looking at her strangely now. She wasn't a pervert. It was just something she had to do for the sake of the child. Hui was simply shocked by this method. Drinking blood was indeed simple and brutal. Xiao Bei's face turned red, thinking about drinking blood. How stimulating that must be. But at the same time, he realized that Mo Wanwan was the pregnant woman Hui had mentioned. His heart shattered in an instant. Indeed, opportunities would not fall into the hands of wandering demons like them. Even if she wasn't someone else's woman, He was not worthy of such a beautiful person. Chapter 193. It's time to give birth. Mo Wanwan's face turned increasingly red, and she wished she could disappear on the spot. Hui smiled and shook her head. This is indeed an effective method. The blood of the demon lord contains extraordinary spiritual power, which ordinary beast tribes might not be able to withstand. If Wanwan becomes pregnant with the demon lord's offspring, it would be a different matter. Moreover, this approach is much easier and more effective than going through great lengths to transfer spiritual power to the child. Her gaze fell thoughtfully on Mo Wanwan's bulging belly. The demon lord's body harbors extremely evil spiritual power, while Wanwan's body flows with pure spiritual power. The two are incompatible. Once they encounter each other, they will produce devastating effects, causing destructive harm to the surroundings and significant damage to themselves. They shouldn't be merging so well. The beast tribe's blood contains the most concentrated spiritual power, and the process of drinking blood will inevitably trigger a fierce collision of the two spiritual powers. Yet these two are utterly fine. Could it be that the child absorbed the damage caused by the clash of the extremely evil and pure spiritual powers? A child born from extremely evil and pure spiritual powers? Huey's eyes slightly closed. Even she couldn't estimate what kind of strength this child would possess. Xiao Bei's eyes widened in surprise, his expression one of shock, even his tail standing straight in disbelief. That was the blood of the demon lord, containing the world's strongest spiritual power. One sip would surely be fatal. What was this woman doing, and how much did she drink? And what about this child? Xiao Bei swallowed hard, his gaze fixated on Mo Wanwan's belly, trembling with anxiety. This child wouldn't be born a monster, would it? Suddenly, intense pain surged from Mo Wanwan's abdomen. The child inside seemed unwilling to remain in the dark womb any longer, restlessly demanding to come out. As if it were about to take Mo Wanwan's life right then and there, causing her to clutch her belly and take a deep breath. Sheng Rong saw her face turn pale and felt a sense of urgency. What's going on? He helped Mo Wanwan onto the only large bearskin bed in the room. And Hui quickly sat by the bed, using spiritual power to examine Mo Wanwan's body. Her youthful face became extremely serious. We need to get her to the spirit spring quickly. The temperature there is suitable for her to give birth. This meant Mo Wanwan was about to give birth. Sheng Rong's expression darkened as he barked at Xiao Bei. Where is the spirit spring? Xiao Bei had never seen such a fierce gaze before, as if one look could strip him alive and swallow him whole. He steadied his trembling voice and told the demon lord, "It's in a mountain spring in the northwest corner at the foot of the mountain." Inside, he worried. That's quite a distance. Can this woman hold on? After learning the exact location, Sheng Rong took Mo Wanwan and transformed into a gust of wind, disappearing in an instant. That speed was far beyond that of ordinary people. Even the naked eye couldn't catch sight of them, as if they had vanished in a thin air. Xiao Bei was stunned. He had just finished stating the location. Witnessing the gap in power, a surge of respect arose in Xiao Bei's heart. He clenched his fists and silently vowed to become just as strong in the future. Hui looked seriously at the direction in which the demon lord was taking Mo Wanwan. We need to hurry. I just sensed the child moving. Xiao Bei became anxious upon hearing this. He had heard that childbirth for women was fraught with danger. Hui grabbed Xiao Bei's arm and instantly flew out. Xiao Bei saw nothing clearly before they arrived at the spirit spring within a few breaths. Hui released Xiao Bei and walked towards the spirit spring. We need to immerse Wanwan in the spirit spring. Mo Wanwan understood from Huey's words that she was going to give birth while sitting. In ancient China, many women also gave birth in a sitting position, which could reduce the chances of complications. The temperature of the spiritual spring was very gentle, and I instructed Xiao Bei to add some restorative spiritual herbs inside. That's why the spiritual spring looked so green. It should contain quite a few restorative spiritual herbs. Mo Wanwan's belly carries the next generation of the demon clan's king. This child will possess unparalleled immense spiritual power upon birth. Ordinary demon women cannot withstand the inheritance of such a bloodline, which is why timely restorative spiritual herbs are essential. In the continent, when human women give birth to children of beast men who are several times stronger than themselves, they often faint halfway through the labor, resulting in both mother and child not surviving. Consequently, a custom emerged where medicinal herb incense burners are placed in the delivery room, allowing them to inhale these restorative herbs while taking deep breaths. However, more than half of human women still die during childbirth. Mo Wanwan's situation is quite. She needs stronger and more easily absorbable spiritual herbs. Mo Wanwan immersed herself in the spiritual spring, her clothes completely soaked in the water, which rose above her shoulders. enveloping her entire body in warmth. However, as the pain intensified, her breathing became increasingly difficult, and cold sweat began to bead on her forehead. Hui sat beside her, placing a hand on her shoulder to encourage her. Take a deep breath. Find a comfortable position to ease the pain. Mo11 took a deep breath and tried to find a slightly better position. As she shifted her posture inch by inch, she felt a liquid flowing from her leg. She couldn't see clearly what it was, but the liquid quickly spread in the spiritual spring, turning into a grotesque red in Sheng Rong's eyes. She saw red. Mo11's face showed a hint of surprise, wondering how it was possible to see blood so soon. Behind her, Sheng Rong's expression was terrifyingly dark, as if he were about to kill someone. But he didn't understand the matter of women giving birth. His nails were deeply embedded in the flesh of his palm, and a chilling aura of murderous intent surrounded him, as if he could destroy the chasing wind stronghold and the entire valley with just a thought if anything happened to Mo11. Chapter 194. Thank you for your hard work seeing the blood streaks spreading in the spiritual spring. Hui frowned and instructed Xiao Bei to fetch a small knife, saying to those behind her, "The child is absorbing Wanwan's spiritual power. Wanwan needs to use her energy for childbirth, and having her spiritual power absorbed will weaken her significantly. In this critical moment, being weak could be fatal." Xiao Bei drew a small knife from her waist and handed it to Hui, who did not take it but continued. "Right now, only your blood can prevent the child from entering a frenzied state of consuming its mother's spiritual power. After feeding him enough, he could be delivered safely." Sheng Rong's gaze deepened, his eyes fixed intensely on the knife in Xiao Bei's hand, as if trying to deflect it with that profound look. However, time did not wait for them to prepare. Wanwan suddenly felt a tearing sensation beneath her, as if a hammer were pounding on her abdomen, causing her to cry out in pain. Ugh! The pain of childbirth is rated at level 10. She felt as if she were in hell, and before reaching level 10, she might faint from the agony. Sheng Rong's heart jolted violently. Without a hint of hesitation, he picked up the knife and decisively sliced open his palm. Crimson blood flowed down his arm into the spiritual spring, and the blood streak in Mo11's sight gradually magnified. "Care, drink it," he said gently, a softness in his tone that the ruthless and cold demon lord had never shown before. Mo11 was in excruciating pain, and the blood before her seemed to have an irresistible allure, turning her eyes red. She couldn't care less and held his hand, extending her tongue to lick the bloodstains in his palm. The thick blood smeared on her pearly teeth, at the corners of her mouth, and on her fair face. At that moment, her complexion was pale, weak yet incredibly eager to obtain his blood, which was both enchanting and alluring. A gurgling sound emanated from her throat. The sky darkened, and the moon emitted a soft glow, gently caressing the bright red blood on the spiritual spring. The demon lord's blood seemed to be inexhaustible until another wave of heart-wrenching pain spread throughout her body, causing her to almost scream as she released his hand and exerted herself to give birth to the child. Hui urged Sheng Rong and Xiao Bei to stand back and not disturb this side, while Sheng Rong retreated not far away, his face ashen as he stared in the direction of the spiritual spring, his clenched fists bulging with veins, completely ignoring the blood that was crazily dripping from his palm. The entire night was filled with Mo11's cries, echoing through the woods and resounding in the canyon, making the demons and wandering beasts near the chasing wind village restless. Her cries of agony seemed to be enduring an endless torment. "What is that sound? She sounds in so much pain." Ziying looked at the beautiful moon in the night sky, lost in thought, murmuring, "Is the young lord about to come out?" Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. "What? The young lord is about to come out? So that means this is Miss Mo's voice? Do you think we should go assist? This sound makes me feel pain too. Assist my foot. This is childbirth, not a fight. If you go, you'll just be standing outside. This is something she has to endure herself." "Exactly. Rather than worry, we might as well pray for the young lord to come out quickly." The cries gradually weakened as dawn approached. Mo11 felt her vision blurring, and she could no longer hear Hui and Xiao Bei's encouraging voices. She was slowly becoming numb to the pain, feeling that closing her eyes would bring relief. She truly didn't understand why other pregnant women didn't have such a difficult time giving birth. Why had she been in labor for so long without even seeing ahead? As she opened her mouth a little, a small white object peeked out, and Hui, seeing that little bit of white, showed a joyful expression and rushed into the water to check. She surfaced, wiping her tears away with a smile. "Wanwan, it will be over soon. Just hold on a little longer." This was a struggle between mother and child. The child was desperately trying to come out, while the mother had to expend all her strength and willpower. Seeing Mo Wanwan in pain, we couldn't help but shed tears, but Mo Wanwan couldn't hear what she said. She was just so tired and on the verge of collapsing. Shengrong hurriedly stepped forward and tightly held her hand, awakening her consciousness. Kair, we will see Guogwa soon. Just hold on a little longer for me and Guogwa. He hoped that Guogwa's name would give her the strength to not give up, because giving up might mean she would never open her eyes again. His tone and voice were so gentle, but his hand was subtly trembling. He felt fear, afraid she would leave him, afraid her departure would make him lose everything. Hearing Guogwa's name, Mo Wanwan gritted her teeth and tried to push with all her might again. She weakly said, I still want to hear Guogwa call me mother. Mo Wanwan grasped his hand tightly, using all her strength to pull. And finally a section of the white part was revealed. After that, she suddenly felt that the tearing sensation had lessened significantly, and, with another push, something slid out with a pop and fell to the bottom of the spiritual spring. What was going on? How could it fall out without even cutting the umbilical cord? She looked down at the bottom of the water and found a white egg. She had given birth to an egg. We exclaimed, the child is born. The temperature of the spiritual spring is just right for him. Now we just need to wait for him to hatch on his own. Mo Wanwan was momentarily stunned, and then the consequences of her physical exhaustion hit her like a flood. She could no longer hold on and fell asleep in the spiritual spring, her hand still firmly holding onto Sheng Rong's hand, unwilling to let go even in sleep. Sheng Rong gently curled his lips, confirming that she had merely fallen asleep, and he let out a sigh of relief. Then he felt the beating of his heart and incredulously touched his chest. He could actually feel the heartbeat of the child. Clearly, he had not touched the egg that had sunk to the bottom of the spring. Could this be the feeling of blood connection? Xiao Bai, gazing at the face of his father, saw in a daze the happiest and warmest smile in the world, as if he had the whole world, melting away all the ice and snow, a smile that no longer felt lonely. This man was not just the cold-blooded and heartless demon lord that people spoke of. Now, he also had family to protect. Kair, you've worked hard. Sheng Rong lowered his head and kissed her forehead, his eyes filled with deep affection. Thank you for giving me a home. Although Mo Wanwan could no longer hear the sounds from outside, she felt warmth in her sleep, a burning heat that was enough to warm her heart, stirring up an unparalleled sweetness. Chapter 195, Patting the Head at Dawn. A hazy light like a thin layer of gauze covered the spiritual spring, and a snow-white egg stood at the bottom of the green spring. It moved gently, causing ripples to spread across the surface of the spring. The guard, Xiao Bei, was resting with his legs crossed on a large stone, his eyes closed. This area had been set with a barrier by Hui, and not even a fly could enter, making it particularly safe. Therefore, his responsibility was more about monitoring when the white egg at the bottom of the spring would hatch. It was still early, so he relaxed his vigilance. Sheng Rong hurriedly carried Mo Wanwan to the chasing wind camp, changed her wet clothes, and laid her flat on the bearskin bed, covering her with a quilt. We checked Mo Wanwan's pulse and nodded reassuringly. The spiritual herbs were taking effect, and her body was healing. She just needed to sleep for one night to recover her strength. Then, she looked out at the pale blue sky, resting her finger on her chin and murmuring, when Wanwan wakes up, she should be very hungry. The meat of large magical beasts is not only filling, but also very nourishing, especially for women who have just given birth. Eating it will allow them to get out of bed immediately. There were quite a few magical beasts inhabiting this canyon, but they were too far from the chasing wind camp. Because Hui was here, no magical beast would dare to approach. It would take at least half an hour to go back and forth. Sheng Rong did not want to leave Mo Wanwan for too long. He stepped out of the room and whistled briefly. Sheng Yu instantly appeared, tilting its head to look at Sheng Rong. When its gaze swept to Mo Wanwan on the bed, it showed an anxious expression. It huffed a few times. Yesterday, I could hear the woman's screams all the time. Did Wanwan's baby come? Is Wanwan all right? Sheng Rong stared at it for a few seconds. Sheng Yu waited dumbfounded for its master's response, not expecting that Sheng Rong would reach out and gently rub its fur. He raised the corners of his lips slightly, his voice unusually gentle. She's fine. Thank you for your concern, Sheng Yu. Sheng Yu's whole dear body froze. It couldn't be dreaming, right? Its body was stiff, but its tail unsurprisingly betrayed it. Its tail started wagging before the master's hand even reached it, and now it was spinning wildly like a little fan twirling around. Sheng Rong clearly saw the dazzling light burst from its pupils. It seemed extraordinarily happy, which wasn't a bad thing. So he patted it a little longer. Kair needs to eat the meat of magical beasts to replenish her energy. Accompany me to hunt. This kind of equal attitude was something he would only say to a companion, completely different from his previous indifference. Since Sheng Wan left, he had not actively petted any magical beasts. He thought that as long as he didn't form any emotional connections with them, he wouldn't be sad when they died. However, when he saw the moment his child was born, it seemed that something became clear to him. One should enjoy the present. People cannot always live in the past or the future. The birth of a small life made him understand this truth. Sheng Rong flipped onto its back, and Sheng Yu raised its head and let out a loud cry, lifting its front hooves and speeding away, merging with the wind. As it sped along, it felt elated inside. This was the first time its master had patted it. The very first time. Should it pluck out that tuft of fur that its master had just touched to make specimen? That way, it could keep its master's scent and even make it a souvenir. It decided to do just that when it returned, but it couldn't reach its own head. So it would let MOCC help it pluck some fur. Outside the chasing wind camp, everyone was used to Sheng Yu's disappearance. After all, it was the demon lord's magical pet and mount. Where else could it go but to serve its master? Hui watched the little spinning purple tail disappearing into the distance and smiled faintly. Come out. Aren't you also worried about your master? MOCC was extremely anxious when Mo Wanwan was about to give birth. If it weren't already bald, it might have worried itself into a Mediterranean hairstyle, which would have looked worse than being completely hairless. Because of Huey's godlike existence, which was suppressive to magical beasts, MOCC had always been too afraid to come out. It feared that without Huey's permission, it wouldn't even deserve to breathe in Huey's presence. Moreover, it was very clear about Mo Wanwan's character. It knew that if something went wrong, this woman would definitely not prioritize her own matters. So, it understood that it was better to stay quietly by Mo Wanwan's side. When Hui agreed to let it come out, MOCC immediately jumped from the bed to the floor, transforming into an ordinary size. It tearfully told Hui how panicked it was at that time, thinking that its master was going to leave it. It had even prepared to go to another world with its master. Fortunately, its master was safe and sound. It believed that this was its silent vow, that as long as its master was healthy, it would rather go a lifetime without snacks. It flailed its 6 hooves in the air, drawing pictures and using its expressive magical beast language to vividly convey its feelings, allowing Hui to truly experience its emotions. Hui was amused by MOCC's personality. This magical beast was simple and easy to understand, a bit silly, and absolutely loyal to Mo Wanwan. She happily raised a hand, signaling MOCC to come a little closer. MOCC has already regarded Hui as a good person, and he quietly sneaks over to her, lowering his head to let Hui pet him. The red sand scorpion was a desert commander in ancient times, but now even a 5-star red sand scorpion no longer exists. This world is one of survival of the fittest, where the winner is king. It's quite impressive that you have grown to 6 stars, which also indicates that your bond with your master must be very good. MOCC enjoyed Huey's head patting, making a purring sound. Hearing Hui talk about its bond with its master, it nodded vigorously. Of course, the promise made when I bonded with my master is to weather storms together, to stand by each other in times of hardship, and to never leave or abandon each other. Hui said with a smile, "What is your name?" Montak Sixi. MOCC, there will soon be a great battle, and more dangerous individuals are eyeing Wanwan. You need to protect her, even if it costs you your life. You must protect her. He spoke seriously. MOCC nodded seriously. I understand. I will always stay by the master's side. As long as I am here, I will never let bad people hurt the master. Hui thought of a method of making a promise that Mo Wanwan had taught her before, and then extended her pinky finger. Then let's make a pinky swear. MOCC lifted a slender hoof and hooked Huey's little finger, making a pact with her. Chapter 196. Ice Melt's previous grievances. Outside the chasing wind camp, the patrolling stray demon A stared at the camp of Ziying and others and said to another stray demon B, "Have you noticed that one is missing?" Stray demon B rubbed his eyes and also looked at the group of demons. Is there? But I didn't see anything leave. Maybe I was seeing things. While they were talking, the ground suddenly shook violently, a tremor unlike any other. Even the stones jumped up. Stray demon A tightened his grip on a spear. What is going on? Stray demon B, caught off guard, fell down, facing west towards the canyon, and saw a group of birds and beasts fleeing in panic towards the east, pointing towards the west of the canyon. Something seems to have happened over there. Just as Stray Demon A turned his head in that direction, a thunderous sound came from the western woods. He saw a purple beam of light shooting up into the sky from the woods. In an instant, the beam dissipated, leaving purple light spots that exploded in the air. and the white clouds retreated rapidly like waves, turning the blue sky, which was filled with clouds, into a clear expanse. The ground shook even more violently, causing Stray Demon to sit directly on the ground, staring blankly at Stray Demon B for a moment, and said, "I've never seen such a shocking scene in my life. I guess a tough character has come. Should we run? We can't stay here." The tough character they were talking about was riding a cloud-stepping snow deer on his way back. Outside, the wind howled fiercely. We stood up and looked outside, not expecting the demon lord to return so quickly with his prey. Xingyu landed on the ground, folded his hurricane-generating 8 forked wings, and bit down on the bag he was holding in his mouth, letting it drop. The bag scattered, and 100 corpses of demon beasts rolled out, each one dying peacefully, clearly unaware of how they had died. We looked at these prey and felt a strange sympathy for them. Behind her, Mocc's 6 slender legs were trembling. Although the demon beasts live their own lives and wouldn't feel anything about their kin dying. This number should be called a massacre, right? Isn't it terrifying? We quickly arranged for people to select one demon beast to roast, while the remaining good parts were stored, and if anyone wanted the inferior meat, it would be given to them. Shungrong wiped the blood off his face without changing color. The blood was from when he was handling the prey, and he had maintained a proper distance during the slaughter, so the filthy blood hadn't touched him at all. He was about to discuss important matters with Hui, and Mocc didn't dare to stay in the same room with this big shot, so she wisely slipped outside, where she saw Xingyu lying on the ground, licking her hooves. Xingyu had already licked clean the filthy blood on her fur, and was now cleaning the mud off her hooves, thinking that this way her master would take better care of her in the future. Mocc lowered her head to look at her 6 slender legs. Even though there was mud on them, it would dry and fall off, so she never cleaned her legs. She put on a look of realization, thinking that having fur was such a troublesome thing. Xingyu glanced at her standing there, his eyes brightened a bit, and asked her, "Mocc, can you help me pull out the fur from top of my head?" Mocc looked at Xingyu in shock, thinking to herself, could it be that this guy has too much hair and has a problem? Why does it want her to pluck the hair from its head? Doesn't it know that the Mediterranean hairstyle is extremely ugly? Mocc looked at Xingyu with a sympathetic expression and said, "Don't be too hard on yourself." Xingyu replied, calming down and slowly explaining to Mocc, "I want to make a specimen of the hair on my head, so I can keep the scent of my master touching my head." Mocc was surprised. "Does your master rarely pat your head?" Xingyu rolled her eyes with a noble air. "Do you think everyone is as foolish as you, a silly scorpion with silly blessings, who encounters a master that spoils you so much and feeds you until you're black and plump?" Xingyu was speaking the truth. Most people in the Yunshi continent treated magical pets as tools, and it was remarkable if even 1 out of 100, like the demon lord, regarded them as warriors and could show them affection. As fellow magical pets, they understood very well the longing for their master's love, and for the first time, Mocc realized that Xingyu also had her own difficulties. Mocc walked forward and placed a small, slender leg on Xingyu's back. "All right, I'll help you." In this way, the 2 magical pets came to understand each other, and this is the story of how they reconciled. Inside the room, Shungrong and Hui had reached a consensus on military matters. This was originally Mo Wanwan's idea, since the wandering demons are considered dirty and worthless in the eyes of the world. They just needed to change the perspective of the public towards wandering demons. They intended to recruit the wandering demons for their own use, bringing them into the demon clan under the guise of military service. The demon clan was still in an unstable period, and the more security they had, the better it would be for them. There were also some capable wandering demons, and with the right training methods, even clumsy birds could fly first. As long as they had potential, they would have their place in the future. The Yunshi continent had a law of survival of the fittest. It was better to rely on oneself than to depend on others, so this opportunity was extremely valuable for Xiao Bei and the others. Chapter 197. Following Hui strongly agreed with this plan. Although the strength of the wandering demons was uneven, there were still many potential candidates among them. As long as they could be tamed for their own use, it would be an excellent choice to enhance the combat power of the demon clan. She had originally felt regret for their unrecognized talents, but now it was even better. Moreover, she needed to follow Mo Wanwan into the demon palace, and having the identity of the leader of the wandering demons would help conceal her true identity, making this plan a double win in Huey's eyes. Shungrong quietly glanced at Mo Wanwan, who was lying on the bed, and a gentle light gradually appeared in his eyes. He calmly said, "I want to include them in the demon consort's guard. Once we reach the demon palace, I will marry K'er and make her the demon consort of the demon clan." Hui looked at the man in front of her, who already had everything. Power, fame, strength. He possessed almost everything except for people's hearts. She should have felt at ease handing her daughter over to him, yet she still couldn't let go. Let's wait until Wan wakes up to discuss this. I will respect her opinion. After all, foresight is never deceiving, and until the matter is settled, Wan was at risk of death. Sheng Rong easily saw through Hui's thoughts. I will not harm Kair. If such a thing cannot be changed, I will end my own life before it happens. I'd rather sacrifice myself than let anything happen to her. What a heavy promise that was. We didn't dare to question the demon lord's vow. She only smiled with relief and said, in this life, you may become a good couple, and I hope it's not too late. Her final sentiment left Sheng Rong confused, and she didn't intend to give him the chance to understand too much. We jumped down from the chair, balancing herself on the ground. I need to call them to pack up. We should set off as soon as Wan wakes up. This opportunity is too precious for these kids, and I don't want to mess it up. After acquiring this body, we gradually realized that her spirit seemed to have become younger. Being a bit naive wasn't a bad thing, right? It could even lead to a happier life. At night, the wandering demons had packed their bags in their respective rooms, hugging them as they fell asleep, waiting for the day they would set off together to the demon clan. All of them extremely excited. Some wandering demons in certain rooms were too excited to sleep, whispering to their roommates in the quiet night. I heard there are many girls in the demon clan. Unlike our chasing wind village, which is full of rough men, I'm tired of looking at them. Sigh. Female wandering demons can't live as long as we do. Basically, once they are driven out by their clans, they don't last long. How could they reach such a remote place like ours? It is indeed very remote here. Why do we have to run so far? Are you stupid? There are hardly any wandering demons gathering together now. Do you want to be alone and get eaten by magical beasts? Our chasing wind village is the largest wandering demon tribe. We can only survive by sticking together. Haha, but we will soon be reborn. I didn't expect to be so lucky. We will soon go to the demon clan to make our mark. That's not certain. If life doesn't go well, I'll come back. Those people look at us like we're garbage. Would they care about us? I doubt it. As they chatted, they suddenly felt a cold wind blowing in from outside, making them sit up in their blankets. One brave person went to open the door to investigate and saw a stunningly beautiful woman gliding toward the dense forest outside the village, seemingly floating, her feet never touching the ground. He scratched his head in confusion. That direction seems to be the spiritual spring in the northwest corner at the foot of the mountain. What is this woman going to the spiritual spring for? He returned to the room to explain the situation, and someone asked, what color dress is she wearing? There are only men in our village except for the leader, but I did see a few extraordinary beauties in the demon lord's escort team. Could she be one of them? The person who went outside waved his hand and replied, I think it's a ghost. That woman is wearing a red dress. If you look closely, you might think it's stained with blood. It's quite terrifying. While they were speculating aimlessly inside the room, Sheng Rong and the two magical pets quietly bypassed their house and quickly followed the woman. They moved lightly and concealed their presence, and the woman never noticed anyone was following her. Mocc lowered her voice anxiously and said, Master, what's going on? Why are you leaving without saying a word? Sheng Rong's calm eyes were as deep as twilight. She is no longer Kair. Mocc was anxious. What should we do? She's going to the spirit spring, and Guohua is still hatching there. What if she encounters danger? Shouldn't you comfort her? Cc, don't worry. It's because we're concerned about what bad thing she might do that we need to go and see what this woman really wants. Just a few minutes ago, Mo Wan suddenly got up from the bed, and at some point, she had changed into a blood-red dress, her eyes vacant as she walked straight towards the door. Sheng Rong grabbed her arm, but Mo Wan seemed completely unaware and continued to move forward. It was Mocc who first noticed that she wasn't walking with her feet, but rather was suspended in the air, and only then did a few people realize something was off. Thus, Shunya came up with a plan to follow her and see where she intended to go, leading to this scene. This was also the first time Sheng Rong, as the demon lord, had engaged in such a lowly act as stalking. He usually resorted to brute force whenever there was a disagreement, but he also wanted to know what had happened to Kair. Chapter 198, The Demoness, Part 1. Mo Wan floated around the spiritual spring, raising her hand to touch a layer of barrier. Slowly, she released her spiritual power onto the barrier, and before long, it shattered. Xiao Bei sensed the disturbance in the barrier and cautiously leaped down from the large rock, anxiously observing his surroundings. Is there something wrong? Can anyone easily break Hui's barrier? When he saw that it was Mo Wan, the tension in his heart eased. Oh, it's Miss Mo. Is your body feeling any better? The night in the canyon is quite cool, and you've just given birth, wearing so little. As Xiao Bei examined her strange attire, he noticed the thin, blood-red dress revealed her feet floating in the air, and he became alert. Miss Mo, Hui has said that no one is allowed to disturb the hatching of the child, so please leave. His mind raced, and he quickly found many clues. If she wanted to see the child, she should come in the morning. Would the demon lord allow her to come out at midnight? Furthermore, why is she floating while walking? Could she have turned into a ghost? Mo Wanwan ignored Xiao Bei and floated straight towards the spirit spring. Xiao Bei reminded her, Miss Mo, if you don't leave soon, don't blame me for being rude. She found him annoying, glanced back at him, and then smiled mischievously. Her bright red lips curled slightly on her fair face, and the night wind brushed against the blood-colored hem of her dress, making the sheer fabric flutter and obscuring half of her face, revealing only a pair of indifferent, beautiful eyes. The blood-red color danced in the cold moonlight, emanating a faint scent of blood. When the sheer fabric fell from her face, her already stunning beauty became even more breathtaking. For a moment, Xiao Bei felt she was a blood-sucking female demon, and such a soul-stirring smile was chilling. After regaining his senses, he shook off the goosebumps and stepped forward to stop her from getting closer to the spirit spring. This time, Mo Wanwan only left him with the back of her head, casually raised her hand, and a spirit blade flew out from her sleeve, striking Xiao Bei and forcing him back several meters. After he steadied himself, a mouthful of fresh blood gushed out. You can't go past. Xiao Bei suppressed the pain and charged at her again. The moment he leaped, countless spirit blades surged towards him, the silver blades overlapping to form a giant net, determined to eliminate the prey without hesitation. Just as Xiao Bei resigned himself to dying under the onslaught of these dense spirit blades, unable to dodge in time, MOCC appeared as if descending from the heavens, blocking in front of him. It focused its gaze and unleashed the dragon, subduing 18 kicks, sending the spirit blades flying in all directions into the empty woods. After executing the move, MOCC felt quite proud. This was its proud technique, and the advantage of having multiple legs was greatly demonstrated against multiple attacks. Xiao Bei looked gratefully at this magical beast he had never met before, which had drawn its sword to help him. Before he could thank it, both he and MOCC were captivated by the flying spirit blades. The dozens of spirit blades kicked away by MOCC sharply cut through row after row of large trees, with the sound of 2 or 3 dozen trees falling in succession for each row until the last large tree crashed down heavily. The unspoken fear remained on Xiao Bei's face. He touched his chest, knowing he would remember this feeling of having narrowly escaped death. MOCC was thrown from the air by Shang Rong, which is why it was able to arrive early to save Xiao Bei. During the time it removed the danger for Xiao Bei, Mo Wanwan had already taken the egg from the bottom of the spirit spring. With a blank expression, she raised the egg high. The pure white egg trembled under the moonlight, and at the same time, both MOCC and Xiao Bei's hearts trembled. Mo Wanwan then decisively slammed it down. At that moment, MOCC was certain that the woman before him was no longer Mo Wanwan. Even an unborn child was not spared, making her seem like a witch. MOCC could only watch this scene in horror, feeling as if he were about to kneel, but he found that the egg did not break, nor did it show even a tiny crack. Xiao Bei thought this was a miracle. He carefully looked at the egg that had rolled back to the spirit spring from the slippery stone surface, which shimmered with distinct crystalline luster. It turned out that the pure white eggshell was covered with sharp, tiny scales. If it weren't for breaking the eggshell from the inside, this egg was indestructible. Looking down at the egg rolling back to the spirit spring, Wanwan unwillingly used her spirit fire. The purple spirit fire emitted a chill, and it was uncertain what would happen with this strike. Xiao Bei realized her intention and hurriedly shouted, "Not good. She wants to freeze the spirit spring, so the child inside the egg won't be able to hatch." MOCC was in a panic. It was just a magical beast, and didn't he know how to stop the spiritual fire? So it sprinted with all its might toward Mo Wanwan, wanting to tackle her down, thinking that the worst outcome would be that it blocked the spiritual fire. Just as it was about to pounce on Mo Wanwan, an incredible vow with Hui flashed through its mind. At that moment, time suddenly froze, and MOCC halted in midair, while the movement of Xiao Bei chasing after it also came to a standstill. Chapter 199. The Witch, Part 2. Sheng Rong rode Xingyu through the barrier and landed on the ground. During the time, everything was frozen. All sounds of nature disappeared. He calmly walked behind Mo Wanwan, his fingertips touching the back of her hand, then gently grasped the hand that was using the spiritual fire, quietly extinguishing it. After the purple spiritual fire went out, it still emitted cold smoke. Touching it with bare hands would lead to frostbite. His palm wound had yet to be treated, and the cold would seep into his blood, forming frost that spread throughout his body, something ordinary people could not endure. Yet he didn't care at all. What he cared about was only whether she was okay, whether she had encountered any trouble, or if she was still the M011 he knew. He caressed her face. Her beauty, which could not be described with any words of praise, remained unchanged, yet he could no longer see the light in her eyes. He could not see her in this body. An unprecedented sense of unease and panic filled his once calm heart, which had been steady for hundreds of years. He finally understood that in front of her, he was not the powerful and defiant demon lord, but just an ordinary man. An ordinary man who hoped for her and their child to be safe. After staring at her for a long time, he finally knocked her unconscious. He pondered for a while before unfreezing time. During this period of contemplation, he recalled the color of the spiritual fire that M011 had used. Pure spiritual power was milky white, while the spiritual fire she had just used was purple, the same color as his spiritual power. There were many people on this continent who could use purple spiritual power, making it difficult to deduce who had possessed her. By the time we arrived, everything had already ended. M011 was sleeping peacefully in Sheng Rong's arms, her serene expression making it hard to associate her with the woman from earlier. Now she was wearing a simple white dress, yet Xiao Bei had described her as covered in blood earlier, looking like a terrifying witch. Hui frowned at M011 and sighed. What had to happen has happened. In the prophecy of the fruit, M011 was to become an irredeemable murderous witch, ultimately inciting public outrage and dying under the demon lord's blade. The tiger does not eat its cubs, yet she had just tried to harm Guoguo. Her heart was as black as could be, clearly indicating it was another person's doing. Xiao Bei stole a glance at the demon lord, whose gaze never left M011's sleeping face. His expression remained as calm as an ancient well, leaving Xiao Bei perplexed about his thoughts. In truth, Sheng Rong's only thought at this moment was to protect her and their child. Due to the shocking nature of the event, no one had any intention of leaving the spiritual spring. They all decided to wait here for the child to hatch from the egg, as they could not rest easy otherwise. It was unclear how much time had passed, but when M011 woke up and found herself still in the spiritual spring, she thought she had just given birth and regained her strength. Just as she was about to check on Guoguo, she saw the serious expressions on the faces of those around her, especially MOCC, whose face was darker than usual, making her anxious. What is wrong? Did something happen to Guoguo? She asked nervously. The fact that she could ask such a question indicated that she did not remember what had happened earlier. We believed it was necessary for M011, as the protagonist, to know the truth, so he had Xiao Bei recount the entire process to her. After listening, M011 felt like classifying herself as having a split personality, but then she turned pale and looked at Hui. Hui, is it true? Did I try to harm Guoguo? Have I become a witch? So the prophecy of the fruit was like this? She would turn into a witch no matter what she did. She would ultimately become a witch. This prophecy was simply flawless. She felt like cursing the heavens. How cruel could it be? Watching M011 kneeling on the ground in despair like a deflated ball, Sheng Rong's gaze darkened. He also wanted to find the culprit who endangered his child, but knew he could only plan long-term. The anger in his heart tormented him. He felt unwilling, and this unwillingness made him feel powerless. Everyone's expressions grew more serious, and for a moment, no one spoke. The most feared thing was a sudden silence in the air. Xiao Bei felt very awkward. It seemed like they were playing a game of charades, and he couldn't understand it at all, feeling somewhat superfluous. Until there was movement at the bottom of the spiritual spring, Xiao Bei looked up, and the deep gazes of those around him gradually brightened. A crisp sound of eggshells cracking came clearly from the bottom of the spring, and the sound of a baby crying echoed in everyone's ears. Various expressions of surprise and shock appeared on everyone's faces, infused with a sense of the mystical. Wow! The cry traveled from the bottom of the spring through the water's surface into the air. M011 covered her mouth and laughed. Guoguo must be using the power of the primordial world to cry. Hearing her jest, the previously tense atmosphere lightened considerably, and Sheng Rong smiled silently. He walked to the edge of the spring, took off his outer robe and shirt, and under the moonlight his lean and strong physique was enviable. As a father, he wanted to personally bring the child to their side. Water splashed high, and his tall figure on the shore disappeared. Moments later, a small snake poked its head out of the water, followed by the sound of splashing as his father swam ashore with him. Chapter 200. I Am Your Mother. The little snake was smooth and shiny, and as soon as it reached the shore, it snuggled into its father's embrace. Its tail wrapped around his strong arm, its head occasionally stretching out to observe this brand new world with curious eyes. Mo11 noticed that Shung Rong was covered in water droplets, while the little snake was completely dry, not a single drop of water on it. She had seen Shung Rong's majestic form as the Snake King, with dark green scales all over, while this little snake had pure white scales, resembling her own appearance as a lizard in both shape and color. So, did Guoguo inherit her bloodline? When she saw the beautiful little white snake clinging to Shung Rong's arm, there was a fleeting look of surprise on her face, but soon, her demeanor returned to calm. She loved her child, so regardless of whether the child's initial form was human or beast, she would love him without reservation. The little snake observed the group of people on the shore from a distance and became frustrated upon noticing the differences in appearance between himself and them. Why did he look different from these people? Typically, newborn babies do not think about such things, but Guoguo, being the child of the demon lord in Mo11, was quite special. Thus, Guoguo tried hard to think about how he could become like these people, able to walk upright on the ground. Did he need to grow 4 things first? He didn't yet know that these 4 things were called arms and legs. He simply tried to imagine himself with arms and legs, and suddenly grasped the trick to transforming into human form, turning into a pale baby in front of everyone, with a good pair of chubby legs between which there was something else. Witnessing what it meant for a genius to create miracles, Xiao Bei's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be possible? Even for a child of the demon race. They usually learn to transform into human form at 6 years old. How could he transform right after being born? And, without anyone teaching him, he rubbed his eyes vigorously, doubting that he was seeing things, but his eyesight was perfectly fine. I'm really not dreaming. This child really is a monster. Mocc looked at Xiao Bei as if she were looking at a fool. It's just that he has turned into a human form. Which beast clan or demon clan can't do that? What's so strange about it? Xingyu looked at Mocc as if she were looking at a second fool. Mocc was so ignorant that she didn't understand that transforming from beast form to human form requires time and effort to learn. For any beast or demon clan, the first attempt to change form is not easy, except for wandering monsters and humans like those from the Chasing Wind tribe, who have impure bloodlines and can only maintain one form from birth. All infant members of any race need to learn the first skill, to freely transform between beast and human forms. After that, they will maintain their human appearance in daily life because they cannot control their strength when beastified, and some races retain habits that cause trouble for those around them. Moreover, as their internal spiritual power continues to grow, the space they can occupy will gradually shrink. These are all experiences summarized by predecessors. In any case, human form is the most convenient. The originally light little snake in her arms had started to feel significantly heavier. Shung Rong calmly continued to hold Guoguo with one arm while stepping towards Mo11. Mo11 gazed at the father and son approaching her. At this moment, the sky was dimly lit, and the weak morning light brushed over the duo, presenting a harmonious and beautiful scene. It turned out he could so naturally become a father. Yet it felt like the domineering, aloof, and unpredictable demon lord, who could be cruel one moment and proud the next, was still present just yesterday. Seeing the little baby nestled in his father's strong arms, all soft and white like a glutinous rice dumpling, Mo11's heart was shattered in just a second. The little one had big, bright, deer-like eyes that fixated on whoever caught their attention. First, they stared at Xiao Bei, as if selecting fresh vegetables, showing little interest and quickly moving past him. When the gaze landed on Shengyu, it seemed to say, "How pretty." But when it came to Mocc, the curiosity in those bright eyes faded and then swiftly shifted to the next target. Mocc expressed that she felt offended. In the end, she saw Mo11, and a warm, affectionate feeling radiated from this woman. Her expression, her breath, and her scent were all so endearing. It seemed as if there was a halo behind the woman, causing the baby in Shung Rong's arms to lose interest in the outside world and only want to approach this woman and please her. When she saw Guoguo's little hands reaching out towards her, Mo11's heart melted. Without hesitation, she extended a slender little finger to Guoguo, who wrapped his chubby hands around her little finger, giggling and actually expressing his ownership to everyone. This woman is mine from today onwards. As a father, Shung Rong could understand his son's thoughts, but he chose not to say anything. The soft touch perfectly struck Mo11's heart. and her eyes glistened slightly as she smiled and said, "Guogua, I am your mother." Guogua took Mo Wanwan's little finger and put it in his mouth, sucking on it for 2 seconds to confirm she was one of his own, then unwilling to let go. Hui laughed and said, "This means he likes you." Sheng Rong's mouth also curled up slightly at this scene. He wrapped his other free arm around her shoulder and kissed her dark hair, saying, "With me here, nothing will happen to you." His voice was deep. "You are the mother of my child, and also my wife." Chapter 201. The second prophetic fruit, if she was a ray of brilliant light born from the clouds in his unfeeling life, then he was the magnificent sky surrounding her bottomless abyss. Jumping straight down from such an unbearable cliff, perhaps what awaited her was a fulfilling long journey. A long-lost song title popped into her memory. "May your life be long." Mo Wanwan moved her little finger, which was wrapped in Guogua's soft lips, feeling a sense of openness she had never experienced before. She could bravely walk on her own or trust the man in front of her. Her path was still wide ahead. The years ahead were long, and she hoped for his guidance. Without any warning, she tiptoed to kiss him, their lips touching like 2 pieces of cotton accidentally colliding. His eyes flickered, and before he could savor the fleeting kiss, a radiant smile appeared before her. His shallow dimples resembled blooming orchids, pure and untainted, like 2 ripples that made time seem to stand still. She could be flamboyant or restrained, but what remained unchanged was a calm and enduring heart. After they had lulled the child to sleep, Hui asked Mo Wanwan to take out the remaining premonition fruit for her to see. Upon seeing so many dried, raisin-like premonition fruits left, even Hui, who usually remained calm in any situation, couldn't help but slowly furrow her delicate brows. From the outside, Huey's frowning expression resembled that of a sentimental little girl perfectly. Mo Wanwan could see that Hui was worried, which was why she didn't smile. Otherwise, she would have looked too cute. It was hard for people to feel a sense of awe towards Hui like this. The previous Changhui tree had been much more imposing. Hui pondered. After nearly half a year, only 1 precognition fruit had been successfully awakened, and the current progress was not optimistic. She had said that the precognition fruit was the clue to unraveling the mystery, and if she wanted to find the clues to Mo Wanwan's transformation into a witch, the precognition fruit was the shortcut. Mo Wanwan lightly coughed with her fist against her lips, not intending to interrupt Huey's contemplation. "I still have the fire roasting phoenix lotus, which I haven't been able to use. I think maybe now is an opportunity." After saying this, she quietly glanced at Sheng Rong and, seeing him nod in approval, she felt good and took out the fire-roasting phoenix lotus from her crossbody bag. He no longer needed to use the fire-roasting phoenix lotus to lure her back to the demon palace, so there was no reason to keep it. Xiao Bei watched, as if witnessing a magic trick, seeing her pick up a burning flame flower from a small cloth bag. Clearly, it was fire. Yet it didn't burn the cloth bag. She gently shook the fire-roasting phoenix lotus in her hand, and a few sparks flew out, crackling as they hit the ground, confirming that the bag wasn't scorched. Meanwhile, Sheng Yu's eyes were irresistibly drawn to the swaying petals of the flame flower. Such a unique plant. What a waste to use it. Hui took the fire-roasting phoenix lotus and quickly urged Mo Wanwan to focus. She said seriously, "Everyone, step back several miles from the barrier. No matter what happens, you must not step into the barrier, even half a step. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that we will remain safe." Whenever Hui became serious, Mo Wanwan would also become serious, simply because Hui was her saving angel, and she dare not take it lightly. She asked with a straight back, "Is there a danger in using the fire-roasting phoenix lotus?" Hui did not deny it, only shook her head and said, "This is just my speculation. The level of danger cannot be predicted yet. The fire-roasting phoenix lotus is born only once every 100 years and only acknowledges the strongest, as it has the ability to peer into one's heart. Wanwan, you are at your most vulnerable mentally and spiritually after giving birth to Guogua, and during this time, another malicious personality has taken control of your body. If you say it's a coincidence, I won't believe it." Mo Wanwan tightened her arms, roughly guessing half of what Hui said, and a slight cold sweat seeped from the back of her neck. "Hui, I suspect that the fire-roasted phoenix lotus is meant to have us enter your body to find this personality. What concerns me is that it's not as simple as just a personality. She could be some dangerous existence. If we can't wake up in time or disturbed by external factors, we could end up trapped inside, or even be threatened by this entity hidden within you." Hui emphasized, "In the inner world, your spiritual power won't be under your control. So Wanwan, are you ready?" The idea of having an unknown entity hidden within her body would send chills down anyone's spine, but what made Mo Wanwan's spine tingle was the fear of the unknown. She looked at Guogua, who was sleeping soundly. Guo seemed to be dreaming something delightful. Her chubby little face, which had been breathing heavily, now held a silly smile. Her small mouth curved into an upward arc. Mo11 smiled and said, I still want to hear Guo call me mother. How could I be defeated so easily? Seeing her confidence, Hui revealed a pleased smile. If one doesn't even have the courage, then there's no point in talking about coming out of the inner world and fighting against fate. Weakness is the most terrifying. Xiao Bei understood the severity of the situation and, under Hui's gaze, dared not slack off as he exited the barrier. Once outside, he realized the barrier had upgraded. He raised his chin and looked at the barrier, only to see its surface covered in rolling thunder and lightning, with the sound of thunder ringing in his ears. Xiao Bei opened his mouth in shock and retreated several more steps. Hey, this is no joke. A moment of carelessness could get me struck by lightning, and my bones could be shattered. Don't even think about disturbing what's inside the barrier. I can't even get close to it. Chapter 202. Interference Wall. Sheng Rong met Mo Wanwan's gaze, knowing she needed immense courage to venture into a dangerous unknown. Although he wished to accompany her, he was not Hui. Hui would guide Kair, while he had more important matters to attend to. To ensure she could fully focus on protecting herself, he needed to guard Guo during the time she could not be distracted. Mo Wanwan mouthed to him, Please take care of Guo. I'll be back soon. Seeing her confident smile, he chuckled softly and stepped out of the barrier, holding Guo securely in his arms. He had seen a female general who could protect herself, maintaining a fearless attitude even in the face of death. Such a person understood very well what was needed on the battlefield to survive until the end: strength and courage. Some left the barrier willingly, while others did not. MOCC clung to Mo Wanwan, refusing to budge even an inch. No matter how many times Mo Wanwan assured it that she would return safely and would prepare plenty of delicious desserts afterward, it just shook its head stubbornly, resisting the temptation of sweets. Its self-control had improved significantly, but it was still difficult enough to drive one crazy. Asked for the reason, but it didn't answer and simply lay on the ground being stubborn, looking at the large black scorpion that couldn't be moved or driven away. Let out a brief sigh and pointed at shiny black forehead, saying, Then you will come with us. Be obedient and listen to Hui. Don't do anything extra if Hui doesn't allow it. And if there is danger, protect yourself first, understand? Hui's face was full of displeasure. Immediately brightened up upon hearing this, and happily nodded at the big silly head. Hui performed a spell, merging the fire roasting phoenix lotus with a foresight fruit. Suddenly, a large fire erupted, its flames pushing against the barrier like a palm, with the barrier blocking its arrogant blaze. The fire grew smaller and smaller, and Hui's incantation became faster and faster, eventually transforming the once mighty flames into a hot red pellet that landed in Hui's petite palms. She handed the red pellet to who chewed on it for a while before managing to swallow it down. The texture was really not great, hard and firm. Hui held her hand, holds hand tightly. No matter what you see, don't let go, or you won't be able to come back. MOCC cautiously lifted the frontmost slender leg on her right side, wrapping it around Mo Wanwan's wrist. Mo Wanwan also grasped the tip of the slender leg, counting silently for 3 seconds. They closed their eyes and began their journey through the realms. To reach the inner world, one must break through layer after layer of interference walls. These interference walls serve as a protective membrane for the inner world, safeguarding the most vulnerable parts of the human body. Strictly speaking, the inner world is the source of spiritual power for the heart's gate. Once a person arrives inside, they become smaller than a cell, and the source of spiritual power varies from person to person, shaping different worlds. This place confronts a person's most primitive essence. Typically, people cannot reach the inner world because they are attacked by interference walls before they reach the heart's gate, becoming lost in unfamiliar territory, battling cells that are several times larger than themselves until they are exhausted and consumed as nutrients by the cells. In summary, getting entangled with interference walls is a matter of life and death. Of course, Mo Wanwan would not be troubled by the interference walls because she used the red pill made by Hui, which can directly reach the inner world. However, Hui and MOCC might not be so fortunate. The advantage of entering the inner world at the same time as Mo Wanwan is that it can reduce many troubles. Some of the interference walls will not respond, thus not attacking them, while another part will be more troublesome. The interference walls excel at deceiving external invaders, and during such times, a person's body is prone to being in a very unstable state, causing the situation to lean towards one-sidedness. MOCC saw various desserts that Mo Wanwan had made for it along the way, as well as a sexy cat that claimed it could give itself a hair transplant. It resisted the temptations ahead, but couldn't hold back at the final hurdle. Oh, it looked at the sexy cat and almost begged, "Do I really have hope of growing silky fur?" The sexy cat held a bottle of hair growth liquid in one hand and gave it a thumbs up with the other. "Dear, you can use it with confidence. If you're not satisfied, we offer free returns here. Right now, there's a promotion. Buy one, get one free." MOCC didn't know how it happened, but it just understood. It might be related to the fact that this is Mo Wanwan's world. After all, she's a time traveler, and some habits are deeply rooted even after crossing over, like the desire to purchase things. Such modern phrases naturally influence the beings that come here. Fortunately, Mo Wanwan stopped MOCC. Otherwise, this silly scorpion would have fallen down. Just thinking about it becoming her cellular fertilizer made her stomach churn, wanting to vomit everything out. However, her stomach was completely empty, so she couldn't throw up anything. Once they left the layer of interference, MOCC found that she could no longer see the sexy cat and drooped her head sadly. Crying, "Will I never be able to make a comeback from being bald?" Hui Wong, seeing the white light ahead, reminded her, "We're almost there." Chapter 203. The sea is one on the two, and one beast safely landed on a beach, surrounded by an endless expanse of blue ocean. This place left MOCC, who was seeing the sea for the first time in her life, mesmerized. The white, fine sand sparkled with silver under the sunlight, just like the shimmering waves of the blue sea, which also glittered with silver. As far as the eye could see, the sky met the water, and the water met the sky, creating an indistinguishable realm of water and sky. MOCC turned her face and tilted her head to ask Mo Wanwan, "What place is this?" The sand beneath her feet looks like it came from a desert, but it's completely different. Mo Wanwan could understand MOCC's feelings. When she first saw the sea in her youth, she was equally captivated by it. Here is the ocean, where swimming fish reside beneath the surface. One can feel the sea breeze by the shore. It's refreshing, the taste of the seawater is delightful, and the sand is soft. This place is indeed different from the desert. Those who deal with the desert see its exotic beauty, while those who do not consider the desert to be hell. However, the sea is beautiful in everyone's eyes because people are naturally drawn to the freedom of the ocean. In the same sea, different people can have different experiences. She continued, "Some compare the sea to a mother, some to freedom, some to a writer." "Cece, what do you see?" This question might be too difficult for MOCC, who is still a 6-star magical beast, but a simple mind can have simple thoughts. MOCC replied to her, "I think the sea is Wanwan, because this is Wanwan's inner self." Mo Wanwan was convinced by this perfect answer, smiling as she reached out to touch its smooth head to indicate that the answer was very useful. Meanwhile, outside the barrier, Guagua was sleeping in the groove where Xingyu had made a nest, wrapped tightly in a fluffy blanket. Xingyu liked Guagua, not only because the spiritual energy within Guagua was very active, but also because Guagua's previous appreciative gaze had won Xingyu's recognition, willingly becoming a sleeping blanket for Guagua. Xiaobei was kneeling beside the demon lord, already drenched in sweat. His back was straight, and his legs were pressed together to the point of numbness. Even sitting beside, we wouldn't give him such a feeling of being crushed by Mount Tai. But sitting next to the demon lord made him so nervous that his heart felt like it could stop at any moment. A gentle breeze brushed by, and Xingrong suddenly spoke. "What clan are your parents from?" Xiaobei was startled, his head stiffly turning 90 degrees towards the demon lord. "My father is from the human race, and my mother is from the purple demon cow clan." He involuntarily raised his voice. Xingrong responded with a calm mm, and the air returned to silence. Xiaobei was so scared that his hands could squeeze out a handful of cold sweat. He didn't know if his answer was good enough or if he needed to be more detailed. But the demon lord's personality probably didn't like unnecessary chatter, right? So what did the demon lord's mean? Was it satisfaction or dissatisfaction? Just as he was trapped in this deadlock on Mo Wanwan's side, we picked up a shell on the beach. The shells on the beach were diverse, yet without exception, they were all clean and flawless. Not a speck of dirt on them. Everything here was clean and free from any murkiness, perhaps the most beautiful and pure fairyland in this world. Wanwan's heart was truly beautiful. We smiled softly, but the more she thought this way, the less she wanted anyone to ruin this purity and beauty. They had been on the beach for a moment, with Mo Wanwan observing the sea while sensing the wind direction, catching a glimpse of something unusual from the surface of the sea. There was a sea area that the sun could not reach, which was not only dark, but also had strange currents. "Let's go take a look there." She flew above the strange sea area, with MOCC and Hui following closely behind. Mo11 glanced at the sea below and used her spiritual power to accelerate the reverse flow of the water, soon creating a huge whirlpool that drilled down to the seabed, opening a passage for them. Cece, come into my sleeve. She was worried that MOCC might drown, as a scorpion's respiratory book lungs are located in its abdomen. However, Mo11 didn't share this common knowledge with it. If MOCC knew it could never swim in water for its entire life, it wouldn't find the ocean beautiful. Moreover, with its self-conscious personality about being hairless, not being able to swim would make it even more self-conscious. They flew deeper into the passage, but time was limited as the passage grew narrower, and they still couldn't see the surface. Mo11 and Hui held their breath in advance, and when the seawater rushed in, they remained calm and continued searching for a way out. Soon, they found a floating island where the air was normal and they no longer needed to hold their breath. Mo11 released MOCC. Cece, there's magma below. Control your size when you come out. They were currently standing on a narrow, winding stone path, where falling off would mean not surviving even a minute. Even knowing that there was magma beneath them, Mo11 and Hui steadily crossed the stone path as if they were walking normally. They calmly waited for MOCC on the opposite side of the path. MOCC was using its 6 slender legs to hold onto the stone path, and although it could safely make it across, it would take some time. Chapter 204, The Truth Unveiled, Part 1. This stone path connected to a floating island suspended over the magma, which was an island within an island. At the center of this floating island, a black butterfly flower swayed gently, its petals reminiscent of a butterfly opening its mouth towards the sky. Now covered by broad banana leaves, swaying lightly in the heat waves emitted by the magma. Its flower stem was as thick as tree rings, deeply rooted, with branches curling like a dragon, almost occupying the entire floating island. Gazing at this lonely black butterfly flower, Mo11 felt her heart being affected, a wave of emptiness subtly invading her. Hui and MOCC noticed the change in Mo11's heart when they saw the rapid decrease of seawater outside the floating island. They were still in the deep sea area, yet in the blink of an eye, the horizon had already dropped below the surface of the floating island. Following closely was a change in the scent in the air, a smell that made one feel extremely uneasy. Hui placed her hand on Mo11's shoulder, pulling her thoughts back. Mo11 turned to look at her, and the horizon instantly returned to its initial calm appearance, with the floating island once again enveloped by the deep sea. Hui and MOCC breathed a sigh of relief, having escaped danger, while Mo11 remained oblivious to what had happened before she turned around, merely gazing at them in confusion as they sighed. Hui didn't say much more, only fixating her gaze on the butterfly flower, her face showing disgust as she said, "I smell blood from the flower." She explained, "It's not that it has actually consumed real blood. This bloody smell represents ominousness and malice." MOCC sniffed the butterfly flower for a long time, but didn't detect a hint of blood. This was because her perception was still not enough. Huey's reminder made Mo11 thoughtfully observe the butterfly flower, and Hui was also studying it carefully. She had a guess in her heart that this flower would only affect Wanwan and could not influence her, or MOCC. The inner world is the source of the spiritual power of the heart door, and is also the most vulnerable part of the human body. The earlier changes in the sea must be related to it, regardless of the purpose or reason for this butterfly flower to come here. The fact that it could affect Wanwan to this extent meant that it had already regained considerable power. She could use this point to assess the strength of the enemy, and thus avoid danger while seeking benefits. Mo11 walked along the direction of the flower roots to the edge of the floating island. She looked down and was astonished to see the direction in which the flower roots were growing. These roots extended to the very bottom of the floating island, twisting into a braid that hung down into the bubbling magma, showing no signs of being scorched or destroyed. This butterfly flower seemed not to have grown from this floating island. Instead, it appeared more like it was struggling to survive, rooted here. MOCC felt no fondness for this place. Beneath her was lava, hot and stifling. She thought about going to the sea, where it was comfortable and cool. While her master and Hui were busy with their work, she was bored and randomly poking at a root that was pressed against the ground. She discovered that there was a flowing liquid inside the root, causing the surface to bulge slightly. Whenever she poked it or blocked its path, the liquid would retreat to the side. This human-like reaction gave MOCC something to do in her boredom. So she kept poking and eventually used all 4 legs to force the liquid into the flower stem. Then things took a strange turn. The liquid ascended in the flower stem, as if it was on its way to the flower base. Mocc waved her foot at the liquid. Farewell, my friend. Although the time was short, I had a lot of fun. The liquid entered the flower receptacle, causing the butterfly flower to react with disgust and spit it out from the flower's core. Upon contact with the outside air, the blob of liquid quickly spread out in midair and then solidified into a purple crystal that could accommodate a person. Mo11 and Hui both noticed the amethyst. In the moment they looked up, Mo11 was stunned by the shadow within the amethyst, her expression shifting from dazed to astonished. She took a step forward and accidentally twisted her ankle, but Hui quickly steadied her, preventing her from tripping over her other foot and falling to the ground. Mo11 ignored the pain from her sprained ankle, her gaze fixed on the amethyst. This is impossible. Why her? She unconsciously tightened her grip on Huey's arm. The mortal girl's body unexpectedly weak. Such a light squeeze made Hui wince in pain. She suppressed the discomfort and asked Mo11, "Who is this person?" Since transforming from a tree spirit into a human, her memory had declined significantly, and to restore it to its former level, she would need to consume a large amount of elixirs. Thus, seeing the woman in the amethyst, she only found her familiar, but could not recall who she was. Inside the amethyst lay a woman dressed in a bright red blood-colored gauze skirt, which split open along the hem that reached past her pale feet, revealing a long, graceful curve like a snow lotus. She was the biological mother of the demon lord, the demon empress. Mo11 steadied her emotions and replied calmly. She had seen this cruel and heartless woman in Shungelwan's memories, and it was safe to say the impression was quite deep. There was no way to mistake her. We did not show any surprise upon hearing this heavy news. Instead, she calmly analyzed. 600 years ago, the divine clan dispatched their strongest forces to punish the demon empress, but the punishment intended for her fell upon the demon lord instead, after which the demon empress disappeared. This news was both bad and good for Hui. She faintly smiled and said, "Wanwan, the witch is not referring to you, but to her, the demon empress who resides within you, using your body as a breeding ground. Therefore, the future that the foresight hinted at for Mo11 was that she followed the demon empress's orders to bring calamity to the world, which led to her being eliminated by the demon lord. We looked at the amethyst. I hope we haven't disturbed her. If she wakes up, it will be dangerous." Chapter 205, The Truth Revealed, Part 2. Hearing the word danger, Mo11 furrowed her brows and fell silent for a moment. Having watched so many novels and dramas in modern times, how could she not understand such a scenario? Mo11 clenched her fists, and she would try to invade my consciousness and then manipulate my body, right? The amethyst fell into the butterfly flower, like landing on a soft pillow, sinking momentarily before being securely cradled. Hui grabbed Mo11's arm and climbed up the flower stem, quickly flipping over to the top of the butterfly flower, while Mocc kept watch below. She reached out to gently stroke the surface of the amethyst, using her weak spiritual power to sense its condition. After a while, she narrowed her eyes. This layer of amethyst is too thin. She glanced at the woman inside, then withdrew her hand. I see this is just her soul. As long as I destroy the soul, she won't be able to commit evil anymore. Then she looked at Mo11. The amethyst can protect the demon queen's soul from harm, and it contains extremely dark spiritual power, which is incompatible with your pure spiritual power. You just need to output a little spiritual power to break the amethyst. Seeing Mo11's lack of response, Hui said, "Think of Guohua, you're now a mother." She held Mo11's hand, encouraging her. "Wanwan, you have endured for 2 years in the Hell Forest. You said you would control your own destiny, and you did. This is your chance." Mo11's gaze fell on their intertwined hands. To live another life. She struggled to break free from the shackles of fate, aiming to lead a comfortable and carefree life, fulfilling her original intentions, to farm, raise children, and find a handsome husband to grow old with. She raised her hand, slowly moving closer to the amethyst, her eyes shimmering. It was about to end. This life filled with anxiety was coming to a close. But after going through so much, she also understood that living a carefree life was impossible, because her man was the demon lord, and her son was the young master of the demon clan. She still had a long way to go, but she began to look forward to such a life. After all, it was with him that she felt a sense of home. Mo11 gazed at the amethyst for a moment and ultimately set it down. After all, the demon queen was his mother and Guogua's grandmother. Destroying her soul was equivalent to killing her, and she couldn't bring herself to do that. Mo11 quietly lowered her gaze, pondering how one could achieve a balance in this world, not disappointing the Buddha nor the beloved. She raised her eyes to look at the amethyst and recited a line of poetry in a calm tone. Such a beautiful verse that even the well-informed Hui couldn't help but marvel and admire, as this short line expressed such profound insights into the harsh realities of the world. She understood the conflict in Wanwan's heart and did not force her. Hui sighed, thinking of how difficult it must be for Wanwan to make such a decision. Wanwan also considered how much easier it would be if the Demon Queen were not involved. If she weren't the Demon Queen, she could act without hesitation. Hui smiled and said, "There will always be a way. Otherwise, there wouldn't be 6 clues for foreseeing the outcome." In Wanwan's eyes, a fleeting light sparkled, and she wanted to ask a question, but her thoughts were disturbed by a wave of sinister wind. Suddenly, a clear, cracking sound rang in her ears, and her peripheral vision caught sight of the shattering amethyst, which was visibly breaking apart and scattering into pieces throughout the floating island. The purple glowing shards, once they fell into the magma, stirred up tremendous waves, demonstrating the immense power used by the Demon Empress upon awakening. Indeed, quite a few guests have arrived here. A voice devoid of warmth could freeze a person in place. Wanwan's expression stiffened for a moment. She turned her head and found that the figure that had been lying in the amethyst was gone, and it seemed to be under the petals. She quickly ran to the edge of the petals, searching for Mocc's figure on the ground. The moment she found Mocc, she saw the lazy Demon Queen standing beside her, yawning while using a spiritual power rope to bind Mocc, wrapping her up like a zongzi. Mocc's soul-stirring expression, although quite infuriating, still made Wanwan's heart skip a beat. "You have the ability to come at me. Why target my magical pet?" The Demon Queen yawned, her finger resting on her alluring red lips, her gaze dark. "I just woke up and am in need of a good meal." The meat of this scorpion seems quite appealing. She didn't even spare a glance at Wanwan, her dark eyes fixated on Mocc, causing Mocc's scorpion tail to tremble and her eyes to widen in shock. "You dare!" Wanwan's voice, cold as frost, echoed across the floating island as she leaped down from the butterfly flower. She flashed behind the Demon Queen, using her spiritual power to form an arrowhead that pressed against the Queen's neck, her movements swift, precise, and ruthless. "Let her go." The Demon Queen glanced at where she had landed. At this distance, it would catch her off guard, indicating that she couldn't afford to underestimate her. However, if she thought she could easily deal with her, she was gravely mistaken. After sleeping for so long, she needed some time to adapt. She was just temporarily unfamiliar with certain aspects. Suddenly, a sinister smile curled on her lips, and under the tip of Wanwan's arrow, she transformed into black fragments, then casually reappeared sitting on the butterfly flower, elegantly crossing one leg over the other. As soon as the spiritual power rope on Mocc was loosened, it slipped behind Wanwan, seeking protection. Wanwan shielded it behind her, her gaze fixed on every move of the Demon Queen. Chapter 206, Butterfly Clothes. Hui came to their side, raising her hands to set up a barrier around them, so that if the Demon Queen attacked, she could use the barrier to block it and respond in time. Just when they all thought the Demon Queen had come to the butterfly flower to find a wide-open space for a big move, unexpectedly, the Demon Queen merely stared silently at the black petals, not saying a word for a long time. At this moment, the butterfly flower swayed gracefully, and a gentle and melodious voice rang out. "Master, you have finally awakened. Butterfly Clothes has been waiting for a long time." Mocc was taken aback for a moment, then quickly reacted and immediately poked Wanwan's arm with her foot, chirping, "This is a magical beast, a 7-star magical beast." Wanwan also thought of it, and she looked at the butterfly flower, memories flooding her mind. In Wanwan's memories, she saw a scene where a black-winged butterfly soared alongside a flying dragon, with countless cold and hard dark army behind it, and on its back was the slaughtering Demon Queen who summoned terrifying thunder with just a gesture. The petals of the butterfly flower were gradually fading, and she could tell that the life of this black-winged butterfly, named Die, was waning. She said to Mocc, "This is an extraordinary 7-star demon beast. It is very powerful." Mocc became anxious. "What should I do if I can't defeat it?" Wanwan smiled and said, "You don't need to hit it. It's about to leave." Mocc looked at the butterfly flower in confusion, its large black pearl-like eyes reflecting the emotionless gaze of the Demon Queen. Her right hand caressed the texture of the petals, as if bidding farewell. "Die, you may leave now." The cold voice, devoid of any emotion, commanded Die to depart without worry. Wanwan did not know how long Die had been with the Demon Queen, but the woman's heart had long since lost its warmth, possibly colder and harder than a statue's heart. When Dai spoke a word of good, she seemed to release a heavy burden, scattering into hundreds of black butterflies that danced in the sky, using their lives to fly before turning to ashes. Witnessing Dai's beautiful death, Mocc was filled with an inexplicable emotion. She felt both sorrowful and in awe of Dai's sacrifice for her master. She believed Dai's love for her master surpassed her own feelings for Mo11, just as her feelings for Mo11 were profound. Ashes scattered completely before her eyes, and in the face of Dai's death, the demon queen merely descended back to the ground with an air of indifference. Just a second before her toes touched the ground, she recalled that fierce battle. She had not completely escaped the devastating heavenly thunder, and even though she had pushed Sheng Rong into the falling lightning, she was still gravely injured and unable to escape unscathed. It was Dai who had sacrificed her life to find her host. During her years of slumber, Dai had lingered on to see her one last time. The demon queen said to the deceased Dai behind her, "You did well." Although Dai could no longer hear her, this statement was enough for Mo11 to see the true nature of the woman before her. This woman likely only held herself in her heart. For anyone or any life to sacrifice for her was an honor, and this spirit of devotion was merely her due. After they died, at most, they would receive a word of acknowledgement from her. Dai received not a single tear or a look of compassion or loss from the demon queen. She clenched her fists, vividly recalling how the demon queen had tormented the young heart of Sheng Rong in his childhood, as if she could still see the image of little Shui in her mind. She could not forget the boy who had cried alone while holding little Shui, regretting having kept little Shui by his side. Since she could not forget, she could not help but despise this woman. The demon queen plainly saw the hostility in Mo11's eyes, and she casually glanced around, considering this place as fragile as a clay tile rather than a solid fortress. As long as the woman who had come to her door died by her hand, this body could be used by her. She walked gracefully towards them, and Hui sensed a threat, reinforcing the barrier with 2 more layers. "Be careful, I sense killing intent." Mo11 kept an eye on the movements of the demon empress, and in the blink of an eye, the demon empress shortened the distance between them and shattered the barrier. It was unwise to engage in close combat without knowing the opponent's strength, so Mo11 decisively jumped back and sat on Mocc's back. Mocc leaped over the demon empress's head and landed not far behind her, creating more distance once again. The demon empress appreciated their caution, especially when dealing with someone as dangerous as herself. Such caution was essential. Now, the open space was occupied only by the demon empress. Hui stretched out her arms, transforming her hands into 2 lush green branches, which then branched out into several twigs. These agile branches extended and expanded the hunting range, aiming directly at the demon empress's position and fiercely stabbing toward her, surrounding the demon empress tightly in a circle. The branches tightened more and more, creating an atmosphere as if they were going to crush the person inside. When the tree cage formed by the branches could no longer tighten, suddenly a burst of purple fire erupted from within, first scorching the green leaves on the twigs and then roasting the branches until they snapped. The scorched twigs fell one after another, and Hui was burned by the heat of the purple fire, taking a few steps back before immediately transforming her hands back to their original form. Brief introduction. This place is not like an ordinary beast world with backward civilization. The beast tribes here have their own civilization, establishing nations to oppress the human race. She is a snow-white lizard that hatched from a giant egg and encountered the 8-year-old little demon lord. He was regarded as a disaster by the townsfolk, neglected and lonely, experiencing the taste of being cared for the first time, and had long regarded her as a treasure. The cold-faced demon lord transformed into a husband-obsessed maniac. She develops the food industry in the beast world, practices medicine across the land, becomes wealthy, raises cubs, and tricks her husband.